Chapter 1. The Little Sister of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. On the winding path of Xianxia's sect, a youth clad in a dark blue robe was slowly ascending the mountain, holding the hand of a small girl. "Brother Ouyang, how much farther do we have to go?" The girl gasped, her delicate features glistening with sweat, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. The youth, addressed as Brother Ouyang, paused to glance at the sun above, contemplating before he replied, "Do not worry at our current pace. We shall certainly reach the foot of the mountain by dusk tomorrow." "Tomorrow dusk?" The girl's face turned pale, and in a fit of frustration, she plopped down on the ground, refusing to take another step forward. The path ahead twisted and turned, seemingly without end. Observing the girl lying on the stone path, Ouyang slowly seated himself beside her, curiously studying his new little sister. In Ouyang's eyes, a panel appeared beside the girl, visible only to him. Name: Hututu, child form of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Cultivation level: 5th stage of foundation establishment. Root bone 10. Charm 7 minor. Luck 8. Musical aptitude 10. Exclusive skill: enchantment of all beings not yet unlocked. Evaluation: an exquisite beast-eared maiden yet to reach maturity. Ouyang felt a surge of joy at last. A seemingly ordinary beast-eared maiden had arrived amidst the unruly disciples on the mountain. The girl, named Hututu, had just joined Xianxia's sect today. Her master, whom Ouyang hadn't seen for nearly a year, had merely instructed him before hastily departing, exhaling as if shedding some burden. Thus unfolded the scene of their mountain ascent, with Ouyang eager to discern his master's intentions and curious to see when this new little sister would reveal her foxtail. Indeed, Ouyang had recognized from the very first glance that she was not human, but a spiritual fox endowed with an innate Taoist physique. After all, the golden attribute panel was impossible to overlook. Yet, how could his master, as the leader of one of Xianxia's peaks, have taken a fox demon as a disciple? If this news were spread, it would undoubtedly create a tremendous stir in the realm of cultivation. "Brother, what are you staring at?" Hututu shot Ouyang an irritated glare. Although he appeared quite presentable, he lacked any semblance of grace. Even if he refrained from flying on a sword, he could at least use some wind-based magic to hasten their journey. Though she was merely a young girl, he had audaciously led her up the mountain path for 2 whole hours, not a shred of consideration for her delicate nature. Moreover, the intensity of his gaze upon her grew increasingly fervent. Could he be one of those individuals with an inappropriate fondness for children? Was it possible that her innate beauty, even at this tender age, had captivated this senior brother, who might envision her blossoming into an unparalleled beauty in the future? Despite being the little princess of the Fox clan, blessed with extraordinary looks, the 5-year-old version of herself had no desire for romantic entanglements. Oh, how she detested the notion of having a senior brother. With this thought, Hututu's expression sharpened into one of vigilance. Her small fist clenched protectively against her chest, and she once again inquired with caution, "Senior brother, what are you staring at?" Upon hearing Hututu's repeated question, Ouyang, who had momentarily lost himself in thought, realized his lapse in composure. He coughed awkwardly and averted his gaze. Yet within Ouyang's heart, a tempest of revelations brewed, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Goodness, Master's surname is Hu, and this little junior sister shares the same surname. Could she be the Master's illegitimate daughter? But this little junior sister is a naturally gifted fox demon. Could it be? Gasp. Master has actually captured a fox? How scandalous. No wonder he is my master. But if that were the case, what would become of those senior sisters? Even as a reborn individual, I find myself feeling inadequate before my master, who is known as a roguish charmer in the realm of cultivation. My master truly is a source of mischief, often requiring me to clean up his messes. Now that he is a child, if those senior sisters were to find out, it would be difficult for them not to unleash their fury upon him. With concern for his master's tumultuous affairs, Ouyang's heart danced with exhilaration. With such a substantial leverage in his possession, what outrageous demand should he make? His expression remained unchanged, yet internally he was engulfed in elation. New junior sister X, the old man's fatal flaw. Hee. Master, you surely wouldn't want this matter to reach the ears of the senior sisters, would you? With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze back to his little junior sister and donned a warm smile, saying, "Little junior sister, as you are new to Xianxia's sect and unfamiliar with the surroundings, I am merely guiding you through the paths of our sect, ensuring you won't lose your way when attending lectures in the future. observing Ouyang's eager demeanor. Hututu shook her head and spoke aloud. Master has already informed me along the way that Qinyun sect is one of the 9 major sects in the contemporary realm of cultivation. Within the sect, there are over 1,000 inner disciples and 100,000 outer disciples. They preside over the blessed lands of the cave heavens, the sacred realm of Qinyun, and the 72 peaks, with the sect's territory stretching over 100,000 kilometers. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is rich, and treasures of nature abound. Without great opportunities, immense fortunes, or extraordinary talents, entering the outer sect is akin to ascending to the heavens. Regarding all matters of the Qinyun sect, Hututu recounted with the familiarity of one who knows it intimately, leaving Ouyang in a state of astonishment. Is the Qinyun sect truly that remarkable? I had assumed anyone, even a dog, could gain entry. Ouyang pondered, slowly forming a question in his mind. He recalled the time of his arrival in this realm, when his master descended from the heavens, pleading desperately to take him as a disciple, and he had thought him merely a charlatan of the martial world. Initially intending to inform Hututu about which peaks were gathering places for fools, where one might scrounge for food and drink, and which paths to avoid, Ouyang wisely chose to remain silent. Once Hututu finished speaking, Ouyang cleared his throat and said with a serious demeanor, "Indeed, these are precisely the matters I wish to discuss with you. Since you are already aware, I shall not elaborate further. What I must convey to you now are the most crucial details regarding our little peak." Upon hearing Ouyang's solemn tone, Hututu listened intently. After all, this would be the place where he would reside in the future, and it was only natural that he took it to heart. Ouyang, with a finger raised in seriousness, declared, "On our peak, apart from the elder, I am the foremost." "Is that all?" Hututu gazed at Ouyang, who wore a grave expression, doubting whether he had misheard. Ouyang observed Hututu's bewildered expression and continued, "From now on, you shall follow me. My rules are absolute. As for the other unruly disciples on our peak, keep your distance, they are not right in the head." At this point, Ouyang felt a pang of regret, realizing that his failure to establish authority when those unruly disciples first arrived at the mountain gate had robbed him of the experience of being a true senior brother. It seems our senior brother harbors quite a prejudice against us. As soon as Ouyang's words fell, a gentle voice emerged from behind him. Despite its softness, the tone was chillingly cold. Ouyang's body stiffened, and awkwardly turning around, he saw a youth in a Taoist robe standing behind him. With a forced smile, Ouyang said, "Oh, is that not Xiaobai? You two have come to climb the mountain. What a coincidence." Chapter 2. The reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal's young junior brother. Standing opposite Ouyang was a young man, and Ouyang could perceive in a tribute panel before him. Name: by Feiyu, reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal. Cultivation. Foundation establishment level 5. Root bone 9. Charm 101. Luck 1. Swordsmanship aptitude 101. Exclusive skill. All things are my sword evaluation. A remarkably handsome junior brother, exuding the aura of an unparalleled sword immortal at such a tender age. Every time Ouyang beheld by Feiyu's attribute panel, he could not help but marvel. It was evident that this junior brother possessed an extraordinary background. One glance revealed that he was indeed the destined protagonist. However, this stroke of luck was clearly not that of a child of fate. Upon Bai Feiyu's appearance, Hututu, standing beside Ouyang, was equally captivated. The youth's strikingly handsome features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, adorned with a gentle smile, seemed to radiate a refreshing breeze. Dressed in a flowing white robe, his feet encased in cloud-like boots, and a 3-foot azure sword hanging at his waist, he stood tall and steadfast like a green pine. As the breeze caressed the mountains, his garments billowed gracefully, resembling an immortal descended from the heavens. He appeared to bask in light, exuding warmth akin to jade. "How handsome!" Hututu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed upon him, her little heart racing wildly. He was truly stunning compared to the elder brother beside her. This individual was the epitome of the brother she envisioned. Stars sparkled in Hututu's eyes, her cherubic face tinged with a rosy hue, and she couldn't help but drool slightly at the sight. Yet, the youth did not cast a glance in her direction. Instead, he smiled warmly at Ouyang. Although his expression was one of joviality, Ouyang felt as though countless daggers were being shot from those eyes, aiming to pin him down on the spot. "Ahem, little Bai, allow me to introduce you. This is the junior sister brought back by Master Hututu." "Junior sister," This is your fourth elder brother, Bai Fei Yu, Ouyang said, facilitating the introduction between the two. Elder brother? He truly is my elder brother. Tutu really likes elder brothers. Who Tutu stammered, taken aback by the sudden surprise, her words tumbling out in excitement. The mere thought of spending her days with such a dashing husband, elder brother, filled her with a warmth akin to being enveloped in countless cotton balls. Hey. Imagining her future days with brother Feiyu, a smile reminiscent of a 30-year-old aunt beamed across Hu Tutu's 5-year-old face. Hearing Ouyang's introduction, Bai Feiyu similarly directed his gaze towards Hu Tutu. Bai Feiyu's expression sharpened, his attractive brows knitting together. The sight of Hu Tutu before him left her with nowhere to hide. With a hint of displeasure, he remarked, "What is master thinking? Taking an Awu?" Ouyang swiftly lunged forward, covering Bai Feiyu's mouth, just as Bai Feiyu was about to execute a sword technique to dispatch the audacious interloper. Ouyang pressed down on the hilt of Bai Feiyu's sword, leaning in to whisper, "Master." Instructed not to mention her identity in her presence. Also, her name is Hu Tutu, while master is called Hu Yun. Bai Feiyu's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to Ouyang, disbelief etched across his face. They all share the surname Hu. Could it be that this fox is the master's illegitimate daughter? Has the master actually captured a fox demon to aid in his cultivation? Are contemporary cultivators truly so audacious? Or am I simply growing old? Bai Feiyu brushed away Ouyang's paw, gazing at Hu Tutu with a complex expression, and spoke flatly. "Since you have entered the mountain gate, focus on your cultivation and keep your distance from the senior brother. He is quite unhinged." His tone was reminiscent of a relic from the past. A spirit fox. Hu Tutu keenly sensed Bai Feiyu's emotional shift. It appeared that her handsome senior brother had taken an immediate disliking to her. How could someone as beautiful as herself be so unappreciated? In her disappointment, Hu Tutu felt utterly perplexed. Could this senior brother be akin to the uncles from Xianxia Mountain? Recalling how those charming uncles always frolicked in pairs, oblivious to the lovely aunts, she wondered, do handsome men only favor other handsome men? Hey, she's just a child, why so serious? Ouyang teased, pinching Bai Feiyu's cheek in an attempt to elicit a smile from his junior. In a flash, Bai Feiyu seized Ouyang's wrist, flipping him onto the stone wall. "Ouch! You ungrateful wretch! I am your senior brother." Ouyang cried out in pain, exasperated. Watching the two playful brothers, Hu Tutu felt a flicker of understanding. No wonder he had been so cold toward her. Was he afraid that her natural beauty would overshadow him? These individuals from the mountain gate truly were peculiar. After a brief tussle, Bai Feiyu finally released Ouyang's shoulder amidst his pleas for mercy. Rubbing his shoulder, Ouyang grimaced, "Why are you not cultivating on the mountain? Did you come down specifically to fetch us?" Bai Feiyu shook his head. "Today is the day of the master's lecture I must attend. The master is quite displeased with our Little Peak's attendance, claiming we frequently neglect his teachings, which he finds disrespectful. He warned that if our peak refuses to participate in next month's set competition, he would expel us along with the master. This time, he specifically called for me. If I do not go, the master will genuinely be angry. Why bother with that old fool who endlessly rambles on about the way? He can put himself to sleep with his lectures. Expulsion? Let him try. Last time he sneaked off to Yanu Peak, he was thrown out, and someone recorded the entire incident on a spirit stone and sent it to me. Oh, I must tell you, the imprint of that shoe sole on his face was quite clear." Ouyang remarked nonchalantly. Bai Feiyu nodded. His senior brother seemed to possess an extraordinary knack for socializing. In the vast Qingyun sect with its 72 peaks, he was surrounded by a myriad of companions. With the master's leverage in hand, there was little to fear. Recently, I have reached a pivotal moment in honing my sword heart, and I am reluctant to squander time on trivial matters. Having already reincarnated in this era for many years, I have been diligently refining a perfect sword heart that I could not attain in my previous life. And now is the most crucial juncture. I do not wish to waste any more time. Observing my flustered senior brother, Bai Feiyu's thoughts drifted far away. Deep within his heart lay a profound secret that no one else knew. In his past life, he was an ancient sword immortal. Awakened to the memories of his former existence, Bai Feiyu immersed himself in the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 major sects of this era. For practitioners, aside from innate talent and cultivation methods, the most vital resource for training is access to cultivation materials. Before one's strength is sufficiently formidable, joining a large sect greatly enhances the speed of one's cultivation efforts. However, since joining the Qingyun sect 5 years ago, I have felt increasingly led astray by this senior brother before me. What was once a tranquil state of mind has been continually provoked by this individual. Nevertheless, for Bai Feiyu, who had been a sword immortal in his previous life and was constantly engrossed in cultivation, being able to set aside his burdens and rekindle the joys of youth in this life brought him delight. Regaining his composure, Bai Feiyu's expression became serene once more as he spoke. I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment. The previously agitated Ouyang suddenly changed his demeanor, calling for Bai Feiyu as he prepared to depart. Oh, you have something to discuss? Bai Feiyu inquired. Ouyang, with a hint of eagerness, said, I have heard that your swordsmanship has recently ascended to new heights. Might you allow me to witness it? Bai Feiyu regarded Ouyang with a bemused smile, responding, Witness it? Are you not hoping that I might take you along? Oh, I almost forgot. Senior brother, you are still in the chi refinement stage and are unable to wield a sword. Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, I merely wish to improve. Can't fellow disciples assist each other? Afterward, Ouyang shook his head and said, If one can take, then let us take. In a flash, Bai Feiyu's 3-foot Qing Feng sword transformed into a streak of light, launching him directly toward Ouyang. As Ouyang, still caught up in his words, looked up in surprise, his heart sank. This rebellious disciple intended to slay his brother. Ouyang quickly leapt aside, narrowly evading the oncoming Bai Feiyu. Seizing the bewildered Hutu, Bai Feiyu soared upward with the flying sword, eliciting a shriek from Hutu. The 3-foot Qing Feng sword morphed into a blue rainbow as Bai Feiyu carried Hutu away toward the distant peaks, leaving his voice echoing in the valley. If you do not return by dusk, senior brother, I shall not leave any supper. Chapter 3. My cheat is idling, alas. To restore the dignity of the master brother, it is our solemn duty. Ouyang pondered as he ascended the rugged mountain path. Ding. The rewards from your idling session have been credited. This time, you have gained 1,000 chi. Reluctantly, Ouyang accepted the notification echoing in his mind. Feeling a faint warmth flow from his lower abdomen to his limbs, only to vanish without a trace. Ouyang focused his thoughts to access his attribute panel. Name: Ouyang, Transmigrator, cultivation level, 9th layer of Chi training root bone, 1 charm, 6 luck, 1 special qualities, Chi value 906962543 exclusive skills, not activated evaluation. You are the worst host I have ever trained. Behold, the most formidable idling system in history. This is the privilege of being a transmigrator. As long as one remains motionless, they automatically enter an idling state, accruing the chi cultivated during this period. However, the drawback lies in the necessity of complete stillness. One cannot engage in any other activities. Since awakening this system upon transmigration, Ouyang had scoffed at a system that merely idled. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of this world, relying on his prodigious talents and vision that surpassed the ordinary. Even in death, he vowed never to utilize such a lackluster system. Yet now he found himself chuckling to himself. How delightful. After all, the arduous training he endured for an entire day paled in comparison to the rapid progress achieved in just 10 minutes of idling. Initially, Ouyang reassured himself, I am not reliant on the system. I simply enjoy lying around. But now, he confessed, I concede, I am indeed an idler. However, as the idling duration lengthened, Ouyang gradually sensed a troubling flaw. This system harbored a significant disadvantage. It could not facilitate upgrades. Damn it, he could only collect the chi generated during his idling, but not advance in level. The cultivation ranks in this world mirrored those chronicled in novels, perhaps because the author was too indolent to devise something new. The 9 major realms include chi training, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, out of body, dividing spirit, integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing, each subdivided into 9 layers, reflecting the concept of returning to unity. Beyond these lies the coveted realm of immortals, a dream cherished by all cultivators. Yet, after claiming the chi from idling and breaking through to the 9th layer of chi training, he found himself unable to progress further. His cultivation was eternally confined to the chi training stage. Ouyang had a lingering suspicion that this was somehow linked to his system. Despite being marginally stronger than the average practitioner at the chi training stage, it remained merely chi. He could not condense chi into true essence, let alone transform true essence into a golden core, and subsequently, a nascent soul. From a prodigy who had achieved the 9th level of chi cultivation overnight, Ouyang found himself transformed into a mere waste, eternally trapped in the chi refining stage. The psychological disparity was akin to plummeting from the heavens to the very earth below. In the realm of cultivation, one must ascend to the foundation establishment stage to truly enter the path. Only upon reaching this stage can one hope to encounter those dazzling treasures and supreme techniques. Yet now, he stood on the precipice, just a step away. A chasm so vast it felt insurmountable. Although his chi reserves had escalated to a terrifying number with the assistance of an automated system, he felt no connection to this quantity. It was merely a figure. No matter how vast these numbers were, would they aid him in breaking through to Foundation establishment? The art of sword flight was a privilege reserved for those who had reached that stage. His dreams of soaring through the skies on a celestial sword, embracing ethereal maidens, had been irrevocably shattered. The essence of his cultivation, the ability to glide on a sword, had lost all its luster. Each time he pondered this, Ouyang tossed and turned, struggling to find sleep. Another drawback of being unable to ascend was the limitation on his lifespan. While the chi refining stage would preserve his appearance at 18, his lifespan paled in comparison to that of higher-tier cultivators. In contrast to those in the Great Ascension stage, who could live for thousands of years, the chi refining stage allowed for a maximum of merely 200 years, an utmost limit. If he remained stagnant, he would face the grim reality of having to restart his journey in 2 centuries. For cultivators, 200 years was but a fleeting moment. For him, it could mean a lifetime. Shaking his head to dispel such dismal thoughts, Ouyang withdrew a yellow talisman from his robe, a precious gift from his third junior brother, xianxia. By tearing the talisman and infusing it with chi, he could activate the formation inscribed upon it, doubling his speed. Setting aside his worries for the moment, he resolved to return home for a meal. That rebellious disciple had declared that if he did not return before dusk, no food would be left for him. In the grand scheme of the universe, nothing mattered more than sustenance. Ouyang murmured softly, "Wind." Suddenly, a gentle mountain breeze swept through the path, nudging him forward as if guiding him. He infused the talisman with chi, and it burst into flames, vanishing instantly, followed by a radiant golden light enveloping him. Ouyang spread his arms wide and raced towards the summit of the small hill. Chapter 4. The reborn third junior brother. As the sun began to set, Ouyang finally arrived at the pinnacle of a small hill nestled in the far corner of xianxia. Before him lay a quaint courtyard, square in shape. Wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, he adjusted his disheveled attire, cleared his throat, and pushed open the door. In the quaint, square courtyard, a grand tree stood majestically at its center. Bai Feiyu perched on a branch, facing the setting sun, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being. The newly arrived junior sister curled up on a chair beneath the tree, hugging her legs, her gaze fixed dreamily upon Bai Feiyu. Standing atop the tree and basking in the sun every day, surely only a monkey would linger in such a manner. Ouyang thought to himself with a hint of envy. Suddenly, Ouyang's nose twitched as the fragrant aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Ah, what perfect timing. Dinner is ready. He approached the dining table beneath the tree, pulled out a chair, and plopped down beside Hututu, playfully giving her a light tap on the head, saying, "Stop staring. No matter how handsome he is, he can't be eaten." "Ouch, senior brother. That hurt," Hututu protested, cradling her fluffy head, her eyes filled with displeasure. Just as she prepared to pounce on Ouyang, a boy with a simple demeanor emerged, carrying a tray of food. Seeing Ouyang, the boy beamed and said, "Senior brother, you're back just in time. The meal is freshly prepared." Ouyang rose, approached the boy with a grin, and accepted the tray, asking, "Xianxia, what have you cooked today? Did you stew the 3-eyed feathered chicken I brought from the Spirit Beast Peak?" Yes. Second senior brother is in the midst of a crucial breakthrough, as you specifically instructed. "I wouldn't dare forget," the boy replied earnestly, a cautious look upon his face. Noting the boy's anxious demeanor, Ouyang chuckled, accustomed to his junior's nature, and turned to Hututu, saying, "Have you been introduced to our new junior sister? Xiaobai must have told you about her." "We've exchanged pleasantries. Master S' taste remains impeccable," the boy remarked with admiration. Even in Master S' absence, his voice brimmed with reverence. If Ouyang hadn't been able to see his junior S attribute panel, he might have believed him to be a simple and honest person. Name: xianxia, Reincarnator, Cultivation, 3rd stage of the Golden Core Root Bone, 8 Charisma, 9 Luck, 7 Array Talent, 101 Exclusive Skill, Living Puppet Technique Evaluation, a deeply paranoid reincarnator with delusions. Indeed, this junior was a soul reborn from the future. Initially, Ouyang thought Bai Feiyu, the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, was extraordinary. But the concept of rebirth was even more unfathomable. Perhaps the tragic circumstances of his death rendered this junior excessively cautious in his new life. Ouyang suddenly reached out and pinched xianxia's cheek, teasing, "Junior brother, you aren't a puppet standing here, are you?" Before them, this junior brother, endowed with an impressive aptitude for formations, had crafted a puppet so convincing that even the system could be deceived. Xianxia's body stiffened momentarily, and he discreetly took a step back, forcing a smile as he remarked, "How could that be possible, senior brother? In my own family's dojo. Why would I resort to using a puppet?" Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Ouyang instantly realized that the figure before him was undoubtedly a puppet forged by his junior brother. This rebellious child's paranoia had escalated further. Once the tableware was set, Xianxia excused himself and departed the small courtyard, retreating to his chamber. "Senior brother. That brother seems a bit peculiar. He lacks the vitality of a living person. Moreover, I've seen his appearance before, yet now I can't recall what he looks like." Hutu muttered quietly to Ouyang. That is not for you to concern yourself with. Your senior brother may be a bit odd, but he possesses a good nature. However, I must advise you, on our little mountain peak, you can provoke anyone, but never your third senior brother, Ouyang cautioned Hutu earnestly. Hutu nodded, somewhat perplexed. Observing Hutu's nonchalant demeanor, Ouyang added, "Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you met your demise." Hutu's hair stood on end. Sensing that the brother they had just encountered wore a disingenuous smile. Though they were both in the core formation stage, Hutu instinctively felt that if a conflict arose, he would meet a swift and terrible end. Despite his own potential to be invincible among his peers due to his bloodline, this third senior brother undoubtedly harbored significant issues. Clutching his bowl, Hutu silently categorized Xianxia as the most perilous figure on the mountain. At that moment, Bai Feiyu leapt down from a tree and glanced at Ouyang and Hutu, perplexed, asking, "Is the second senior brother still in seclusion?" "Probably, yes. Xingsong mentioned he has gained new insights into the sword path and has been in seclusion for 3 days now," Ouyang responded. Absent-mindedly placing a chicken leg into Hutu's bowl without looking up, Bai Feiyu acknowledged with an "oh," yet his gaze remained fixed on the second senior brother's room. As an ancient sword immortal, it was the first time he felt a sense of pressure emanating from a mere teenager, this second senior brother. If his past life had been dedicated to the sword path, then this second senior brother seemed to embody the very essence of it. Even after witnessing countless sword prodigies in his previous life, encountering someone as astonishing as the second senior brother was a novel experience. Just as the three were enjoying their meal, an abrupt and piercing sword light shattered the roof of the second senior brother's chamber, soaring into the heavens. The sharp beam of light illuminated the dimming sky like a radiant pillar. "What is this?" "Sword intent." Bai Feiyu's chopsticks slipped from his fingers as he stared in astonishment at the second senior brother's room. "Even though I am still honing my sword hard and have yet to grasp the essence of the sword, my second senior brother has, at merely a tender age, comprehended a sword intent that is uniquely his own, solely through his innate talent. This is an understanding that only those who have reached the out-of-body stage in sword cultivation could possibly achieve." At that moment, Hutu shrank into a ball, trembling violently as the sword light burst forth. Meanwhile, Ouyang savored a spoonful of the chicken soup in his bowl, smacking his lips. The broth from the three-eyed Ouyang chicken was simply exquisite, which explained the vigilant demeanor of those fellows on the Spirit Beast Peak. Ouyang sighed as he gazed at the flying tiles and debris, then called out toward the room of his second senior brother, "Lung Qingsong, you rascal. Be sure to repair the roof by tomorrow. You've already blown it off 3 times this month." Chapter 5. The young brother of the Chosen One with Ouyang's furious shout. A youth clad in black martial attire emerged from the room, clutching a sword. The boy, enveloped in a chilling sword intent, exuded an aura that was both formidable and intimidating. A 3-foot treasured sword was held tightly against his chest. His breath was slightly erratic, though it was beginning to stabilize. The youth took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, and nodded at Ouyang, uttering a single, stiff word, "Good." Ouyang looked exasperatedly at the boy who had just blown off his roof. This was none other than his second junior brother, Lung Qingsong, the very source of his persistent headaches on the mountain. Name: Lang Qingsong, Chosen One, Cultivation Level, 7th Stage of Foundation Establishment Root Bone, 101 Charisma, 10 Luck, 10 Swordsmanship Talent, 101 Exclusive Skill, I am the Sword. Evaluation: a slightly socially anxious Chosen One, destined to be the protagonist. Every time Ouyang beheld Lung Qingsong's attribute panel, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. Being born well is truly advantageous. Some are born in Rome, while others are destined to be mere beasts. Truly, it's infuriating how some people surpass others." Yet, this was a child he had personally raised. The vivid memories of those days still lingered in Ouyang's mind. After acquiring the system, he had encountered the orphaned Lung Qingsong, and, upon viewing the boy's attributes, decided to adopt him. Establishing a connection with the Chosen One early on was essential for survival. At the age of 5, Ouyang wandered with 3-year-old Lung Qingsong, scavenging for food. It wasn't until they met their master, Ouyang, that they found a semblance of stability. As Ouyang tearfully pleaded for both of them to be taken as disciples, he recalled the moment vividly. In a field, 5-year-old Ouyang and 3-year-old Lang Qingsong were devouring sweet potatoes they had pilfered from the earth when a Taoist priest, resembling a celestial being, descended before them. Young friends, you and I share a fateful bond. Would you be willing to become my disciples? The Taoist master is none other than my current mentor, Ouyang. Upon witnessing Ouyang descending from the heavens, Ouyang instinctively chose to decline. After all, he had awakened a system, and the little one he carried was the son of the realm. What mere commoners dared to assume the role of his master? Ouyang, taken aback by Ouyang's outright rejection, noticed that Lang Qingsong instinctively hid behind him, warily observing Ouyang. I implore you, allow your brother to become my disciple. Ouyang earnestly pleaded with Ouyang. What about me, Taoist master? The 5-year-old Ouyang inquired with hopeful anticipation. I can ensure you become a wealthy gentleman, Ouyang asserted, thumping his chest in assurance. I also wish to cultivate. Ouyang promptly rejected the offer. In comparison to your brother, it would be more beneficial for you to become a wealthy gentleman, Ouyang reluctantly remarked. If you do not accept my brother, then I shall not go either, Lang Qingsong declared, articulating his longest sentence to date. It was the early autumn, a time when all things were ripening, and both he and Lang Qingsong were taken as disciples by Ouyang, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. From that moment onward, the two were brought back to Xianxia sect by Ouyang and remained there until now. Upon their arrival at Xianxia sect, even the sect leader was stirred. The stir was naturally caused by my little brother, the protagonist, whose astonishing talents were so remarkable that even the sect leader could not resist the temptation to take Lang Qingsong as a disciple. However, Lang Qingsong, loyal to me, declined the sect leader's offer. Wherever my brother is, there I shall be, he reiterated, standing firmly behind Ouyang, once again voicing an unusually lengthy statement. Truly, he is a cherished child. Ouyang felt a deep sense of pride for his socially anxious younger brother. A gem obscured by dust. A gem obscured by dust, lamented the rejected sect leader as he departed from the small mountain peak, eliciting hearty laughter from his own master. As Ouyang regained his composure, he noticed Lang Qingsong had already seated himself at the table with a sword in hand, voraciously devouring food after 3 days of fasting. The sword intent surrounding him had yet to fully dissipate, and the chilling aura of his sword reverberated throughout the small courtyard. Across the table, Hututu, with his diminutive frame, trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the formidable presence of Lang Qingsong. In contrast to the earlier intimidating aura emanated by the third senior brother, this young man before him seemed capable of slaying him at a whim. Grandfather, is the mortal realm truly so perilous? I fear I may never return alive, Hututu lamented silently within. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu gazed gravely at the young Lang Qingsong seated at the table. Despite being merely a teenager, the pressure he exerted was astonishing. Such extraordinary talent. It seems I must redouble my efforts in cultivation, otherwise, my reincarnation as an ancient sword immortal would be rather laughable. Yet, Lang Qingsong remained utterly oblivious to the thoughts of the two individuals, his gaze drawn to the 3-eyed flower plume chicken on the dining table, which instantly brightened his expression as he reached out to grasp it. Ouyang swiftly tapped Lang Qingsong's outstretched hand with his chopsticks, furrowing his brow as he remarked, Have you washed your hands? We are about to eat. Lang Qingsong retracted his hand obediently and went to wash it. Upon his return, Ouyang, casting a gentle glance towards the still sifting Hututu, softly reassured, This is your second senior brother, Lang Qingsong, who is also my younger brother. Do not be misled by his fierce demeanor. He is surprisingly gentle. Ouyang spoke candidly, although this adopted brother exuded an aura of coldness that deterred others. After years of close companionship, he understood that his younger sibling merely suffered from social anxiety. Hututu managed a reluctant smile, signaling her understanding. Upon hearing Ouyang's introduction, Lang Qingsong looked at Hututu in astonishment and uttered a single word. Fox. What nonsense. It's perfectly stewed. Just eat. Ouyang interjected, shoving a chicken leg into Lang Qingsong's mouth, effectively silencing him. Once the meal concluded, each individual retreated to their respective rooms, each harboring their own thoughts. Only Ouyang's voice rang out towards Lang Qingsong, chiding Leave. Don't drag the quilt over here. Find your own space to sleep. Do not crowd into the same room with me. Meanwhile, Hututu lay back on her own bed, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. The events of the day had far exceeded her psychological expectations. Where exactly have I come to? She pondered, recalling her grandfather's earnest words before her departure. Child, as an innate Tao body, others will surely be unable to perceive your true form, so you must not disclose your identity. Otherwise, you may face dire consequences. Hututu mused that even her senior brothers must remain oblivious to her true nature as a spirit fox. Her delicate features contorted into a frown. She had come to Qingyun's sect with significant intentions, yet after merely one day, she felt overwhelmed by the pressure from the human race. Even a mere small peak was teeming with extraordinary talents, and the Qingyun sect, along with the entirety of humanity, was clearly beyond the capabilities of the demon race to contend with. Chapter 6. The senior brothers on the small peak unable to find rest for her thoughts regarding the future of the demon race. Hu Tutu rose early. After freshening up, she opened the door to find Bai Feiyu standing atop a tree, hands clasped behind his back. A faint purple light danced around him, resembling serpentine shadows that coiled gracefully. This added an otherworldly allure to Bai Feiyu's already imposing presence. Senior brother Bai remains as strikingly handsome as ever. Hu Tutu thought wistfully. Just as she was lost in admiration, she noticed the previously intimidating Ling Qingsong striding up from the mountainside, bare-chested and carrying a large tree. His chiseled features and sculpted physique glistened with dew and sweat, as if illuminated by an inner radiance. Yesterday, the second senior brother nearly frightened himself into submission. Yet now he appears quite perfect. Higi, I adore you, senior brother. Just as Hu Tutu was lost in admiration for the bare-chested Ling Qingsong, he gently set down the thick tree trunk resting on his shoulder, raising his hand. A clear and resonant sound of a sword echoed as an ancient longsword flew forth from Ling Qingsong's abode. Taking a moment to steady his breath, his gaze sharpened, and the long sword sliced through the air with the grace of a rainbow cutting through the sun. With a fierce stroke, the sword enveloped the tree trunk like a torrential downpour, and in an instant, the long sword returned to his hand. The once mighty tree trunk had transformed into mere planks of wood. What exceptional swordsmanship! Hu Tutu could not help but exclaim. Ling Qingsong cast a glance at Hu Tutu before lowering his head to gather the scattered planks. Senior brother, what are you doing? Hu Tutu boldly approached, offering a smile she believed to be sweet. With a nail clenched between his teeth, one hand holding the planks and the other wielding a hammer, Ling Qingsong coldly replied, repairing the house. Upon hearing this, Hu Tutu was momentarily taken aback, then recalled how Ling Qingsong had sent the entire roof flying during his breakthrough yesterday, while the eldest brother had insisted that the second brother repair the house today. Observing the once dreaded sword immortal now bearing planks, and effortlessly leaping onto the roof to begin repairs, the transformation was seamless. The fearsome cultivator, with a murderous aura, was indeed obediently following the mundane orders of the eldest brother. Just as Hu Tutu was still in astonishment, Chen Chongqing emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands with a cloth. Spotting Hu Tutu standing there in a daze, he smiled and said, Junior sister, good morning. The millet porridge will be ready shortly. Let us serve it together. All right, third senior brother. Hu Tutu nodded eagerly, bouncing towards the kitchen. Although Chen Chongqing exuded a somewhat disingenuous charm, as her senior brother, she believed he would not harm her without cause. Entering the kitchen, she approached the busy Chen Chongqing, rolling up her sleeves and inquiring, Senior brother, how may I assist you? Turning to face her, a mysterious gleam illuminated Chen Chongqing's eyes as he softly instructed, please tidy up the dishes and serve them. Hu Tutu nodded, cheerfully skipping to gather the dishes. Chen Chongqing watched her retreating figure, the peculiar light in his eyes intensifying. The future nine-tailed fox, the empress of all demons, was now his little junior sister? Could it be that everything had changed since his rebirth? Regardless, if he could establish a solid rapport early on, the tragic fate of his past life would not befall him again. Chen Chongqing was fervently contemplating his future path. He harbors a profound secret unknown to all. He has been reborn from the future. After enduring a decade of struggle in the post-apocalyptic world, he ultimately met his demise. In this lifetime, he is resolute in his ambition to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. Everything he lost, he is determined not to relinquish again in this second chance. In this life, he must survive and avoid recklessness, for he is surrounded by a remarkable group destined to achieve greatness in the future. Senior brother, what is burning? Hu Tutu, who was tidying up the dishes, sniffed the air in confusion. Oh no, the porridge is burnt. Chen Chongqing exclaimed, hurriedly stirring the pot with a long spoon, the charred aroma wafting forth. Furrowing his brow, he raised a finger and lightly touched the scorched millet porridge. A flicker of dark azure light passed over the concoction, and when he lifted his finger, it was covered in char. It seems this puppet body needs further enhancement, Chen Chongqing contemplated, before executing an astonishing maneuver. Unobtrusively, he detached the charred fingertip and concealed it within his sleeve, subsequently replacing it with a pristine new finger. As Chen Chongqing carried the breakfast, Hu Tutu placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Clutching a large bun in both hands, Hu Tutu glanced at Bai Feiyu, who stood nonchalantly against a tree. Then at Ling Qingsong, who had transformed into a repairman atop the roof. Third senior brother, who do you think is more handsome, second senior brother or fourth senior brother? Hu Tutu asked, her tone tinged with infatuation. Xianxia paused, considering his chopsticks. With a charisma rating of 9, he believed he had never been outshone in appearance. He simply refrained from revealing his true visage before others. They are both quite handsome, just like me. Xianxia replied with a serene smile. Hu Tutu cast a glance at Xianxia, whose countenance was rather ordinary, and suddenly burst into laughter. Yes, third senior brother, you are quite handsome too. Gazing at Hu Tutu's radiant smile, Xianxia found himself lost in thought, recalling his early days upon entering the sect, dressed in a blue robe, perched on a stone, and playfully removing his mask, a smile illuminating his eyes as he remarked, "Oh, what a handsome young fellow. Why wear a mask every day?" The memory of that blue robe, standing in the sunlight, seemed to envelop him in a golden halo, captivating his past self. Why does third senior brother seem so dazed and absent-minded? Hu Tutu pondered, biting into her bun, perplexed. Snapping back to reality, Xianxia recalled something and chuckled. I wonder if senior brother has risen yet. Sister, let me tell you, among our small mountain peak, never provoke the grumpy senior brother upon his awakening. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Hu Tutu set down his bun and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, third senior brother. It is not that I harbor any discontent towards senior brother, but I must ask, do you truly believe him to be the senior brother? A mere ordinary individual at the 9th level of Qi training, in comparison to his peers at the same age, might be considered exceptional. However, amidst such a gathering of prodigies, he undoubtedly appears rather mediocre. And prodigies are inherently proud, whether it be Lung Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, or the present Xianxia. How could they willingly submit to someone who is merely an ordinary person at the 9th level of Qi training? Xianxia, discerning the subtlety of Hu Tutu's inquiry, retracted his smile and regarded Hu Tutu with a serious demeanor. Tutu, although my words may be somewhat stern, I must convey this to you. Observing Xianxia's sudden gravity, Hu Tutu straightened up, recognizing the impoliteness of his previous remarks, and attentively prepared to absorb Xianxia's teachings. Senior brother Ouyang is our senior brother, and indeed the sole senior brother. Even if he aspires to become the leader of the Qingyan sect, none of us would raise any objections, Xianxia asserted with righteous fervor. As he noted Hu Tutu's partially comprehending expression, Xianxia silently added in his heart, regardless of what others may think, I, Xianxia, will protect senior brother Ouyang with my very life. Chapter 7. The profound and unfathomable senior brother. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, an extraordinary purple light erupted atop the small peak. Countless rays of dawn surged forth, enveloping the mountain. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth fervently converged upon the summit, transforming into golden lotuses that descended gracefully. The resonant sounds of the Tao reverberated through the air. A celestial phenomenon. A purple aura rose from the east. Someone has attained enlightenment. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he rose to his feet, a brilliant azure light emanating from him. Outside the small peak, numerous formations were instantly activated. What had previously appeared as a scene of chaos to outsiders now reverted to an ordinary sight. Bai Feiyu, standing with hands clasped behind him on a branch, slowly opened his eyes, the purple aura swirling within them. His sword intent was contained, yet it exuded the essence of a treasured blade sheathed within its scabbard. Hu Tutu distinctly sensed that everything around them seemed to transform into flying swords. Houses, trees, the green bricks upon the ground, even the air itself resembled sharp blades. Bai Feiyu murmured, all things are my sword. Instantly, the mountain peak resonated with the sound of countless swords, invisible blades responding to Bai Feiyu's voice. The previously clear sky suddenly swirled with a yellowish mist, accompanied by the sounds of stringed instruments and the beating of drums. As if the very heavens rejoiced in celebration for Bai Feiyu, Lung Qingsong, perched atop a roof while mending it, paused in his work, gazing at Bai Feiyu on the branch. A fierce battle intent flickered in his eyes. The swordsmanship understood by Bai Feiyu is a path that stands in stark contrast to his own. Originally, he could have embarked on this journey, yet he chose to decline. Rather than believing that all things are his sword, Lung Qingsong places greater faith in the blade he wields and, more importantly, in himself. The sword beside him seems to resonate with its master's surging battle intent, emitting a series of melodious chimes. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, perched on a branch, is immersed in an enigmatic state of enlightenment. His realm ascends rapidly, as the true essence within him converges and spirals at a pace visible to the naked eye. A resplendent golden Dan leaps forth from the tumultuous energy. The Dan is formed. Bai Feiyu lets out a long, triumphant roar, leaping skyward, accompanied by a chorus of sword sounds. Atop the rooftop, Lung Qingsong can no longer contain his fervor, transforming into a streak of black light as he charges towards Bai Feiyu. In contrast to Bai Feiyu's belief that all things are swords, Lung Qingsong embodies a solitary, proud sword soaring into the heavens. Aha, come forth. Bai Feiyu laughs heartily, morphing into a white streak of light as he races toward Lung Qingsong. Newly entered into the golden dance stage, his perfect sword heart has been achieved. What he now craves is an exhilarating battle to express the exuberance within his heart. The two streaks of light, one black and one white, collide in the sky hundreds of times in an instant. They refrain from employing their sword intent, relying solely on their sword techniques. Were they to unleash their sword intent, even small mountains would crumble under the residual force of their attacks. Although both are in the golden dance stage, they could easily slay a nascent soul stage cultivator with a single strike. What is a genius if not capable of defeating foes beyond their level? As they engage in combat, the sky is filled with the resonant sounds of swords clashing, dense as a torrential downpour. Below, Hututu gazes up at the two combatants radiating formidable pressure. Merely exchanging techniques, the overwhelming sword intent they inadvertently exude renders him immobile. His body stiffened. The magnificent sword energy instills a sense of trepidation, forbidding him from meeting their gaze. Observing their perilous yet spectacular duel, Hututu internally affirms that if he were to face either of them, a single strike would sever his foxtail. Is this truly the golden dance stage? The intensity of their presence surpasses even that of the formidable demons within his clan. They are clearly at the same golden dance stage as himself. Grandfather, this is nothing like my own golden dan. Hututu fervently screams within his mind. Xianxia, surrounded by a brilliant azure light, struggles to maintain the grand formation encircling the small mountain. The intangible sword intent emanating from the two is akin to a cataclysmic wave crashing against the carefully arranged formation he has labored to establish. Yet, for the sake of caution, Xianxia is reluctant to allow the events unfolding on the small mountain to be witnessed by those on nearby peaks. Steady now. Don't mess this up, you two rascals. Xianxia inwardly cursed his two rebellious disciples, lamenting how these sword cultivators often acted on impulse without any regard for consequences. Just as he felt he could no longer endure the situation, a sudden exclamation of frustration erupted from Ouyang's dwelling. Can't a person get a moment's rest early in the morning? With Ouyang's voice resonating, the unusual phenomenon atop the small peak momentarily stilled. A torrent of true energy, akin to a tsunami, surged forth from Ouyang's chamber, dispersing the ethereal yellow energy in the sky. Instantly, the heavens cleared, and all the profound sounds of the Tao and the yellow energy vanished without a trace. The fierce combat between Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong was abruptly interrupted as they were swept away by this overwhelming wave of true energy, sending them hurtling beyond the small peak. Ouyang, with reddened eyes and disheveled attire, stormed out of his room, scolding and hastily donning his clothes while wielding a paper fan crafted from folded paper. As Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu returned to the summit of the small peak, they were suddenly grasped by an unseen force, rendering them motionless. Sharing a knowing smile, they were swiftly pulled from the air. Ouyang, brandishing the paper fan, delivered a couple of sharp slaps to their heads, admonishing them, "You're quite capable, aren't you? Wrecking the house, just as you've demolished the dwelling. Are you now intent on dismantling the peak? With no home left, you might as well sleep on the streets." Having grown accustomed to being scolded by his elder brother, Lung Qingsong stood obediently as Ouyang vented his frustration. In contrast, Bai Feiyu, who had recently reached the core formation stage, wore a cheerful, letting Ouyang's words pass through one ear and out the other. Hututu watched the elder brother berating them with arms akimbo, recalling the overwhelming surge of true energy that had pressed down on him like a mountain, rendering him immobile amidst the clash between Bai and Lang. How could the elder brother have propelled both of them away with such immense true energy? Was he truly only at the 9th layer of chi refinement? The two who had moments ago seemed like warriors now appeared as helpless chicks under Ouyang's reprimand, gazing at him in disbelief. Could it be that he was genuinely only at the 9th layer of chi refinement? Hututu remembered Xianxia's earlier words. If the elder brother wishes to become the leader of the Qingyun sect, we three have no objections. If you all have no objections, then I, Tutu, also have none. Chapter 8. The Master of Love does not simply extend his hand reprimands aside. Mealtime was a different matter. After venting his morning irritation, Ouyang noticed the two indifferent disciples and sighed internally before allowing them to go eat. After their meal, Lung Qingsong returned to repair his rooftop, while Bai Feiyu climbed back to the tree to stabilize his cultivation. Xianxia intended to descend the mountain to reinforce his formations. Only Ouyang and Hututu remained. Since ascending the mountain yesterday, Hututu had been in a state of shock, and now he felt utterly numb. Regardless of the astonishing prowess exhibited by the swordplay of the remarkable Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, or the seemingly unassuming Xianxia, All were capable of effortlessly overpowering her. Even her elder brother, whom she believed to be merely a master of the 9th level of qi cultivation, could easily subdue her in combat against Qing Song and Bai Fei Yu. In that moment, she, who was hailed as the rare beauty and genius of Qingxiu Mountain in 3,000 years, felt like a mere jest. With her small face drooping, Hu Tutu stood beside Ouyang, who was busy packing to depart, and softly lamented, "Elder brother, am I foolish and useless?" Ouyang, placing a shovel into the basket behind him, turned curiously to the downcast Hu Tutu, gently patting her fluffy little head and reassuring her, "Silly child. How could you be foolish? You are truly wonderful, elder brother." Hu Tutu giggled, embracing Ouyang and nuzzling against his thigh. At first glance, she thought her elder brother was merely an ordinary person, but now he appeared truly admirable. He possessed an inexplicable affability and a delightful scent of bamboo, reminiscent of the bamboo bed at her home in Qingxiu Mountain. "I adore you the most, elder brother." Ouyang picked up the tiny Hu Tutu and placed her in the bamboo basket on his back, smiling as he said, "Let us go. From today onwards, you shall be a member of the Little Mountain Peak. Come with me to gather herbs." I excel at finding spiritual herbs," Hu Tutu exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Ouyang carried Hu Tutu towards the back mountain. The Qingyun sect occupied the sacred land of Qingyun, comprising 72 peaks. However, only the outer 12 peaks were accessible to the public, while the remaining 60 peaks lay within the inner sanctum of the sacred land. Centered around the main peak, Qingyun Peak, the peaks were arranged in a manner that tightly encircled the sacred land. The other 11 peaks included Sword Peak, Jade Maiden Peak, Spirit Beast Peak, Miscellaneous Studies Peak, 5 Elements Peak, Alchemy Peak, Artifact Peak, Punishment Peak, Martial Peak, Heavenly Transformation Peak, and Little Mountain Peak. Each peak represented the cultivation methods that they specialized in. The remaining 60 peaks were typically forbidden areas, inhabited by the revered elders of the Qingyun sect who devoted themselves to arduous practices. To ensure the safety of the disciples and to avoid disturbing the solemn tranquility of the elders, it was strictly forbidden for inner disciples to enter these areas uninvited. Should they be caught by the muscular men of Punishment Peak, they would undoubtedly face both physical and psychological torment. However, Little Mountain Peak held a unique status. Unlike the other 11 peaks situated at the periphery, the newly established Little Mountain Peak was located further within. Thus, it was inherently part of the forbidden area. Yet it was not regarded as an intrusion. Moreover, the prohibitions imposed by the sect had little bearing on Little Mountain Peak. Ouyang, within the confines of the entire forbidden area, could be described as recklessly adventurous. While carrying Hu Tutu, he began to introduce her to the daily tasks at Little Mountain Peak, in contrast to the various cultivation methods mastered by each peak. The unique forte of the Little Mountain Peak lies in the art of healing. Indeed, Little Mountain Peak serves as the modest apothecary for the entire Qingyun sect. In days gone by, my master, Hu Yun, was renowned as a masterful healer, particularly in gynecology, a compassionate elder brother to many. However, the disciples he took under his wing were all born with rebellious spirits, where nearly every ounce of their being was steeped in contrariness. Thus, no one was eager to inherit Hu Yun's most cherished medical skills, often leaving him in a state of quiet melancholy, lamenting the lack of a worthy successor to his vast knowledge. Although Ouyang himself was not particularly inclined to adopt his master's medical expertise as the eldest disciple, he found himself persistently urged by his master, absorbing knowledge through sheer proximity, and eventually grasped the essentials. All were cultivators. Thus, ordinary ailments were rare occurrences. Even if one were to catch a cold or succumb to a fever, the flow of vital energy would swiftly dispel the affliction. In cases of poisoning or injury, the Pill Peak boasted an array of miraculous elixirs, ensuring one would be restored to vitality with but a single dose. Should even the Pill Peak be unable to remedy the situation, one might as well declare the feast commenced. Hence, the medical practices at Little Mountain Peak could be deemed rather superfluous. The knowledge gleaned from past lives proved of little utility here. One could not possibly take a cultivator in the core formation stage aside and gently suggest, "What you perceive as core formation is merely a stone. It ought to be excised." Nor could one approach a nascent soul practitioner and proclaim, "What nascent soul do you speak of? You are simply with child." What? You are male? Then it is a teratoma that requires surgical intervention. Cultivation? What manner of cultivation is this? Do you trust in science? Your minds appear to be unwell. Perhaps a visit to a mental health facility is in order. The healing arts at Little Mountain Peak consist primarily of pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, and herbal prescriptions, though they largely serve as psychological counseling. After all, how else could one explain why their master was lauded as a gynecological virtuoso? The elder sisters of cultivation require emotional support. Regrettably, I did not inherit my master's exceptional emotional intelligence. What? Do not complain. Embrace me. Proximity to virtue brings sweetness. I am 9. You are 3. Apart from you, there is none other. Do you know what my flaw is? It is you, my flaw. How can a being of several centuries utter such words with unabashed audacity? When accompanying my master to the Yunu Peak to attend to the elder sisters, each return was marked by my master's long sighs, lamenting the uncarvable nature of the wood. Yet, as I listened to my master's rustic romantic musings, I found myself somewhat repulsed, even scoffing at the absurdity. Is cultivation truly so tedious? Can such corny declarations captivate the hearts of the elder sisters? I was simply too indifferent to engage in such banalities. After all, with the data of my past life at my disposal, such phrases could easily roll off my tongue. As Ouyang regaled his master with various corny lines from his previous life, his master's expressions transformed from disdain to astonishment, from astonishment to gravity, and ultimately, to the earnest scribbling of notes in a little notebook. And in a single night, he proclaimed that he had a worthy successor, then, with exuberance, ventured forth, clutching the newly acquired Bible. As he ambled along the mountain path, Ouyang casually plucked a sweetgrass root, breaking off a piece for his companion Hutu, while the remainder nestled between his own lips, a mischievous smile curling at the corners. In this world, love is measured in weights, and I, Ouyang, claim 12 dough for myself, while the world owes me 2. He. I am indeed the romantic sage of this age. Chapter 9. I shall unveil my junior brother's secrets. Elder brother, your smile is rather lewd. Hutu's voice intrusively chimed in. Ouyang, suddenly reminded of the pesky shadow trailing behind him, cleared his throat and replied, Hutu, you are still too young. Do not speak frivolously. Oh, Hutu responded, then turned his gaze toward the forbidden grounds of the Xianxia sacred land. Indeed, the Xianxia sect, one of the 9 sacred sites, boasts scenery akin to a celestial realm, where mountains connect and undulate in harmonious waves. The perilous wooden pathway winding through the hills resembles ribbons dancing amidst the verdant landscape, creating a uniquely splendid vista. In the depths of the canyon, a mysterious mist rises, enveloping the air in an ethereal veil, intricately crafting a picturesque landscape. One could hardly discern whether it was man traversing the scenery or the scenery flowing with the passage of man. How beautiful! Hutu whispered in awe. This place is even more stunning than Xianxia Mountain. Recalling Xianxia Mountain, Hutu remembered the purpose for which his grandfather had sent him here. Within the vast mountains of the Xianxia sect lies a treasure belonging to the Fox clan, the legendary 8-tailed spirit fox, who has secluded itself in the deep mountains. For millennia, the first cultivator to attain to 8 tails from Xianxia Mountain has been hidden away in these very peaks, diligently honing its skills. His quest was to seek out this venerable elder and inquire about the means to fully awaken the power of his bloodline. Yet this elder had vowed to remain at odds with Xianxia Mountain throughout this lifetime, altering their appearance until, over a decade ago, the elder broke through to the realm of the 7-tailed spirit fox, causing a cosmic phenomenon. Only then did the entire cultivation world become aware of the existence of a formidable beast cultivator within the Xianxia sect. However, even the Xianxia sect itself was oblivious to the exact whereabouts of this beast cultivator, as long as they could provide assistance when called upon. Regardless of whether they were human or beast, Hutu's sole purpose was to seek guidance from this esteemed fox cultivator on how to unlock his own bloodline's potential. Though he possessed the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox, many foxes throughout history had shared this lineage, yet throughout their lives, they never transcended the 7-tailed realm. This great 8-tailed spirit fox had achieved such prowess without the 9-tailed bloodline, reaching the 8-tailed realm through sheer effort, rivaling those in the tribulation phase. Upon learning of this, the elderly figures within Xianxia Mountain lamented their missed opportunities, chastising themselves through the night. The Fox clan has long been weakened. Yet due to their striking appearances, handsome men and beautiful women, they are often captured to assist others in their cultivation, suffering frequent bullying both among the demon race and the human race. After much anticipation, a powerful figure comparable to a tribulation stage cultivator emerged, only to create a rift with the esteemed Xianxia Mountain. I truly feel I have let down our ancestors. The elders of Xianxia Mountain have visibly lost weight during those days. Hutu has come to Xianxia sect in search of the renowned 8-tailed spirit fox's grandmaster, determined to acquire the cultivation methods at any cost. This quest is not solely for my own benefit, but also for the ultimate strength of the entire Fox clan. I must persevere. Hutu encouraged herself inwardly. Gathering her courage, Hutu, nestled in a bamboo basket, asked, Senior brother, since you often traverse the forbidden grounds, Have you ever encountered an exceptionally handsome grandmaster? After all, cultivators from the Fox clan are often strikingly beautiful, leaving a lasting impression. Surely, if senior brother had met such a figure, he would remember, right? An exceptionally handsome grandmaster? Ouyang paused in surprise, reflecting before shaking his head and responding, no. I have yet to encounter anyone more handsome than Beiji or Xiaobai. Besides, the individuals here are largely ancient beings who have lived for an unknown duration. What beauty could they possess? Suddenly, Ouyang hesitated. Sensing that his junior sister's fixation on appearances was troubling, such inclinations could lead to her being deceived. This educational matter needs to be addressed from a young age. Tutu. There is nothing wrong with appreciating beauty, but an obsession with it can become pathological. Do you understand? Ouyang spoke earnestly, startled by the unexpected admonition. Tutu momentarily lost her response. Ouyang continued, some individuals are merely pleasing in appearance, yet lack substance. Your second senior brother is quite handsome. Yet he wet the bed at 10. Second senior brother wet the bed at 10? Tutu exclaimed in astonishment. I stopped wetting the bed when I was 4. It was surprising to learn that the seemingly unapproachable and cold Lang Qingsong had faced such an embarrassing ordeal at 10. This revelation made Tutu feel somewhat vindicated. Indeed, Xiaobai is quite handsome as well, yet he used to cry at the slightest provocation. Ouyang said in a moment of whimsy. Tutu had not cried in ages. The thought that her upright and serene senior brother Xiaobai could be so emotionally expressive delighted her. Compared to them, it seemed she was indeed. The competitive spirit of youth dispelled the earlier blows to Tutu's confidence, prompting her to encourage her senior brother to share more amusing anecdotes about her two senior brothers. Ouyang, indulging in his mischievous side, sought to both bolster Tutu's self-esteem and humorously tarnish the reputations of the two rascals. What creature, after using the restroom, runs about with bare cheeks, and what being, while bathing, cries out to its master due to the sting of scrubbing? What folly leads two individuals to face each other, inadvertently showering one another with their own urine? The entire valley resounded with laughter, reminiscent of playful chicks. Meanwhile, atop a small peak, the cool green pine, engaged in roofing, sneezed violently, causing the white-feathered bird perched upon it to nearly tumble from its branch. In unison, the two exchanged glances, each harboring a thought, could this fellow be cursing me inwardly without having ever fought me? How childish. They both huffed in unison. Chapter 10. Into the mountains to gather herbs. As one ventured deeper into the forbidden realms, the surrounding scenery grew increasingly enchanting. Great fish swam through the woods, while mushrooms towered towards the heavens. White cranes danced amidst the mountains, and fierce tigers were mounted by riders. Ouyang and Tutu leisurely traversed the forest atop a colossal white tiger with shimmering eyes. Tutu, sitting in front, swung her feet playfully and, undeterred, probed Ouyang with a question. Senior brother, what little animal do you cherish the most? Feigning deep contemplation, Ouyang stroked his chin and jested. I rather fancy little foxes. Tutu exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight as she turned her head, quickly concealing her joyful expression from Ouyang. I also adore little foxes. But little foxes may not necessarily fancy senior brother. She retorted nonchalantly, though her heart brimmed with joy. If senior brother likes foxes, does that not imply he likes me? Ouyang, observing Tutu's elated, round face, couldn't help but reflect on the saying that daughters are their father's cherished treasures. Indeed, this sentiment rings true. Who could resist such a charming little treasure? Then, senior brother, are there foxes here? Tutu inquired, seamlessly continuing the conversation. Indeed, within Qingyun Valley, where myriad beasts roam, there are certainly foxes. Ouyang replied. Could you take me to see the foxes? She asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with hope. Perhaps she yearns for home. Wishing to glimpse her kin? Ouyang pondered, contemplating his sister's small request. Naturally, he readily agreed. The two dismounted from the majestic tiger, and Ouyang patted the beast, signaling it to depart. The aura of the king of beasts lingered, deterring ordinary animals from approaching. Once the tiger had wandered far, Ouyang retrieved a rope from his pack and began to arrange it on the ground. Senior brother, what are you doing? Tutu queried, observing him as he fiddled with the rope, while simultaneously warming a chicken leg he intended to have for lunch. I am crafting a trap to catch a fox for you, Ouyang replied, not lifting his gaze. As Ouyang gazed at the rudimentary trap in his hands, Tutu felt a twinge of indignation, sensing that his intelligence as a fox was being underestimated. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked, Master brother, how could such a crude trap possibly ensnare a clever fox? Ouyang, having savored the aroma of a freshly heated chicken leg, contentedly placed it within the noose of the trap. As he pulled Tutu away from the trap's location, he spoke with unwavering confidence. It will certainly work. I've even caught the sect leader using this method before. Tutu looked at Ouyang, confusion written across his face. as if he had inadvertently stumbled upon a dark secret regarding the leader of Qinyan sect. After Ouyang and Hututu departed, a long-hidden creature emerged from the shadows. With its gray fur, bushy tail, and a square face that bore an expression of bewilderment. The creature would have elicited an exclamation from Ouyang. Is that not the 8th emoticon from my WeChat collection, the Tibetan fox? The Tibetan fox circled the trap, a glimmer of mockery flashing in its eyes. A mere cultivator in the chi refining stage. Accompanied by a member of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, I had thought they were up to something significant, but it appears they merely intend to capture me? The fox's lifeless eyes were filled with a profound wisdom. How unfortunate it would be for one as sagacious as I to fall so easily into such a simplistic snare. Furthermore, I am a noble 8-tailed spirit fox. With a low, sardonic chuckle. The Tibetan fox's gaze shifted back to the aromatic chicken leg at the center of the crude trap. As a creature of cunning disposition, it found itself utterly powerless against the allure of poultry. After all, chickens, you are too beautiful. Unaware of any peril, the fox extended its paw toward the chicken leg. The moment it seized the delectable morsel, the noose suddenly tightened. Yet, before the formidable 8-tailed spirit fox, the trap was simply too slow. With one paw, the Tibetan fox grasped the chicken leg and leisurely brought it to its mouth. Oh, the three-eyed flowered rooster is ever so delightful. Just as the Tibetan fox was savoring its feast, the previously dormant rope sprang to life, ensnaring its neck with the swiftness of lightning. Leaving the fox no time to react, the unremarkable rope constricted like a serpent, binding it tightly. In a state of panic, the fox attempted to channel its demonic power to sever the bindings, only to be horrified to discover that its immense power sank like a stone into the ocean, utterly beyond its control. It was then that the Tibetan fox recalled Ouyang's earlier words. I've caught the sect leader using this method. Could it be that the lad was not jesting after all, as the fox prepared to unleash its innate divine ability to break free from the rope? It suddenly felt a numbing sensation coursing through its body, collapsing helplessly to the ground as consciousness began to fade. Alas, the rope is a magical artifact, and it is laced with poison. The fox felt the bindings constricting it in a most humiliating manner, sending it into a panic. Could it be that a being of my caliber, a transcendent figure in the tribulation stage, is truly destined to be dishonorably bound here? Feeling the tightening of the rope, the Tibetan fox, in its final moments of consciousness, fervently cried out, "No, but I am in the tribulation phase." Similarly, the fox named Hututu sensed something amiss and abruptly lifted its head, exclaiming, "Hey, senior brother, did you hear someone shouting?" Ouyang, who was meticulously digging up a spirit herb, replied without turning, "Is it hungry? There's food in the backpack." "Humph, I am not hungry," Hututu retorted, fiddling with the freshly woven flower crown, which it placed upon its head. It then scampered over to the backpack and eagerly retrieved a fragrant roasted chicken. With a satisfied bite, Hututu's little face puffed up like a bun, exuding the bliss of a contented hamster feasting. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Hututu halted its chewing, staring blankly at the heavens. A colossal, three-headed monster bird appeared before its eyes. The beast's gaze glinted with a menacing red light, and a terrifying pressure emanated from its form. "Senior brother, there's a big bird in the sky. It looks so fierce," Hututu stammered, calling out to Ouyang beside it. Ouyang cautiously cradled the spirit herb he had unearthed and, upon hearing Hututu's voice, turned to gaze upward. As the three-headed monster bird came into view, Ouyang's expression darkened upon seeing the red glow in the creature's eyes. "This monster has awakened its bloodline power and transformed into a ferocious beast. Come here, Tutu, by my side," Ouyang instructed Hututu. Hututu swiftly hid inside the backpack, peeking out with a nervous expression as it watched the giant bird above. The three-headed creature, nearly 20 meters in length, fixated its fierce gazes upon the two below, seemingly targeting them. Just as Hututu was gripped with anxiety, it suddenly heard Ouyang's voice. "Tutu, after 2 days of roasted chicken, how about trying the taste of roasted bird?" Chapter 11. Spellcraft? It arrives without applause. Although Hututu was unaware of its senior brother's true prowess, it was certain that this morning, Ouyang had easily subdued the formidable second and fourth brothers simply by waking up grumpy, which surely spoke to his exceptional strength. Therefore, it felt no fear whatsoever. "You foul bird in the sky, my senior brother is an incredibly powerful chi practitioner," Hututu boldly shouted at the three-headed monster bird above. Ouyang, with a face full of black lines, looked at Hututu, who was hiding in the backpack and cheering for him. While he understood that his little junior sister was rallying him on, it sounded to him more like she was berating him as a weakling in the chi phase. Ouyang turned his gaze back to the three-headed monster bird. Name: three-headed monster bird, failure of bloodline awakening. Cultivation level: 6-fold nascent soul root bone. For charisma: 1 luck, 1 special qualities, none unique skills, None evaluation. Ants are not worthy of evaluation. Upon witnessing the attribute panel of the three-headed monstrous bird before him, Ouyang felt a sense of relief. After all, it was merely a trivial creature. His disdainful gaze seemed to have been perceived by the beast in the sky. The three heads of the bird swayed frantically, suddenly lifting and revealing their gaping maws. One head unleashed a torrent of flames, another emitted a fierce gale, while the central head spewed forth a nauseating acidic spray. As the flames met the acid, the fire surged uncontrollably, further fueled by the tempestuous winds. In an instant, the sky transformed into a blazing inferno. Ah, so it is a fool who understands physics. Ouyang remarked in astonishment at the creature's adept use of composite techniques. Yet, it was futile. Unhurried, Ouyang retrieved a book, scrutinizing its contents until comprehension dawned upon him. Having noted the flow of his vital energy, he casually discarded the volume and clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Water dragon." The vital energy within him surged forth like a boundless ocean, and steam began to swirl around Ouyang. With a roar, a colossal water dragon ascended. Elongating gracefully as it soared towards the monstrous bird, the enveloping vapor simultaneously charging toward the inferno. The once menacing flames seemed to recoil in fear. Extinguished instantly by the onslaught of water vapor, the mighty dragon reared its head, its claws pinning the three-headed creature, and without a mournful cry, it was devoured whole. The dragon, having consumed the beast, swayed jubilantly in the sky, as if reveling in its newfound life. The eyes, once mere vapor, gradually sparkled with vitality. A subtle aura of draconic dominance began to manifest around the water dragon. It was on the verge of awakening. Furrowing his brow, Ouyang observed the undulating dragon in the sky, acutely aware of the vital energy that was swiftly depleting within him. Although the loss was insignificant compared to his vast reservoir of 900 million units of vital energy, it was evident that the water dragon was no longer heeding his command. This was a recurring issue. With each spell he cast, the resulting manifestation would inevitably slip from his control. With a cold snort, Ouyang raised his hand and commanded, "Abominable creature, reveal your true form." He then severed the connection between the water dragon and his vital energy. In that instant, the dragon let out a mournful cry, dissolving into a mist that rained down upon the earth. Accompanying its descent was the lifeless body of the three-headed bird, hidden within the backpack. Hutuda gazed at the seemingly divine elder brother before him, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He had always known that his elder brother was formidable, but he had never anticipated such extraordinary prowess in water-based techniques. The summoned water dragon appeared so lifelike that, for a fleeting moment, I felt the overwhelming pressure of a true dragon, nearly causing me to lose control of myself. My senior brother is truly remarkable. Hututu clapped her hands in exuberance, fervently praising Ouyang like an infatuated fan. Upon hearing the adoration in his little junior sister's voice, Ouyang proudly placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Hututu swiftly emerged from her basket, racing towards the manual that Ouyang had casually discarded moments earlier. Surely, the book he had been perusing contained supreme techniques. With cunning, Hututu seized the manual and eagerly opened what sparkled in her eyes as a tome of golden legends. The title scrawled across its cover read, "Fundamentals of the 5-Element Escape Techniques." What? That title? Hututu's heart sank as she flipped through the pages, discovering that the spells contained within were merely rudimentary techniques suitable for the chi refining stage. Such spells, numbering in the thousands, were widely circulated even among ordinary human realms. This was hardly a true manual. Wait, could it be that the true secrets lay hidden within the seemingly mundane introductory text? A flash of insight struck Hututu, and she couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. Truly, I am brilliant. She triumphantly lifted the manual above her head, her legs dancing with excitement as she ran towards Ouyang, exclaiming, "Senior brother, your supreme technique manual." Ouyang, still basking in the afterglow of his own pretentiousness, had yet to regain his composure when he saw Hututu thrusting the very book he had carelessly discarded, Fundamentals of the 5-Element Escape Techniques, right before him. Ouyang cleared his throat awkwardly, and under Hututu's eager gaze, he quickly stowed away the manual he had used to prop up the table leg. After all, it was perhaps best that his junior sister remained oblivious to the fact that he could only learn techniques of the chi refining stage. Even if the power he wielded did not resemble the typical spells of that stage, at its core, it was still fundamentally a technique of the chi refining realm. When confronted with advanced spells, he found himself utterly bewildered, akin to deciphering an alien manuscript. These chi refining techniques, upon being utilized even once, would make him forget the exact flow of his vital energy instantaneously. Without revisiting the text, he would be incapable of executing them a second time. He had once inquired with his master about this, only to receive the cryptic response, "Techniques should not be shared with the unworthy." Such old-timers relished in weaving enigmatic phrases to elevate their own stature. Ouyang could only conclude that the root of the problem lay in his utter lack of aptitude for such techniques. Thus, when not perusing that book, his only means of attack remained the sheer eruption of pure vital energy. In simpler terms, explosive energy. He was no extraterrestrial simian. Such displays revealed a striking lack of technical prowess. Master brother, are you employing the secret water escape technique of the Qingyan sect? Hututu gazed at Ouyang with admiration. Ouyang cleared his throat and replied in a hushed tone, "Indeed, it is so. Your elder brother is a legendary prodigy in the art of techniques." Wow! Hututu gasped in awe, her mouth agape. Satisfied with having garnered his junior sister's admiration, Ouyang took hold of his burdensome companion and declared, "Let us proceed and see if our trap has ensnared a fox." Chapter 12. Let us raise a pet in the tribulation stage, a Tibetan fox. Ensnared in ropes resembling a tortoiseshell, hung despondently from a tree. I must remain silent. If those old fellows lurking here catch sight of me in such a predicament, my dignity as a tribulation stage expert would be utterly shattered. I must not utter a sound. I am willingly bound, merely finding this predicament amusing. The Tibetan fox silently reassured itself, yet it dared not move. With every slightest shift, the ropes tightened, and the bell around its neck rang painfully. Tears welled in the fox's heart, yet its expression remained blank and unperturbed. Fortunately, its foolishly round face betrayed none of the tumultuous emotions roiling within. "Master brother, may I learn such profound techniques in the future?" Hututu's voice echoed from afar. In desperation, the Tibetan fox chose to feign death. Oh, Tutu has truly caught a fox. A round-faced Tibetan fox. How could such a creature exist in this forest? Ouyang marveled at the seemingly lifeless fox. Just as he was about to approach for a closer look, he hesitated. Name, Ouyang, eight-tailed spirit fox. Cultivation, first layer of tribulation stage bone structure. 8 charm, 0. 5 luck, 1. 5 talent, would attribute bonus exclusive skill. 8-tailed spirit fox form evaluation. Appearance may not signify all, yet it accounts for a considerable portion. Ouyang's brow furrowed at the sight of the attributes before him. A spirit fox in the tribulation stage? He glanced at Hututu beside him, pondering whether this creature was the covert protector assigned to safeguard his junior sister. Had the demon clan become so affluent as to employ a tribulation stage expert for the protection of a mere girl? However, Hututu appeared utterly perplexed, entirely unrecognizing of the Tibetan fox. "Master brother, is this truly a fox? It looks rather unappealing." Hututu pointed at the Tibetan fox. Ouyang nodded in response. "It is indeed a type of fox. Although it may be somewhat unattractive, it is undeniably a bona fide fox." Listening to their conversation, the Tibetan fox seethed with indignation, clenching its teeth in fury. Were it not for its inability to move, it would have relished the opportunity to exact revenge upon these audacious youngsters who dared to discuss its appearance. It loathed having others comment on its looks. Ouyang feared that the, once freed from its bonds, might suddenly lash out in rage. Although he was not afraid of it, he could not disregard the presence of the bewildered Hututu behind him. "Tutu, please stay here while I release it," Ouyang instructed. After receiving a compliant response from Hututu, he approached the and began to untie it. This rope was gifted to him by his master, reputed to be capable of restraining even immortals, provided that one continuously infused it with true energy. Most importantly, it imposed no restrictions based on cultivation level, making it perfectly suited for someone like him, who was only in the chi refining stage and unable to wield magical artifacts. As soon as Ouyang untied the rope, the bound suddenly opened its eyes wide. The world around them froze in an instant as the oppressive aura unique to a tribulation-transcending expert descended upon them. "You insolent brat! How dare you, ouch!" They attempted to threaten Ouyang, only to have its throat grasped and pressed to the ground by Ouyang's hand, eliciting a cry of pain. "Keep your voice down. Don't think I don't know who you are. If you dare to act recklessly, I shall turn you into a fur coat." Ouyang threatened with a chilling tone. Stunned, Ouyang, pinned to the ground, was taken aback that this boy had uttered his true name. As a tribulation-transcending expert, he found himself helpless beneath the weight of a mere human boy. He initially intended to summon his true essence, yet discovered that his energy was firmly suppressed within his dantian by the boy's true energy, rendering him immobile. He was indeed a formidable cultivator of the tribulation stage, the strongest existence in the world, yet here he was, unable to retaliate against this youth. Was this boy perhaps an ancient immortal, come down to experience the mortal realm? Goodness, he had been masquerading as a fool, only to encounter someone even more cunning. Ouyang surmised that this young man was a concealed, ancient monster. Otherwise, how could he, a tribulation expert, be utterly powerless against him? Had this old monster already reached that legendary realm? Trembling internally, Ouyang quickly adopted a humble tone. Senior, I understand now. Please show mercy. Senior? Ouyang was momentarily perplexed by Ouyang's words, but replied, I have no intention of making things difficult for you. As a tribulation expert, you must also be a venerable elder of the Xianxia sect, correct? Amuse that little fox behind me, and I shall set you free. Otherwise, I will ensure your soul is obliterated. Although Ouyang was merely at the qi refining stage and had no comprehension of what a soul entailed, he thought that if they dared to resist again, he would simply scatter its ashes. Was the tribulation stage truly that formidable? He had defeated countless elders hiding in seclusion. Had he not? The held-down Tibetan fox nodded repeatedly, and only then did Ouyang lift the fox, a smile gracing his face as he approached Tutu. Tutu, look, this is the fox from Xianxia sect. Ouyang waved the Tibetan fox before Tutu's eyes. To authenticate the fox's identity, he deliberately revealed the bell attached to it for Tutu to see. This action was akin to showing an adult image to a young girl, causing Tutu to squeal in embarrassment. Ahem. Ouyang then recalled that Tutu was also a fox, and his earlier gesture had indeed been somewhat indecorous. The light in Ouyang's eyes had vanished, and he felt utterly humiliated in front of his kin, especially as a direct descendant of the nine-tailed celestial fox lineage. With his dead fish eyes fixed on the sun, he thought, devoid of any emotion, the sunlight today is particularly blinding. Senior brother, he's so ugly. Hee, but adorably ugly.
Tutu remarked playfully, cautiously poking fur on Ouyang's body. This peculiar fox was something she had never encountered on Xianxia Mountain, and its novelty intrigued her.
Upon hearing Tutu's words, Ouyang's ears twitched, and his lifeless gaze turned towards his kin. For the first time in a millennium, a family member had praised his cuteness. Seeing the Tibetan fox gaze at him, Tutu's unusual aesthetic was immediately captivated by its charmingly awkward appearance. She extended her hand towards Ouyang, exclaiming, Senior brother, let me hold him. After giving Ouyang a warning glance, Ouyang handed Ouyang over to Tutu. With effort, Tutu lifted Ouyang, who was nearly her height, and as she stroked his sleek fur, a sense of kinship filled her with joy. Though he seemed unappealing at first, the more she looked, the cuter he became. Tutu cherished him as if he were a new toy. Ouyang observed his little junior sister with a perplexed expression, truly unable to comprehend her taste. However, the next statement from Tutu made Ouyang feel conflicted. With pleading eyes, she beseeched, Senior brother, let us take him back to the small peak and raise him. Chapter 13. The Tibetan fox in the tribulation stage. It was a dilemma. Faced with his little junior sister's hopeful gaze, Ouyang could hardly bring himself to refuse. Yet, the Tibetan fox in his arms was a transcendent eight-tailed spirit fox in the tribulation stage. Although Ouyang did not regard the tribulation stage as particularly formidable, any cultivator of such caliber would be revered as an esteemed guest in any of the 9 sacred lands. How could one keep a tribulation stage expert as a pet? Would they disregard the dignity of a tribulation stage powerhouse? I am willing. Ouyang suddenly communicated telepathically to Ouyang. Ouyang gazed in astonishment at the lifeless, fish-like eyes of Ouyang nestled in Tutu's embrace. She is my kin, and I am curious to understand why a member of my clan would venture to Xianxia sect, especially as she is the first in centuries to commend my appearance. Ouyang remarked nonchalantly. Isn't this reasoning a tad contrived? Ouyang questioned, scrutinizing Ouyang with suspicion, unable to discern the true nature of the fox spirit before him. Yet, as a cultivator in the qi refining stage, he lacked the sophistication to employ advanced communication techniques. Resorting instead to inquiring with his gaze, Ouyang harbored her own thoughts. Despite her profound resentment towards Xianxia Mountain, a loathing that had gradually festered from childhood ridicule, the sincere compliment from a fellow clanswoman stirred a sense of belonging within her. In contrast to humans, the demon race retained certain animalistic customs, and for the Fox clan, appearance was nearly as vital as life itself. Amongst the multitude of handsome men and beautiful women in her clan, Ouyang had long felt like an outcast, subjected to mockery and derision. The sudden recognition from a kindred spirit thawed her previously frozen heart somewhat. Moreover, there was the matter of Ouyang. At the tribulation stage, he stood at the pinnacle of this world. The path to immortality was long, yet he found himself at a terminus. Given time, he could amass the strength to reach the 9th layer of tribulation. But what lay beyond that? Throughout the ages, immortals had ceased to exist. Yet now, an immortal stood before him. Ouyang acutely sensed that her opportunity for ascendance lay with Ouyang, reinforcing her resolve to remain by his side. The girl had expressed her desire to care for her, a most coveted arrangement. As for the dignity of a tribulation stage cultivator, the bell had already been viewed by others. Did such notions still hold weight? Yielding to Tutu's pleas, Ouyang found no rationale to refuse. The only conceivable drawback was that this fox spirit might attempt to seize her little disciple's nine-tailed fox body. If that were the case, it would be wiser to keep the fox close rather than allow a schemer to lurk in the shadows. Should this fox spirit attempt to usurp her disciple's spirit? There were formidable entities specializing in soul manipulation atop the small peak. With determination set, Ouyang resolved, the fox spirit made her choice, and Hutu acquired her new pet. All parties were pleased, and joyfully, they made their way toward the small peak. The early autumn breeze had turned refreshingly cool, dispelling the earlier heat. Ouyang gestured, using her vital energy to pluck 2 spiritual fruits from the forest, sharing them with Hutu as they hurried toward the summit. The backpack contained the heart and demon core of the 3-headed monster bird, along with the spiritual herbs harvested that day. Hutu hummed an unfamiliar nursery rhyme, the melody echoing along the walkway. Everything seemed to radiate a serene tranquility. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the sky, landing before Ouyang. It was a paper crane. Ouyang extended his hand, and the paper crane gracefully settled in his palm, unfolding into a sheet of paper. Upon seeing the signature, Ouyang recalled that the formalities for his junior sister's entry into the Xianxia sect had yet to be completed. The signature on the yellow paper indicated Xianxia Peak, the principal summit of the sect. Whenever new inner disciples were accepted, they were required to ascend to Xianxia Peak to ignite their life lanterns. This lantern was not a means of control over the disciples, but rather a safeguard for them. As long as the lantern remained lit, it signified that its owner was alive. Should the flame dim, it indicated that the owner had sustained injuries. The guards at Xianxia Peak would employ secret methods to locate the lantern's owner and render assistance. This was the assurance provided to inner disciples by the Xianxia sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, reflecting the sect's care for its members. Only by lighting the life lantern, receiving a waste token, and being recorded in the sect's genealogy would Xianxia sect acknowledge individuals as disciples. This paper crane served as a reminder that it was time to accompany his junior sister to complete her formalities. He recalled that the last time he handled such paperwork was 5 or 6 years ago, when Xiaobai first joined. Without this paper crane, he might have nearly forgotten the matter. Ouyang took up his finger as a pen, channeling his vital energy as ink, and scrawled 3 words on the yellow paper. Got it. He then infused his vital energy into the paper, which promptly transformed back into a paper crane, joyfully fluttering around him before reluctantly soaring towards Xianxia Peak. After receiving Ouyang's vital energy, the paper crane had clearly become much more lively than when it had arrived. Ouyang returned to the small peak with Hutu and Huyin, just in time for dinner. Hutu solemnly introduced his new pet, Handsome, to several senior brothers. In the eyes of Lang Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, and Chen Changsheng, this appeared to be merely an oddly-looking fox. They assumed it was a manifestation of their junior sister's homesickness, and the fact that she was a fox was an unspoken understanding among them. Meanwhile, Huyin, being a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, easily concealed his aura in their presence, despite the 3 being exceptionally gifted talents. After dinner, they each returned to their quarters to rest. Hutu cradled Huyin, curling up on the bed, and softly murmured, "Handsome, you see, I am actually a fox too. Once I discover the perfect method to awaken my lineage, I will take you back to Xianxia Mountain, where all our kin reside." As Hutu babbled on, being merely a 5-year-old girl who had just left home, it was only natural for her to feel homesick in the initial days. Encountering a kindred spirit, even if it was just a fledgling fox lacking in wisdom, she shared many heartfelt words. Gradually, as she continued to speak, Hutu tilted her head and fell asleep on the bed. Huyin, observing her, felt a flicker of understanding cross his otherwise expressionless face. So she had come for the sake of her cultivation secrets? How typical of those old codgers. Huyin felt a tinge of disdain. Just as he was about to leap off the bed, he noticed Hutu curling up due to the chill. With a kind heart, he extended his paw to cover her with the blanket. However, Hutu seized his paw, and as Huyin attempted to withdraw it, she dreamily murmured, "Mama, I miss you so much." Chapter 14. The sect leader's disciple turned out to be the holy son of the demon clan. A knock on the door roused Hutu from her sugar-coated dream, causing her to blink sleepily. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, still disoriented about her surroundings. Ouyang, dressed in a green robe, entered the room. "Eldest senior brother, have you eaten yet?" Hutu asked, her voice still hazy. "It's too early for that, and today we won't be dining at our little peak. We're heading to Xianxia Peak for a meal. Hurry and get up. We need to light your everlasting lamp today," Ouyang replied with a smile. He then glanced at Huyin, who remained nestled at the head of the bed, showing no inclination to rise. Still in a daze, Hutu dressed and followed Ouyang out of the room. Upon looking up, she spotted Bai Feiyu standing on a branch, hands clasped behind his back. "Senior brother Bai, you're practicing so early. Truly diligent," Hutu exclaimed. "Showing off so early in the morning. I wonder who he is trying to impress." Come on, if we delay any longer. We'll miss lunch at Xianxia sect, Ouyang remarked, casting a glance at Bai Feiyu before turning back to urge Hatutu. Eldest senior brother. We aren't going to walk there, are we? Hatutu asked, eyeing her brother, though she was puzzled by why he was only at the 9th level of chi refinement. She knew that one at that level could not fly on a sword. Were they destined to trek the seemingly endless mountain path again? Ouyang shook his head, smiling, and said, we won't be climbing today. Someone from Xianxia Peak will come to fetch us. Just as he finished speaking, a melodious bird call rang out. Hatutu looked up to see a magnificent white crane circling above the small peak. A youthful voice resonated throughout the small mountain peak, amplified by his vital essence, in accordance with the decree of the sect master. The new disciple Hatutu is summoned to Xianxia Peak to light the eternal lamp of destiny. Hatutu, step forward to receive the decree. All irrelevant individuals, retreat. Retreat? Ouyang squinted at the sky, where a white crane continued to soar with audacity. How dare it be so brazen within the confines of our mountain? A newcomer, perhaps? Yet, this crane appears quite plump. Little white, bring down that bird from the sky. We shall feast well at noon. Ouyang commanded the white feathered companion perched on a tree. White Feathers, slightly irked, opened his eyes. He was in the midst of solidifying his cultivation, and yet someone dared to disrupt his tranquility with their vital essence? Were they seeking a premature end? The 3-foot azure sword at his waist seemed to sense its master's agitation, unsheathing itself with a swish, aiming for the soaring crane. Brother Bai, spare the bird. A golden streak of light approached rapidly, colliding with the circling crane and sending it tumbling far away. The golden light halted, revealing a young man clad in a white robe, handsome in countenance, standing gracefully upon his flying sword. Brother Bai, the disciple has only recently entered the inner sect. If there has been any offense, I hope for your understanding. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Bai Feiyu closed his eyes once more. The previously aimless sword swiftly returned to its sheath. Ouyang, examining the attributes of the newcomer, promptly discerned his identity. Name, Lingfeng. Position, chief disciple of the sect master. Cultivation level, 3rd stage of the nascent soul root bone. 8 charm, 8 luck, 8 swordsmanship talent, 8 exclusive skill, twin sword splendor evaluation. An unremarkable chief disciple of the dual sword style. Ouyang expressed his dissatisfaction. Oldling, what have you done? How is it that all manner of riffraff dares to approach our mountain peak? Lingfeng smiled apologetically. I was delivering a message to Master at Yunu Peak, which is why I asked this disciple to come on my behalf. I had advised him to exercise caution. Yet perhaps youth brings a touch of arrogance. I hope you can forgive him, Brother Ouyang. His words were courteous, his demeanor exuding a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze. Brother, they dared to assault the sect master's steed. A voice of indignation arose from the crane, as a young boy emerged from behind, addressing Lingfeng with a grievance. Ouyang's expression subtly shifted as he gazed at the boy, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Name, Zhu Yuan, son of the demon clan, cultivation level, 1st stage of the core formation root bone, 101 charm, 8 luck, 7 swordsmanship talent, 10 exclusive skill, transmuting magic figure evaluation. A somewhat ostentatious villain. A disciple of the demon clan? The sect master has taken a son of the demon clan as his apprentice? Moreover, the demon clan has audaciously dispatched their holy son to act as an undercover agent? Such a significant investment? Upon witnessing the attribute panel of Ziyuan, Ouyang felt a flurry of questions overwhelming him. The principle of the irreconcilability between the Tao and the demon has been a steadfast law since ancient times. This was a fact that both he and Xiaobai had previously confirmed during an exorcism mission, where Ouyang had tentatively inquired about it. After completing the task, Ouyang remarked with a hint of melancholy, Xiaobai, has there truly been countless battles between the Tao and the demon? What could possibly be the reason for this? Bai Feiyu replied with a trace of indifference, it is merely a struggle for the lineage, as it has been since ancient times. This implied that the conflict between the Tao and the demon had existed in Xiaobai's past life, and Xiaobai accepted it as a matter of course. Ouyang furrowed his brow as he gazed at Xin, who was perched upon the white crane, exuding an air of arrogance. The attributes displayed were indeed remarkable, even surpassing those of the reincarnated ancient sword immortal, Xiaobai, though only slightly inferior to his own younger brother. However, this was not what troubled Ouyang. Any genius that had yet to mature posed little threat, as long as they were not afforded the time to develop. Ouyang's concern lay in whether the sect leader would compromise his integrity by accepting a holy son of the demon clan. After all, as the leader of the 9 great sacred lands, to have a direct disciple who was a holy son of the demon clan was an utter disgrace for the Xianxia sect, which prided itself on being the vanguard of righteousness. As Ouyang pondered this, Lingfeng, standing on the flying sword, remained composed and unhurried. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, perched on the tree, opened his eyes in surprise. His senior brother had never been so unyielding, always presenting himself as the amiable type. Today, however, he was unusually silent. Bai Feiyu turned to glance at the contemplative Ouyang, a thought crossing his mind, and gracefully descended beside him, casually inquiring, "What troubles you?" Snapped back to reality. Ouyang met Bai Feiyu's confused gaze and quietly asked, "Xiao Bai, what do you think of that youth on the crane?" Bai Feiyu's eyes sharpened as he regarded the young man atop the white crane, nodding in agreement, though he does not surpass our second senior brother. His talent is still exceptional. It seems the sect leader has indeed acquired a worthy disciple. Ouyang was taken aback. Even Xiao Bai, the reincarnated ancient sword immortal, could not discern that the youth before them was of the demon clan. Could it be attributed to that unique skill? A subtle smile played at the corners of Ouyang's mouth. How intriguing. Chapter 15. The sudden strike of xianxia before Ouyang could prepare to impart a lifelong lesson to the demon clan's holy son. The grand formation surrounding the small mountain peak was abruptly activated. Like a shield of air, the formation enveloped the entire hill in an instant. A jolt of alarm surged through Ouyang. How had the protective formation, usually managed by his third junior brother xianxia, been triggered? Was the Qingyan sect facing annihilation? The ever-cautious xianxia would not act lightly, often retreating slightly behind the crowd when confronted with trouble. Why has the entire mountain's protective array been activated so suddenly? Not only Ouyang, but also the nearby Xiao Bai, instantly summoned his sword intent, filling the skies above the mountain with countless invisible blades. A sound of shattering air resonated as Lang Qingsong, wielding his sword, crashed through the recently repaired roof. Resembling a sharp blade as he fixated intently on the figures of Lingfeng and Ziyuan above. Both of them understood xianxia's nature well. He would not activate all the formations unless confronted with a matter of life and death. The atmosphere around the mountain shifted dramatically. The power of the formation seemingly reversing the very fabric of reality. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning clashed in the skies, while torrential rain fell, transforming into countless invisible swords. At the center of it all, Lingfeng and Ziyuan appeared pallid. The moment the formation was activated, Lingfeng felt an overwhelming pressure. The intricate, faint golden array diagram floated above him, instilling a sense of despair even in a cultivator of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, below him stood Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong, swords in hand, already locked onto him and poised to strike at any moment. Though both were merely at the core formation stage, Lingfeng was certain that he could not withstand more than 3 moves from either of them. Monsters have emerged from the mountain. This phrase, which had circulated quietly within the Qingyan sect, was something Lingfeng had previously dismissed, treating the inhabitants of the mountain with a measure of leniency. Yet now, he comprehended its true meaning and resolved to steer clear of them in the future. What do my senior brothers intend to do? Slaughter their fellow disciples? Ziyuan, perched atop a white crane and only at the core formation stage, trembled slightly under the immense pressure, casting a pleading glance towards Lingfeng. Still struggling to believe what was unfolding. This was Qingyan sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds. Ziyuan could not fathom that his peers would dare to turn against each other. After all, he was a prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent, though his time in the sect was short. He could not believe that Qingyan sect would stand idly by and watch such an unparalleled genius perish in a clash among peers. Lingfeng, observing Ziyuan's desperate gaze, offered a wry smile and positioned himself protectively in front of Ziyuan, addressing the equally bewildered Ouyang below. Brother Ouyang, if junior brother Ziyuan and I have inadvertently offended the mountain, I, Lingfeng, humbly apologize. I implore you to show mercy. Show mercy? I have no idea what is happening. Ouyang replied, bewildered as he looked to Bai Feiyu beside him. Stub-eye, what does this mean? He whispered. Brother Chen is about to strike. Bai Feiyu, equally perplexed, remarked. Yet, the ordinarily cautious Chen Changxing had suddenly unleashed all his hidden cards, clearly having discovered something significant. As Ouyang pondered his next inquiry, a colossal golden formation quietly took shape amidst the dark clouds. From this magnificent golden array emerged hundreds of figures clad in purple robes, all bearing the visage of Chen Changxing. Each Chen Changxing exuded a similar aura. Their cultivation at the core formation stage surged under the array's influence, swiftly advancing to the level of a pseudo-Yuaning. Hundreds of these identical Chen Changxing surrounded Ziyuan and Lingfeng, slowly drawing their long swords from their waists. The simultaneous unsheathing of countless blades resonated with a melodious clang, a harbinger of impending slaughter that compelled Lingfeng and Ziyuan to instinctively brandish their own weapons. Hundreds of cultivators, each comparable to those at the Yuaning stage. Where on earth did such an assembly of Yuaning cultivators come from? Lingfeng's gaze remained icy as he regarded the multitude of murderous Chen Changxing before him, each one an exact replica of the other. Yet, he could feel the undeniable truth. Each xianxia was a living, breathing individual, a multitude of identical appearances and equal cultivation levels. What sort of arcane technique was this? Even as the chief disciple of the sect, it was his first encounter with such an extraordinary secret art. As a third-stage Yuaning cultivator, he knew that under the assault of hundreds of Yuaning practitioners, his survival would be but a fleeting moment, let alone the task of shielding Zhu Yuan behind him. This was the first time Ouyang witnessed such decisiveness in xianxia, who had summoned all his puppets. Among these puppets, the real xianxia was surely present. Ouyang narrowed his eyes, fixating on a figure slightly behind the throng of hundreds. The legion of xianxia stood silently, their eyes fixed on Lingfeng and Zhu Yuan. Before they spoke in unison, Ling Shixiang, please step aside. Xianxia's aim was clearly Zhu Yuan, positioned behind Lingfeng. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Lingfeng's expression remained impassive as he slowly extended his hand to retrieve an oddly shaped long sword from his back. With dual swords in hand, Lingfeng spoke with calm conviction. From the moment my junior brother Zuan called me Shixiang upon ascending the mountain, I have been his elder brother. And he is my junior brother. Zhu Yuan, touched, gazed at the formidable figure blocking him, akin to a mountain. Lingfeng's reply to xianxia was also a declaration of his stance. The hundreds of xianxia remained silent, their eyes fixed on Lingfeng, whispering, "Then you shall accompany him to death." In an instant, the sound of 100 swords clashing reverberated throughout the small mountain peak. Chapter 16. The Oath of Heaven's Way. What spectacle unfolds when hundreds of cultivators, each comparable to those at the Yuaning stage, strike simultaneously? That is the very scene before us now. Hundreds of Yuaning-level xianxia stood ready with their swords, their raging true essence surging above the mountain peak. Countless sword energies echoed in the air, as Lingfeng produced a small copper bell and intoned a spell, enveloping both himself and Zhu Yuan within its protective embrace. Countless streams of sword energy crashed upon the bronze bell, stirring a dense array of ripples. Encircled at the core, Lingfeng and Zhu Yuan were directly confronting immense pressure. With dual swords in hand, Lingfeng, as the disciple of the sect leader, possessed extraordinary talent, particularly with the treasured artifacts crafted by his master. At the third level of the nascent soul realm, he was confident in his ability to contend with any opponent of equal standing, and he could effortlessly vanquish foes of lower realms. However, faced with hundreds of cultivators akin to those in the nascent soul stage, he understood that he would inevitably pay a considerable price, even risking his own demise. Once a certain threshold is reached, a qualitative change is sure to ensue. Who knows what arcane methods this unfamiliar junior brother employs to summon such a multitude of avatars? What kind of monstrosities are lurking within this small mountain peak? In stark contrast to Lingfeng, who was desperately holding on, Zhu Yuan, seated upon a white crane, had turned completely petrified. He had never felt death so perilously close. Were it not for his senior brother standing in front of him to resist, it would likely take only a fleeting moment for him to meet his end. To this day, he could not fathom what enmity existed between him and this adversary. From birth until now, whether in the demon realm or upon entering the Qinyan sect, every step had been smooth sailing, without a hint of turbulence. He had always been among the exalted, destined to become one who gazes down upon all living beings. Yet now, he felt akin to a banana leaf caught in a sudden downpour, a mouse amidst a throng of cats, poised to be slaughtered at any moment. He had come to infiltrate the Qinyan sect for the grand cause of the demon race, risking his own safety. Was he truly to perish here within a month? Gazing at the rain of swords above, Zhu Yuan felt a surge of resentment, casting a venomous glance at Lingfeng, who stood before him. Were it not for you, I would not have come here. I was merely meant to deliver a message, yet I find myself on the brink of death. I cannot die. I cannot die. I am the holy son of the demon race. I am the future demon emperor. How could I possibly meet my end in such a place? Zhu Yuan's eyes began to glisten with red, as the dignity of a prodigy ignited his latent potential amid the looming threat of life and death. Prodigies are not merely defined by their exceptional talents, they also find it disgraceful to cower beneath the protection of others. Zhu Yuan, having just broken through to the core formation stage, began to experience an explosive surge in power. In the blink of an eye, he ascended to the third level of core formation. In the heat of battle, breakthroughs often occur. The potential of these children of destiny is indeed unfathomable. While some linger at the 9th level of chi refinement for years, others break through with ease, as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Zhu Yuan let out a furious roar, his dark essence transforming in his hands into a long black blade. With a light tap of his toes, he surged forth from the protective barrier of the bronze bell, charging towards the densely packed xianxia before him. The fierce and menacing intent of the blade, imbued with an unyielding momentum, swiftly dispatched 3 incarnations of xianxia in an instant. This strike, filled with a tragic resolution, unleashed a remarkable aura that directly locked onto its target. The three Xianxias found themselves paralyzed, unable to move, forced to witness as Xin cleaved them in twain. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Ziyuan was also struck by numerous sword energies, causing him to spit blood and be violently hurled backward. Lingfeng hurriedly emerged from the bronze bell, catching the already unconscious Ziyuan, only to be exposed beneath the torrential rain of swords. Enough! The calm voice of Ouyang resonated, as a pale golden hand of true energy materialized before Lingfeng, shielding him from the deluge of blades. Lingfeng cast a grateful glance at Ouyang, who maintained a composed expression, though inwardly he felt quite vexed. He could only stand on the ground, straining his neck to observe, as he had yet to master the art of flight. Fortunately, before Xianxia could execute his lethal strike against Lingfeng and Ziyuan, Ouyang had successfully intercepted Xianxia's attack. Undeterred, Xianxia's numerous avatars began to move, weaving together to form an intricate formation. Ouyang felt a jolt of alarm. This young man was relentless in his pursuit of annihilation. Beiji Xiaobai restrained him. Ouyang commanded his two junior brothers, having no choice but to rely on them, as he himself was unable to soar through the air. Although Cold Qingsong was perplexed by Ouyang's decision to shield Lingfeng and Ziyuan from Xianxia's onslaught, he did not hesitate to charge forward at his senior brother's behest. Bai Feiyu, a moment behind, glanced at Ouyang before swiftly following Cold Qingsong into the fray. Due to their positioning outside Xianxia's encirclement, they quickly discerned the true essence of Xianxia. Cold Qingsong transformed into a sharp sword, effortlessly striking away the long sword from one of the avatars of Xianxia. Instantly, the movements of the hundreds of avatars came to a halt. Yet Xianxia, undeterred, reached for something within his sleeve after losing his weapon. He would not strike unless he had at least a dozen hidden cards. Once he retrieved what lay within his sleeve, Ziyuan would surely perish, if not today, then inevitably soon. With his eyes burning with rage, Xianxia fixed his gaze upon Ziyuan, whom he bore a profound grudge against from a past life, completely forsaking his earlier caution. One of us must die here today. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu grasped Xianxia's hand, which sought refuge within his sleeve, and softly implored, "Third senior brother, Brother Ouyang commands you to cease." Hearing Bai Feiyu's words, a flicker of clarity crossed Xianxia's eyes as he looked in astonishment at Ouyang below. Ouyang merely shook his head gently, signaling for Xianxia to withdraw. Xianxia gazed in frustration at Ziyuan, who lay in Lingfeng's embrace. He had never imagined that he could so easily eliminate Xin, even in his past life. He had never been this close. Yet, with his mind restored to clarity, Xianxia reluctantly lowered his hand and bellowed at Ziyuan, "By the heavens above, within 10 years, I Xianxia shall surely slay Ziyuan. Should I fail, let the gods and demons conspire against me." Xianxia's sudden declaration of a heavenly oath left all present momentarily stunned. For any practitioner, uttering such an oath is not done lightly. It is not a vow made without profound enmity. Such a promise is a solemn request for the heavens to bear witness. If the oath remains unfulfilled, the practitioner, even without self-harm, will inevitably face various calamities arranged by the heavens to maintain their dignity. Once a heavenly oath is established, the one who made it must see it through. This is an unyielding truth. Thus, in the instant Xianxia roared his heavenly vow, all present understood that Ziyuan and Xianxia shared an irrevocable blood feud. Chapter 17. If the sect master disagrees, I shall speak with him. The skies darkened instantaneously, and from within the dense clouds, 9 thunderous booms echoed. The formerly black clouds erupted with 9 flashes of lightning, signifying that the heavenly oath established by Xianxia had been recognized by the heavens. As the oath took effect, the expressions of all present turned grave. Xianxia formed a hand seal, summoning hundreds of his avatars back into his sleeves. Straining his spirit, he directed his long sword towards the golden array in the sky, which gradually faded from view. Although he had allowed Lingfeng and his companions to depart, a glance at the unconscious Ouyang ignited a surge of fury within him, causing him to vomit blood and collapse into Bai Feiyu's arms. The skies cleared, yet the atmosphere was laden with an even greater sense of impending doom. Initially, Xianxia harbored murderous intent solely towards the unconscious Ziyuan and Lingfeng's arms. Now, every gaze on the small peak was fixed upon Ziyuan. Lang Qingsong stood firm before Lingfeng with his sword drawn, while Bai Feiyu descended from the air, placing Xianxia upon a reclining chair. He then soared back up, blocking the path for Lingfeng and his companion. The two formed a strategic barrier, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. Both wielders of sword intent reached a mutual understanding in an instant. Should they strike, it must be a decisive blow. They were acutely aware that Xianxia had vowed a heavenly oath, and failure to fulfill it would result in his demise. Ziyuan lay within Lingfeng's embrace, should Ouyang speak. The two would assist Xianxia in fulfilling his recently sworn heavenly vow. 10 years? It will not take long. Within 10 breaths, the two can shatter Ziyuan into fragments. Is there a need for a reason to kill? His own senior brothers desire his demise. That is sufficient, as Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu simultaneously drew their long swords. An involuntary aura of sword intent emanated from them. Their sword intent, both embodying the pinnacle of aggression, was even more suffocating than the earlier hundreds of Xianxia's avatars. The two formidable sword intents instantly enveloped Lingfeng, who held onto the unconscious Ziyuan. Lingfeng let out a bitter smile, silently placing the dazed Ziyuan onto the back of the white crane. The moment Xianxia swore his heavenly oath, Lingfeng understood that he and his junior brother must share an enmity steeped in blood. This enmity had escalated to a point of no return. He was uncertain what heinous act his newly initiated junior brother had committed against Xianxia to provoke such wrath. But it certainly could not be less than Ziyuan having slaughtered Xianxia's entire family. Yet as a senior brother, Lingfeng could not bear to witness his junior brother perish unjustly before his eyes. Not only was he his senior brother, but he was also a disciple of the sect leader. He could not abandon his junior brother to survive alone. Lingfeng unsheathed his twin swords, inhaled deeply, and focused his gaze, confronting the two overwhelming sword intents. The pressure was even greater than when facing hundreds of Xianxia's avatars. The sword intent was an advanced concept that only those who had attained the out-of-body stage could access. Even as a third-level nascent soul cultivator, he had merely grazed the threshold of sword intent. How could there be cultivators on this small peak capable of comprehending sword intent even at the core formation stage? And not just one, but two? This was beyond monstrous. It was akin to encountering a phantom. Holding his swords, Lingfeng felt his nascent sword intent, which had yet to take form, shrink back within him, fearful of manifestation. An unformed sword intent would be utterly annihilated before a complete one. Sword cultivators inherently forsake all defense for the ultimate in aggression. During regular practice, one could easily end up either dead or severely injured, let alone now when both sides were prepared to fight to the death. For a sword cultivator, possessing sword intent versus lacking it is an entirely different concept. Lingfeng, a third-level nascent soul, found that merely holding his swords required immense effort in the presence of his two core formation junior brothers. Of course, relinquishing his swords would ease his burden significantly. However, this would symbolize a forsaking of his sword path, a renunciation of his very way. Abandoning one's path is far crueler for a cultivator than death itself. Thus, even under the oppressive weight of Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu's sword intents, Lingfeng was unwilling to relinquish his swords. Suddenly, Ouyang spoke from below. "Old Ling, your junior brother has coughed up blood, and my junior brother has as well. Let us settle this matter here." Ouyang's words were akin to a lifeline for Lingfeng. He quickly interjected, "Of course, it was merely a childish rivalry. The contest has concluded. Let them depart." Ouyang approached Xianxia, placing his hand upon the latter's pulse, and without glancing back, he stated, "Senior brother, Bai Feiyu wished to express further thoughts." Believing Ouyang was unaware of the gravity of the heavenly oath Xianxia had just taken, and thus intended to caution him. "Let them depart." Ouyang retrieved a white jade vial from his robe, poured out a pill, and gently offered it to Xianxia. Cold Qingsong and Bai Feiyu reluctantly descended from the air. Lingfeng, as if granted a reprieve, clumsily clasped his hands towards Ouyang and mounted the white crane, preparing to escort his junior disciple away. Yet, Ouyang's voice resounded once more. "Senior brother Ling, I kindly ask for your understanding regarding my junior sister's lighting of the everlasting lamp tomorrow." Lingfeng forced a smile, replying, "Of course, senior brother Ouyang. Rest assured, I have heard from the sect leader that there will be a grand sect competition in a month." Ouyang inquired. Foreboding feelings surged within Lingfeng. Yet he steeled himself to respond. "Indeed, the sect competition is scheduled for a month from now." Ouyang nodded and continued. "Please inform the sect leader that my small mountain peak will also participate in this competition, and I hope that junior brother Ziyuan, who lies there, can join as well." Lingfeng replied with a hint of bitterness, "Senior brother Ouyang, must it come to this? Had I known the commotion that would arise from junior brother's visit to our small mountain peak, I would have braved any peril to be present myself." Ouyang gazed calmly at Lingfeng in the sky, stating, "I am merely notifying you and the sect leader, not seeking your counsel. Should the sect leader be unwilling, I shall speak with him directly. Furthermore, my surname is Ouyang, not O." Chapter 18. I am your senior brother. Such matters were beyond Lingfeng's authority to decide, and he could only promise to report to the sect leader. As Lingfeng rode the white crane away in haste, vanishing beyond the horizon, Ouyang sighed, observing Cold Qingsong and the others fixated upon him. "What are you staring at? My face bears no flowers." Ouyang retorted irritably, "Senior brother, What if Ziyuan flees before the sect competition? Bai Feiyu asked. This world is vast beyond comprehension, even in my previous life as a sword immortal. I could not fathom its entirety. If Ziyuan truly feared and chose to hide, locating him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, he would only need to hide for 10 years, and once Qin Changxing perished without fulfilling his heavenly oath, Ziyuan could emerge anew without consequence. What else could be done? Should one venture to Qingyun Peak and sever the boy's limbs? Hey, come back. I did not summon you. Ouyang exclaimed in exasperation. Unexpectedly, cold Qingsong sprang to his feet, seizing his sword as he strode toward the exit. The young lad is rather straightforward, and when trouble arises, he truly confronts it. Ouyang called out to Long Qingsong, who was preparing to sever Zhu Yuan's limbs, and berated him fiercely. Hu Tutu, holding a Tibetan fox, looked anxiously at Qin Changxing, who was reclining in a chair, and said, "Will third senior brother be all right? I just saw him spitting blood. It must hurt terribly." Ouyang, observing Hu Tutu's tearful expression, quickly offered words of comfort. "It's nothing serious. Changxing has merely exhausted his true essence, and the sudden surge of anger has caused him to spit blood. If he does not expel this congealed blood, it will only be detrimental." After soothing Hu Tutu and instructing Bai Feiyu to keep a watchful eye on the combat-obsessed Long Qingsong, Ouyang finally carried Qin Changxing to his room. Qin Changxing fell into a deep slumber and experienced an extensive dream, one that transported him back to his previous life. In that perpetual darkness, he was drenched in blood, relentlessly slaughtering the advancing demons. The blood obscured his vision, rendering it hazy, and his meridians were severed. He could not summon a trace of true essence, relying solely on instinct to kill. Yet, even in such dire straits, Qin Changxing clutched his sword with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted, and a face he could never forget reappeared. The strikingly handsome man, clad in a blood-red robe, bore a sinister vertical pupil between his brows, with horns sprouting from his head and dark wings unfurling from his back. He was ensnared by countless vengeful spirits, akin to a malevolent specter emerging from the underworld. That face belonged to Zhu Yuan, the demon emperor, one of the architects of this apocalyptic calamity. At that moment, Zhu Yuan wielded a blood-red longsword, holding aloft a severed head and laughing maniacally towards the heavens. He had become the most formidable demon in this world, having slain everyone Qin Changxing knew and plunged the entire realm into chaos. Upon catching sight of the head in Zhu Yuan's grasp, Qin Changxing's eyes bled tears as he screamed in agony. The head was none other than Ouyang's. Throughout the apocalypse, Ouyang had always shielded him from the gravest dangers, standing resolute in front of him. Even in the face of Ouyang's tragic demise, he continued to urge Qin Changxing to flee for his life, consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Qin Changxing toiled day and night, teetering on the brink of madness, yet when confronted with the now immortal Zhu Yuan, he felt minuscule, akin to an ant. Suddenly, the severed head of Ouyang in Zhu Yuan's hand opened its eyes wide, shouting at him, "Run now." Qin Changxing jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath, his cold sweat soaking his garments. Had he just endured a nightmare? A voice, familiar to the core, resonated from nearby. Upon hearing it, tears streamed down Qin Changxing's face as he hastily covered his eyes with his sleeve and muttered, "Sweat has gotten into my eyes." Ouyang gazed at the flustered Qin Changxing, a faint smile gracing his lips as he settled into the chair beside the bed, his expression tranquil. "Is it the fault of the senior brother for preventing you from eliminating Ziyuan?" Qin Changxing shook his head, a twinge of regret stirring within him. Since his rebirth, he had exercised utmost caution, yet he found himself swept away by hatred upon encountering his foe once more. Not only had he failed to eliminate Ziyuan, but he had also inadvertently alerted the enemy. With a heavy heart, Qin Changxing remarked, "I understand your concerns, senior brother. If I were to kill him, it is likely that neither the Qingyun sect nor the entire realm of cultivation would provide a refuge for me." Internal strife was strictly forbidden within the sect. Should the elders learn of such inter-sect conflict, the consequences could range from the forfeiture of cultivation to outright death. If Qin Changxing were to truly take Ziyuan's life, it would essentially equate to his own demise. This would be a mutually destructive course of action, and naturally, Ouyang would not consent to such a path. Thus, when he allowed Ling Feng to depart, he compelled Ling Feng to acknowledge that Qin Changxing's actions were merely a friendly spar between disciples. As long as those involved recognized it as a spar, Qin Changxing's culpability could not be pursued. Ouyang sighed as he regarded his junior brother, aware that the reborn Qin Changxing should comprehend Zhu Yuan's true identity. Ouyang was also cognizant that Zhu Yuan was the son of the demon clan. However, would anyone believe such a claim if stated outright? Even the reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal, Bai, could not discern Zhu Yuan's true identity. Could one truly expect that group of old fools to unveil it? Nevertheless, before Xianxia fell into a coma, he had sworn an oath to the heavens. With this vow serving as a testament, it was likely that everyone would become wary of Ziyuan's identity, by refraining from stating it directly and allowing others to speculate. Doubt regarding Ziyuan could be cultivated to a greater extent. Upon hearing Ouyang's sigh, Xianxia felt a tightening in his chest and spoke promptly. Senior brother, rest assured, I will not act against him in the near future. In the near future, yes, but perhaps not indefinitely, he mused inwardly. Ouyang shook his head. Stepping closer to Xianxia and quietly inquiring, have you left a mark on him? Xianxia nodded. When Ziyuan had attacked and severed his 3 avatars, he had inscribed a soul mark upon him. This mark would allow him to locate Ziyuan, no matter where he roamed. Ouyang nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his junior brother's meticulousness. Good. Far superior to some foolish individual who merely charges ahead with a sword. Rest for now, the events have transpired. We shall take things one step at a time, Ouyang reassured him. Xianxia obediently reclined back onto the bed, staring blankly at Ouyang as he posed. Senior brother. If, and I emphasize if killing Ziyuan could avert a catastrophe, would you believe it? Ouyang was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and pondered before speaking. You misunderstand. The emergence of calamity will not be altered by the actions of a single individual. Even if you were to slay Ziyuan, there would inevitably be a second and a third. The onset of calamity is not a matter of chance, it is an inevitability. Xianxia nodded, then, in a subdued tone, remarked, calamities will claim many lives. We must find a way to avert them. Ouyang playfully smacked Xianxia's forehead and chided. With the myriad of strong individuals within the Qingyun sect, this is not a concern for a mere foundation establishment novice like you. Go and sleep peacefully. After imparting his wisdom to Xianxia, Ouyang stepped out of the room. Just as he crossed the threshold, Xianxia's voice echoed behind him. Senior brother, if calamity truly strikes, I will ensure everyone's safety. Ouyang's heart stirred, and without turning back, he replied nonchalantly, if calamity does indeed come, as long as I am alive, the sky will not fall. I am your senior brother. Chapter 19. Cleaning up the mess, I am your senior brother. The sky will not fall. The statement, delivered in a calm tone, exuded an air of authority, the bravado conveyed with natural aplomb. As Ouyang exited Xianxia's room, he couldn't help but silently commend himself for the performance. It was exhilarating to exhibit such bravado in front of his esteemed peers, akin to savoring a refreshing vintage cola. Ouyang closed the door behind him and turned his gaze toward the courtyard. Beneath the lush canopy of a grand tree, a square-faced fox sat at a stone table, cradling a cup of tea while gazing at the moon. Quite the leisurely ambience, indeed. Are you not afraid that my junior brothers will discover your true nature? Ouyang approached the fox and poured himself a cup of tea. Huyan took a delicate sip from his cup, instinctively crossing his hind legs to obscure his bell, and languidly remarked, I have masked my aura. Though these youngsters are astonishingly gifted, they pale in comparison to me. That said, you are indeed a commendable senior brother. Please. No need for such formalities. I am not that old, Ouyang replied, downing his tea in one swig, the fragrant essence lingering on his palate, even a hint of celestial energy resonating in his mouth. Excellent tea. Ouyang's eyes sparkled as he reached for another pot. With quick reflexes, Huyan snatched the teapot from Ouyang's grasp, a hint of concern in his tone. This is tea from a millennium-old spirit tea tree. Is this truly how one drinks tea? Ouyang scoffed. How long do you intend to linger here? He found it hard to believe that a transcendent beast would contentedly remain by Hututu's side, willingly playing the part of a pet. Huyan carefully stored the teapot and resumed holding his cup, gazing at the moon as he mused. Initially, I was merely curious about what a descendant of the nine-tailed bloodline sought within the Qingyun sect. Now, I am more intrigued to see if she can truly ascend to become a nine-tailed celestial fox. Is it truly that dull? Ouyang inquired with a hint of skepticism. If not, then what? The lifespan of a cultivator post-transcendence is exceedingly lengthy, and with no further ascension possible, one must find some amusement to endure the long years. Huyan replied, shrugging nonchalantly. I don't perceive the transcendence phase as particularly formidable. I've faced it before, Ouyang thought to himself, casting a sideways glance at Huyan, who wore an air of arrogance. Huyan, with his fox-like eyes, seemed to discern Ouyang's thoughts, chuckling softly. Ah, so that is your belief. Do you truly think that the transcendence phase is merely a higher realm? Youngster, I concede that your vital energy is indeed vast to the point of instilling fear even in me, yet should I wish to take your life, I could certainly accomplish that. Ouyang, rather than feeling angered by this remark, nodded earnestly. He understood well that the beings on the back mountain, including the sect leader and his master, often engaged in playful banter with him, even finding it amusing. After all, those who had lived for millennia and reached the pinnacle of this world all possessed formidable skills. Ouyang did not genuinely believe that Huyan could be easily subdued by a mere binding rope. Are you planning to guard Tu until she breaks through to the nine-tailed celestial fox realm? Ouyang asked, intrigued. Huyan shook his head. For the Xianxia fox clan, advancing from 7 tails to 8 is already a rare occurrence in a millennium. Breaking through to 9 tails is even more challenging. Each fox possesses its own path of cultivation, and my way may not suit her. However, I can protect her until she attains a certain level of self-defense before I depart. Huyan spoke, then burst into laughter, though I claim to guard her. With you and your disciples around, I believe she could thrive in this world. Perhaps I simply wish to remain by her side. Ouyang found himself somewhat bewildered by Huyan's erratic discourse. Huyan leaped from his seat, the moonlight cascading upon his brown fur. As he absorbed the essence of the moonlight into his being, I am quite pleased with the name she has given me. For now, I am called Handsome. Huyan chuckled, transforming into a swift breeze and darting back to Hutu's chamber. This fox certainly possesses a peculiar temperament, Ouyang mused, gazing at the moon, which appeared unusually large in this realm, as if one could reach out and touch it. Perhaps the absence of light pollution in this world rendered it remarkably pristine. Suddenly, Ouyang's gaze sharpened as a wooden boat soared from the moon. The boat, sailing without the aid of wind, were 2 young figures, one wielding in or in a rowing motion, while the other stood at the bow with a brush and paper. As the vessel approached, Ouyang discerned the character engraved upon it, instantly realizing the identity of its occupants, cultivators from the Xianxia sect's Execution Peak. The cultivators at Execution Peak oversee the laws of the Xianxia sect, possessing the authority to investigate any violations of the sect's rules, even those involving the sect leader themselves. The cultivators on the Punishment Peak are invariably at the Foundation Establishment stage or higher, perpetually wearing solemn expressions, their eyes perpetually scrutinizing. Thus, they are derisively referred to as sect hounds by those from other peaks. As the wooden boat approached, a young man holding a brush and paper respectfully greeted Ouyang, inquiring if he was still awake. Ouyang returned the gesture, feigning ignorance. I've been having some insomnia lately. What brings you 2 specters here? Before him stood 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in white, bearing the unusual names of Bai Wuchang and He Wuchang. Consequently, they were also known as the judges of death of the Punishment Peak. Ouyang, sensing the situation, concluded that the commotion caused by Chen Chongqing earlier that morning had drawn the attention of the Punishment Peak, prompting them to send representatives. Bai Wuchang, smiling, explained, this afternoon, the Peak Master mentioned that someone had sworn a heavenly oath on the small mountain peak, hence he dispatched us to inquire about the matter. With that, the wooden boat prepared to land in the courtyard of the small mountain peak. A gentle stream of true energy halted the vessel, and Ouyang, with a broad smile, declared, Today, out of sheer boredom, I swore a heavenly oath. If I do not break through to the Foundation Establishment stage within 10 years, I shall not be counted among the living. Brother, such a pretext is hard to report to the Peak Master. Bai Wuchang lamented, exasperated. Even fabricating a lie should have its limits. Who swears a heavenly oath upon themselves out of idleness? Ouyang shook his head. Brother Bai, you may be unaware, but this matter is known not only to everyone on this small mountain peak, but also to the sect leader. The sect leader knows? Bai Wuchang exchanged a glance with He Wuchang, skepticism clouding his features. Could it be that Ouyang had genuinely made such a ridiculous heavenly oath? When did the heavenly decree become so trifling? As Bai Wuchang was about to inquire further, Ouyang tossed a book towards him, stating, I cannot let you 2 brothers leave empty-handed. This is a new interrogation technique I have recently developed, a gift for you both. Bai Wuchang caught the book, which bore a hastily scrawled title, The 10 Most Excruciating Punishments of the Xianxia Sect. Upon flipping through a few pages, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Yet he was filled with elation. With this book, I'll see if those fellows still dare to be obstinate. He treasured the book as if it were a priceless artifact and bowed to Ouyang, saying, Since the sect leader is aware of this matter, we shall report it truthfully. Do visit Punishment Peak more often, Brother Ouyang. The Peak Master has proclaimed you a once-in-a-millennium expert in interrogation. Ouyang smiled and returned the gesture, promising, Certainly. I shall visit Punishment Peak soon and perhaps refine your tools. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 took their leave, the wooden boat vanishing once more into the moonlight. Only Ouyang remained standing in the hazy moonlight, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He recalled the words of Chen Chongqing and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, murmuring, A calamity, is it? Chapter 20. The small peaks are all monsters, and my Xianxia Peak does not harbor idleness. Upon returning to Xianxia Peak, Lingfeng knelt earnestly on the ground, while beside him lay the unconscious An on a mat. The 2 were in a modest courtyard, where an elderly man clad in a long gown and wielding a fan scrutinized Zhuan with a furrowed brow. This disheveled old man was none other than the current leader of the Qingyun sect, Dong Shuzi. Rumors in the outside world suggested that the present master of Qingyun sect possessed unfathomable strength, having even brushed against the threshold of immortality. Did that brat really say such a thing? Dong Shuzi inquired, somewhat exasperated. Having recounted the events in detail, Lingfeng nodded, then bowed deeply, saying, "My cultivation is still shallow, and I was unable to protect my junior brother adequately. I implore master to punish me." Dong Shuzi gazed at Lingfeng, who remained bowed and silent, and sighed deeply, saying, "If what you say is true, the fact that you were able to bring your junior brother back is already quite surprising to me. You have done well. There isn't a single normal person on that mountain peak. The heavenly Tao oath, Even if a cultivator truly swears an oath intending to attract the attention of the heavenly Tao and gain its permission, an ordinary cultivator cannot achieve such a feat. Do you think the heavenly Tao is so easily accessible that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can summon its witness? Only those burdened with great fortune, when casting a dire oath against another of similar fortune, might draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. This, in turn, implies that both Chun Chongsheng and Ziyuan are recognized by the heavenly Tao as beings of great fortune. Dong Shuzi did not blame Lingfeng for his inability to protect Ziyuan. Having spent years cultivating at Qingyun Peak, Lingfeng rarely ventured beyond its gates, apart from matters of cultivation. He remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary beings residing on the small peak. Despite Dong Shuzi's reassurances, Lingfeng stubbornly refused to lift his head. Dong Shuzi could only respond with resignation. "Since you insist on accepting punishment, return and transcribe the Huangting scripture 500 times. Respectfully following Master's decree," Lingfeng replied. Bowing again, Dong Shuzi looked at Lingfeng with a mix of exasperation and fondness. His disciple was commendable in many respects, with decent potential, yet he was excessively upright, bordering on obstinacy. This disciple had not left Qingyun Peak since childhood, viewing the world in stark contrasts of black and white, much like a pure white lotus. From his sleeve, Dong Shuzi summoned a medicinal pill, dispersing its essence with his true energy and sprinkling it over Ziyuan. The pain etched on Ziyuan's face gradually faded, his expression returning to calm, and his breath stabilizing significantly. With a wave of his hand, Ziyuan vanished from the grand hall, leaving only Dong Shuzi and Lingfeng in solitude. "Do you comprehend the significance of the heavenly oath?" Dong Shuzi inquired. "To be immortal and unyielding," Lingfeng responded. "Then do you not suspect that your junior brother harbors issues?" Dong Shuzi continued. Lingfeng shook his head, asserting, "My junior brother was entrusted to me by our master. I refuse to believe he possesses any faults. There must be some misunderstanding." Dong Shuzi was momentarily rendered speechless by Lingfeng's conviction and, after a pause, asked, "If it truly is your junior brother who is at fault, what shall you do?" Lingfeng replied solemnly, "As the elder brother, it is my duty to guide him back to the righteous path." Dong Shuzi gazed at Lingfeng in astonishment, sensing that this youth radiated an aura of enlightenment. It would indeed be a pity for him to pursue the path of cultivation. He ought to become a monk instead. If the Qingyun sect were to fall into this youth's hands, it would likely face obliteration within 3 decades. What sort of disciples have I taken under my wing? With a sigh of exasperation, Dong Shuzi gestured for Lingfeng to take his leave. Lingfeng bowed respectfully and exited the master's quarters, heading directly towards Ziyuan's room. The heavenly oath? I am certain my calculations were accurate. What enmity could Ouyang's junior brother possibly have with Ziyuan? After Lingfeng departed, Dong Shuzi stroked his beard, murmuring in bewilderment. Upon entering Ziyuan's room, Lingfeng found him already awake, seated cross-legged on the bed in meditation. Lingfeng silently observed Ziyuan, offering no interruption. After a considerable time, Ziyuan slowly opened his eyes. He had forcefully elevated his cultivation level and, in a fleeting moment, vanquished 3 opponents comparable to those in the nascent soul stage. Such a challenge had inflicted severe damage upon his meridians. "How do you feel, brother Ziyuan?" Lingfeng's voice echoed from afar as he sat quietly in a chair, his gaze imbued with concern and tenderness. A flicker of animosity crossed Ziyuan's eyes. Were it not for his White Lotus elder brother urging him to deliver a message, he would not have sustained injuries. Even if it was unintentional, his brother bore a share of the responsibility. Once he acquires the legendary treasure of the Qingyun sect, he would ensure the annihilation of the entire sect. "Brother Ziyuan, are you well?" Lingfeng approached Ziyuan, placing a hand on his forehead with genuine concern. Ziyuan evaded Lingfeng's hand and, managing a smile, replied, "Thank you for your concern, brother. I am quite well now, and I shall forever be grateful for your timely rescue today." "Is that so? You shall forever remember this?" Lingfeng's tone shifted abruptly, turning as frigid as a winter's gale. No sooner had he spoken than Ziyuan felt the temperature around him plummet. Just as he attempted to look up at Lingfeng, a rough hand seized his throat, lifting him off the ground. Ling Feng narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips, utterly devoid of the usual warmth. Only an icy demeanor remained. Since you shall never forget. Would you like me to extract each and every one of your teeth, one by one? Each word fell upon Zhu Yuan's heart like a hammer. His face adorned with a smile yet imbued with an unmistakable chill. With great difficulty, senior brother Ling Feng, Zhu Yuan managed to utter a few words, attempting to pry open Ling Feng's grip. However, that hand clasping his throat was as steadfast as iron. Ling Feng leaned closer to Zhu Yuan's ear, whispering softly, "In the future, refrain from bringing me trouble. Should you choose to seek it, resolve it yourself. This is your only reprieve. Should there be a next time, I shall personally rend you to shreds." Zhu Yuan nodded laboriously, signaling his understanding. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng tossed Zhu Yuan onto the bed, a grin illuminating his face. As he said, "Remember well, all those from our small peak are extraordinary, and I, too, shall not harbor any wastrels at Qingjin Peak. Recite the Huang Tingjing 300 times and deliver it to me by tomorrow." Chapter 21. Sulinga. The autumn air was crisp, the skies a clear expanse devoid of clouds. Ouyang and Hu Tutu strolled once more along the mountain path. Compared to their initial awkwardness, the two were now conversing and laughing, having grown remarkably familiar. Hu Tutu led the way, with Ouyang following closely behind. If not for Ouyang's youthful appearance, one might easily mistake them for a father-daughter duo enjoying an outing. Ouyang intended to guide Hu Tutu to light her destined everlasting lamp, for only by igniting this lamp could she officially join the Qingyun sect. Typically, disciples from Qingyun Peak would summon white cranes to escort new initiates to the sect. However, given the recent events, Ouyang sensed that Qingyun Peak would likely refrain from sending any cranes, opting instead to escort Hu Tutu down the mountain himself. The distance between Qingyun Peak and the small mountain peak spanned several hundred kilometers. Should the two choose to walk, they would be at it for an eternity. The roof that Bajie's repairs had only just completed had collapsed again due to his own mischief, while Brother Sha was recuperating from injuries. And Bai Feiyu was still solidifying his realm. Thus, it fell upon Ouyang to accompany Hu Tutu to light the lamp. Fortunately, having spent over a decade at Qingyun sect, Ouyang had cultivated a wide network of friends. This morning, he had contacted a close acquaintance via a communication talisman, enabling him to secure a ride for Hu Tutu. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Ouyang reclined lazily upon the stone steps at the mountain gate, producing a flask of spirit fruit wine he had brewed himself, sipping it leisurely. Meanwhile, Hu Tutu remained restless, flitting about to gather flowers and chase butterflies, thoroughly immersed in her merriment. Before long, a golden light ascended from the distance, soaring toward the small mountain peak. As the brilliance approached, a melodious and cheerful voice preceded it. "Senior brother Ouyang, I have arrived." Upon hearing the voice, Ouyang promptly stood, adjusting his garments as he gazed at the radiant light. When the brilliance drew near, amidst a halo, a girl stepping upon clouds beamed joyfully at him. Every time Ouyang beheld the beauty of a girl, he would silently marvel. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, simply tied with a red ribbon. Her delicate phoenix eyebrows framed a pair of enchanting eyes that shimmered with emotion, complemented by a graceful nose and slightly blushing cheeks. Her lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, exhaled sweetness, while her oval face radiated exquisite charm. Her skin, as pristine as frost and snow, and her slender figure resembled the ethereal goddess of the waters. Each subtle smile and frown revealed an innate nobility, captivating all who beheld her elegant and spiritual luminosity. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she appeared as if descended from the heavens. Most importantly, this girl possessed a generous heart and a pair of long, flawless legs that were strikingly straight. Innocence and allure intertwined within her, epitomizing the pinnacle of both virtues. Name: Su Linger, chief disciple of Jade Maiden Peak. Cultivation level: first stage of the nascent soul bone structure. 7 charm, 9 luck, 6 musical talent, 8 exclusive skill, unactivated evaluation, an exquisite alchemist skilled in playing the flute. Previously, Ouyang had embarked on a whimsical experiment of sweet nothings aimed at Su Linger, motivated by the system's flattering assessment.
From being a lecher to now assuming the role of an elder brother, Ouyang had expended considerable effort. The results were evident.
The young maiden appeared less resistant to his advances. When he messaged her, she hesitated briefly before agreeing to respond, a stark contrast to her previous dismissals. "Sister Suling, it has been a while." Ouyang greeted with a smile, performing a slight bow. Upon hearing his somewhat formal tone, the girl pouted in displeasure. Although she wished to maintain her composure upon receiving a message from Ouyang, her eagerness compelled her to hurry over. She was surprised by Ouyang's apparent aloofness, recalling how he had affectionately called her Linger just last time. "Is it just to act distant that you've become so cold, you insufferable man?" Su Lingo thought. before descending from the clouds and enveloping Ouyang in a warm embrace, her face blooming with joy. "Elder brother, you haven't contacted me in ages. I thought you had forgotten about me." Feeling her playful reproach and the warmth of her presence, Ouyang found himself momentarily bewildered. However, with the little sister beside him, he decided to adopt a facade of seriousness. Clearing his throat, he concocted a tale. "I have been occupied assisting junior brother Bai with his breakthrough, ensuring his stability and cultivation. I finally found the time and thought to bring my dear little sister to Qingyan Peak to light the everlasting lamp. And you immediately came to mind." Upon hearing Ouyang say he had thought of her first, Su Linger's smile widened. "Oh, elder brother, you have a hair on your shoulder." She feigned nonchalance as she leaned against him, inhaling his familiar scent. He. The fragrance of my elder brother remains as delightful as ever." As Su Linger inhaled the fragrance, she chuckled to herself. Suddenly, a small face appeared before her. Hu Tu was blinking curiously at her. Su Linger gasped and quickly leaped off Ouyang's shoulder. "Brother, is this sister the ordinary friend who is taking us to Qingyan Peak?" Hu Tu asked Ouyang, emphasizing the term ordinary friend. Upon hearing Hu Tu's words, Su Linger finally turned her attention to the little girl perched on Ouyang's other shoulder. With her keen insight, she discerned that this young lady would undoubtedly grow into an unparalleled beauty. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Su Linger's mind. After much effort in taming the little vixens on Jade Maiden Peak, how could her senior brother now be accompanied by another enchanting junior sister? Was her senior brother's remarkable prowess the reason these young temptresses flocked to him? With a friendly smile on her face, Su Linger addressed Hu Tu, "Brother, is this the new disciple of Master Hu Yun?" She placed particular emphasis on the word little, subtly implying that Hu Tu was still just a child. Despite her youth, the girl, being a woman, could sense the underlying implications in Su Linger's tone. Hu Tu regarded this suddenly close woman with caution. Even she had to admit that, in terms of beauty, this woman was only slightly inferior to herself. However, the woman's figure was far beyond her own slender frame, which resembled a washboard. With a feigned innocence, Hu Tu retorted, "Yes, senior sister, I am Hu Tu. And I will be spending every day with my senior brother here on the small peak." The phrase spending every day struck a nerve in Su Ling. Though she shared a deep bond with her senior brother Ouyang, the inability to be with him daily had always been her greatest sorrow. Caught in an invisible tension, Ouyang stared blankly at the two girls, one large and one small. Although their words were polite and courteous, he sensed an underlying tension that felt almost explosive. Su Linger and Hu Tu exchanged a glance, sparks seemingly igniting between them. They simultaneously turned away, snorting in unison, "What a troublesome woman." Chapter 22. Qingyan Peak. The war between women often unfolds silently. Though the two girls appeared to be close on the surface, their words were laced with sharpness, as if concealing daggers ready to strike. "My junior sister is truly delicate and charming. I spend every day with my senior brother. You should come to Jade Maiden Peak. Children should play with children. I spend every day with my senior brother." Ouyang promptly halted the inexplicable struggle between the two, turning with a smile to Su Linger and saying, "Junior sister, it's getting late. We should be on our way." Su Linger, producing a jade flute, gazed at Ouyang with a spring-like glimmer in her eyes and gently inquired, "Brother, may I play the flute for you?" Ahem. Let's focus on the task at hand. We can discuss this in detail once we finish." Ouyang coughed lightly. Who could withstand such a temptation? Though he understood that Su Linger's words bore a different meaning than what he perceived, it was challenging to maintain one's composure when a charming and innocent beauty tested his resolve. He pondered to himself, "I wonder if I can withstand it." "What did you say, brother?" Su Lingo tilted her head in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing." Hu Tu, watching the playful banter between the two, felt a surge of frustration. "Brother, you are such a rogue. Clearly, you already have such a lovely junior sister, yet you still flirt with others. Where did that vixen come from?" When it came to vixens, could any compare to his own? Hu Tu's little fangs nearly crumbled from frustration, but as a child, he felt utterly powerless. After all, who would be interested in a childlike figure? With a knowing smile, with a graceful wave of her jade hand, Su Linga summoned a mist that enveloped their feet. The mist transformed into a billowing white cloud, lifting the three of them into the air, soaring towards the direction of Qingyan Peak, covering hundreds of kilometers. They reached the foot of Qingyan Peak in less than half an hour. Compared to smaller hills, Qingyan Peak towered majestically, its grandeur unmatched. The colossal mountain stood abruptly against the earth, with celestial clouds swirling around its midsection and white cranes soaring alongside. Countless white jade steps ascended like a heavenly ladder, stretching endlessly toward the summit. As one of the 9 sacred sites of the cultivation world, Qingyun Valley took great care in adorning its principal peak. Atop Qingyan Peak, waterfalls cascaded, rivers flowed, exotic flowers bloomed, and rare birds and beasts roamed, with uniquely arranged houses dotting the landscape. a scene both solemn and elegant. Embodying the essence of a celestial mountain, Ouyang led the way, with Su Linger and Hutu flanking him slightly behind. As they approached the mountain gate, they noticed 2 stone lions dozing atop the crimson-painted pillars. Sensing their presence, the stone lions awoke, shaking off the stone dust, and leaped down, puffing up with pride as they closed their eyes and addressed Ouyang. "Who goes there?" "State the mountain gate's command." Ouyang, observing the stone lions that could hardly be bothered to open their eyes, felt a surge of irritation and coldly replied, "Come, bow your heads, and I shall tell you the command." The 2 stone lions perked up their ears and lowered their heads, only to be met with the sight of Ouyang's smug grin, leaving them momentarily stunned. Ouyang, however, did not indulge the stone lion before him. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap, exclaiming in exasperation, "You were crafted by my own hands, and yet you dare to demand a password? Listen closely. The password is that I, your father, have never required any such command to enter this place." Awakened by the force of the slap, the stone lion promptly stepped aside, bowing low in submission, behaving as obediently as 2 loyal hounds, even wagging its tail in deference to Ouyang. These 2 stone lions were initially conjured during his early cultivation days, created casually while practicing earth-based techniques. Having forgotten to retract his essence, they gained a semblance of spirit over time, ultimately awakening their intelligence through Ouyang's energy. Eventually, they were commandeered by the sect master to guard the entrance. It is rare to encounter stones that can awaken intelligence, and once they do, they typically conceal themselves deep within the mountains. Thus, stone spirits are seldom seen in the realm of cultivation. Having 2 such spirits as gatekeepers was nothing short of extravagant. To Ouyang's surprise, the stone lions, stationed at Qingyun Peak, exhibited a sense of pride, refusing to meet his gaze. Accompanied by 2 women, Ouyang ascended the stone steps, but soon retreated. Qingyun Peak forbids flying and the use of spells. Reaching the summit can only be achieved by one's own feet. Faced with the daunting staircase, he was reluctant to climb it entirely on foot. The 2 stone lions, initially relieved, straightened up as they observed Ouyang's return. Ouyang pointed at one of them and commanded, "You carry us up." "My master, it is against the rules to ascend the mountain in any manner other than by foot." The designated stone lion explained with a dog-like grin. Ouyang, unimpressed, cleared his ears and replied, "I did not quite catch that. Would you kindly repeat yourself?" The stone lion felt an immediate paralysis as Ouyang's essence began to ebb from its body. In a panic, it bowed low and said, "What I meant to say is that my master's rules are absolute. Please, take your steps slowly. Would you like me to lower myself further?" With a cold snort, Ouyang mounted the stone lion, accompanied by the 2 women, and with a few powerful bounds, they vanished along the white jade steps. The stone lion that had not been named by Ouyang sighed in relief, only to notice a young man attempting to follow Ouyang toward the mountain gate. The stone lion straightened up and, in a deep voice, demanded, "Who approaches?" "State the password." The young man hesitated, recalling Ouyang's earlier outburst, and attempted to respond. "The password is your father." Before he could finish his statement, the stone lion's form surged, its height expanding from 5 or 6 meters to an imposing 20, as it raised a massive paw to strike the youth. Startled, the young man swiftly formed a hand seal and burrowed into the ground to escape. "Trying to employ clever tricks here? Truly courting death." The stone lion let out a cold chuckle, possessing an innate affinity for earth-based techniques as a stone spirit. It raised its paw and struck the ground fiercely, causing the youth, who had been attempting to escape underground, to scream in agony as he clutched his head and emerged from the earth. Just as he protruded halfway, the soil around him ensnared him completely. Incorrect command. "Stand in punishment for 10 hours. The stone lion yawned as it returned to its perch on the lacquered pillar. The youth gazed at the stone lion with a face full of despair, lamenting his ill fate of being caught here despite being called by senior brother Lingfeng to recite the Huanging Jing. Chapter 23. Dong Shuzi the Stone Lion. Along with Ouyang and his companions, soared through a cluster of clouds, leaping to the end of the white jade steps. Ouyang and the others dismounted, while the stone lion cautiously regarded Ouyang, its eyes inquiring whether it could depart, behaving obediently like a lion dog. Ouyang reached out and patted the lion's head, channeling a stream of true energy into its body. The stone lion, feeling the flow of energy within, was instantly elated, sticking out its tongue and barking twice before hastily bounding down the mountain. As Ouyang turned around, he found himself before an expansive square, entirely constructed from piles of jade, which subtly emanated wisps of spiritual energy. The rising aura rendered the entire square ethereal, a realm akin to that of celestial beings. It was extravagance personified. Outside, wandering cultivators would brawl over a mere low-grade spirit stone, yet here at Qingyun sect, such stones were utilized to pave the square. At that time, The square was bustling with activity and vibrancy. The sect's grand competition was set to commence in a month's time, drawing not only the elders from various peaks, but also inviting esteemed sects to witness the event. The Qingyun sect held this grand competition every 5 years, serving not only as an opportunity for outer disciples to enter the inner sect, but also as a contest among inner disciples. Furthermore, it was a moment for the Qingyun sect to showcase its prowess to other sections. During this competition, outer disciples had the chance to catch the eye of the peak masters of Qingyun sect, while inner disciples stood to gain advanced techniques and cultivation resources as rewards, making it a significant occasion for the sect to present itself to the outside world. Hence, each grand competition was celebrated with exceptional grandeur. None from the small mountain peak had ever participated in the grand competition. Lung Qingsong found it uninteresting. Bai Feiyu looked down upon the idea of participating, and Chen Chongqing preferred to avoid the limelight. Ouyang, as the senior brother, had not met the eligibility criteria for registration. The first stringent requirement for participation in the grand competition was reaching the foundation establishment stage. This felt like a direct affront to him. I have no desire to participate anyway, Ouyang thought indignantly upon encountering this rule. Consequently, everyone from the small mountain peak was disinclined to attend the competition. This was also Ouyang's first encounter with a square so elaborately adorned. Senior brother, this place is magnificent, Hututu exclaimed, marveling at the comfort enjoyed by the human cultivators in comparison to the caves and caverns of the Xianxia mountain. Su Ling'o glanced at the astonished Hututu and chuckled softly, saying, Senior brother, I have heard that this time during the sect competition, the holy son of the Qingyun sacred land will also be elected. With your talents, if you were to participate, the title of holy son would undoubtedly belong to you. Ouyang's face flushed with embarrassment. He understood that Su Ling'o meant no harm, yet he felt unworthy to even discuss the title of holy son. Given that he lacked the qualifications to compete, he cleared his throat and replied, I have no desire for such transient fame, junior sister. As cultivators, we ought to regard these hollow titles as mere passing clouds. Senior brother, you truly embody noble integrity, Su Ling'o sincerely praised. Those nearby, upon hearing Ouyang's words, turned to look at him, only to turn away in disdain when they realized he was merely at the qi refining stage. What pretentiousness from a mere qi refining waste. Ouyang, keenly aware of the scornful glances, felt a tinge of awkwardness despite his thick skin, and hastily led Su Ling'o and Hututu towards the grand hall. Upon entering, they found that the central area of the hall was devoid of the myriad deities that typically adorn such places in previous lives. Instead, a simple wooden plaque stood in the middle, inscribed with 2 characters, heaven and earth. This world harbored no monstrous deities or spirits. They revered not gods or Buddhas, but only heaven and earth. 3 towering incense sticks of yellow pine stood before a massive square incense burner, with wisps of fragrant smoke invigorating the air. Ouyang and Su Ling'o each took 3 sticks of unadorned incense, while Hututu mimicked them, respectfully bowing towards the wooden plaque before placing his incense in the burner. As they inserted their incense, Su Ling'o felt her cheeks warm. Paying homage to heaven and earth alongside her senior brother felt akin to a couple pledging their vows to the celestial path. After their reverence, Su Ling'o remained in the front hall, for the rear hall was not easily accessible to disciples without significant matters at hand. Thus, Ouyang led Hututu around the central hall towards the back hall. The rear hall also featured a vast altar, upon which countless ever-burning lamps were placed. This was the sanctuary for all inner disciples' everlasting lamps. Upon entering the back hall, Ouyang and Hututu discovered the space was utterly deserted. What was the meaning of this? Did old Ling actually stand them up? This was unlike his usual demeanor. Ouyang looked around, bewildered. Suddenly, a cough echoed, and an elder clad in a Taoist robe adorned with the 8 trigrams appeared before Ouyang and Hututu. Holding a whisk, the elder exuded an ethereal presence, his youthful visage contrasting with his long white hair, with 2 flowing white eyebrows reaching his chest. He smiled warmly at Ouyang and Hututu, embodying a figure of kindness. This elder was none other than Dong Shuzi, who had reprimanded Ling Feng the previous night. The transformation from the disheveled old man clad in a traditional gown, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan yesterday, to the current incarnation of Dong Shuzi, exuding an enigmatic aura of Tao, was nothing short of remarkable. A radiant halo of 7 colors shimmered subtly behind his head, presenting a visage reminiscent of an enlightened immortal. Ouyang, recognizing Dong Shuzi, approached him with reverence, stating, Disciple Ouyang pays respects to the esteemed master. Hututu hastily followed suit, exclaiming, Disciple Hututu pays respects to the esteemed master. Upon glancing at Hututu, Dong Shuzi discerned her to be a spirit fox of innate Tao physique, prompting a wry reflection on his junior brother Ouyang, who seemed to have devoted his entire fortune to the cultivation of disciples. Though irked internally, Dong Shuzi maintained a genial demeanor, his smile as warm as a spring breeze, and remarked, "Well, have you come to light the everlasting lamp today?" Ouyang responded, "By the command of my revered master. I have come to ignite the everlasting lamp for the newly admitted disciple Hututu at our humble mountain peak, and I seek your permission, esteemed master." Dong Shuzi, chuckling while stroking his beard, replied, "Very well, I do not grant permission." Ouyang's brow furrowed in confusion, and Hututu's face turned pale, fearing she had inadvertently offended the venerable master. "Did you not hear me? Young man, I said I do not grant permission." Dong Shuzi reiterated with a chuckle while stroking his beard. Raising his hand to grasp Dong Shuzi's beard, Ouyang pulled the old man closer with irritation, saying, "Old fellow, I am trying to be polite. Do not take me lightly." Remarkably, Dong Shuzi did not retaliate, but gazed at Ouyang with mirthful eyes and inquired, "What? Were you as brazen when you struck my disciple?" Chapter 24. Ouyang's Everlasting Lamp. This old fellow, with his failing eyesight, had taken in a saint of the demon clan and yet remained protective? Setting that aside, it was indeed xianxia who had initiated the altercation. Ouyang muttered, "Your disciple lacks propriety. What is wrong with my junior brother correcting her?" Dong Shuzi replied in a low voice, "Is it proper to leave someone grievously injured? Does your mountain's rule surpass even that of Qingyan Peak? There is a problem with your newly taken disciple. How ludicrous. Which of your mountain's disciples is not a problem child? My junior sister is present. Grant me some dignity. You still cling to my beard. Do I, as the master, not deserve any respect? What do you desire? Speak plainly." Ouyang replied impatiently, "Go back and advise your junior brother. Let this matter rest." Dong Shuzi suggested after a moment of contemplation. Ouyang, exasperated, responded, "I too wish for it to be over, but the heavenly oath has been established. How can we simply dismiss it? Does that mean it cannot be resolved? I cannot abide by that." Dong Shuzi countered, playfully evading the issue. Ouyang gazed at the old man who was engaging in this game of avoidance, feeling utterly powerless. For he had never bested this old fellow in their verbal sparring throughout his life. "Change the request. This matter is truly beyond my capabilities. Otherwise, we shall venture forth and establish our own path." Ouyang threatened, "Next month marks the grand sect competition. I require a dragon and a phoenix, two auspicious beasts to grace the occasion." At last, Dong Shuzi revealed his true intentions. "Unacceptable. You know as well as I do that such entities would undoubtedly attract divine retribution." Ouyang shook his head in refusal once more. Dong Shuzi, incensed, raised his voice. "This is not permissible, nor is that. Should my disciple endure such unprovoked assaults? Light the eternal lamp. Send the ghosts forth if you dare. Set me ablaze." Observing Dong Shuzi's apparent determination to persist, Ouyang resignedly stated, "Very well, for next month's sect competition, I shall conjure a dragon and a phoenix for you." After concluding their agreement, Dong Shuzi tugged at his beard, regaining his celestial demeanor, and benevolently regarded Hututu, saying, "Young lady, you possess considerable talent. It appears Ouyang has indeed taken on a commendable disciple. Come, follow me." Hututu gazed at Dong Shuzi before glancing at Ouyang, who nodded encouragingly. She questioned whether her eyes were deceiving her. This was the headmaster of Qingyan sect, one of the 9 sacred lands. The esteemed Qingyan sect, a venerated leader in the cultivation realm, was being chastised by her senior brother. Astonishingly, the headmaster remained unperturbed, engaging in banter with her senior brother. Hututu rubbed her eyes, doubting her perception. Yet, upon seeing her senior brother's reassuring nod, she dutifully followed Dong Shuzi to the altar. Dong Shuzi cast a glance at Ouyang, who, understanding the unspoken cue, exited the grand hall, carefully closing the door behind him, and settled on the stone steps outside. While Dong Shuzi was indeed the headmaster, he also served as a sort of mentor to Ouyang. In their early years, Ouyang's whimsical master roamed extensively, returning infrequently. When Ouyang and Lung Qingsong first arrived at the small peak, it was a desolate expanse, from the mountain's inception to its establishment. It was Dong Shuzi who tirelessly orchestrated the affairs. Thus, Ouyang and Dong Shuzi shared a deep familiarity, to the extent that the 2 stone lions guarding the mountain gate were whimsically taken by Dong Shuzi. The dragon and phoenix promised to Dong Shuzi were, in essence, akin to the stone lions, merely manifestations conjured from Ouyang's vital energy. However, such celestial beings, inherently imbued with Taoist essence, could attract divine punishment if summoned indiscriminately. Ouyang had once, out of curiosity, attempted to summon them and nearly perished in the ensuing lightning tribulation. Ouyang sensed that summoning such divine beasts would yield only detriment, rather than benefit. What prompted Dong Shuzi to suddenly request such creatures? Even if summoned, these celestial beings were notoriously proud, preferring death over submission to a cultivator's command, rendering Ouyang's authority insufficient. The essence of enlightenment, aside from merely witnessing the appearance of divine beasts, serves little purpose. Ouyang let out a sigh and retrieved his copy of Fundamentals of the 5 Elemental Escape Techniques from his pocket. In the rear hall, Dong Zuzi observed the anxious Hututu and chuckled, "My dear girl, fret not. It is merely a matter of lighting a lamp." Hututu obediently replied, "I understand, master." The childlike term of endearment amused Dong Zuzi, who laughed heartily, noting that his disciple Ouyang had indeed acquired a genuinely earnest apprentice. Far better than that impudent rascal at the entrance who frequently tugged at his own beard. Dong Zuzi waved his whisk, and a lamp soared from the altar. Landing before Hututu's, with a serious demeanor, he inquired, "Hututu, do you wish to join my Qingyun sect and uphold its rules and laws?" "I do," replied Hututu's. "Do you pledge to uphold justice, vanquish evil, and maintain the clarity of heaven and earth?" "I do." "Do you vow to seek the path earnestly, shunning worldly power and riches?" "I do." "Excellent. These 3 inquiries must be answered with a pure heart. Should there be any ulterior motives, your cultivation will be forfeited, and you shall be expelled from the mountain." "I understand." Hututu listened to Dong Zuzi's 3 questions, initially expecting numerous taboos and regulations from a major sect, but was pleasantly surprised by their simplicity and clarity. These precepts bore no resemblance to the concepts of human and demon cultivators, and she felt no hesitation in agreeing to them. With another wave of his whisk, a strand of Hututu's hair floated down, landing in the oil lamp before her. The lamp abruptly ignited with a blue flame, which transformed into a small fox that danced in midair before settling into the lamp as an ordinary flame. Hututu felt a pang of anxiety. Would her identity as a fox spirit be revealed? Yet, Dong Zuzi appeared oblivious, smiling gently at Hututu as he said, "All right. That will suffice. You may return now." A sigh of relief escaped Hututu's lips as she secretly rejoiced, realizing that the master had not discovered her secret. Gaining confidence, she fluttered her large eyes and asked Dong Zuzi, "Master, are all the eternal lamps of Qingyun sect here?" Dong Zuzi nodded, "Indeed. All the eternal lamps of every member of Qingyun sect are housed here." Hututu looked around and curiously inquired, "What does my senior brother's eternal lamp look like?" Dong Zuzi's expression became slightly awkward as he replied, "What is there to admire about that brat's eternal lamp?" Hututu, playfully pouting, coaxed, "Master, please let me see it. Won't you? I beg you." Unable to resist her charm, Dong Zuzi extended a hand, summoning an oil lamp from the altar. The oil lamp before them flickered feebly, far weaker than any lamp upon the altar, giving the impression that it might extinguish at any moment. Hututu gazed in astonishment at the oil lamp held by Dong Zuzi, exclaiming, "Why is it like this?" Chapter 25. I can manually upgrade magical artifacts. Seated on the stone steps, Ouyang perused the book in his hands. Were the water-based spell of the water dragon and the fire spell of the fire phoenix perfectly aligned with the old man's requirements? The essence of heaven and earth could manifest into the 5 elements. In this world, it was nearly omnipotent. The techniques utilized the practitioner's internal true chi and true essence, employing a specific mode of operation combined with commands, talismans, and formations. By intertwining their own essence with that of the world, practitioners could manipulate the elemental energies to launch attacks or defenses through the tangible forms of wind, fire, earth, water, thunder, wood, metal, and gold. The more profound the technique, the greater the practitioner's reserve of true chi and their comprehension of the 5 elements must be. Correspondingly, the potency of the technique would also increase. A highly skilled practitioner could alter the terrain, influence the weather, turn day into night, and halt torrential rains. The reversal of nature itself was indeed terrifying.
Techniques were merely methods employed by practitioners to harness the essence of heaven and earth. With myriad paths to pursue, each individual sought their own truth,
and the transformations of the essence remained unfathomable. Such profound matters were beyond Ouyang's understanding. His grasp of techniques was simplistic: clap his hands and summon whatever he desired. He would forget after a single use, requiring him to reread the material. For instance, he had recently practiced the water dragon, yet now not a trace of it remained in his memory. After glancing through the book to review the water dragon's operational route, he had already forgotten most of it by the time he closed the tome. His innate talent felt akin to a poison. Suddenly, the grand door of the rear hall swung open, and Dong Zuzi emerged with Hututu. Ouyang tucked the book back into his pocket and was about to inquire about Hututu's success when he noticed her eyes, red like a rabbit's, clearly having shed tears, giving her a pitiful appearance. Ouyang stepped forward and grasped Dong Zuzi's beard, speaking fiercely, "Old man, I've already agreed to your terms. Are you now reneging? Ah, that hurts. Can't you clarify matters before resorting to violence? What does this have to do with me? Dong Shuzi retorted, wrestling with Ouyang's hand in exasperation. Brother, it has nothing to do with master. It's my own fault. Hu Tutu sniffled, murmuring. Afterward, she reached out her small hand to tug at Ouyang's sleeve, gazing up at him with pleading eyes, saying, Brother, can we return to the small peak? I wish to go back now. Ouyang glanced at Hu Tutu, then released Dong Shuzi's beard, lifting Hu Tutu into his arms. Do not worry, Tutu. Your elder brother is here, providing you with support. Speak freely. No old wretch would dare to bully you, he assured, casting a sidelong glance at Dong Shuzi. Dong Shuzi, incensed, retorted, You young rascal are nearly naming names, aren't you? Ouyang was about to retort but was silenced by Hu Tutu's small hand covering his mouth. Observing the sensible Hu Tutu brought great solace to Dong Shuzi, who suddenly recalled something. He retrieved a paper crane from his robe and presented it to Hu Tutu, saying, By seniority, I am still your master's uncle. Since this is our first meeting, let this paper crane be a gift to you. Hu Tutu accepted the crane, whispering, Thank you, master uncle. Ouyang, grimacing, remarked, You are indeed miserly. A mere piece of crumpled paper for a first meeting gift? Go away.
Just seeing you makes me feel my lifespan shortening. Dong Shuzi, impatient, waved his hand dismissively, and with a sweep of his feather duster, he vanished before the two.
Such a penny pincher, truly a brother in spirit, Ouyang murmured, recalling his own master. Turning his gaze to the paper crane in Hu Tutu's hand, he was taken aback. He could distinctly sense his own vital energy emanating from it. Was this the same crane that had delivered a message to him yesterday? This old coot really is stingy, sending out used items. Suddenly, the paper crane flapped its wings and took flight from Ouyang's hand, as if recognizing him, swirling around him in joyful loops. Hu Tutu, fascinated by the dancing crane, gently raised his hand, and the crane obediently landed in his palm. Suddenly, the crane emitted a brilliant white light and vanished from Hu Tutu's grasp. He looked in astonishment at the design of a paper crane that had appeared on his fingernail. Elder brother, this paper crane is actually a magical artifact. Hu Tutu exclaimed in delight. A magical artifact? Could it be that after the crane returned yesterday, the old fellow refined it again? Ouyang immediately understood. Magical artifacts are essential for practitioners, whether for offense or defense. A high-grade magical artifact could drive all cultivators into a frenzy. The rank of a magical artifact is closely tied to its quality, generally categorized into 5 grades: magical tools, magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, Dao instruments, and Dao treasures. A Dao treasure is exceedingly rare, with few existing in the entire cultivation world. Even the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds, could hardly resist the allure of a Dao treasure if news of one emerged. Each Dao treasure embodies the pinnacle of a certain path, containing Dao rhythms sufficient to elevate a practitioner from the realm of ordinary mortals to that of the legendary immortals. Immortal, that is the realm every cultivator dreams of attaining. Ouyang had encountered a myriad of magical artifacts throughout his life. However, he had only witnessed one true spiritual treasure, a long sword brought back by his master for Beiji from distant lands. It was rumored to be an exceedingly rare and exceptional spiritual treasure, and ever since Beiji had acquired it, he would clutch it with fervor even in his sleep. Yet, Ouyang could only gaze at it enviously, as he possessed nothing more than a mere rope, which hardly qualified as a magical tool. Only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above were capable of wielding true treasures. As a practitioner of Qi for millennia, Ouyang could barely manipulate a single rope, let alone utilize the magical artifacts available to those in the Qi refinement stage. After contemplating for a moment, Ouyang addressed Hu Tutu, saying, Tutu, summon it forth. Hu Tutu nodded, gently closed her eyes, and a radiant white light emerged from her hands, bringing forth the paper crane once more. Ouyang grasped the crane, continuously channeling his vital energy into it. Upon contact, the crane reacted to Ouyang's energy as a fish would to water, exuberantly absorbing the vital essence. Alas, the crane's diminutive form limited its capacity, and it ceased to absorb after a short while. Ouyang withdrew his energy, realizing that the crane had consumed 1,000 points of his vital energy. If he did not reclaim it, that energy would be lost forever. However, for Ouyang, who could easily accumulate at least 1,000 points during a single session of meditation, this was of little consequence. He noted that it had been 2 days since the crane had shown any signs of progress, a rather lengthy period. After absorbing the vital energy, the crane radiated a luminous white aura, and suddenly, it tilted its head back, emitting a melodious call. The crane had successfully transformed from a magical artifact into a spiritual treasure, awakening its intelligence. In Chapter 26, Ouyang declared, "Senior brother, I will not let you perish." Upgrading a magical treasure with bare hands was a feat that, if known to the outside world, would likely provoke the other 8 sacred lands to unite and assault the Xianxia sect, intending to capture Ouyang for research. Ouyang understood that his ability to elevate a magical artifact to the status of a spiritual treasure was due to Dongzuzi having refined the crane anew, utilizing materials of exceptional quality. He had merely catalyzed the inherent properties of the artifact to awaken its intelligence. It was not as simple as taking a piece of paper and transforming it into a spiritual treasure. If that were the case, he would have long since amassed a fortune within the cultivation world. Nonetheless, the ability to evoke the materials within a spiritual treasure and catalyze its intelligence, if publicized, would be deemed astonishing. The hierarchy of magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, and Tao artifacts is firmly established from the moment a treasure is crafted. Each artifact requires a variety of precious materials and rare treasures, a challenge that stymies over 80% of cultivators. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are fortuitous encounters, elusive and difficult to obtain. Even if one occasionally acquires a piece, it may not necessarily be suitable for the crafting of the desired spiritual artifact. Furthermore, it is essential to possess extensive knowledge of formations and the craftsmanship of a skilled forger. Any slight error during the forging process could result in failure, causing the hard-earned heavenly materials to be utterly destroyed in an instant. Once the form of the artifact is completed, intricate formations must be inscribed upon it. Only then can one hope to create a treasure of artifact-level quality. The complexity involved in crafting an artifact-level treasure hints at the rarity of spiritual treasures and even more advanced Tao instruments and Tao treasures. It is only when a spiritual treasure awakens sentience and masters the Tao rhythm that it may ascend to artifact status. However, this process may span millennia. Thus, spiritual treasures represent the pinnacle of artifacts that ordinary cultivators and even sect members can aspire to possess. It is conceivable that even the most dedicated cultivator might only acquire one artifact throughout their lifetime, underscoring the rarity of spiritual treasures. Remarkably, even within the esteemed Xianxia sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds, some venerable elders have yet to possess a suitable spiritual treasure. The prospect of elevating an artifact to a spiritual treasure is an unprecedented feat in this world. Hutuda gazed joyfully at the paper crane before him, marveling that his first artifact was indeed a spiritual treasure. He summoned the demon essence within him to animate the paper crane. The diminutive crane, originally the size of a palm, expanded in the wind, transforming into a magnificent 3-meter-tall, 5-meter-long creature. "Brother, the little paper crane says it can fly us home. Let us hop on," Hututu exclaimed excitedly, urging Ouyang to join him. "But what about Sister Sulinger?" Ouyang replied with surprise, recalling the recently utilized tool. "Sulinger, don't worry about Sister Su. She can ride the clouds herself and might have already left," Hututu quickly countered, his thoughts racing. "Humph. I wouldn't want to return home with that cow." Although Hututu expressed this sentiment, Ouyang still sent a message to Sulinger. However, Sulinger's response indicated that the Peak Master required her to remain at Xianxia Peak to coordinate preparations for next month's sect competition, much to her chagrin. "Brother, Master insists I stay here to handle matters with the Xianxia Peak residents. It's so annoying. I haven't even had a chance to play the flute for you." Sulinger's melodious and pure voice resonated from the communication stone, stirring Ouyang's heart. "It's all right, sister. When you have time, you can play the flute for me. At that moment, I'll be the one listening." Ouyang replied with a sly smile. "Brother, do you have a flute too?" Sulinger asked with surprise, delighted to discover that he also played an instrument, feeling a deep connection with him. Contemplating the moment when she and her senior brother would become Tao partners. With herself playing the flute while he strummed the zither, a perfect harmony of melody and companionship, Sulinger couldn't help but smile dreamily at the communication stone. Her junior brother, who had been entranced by Sulinger's beauty, suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had been deceived by her infatuated expression. Upon learning that Sulinger would not be returning to the small mountain peak with him, Hututu let out a cheer and urged Ouyang to board her paper crane. As the paper crane wobbled and soared into the sky, it headed towards the direction of the small mountain peak, enveloped in a transparent barrier that shielded the two from the gusty winds. Hututu, exuberantly shouting from atop the crane like a child with a new toy, looked joyfully at Ouyang. However, a moment of recollection regarding Dong Shuzi's previous words cast a shadow over her happiness. Leaning against Ouyang, she whispered softly, "Senior brother, I don't want you to die?" Ouyang, sitting on the paper crane, was taken aback, perplexed by the notion that the old man Dong Shuzi had cursed him to death. "Pay no heed to that old fool's nonsense. I'm perfectly well," he replied, somewhat irritably. Tutu did not respond, but nuzzled against him like a kitten. In the rear hall, Dong Shuzi had previously shared much about the master-brother Changming's situation. The flame of the Changming lamp signifies the vitality of the person. As cultivators, our lives are prolonged. Thus our flames burn brightly. However, your senior brother's vitality is quite feeble. Although stronger than that of an ordinary person, it pales in comparison to other cultivators. Dong Shuzi explained. Only those who practice cultivation can ignite the Changming lamp, and Ouyang had struggled significantly to light his, indicating that his cultivation level would not ascend very far. It could even be said that he was the most poorly endowed individual one could encounter in the realm of cultivation. Even those with the most mediocre aptitude among ordinary cultivators could typically reach the golden core stage without much difficulty. Achieving the golden core would extend one's lifespan by 500 years, but the dim flame of Ouyang's lamp suggested that he might never attain it in this lifetime. Hu Tutu would not accept this, and even in the face of the sect's master, she defiantly argued, "But senior brother is very strong." Dong Shuzi replied with a knowing tone, "Is strength truly of any value? Greatness must inevitably decline. One may be powerful for a fleeting moment, yet within a century, they will vanish. Can they compare to those who achieve true longevity in cultivation? You may be strong, indeed, but you can only live for a century. After 100 years, you will turn to dust, and nothing will remain. Compared to the lengthy life of those in the tribulation phase, it is merely a brief, dazzling bloom." The world of cultivation has never lacked for prodigies, and when Ouyang beheld Dong Shuzi's attribute panel, he too was astonished, recognizing himself as a child of destiny. Name: Dong Shuzi cultivation level, 9th stage of tribulation transcendence root bone, 10 charm, 10 luck, 10 swordsmanship aptitude, 10 exclusive skill, celestial presence evaluation, a polymath and the esteemed leader of the Qing sect. Dong Shuzi was undoubtedly the most dazzling talent of his era, destined to become the head of the 9 sacred lands. Senior brother, I assure you, I will not let you perish. Hu Tutu leaned against Ouyang, squinting at the sun while silently thinking. Chapter 27. 3 important considerations at the small peak. The speed of the paper crane was remarkable, surpassing Su Linger's cloud riding speed by more than double. And soon the small peak came back into view for the two. Just as the paper crane was about to descend, 2 beams of sword light shot into the sky, with 2 formidable sword intents clashing fiercely above the small peak. Ouyang covered his face, and with a mere guess, knew that Beiji and Xiaobai were at it again. These unruly children could not feel at ease unless they were causing trouble. The paper crane wobbled slightly before gently landing in the courtyard of the small peak. Hu Tutu shouted excitedly, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, come quickly. The sect leader gifted me a spiritual treasure." However, Hu Tutu's words did not capture the attention of those in the courtyard. Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood facing each other, their powerful sword intents emanating from them. Shen Chanxing, standing nearby, could only shake his head in exasperation, feeling utterly helpless, disappointed at not being able to showcase his newly acquired spiritual treasure. Hu Tutu suddenly spotted a passing, and his eyes lit up. He lifted and held it up to the paper crane, exclaiming, "Handsome, look quickly. This is the spiritual treasure the sect leader bestowed upon me." Hu Yan looked at the paper crane in confusion, pondering, a spiritual treasure? The Qingyan sect truly possesses immense wealth. Yet, as a great demon cultivator in the tribulation transcendent stage, he had lost interest in spiritual treasures. Had it been a Dao device, he would have been intrigued, but for a cultivator at his level, a mere spiritual treasure held little significance. Ouyang approached Chen Changsheng, his displeasure evident as he inquired, "What is going on? What trouble are they stirring up now?" Chen Changsheng, noticing Ouyang, quickly replied, "Senior brother, you're back. After I swore my oath to the heavenly Dao yesterday, 4th junior brother remarked that my swordsmanship was utterly lacking and offered to teach me." Before Chen Changsheng could finish explaining, Ouyang understood the situation unfolding. Bai Feiyu sought to guide Chen Changsheng in swordsmanship, as an ancient sword immortal. Bai Feiyu had witnessed countless sword techniques and could certainly provide valuable insights. However, standing beside him was Ling Qingsong, who walked an entirely different path. Bai Feiyu's swordsmanship philosophy was one where the sword resides in the heart, and everything becomes his sword. This represented the supreme sword path, where all things were regarded as swords, enabling one to stand invincible and effortlessly dominate opponents. In battles of the same level, it was as simple as chopping vegetables. The swordsmanship cultivated by Lung Qingsong is encapsulated in the phrase, "I am the sword, and the sword is me." This transcends the notion of supreme swordsmanship. Rather, it seeks to embody the essence of the sword itself. The entirety of swordsmanship is me, and I am the embodiment of swordsmanship. From this interpretation, it is evident that Lung Qingsong's approach to swordsmanship is fundamentally lethal, striking with the ease of quenching one's thirst. The two swordsmen's philosophies clash like the sharpest of blades. Thus, when Bai Feiyu advised xianxia, stating that there are myriad sword techniques from which one should adopt the strengths of others to refine one's sword heart to achieve perfection, Lang Qingsong could not remain silent. He interjected, asserting, "I alone am the sword." Bai Feiyu raised an eyebrow, expressing his discontent. "Your swordsmanship is perilously reckless, akin to traversing a tightrope, easily leading one to madness. True swordsmanship must harmonize with one's state of mind. Possessing a flawless sword heart is the righteous path." Lang Qingsong scoffed, dismissing him as a mediocrity. Bai Feiyu, infuriated, slammed his hand down and retorted, "You are on a path of heresy." To which Lang Qingsong shot back, "You are the true waste." The two, brimming with confidence in their respective philosophies, were like fire and water, their verbal sparring escalating to the point where they drew their swords against one another. Thus, they found themselves in their current predicament, completely forgetting their initial purpose of instructing xianxia. However, xianxia himself was not overly enamored with swordsmanship, regardless of whether it was sword, saber, or spear techniques. He only sought that which would benefit him most. It is only through the mastery of myriad paths that one can catch the enemy off guard. For xianxia, merely being able to emit sword energy was sufficient. As he recounted the events that had transpired, Ouyang had grown accustomed to such antics. It was truly unsettling for him when these unruly disciples did not stir up some trouble daily, with a surge of true qi coursing within him. He raised his hand and bellowed, "All of you, get out." The powerful wave of true qi violently swept the two away, abruptly halting their sword intents. They were flung from the mountain peak to its base. As they regained their footing at the foot of the mountain, the moment they locked eyes with one another, the swords in their hands emitted an uncontrollable, melodious hum. In an instant, Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong drew their swords and charged at each other. At that moment, at the foot of the small peak, the air crackled with sword intent, and the clash of countless metals resonated. Observing these two unruly disciples, Ouyang wore an expression of exasperation, especially as he noticed xianxia attempting to slip away. Ouyang pulled xianxia close, his concern evident. "Do you have confidence in the sect competition a month from now? After all, he is a son of the demon clan. One cannot discount the possibility of an unexpected surge of power. Such occurrences are all too common for protagonists. One moment, they may be on the brink of defeat, and with mere words of love and friendship, they can revive to full strength and emerge victorious. If such nonsensical plotlines were to befall Ziyuan, Ouyang would find it entirely unremarkable. A glance at the attributes panel reveals that he, too, is a child of destiny." Upon hearing Ouyang's earnest inquiry, xianxia hesitantly replied, "The odds are not very favorable, perhaps around 40%. 40%? That high?" Ouyang exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at xianxia. While 40% may not seem substantial, in xianxia's case, it was exceedingly high. Ouyang was acutely aware of just how cautious xianxia truly was. His inquiry regarding confidence was not entirely aligned with Qin's interpretation of the term. Ouyang's concern was solely about whether Ziyuan might unleash a powerful counterattack during the sect competition, and he simply wished to inquire if xianxia believed he could triumph over Ziyuan in that context. However, xianxia was likely contemplating whether he could still defeat Ziyuan after enduring several explosive bursts of power, all while under the watchful eyes of the elders from Qingyun Peak and the interference of the sect leader. Ouyang was all too familiar with the temperaments of these rebellious youths. Shaking his head, xianxia stated earnestly, "I am merely being optimistic. After all, I have never witnessed the sect leader in action. If the sect leader were to intervene, the chances of victory would likely diminish even further." "See, I knew this child would think that way," Ouyang thought, recognizing that the boy's mindset was consistently unconventional, due to an acute sense of paranoia. The small peak had been entirely drained by this child's incessant worries, not to mention the countless hidden cards he had meticulously prepared. On the small peak, 3 things were paramount. First, do not be astonished by the frequency with which Lang Qingsong comprehends sword intent. Second, do not underestimate Bai Feiyu's speed in breaking through realms. Third, do not imagine what xianxia might pull from his sleeve. Chapter 28. Xiaofeng. The Qingyun sect's competition occurs once every 5 years. A grand event not only for the sect but for the entire cultivation world. Not only will hundreds of sect leaders from the surrounding areas attend, but representatives from the other 8 holy lands will also come to observe. It is a moment of great splendor, garnering immeasurable renown. Moreover, it presents a golden opportunity for countless prodigies aspiring to join this ancient sect with a lineage spanning millennia to showcase their talents. With only a month remaining, the competition among the outer disciples has already commenced. The outer disciples of Qingyun sect number in the hundreds of thousands, all of whom have journeyed from various locales in pursuit of enlightenment. The outer disciples must not exceed the age of 18. Those who do will be sent back home. Thus, Before reaching 18, one must either join the Qingyun sect or return home to marry. However, after traveling great distances, returning home without having achieved anything would be utterly unacceptable. Not to mention, those who qualify for the outer sect are already exceptional individuals from their respective regions. Consequently, all outer disciples are fully committed, daring not to relax for a moment, fearful that their peers might surpass them. The outer sect of the Qingyun sect is truly the most fiercely competitive realm. On a hillside within this outer sect, a young man with bare shoulders and bronze skin struggles upward, bearing a colossal log upon his back, ascending towards the summit step by arduous step. His countenance is resolute, his features refined, exuding an indomitable spirit. What is most striking is the massive scar that adorns his chest, writhing like a centipede with every movement as sweat-soaked muscles glisten under the sun. Yet, his gaze remains fixated solely on the final step that leads to the peak. With each deliberate stride, he leaves shallow impressions on the bluestone path, the log upon his shoulder seeming to weigh a ton. At last, he reaches the summit. Yet without pause, he turns and descends once more, still burdened by the log. Before he can take further steps, a figure blocks his path. xianxia. With only a month left until the sect's grand competition, this method of physical training is ultimately futile. You have yet to even master the art of channeling energy into your body. There will be no results. It would be wiser to return and focus on that while you still have time. A young man clad in a gray robe kindly advises. The youth, known as Xiaofeng, has made a striking impression in the outer sect, traversing the mountain path daily with a log weighing over 50,000 kilograms. Initially, his endeavor to carry the log up the mountain drew much attention. Some claimed he was merely seeking to attract attention, while others deemed him a failure, incapable of reaching even the qi refinement stage. There were whispers that he simply wished to waste his days in idleness. Yet, after 5 years of steadfastly shouldering the immense weight, from stumbling steps to now swift strides, all doubts have evaporated, leaving only admiration in their wake. Regardless of whether it was an act or a testament to his lack of talent, the sheer tenacity to confront the elements without a single day of rest in his relentless ascent has rendered all critics speechless. Such perseverance commands respect from many. However, the young man remains undeterred, silently scaling his mountain with the log each day. xianxia, registration for the outer sect competition has begun. Come down the mountain with me. The young man beside him implores, observing Xiaofeng's unwavering determination to continue his climb. Xiaofeng pauses momentarily, then replies softly, Zhao Shixiang, you go ahead. I will follow shortly. With a sigh, Zhao Shixiang turns and hastens down the mountain. The top 10 in the outer sect competition will gain entry into the grand contest of the Qingyun sect. And only by winning the favor of a peak master can one hope to ascend into the inner sect. Xiaofeng, shouldering the ironwood, revealed a glimmer of determination in his eyes. His essence was seized, his dantian rendered useless, his parents slain, his brothers turned against him, humiliated by his betrothed with whom he had grown up, and ridiculed by his kin. Yet, there shall come a day when I, Xiaofeng, reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. Ah, Ouyang, yawning, stood atop a bell tower at the entrance of the outer sect's competition, accompanied by a middle-aged man who was slightly hunched and wore a perpetual smile. Ouyang, still half asleep, gazed down at the bustling outer sect disciples, feeling somewhat dizzy. Every outer sect contest necessitated one of the peaks to oversee the proceedings. This time, it was the turn of the little mountain peak. The 3 unruly disciples atop the mountain had no interest in the trivial squabbles of the foundation building stage, although Hututu wished to accompany him. However, considering the dignity of the inner sect disciples, Ouyang opted not to bring Hututu along, preferring to attend alone as a mere auspicious figure. The middle-aged man beside him, grinning broadly, was the managing senior brother of the outer sect. Though he wore a smiling facade before Ouyang, he was notorious among the outer sect disciples as the iron-faced tiger, a villain of great infamy. This managing senior brother was responsible for distributing resources to the outer sect disciples each month, a process contingent upon the disciples' contributions to the sect. Without resources, one's cultivation would proceed at an excruciatingly slow pace. Thus, wielding the authority over resource allocation granted him a significant degree of control over the disciples' fates. Rest assured, Lao San, I am merely here to observe, not to interfere in your affairs. The outer sect competition shall rely heavily upon you, Ouyang remarked lazily, his demeanor suggesting he was still waking. Not at all, not at all. It is you, senior brother Ouyang, who shows great forbearance, the middle-aged man replied respectfully, his face alight with smiles. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries with Lao San, Ouyang again turned his gaze to the throng of outer sect disciples below. Countless faces filled the scene, overwhelming Ouyang's senses, yet after a prolonged observation, he found no promising talents. The few who stood out were still vastly inferior to the elder Ling of the Qinyan sect. Just as Ouyang contemplated finding a place to catch a nap, his attention was suddenly captured by a massive log. A bare-chested youth, carrying an enormous piece of wood, approached the registration area of the outer sect. Before Ouyang, a panel illuminated. Name, Xiao Feng, Apex of the Emperor, Cultivation, comparable to Foundation Establishment Essence, 0 Charisma, 8 Luck, 8 Body Refinement Aptitude, 11 Exclusive Skill, Indomitable Will Evaluation, the tragic male protagonist of a classic waste-to-hero narrative. 0 Essence? How could this be? Even I, as lacking as I am, possess an essence of at least one. Ouyang gazed at the system's evaluation, becoming increasingly intrigued by the youth before him. Why was he labeled as a worthless male protagonist? Merely due to his surname, Xiao? Was this imperial demeanor somewhat farcical? Furthermore, his physical cultivation aptitude had astonishingly surpassed 10. Just as he pondered whether this was yet another child of destiny, the youth's furious roar erupted. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Ouyang squinted, his conviction solidifying. The very fact that he could utter such words confirmed that this young man was undoubtedly a child of destiny. Chapter 29. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. The boy's outburst incited a stir among the onlookers. Ouyang, with newfound interest, remarked, "Come, Lao Sun, let us go take a look." Manager Sun wore a smile, yet a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, feeling that he had lost face before Ouyang, as if he were incapable of managing the outer disciples. As Ouyang and Manager Sun approached, they beheld Xiao Feng, bare-chested, shouting at a young man leisurely sipping tea at a table. The nearby crowd whispered among themselves. Ouyang seized a visibly anxious outer disciple and inquired, "Brother, what transpired? Did you not see? Just a moment ago, Xiao Feng came to register, yet that tea-drinking brother not only refused him but also ridiculed him." The outer disciple replied, glancing back while still fixated on the unfolding drama. The human tendency to observe was undeniable, and Ouyang was particularly adept at it. Eagerly, Ouyang pressed further. "What is the matter? Does Xiao Feng harbor a grudge against that brother?" "Oh, what grudge? It's just that Xiao Shidi's relentless 5-year climb was merely to attract attention and gain entry into the inner sect. After all, 5 years of effort. I can acknowledge the need for attention, as I could never achieve such feats myself," the outer disciple lamented. "Ah, indeed, that is remarkable perseverance." Ouyang's admiration for the youth deepened. Who can argue? Yet, what good is perseverance? With his roots extracted and Dantian rendered useless, he is destined to remain unable to cultivate. Such a fallen genius, what a pity. The outer disciple interjected. At this moment, Ouyang began to comprehend how the system's evaluation of a worthless male protagonist had come to be. This archetype sounded all too familiar. Was it not reminiscent of protagonists from the countless novels of his past life? As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Xiao Feng's eyes, now bloodshot, fixated on the leisurely tea-drinking brother, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. He had finally arrived at Qinyan's sect, enduring 5 years of relentless striving for this singular opportunity, only to be met with humiliation. Unyielding, humiliated, furious, an overwhelming tide of emotion surged within him. "Ah!" Xiao Feng roared, delivering a powerful punch to the ironwood behind him. The heavy ironwood, weighing thousands of pounds, emitted a resounding crack before splintering into two. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Ah, but what a formidable substance ironwood is. Even stronger than steel. The audacity of this individual to shatter it with a single blow is astonishing. Could it be that it was Prisan? Is he merely performing for our amusement?" The elder brother across the way, casually sipping tea, displayed a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Is it truly impressive to smash an ironwood with one's fist? His hands are bleeding. Even a mere gust of wind could dispatch such a task. In light of the murmurs surrounding him, he rose and cleared his throat, addressing Xiao Shidi. "It is not that I am unwilling to permit your registration, but rather that there are indeed cultivation restrictions in place. How can you participate in the outer sect competition when you have yet to reach the Qi refinement stage?" The elder brother's assertion was accurate. This was indeed a prerequisite for the outer sect competition, meant to protect those foolish enough to challenge themselves without having achieved even the basic Qi refinement. The contests among the outer sects are far more brutal and savage than those within the inner sections. Inflicting injury and even causing death are all too common occurrences in such matches. Xiao Feng's eyes blazed like fire, yet he remained silent, turning to lift the ironwood as he prepared to depart. If the Qinyan sect could not accommodate him, he would certainly not linger here. The world is vast, and there must be a place suited for him. Wait. Ouyang felt it was finally his moment to speak, and he immediately called out loudly. His voice drew the attention of everyone present, and Xiao Feng turned to regard Ouyang with an expressionless face. Ouyang smiled and said, We have all witnessed this brother's strength. I believe he deserves a chance. The individual who had just rallied the crowd now grew displeased, feeling the ground he had gained was being undermined by this dissenting voice. Observing that Ouyang's cultivation was merely at the 9th layer of qi refinement, far inferior to his own status as a third-tier foundation establishment cultivator, he instinctively opened his mouth to reprimand Ouyang. However, he was halted by the sight of Manager Sun behind Ouyang. A bystander promptly stood and bowed to Manager Sun, saying, "Sun Xixiao, I did not see you arrive earlier. Please forgive me." Manager Sun nodded, acknowledging that the bystander's actions were not in error according to the regulations. However, since Ouyang had spoken up, it would be ungracious not to grant him this favor. What could a mere waste, incapable of even reaching the qi refinement stage, achieve by registering? Manager Sun declared, "Our Qinyan sect welcomes all. I have also witnessed this brother's strength, which is sufficient for him to register for the outer sect competition. Please proceed with his enrollment." Upon hearing Manager Sun's words, the bystander nodded in agreement. Supporting the ironwood, Xiaofeng looked at the smiling Ouyang and nodded appreciatively, clasping his fists in gratitude as he said, "Thank you, Xixiao. It's nothing, merely assisting you with your registration. However, if you wish to secure a place among the top 10 in the outer sect, that will ultimately depend on your own strength." Ouyang replied with a smile, "Rest assured. If I fail to make it into the top 10, it will be due to my own lack of ability, and I shall not blame others," Xiaofeng asserted. Ouyang nodded as he watched Xiaofeng slowly depart with 2 segments of iron gold wood. It seemed that brother Ouyang was quite attentive to this youth, remarked Manager Sun, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Just moments ago, he claimed he was merely passing through, yet within 2 minutes, he intervened directly, truly speaking one way and acting another. Ouyang chuckled, discreetly placing a high-grade spirit stone into Manager Sun's hand, apologetically saying, "I may have been a bit abrupt earlier. Please do not take offense, old son." Manager Sun, feeling the rich essence of the spirit stone in his hand, instantly beamed with joy, unobtrusively stowing it away as he replied, "Brother Ouyang is merely eager for talent. It is of no consequence." After exchanging compliments for a while, Manager Sun led Ouyang to dinner. In the dining hall, they fortuitously encountered Xiaofeng, who was quietly eating. Manager Sun, noticing Xiaofeng's silent demeanor, curiously remarked, "Brother Ouyang seems particularly concerned for this junior disciple." Ouyang shook his head and proposed, "Old son, how about a wager?" Intrigued, Manager Sun inquired, "What shall we bet on?" With a smirk, Ouyang turned to him and said, "Let us wager on whether he will utter a single word, the bet being 2 high-grade spirit stones." Manager Sun, caught between laughter and exasperation, realized Ouyang had been waiting for him, yet he still agreed to the wager. Manager Sun asked, "What do you think he will say?" Ouyang, recalling a well-worn trope from novels, replied meaningfully, "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." The next day, the outer sect competition commenced with fervor. Ouyang would reside here for the next 2 days, observing the contests between all the outer disciples. This arrangement ensured the fairness of the competition. Standing atop the bell tower, Ouyang gazed down at the outer disciples, who were giving their all in the lively bouts on the arena. Most of the outer disciples were merely at the qi refining stage, with only a few possessing remarkable talents at the foundation establishment level. Such low-level competitions were, in truth, rather tedious. Their skills were limited to basic techniques, casting fireballs, summoning water arrows, or chaotically wielding swords with rudimentary sword techniques. Yet, even these elementary skirmishes elicited cheers from the surrounding crowd. Compared to their own wayward disciples, these individuals seemed to be engaging in mere childish play. And Ouyang felt himself nearly drifting off to sleep. However, when Xiaofeng, clad in a yellow training outfit, took to the stage, Ouyang's interest was piqued. To his disappointment, although Xiaofeng delivered the protagonist's lines with flair, it was evident that he lacked practical combat experience. The opponent was but a 5th-level qi refining youth, and under the onslaught of fireballs and water arrows, Xiaofeng found himself in a state of desperate retreat, frequently falling prey to strikes and landing in awkward positions. It appears that Ouyang's esteemed companion lacks any remarkable qualities. Sun, the steward, sipped his tea and remarked, initially, he believed that the individual Ouyang valued would possess significant prowess, yet the current display of incompetence during the qi refinement stage left him disillusioned. In Sun's perspective, Xiaofeng's defeat was merely a matter of time. Ouyang shook his head and replied, "The universe is yet to be determined. Brother Sun, your conclusion is rather premature." In the arena, Xiaofeng's training attire was tattered and charred from the opponent's fireball technique, and the scent of burnt hair lingered in the air. The youth opposite him, still apprehensive, pondered how formidable Xiaofeng could be, given his ability to shatter iron and wood with a single punch. However, under the weight of his own spell, Xiaofeng resembled a mere mouse, causing the youth's defenses to lower as he boasted, "Junior brother Xiao, concede, or I shall hold nothing back." Xiaofeng deftly evaded a fireball, steadied his stance, and smiled gently at the youth. "Is that so? Then I shall also refrain from holding back." The youth's expression shifted. Astonished by Xiaofeng's audacity. Angered, he retorted, "Arrogant." With a swift motion, he conjured a water dragon that surged forth from behind him, striking toward Xiaofeng. As the water dragon approached, Xiaofeng chose not to evade but to confront it head-on. Before the gathered spectators, the 5-meter-long water dragon, with its gaping mouth, twisted and lunged at him. Xiaofeng raised his arm, and the dragon bit down upon him, yet instead of causing harm, it was subdued as he forcefully grasped its head and slammed it to the ground. The youth attempted to wrest control of the water dragon away from Xiaofeng, but the latter's immense strength was insurmountable, even for a creature of the late Qi refinement stage. On the arena, clad in his training garb, Xiaofeng resembled a dragon tamer, subduing the thrashing water dragon as he lifted his fist. With a single blow, the once struggling water dragon was reduced to vapor. Dissipating into the air, Xiaofeng rose, unfazed and unbriefless, gazing at the youth across from him. "Brother, concede, or I shall not hold back." The youth, now flustered, fumbled in his robes to retrieve his trump cards, several talismans he had crafted himself. Yet Xiaofeng offered him no reprieve. Darting forward with blinding speed and landing a punch squarely in the youth's abdomen, the boy felt his insides churn violently, his mouth agape, unable to utter a cry, before collapsing to the ground. One punch. With a single punch, he defeated a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Standing atop the arena, Xiaofeng surveyed the crowd, feeling a surge of pride. From the outset, he possessed the capability to swiftly vanquish his opponent. Yet having not engaged in combat with practitioners for 5 years, he merely wished to observe their fighting techniques. Thus, he refrained from striking and opted for evasion. Gazing at the audience below, who were rendered speechless by his unexpected triumph over a 5th-level practitioner, he reflected on the past 5 years. "Do you know how I have endured during these 5 years? The fruits of my labor have finally blossomed today. In the subsequent battles." Xiaofeng swiftly overcame his adversaries under the astonished gaze of all present. Often, before his opponents could even prepare their techniques, he would close the distance with unparalleled speed and deliver a decisive blow. There was no flamboyance. Just the simplicity of a single punch was all his opponents required. On the arena, Xiaofeng resembled a god of war. His rankings soared rapidly, leaping from beyond 1,000 to within the top 20. Qualifying within the top 10 would suffice for entry into the sect's grand competition. Yet, Xiaofeng's ambition extended beyond the top 10, having entered this contest. His target was always the first place. Finally, when the most exceptional disciples of the outer sect stood before him, Xiaofeng encountered a formidable challenge. He faced Ma Xianxia, the renowned first of the outer sect, a 7th-level practitioner of Foundation establishment. Allegedly, this individual was merely 16 years old, the young master of a vassal sect of the Xianxia sect. His mastery of earth escape techniques was extraordinary. The power of Foundation establishment techniques far surpassed that of Qi refinement. As Xiaofeng surged forward once more, his fist struck the barrier of true essence before Ma Xianxia, causing ripples to erupt, yet the barrier remained intact. Instead, Xiaofeng was sent flying by a sudden earth spike. While airborne, he could only shield his face with his hands, enduring the onslaught of numerous sword energies unleashed from Ma Xianxia's sword. In an instant, blood flowed profusely from Xiaofeng as his once resilient skin failed to withstand the might of Foundation establishment sword energy. Before he could even touch the ground, a massive stone hand descended upon him, seizing him with an iron grip that rendered him immobile. The outcome was clear. Observing Xiaofeng's futile struggle, Ma Xianxia tightened his grip on the stone hand with a smile, remarking, "Ultimately, body refinement is a lesser path. Without entering Foundation establishment, one remains but an ant." Ma Xianxia naturally perceived the formidable figure of Xiaofeng, resembling a battle god, and thus summoned all his mental faculties to confront him. It appeared he had underestimated the situation. The seemingly invincible Xiaofeng on the arena was utterly defenseless before his own foundational stage. Bound by the stone hands, Xiaofeng felt the surge of vitality coursing through him, his veins bulging as he exerted every effort to break free, yet the stone grip remained unyielding. Was he destined to lose? Impossible! Xiaofeng roared. "Having come this far, how could I possibly lose? My fate is in my hands, not dictated by heaven." As soon as his words fell, every bone in Xiaofeng's body crackled. A formidable wave of energy erupted from him, shattering the once unyielding stone hands with sheer brute force. Ma Xianxia, who had been firmly gripping his sword, stumbled back in shock. From the bell tower, Ouyang burst into laughter, clapping his hands, seemingly reveling in his own fortune while expressing admiration for Xiaofeng. Chapter 31. A grievous defeat. How could he possibly break free from an advanced foundational technique? Ma Xingye thought, fear gripping his heart, quickly followed by a sense of humiliation. As a practitioner of the 7th level of foundational stage, he found himself nearly toppled by a youth devoid of any cultivation. Not to mention, he was the young master of the Blue Maple sect, accustomed to standing above others since childhood. Steadying himself, Ma Xingye pointed his sword at Xiaofeng, unleashing his true essence without reservation. 2 colossal stone hands rose beside him, and a 10-meter-tall stone golem emerged from the ground. Standing atop the golem, feeling the depletion of his own essence, Ma Xingye glared at Xiaofeng with eyes ablaze with fury. With swift gestures, he directed his spell, shouting, "General Stone, heed my command." The stone golem raised its arms, wielding a long-handled stone axe, and swung it down ferociously towards Xiaofeng, who had just freed himself from the stone grip. "Break for me." Xiaofeng, now fully standing, felt his muscles ripple with irregular movement, the surging vitality filling him with boundless strength. As he faced the descending axe, he roared and raised his fist to meet it. The collision of their forces sent tremors through the earth, stirring up a whirlwind of dust around the arena, obscuring the view of the unfolding battle. When the dust finally settled, Xiaofeng stood resolutely, his body covered in wounds seeping blood, resembling a sanguine gourd. The massive stone golem had vanished, leaving only a pile of rubble and sand. Ma Xingye collapsed to the ground, his gaze towards Xiaofeng filled with terror. Who was this individual? The stone golem he had summoned possessed the strength of the core formation stage, his strongest trump card. The stone puppet at the nascent soul stage was unexpectedly shattered by a single punch from this seemingly unremarkable youth. The participants in the contest are permitted to utilize talismans and magical artifacts, as such resources are considered part of one's strength. It may seem inequitable, yet it mirrors the nature of the mundane world. The fact that the young master of the Blue Maple sect personally entered the fray is already a testament to fairness. A monster. He is indeed a monster. Amidst the fearful gaze of Ma Xingye, Xiaofeng moved, his steps heavy and deliberate, akin to a mountain advancing slowly towards him. Each stride appeared to demand monumental effort. Yet in Ma Xingye's eyes, the blood-soaked figure of Xiaofeng resembled a malevolent spirit emerging from the underworld, methodically approaching to claim his life. "Do not come any closer." Ma Xingye desperately channeled the dwindling essence within his dantian, wildly brandishing his longsword. Several streaks of sword energy struck Xiaofeng, merely causing him to stagger slightly and inflicting a few wounds, but they failed to halt his relentless advance. The onlookers held their breath, witnessing the transformation of the youth from initial disdain to growing astonishment, culminating in profound respect. They beheld a youth, devoid of any cultivation, fighting valiantly upon this stage, willing to risk his life to overcome his adversary. No one would mock such tenacity in defending one's existence. Xiaofeng's body began to sway, his steps becoming unsteady, the world around him blurring, sustained only by an indomitable will. Opposite him, Ma Xingye sat exhausted on the ground, devoid of strength to raise his hand. Summoning the stone puppet at the nascent soul stage had already been a tremendous burden, and in his panic, he had recklessly unleashed sword energy at Xiaofeng, depleting the last of his true energy. Once the vital essence within the dantian is exhausted, a cultivator becomes rigid and immobilized. Thus, should Xiaofeng reach Ma Xingye's side and deliver a punch, this prodigy of the outer sect would inevitably succumb to defeat at Xiaofeng's hands. At last, Xiaofeng arrived before Ma Xingye, slowly raising his fist, its soft form yet accompanied by the rush of wind as it descended towards Ma Xingye's relatively intact visage. "I am destined to lose," Ma Xingye thought, casting a hopeful glance toward the drum tower as the fist drew ever closer. Suddenly, an imperceptible wave of air surged from the drum tower, hurtling toward Xiaofeng with startling speed. In an unexpected turn of events, the already beleaguered Xiaofeng was violently propelled backward, succumbing to unconsciousness. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as none anticipated such a reversal of fortune. Ma Xingye's expression relaxed, collapsing onto the ground. "Indeed, the effort I have devoted to filial piety has not been in vain, especially with the grand gift I presented a few days ago. Regardless of the journey, I ultimately emerged victorious." At this moment, the voice of the steward's son resonated from the bell tower. "The victor, Ma Xingye." The wave of air surged forth with such velocity that it eluded the comprehension of the outer disciples. The spectators beyond the arena merely witnessed Xiaofeng, whose fist had nearly struck Ma Xingye, suddenly falter to the side and subsequently remain motionless. The outcome was clear. Xiaofeng had narrowly succumbed. Alas, what a pity. He was so close to victory. Indeed, it appears that he could not surpass the formidable Ma Xisiang of the 7th stage of foundation establishment. What an insurmountable mountain. This xiaoshidi undoubtedly possesses the strength to rank within the top 10, yet fate dealt him a cruel hand here against Ma Xixiao. Sometimes, fortune is an integral component of strength. I can discern that this xiaoshidi's future is boundless. Did you not assert yesterday that he was akin to an ant challenging a tree, lacking self-awareness? I did not. Do not spread falsehoods. Around them, a cacophony of voices arose, filled with lamentation, astonishment, and admiration. Although the victor was Ma Xianxia, the attention of all was captivated by Xiao Feng, who had remained silent for 5 years and now made a resounding impact. Meanwhile, atop the drum tower, Ouyang regarded the unconscious Xiao Feng below, his expression inscrutable. Ouyang Xixiao, you have won this wager. What a splendid match. It is thanks to you that the gem has not been cast aside. Here,
Take these 4 superior spirit stones as my gratitude. Steward's son, beaming with delight, approached Ouyang with a small cloth bag in hand.
the prior wave of air had been the result of Steward's son employing wind-based techniques to strike Xiao Feng. Ouyang, without turning his gaze from the arena, raised his hand. Slap. A resounding slap echoed across Son's face. Ouyang feigned surprise, turning around to remark, "Ah, Steward's son. I was so engrossed in the match that I failed to notice your presence." The once smiling Steward's son, momentarily taken aback by Ouyang's strike, regained his composure and lightly replied, "It's nothing, nothing at all. I was indeed too abrupt." Yet, his tone shifted to one of indifference as he looked at Ouyang with a hint of derision. "There's no need for you to be upset, Ouyang Xixiao. Everyone has their own place. Just as earlier, when I was in the qi refinement stage, I could not land a slap on someone in the core formation stage." Steward's son subtly mocked Ouyang, implying that his arrogance stemmed solely from being an inner disciple despite his qi refinement status, questioning how he differed from Ma Xianxia. Ouyang, with a sincere expression, responded, "Steward's son is correct. Perhaps it is due to your profound knowledge that, at over 300 years of age, you still linger in the outer sect." Chapter 32. Would you like to become my registered disciple? How vexing. I have lost once again. If I cannot even win this with so many vendettas, how shall I take my revenge? I am unwilling. I am unwilling. Xiao Feng suddenly sat up, every muscle in his body radiating excruciating pain. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed back onto the bed. "Oh, awake so soon? Quite resilient, indeed," Ouyang remarked in astonishment, observing Xiao Feng's resurrection-like movement from sitting up to lying down again. "Who are you?" Xiao Feng, enduring the agony, gritted his teeth and inquired while lying on the bed. "My name is Ouyang. It was I who saved you. You truly are reckless. Your meridians are severed, and your bones shattered. Without me, you would have struggled to awaken at all," Ouyang replied with a self-satisfied expression. "This kindness, I, Xiao Feng, shall repay. Apologies. But I wish to rest now." Xiao Feng closed his eyes, wearing a sour expression. "Damn it, just like when I first ascended the mountain with Staobai." Acting as if the world owed him a debt, Ouyang was not inclined to indulge the temperaments of these pampered elites. After all, Xiaobai had been brought to heel by him in the past. Ouyang pulled back the covers and seized Xiao Feng by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he declared, "Settle your medical fees, a total of 10 superior spirit stones." Just as Xiao Feng had closed his eyes, he was abruptly yanked up by an immense force. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with Ouyang's fierce countenance, and his mind still dazed, he stammered, "What medical fees? What are you playing at? The blood vitality pill, muscle relaxation pill, bone setting, and healing ointment, all the medicines that brought you back to life. Did you think they fell from the sky?" Ouyang pulled Xiao Feng closer and stated. Xiao Feng's throat moved. After 5 years of relentless training with iron and wood, he had contributed nothing to the Qinyan sect, thus receiving no share of the resources distributed monthly. 10 superior spirit stones? He couldn't even produce a single inferior spirit stone. "I shall owe you this sum for now, but in the future, I will repay you 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. "Repay? With what? You nearly met the king of hell after battling a foundational stage waste. What do you think you can offer?" Ouyang mocked. Xiao Feng closed his eyes. He had heard such taunts countless times over the years, and they failed to stir any emotional turmoil within him. Observing Xiao Feng's unresponsive demeanor, Ouyang shifted the conversation. "Meridians taken, parents slain, brothers betrayed, fiancé annulled? Which of these apply to you?" Typically, individuals like Xiao Feng would have a tragic backstory. It was merely a question of which category he belonged to. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xiao Feng's eyes flew open, and he barked, "Who are you? How do you know these things? These matters? Goodness, all of them!" Ouyang exclaimed, his tongue clicking in surprise as he regarded the furious Xiao Feng. "This fellow is not even the protagonist. I wouldn't believe it myself if I hadn't seen it all unfold. Ouyang gazed at the furious Xiaofeng, understanding that Xiaofeng now believed he had come to confront him upon discovering his secrets. Ouyang nonchalantly tossed Xiaofeng back onto the bed and remarked, "Does it truly matter who I am? What holds significance is that it has taken you 5 years to reach this point. When, pray tell, will you avenge your grievances?" Xiaofeng, with his wounds laid bare, could not absorb Ouyang's words. Like an enraged lion, he erupted with curses. "You scoundrel! If you have the courage, then kill me. Do not stand there feigning compassion, seeking to exploit me instead. Under normal circumstances, I would surely smash you with a single punch." Observing Xiaofeng's apparent disorientation, Ouyang couldn't help but chuckle. He retrieved a white jade vial from his pocket and poured out a pill. As the pill emerged, a rich fragrance of medicinal essence filled the room instantaneously. Ouyang raised his hand to place the pill into Xiaofeng's mouth, adjusting his jaw to ensure he swallowed it. Just as Xiaofeng was about to curse Ouyang for administering something to him, he suddenly felt a warm sensation coursing through his limbs, which had been racked with pain. As the warmth dissipated, he was astonished to realize that his body had recovered significantly. The speed of his healing suggested that the pill was at least a 7th-grade medicinal concoction. Medicinal pills are classified into 9 grades, beginning with the lowest. The 9th-grade qi-nourishing pill, and the difficulty of crafting them increases exponentially with each grade. To facilitate such rapid recovery, the pill must be of at least 6th or 7th grade quality. Xiaofeng was momentarily bewildered, unsure whether Ouyang was a foe or an ally. However, the authenticity of the pill he had consumed was undeniable. With a mixture of salvation and mockery, Ouyang's true intentions left Xiaofeng utterly perplexed. It was then that he sensed an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from Ouyang, a force potent enough to crush him into fragments. The room became thick, as if submerged in viscous glue, making it difficult for Xiaofeng even to breathe. Staring in horror at the seemingly composed Ouyang, he declared, "With your current state, you shall only dominate the foundation establishment stage for your lifetime." Who exactly was he? Why did he exude such a terrifying aura, appearing to be of similar age? What manner of monster was he? Xiaofeng stared in awe at Ouyang. In the face of such vast energy, he felt like a mere leaf. The thought of resistance was futile, and merely remaining seated was an arduous struggle. "Are you seeking a solution to your lack of a dantian and your inability to cultivate?" Ouyang whispered, as if embodying a demon. "Do you possess a way to remedy my condition?" Xiaofeng's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired of Ouyang. Before Xiaofeng lost consciousness, Ouyang had observed that despite Xiaofeng's absence of a dantian, his body was still instinctively absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth to strengthen itself. The prodigies of these days truly baffle the mind. Even when their dantian is destroyed and their bones are plundered, they remain unaffected in their ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. It is indeed a testament to the adage that comparison breeds envy. However, the rate of absorbing the primal energy of the universe is exceedingly minuscule. Were it not for Ouyang's profound medical expertise, he would not have discerned the subtle clues. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked in Ouyang's mind. The primary challenge now was how to coax this stubborn mule before him up the mountain. "I do possess a solution, yet it comes at a price." Ouyang gazed at Xiaofeng, who appeared as if he had clutched a lifeline, and spoke. Xiaofeng resolutely replied, "Whatever the cost. As long as it resolves my physical troubles, I am willing to do anything." "Then would you consent to become my disciple, not in name alone but in earnest?" Ouyang coughed lightly before articulating. "Your disciple? Who are you?" Xiaofeng inquired with a puzzled expression. Ouyang collected his true energy, standing with his hands clasped behind him, and responded nonchalantly, "I am Ouyang, the elder brother of the Little Mountain Peak, one of the 12 peaks of the Xianxia sect." Chapter 33. The title escapes me very well. I accept. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Xiaofeng immediately acquiesced without hesitation. So readily? Ouyang gazed at Xiaofeng in surprise. Xiaofeng chuckled lightly, saying, "Had you mentioned you were an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect earlier, I would have agreed much sooner. Without being among the top 10 of the outer sect, I would never have had the chance to engage with the inner sect. Since someone has come to recruit me, why would I refuse?" Observing Xiaofeng's astuteness, Ouyang could not help but inquire, "Are you not afraid that I might be deceiving you?" Xiaofeng laughed heartily. "Brother, where exactly are we?" "The outer sect of the Xianxia sect. Who would dare to swindle under the banner of the Xianxia sect here?" Having momentarily overlooked this fact, Ouyang turned to Xiaofeng and said, "I am not yet qualified to take you as my disciple. This decision must await my master's return. You may reside at the Little Mountain Peak until then, and we shall see if he chooses to accept you as his student." Xiaofeng nodded, clasping his fists in gratitude. "I am honored, but I still do not comprehend why you would extend such assistance to me. After all, in this world, no help comes without reason. There are always exchanges of interest." Ouyang regarded the puzzled Xiaofeng and replied calmly, "Consider me merely a fleeting whim, curious to see how far you might journey. Then, if that is the case, Xiaofeng extends his thanks to you, brother." He bowed respectfully to Ouyang. As soon as Xiaofeng's words faded, a system notification echoed in Ouyang's mind. Causal bond detected between the host and a destined child. Current task completion, 45. Reward granted, 10,000,000 true chi. Current idle earnings, 20,000. Oh, such a substantial idle income this time? To think that merely 3 or 4 days of earnings would amount to 20,000. Ouyang felt a surge of astonishment. Had it not been for the sudden interruption from the system, I might have nearly forgotten that I possessed one. The presence of this idle system is exceedingly minimal. Apart from the sporadic notifications of idle rewards, it remains dormant for the most part. Moreover, the duration of idleness is unpredictable, sometimes occurring 2 or 3 times a day, while at other times, it may not manifest for 10 days or even half a month, with each instance yielding varying rewards. However, in light of my already substantial reserve of over 900 million true energy, I have become somewhat indifferent to the idle earnings. What truly piques Ouyang's interest is the notification regarding the task progress. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of the task completion status, Ouyang finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. After much effort, he had managed to achieve a completion rate of 45. The system's criteria for determining the destined child are exceedingly stringent. Even Hu-Tu-Tu, bearing the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox, had failed to activate the task progress. The remaining task advancement would depend on the contributions of those 3 unruly disciples on the mountain. Lung Qingsong had been raised by Ouyang since childhood. Chen Changsheng had sought him out, and Bai Feiyu had been brought back when Ouyang accompanied his master to the human city. It is indeed peculiar. Are there truly so many destined children in this world? Were it not for the mortal enmity between Ziyuan and Chen Changsheng, Ouyang would have considered undermining the latter at Dong Xuzi's behest. Is the demon clan's holy son truly that formidable? Among those 3 unruly disciples, which one is a pushover? In Ouyang's hands, they would be easily managed. With only 1 slot remaining, he would finally complete his first task since triggering the system. Gazing at the task progress bar, Ouyang could not help but reflect. Even among the 9 great sacred lands, he had only encountered one individual worthy of the title of destined child, Zhang. After all, the fact that the 3 unruly disciples were able to join the Qingyun sect is, to some extent, related to him, underscoring the rarity of such destined children. Who knows when he would find this last slot? Xiaofeng observed Ouyang, who had suddenly drifted into a reverie and dared not utter a word. This senior brother was indeed peculiar, drifting off during their conversation. Yet, his formidable cultivation still stirred a sense of admiration within him. If one day he could reach Ouyang's level, his quest for vengeance would surely be fulfilled. As Ouyang snapped back to reality, he offered Xiaofeng an apologetic smile and said, "Now that you are a registered disciple of our little mountain peak, I must inform you of some rules." Xiaofeng immediately sat up straight, attentively regarding Ouyang. With a serious expression, Ouyang continued, "Aside from you, there are 3 other senior brothers and a younger sister on Little Mountain Peak. Remember this well. On Little Mountain Peak, my rules are absolute. Most importantly, keep your distance from those 3 unruly disciples. Do not emulate everything they do." Xiaofeng gazed at Ouyang, whose teeth were clenched in irritation. Feeling utterly perplexed yet ultimately acquiesced. After outlining the necessary precautions, Ouyang prepared to escort Xiaofeng back to the small mountain peak. Hesitating for a moment, Xiaofeng spoke up, "Senior brother, might I borrow a few items?" Ouyang, taken aback by Xiaofeng's audacity to request a loan before even entering the mountain gate, wondered what this meant. Was Xiaofeng already exhibiting defiance before stepping inside? Xiaofeng hastily clarified, "I've made some friends during my years in the outer sect and have received their kindness. I kindly ask you to lend me some spirit stones as a farewell gift upon my departure." Upon hearing Xiaofeng's words, Ouyang's tension eased. Knowing Xiaofeng's character, he recognized his reluctance to owe anyone anything, as he believed in repaying even the slightest kindness with great gratitude. Relieved, Ouyang unfastened his storage bag from his waist, rummaging through it, and presented a large box, saying, "Here are 100 high-grade spirit stones. Take them for your use." Xiaofeng opened the box and was immediately astonished by the sheer quantity of high-grade spirit stones within, having never encountered such a wealth of them before. The quality so excellent that they could almost rival the top-grade stones. "This is far too much. 10 will suffice." Xiaofeng quickly gestured to decline. Ouyang, however, dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. "What is this? If you run out, I'll take you to the square at Qingyun Peak to mine more." Having spent 5 years in the outer sect, Xiaofeng was well acquainted with Qingyun sect and swallowed hard, realizing he had just heard something remarkable from his senior brother. Bowing slightly, Xiaofeng dragged the box away from the room. After all, he would be by Ouyang's side in the future, and he had ample opportunity to repay this kindness. He was not worried about returning the spirit stones. "Are you leaving, junior brother Xiao?" The young man who had informed Xiaofeng of his registration inquired, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. "Brother Xiao, I sincerely appreciate your care over the years. The brothers from the small mountain peak have kindly allowed me to enter the inner sect for my cultivation. Please accept these spirit stones as a token of my gratitude." Xiaofeng replied, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. The young man felt insulted, his eyes clouding with emotion as he exclaimed, "I did not expect you to offer me such things." Xiaofeng nodded. "Brother Xiao, I understand the bond of brotherhood we share. So these are merely a token of my appreciation. I, Xiaofeng, vow that if you ever find yourself in trouble, I shall come to your aid without hesitation." Angrily, the young man waved his hand at Xiaofeng. "Just go. I do not wish to see you now." Xiaofeng offered a wry smile. Fully aware of his senior brother's temperament, which could be somewhat petulant at times, though he knew it would pass. With a deep gaze at the young man before him, Xiaofeng solemnly declared, "The mountains remain unchanged, brother Xiao. I am departing now. Take care of yourself." The young boy waited with bated breath for Xiaofeng to walk away, tears streaming down his cheeks as he watched the figure gradually fade into the distance. Gazing at the box before him, the boy's voice transformed into a melodious chirp akin to that of a lark, softly uttering, "Brother Xiao, you truly are a rascal." Chapter 34. Who says the human race lacks great emperors? As Ouyang and Xiaofeng arrived at the foot of the small hill, a magnificent white paper crane floated gracefully towards them. "Big brother, you're back. Did you bring gifts for Tutu?" The clear, youthful voice of Hu Tutu emanated from the paper crane. Ouyang beamed as he watched Hu Tutu leap down from the crane, rummaging for gifts like a playful puppy. "Look what I have," Ouyang exclaimed, as if performing a magic trick, pulling out a candied hawthorn from his sleeve. "Wow, candied hawthorn. I haven't had this in ages." "Thank you, big brother," Hu Tutu exclaimed joyfully, receiving the treat and planting a sweet kiss on Ouyang's cheek. Spinning around with delight while holding the candied hawthorn aloft. Suddenly, Hu Tutu noticed Xiaofeng trailing behind Ouyang. The once jubilant child immediately scurried to Ouyang's side, clutching his robes and peering out cautiously at Xiaofeng, asking, "Big brother, who is this?" Ouyang affectionately ruffled Hu Tutu's hair, chuckling. "This is a promising young talent I've found for master, a registered disciple of our small mountain." Turning towards Xiaofeng, Ouyang continued, "Xiao Shidi, this is Hu Tutu, the fifth disciple of our small mountain. Although she is young, she is nonetheless your senior sister." The hierarchy within the sect was not determined by age, but rather by the time of entry. After all, when it comes to venerable cultivators who may be millennia old, the concept of age loses its significance. For instance, if a 30-year-old ordinary man sought a 7-year-old girl, he would be deemed a monster. Yet, if a 400-year-old cultivator paired with a 300-year-old counterpart, it would seem utterly inconsequential. Bowing slightly with cupped hands, Xiaofeng addressed Hu Tutu. Xiaofeng pays his respects to senior sister. Hu Tutu, with one hand clutching the candied hawthorn, stared blankly at Xiaofeng, momentarily forgetting to chew the treat in her mouth. "Huh, I've become a senior sister?" she murmured, wiping away the drool that had escaped. Still in disbelief. "Shouldn't I offer a gift for our first meeting?" In a flurry, Hu Tutu began searching her belongings, a leftover sweet potato from yesterday, a cricket she had caught that morning, a freshly picked flower, and the half-eaten candied hawthorn in her hand. Reluctantly glancing at the candied hawthorn, she raised it up, a tearful expression crossing her face as she asked, "Shidi, you eat?" Xiaofeng, observing Hu Tutu's round, pouting cheeks and tear-filled eyes as she held out her treat, could only chuckle softly. "No need, senior sister, I do not have a taste for sweets. Disliking sweet treats is quite agreeable." With a sigh of relief, Hu Tutu stepped forth from behind Ouyang, puffing out her small chest. She circled around Xiaofeng, seemingly assessing her younger disciple. After all, she had now become a senior sister, and could be considered quite grown-up. "Junior brother, extend your head." Hu Tutu beckoned to Xiaofeng with her tiny hand. Puzzled, Xiaofeng bent down, and a delicate white flower was placed beside his ear by her small hand. Hu Tutu softly remarked, "This little white flower is the most exquisite bloom I have encountered today. Initially, I intended to gift it to the elder brother, but now it is yours." As Xiaofeng touched the flower by his ear, a genuine smile blossomed on his face as he gazed at the innocent Hu Tutu before him. "Thank you, senior sister," he replied. Hu Tutu clapped her hands, and a paper crane leisurely flew before the three of them, holding up a candied hawthorn stick. She called out to Ouyang and the others, "Let us go. We are heading home. Today, the third senior brother is cooking fish." The paper crane carried them upwards, soaring with the gentle breeze towards the mountaintop. Upon reaching their destination, the paper crane landed gracefully. Hututu eagerly shouted into the courtyard, "Elder brother! Elder brother! The eldest brother has returned with a little junior brother." Xiaofeng looked up and instantly fell in love with the quaint little courtyard. With its green tiles and blue bricks, a robust tree stood in the center, and beneath its shade, a young man in white slept with a book covering his face. A youth was repairing the rooftop, while wisps of smoke spiraled up from the kitchen in the corner of the yard. This scene was unlike anything one would expect from a grand sect. It resembled a tranquil and idyllic pastoral life, making Xiaofeng, who had come from the mundane world, feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The boy lounging in the chair, by Feiyu, removed his book from his face, lifted his head to glance at Xiaofeng's, and waved his hand in greeting. Meanwhile, Lang Qingsong, working on the roof, continued his task without interruption. Only Chen Changxing, hearing the commotion, emerged from the kitchen in his apron, a smile adorning his face as he looked upon Xiaofeng. However, he froze momentarily. Xiaofeng's visage began to merge with the memory of a supreme being from his past life. The human race must strive ceaselessly. Who dares claim our people lack a great emperor? The emperor of humanity, Xiaofeng, stood before them. Who would dare to approach and meet their demise? Chen Changxing's heart surged with tumultuous waves as he realized his elder brother had brought back an extraordinary figure. The human emperor Xiaofeng, who had single-handedly halted the demon race for a decade in his previous life, was now his junior brother in this life. Before Chen Changxing could fully recover from his shock, Hututu, sniffing the air curiously, inquired, "What smells burnt?" "My fish," Chen Changxing exclaimed, rushing back into the kitchen. Could the presence of the human emperor outweigh the importance of the fish in his pot? During lunchtime, Ouyang took it upon himself to introduce Xiaofeng to everyone one by one. The second senior brother, Lang Qingsong, the third senior brother, Chen Changxing, the fourth senior brother, Bai Feiyu, and the junior sister, Hututu. Xiaofeng carefully performed the customary greeting, his demeanor cautious. Lang Qingsong glanced at Xiaofeng and nodded, then lowered his head to eat. Bai Feiyu shook his head upon observing Xiaofeng, deeming him lacking in innate talent, though his vitality was abundant. He was devoid of the aptitude for swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Hututu was grimacing at a rather unappetizing fish. Only Chen Changxing fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Xiaofeng. This individual, a steadfast pillar of humanity in a past life, was someone Chen Changxing could only admire from afar. He never imagined he would now receive a respectful greeting from him. Life is indeed wondrous. As Changxing scrutinized Xiaofeng, a sense of foreboding washed over Ouyang. Being a reincarnate, Chen Changxing was surely aware of Xiaofeng's origins, making Ouyang particularly attentive to Changxing's gaze. Indeed, under the archetype of the Son of Heaven, Chen Changxing's focus had not wavered from Xiaofeng since his entrance. The arrival of a new junior brother at Little Mountain Peak had not stirred much commotion. Everyone continued with their usual activities. However, as Chen Changxing prepared to retreat to his room for cultivation, Ouyang called out to him, "Changxing, you and junior brother shall come to my room for a moment." Ouyang instructed, casting a glance at Chen Changxing. Changxing's body stiffened slightly, his heart racing with excitement. The mighty Emperor Xiao had been his idol in a past life. Upon arriving at Ouyang's room alongside Xiaofeng, Ouyang furrowed his brow as he surveyed the two, finally resting his gaze on Chen Changxing. "Changxing, junior brother Zhao's innate roots have been taken and his dantian destroyed, rendering him unable to cultivate. I have conceived a method to assist him, but I require your help." Chen Changxing nodded and inquired, "What do you need?" "Just command me, senior brother." Ouyang, relieved by Changxing's response, felt assured of Xiaofeng's identity. Smiling, he said, "I have heard that your artistic skills are quite commendable." Chapter 35. The future emperor of humanity emerges from my hands? Chen Changxing reluctantly replied, "Senior brother, I am not inclined to create such unwholesome works anymore." Ouyang, perplexed, retorted, "What are you talking about? I would never ask you to create anything unwholesome. Let us speak seriously." With a furrowed brow, Ouyang continued, "I have devised a plan that I wish to share with you both to explore feasible solutions. Although junior brother Zhao's innate roots have been compromised and his dantian destroyed, it does not significantly impact his inherent potential. In lieu of pursuing the path of immortality, junior brother Xiao could entirely embark on the path of physical cultivation. After a moment's consideration, Ouyang spoke. Xiaofeng spoke with a bitter smile, saying, "Senior brother, I cannot tread the path of physical cultivation, and other avenues seem equally inaccessible. The primary issue is that the techniques of physical cultivation have long been lost to the annals of ancient history." Ouyang, brimming with confidence, addressed the two. "The methods of physical cultivation I speak of are of my own invention, even in the absence of established techniques. We have an ancient sword immortal reincarnated residing in the courtyard, What techniques could a sword immortal possibly be unaware of? At worst, I could coax a few unparalleled techniques from him, just as Bai Feiyu might suggest. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Xiao Feng and Qin Changshen's faces, Ouyang continued with a sense of pride. I wish to enlist junior brother Changxing to use junior brother Xiao Feng's body as a canvas, to inscribe upon him several divine beasts symbolizing various attributes. I shall assist in awakening the spiritual intelligence of these beasts, allowing them to serve as a substitute for Xiao Feng's dantian, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to nourish his corporeal form. Xiao Feng and Qin Changshen were taken aback. The notion of easily awakening spiritual intelligence from Ouyang's lips sounded as simple as acquiring cabbage. Xiao Feng, still a novice, had yet to grasp the formidable challenge of bestowing spiritual awareness upon inanimate objects, while Qin Changshen, fully cognizant of the enormity of the task, likened it to a stone sprouting legs and running autonomously, an utterly absurd concept. However, having witnessed Ouyang perform such feats before, Qin Changshen found it somewhat easier to accept. Yet, he voiced his reservations. Senior brother, we have previously experimented with awakening spiritual intelligence in divine beasts, yet such attempts invariably attracted heavenly retribution, resulting in the newly birthed beasts being reduced to ashes, with us suffering considerable consequences. Is it truly feasible to grant spiritual awareness to inanimate objects? Ouyang nodded. In truth, I am uncertain. However, inspired by the paper crane crafted by our master and the stone lion I inadvertently created, I propose that while the divine beasts we draw may lack corporeal forms to withstand the tribulations of heaven, since these drawn beasts are intrinsically linked to junior brother Xiao Feng, if they possess a physical body, might they not successfully endure the heavenly tribulation? Ouyang's audacious idea held a semblance of reason, yet the peril involved in its execution was profound. Should heavenly retribution be invoked, the outcome would be either survival or demise. There was no middle ground. This was a gamble with one's life at stake, undeniably perilous. Qin Changshen promptly rejected the notion, asserting, no, while there may be no theoretical flaw, should we fail, junior brother Xiao Feng would face immediate death, leaving no room for redemption. I wish to attempt it. Xiao Feng interjected. From a once unparalleled genius to his current state of helplessness, he had endured too much injustice. After losing his dantian, he had not felt the essence of heaven and earth. Although the essence would automatically nourish his body during physical training, he possessed no means to perceive it. Now hearing of a chance to once again experience the essence of heaven and earth, Xiao Feng felt compelled to try, even at the cost of his life. No, this is a gamble with your life at stake. I cannot agree. Qin Changshen resolutely rejected once more, unwilling to bear the weight of the future human emperor's demise resting upon his shoulders. The prospect of the future leader of humanity, who would lead them out of the abyss of despair, perishing so easily at his hands, was something Qin Changshen could never acquiesce to. Even for the sake of humanity's future, Xiao Feng dropped to his knees with a thud, gazing up at Qin Changshen with sincerity. Third senior brother, a man's knees are only meant to kneel before heaven, earth, parents, and teachers. Yet, should you agree to this,
It would be akin to bestowing upon me a second life. As Qin Changshen looked down at Xiao Feng, who was pleading before him, he felt a pang of compassion.
Recognizing that the future human emperor was humbly imploring him, Ouyang remained silent, aware that his own thoughts were far too fanciful, lacking any precedent. To stake Xiao Feng's life on the identity of the child of heaven was a gamble he could not support. The room fell into a hushed silence, and Qin Changshen found himself unable to make a decision. Just then, the door swung open, and Bai Feiyu entered, smiling as he surveyed the three individuals within. I have indeed heard of the methods of ancient body cultivators. Your elder brother's thoughts are not without merit. Having a reincarnated ancient sword immortal at home is quite advantageous, isn't it? This is akin to a timely offering of methods. Ouyang, disregarding Bai Feiyu's eavesdropping, quickly seized him. Little Bai, have you heard of the techniques of ancient body cultivation? Bai Feiyu nodded. In my mortal days, I once encountered an old beggar who recounted to me that in ancient times, powerful body cultivators would utilize the essence of fierce beasts as vessels to refine their own physical forms, which aligns perfectly with my elder brother's earlier thoughts. Listening to Bai Feiyu's fanciful tale, Ouyang chose not to reveal the truth, instead looking at Qin Changshen and suggesting, third junior brother, why not truly give it a try? Qin Changshen glanced at Bai Feiyu, who nodded in affirmation and reluctantly inquired, what does elder brother wish for me to illustrate? Without hesitation, Ouyang replied, of course. The divine beasts corresponding to the 5 elements, the azure dragon to the left, the white tiger to the right, the vermilion bird above, and the black tortoise below. The Qilin stands in the center. By heavens, the 5 divine beasts are indeed here. Qin Changshen gasped in astonishment. In the future, as Xiao Feng ascends to become the human emperor, rallying humanity against the cataclysm of heaven and earth. It is with the aid of these 5 divine beasts that he shall triumph time and again, leading humanity to victory. The name of the 5 sovereigns, alongside Xiao Feng, shall echo throughout the universe. Alas, the 5 divine beasts destined to accompany the future human emperor were, in fact, illustrated by his own hand. Chen Changshan's eyes widened in shock, staring blankly at the kneeling Xiao Feng, his mind racing to comprehend the magnitude of the revelation. The distant and elusive 5 Directions Emperor from a past life, surprisingly, originates from his own hands? In Chapter 36, it is expected that a youth of 15 or 16 should accomplish extraordinary feats. Chen Changshan ultimately consents to use Xiao Feng's back as a canvas to inscribe the 5 Directions divine beasts upon him. Meanwhile, Ouyang insists that Bai Feiyu considers the fact that the old beggar has yet to sell him any unparalleled martial arts techniques. Ouyang incessantly remarks that, according to the storyline, the old beggar must carry hundreds of techniques, including methods to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Bai Feiyu shakes his head, recalling that when Ouyang rescued him, it was evident he had no money, having gone 3 days without food. Only then does Ouyang begrudgingly relent. However, inscribing the 5 Directions divine beasts on Xiao Feng is not a daunting task. The greatest challenge lies in whether Ouyang can awaken the spiritual intelligence of the divine beasts, and if the ensuing lightning tribulation will be something Xiao Feng can withstand. The reason these creatures are called divine beasts is that they embody the greatest variables in this realm. A snake cultivates for 3,000 years to transform into a flood dragon, and a flood dragon requires another 3,000 years to become a true dragon. Though many flood dragons exist in this world, the appearance of a true dragon has been a rarity for ages, leading one to ponder the fate of those flood dragons aspiring to ascend. Not to mention Ouyang's hastily crafted divine beasts. Moreover, he intends to paint 5 of them. One fears that as soon as Ouyang awakens their intelligence, Xiao Feng may be reduced to ashes in an instant. Bai Feiyu gazes intently at Xiao Feng, having realized from the very first glance that this young man's meridians and dantians have been utterly destroyed. His path to cultivation, therefore, can only be through physical training. Yet even in ancient times, physical cultivation was the most arduous path. It is an excruciating endeavor. Daily, one must temper the body, exhausting all potential, and then absorb the essence of the heavens and earth to replenish oneself. By day, one refines the bones. By night, one engages in meditation and cultivation. There is never a moment free from practice. This relentless cycle, year after year, makes it exceedingly difficult to perceive any advancement in realms. Only those of immense willpower can endure such dual torment of spirit and flesh. He had been eavesdropping outside, curious about Ouyang's methods for aiding Xiao Feng's cultivation. To his astonishment, Ouyang's approach coincides remarkably with that of ancient physical cultivation masters, and it is even more audacious. In ancient times, physical cultivators only dared to utilize the essences of spirit beasts or ferocious beasts as aids in their training. Ouyang, however, seeks to employ divine beasts. Moreover, he aspires to use the most exalted 5 Directions divine beasts. Even in ancient times, no one would dare to act so recklessly. These are divine beasts, the favored children of the heavens and earth, born with immense fortune and blessings. They are truly the incarnations of the cosmos. Ouyang dares to artificially create a divine beast, merging Xiao Feng with the divine creature. Madness. Audacity. It is nothing short of a bold endeavor to attempt to seize the heavens. A handful of mere adolescents, scarcely in their teens, dare to dream of such audacity. Bai Feiyu felt a surge of incredulity, an instinctive urge to intervene, yet was halted by the resolute words of Xiao Feng. Rather than thwarting their ambition, Bai Feiyu found himself smiling. Is it not the very essence of youth, at the tender age of 16 or 17, to embark upon such audacious escapades? It is the age of rebellion, a time to undertake extraordinary feats. How could he, at the age of merely 15, refrain from joining such an exhilarating venture? Thus, Bai Feiyu pushed open the door, eager to be part of this audacious scheme. The 4 youths sat in chairs, engaged in animated discussions, meticulously crafting their intricate plan. Chen Changshan was to inscribe the 5 elemental beasts upon Xiao Feng, utilizing the essence of supreme spirit stones as his medium. Lacking such exquisite materials, why not borrow from the stone pillars of the Qingyun Peak Grand Hall? The grandeur of Qingyun Peak would surely accommodate the absence of a few such trinkets. The responsibility of borrowing fell upon Ouyang. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu imparted the ancient cultivation methods of body refinement to Xiao Feng, intended for his future endeavors. The plan appeared promising. Yet the greatest obstacle loomed in the form of the Thunder Tribulation. With the 5 elemental beasts unleashed, the challenge of the Thunder Tribulation would be insurmountable. Xiao Feng's very body could scarcely withstand the presence of all 5 beasts. Bai Feiyu tapped the table, asserting, "Let us first activate 2, the Wood Spirit Dragon and the Fire Spirit Vermilion Bird." Ouyang interjected, "But the Wood Spirit ignites the flames and stirs the winds." Xianxia, well-versed in formations, nodded in agreement. Bai Feiyu continued, "Once activated, the Thunder Tribulation, bolstered by these 2 beasts, will pose the greatest difficulty. We cannot assist Xiao Feng in withstanding it. He must face it alone. But how can an untrained individual endure the Thunder Tribulation summoned by the emergence of the beasts?" This conundrum weighed heavily upon the group. The Thunder Tribulation was provoked by Xiao Feng himself, and thus it was imperative that he confront it unaided. Any interference could not only prove futile but could potentially double the intensity of the tribulation, jeopardizing him further. A palpable stillness enveloped the room, yet Ouyang remained unperturbed. How could Xiao Feng, still grappling with the most basic of tasks, be heralded as the son of destiny? Though he refrained from voicing such thoughts, he feigned contemplation, joining his companions in silence. At that moment, Lang Qingsong entered, casting a casual glance at the group and remarked, "Unity of intent. Could these rebellious youths possess the potential of paparazzi?" Each one seemed keen to eavesdrop. Just as Ouyang was about to unleash a tirade, he halted, a smirk forming upon his lips as he addressed the others. "Qingsong is indeed correct. It appears we have wandered into a misconception." The youths turned to Ouyang, who, with a sense of pride, declared, "As Bai mentioned, we are crafting the beasts to aid Xiao Feng in his cultivation, but we are not conjuring them from thin air. They are to be based upon Xiao Feng's very essence. Xiao Feng is the beast, and the beast is indeed Xiao Feng." The brilliance of this revelation ignited the minds of the assembled prodigies, and they grasped the profound implications of Ouyang's words. Creating malevolent divine beasts will incur punishment. However, what if Brother Xiao himself is a divine beast? As long as he seizes the divine beast's spiritual platform during the nascent stage of its consciousness, Brother Xiao would embody the true essence of the divine beast. Divine beasts are the favored children of heaven and earth, enduring tribulations before birth, yet once they emerge, they are bestowed with great fortune. Essentially, they have expedited the divine beast's maturation to the moment of birth. It is akin to the emergence of this child in the realm. Regardless of any disdain, can one truly eliminate it? The spiritual intelligence and consciousness manifest almost simultaneously. Thus, seizing the spiritual platform instantly after the birth of consciousness is nearly impossible, even for formidable cultivators in the tribulation phase. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this divine beast was conjured by Ouyang, who can dictate the moment of its spiritual intelligence and consciousness. Engaging in something akin to flipping a switch is merely a matter of having the ability, is it not? Brother Xiao, lacking cultivation, cannot perceive the existence of the divine soul. How could he control the divine soul to seize the divine beast's spiritual platform? To sense and manipulate one's divine soul requires at least a stage of out-of-body experience. Ouyang glanced at the amiable Qianxia, who was seated calmly. The small peak harbored a master of soul manipulation, Qianxia. The pinnacle of puppet arts lies in the ultimate control of the divine soul. Ouyang turned his gaze toward Qianxia, who, fearing that Ouyang might expose his hidden cards, hurriedly stood up and said, "I will perform a ritual to separate Brother Xiao's divine soul and then tear it into several fragments, allowing these fragmented souls to occupy the divine beast's spiritual platform." Qianxia's words, though delivered lightly, sent shivers down the spines of the others. As they looked at Qianxia's relaxed demeanor, an unsettling thought arose within them. Could those hundreds of puppets resembling themselves be created from the torn fragments of their own divine souls? Chapter 37, Danqing Ouyang. "I beseech you, cease at once. If you continue, the protective array for our sect will no longer function." A youth clad in a plain blue robe implored Ouyang. Ouyang, wielding a pickaxe, was prying at the exquisite essence of the spirit stone embedded in the ground. This exquisite essence of the spirit stone is found only in the deepest veins, exceedingly rare, and is an indispensable material for cultivation and artifact refinement. Only a top-tier sect like Qingyun's sect could utilize it to construct a protective array for their establishment. Why panic? If the sect leader levies punishment, just say it was my doing. Here, take this. With me having a share, how could you possibly lack? Ouyang, with a sack slung over his back, nonchalantly handed the youth a piece of scrap, exuding bravado. The youth, trembling, accepted the exquisite essence of the spirit stone that Ouyang offered. A piece worth more than half a year's worth of cultivation resources. Ouyang's sack, however, contained nearly half a sack full of such treasures. This gentleman had thoroughly plundered the protective array. If the enforcement team, led by Xing Feng, were to witness this, an ordinary person would either perish or suffer greatly. To dare to pry at the protective array of the sect, can one still claim not to be a traitor? At the moment this gentleman was engaged in his endeavor, The enforcement team happened to pass by, casually greeting him. "Where are you fellows headed?" "Brother Ouyang, the Peak Master has sent us to patrol the mountains." "What are you up to?" "Oh, just addressing a shortage of spirit stones at home. I thought I'd come and extract a few for myself. One must be self-reliant."
"You know. Need any assistance? Brother Ouyang?" "No, thank you. I'll be heading back soon after I dig a bit more. It's nearly lunchtime. Thus..."
Ouyang conversed with the protectors while wielding his pickaxe. Were those individuals blind? He was mining within the protective array of the sect. For ordinary inner sect disciples, merely casting a glance at the protective array could lead to inquiries about their loyalty to the sect. This brother Ouyang had been digging here for nearly an hour. However, it was rumored that this brother was the illegitimate son of the sect leader, which rendered him seemingly untouchable. A youth, desperately pleading for Ouyang to dig just a little less, casually flipped his hand, causing a precious essence of spirit stone to vanish, before nonchalantly departing. Ouyang wiped the sweat from his brow, hoisted half a bag of precious spirit stone essence onto his back, and made his way toward the small peak. Just as he took a few steps, a middle-aged man clad in black robes blocked his path. The man, with a frosty demeanor, declared, "You are accused of deliberately damaging the protective array and stealing spirit stones from the sect. Are you aware of your crimes?" Ouyang gazed at the newcomer, a grin spreading across his face. "Uncle Lee, have you eaten yet? You ungrateful disciple. Ouyang has taken on a fine pupil, yet you engage in such treacherous acts." The middle-aged man, with fierce eyes, thundered. Ouyang, uninterested in further dialogue, retrieved a book from his storage bag and sent it flying toward the man. One could vaguely discern the image of a stunningly beautiful woman clad in scanty attire within the pages. "A well-crafted hidden weapon," the middle-aged man exclaimed, unfurling his black robe, instantly casting a shadow that enveloped the surroundings as if the very heavens and earth had been drawn into his cloak. When Ouyang's vision returned to normal, the middle-aged man had vanished from sight. Ouyang muttered to himself that every time he needed a book, it seemed to be an event of cataclysmic proportions, as if others were watching. That old bachelor was truly irritable. The individual who had just obstructed Ouyang was none other than Li Yi, the Peak Master of Xingfeng, a figure of unfathomable cultivation with a profound passion for painting and calligraphy. Upon witnessing Ouyang produce a realistic portrait, he had been utterly captivated, praising the vivid narrative and the tumultuous journey of the female protagonist. Thus, he frequently sought to borrow books from Ouyang under various pretenses. When Ouyang returned to the small peak, he found the courtyard abuzz with activity. Xiaofeng, bare-chested, displayed a physique of bronze muscle that gleamed brilliantly in the afternoon sun. Hu Tutu, cradling A, was mesmerized, tears of frustration streaming from the corners of his mouth. Chen Changsheng, wielding a brush, sketched a draft upon Xiaofeng's back. The 5 divine beasts vividly materialized on his skin: the dragon of the overshoulder, the tiger of the descent, the proud Xuanwu, the bowing Shike, and the serene Kirin with closed eyes. With each breath Xiaofeng took, the 5 creatures seemed to come alive, gracefully moving across his back. Indeed, such artistry was irresistible even to the master of the punishment peak. Who could withstand the allure of a grand depiction of a charming maiden? Ouyang, admiring the craftsmanship evident on Xiaofeng's back, generously praised Chen Changsheng's skill. Chen Changsheng's face flushed, loudly insisting he had never drawn before, which only elicited a chorus of laughter, filling the courtyard with a joyous atmosphere. Ouyang dumped a sack onto the ground, scattering a myriad of colorful spiritual stone essences, from which surged a rich essence of heavenly and earthly vitality. To outsiders, the spiritual stone essence would seem like a dream, yet for those present, aside from Xiaofeng, who appeared naive, everyone else regarded it with indifference, akin to refuse. "Brother, I told you before leaving. The quality of the essence in the innermost circle of the protective array is the finest. Why is there none here?" Chen Changsheng bent down to search and inquired of Ouyang. "I too wish to extract from the very center, but the old master has placed restrictions. I cannot approach at all," Ouyang sighed. Chen Changsheng did not genuinely expect Ouyang to retrieve the essence from the innermost part of the protective array. That was the most crucial area of the formation. Even if the master permitted their mischief, it could not be taken too far. "This is sufficient. Let us go. Brother Xiao, I will grind these essences and embed them within you. It will be quite painful, so bear with it," he said as he gathered the spiritual stone essence. Addressing Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng nodded. Compared to the ability to cultivate, a bit of pain was nothing. Yet, he underestimated the agony of having the spiritual essence enter his body. To securely and completely embed the essence into Xiaofeng, each piece needed to penetrate 3/10 into his flesh. Thousands of fragments, each inflicting excruciating pain. To enhance the efficacy of the spiritual essence, Chen Changsheng would also stimulate the vital energies within the stones. Thousands of shards, akin to burning nails, pierced Xiaofeng's body. Under such torment, Xiaofeng remained silent, enduring the entire process. When the artwork was completed, Qin Chongsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, admiring his freshly crafted depiction of the 5 divine beasts. This piece might very well be the pinnacle of his artistic endeavors. With the exquisite spiritual stone essence enhancing its vibrancy, the 5 beasts appeared even more lifelike. And one could almost hear the sounds of dragon roars, phoenix cries, and tiger growls. Should Xiaofeng walk bare-chested down the streets of his past life, he would undoubtedly be apprehended and questioned about his connection to some notorious gang leader. Yet, the 5 divine beasts remained unawakened, devoid of any vitality. The task of bestowing life was entrusted to Ouyang. This pivotal moment would ignite the beast's spiritual awareness. It was indeed the most arduous step in this audacious endeavor, necessitating utmost caution at every turn. Chapter 38. The will of heaven denied. On the following morning, the sky was overcast, with low clouds stretching across the horizon. A palpable tension enveloped the small mountain peak. Qin Chongsheng stood solemnly behind Xiaofeng, issuing instructions. Senior brother, you will awaken these divine beasts shortly. Only the azure dragon and vermilion bird must be awakened, and their awakening must occur simultaneously. Ouyang accepted the awakening brush handed to him by Qin Chongsheng, nodding earnestly. Qin Chongsheng then turned to address the others. Second brother, 4th junior disciple, you are to protect him. Should Xiao junior disciple fail to seize the consciousness of the divine beasts, you must act swiftly to sever the bond between him and the beast's consciousness with your sword intent. Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu stood with their swords in hand, their expressions equally grave. Under Hu Tutu's eager gaze, Qin Chongsheng cleared his throat and instructed, Junior sister, please fetch a blanket from the room and wrap yourself in it. The thunder will be quite loud. Hu Tutu nodded earnestly, retrieving a small blanket from her room and wrapping herself snugly. Once all preparations were complete, Qin Chongsheng gazed skyward, inquiring whether the heavens were willing to lend their assistance. He leapt onto the constructed platform, exhaling gently. With a flick of his right hand, a peachwood sword soared from his sleeve. Awaken, he commanded. And 2 candles on the platform ignited spontaneously. As he wielded the sword, dozens of yellow talismans flew from his sleeve, standing before him. With this single maneuver, Qin Chongsheng could easily pass as a national master in the mundane world. Atop the platform, he unveiled a hidden card, a yellow talisman imbued with Taoist resonance, which gradually stood upright. Qin Chongsheng bit his finger, smearing a drop of his essence onto the talisman, and proclaimed, Formation, arise. The grand formation concealing Tianji enveloped the mountain peak, masking all its energies. The cosmos was boundless, the yin and yang inverted, the divine souls were poised to emerge, awaiting the command. With a flourish of his sleeve, the resonant yellow talisman surged toward Xiaofeng, merging seamlessly with his being. Xiaofeng felt a jolt throughout his entire body, as if he had transcended his physical form, experiencing an inexplicable and wondrous sensation. At the moment Xiaofeng's soul exited his body, Qin Chongsheng called out to the ever-prepared Ouyang, Senior brother, proceed. Without a hint of hesitation, Ouyang grasped the awakening brush and directed it toward the eyes of the azure dragon and vermilion bird perched upon Xiaofeng's back. With simultaneous strokes, the brush struck the eyes of the 2 divine beasts, unleashing a torrent of true energy into them. The originally overcast sky, now shrouded in dense dark clouds, rumbled with thunder, as if seeking out the aberration daring to defy the heavens. Before Qin Chongsheng, numerous yellow talismans soared rapidly towards the heavens. The talismans collided with the grand formation he had meticulously arranged to conceal the heavenly secrets, at least until Ouyang fully activated the consciousness of the divine beast. It was imperative to prevent the Tao of Heaven from discovering this occurrence. Ouyang's true energy surged violently into the 2 divine beasts nestled on Xiaofeng's back. As Ouyang's essence infused, the 2 beasts, already brimming with vitality, began to move autonomously upon Xiaofeng's back. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, accompanied by a sharp bird's cry. The ethereal forms of the 2 divine beasts soared into the air. The immense pressure unique to divine beasts suffused the atmosphere around the small peak, rendering it palpably tense. It seemed the Tao of Heaven had sensed that someone was illicitly birthing beings, as the thunder, previously swirling in the clouds, unleashed its wrath upon the surrounding peak. The terrifying might of the heavens laid waste to the area. Yet, under Qin Chongsheng's formation, the lightning failed to locate the audacious. As the 2 divine beasts' ethereal forms began to solidify, a glimmer of intelligence sparked in their eyes. The awakening of their consciousness was imminent. Qin Chongsheng gazed at the 2 divine beasts in the sky, his eyes shifting to Xiaofeng, momentarily flickering with compassion, before he raised his peachwood sword and pointed it at Xiaofeng. Left azure dragon, rise phoenix, emerge. In a state of spiritual essence, Xiaofeng felt an enormous force tearing at his soul, as though his left arm and head were being wrenched from him. The indescribable agony rendered him, who had endured thousands of essences without a sound, utterly engulfed in torment. Yet, in the depths of this madness, Xiaofeng maintained clarity of mind, his silent screams and contorted body rendering him akin to a judge of the underworld. The severed soul was continuously molded, gradually taking on the appearance of two miniature Xiaofengs. Soul reconstruction. Hu Tutu wrapped herself tighter in her blanket, trembling at the sight of Xiaofeng's suffering, seeking solace in the snugness of her covering. Meanwhile, the fox spirit Hu Yan, lying beside her, gazed in astonishment at Chen Chongqing's almost supernatural soul reconstruction technique. His jaw nearly dislocated. Such mastery over the soul was beyond even himself at the tribulation stage. What manner of creature was this young man? Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong observed everything with calm composure, fully aware that without this agonizing trial, Xiaofeng could never transcend into a dragon. All suffering would pale in comparison to the triumph that awaited. Two even more resonant roars of dragon and phoenix echoed once more, this time infused with a newfound vitality. At this very moment, Chen Chongqing pointed the peachwood sword in his hand towards the ethereal forms of two divine beasts soaring in the sky. The two minuscule souls of Xiaofeng, conjured forth, were instantly thrust into the spectral figures of the divine beasts. These newly born manifestations, devoid of consciousness, were about to be forcefully usurped. The instinct of being living beings compelled them to struggle, fortunately, as they were not yet fully formed. For had they been fully realized divine beasts, such an invasion would have swiftly invited annihilation by the heavenly laws. With the peachwood sword, Chen Chongqing aided Xiaofeng in suppressing the resistance of the divine beasts, simultaneously facilitating the return of the remaining souls to Xiaofeng's corporeal form. Ouyang stood by, poised to heed Chen Chongqing's command to sever the flow of true energy. Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong had already placed their hands upon the hilts of their swords. The four youths awaited their moment to assist Xiaofeng. As the divine beast's ethereal forms gradually settled, Xiaofeng's soul smoothly encroached upon the divine beast's spiritual platforms. Yet, just as success seemed imminent, a profound awareness stirred within the impending offspring, sensing its demise. The once tumultuous storm of tribulation in the heavens began to coalesce, forming a rift. In a motionless eye slowly opened. Endless pressure and lightning swirled around this eye, and at last, the heavenly laws discerned the instigator of these events. The grand formation atop the small mountain shattered instantaneously, unleashing torrents of destructive tribulation lightning upon Xiaofeng. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment, a legendary force capable of obliterating all. The actions taken could not be permitted by the Celestial Order. Chapter 39. When the Celestial Order fails, let the great path prevail. As the immense pressure and the world-ending Eye of Heavenly Punishment opened, it fixated upon the highest cultivator present, the Hu Yan. Hu Yan instantly felt his entire being stiffen, breath held in terror, shaking his head frantically. Not me. Though I am in the tribulation stage, I truly lack the audacity to provoke the Father of Heavenly Laws. Have these little brats lost their minds? What weight do they carry to summon the Eye of Heavenly Punishment? Bai Feiyu observed the Eye of Heavenly Punishment above with an unperturbed expression, a flicker of surprise igniting within. This eye appeared far weaker than in ancient times. Slowly, he drew his sword, declaring, "The heavenly laws are merciless. I stand for the heavenly laws." With a swift sound, the sword was unsheathed, and Lung Qingsong's aura of sword intent surged, aimed directly at the heavenly order. "The heavenly laws are merciless. I shall cleave them asunder." Chen Chongqing merely sought to sever the connection between Xiaofeng and the divine beasts at the moment when the heavenly laws denied him. As Xiaofeng faltered against the awareness of the divine beasts, yet both individuals simultaneously drew their blades, confronting the heavenly laws head-on. In the eyes of prodigies, the most effective solution to a dilemma is to eradicate it at its roots. The Eye of Heavenly Punishment sensed the dual streams of sword intent rushing towards it. A flicker of doubt surfaced within the previously unperturbed, emotionless eye. Why does one of the sword intents feel so familiar? The Eye of Heavenly Retribution gazes downward, observing Bai Feiyu, clad in white, a faint smile gracing his otherwise expressionless face, as if greeting the observer. It is he. He has reincarnated. A flicker of dread passes through the Eye of Heavenly Retribution, swiftly followed by a surge of ruthlessness. While he remains unascended, it is the perfect moment to eliminate him. Bai Feiyu's sword intent soars into the heavens, yet does not directly target the Eye of Heavenly Retribution. Instead, it transforms into the figure of Bai Feiyu. Flashing before the eye, a subtle threat lingers in the air. "Do you wish to have your sight pierced by me once more?" This utterance seems to awaken the long-buried memories within the Eye of Heavenly Retribution, and the once overcast sky suddenly clears. The eye turns towards Xiaofeng, who is gradually overpowering the two divine beasts, a flicker of fury igniting within. A slender, serpentine bolt of purple lightning strikes towards Xiaofeng. The purple sky obliteration divine thunder. Bai Feiyu and Xianxia instantly recognize the origin of this lightning bolt. It possesses the power to completely obliterate a person's existence from the annals of time. This divine thunder seeks to eradicate all traces of the opponent's being. Moreover, it disregards both space and time, rendering any defense utterly futile. Arrogant, abominable creature. Bai Feiyu and Xianxia seethe with indignation at the eye of heavenly retribution's sudden and unscrupulous assault. Seeking death. Although Lung Qingsong is unaware of the reason behind the outburst from the two, he is certain that the issue lies with the eye above. He draws his sword and charges towards the eye of heavenly retribution. Witnessing Lung Qingsong's offensive, Bai Feiyu and Xianxia simultaneously direct their attacks at the eye. Two strands of sword and tint, along with the activation of a small mountain formation, surge forth towards the eye of heavenly retribution. The eye is momentarily bewildered. How dare these ents challenge it? In the past, were they not the ones pleading tearfully for the heavenly Tao to temper its strikes? Yet here stand these three. Swords drawn and formations activated. Due to Xiaofeng's foundation-level cultivation, the power summoned by the eye of heavenly retribution is significantly diminished. Even the heavenly Tao could not have anticipated that a foundation-level cultivator could invoke such retribution. Thus, as the three strike simultaneously, the eye of heavenly retribution finds itself flustered. Having expended 70% of its power merely to unleash a fragment of the purple sky divine thunder. Is it possible that it might be pierced this time? In a state of panic, the eye of heavenly retribution prepares to flee, a notion that has never crossed its mind since its inception. Such humiliation is unbearable. With a venomous glare, the eye of heavenly retribution fixes its gaze upon the three who dare to assail it, realizing that it has not unleashed its full power. Just wait. When you undergo your tribulation, I shall strike you down. The eye of heavenly retribution binds the three, rendering them motionless, unable to stir even a fraction. Only the three individuals at the core formation stage, regardless of their defiance against fate, could not hope to harm the eye of heavenly punishment. The eye fixated malevolently upon them, its gaze landing on Xiaofeng, who had absorbed the purple cloud divine thunder, preparing to gradually dissipate. Do you intend to leave? Have you consulted me? Ouyang's voice resonated coolly. The essence of heaven and earth surged fiercely towards the small mountain peak. As a colossal hand of celestial energy grasped the departing eye of heavenly punishment. Who dares to touch the Tao? A torrential blood rain descended, corroding the ground wherever it fell, creating numerous small holes. Cease at once. A resounding voice echoed through the cosmos, imbued with an ancient desolation. As the voice emerged, the seasons of the world spun chaotically, the sun and moon flashing alternately like strobe lights. The realm transformed into a nebulous chaos, beyond articulation. Standing upon the small peak, Ouyang maintained a serene countenance, his true energy surging forth like a mighty river. Qingsong, the three others, and Hu Tu were all drawn into a chamber by Ouyang, leaving only the eye of heavenly punishment and Xiaofeng. With the purple cloud divine thunder coursing through him, Xiaofeng's body began to disintegrate. The ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird fought desperately against this disintegration. Yet before the lightning serpent, they could only watch in despair as it relentlessly consumed him. Ouyang cast a sidelong glance at the eye of heavenly punishment he had seized, instantly recognizing the source of the voice of the Tao. With a cold smirk, Ouyang raised his hand, causing the eye to be yanked down by the formless hand. Humph! The once ancient and desolate voice emitted a muffled grunt. Ouyang immediately sensed a tremendous pressure from the cosmos bearing down upon him, filling his heart with the desolation of being cast aside by the heavens. Yet, in an instant, it vanished like melting ice and snow. An unfathomable volume of true energy swirled around Ouyang, nearly condensing into vapor. In the sky, a massive visage of a human face began to take shape within the clouds. However, Ouyang did not grant it the opportunity to fully form. His immense true energy surged skyward, scattering the cloud visage into disarray. To attempt to disgust me, you are not yet worthy. Let the great Tao come forth, Ouyang remarked, summoning the formless hand that clutched the eye of heavenly punishment closer to the brink of collapse that Xiaofeng had reached. The previously rampant purple cloud divine thunder abruptly halted its assault. As the lightning serpent extended its head, puzzled by the sudden appearance of the eye of heavenly punishment, Ouyang seized the moment to press the eye into Xiaofeng's brow. In an instant, the purple cloud divine thunder transformed into a lightning serpent. Drawn into the eye of heavenly punishment, the ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird solidified in an instant, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar and a piercing bird's cry. The once tumultuous heavens and earth suddenly flourished with golden lotuses, as an ethereal aura descended from the skies, casting a violet radiance across 3,000 miles. With the divine punishment now past, the emergence of mythical beasts heralded auspicious signs. Yet, it appeared that the heavens were somewhat dissatisfied with Ouyang, for the auspicious signs manifested only fleetingly before tranquility returned to the realm. How miserly! Ouyang scoffed, gazing skyward. Chapter 40. Success. Although the celestial forces were somewhat stingy, it in no way diminished the outcome. The initial dissolution that had begun within Xiaofeng had vanished, giving way to a rapid restoration. The ethereal silhouettes of the azure dragon and vermilion bird behind him gradually coalesced, their divine pressure slowly manifesting from these phantoms. However, what astonished onlookers most was the vertical pupil that stood between Xiaofeng's brows, surrounded by threads of terrifying lightning that evoked primal fear. The Eye of Divine Punishment. The 5 divine beasts. It was utterly impossible for a mortal vessel to withstand such formidable power. Yet, as the purple sky divine thunder commenced its annihilation of Xiaofeng's body, remnants of the divine thunder had already embedded themselves within him. The newly born azure dragon and vermilion bird, in their bid to escape the destruction wrought by the divine thunder, fused with Xiaofeng. Now, with his body reformed, Xiaofeng harbored within him the essence of the purple sky divine thunder alongside the divine spirits of the azure dragon and vermilion bird. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing the swirling phantoms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird within his gaze. A mere glance was sufficient to instill a sense of helplessness in those of lesser cultivation.
In Ouyang's line of sight, an astonishing transformation had occurred within Xiaofeng's attribute panel.
Name: Xiaofeng, human race sovereign, cultivation, comparable to golden core root bone, 0 luck, 8 charm, 8 body refinement aptitude, 11 unique skills, indomitable will. 5 divine beasts evaluation. Who says the human race lacks sovereigns? By the heavens, this was the first time he had witnessed a modification of the panel. Ouyang gasped at the sight of Xiaofeng's attribute panel, altered due to the infusion of divine beasts. Truly, he was the son of heaven, capable of prompting the system to amend his attributes. Xiaofeng clenched his fist, acutely aware of the power surging within him, as the essence of the world flowed ceaselessly, nourishing his very being. Is this the might of the divine beasts? On his back, the azure dragon and vermilion bird from the 5 divine beasts appeared vividly, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. With a sudden impulse, Xiaofeng unleashed a punch, a colossal wave of energy erupting from his arm. It overturned several slabs of blue stone, creating a fist-sized crater half a meter deep in the ground. Xiaofeng gazed at his fist, grinning foolishly. Now, if he were to encounter Ma Xianxia again, he could surely dispatch 7 or 8 with a single blow. Yet, before Xiaofeng could fully revel in his joy, a sharp thump landed upon his head. Ouyang, in a state of exasperation, glared at Xiaofeng and exclaimed, "One who disrupts the roof is already enough to vex one. Yet you have the audacity to dig up the floor." Xiaofeng, who had just received a blow from Ouyang, merely chuckled foolishly. Seemingly indifferent to the punishment he had endured, even in the face of Ouyang's reprimands, he continued to nod with a silly grin. As Ouyang exited the courtyard, he cast his gaze upon the scarred forest beyond the small peak, ravaged by the lightning tribulation. He retrieved the tome titled Foundational Techniques for Beginners from his pocket, diligently noting down the method of a particular spell before tucking the book back into his clothing. With both hands raised high, he called out, "Rejuvenation." Under the immense influence of Ouyang's profound true energy, the spiritual essence in the surrounding environment transformed into a gentle rain, cascading over the battered woods. The trees, once struck by lightning, began to sprout fresh branches anew. From the shattered boulders, vibrant wild grasses emerged. The flora, which had previously been stunted by the tribulation, flourished once more under this ethereal rain, even surpassing their former vitality. However, the damaged pathways in the deceased animals and insects remained beyond repair. As for the restoration of the pathways and the burial of the deceased creatures, you shall undertake these tasks, Ouyang stated. Understood, Master Brother, Xiaofeng promptly replied. Ouyang suddenly smacked his forehead and hurried back to his room. Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, and Hu Tutu remained confined in place, their sword intents immobilized as well. Only the cunning fox, Huyan, sat idly on a stool, waiting for Ouyang's return. This profound technique is beyond my comprehension. Ouyang sighed, gazing at the immobilized individuals with a touch of frustration. Brother, if you do not mind, may I attempt it? Xiaofeng ventured uncertainly from behind. You? Ouyang regarded Xiaofeng with skepticism, turning slightly to observe how he would attempt to unravel the situation. Stepping forward, Xiaofeng formed a sword gesture with his right hand, brushing it between his brows, and the eye of heavenly punishment reappeared. A wave of spatial distortion emanated from the eye, and the 4 individuals who had been confined regained their mobility. Can one truly wield the eye of heavenly punishment so effortlessly upon acquisition? Such talent indeed merits the favor of the Tao. Ouyang mused, watching as the 4 resumed their activities, yet his expression soon darkened. The sword and tints of Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, now freed from their restrictions, violently tore the roof of his room asunder, raising his hand to shield Hu Tutu. Ouyang glared at Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, stating, "Repair my house by tomorrow, or I shall have your skins." As for the task of repairing the roof, Lang Qingsong was quite familiar with it and paid Ouyang's threat little mind. Chen Chongqing, brimming with excitement, turned to Xiao Feng and inquired, "Did it work?" Xiao Feng nodded in affirmation, prompting Chen Chongqing to exhale in relief, followed by an exuberant display of joy. The future of the human race's 5 great emperors surprisingly emerges from his own hands. This is indeed the sole emperor of the human lineage. Every time Chen Chongqing contemplates this, he is overwhelmed with excitement. Ouyang gazes at Chen Chongqing in confusion, pondering whether his junior brother has an intimate connection with xianxia. Otherwise, what could explain such fervor? Bai Feiyu, however, wears a smile that suggests profound contemplation. For a practitioner of physical cultivation, such an association would undoubtedly facilitate the refinement of his own path. Hu Tutu gazes curiously at the back of Xiao Feng, his tattoos instilling a sense of trepidation within him. His grandfather had once said, "Those adorned with tattoos are seldom virtuous foxes." Uncertain, Hu Tutu tugged at Ouyang's sleeve and inquired, "Will xianxia turn bad? He has begun to tattoo himself." Ouyang reassured him, stating, "Fear not, Tutu. This marks the beginning of xianxia's transformation for the better." Hu Tutu nodded but continued to eye Xiao Feng with lingering concern. The room exuded tranquility, save for the composed gaze of the Tibetan fox, Ouyang, who observed the unfolding scene with a sense of calm. Each individual present was a peerless genius, emerging once in a millennium, signifying the dawn of an era. Yet, this was also the source of Ouyang's apprehension. The laws of heaven dictate that abundance is diminished to supplement scarcity. Such an extraordinary convergence of talents not only heralds a magnificent epic, but also foreshadows the onset of great calamity. Whenever a star-studded age commences, it is invariably accompanied by the bones and blood of countless ordinary souls. Even as one in the tribulation stage, he sees himself merely as an ordinary being. Should a monumental disaster truly approach, even he would find it impossible to safeguard himself. As Ouyang gazed at the individuals before him, he sighed softly within. Is a great calamity imminent? Chapter 41. The holy son of the Buddhist sect Xiao Feng's arrival did not disrupt the daily rhythm of the small peak. Lang Qingsong was repairing the roof, while Chen Chongqing busied himself with some unknown endeavor in his chamber. Bai Feiyu remained perched on a branch, exuding an air of superiority. Hu Tutu continued to soar through the skies atop his paper crane. Only one additional figure occupied the walkway, a youth bearing a blue stone, diligently mending the path. None other than Xiao Feng. Everyone was engaged in their tasks, which left Ouyang with a sense of idleness. He reclined in his lounge chair, a book in hand, drifting into slumber. The courtyard emanated a serene ambience, occasionally interrupted by the resounding cannon fire from Qingyun Peak, disrupting peaceful dreams. As the time for the sect competition drew near, various sects arrived at Qingyun sect to witness the event. With each arrival, the booming of celebratory cannon fire echoed from Qingyun Peak, and the normally serene skies were streaked with a dazzling array of lights, multiplying tenfold. The entire Qingyun sect bustled with an unusual energy, as if the small mountain peak had been forgotten. Suddenly, a resounding sound, akin to the reverberation of the heavens, emanated from Qingyun Peak. The once serene and tranquil Qingyun Peak, a bastion of the Xian sect, was now enveloped in a radiant Buddhist light, seemingly as if the Buddha himself were expounding the Dharma. Ouyang removed the book from his face, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed towards Qingyun Peak, exclaiming, "What is happening? Has the great monk ascended the mountain?" Bai Feiyu, perched upon a branch, directed his gaze towards Qingyun Peak, shaking his head as he remarked, "It appears that someone is discussing the Dharma on Qingyun Peak. It seems that a remarkable reincarnation of a Buddha has emerged from the Buddhist realm." A reincarnation of the Buddha? The legendary holy son of the Buddhist sect? Ouyang's interest was piqued. He had heard rumors from 2 years prior about an extraordinary holy son emerging from the Buddhist order. It was said that upon his entry into the sect, the golden body of the Buddha had spoken and bestowed a name upon him. In just 1 year, he established his foundation. In 3 years, he formed his golden core. And in 5 years, he attained his nascent soul. His rate of cultivation advancement was astonishing. At the tender age of 18, he debated in the sacred Buddhist land of Daling Mountain Temple alongside its 18 presiding monks, without losing ground. The Buddhist sect's acquisition of such a talent heralded a time of great prosperity. Initially, Ouyang thought the commotion outside was merely hot air, but now it seemed that there was indeed substance to the claims. Just as he contemplated whether to indulge in the spectacle and see which unfortunate soul would become a stepping stone, 7 resonant chimes of a bronze bell echoed from the summit of Xianxia Peak. The sound of the bell was distant yet soothing, easily reaching the ears of all within the Xianxia sect. This was the sound of the sect's summons bell. The 7 chimes signified that all disciples from the various peaks were to assemble at Xianxia Peak for a meeting. It was also referred to as the summoning bell, indicating that an urgent matter had arisen within the sect, necessitating a swift gathering of personnel. Ouyang rose from his reclined position, a spark of curiosity igniting within him as he said, "Let us go and see." The last time the summoning bell rang, it was to determine which mountain peak Little Bai would join. Today, it seems there is news to uncover. Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu soared through the air on their swords, with Chun Chongxing trailing behind, accompanied by the swordless Xiaofeng. Hu Tutu and Ouyang leisurely followed on a paper crane. The entire small mountain peaks contingent was mobilized, leaving only a solitary fox to guard the home. After all, opportunities to witness such events were rare in the otherwise mundane years of cultivation. Upon reaching the foot of Xianxia Peak, they found themselves amidst a surging crowd, a sea of people pressing together. The total number of inner disciples surpassed 1,000, with only a few who were in seclusion absent. As Ouyang arrived at Xianxia Peak, he beheld Ling Feng enduring a beating. Is there any justice in this world? Every time there is a need for someone to take the blame, it is always old Ling. It seems his good temper and status as the master's disciple render him a target. Whenever others come to kick the door, it is always old Ling who bears the brunt first. Is this not a form of bullying the innocent? Unfortunately, all the prime spots have already been taken, leaving no good vantage for watching the spectacle. Ouyang cast a knowing glance at Lung Qingsong, who promptly embraced his sword and made his way towards the most advantageous position. Atop a towering boulder, several disciples from the Sword Inquiry Peak stood poised with their swords, captivated by the unfolding scene. After all, their numbers were vast, and such a prime location was rightfully seized by them. Dare to take action? Have you consulted with my 10 or so longswords? Just as they were engrossed in the spectacle, the one who sought their swords arrived. Clad in black, Lung Qingsong leaped onto the boulder and coldly uttered 2 words, "Get down." The disciples, unfamiliar with Lung Qingsong, were immediately incensed. This audacious youth truly lacked discernment and were ready to draw their swords. However, one of their companions restrained the hilt, whispering a few words. The would-be aggressor recoiled, casting a fearful glance at Lung Qingsong before retreating with his peers from the boulder to the stones occupied by the Xianxia Peak. "Get down, if you dare to resist. Have you consulted with my longswords?" The Xianxia Peak disciples regarded the brazen sword Inquiry Peak disciples with a mixture of indignation and silence. The small peak had secured the best vantage point, while Ouyang lounged languidly upon a large stone, cradling his muddled thoughts and observing the events unfold. Bai Feiyu stood to the left, Lung Qingsong to the right, with Xiaofeng slightly behind. Chun Chongxing, upon witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow and retreated to the rear of the onlookers. In the midst, a radiant bald monk sat cross-legged, emanating waves of spiritual light, speaking eloquently. Beneath him, the giant stone sprouted tender grass, and flowers blossomed beneath his mat. Opposite him, Ling Feng sat on the ground, his brow furrowed, yearning to respond yet at a loss for words, and under the weight of the spiritual light, his own true essence felt constrained within his dantian, unable to stir. "Dare to question, brother? The way is inherently Buddha. Is there any doubt?" The bald youth, adorned in a yellow robe, suddenly exclaimed. Ling Feng, whose heart had been shaken, coughed up blood, propping himself up with one hand, casting a weak gaze towards the bald youth. His previously striking appearance now bore a sickly pallor due to the damage to his spiritual heart, inciting a chorus of panic from those surrounding him. "Brother Ling Feng, perhaps it is time to concede. Brother Ling Feng, even in defeat, we shall always love you. Brother, come to my room tonight. I shall tend to your wounds." With righteous demeanor, Ling Feng offered a slight bow to the bald youth, speaking weakly. "Wise brother Huiji, your insights are profound, though I am but a simpleton. I shall persist. Buddha is Buddha, the way is the way. My path is not solitary." Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet there was no sign of wavering on his resolute visage. This stirred feelings of shame in the disciples, momentarily beguiled by the path. Huiji, observing Ling Feng's unwavering spirit, sighed and returned the gesture, saying, "Your determination is commendable, brother. I have seldom witnessed such fortitude and hold you in high esteem." The venerable monk truly possesses the art of diplomacy. Having triumphed over his opponent, he graciously provided a way for the vanquished to save face, instantly garnering admiration from those around him. Despite the damage inflicted upon Ling Feng's resolve during their philosophical debate, the onlookers readily forgave the youth before them. Meanwhile, Ouyang, munching on an apple, gazed at the bald-headed youth's profile, astonished. Name: Huizhi, impostor of the Holy Son of Buddhism. Cultivation: 9th level of the nascent soul root bone. 9 charisma, 9 luck, 9 Buddhist aptitude, 11 special skill. Buddhism is my essence. The term impostor following the title of Holy Son of Buddhism is indeed thought-provoking. Chapter 42. You strike first. As both individuals received the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, they exchanged glances that reflected mutual respect and admiration. Huizhi extended his hand to assist Ling Feng in rising, leaning in to whisper, "What are you pretending at, Dao brother? Your heart has been wounded. Yet you cling to your path?" A fleeting shadow crossed Ling Feng's face, but he quickly regained his composure and replied with sincerity, "Your mastery of the Dharma is profound. I, Ling Feng, cannot even hope to match you." Huizhi regarded Ling Feng with surprise, pondering whether this disciple of the Qingyun sect had indeed lost his. Even after being provoked, he remained unflustered. At that moment, an apple core struck Huizhi's polished head, interrupting his thoughts and inciting a wave of astonishment. Defeat is defeat. How could the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great sacred lands, display such pettiness by hurling an apple core at the victor? The crowd began to search for the culprit among them. "Oh dear, my hand slipped." Ouyang's voice rang out. Everyone turned to see him lazily lounging atop a large rock, cradling the bashful Hutu who shyly covered her eyes as the attention fell upon her. The youth clad in green robes exuded an air of carefree defiance, though his looks did not quite rival the striking young man standing nearby. His audacious demeanor captivated all present. Ceasing his laughter, the youth turned to Huizhi and casually remarked, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen someone slip?" Huizhi, with a nonchalant touch to his bald head, responded, "Dao brother, do you wish to discuss the Dharma with me?" Ouyang scoffed dismissively. "Discuss? Spare me." The atmosphere grew notably tense with his coarse words. Huizhi tilted his head, earnestly asking, "Do you wish to spar, Dao brother?" "Spare me the sparring," Ouyang retorted. "Remember,
Calamity arises from the tongue." Huizhi's eyes glinted coldly as he addressed Ouyang. Trouble indeed, in a moment of uncertainty.
Huizhi found himself at a loss for words in the face of Ouyang's incessant inquiries about his mother, which left little room for him to exploit any linguistic shortcomings. Was it truly the case that the illustrious Qingyun sect, one of the 9 great holy lands, would stoop to such indignities towards a guest attending their esteemed sect's grand competition? They merely barked from a distance, too timid to engage him directly. Huizhi raised his voice, addressing all present from the Qingyun sect, inciting a wave of disdain towards Ouyang. Indeed, the visitor had come to honor the Qingyun sect. To insult a guest in such a manner was a disgrace to the sect's reputation, especially with numerous members from other sects observing. Amidst the multitude of contemptuous gazes, Ouyang slowly rose, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he addressed Huizhi. "I curse you." Suddenly, a towering figure of a Buddha materialized behind Huizhi, its nascent soul cultivation level leaving all present in awe. The bald youth, no older than 18, had achieved a level of cultivation that many had spent centuries striving for without success. Was the Buddhist path truly destined for such greatness? With an icy demeanor, Huizhi declared, "I am Huizhi of the Great Spirit Mountain Temple, seeking to exchange insights with you, fellow cultivator." Observing Huizhi's furious summoning of his golden body, Ouyang turned to the feigned stranger, Bai Feiyu, and remarked with a grin, "Hey Xiaobai, look how flustered he is." Bai Feiyu turned away, unwilling to engage with Ouyang, feeling embarrassed by his crude remarks. Is the nascent soul level truly so formidable? Ouyang gazed at the Buddha's radiance enveloping Huizhi and smirked. At that moment, Lang Qingsong had drawn his sword and charged forward, transforming into a streak of light that struck Huizhi's golden body in the blink of an eye.
Producing a resounding metallic clang, Huizhi was taken aback. The youth before him was merely at the core formation stage, yet managed to rattle his nascent soul golden body,
which was at the 9th level. However, core formation was still just that, core formation, incapable of truly threatening the nascent soul. Though surprised, Huizhi remained unfazed, for Ouyang, standing atop a boulder, had yet to make a move. His disciples were all at the core formation stage. Thus, Ouyang could not merely be as he appeared at the Qi refinement stage. The fact that he could not discern Ouyang's true cultivation level left Huizhi feeling perturbed, only able to perceive him as a mere Qi refinement practitioner. With a sense of vigilance, Huizhi raised his hand, intending to send Lang Qingsong flying. The golden body emanated a brilliant light, propelling Lang Qingsong away. Suspended in the air for a moment, Lang Qingsong ignited his sword with true essence, a faint sword intent enveloping it as he launched another strike towards Huizhi. This sword, imbued with intent, radiated danger even to Huiji. What appeared to be an unremarkable strike was fraught with lethal intent. This core formation practitioner is troublesome, Huiji thought, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. As the towering golden body behind him gradually took the form of an indistinct Buddha, the Buddha raised his right hand, and from his palm emerged a swastika seal, directed towards the cold Xianxia in an attempt to subdue him. In the fleeting moment of collision between the sword and the Buddha's palm, the blade penetrated the palm. However, being merely a half-inch deep, it ultimately failed to overcome the stature of the 8th-level golden body of the nascent soul stage, and Xianxia was firmly grasped by the palm. In an instant, hundreds of Buddha's palms manifested around Xianxia, descending upon him relentlessly. "Brother Bai, are you all right?" Xiaofeng inquired with evident concern, as it was apparent that Huiji was significantly stronger than Xianxia. If this continued, Xianxia was destined for defeat. Yet, Bai Feiyu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's nothing to worry about. I shall intervene." This unassuming declaration bore an air of superiority, leaving Xiaofeng with the impression of an unparalleled master. Xiaofeng silently noted this phrase for future use in his own displays of grandeur. Within the arena, as Xianxia was besieged by countless Buddha's palms, he transformed into a radiant beam of sword light in an instant. The chilling aura of murder prompted the onlookers to hastily clear considerable space. Amidst the swirling sword and tint, the multitude of Buddha's palms were shattered by the longsword. When Xianxia rejoined Ouyang, Huiji's right sleeve was shredded by an invisible sword chi. Huiji's expression remained inscrutable, neither happy nor sad, as he murmured, "Amit Ba?" He had been careless and failed to evade, enduring the formidable sword intent imbued with profound Tao rhythms concealed within Xianxia's fierce sword energy. No one would have anticipated that even the profound Tao rhythms, which elude those in the nascent soul stage, could be comprehended by a mere cultivator at the core formation stage. Though he had not revealed his true capabilities, Huiji acknowledged his defeat. Had Xianxia not held back, it was likely that more than just his sleeve would have been torn asunder. "Tao brother, your swordsmanship is exceptional. This humble monk is ashamed of his inadequacies." Huiji conceded gracefully. Ouyang smirked and remarked, "Can one truly lose from the nascent soul stage to the core formation stage? What absurdity is this?" Chapter 43. The darkness accumulates overtime victory. The holy son of the Buddha was unexpectedly vanquished by a youth from the Qingyan sect. Moreover, it was a defeat of the nascent soul stage at the hands of a core formation cultivator. The onlooking crowd, unable to discern the depths of their cultivation, merely witnessed a flurry of Buddha's palms and sword light. Subsequently, Xianxia returned to Ouyang's side, while Huiji, with his shredded sleeve, bowed slightly in acknowledgement of his defeat. Although the victors exhibited some arrogance, the spectators could not help but marvel at their prowess. The chasm between the core formation and nascent soul stages was immense, yet someone had managed to triumph in such a manner. It seemed that the Qingyan sect, one of the 9 great holy lands, remained as unfathomable as ever. Having lost this match, Huiji was eager to depart, offering a slight bow to the crowd before making his way toward the guest quarters at the mountain gate. The audience, having lost interest in the spectacle, began to disperse, eagerly discussing how the only cultivator in the core formation stage, Lang Qingsong, had triumphed over Huiji. Ouyang approached the despondent Lingfeng and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Old Ling, fret not. That fellow merely bullies others due to his superior cultivation." Lingfeng forced a smile and cupped his hands in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, brother Ouyang. I am truly grateful for your assistance." Observing Lingfeng's steadfast demeanor, Ouyang shook his head inwardly. Lingfeng remained as pure as a white lotus, innocent yet naively virtuous towards adversaries, a quality that could be perilous in times of danger. "Ouyang, brother." A familiar voice called out as Su Linger, holding a jade flute, rushed towards him. As she ran, Ouyang felt the ground tremble, and in an instant, he was enveloped in her embrace. Upon hearing Su Linger's voice, a flicker of hope ignited in Lingfeng's eyes. But that light extinguished entirely when he witnessed her leap to embrace Ouyang. With a heavy heart, Lingfeng turned away, resigning himself to nursing his wounds in solitude as a defeated man. "How does it feel?" "Just as I said, I senti it," a voice whispered in Lingfeng's ear. "Silence," he hissed back. "Silence? You, with your mediocre talent, allow your enemies to trample you at will, while others effortlessly steal your brilliance. And your beloved will sway beneath another. How can you endure this? I command you to be silent." Lingfeng's eyes burned with fury as he, "Do you finally believe me now? Only I can help you change this fate. I am you, and you are me. How could I ever betray you?" The voice, laced with temptation, made Lingfeng's resolve waver. He turned back to glimpse Su Linger, playfully clinging to Ouyang, and then resolutely faced away. Ling Feng approached a pond and gazed into his reflection. A figure shrouded in dark mist, with crimson eyes, glared back at him with a chilling smirk. Do you think I can kill Ouyang in the future? Ling Feng asked doubtfully, staring at the reflection. Of course, as long as you heed my words. That insufferable pest who steals our spotlight will soon find his head severed. The reflection sneered. Ling Feng's expression wavered as he lowered his gaze to the water. Are you certain those words bear truth? He questioned. Absolutely. With meticulous planning, the world shall be ours, and all that you desire will rest in your grasp. The reflection coaxed enticingly. Ling Feng listened to the seductive whispers, recalling his life thus far. From a tender age, he had been taken under the wing of the sect leader, his talents shining brighter than many, living amidst admiration and awe. Since Ouyang and Lung Qingsong ascended the mountain, everything has transformed. The once acclaimed genius now finds himself diminished to mediocrity, with others taking his excellence for granted. All his efforts are perceived as mere expectations. And the monsters atop the small peak have utterly stripped him of his brilliance, reducing him to an ordinary existence. From a young age, he was regarded as the successor to the sect leader, a belief he shared, convinced that one day he would inherit his master's legacy. Thus, he dared not err. Nor could he afford to, donning a mask of perpetual smiles, emulating his master's persona of benevolence. Yet, the more he conformed, the lower others rated him, a mere sycophant. How adept he is at pretense. The isekai'd of a pure-hearted individual is utterly revolting. Such gossip leaves him bewildered. As he strives to establish a stern image as an elder brother, he faces nothing but skepticism. What is this? Just because he is the sect leader's disciple, does he have the right to act aloof? Does he genuinely believe he is a genius, destined to claim Qingyan sect as his own? Presenting such airs now, who will benefit when he becomes the sect leader? The mask, worn for too long, becomes impossible to remove. Ling Feng feels this acutely. He has lingered in the nascent soul stage for far too long, to the point where even those less gifted have surpassed him. When he sought guidance from his master, the response was merely a shake of the head, indicating his heart was burdened with demons. Ling Feng raised his right hand, adorned with an ancient ring that had inexplicably materialized. It had appeared one day, initially perceived as a great fortune, only to reveal itself as a catalyst driving him into the abyss. A self-proclaimed future version of himself spoke of things he had never dared to imagine. He would commit many heretical acts, becoming a figure of disdain and fear in the eyes of the world. Fear? Perhaps that is not so bad after all, Ling Feng murmured softly. Elder brother, what are you doing here? Zuyuan approached from behind, puzzled as he observed Ling Feng standing by the pool. Zuyuan regarded Ling Feng with a venomous glare. Realizing that this useless elder brother had indeed been defeated, only bringing shame upon himself, truly nauseating. Ling Feng turned, catching a glimpse of the fleeting malice in Zuyuan's eyes. A detail noted by his astute mind. This junior brother before him is the holy son of the demon clan? He had initially contemplated using the small peak to eliminate him, but hesitated, unwilling to see his junior brother perish at the hands of a fellow disciple. It seems he is still too soft-hearted. Ling Feng sighed inwardly. Y&T those monsters on the small peak simply struck him down with a single sword. With a thoughtful demeanor, Ling Feng lowered his hand to conceal the ring behind him, donning a typical, earnest smile as he addressed Zuyuan. It's nothing. I'm merely lost in contemplation here. Junior brother, let us proceed to the grand hall at the summit. Yes, senior brother. I came specifically to find you. We must hurry. If we are late, Master will surely scold us, replied Zuyuan obediently. The two, bonded by the deep affection of brotherhood, ascended towards the peak of Qingyan Mountain. Chapter 44. The sect competition 10 days hence upon the pristine marble steps of Qingyan Peak, the inner disciples stood in neat formation. 2 rows descending, showcasing the grandeur of the Qingyun sect. The least among them was at the foundation establishment stage, while the most advanced had reached the nascent soul stage. All aligned along the polished marble steps. The might of the illustrious Qingyun sect was unmistakably evident. In the Qingyun sect, once disciples attain the out-of-body stage, they are encouraged to descend the mountain, either to establish their own sect or venture out for training. The sect is informally known for having 3,000 affiliated sects, all founded by former disciples of Qingyun. The adage, do not place all your eggs in one basket, has long been a guiding principle of the Qingyun sect. While disciples may face challenges in the outside world, those who leave the protective embrace of the sect often grow rapidly, maturing into towering figures in their own right. Ultimately, they return to nourish the sect, infusing it with a continuous stream of fresh vitality, thus ensuring the enduring prosperity of Qingyun. This notion resonates with nearly all major sects. Otherwise, a multitude of ascended beings congregating in one locale would be detrimental to all, hindering personal advancement and the sect's development. The immense resources required for cultivation at the ascended stage are staggering, making it far more prudent to invest in nurturing new disciples. As members of the Qingyun sect, would they truly stand idly by should their sect face adversity? The world is vast, and even at the ascended stage, one cannot fully grasp its entirety. In this boundless realm, unique opportunities await each individual, except for those ascended cultivators who wish to seclude themselves within the sect until death. The remaining disciples of Qingyun are scattered across the world like sesame seeds. The young disciples currently standing on the steps will be the future of the Qingyun sect. The small mountain peak ranks at the very end of the 12 peaks of Qingyun. Thus Ouyang and his companions found themselves at the bottom of the steps. Xiao Feng gazed up at the towering Qingyun peak and, filled with ambition, declared, "Senior brother, I will ensure that the small mountain peak stands at the forefront of the Qingyun peak steps in the future." Ouyang, lounging lazily on the steps, chuckled softly and remarked, "You can't be serious. Your aspirations seem rather timid." Xiao Feng looked at Ouyang, puzzled. Ouyang gestured towards Bai Feiyu, saying, "This senior brother Bai asked our master on his very first day if he wished to become the sect leader." Xiao Feng cast a glance at the composed Bai Feiyu, wondering if his senior brother was even more resolute than himself. If you aspire to become the sect leader, simply appease your second senior brother. Once he attains sufficient strength, he will undoubtedly sever the head of the current leader and place you upon the throne. Ouyang burst into hearty laughter at such audacious words, prompting Xiao Feng to shake his head repeatedly in disbelief. Ouyang then glanced at Chen Changsheng, who was nestled behind the crowd, and silently scoffed. If it were the third brother, he might just fashion a puppet out of the sect leader and assume the role of the clandestine master of Qingyun sect. Xiao Feng surveyed the array of his senior brothers on the stone steps, suddenly feeling a pang of inadequacy. Perhaps he had not exerted himself enough. Even their ambitions seemed far grander than his own. Yet, he now possessed a sense of pride, knowing that once his strength was sufficient and his vengeance fulfilled, he would one day ensure that the heavens could no longer obscure his vision. With fervor swelling within, he vowed silently. Meanwhile, Hututu was already feeling drowsy, leaning against Ouyang's arm as she drifted into slumber, clutching his clothing tightly. Just moments ago, that brazen pair of siblings had attempted to entice her senior brother once more. She longed to mature quickly, so she could confine her senior brother in a cage, exclusively for herself. In the grand hall atop Qingyun Peak, the sect's leaders and elders were arrayed on either side. Below the observation platform, numerous representatives from various sects occupied the square. Although the grand competition of Qingyun sect was less than a month away, many sects had already made their appearances. After all, in such a superlative sect as Qingyun, opportunities abound and ample time is needed to encounter them. Who knows? One might stumble upon cultivation techniques left behind by immortals from a millennium ago. The Sutra repository of Qingyun sect houses an extensive collection of every notable method in the realm of cultivation. Amongst the myriad supreme tomes, there surely exists one that suits him perfectly. During his time at Qingyun sect, he must take full advantage of the chance to study. Dong Shuzi observed the lone bald figure seated at one of the 9 tables and turned his gaze to the unperturbed Ling Feng beside him, letting out a soft sigh. He was acutely aware of the events that had transpired before the mountain gate. His disciple possessed commendable talent and understanding, but was overly meticulous and excessively straightforward in temperament. Although Ouyang had intervened, it was still a significant blow to his disciple's state of mind. The more one feels perplexed and stagnant, the more one must endure trials. Without a resilient heart, one can never reach the destination in the pursuit of immortality. This was precisely why Dong Shuzi had chosen to let Ling Feng navigate his own path. Only by overcoming his challenges could he shoulder greater responsibilities, a duty that comes with being a disciple of the sect leader. Among the 9 great sacred places, only De Ling Mountain Temple had arrived, and they seemed to be seeking trouble. Dong Shuzi snorted softly. None of the 9 sacred places are benevolent, but neither is Qingyun sect to be trifled with. As Dong Shuzi stepped forward, he proclaimed in a resounding voice, "The grand competition of our sect will be held in 10 days. All disciples of the inner sect and those fellow disciples who wish to attend are welcome to participate. The gates of Qingyun sect shall be opened wide, inviting various celestial sections. The victor will be awarded a treasured artifact from our Qingyun sect and a supreme cultivation method." Dong Shuzi's voice gracefully wafted into the ears of all present, instantly eliciting gasps of astonishment throughout the square. A treasured artifact, a divine tool imbued with the essence of the heavens and the earth. It represents the pinnacle of treasures in the hands of cultivators. Even a single spiritual treasure could compel the leaders of external sects to act with fervor. The Qingyun sect, however, carelessly offers a treasured artifact. It is akin to bestowing a complete residence in the second ring of the capital in a previous life. The supreme cultivation method is even more coveted. a dream cherished by all cultivators. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Countless practitioners yearn for a technique that could directly connect them with celestial beings. Even if this world no longer sees the emergence of immortals, the unparalleled methods presented by Xianxia sect would surely enable one to reach the tribulation stage, wouldn't it? In this vast realm, countless cultivators exist, yet many live their lives regretting their inability to grasp even ordinary techniques. The casual offering of a method capable of nurturing one to the tribulation stage speaks volumes of the formidable strength of Xianxia sect among the 9 great holy lands. And let us not forget the legendary treasures of Xianxia sect. They are the treasures that have upheld the sect for millennia. Legends speak of secrets to immortality hidden within. To comprehend their mysteries is to have hope in the celestial realm. What a grand gesture. Truly a magnificent display. All representatives from various sects present were left in awe. Every item mentioned by Dong Shuzi was enough to stir the hearts of all, even the holy son of the Buddhist sect from Daling Mountain. One of the 9 great holy lands felt a slight ripple of interest. Although Huaiji had little interest in treasured artifacts or cultivation methods, he was resolute in acquiring the legendary sect-protecting treasure. Chapter 45. The competition begins for ordinary individuals. 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. How much more so for cultivators, who were oblivious to the passage of time. Yet, these 10 days were filled with such fervor that Ouyang nearly lost his sanity. Each morning, while still enveloped in slumber, he was roused by the thunderous sound of cannon fire, boisterous laughter, and grandiloquent speeches. This cacophony left Ouyang, who preferred to sleep in, perpetually irritable. During these 10 days, representatives from the major holy lands arrived as if it had been prearranged. One would come today, another the next. As super sects among the 9 great holy lands, they did not choose to arrive on the same day, lest they overshadow one another. Each time a super sect arrived, Xianxia sect accorded them due respect. Cannon fire would resound, auspicious beasts would greet them, and at least one peak master awaited them at the mountain gate. The 2 parties, fueled by their essence, engaged in loud conversations, feigning familiarity, accompanied by boisterous laughter that echoed for all to hear. Before the grand gates of the Xianxia sect, it remained unclear whom they were performing for.
The 9 sacred lands included the Sword sect of Wanjian Mountain, the Panlai Mountain of the South Sea, the Great Spirit Mountain Temple of the West,
the high heavens of the snowy region, the Wanfa sect of the Talisman's Mountain, the Sage Mountain Manor of Taishan, the Thousand Sand Valley of the Desert, the Ethereal Pavilion of Lingxiu, and the Xianxia sect of the Xianxia Cave. These 9 sacred lands, scattered across the expanse of heaven and earth, existed in mutual isolation, yet formed a critical part of the cultivation world. Their arrival, traversing vast distances to witness the inter-sect competition of the Xianxia sect, was surely for purposes beyond mere observation. They had attended in previous years, but this was the first time for many of them, with Ouyang being no exception. How well has Changxing prepared? Ouyang inquired, casting a glance at Qin Changxing's room while addressing Bai Feiyu, who stood perched upon a tree. He claims to be thoroughly ready. At least, he cannot find any flaws himself, Bai Feiyu replied. Is that so? Ouyang nodded, confident that if Qin Changxing spoke thus, the demise of the demonic prince Zhu Yuan was as good as assured. Although the enmity between Qin Changxing and Zhu Yuan remained shrouded in mystery, given Qin Changxing's nature, anyone who fell victim to his schemes could hardly expect to survive. Could he be the first son of heaven to perish? Ouyang mused, suddenly filled with anticipation. The door to Qin Changxing's chamber creaked open, and he emerged, donned in a flowing purple Taoist robe. Ouyang was astonished to see Qin Changxing reveal his true visage. This handsome face was a rare sight. Beneath the embroidered purple robe adorned with white clouds, a serene smile graced his exquisitely handsome features. With a charm level reached, his appearance was truly exceptional. Yet, the smile on Qin Changxing's face exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Enough with the laughter. It's quite unsettling, Ouyang remarked, waving his hand dismissively at Qin Changxing. Senior brother Qin is so handsome. It's the first time I've seen such a dashing senior brother Qin. Hututu gushed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. 9th layer of foundation establishment. Bai Feiyu descended from the tree, intrigued as he scrutinized Qin Changxing. Was this the true strength of his 3rd senior brother? Hidden so deeply that even he had failed to notice. Taking a deep breath, Qin Changxing resolved that after such prolonged preparation, he must eliminate the demon Zhu Yuan. The possibility of a shift in the future timeline was no longer within his realm of consideration. The only one with whom he shared a blood feud was Zhu Yuan. From his sleeve, Qin Changxing retrieved a silver-white mask, his gaze cold and laced with murderous intent. The bell atop Xianxia Peak resounded once more, its chimes echoing through the air. Ouyang clapped his hands and spoke. Let us proceed. We must witness how Changxing bested that fellow. At this moment, Qingyun Peak was shrouded in ethereal clouds, resonating with celestial melodies. The bustling crowd rendered the once tranquil Qingyun Peak exceedingly lively. Disciples of the inner sect of Qingyun's sect lined the stone steps, standing in formation on either side. They all walked toward the summit of Qingyun Peak. Each peak had its designated position, and as the people from the small mountain peak arrived at the venue, they immediately captured the attention of everyone within Qingyun's sect. Rumors had long circulated within Qingyun's sect about the monstrous talents emerging from the small mountain peak. The disciples from that peak were shrouded in mystery, seldom seen. Their only notable appearance occurred 2 years prior when a disciple from the small mountain peak charged up to the Sword Inquiry Peak, brandishing his sword. Hundreds of disciples at Sword Inquiry Peak were left in utter disarray by this singular disciple's swordsmanship. With just one sword, he overturned the entire Sword Inquiry Peak, thus establishing the illustrious reputation of the small mountain peak. It is said that there are 3 others like him. Such terror. Comparatively, he surpassed even the chief disciple Ling Feng. As Bai Feiyu made his entrance, all the women present were captivated, dressed in white, with a demeanor as gentle as jade and a remarkably handsome face. Merely gazing upon him was enough to ensnare one's heart. In stark contrast stood the stoic Qing Song, clad in black, exuding a formidable sword intent that deterred direct gazes. Chen Chongqing, adorned in a purple robe and wearing a mask, radiated an air of enigma, equally drawing attention. Hu Tutu, in a colorful skirt, displayed a whimsical charm, glancing about with an endearing demeanor that endeared her to all. Each individual was a sight to behold, each one capable of becoming the focal point of the world. In this comparison, Ouyang, clad in a green robe, appeared somewhat ordinary, merely a typical Qi refinement stage practitioner. Yet, as he boldly plopped himself down among these dazzling stars, crossing his legs in a carefree manner, he seemed remarkably harmonious within the assembly. Indeed, Qingyun's sect was truly brimming with talent. The elders of various sects seated in the stands could not help but cast their gazes towards the small mountain peak, silently marveling at the sight. The small mountain peak had brought great honor to Qingyun's sect, and Dong Shuzi's face was alight with joy. This was precisely why he had long desired to showcase the talents of the small mountain peak. Hu Yun's disciples were truly a source of pride. The auspicious hour had arrived. Dong Shuzi cleared his throat and stepped forward, proclaiming in a resounding voice, "The Qingyun sect's grand competition officially commences. Let heaven and earth bear witness, and may the sun and moon shine brightly." A deep rumble akin to thunder resonated in the sky, and amidst the clarity of day, a full moon faintly emerged. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, simultaneously accompanied by a high-pitched bird's call. A magnificent azure dragon, stretching over 10 meters in length, spiraled gracefully upwards, soaring towards the heavens, closely followed by a resplendent vermilion bird engulfed in flames. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, as the true aura of divine beasts emanated from the azure dragon and the vermilion bird. The presence of such majestic creatures within the Qingyun sect was nothing short of astonishing. The vermilion bird ascended towards the sun, raising its head to emit a resonant cry. Despite its tender age, the pressure of its divine essence compelled all beasts to bow in submission. The azure dragon surged toward the faintly emerging full moon, casting the immense shadow of the dragon upon its surface. The once indistinct moon now became strikingly clear. Was this grand display merely orchestrated by Dong Shuzi to showcase his borrowed talents? However, it appeared to be quite effective. Ouyang, reclining with his legs crossed, gazed at the celestial phenomenon above, satisfied with the unfolding events. With the sun and moon sharing the sky, and the dragon and phoenix harmoniously resonating, this extraordinary display of cosmic wonders and the emergence of divine beasts elevated the atmosphere of the sect's grand competition to an unprecedented climax. Chapter 46. That year, I strolled with my hands in my pockets. The sect competition would be divided into external and internal contests. The external trials resembled more of a performance than a contest. The top 10 disciples from the external trials, after fierce competition, would engage in duels in pairs. Should the peak masters find any promising disciples, they would be directly admitted into the sect. Those not selected would still gain the status of registered disciples in the inner sect, allowing them to contribute to their respective peaks as their abilities permitted. Thus, the 10 most outstanding external disciples, having fought valiantly, would ultimately find themselves in the inner sect, performing for the esteemed elders. Those who had dazzled in the external trials quickly transformed into mere commodities for selection in the inner sanctum. After all, anyone who could enter the inner sect was a genius, and in this world, there existed an abundance of talents. The external competition proved to be rather dull, with the foundation building youths engaging in trivial skirmishes in the Grand Hall's plaza. They exerted their utmost efforts to showcase their unique skills. Yet the audience perceived them as mere monkeys in a circus, leaping through fiery hoops. After the 10 performances concluded, 5 were chosen by the elders of various peaks to become inner sect disciples. Among them was the unworthy victor, xianxia, who caught the attention of the 5 Elements peak, known for its mastery in techniques. At the moment xianxia was selected, he trembled with excitement. Years of hard work and the hopes of the sect culminated in this moment, making it all worthwhile. The elation he felt was akin to that of a top scholar graduating from a prestigious academy, leaving him exhilarated beyond measure. With the winds of spring at his back, he relished the beauty of Chang'an in a single day. Ultimately, he had not tarnished the name of genius, but had successfully ascended into the Qinyan sect. Suddenly, he thought of Xiaofeng. Had Xiaofeng bested him, he would not be standing here today. Apologies, Brother Xiao, but the path of cultivation is indeed ruthless. Should we cross paths in the future, I shall make amends. In his heart, xianxia expressed his regret, yet he soon joined his fellow disciples in celebration. Meanwhile, seated in the grand hall of the Qinyan sect, Xiaofeng wore an odd expression as he gazed at the plaza before him. He had been summoned by his senior brother to manifest the ethereal forms of the azure dragon and vermilion bird within the hall. Not only had he met the sect leader, who treated him with remarkable warmth, but the leader had also inquired more than once if he wished to transfer to another peak as the leader's personal disciple. Confronted with a figure that existed solely in his imagination, Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement, but upon hearing the leader's overt attempts to entice him, he hesitantly declined. Everything he possessed was a gift from his senior brother. If he were to abandon the small peak, what face would he have left to continue his cultivation? Fearing that his refusal might anger the leader, he was taken aback when the leader merely sighed, murmuring words that were indistinct. The tone seemed to carry a degree of harshness, yet the leader was unequivocal in his support for Xiaofeng. Not only had he set up a gathering spirit array to aid in Xiaofeng's practice, but he also provided countless spiritual fruits and elixirs for him to consume. This treatment starkly contrasted with that of xianxia in the plaza below. A smile crept onto Xiaofeng's face. Ever since arriving at the small peak, he had gradually become more open and cheerful. Apart from his authoritative senior brother, there was the second brother, a master of swordsmanship, the fourth brother, who understood myriad arts, and the third brother, a deft alchemist. Xiaofeng touched a withered flower nestled in his bosom, a gentle smile gracing his features. As the performance of the outer disciples concluded, the true spectacle commenced. In the grand hall, 18 venerable beings of the ascendant stage, standing behind Dong Shuzi, simultaneously took action. A vast spatial anomaly quietly descended upon Qinyan Peak. This was the space of mustard seed. The intersect competition would be held here, with a cultivation level requirement of at least the core formation stage. Those willing to participate may now enter the space of mustard seed and await further instructions. Dong Shuzi's voice resonated once more, articulating the rules of the competition. Participation below the core formation stage was strictly prohibited, a regulation that left many disciples of the Qinyan sect in awe. The chasm between each major realm was akin to a vast gulf. This prohibition was largely intended to protect those who were unaware of their limitations from being inadvertently crushed by formidable cultivators. On the viewing platform, countless lights flickered as disciples rushed toward the space of mustard seed, each eager to distinguish themselves. Among them, the most notable was Huizhi, who summoned his true form from the Buddhist realm. Sitting upright, Huizhi, enveloped in a towering golden body, ascended toward the space of mustard seed. The oppressive aura of the nascent soul stage deterred all who beheld it. Chen Changshang gazed intently at the grand hall. As he witnessed the figure clad in black ascend into the mustard seed space, he could no longer contain himself. Just as he was about to rise and take flight, he felt a firm hand on his shoulder. Ouyang had restrained him. Perplexed, Chen Changsheng turned to Ouyang, who, with a hearty laugh, patted his shoulder and said, "After enduring such constraints for so long, it is time to engage in a spirited battle. Victory or defeat matters not. Just ensure your safety." "Indeed, brother," Chen Changsheng solemnly replied, then soared skyward towards the mustard seed space on his sword. "Brother, are you truly unconcerned?" Hu Tutu inquired with an air of worry. "I cannot say for certain, but given Changsheng's disposition, he will certainly endure until the end." "Have faith," Ouyang assured with unwavering confidence. Once the number of participants in the mustard seed space reached 400, the entrance was sealed. Those hesitant and just arriving at the threshold were barred from entry. "If you find yourself uncertain, then your heart is not steadfast. Retreat," declared the master of Xingfeng, appearing at the entrance with an air of indifference. The disciples who had hoped for special leniency from the master felt a wave of shame and turned back the way they came. Upon landing in the mustard seed space, the gathered individuals immediately surveyed their surroundings with vigilance. In this arena, Allies were absent. The only entity they could trust was themselves. The rules of this grand competition dictated that there were no rules. The last one standing would be the victor. Act boldly, for we shall be ready to rescue you at the first sign of trouble, the master of Xingfeng stated calmly. No sooner had he spoken than the once spacious mustard seed space was engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, hundreds of formidable figures, nearly at the Ouyang stage, materialized within the space, inciting an uproar among the participants. The master of Xingfeng, astonished, turned his gaze toward the instigator. At the center, adorned in a purple Taoist robe, stood Xianxia surveying his adversaries. In his previous life, he had not even been afforded the opportunity to participate in this competition, relegated to a distant observer as these prodigies dazzled before the world. But this time, he had arrived, and as Ouyang had said, he need not hold back. With no interest in engaging each opponent individually, Xianxia had but one objective: to eliminate them all at once. A glint of cold determination flashed in his masked eyes as he stood poised, hands concealed within his sleeves. Hundreds of Ouyang puppets filled the sky, casting a daunting presence over all present. 1 against 399, they formed an overwhelming aura of pressure. In that year, with my hands gathered within my sleeves, I knew not what it meant to have an adversary. Chapter 47. Unfamiliar with the concept of an opponent, what does it signify to have hundreds of puppets nearly at the Ouyang stage? Among the crowd, only Ziyuan fully comprehended the gravity of the situation, his eyes betraying a mix of fear and resentment. Initially, he had intended to forego participation in the sect competition, wishing to avoid such misfortune, yet unexpectedly, the sect leader had commanded his involvement. Until now, Ziyuan had been unable to fathom the reasons behind his offense towards Xianxia. Reflecting upon his past actions, he realized that if he had indeed taken lives, the number was far too great. Since the tender age of 5, he had been a harbinger of death. Who could tell if one fateful day he had extinguished the lives of Xianxia's entire family? Such misfortune, his once impeccable concealment, had garnered him the esteemed position of a direct disciple under the sect master of Qingyun. Yet here he was, capsized in the murky waters of misfortune brought forth by Xianxia. Ziyuan quietly recited a mantra, and his form began to shift, transforming completely into that of another individual. This was the pinnacle of his pride, his innate divine ability, the metamorphosis of the illusory image. Not only could his physique morph into the images etched in his mind, but his aura, techniques, and even demonic essence could transmute into true essence. After this transformation, even a formidable practitioner at the tribulation stage would be oblivious to his presence. However, his cultivation level would regress by a significant tier. Initially at the nascent soul stage, he had reverted to the golden core stage. If he were still at the nascent soul stage, would he even regard these hundreds of puppets with any concern? Ziyuan sulked within the throng, contemplating that as long as he feigned weakness, he could easily depart, thus having participated in the grand competition, dodging this calamity for the time being. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. He would surely return to exact a tenfold, 100-fold vengeance. With his hands tucked within the flowing sleeves, Xianxia's spirit traversed the entirety of the mustard seed space, yet he could not detect Ziyuan's presence. Xianxia was well aware that this was Ziyuan's signature skill, a truth he had come to know after being ensnared by Ziyuan countless times. In his past life, the infamous sovereign of the demon realm, Ziyuan, was also known as the master of metamorphosis. Nevertheless, this did not pose a challenge for Xianxia. Calmly, he retrieved a stack of papers from his bosom and addressed the assembly with a nonchalant tone. In a moment, those whose names are called shall vacate this place. Failure to comply will result in dire consequences. Previously, Xianxia had meticulously noted the identities of all who had entered the mustard seed space. Even those he did not recognize, he had committed their characteristics and appearances to memory. He resolved to employ the process of elimination to uncover Ziyuan hidden among the crowd. Facing 399 individuals alone, he appeared as though selecting chicks in a poultry yard. Those who had gained entry were either favored disciples of the inner sect or the stalwarts of other sections. Who had ever endured such indignity? Instantly, 3 individuals erupted with true essence, either forming hand seals or charging towards Xianxia with swords drawn. Yet, just as they prepared to resist, they were subdued by the puppets of the nascent soul stage, pressed firmly to the ground. The 3 were brought before Xianxia, who identified them by their appearances and the numbers he had assigned: Wang Wu, Li Si, Zhao Lu. After matching their features with the images he had conjured, Xianxia clasped his hands and addressed them, saying, "Esteemed brothers, I beg your pardon." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 3 were cast out of the mustard seed space by a puppet of the nascent soul stage. Xianxia gazed at the remaining 396 individuals and calmly remarked, "Well, The three senior brothers have already demonstrated. Which senior brother shall proceed next? The audience was left in stunned silence. Their eyes fixed on xianxia within the mustard seed space. A single individual could overpower 400? Who exactly was this person? How had the Qingyun sect never heard of such a figure? Which peak did this bold subordinate hail from? A minor peak, perhaps? In that case, it was no surprise. Strange beings often emerged from such places. Observing the densely packed puppets within the mustard seed space, each possessed prowess not inferior to the nascent soul stage. The creation of a nascent soul puppet was far more arduous than attaining that very stage. Yet, here was xianxia, effortlessly commanding hundreds, setting aside the precious materials required. The crafting process itself demanded the expertise of at least 3 grandmasters of significant cultivation levels. Did xianxia conceal a grandmaster craftsman behind him? A mere 6th-tier core formation practitioner compelling 400 peers, many of whom were also of the nascent soul stage. What audacity! Dong Shuzi pondered. This lad is indeed a prodigy, isn't he? A core formation practitioner managing hundreds of nascent soul puppets? Is his spirit so powerful? The Qingyun sect truly lived up to its reputation, boasting such extraordinary talent. One could only wonder if that bald little monk from Lingshan Temple could withstand such prowess. The elders from the 9 sacred lands in the Grand Hall regarded xianxia with newfound respect. A talent of his caliber was unheard of, even among them. Dong Shuzi wore an enigmatic expression, engaging in polite conversation with the surrounding elders while internally questioning whether this minor peak possessed exceptional fortune. Perhaps he should arrange for the Tanny Peak cultivators to investigate. The members of the minor peak, too, gazed at xianxia in astonishment. Well, the third senior brother is so impressive, one murmured, gazing blankly at the mustard seed space above. In their memories, the third senior brother had always retreated into the background with a furrowed brow. Witnessing his audacious display today was a first. Ouyang was equally taken aback, never anticipating that the most unassuming and secretive third brother could present himself so smoothly. He couldn't help but comment to Bai Feiyu, little Bai. What good does it do you to perch in trees every day? Look at how effortlessly the third brother performs. Bai Feiyu rolled his eyes, but inwardly marveled. Had he encountered xianxia unprepared, he might have faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, atop the pavilion, Xiaofeng feverishly scribbled notes, astonished to discover that the third senior brother, renowned for his alchemical prowess, was also capable of such finesse. He resolved to study closely and learn well. In contrast, Lung Qingsong, sword in hand, appeared detached, as if the world around him held no significance. Within the confines of the mustard seed space, over 300 participants felt an overwhelming pressure. They understood all too well that they might become mere stepping stones for the young man clad in a purple robe before them. Facing a daunting 1 against 399, even defeat would provide ample fodder for boasting throughout their lives. Yet, opportunities were not entirely absent. With more than 300 launching an assault simultaneously, could he truly withstand such a barrage? Exchanging glances, they swiftly reached a consensus and charged toward xianxia in unison. What they did not anticipate was that the hundreds of infant soul puppets would automatically form a formation. Taken by surprise, they plunged headlong into a deadly array teeming with peril. This formation was peculiar, the hundreds of puppets entangled only with their respective opponents, never engaging in a fight to the death. Whenever one attempted to unleash their full strength, the puppets would retreat silently, akin to striking a fist against dough. A most disconcerting sensation. As the group found themselves ensnared in this lethal trap, xianxia's voice resonated like a death knell. Sun Qi, Lu Ba, Qian Shi, no, no. With the rustling of paper, individuals were occasionally hurled out with agonized cries. Each time he called a name, it signified another elimination. In that moment, these prodigies resembled piglets in a pen, awaiting selection. Chapter 48. The Unveiling of the Fiendish Foot, Little Blackie. Xianxia's voice served as a harbinger of doom. With each utterance, another was cast out. The bewildered crowd struggled to comprehend what xianxia was truly doing. Must one be named to be eliminated? Was this a sign of disdain? Among them were cultivators of the infant soul stage, who, when exerting their full might, shattered the nearby puppets into countless fragments. Yet, astonishingly, the shattered puppets instantly restored themselves, revealing an ability for infinite regeneration. How could they combat this? The cultivators fell into despair. Neither spells nor sword energy proved effective against the puppets before them. Only high-level cultivators beyond the out-of-body stage could discern the underlying truth. Within these hundreds of puppets lay a characteristic of the soul. It was a trait attainable only when one reached the out-of-body stage, where the soul could exist separately from the body. As long as the soul remained unharmed, these puppets could, in principle, resurrect endlessly. The elders in the grand hall gazed in horror at xianxia within the mustard seed space. A mere cultivator of the core formation stage had comprehended something only graspable by those of the out-of-body stage. If this were to be shared, no one would believe it. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have thought it a jest. Even those who reached the out-of-body stage were only just beginning to touch upon the mysteries of the soul. What kind of anomaly was this young man, who had already attained such profound understanding of the soul? Moreover, these hundreds of puppets all possessed divine soul characteristics. From where did the divine souls on these puppets originate? In the mustard seed space, xianxia has already been engraved in the hearts of all the elders in the hall. Such a prodigy is unmatched. Even among the 9 sacred lands, with no practitioner able to compare, at least unparalleled in history. As the numbers dwindled in the mustard seed space, xianxia's speech quickened. When the hundreds of puppets dispersed once more, the surrounded practitioners had all been eliminated without exception. Within the entirety of the mustard seed space, only the disguised Ziyuan and the Buddhist saint Huiji remained. Xianxia cast a calm glance at the disguised Ziyuan and said, "Do you still wish to pretend?" Reluctantly, Ziyuan transformed back into his true form, drawing his long sword and exclaiming hoarsely, "What have I done to you? Why must you seek to eradicate me? Perhaps you owe me from your past life, hence you must die." In an instant, the stack of paper in Xianxia's hand ignited into flames, turning to ashes. He then turned his gaze toward Huiji, recognizing that this so-called Buddhist saint was not a virtuous being either. However, his current focus was solely on eliminating Zhu Yuan, and he did not wish to entangle himself with the Buddhist sect. "Monk, you may leave. This matter does not concern you," Xianxia stated to Huiji. "Amitabha, I merely wish to glimpse the Qingyun's secret treasure. I implore you to grant me this favor," Huiji replied, his hands clasped together. "And you think yourself worthy?" Xianxia scoffed. The Great Spirit Mountain Temple must truly be blind. In his previous life, the seemingly compassionate Huiji had committed heinous crimes that rivaled those of Ziyuan, donning a facade of benevolence while behaving like a malevolent spirit. Huiji's expression shifted to one of sorrow as he softly chanted a Buddhist incantation, coldly stating, "It seems you do not wish for a peaceful resolution." Upon finishing, a brilliant light radiated from his body, and his golden form swiftly expanded. Within moments, a colossal Buddha appeared before Xianxia. The Buddha's features were indistinguishable, yet the dazzling light emanating from it blinded the beholder. The great Buddha slowly raised a hand, pressing down toward Xianxia. The descending palm of the Buddha appeared to Xianxia to grow infinitely larger, nearly overshadowing the heavens and earth, as if the world consisted solely of that hand. Buddhist secret technique, great compassionate palm. Unperturbed, Xianxia slipped his hands into his sleeves and retrieved a puppet resembling a monkey. He recited incantations. "Souls summon forth, spirits arrive. Divine monkey, descend to aid me in breaking this law. Go." The puppet, initially no larger than a hand, expanded dramatically in the wind, reaching a height of over 10 meters. Upon seeing the descending Buddha's palm, the monkey emitted a frenzied shriek, beating its chest in a display of intense animosity toward the approaching palm. With a furious cry, the monkey stomped its feet against the ground, raising its hands to collide forcefully with the descending palm. The ground beneath the ape suddenly crumbled, and the enormous palm of the Buddha pressed down with crushing force onto the raised hands, striking directly upon the ape's shoulder. Yet, with eyes aflame and nostrils flaring with hot breath, the ape stubbornly refused to yield. Its colossal form, towering over several meters, appeared insignificantly small before the giant palm. Akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, yet it stood resolutely unbowed. The two sides remained locked in a stalemate. As Zhu Yuan contemplated escape, hundreds of infant-level puppets swiftly encircled him, leaving no room for retreat. Xianxia's paramount objective this time was to ensure that Zhu Yuan would not easily make his escape. The multitude of puppets merely sought to contain Zhu Yuan without inflicting lethal harm. After all, as a scion of the demonic lineage, Xianxia was skeptical of any lack of escape maneuvers. He needed to be fully prepared for the potential eradication of Zhu Yuan. However, before that, the troublesome monk had to be dealt with. Xianxia retrieved 2 yellow talismans from his sleeve, muttering incantations under his breath, and deftly flung the talismans into the air. The talismans transformed into 2 beams of golden light that struck the ape, which was valiantly resisting the Buddha's palm. Initially, the ape withstood the pressure, its eyes gleaming with defiance and wrath. But once the talismans adhered to its form, the ape morphed into a stone pillar, bracing against the Buddha's palm. And in that moment of transformation, the palm was pierced by the pillar. Golden blood from the Buddha rained down like a golden shower throughout the mustard seed space. The benevolent-looking Huiji let out a cry of anguish, retracting his hand to reveal the grievous wound that had pierced through it, and in a fit of rage and astonishment, he demanded, "This is not a puppet. What exactly is that monkey?" Chen Chongqing casually glanced at a figure below and softly replied, "That is not a puppet. That monkey has a name. He is called the Great Sage." This wooden puppet of the ape was crafted from the true essence borrowed from his elder brother. Although it was a lifeless creation, it had already awakened its own intellect. The Great Sage was a tale recounted to him by Ouyang in a past life, about a monkey who attained Buddhahood. Originally wild and untamed, capable of piercing the heavens, the Great Sage ultimately met a fate of dimmed lanterns and ancient Buddhas. In his previous life, whenever he slacked off in his cultivation, Ouyang would use that monkey as a parable to admonish him. The Great Sage and the victorious fighting Buddha were not one and the same. If one wished to avoid being bound by the golden hoop, one must diligently cultivate. Brother, what if the Great Sage truly pierces the heavens and no one intervenes? Wouldn't that make the Great Sage no different from the demon clan? Are you arguing with me? I shall strike you down. Memories of the past flashed before Chen Chongqing's eyes, recalling the happiest moments of his previous existence. In this life, all of it would be protected by me, Chen Chongqing. Look, brother, the Great Sage has indeed managed to pierce through the Buddha's palm, not being crushed beneath the mountain formed by that palm. Thus, I too can rewrite my destiny. Chen Chongqing raised his hand, clutching a tattered wooden puppet of the ape tightly, resolutely reaffirming his determination. Originally, was the third brother borrowing my true essence occasionally merely to create this object? It indeed resembles the tale from Journey to the West. I have never narrated this story myself. Is it mere coincidence, or could it be that the third brother is not only reborn, but also has traversed realms? Ouyang gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding within the mustard seed space. With a wounded palm, Huizhi cast a resentful glance at Chen Chongqing. In such a brief span, he had suffered defeat twice, having once believed himself to be the chosen one destined for the flourishing of the Buddhist sect. Little did he realize that he had been merely gazing at the sky from the confines of the well in Daling Mountain Temple. In less than 10 days at Qingyun sect, he had succumbed to the hands of others twice. Moreover, his adversary was a whole realm beneath him. What disgrace! As the holy son of the Buddhist sect, he had repeatedly fallen to an unknown disciple of Qingyun sect. Such humiliation shattered Huizhi's long-held pride. In the past, he was the one to challenge others across realms. He never fathomed that one day he would be vanquished by an opponent of a lower realm. Beyond the heavens, beyond men, had he truly been confined to a narrow perspective in Daling Mountain Temple all along? With a long sigh, the radiance surrounding Huizhi dimmed slightly. He offered a slight bow to Chen Chongqing before departing the mustard seed space. When only Zhu Yuan remained before Chen Chongqing, he managed to utter, "There are over a dozen masters of the Great Ascension stage stationed here. They will not allow you to kill me." Zhu Yuan's only hope lay with the observing protectors nearby, praying they would intervene the moment Chen Chongqing made a move to slay him. It was quite absurd, as a holy son of the demonic clan. He found himself relying on the righteous cultivators of the human race for salvation. Chen Chongqing raised his hands, forming a bowing gesture. His gaze fiercely fixed upon Xian as he declared, "Do you think there is anything you can conceive that I cannot?" Zhu Yuan beheld the radiant bow and arrow materializing in Chen Chongqing's hands, and an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. He could unmistakably sense the looming threat of death emanating from the weapon. What was wrong with this attack? Dong Zuzi observed the bow and arrow in Chen Chongqing's grasp, confident he could save Zhu Yuan when the moment came. Yet, the arrow appeared to be merely an ordinary fire spell. Zhu Yuan desperately evaded, only to despairingly realize that no matter how he dodged, the arrowhead remained steadfastly aimed at him. "Aya!" Zhu Yuan let out a furious roar, his demonic aura surging forth. In the face of life and death, he could no longer conceal his identity. If he could restore his cultivation to the nascent soul stage, he would possess a means to swiftly escape this place. Even if his identity were discovered, what of it? At worst, he would consider this mission a failure. He could not perish. A prodigy of heaven could not meet his end here. He was the holy son of the demonic clan, a beacon of hope for his people. How could he so easily succumb here? He still possessed treasures of the demonic clan, sufficient to ensure his survival. The ominous aura surrounding Zhu Yuan instantly rendered everyone present speechless, followed by a cacophony of astonishment. In the grand event of the Qingyun sect, a member of the demon clan had infiltrated the gathering. Up on the dais, Dong Zuzi was momentarily immobilized, for as the leader of the sacred land, he had failed to discern that Zhu Yuan was of demonic lineage. Moreover, he had even accepted him as a disciple. Below, Ouyang chuckled, gazing at Zhu Yuan with a gleeful malice. "At last, your true nature is revealed, little rascal." Chapter 49, The Sacred Son of Qingyun Sect. Chen Chongqing was entirely oblivious to the surrounding commotion. In his eyes, the world around him had fallen into a profound silence. All that remained was the figure of Zhu Yuan before him and the bow and arrow in his hands. Scenes from his past life flashed before his eyes, illuminating the arrow with an intensified glow. This was no ordinary arrow, nor merely a poetic metaphor. It was an arrow imbued with his very soul, targeting not only Zhu Yuan's corporeal form but also his very essence. Even if the guardians surrounding him attempted to thwart the physical assault of the arrow, they could not impede the strike against Zhu Yuan's soul. Chen Chongqing's memories crystallized in the visage of Ouyang from his previous life, and he softly recited the lines once spoken by Ouyang. In the northwest, shoot the heavenly wolf. Whoosh! The arrow was released, piercing through the air towards Zhu Yuan, who was on the verge of tearing open a rift in space to escape. Zhu Yuan, in disbelief, glanced at his right chest. The fact that his heart resided on the right side was a secret he had never divulged to anyone. How could Chen Chongqing possibly know this? The arrow penetrated Zhu Yuan's body, striking precisely into his right chest without leaving any wound. It attacked the very core of his being. In that instant, Zhu Yuan's primordial infant within his dantian perished, and as it did, a black lotus unfurled, tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing unnoticed by all. Zhu Yuan's form gradually descended from the heavens, adorned with horns and etched with demonic runes, unmistakably revealing his identity as a demon. At the moment Chen Chongqing felled Zhu Yuan, the urgency that had gripped his heart dissipated, for he understood that he had slain the demon lord who had once filled him with profound hatred in his past life. He had sworn an oath under the heavens to ensure that he could indeed obliterate Zhu Yuan. Even the most resilient of creatures can perish. Only in the presence of the celestial order could he be certain that he had truly vanquished the future demon emperor. All his intricate plans had culminated in this moment of triumph. Chen Chongqing felt an unprecedented wave of fatigue wash over him, and he collapsed onto the ground within the mustard seed space. Outside, however, the world had already erupted into chaos. The demon clan, absent for millennia, had unexpectedly re-emerged amidst the grand assembly of the Qingyun sect. Is the conflict among the demonic factions about to commence once more? The cultivators who endured the inhumane war thousands of years ago were suddenly enveloped in a cloud of despair. Meanwhile, Dong Shuzi, perched upon the grand hall, gazed vacantly into the void of the mustard seed space. At the moment Chen Chongqing swore his oath to the heavenly Tao, doubts began to surface regarding his newly accepted disciple. Yet, he could only suspect a flaw in the disciple's character, never imagining that this very disciple belonged to the demonic clan. As the headmaster of the esteemed Qingyun sect, it was unfathomable that he would have a direct disciple of demonic lineage. In an instant, the once proud figure of Dong Shuzi, who had attained the 9th level of tribulation, appeared somewhat hunchbacked, resembling an aging elder. Master! The heads of the various peaks turned their worried gazes towards the shifting aura of Dong Shuzi. However, he merely hunched for a fleeting moment before regaining his composure. The authoritative presence of the headmaster returning to him. Having weathered countless years, Dong Shuzi was not easily swayed in his resolve. He raised his hand and calmly addressed the elders dispatched from the 9 sacred lands and the multitude of sect representatives, stating, "The victor of today's sect competition is Chen Chongqing of the small mountain peak. Chen Chongqing has rendered great service in vanquishing demons and shall henceforth be regarded as the holy son of Qingyun sect. To see him is to see the headmaster." What? Such a sensational announcement immediately left everyone present in astonishment. Yet, the elders from the various peaks quickly grasped the implications. Before all the allied sects, the Qingyun sect had a direct disciple of demonic blood. How would the world perceive the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, as being allied with demons or complicit in their schemes? Such accusations would be fatal for a prestigious sect like Qingyun, particularly in front of nearly all the influential powers. Thus, Dong Shuzi promptly proclaimed Chen Chongqing, who had slain demons, as the holy son of Qingyun sect, thereby clarifying his stance that the presence of a demon within his sect was of no concern to him, attributing the cunning to the demon clan instead. Astounding, truly astounding. No wonder he was a wily fox who had lived for thousands of years, able to react with the utmost correctness in an instant. The elders of the 9 sacred lands swiftly responded, extending their congratulations to Qingyun sect for gaining a new holy son of exceptional talent. Despite their mutual disdain, the 9 sacred lands shared a bond, thriving together in honor. Thus they genuinely lifted Qingyun sect's prestige. Later, they would summon their own headmasters to inquire into the matter. But for now, the priority was to appease the myriad smaller sections. Has our 3rd senior brother become the holy son of Qingyun sect? Hu Tu asked Ouyang in bewilderment. The once reclusive old schemer surprisingly found himself in the brightest spotlight, more so than anyone else. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, Ouyang remarked with a sigh. What a nuisance. If it disrupts our cultivation, Let third senior brother move out, right? The holy son of Qingyun sect sounds much better than just being the third disciple of a small mountain peak, Bai Feiyu said with a frown. Ling Qingsong was preoccupied with the concern of whether his future meals would pose a challenge. After all, it seemed unreasonable to expect the holy son to prepare meals for him daily. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng, lying within the mustard seed space, couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he was perplexed by his inexplicable elevation to the position of holy son of the Qingyun sect, he recalled that this title was once held by Zhu Yuan in his past life. Had the timeline begun to deviate? Just as Chen Changsheng pondered how to renounce the title of holy son, Ling Feng, clad in a gray robe, materialized before him. Senior brother Ling Feng. Chen Changsheng began to speak, but Ling Feng coldly interrupted. Holy son, though Zhu Yuan belongs to the demonic clan, we shared a bond as brothers. Might I request permission to lay him to rest? The warmth that typically characterized Ling Feng's voice was entirely absent, replaced by an overwhelming indifference and rigidity. Chen Changsheng hastily replied, Senior brother Ling Feng, there is no need for such formalities. I merely harbor a grudge against Zhu Yuan. I have no desire to be called holy son. However, Ling Feng did not respond. Instead, he lifted Zhu Yuan's lifeless body and soared out of the mustard seed space toward the mountains below. In the eyes of onlookers, he appeared as a caring senior brother, determined to honor his fallen disciple, even if that disciple belonged to the demonic clan. In that moment, Ling Feng was imbued with a poignant aura, leaving behind a solitary figure that evoked a sense of melancholy. Yet within Ling Feng's mind, a frenzied voice brimmed with delight, incessantly urging him onward. Hurry, faster. This is the beginning of the transformation of our fates. Chapter 50. The commencement of destiny thus concluded the intersect competition of the Qingyun sect in a rather hasty manner. Chen Changsheng was proclaimed the holy son of the Qingyun sacred land, yet no grand ceremony accompanied this announcement. The sect leaders simply declared the end of the competition. Apart from being regarded as a spectacle by the inhabitants of the small peak, Chen Changsheng derived little benefit from this situation. What should have been a momentous occasion for the Qingyun sect devolved into a farcical conclusion. Ling Feng, cradling Zhu Yuan's corpse, flew away from the Qingyun sect, the persistent voice in his mind inducing a sense of vexation. Didn't you say that Zhu Yuan would ultimately become the holy son of the Qingyun sect? Why has this Chen Changsheng emerged? Ling Feng inquired with an air of displeasure. In my recollection, there was no such individual. Perhaps my presence has altered the timeline of this world. The way consists of 50, the heavenly transformation of 49. Minor forces may shift, but the ultimate outcome remains unchanged. The voice within his mind responded. Ling Feng continued on, carrying Zhu Yuan's body until he reached a human village, situated over 1,000 kilometers away from the Qingyun sect. Sufficiently concealed. Yet, it was still inadequate. The performance must be convincing, for his master was a formidable practitioner at the tribulation stage.
Ling Feng discovered a serene and picturesque location, and with a mere wave of his hand, a grave pit 2 meters deep appeared before him.
He placed Zhu Yuan within the pit, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes, yet he resolutely removed a ring from his finger. Did you not lament your own lack of talent? This body possesses sufficient potential. If you so desire, you could ascend to be among the most extraordinary geniuses. The voice in his mind incessantly tempted Ling Feng, with a face still marked by inner turmoil. Flashes of past scenes flooded his mind, the beloved woman's affection for another, the incomprehension from his peers, and his own stagnation in cultivation for several years. All of this was the consequence of being merely an ordinary person. If he were to occupy Zhu Yuan's body, he would be endowed with unparalleled talent. What did it matter if he belonged to the demon race or the human race? With extraordinary talent, standing at the pinnacle of this world, who would dare to utter a word against him, regardless of their lineage? Ling Feng took a deep breath and retrieved a golden needle from his waist, murmuring, I know not what schemes you harbor, but should you dare to use my body for malevolent deeds, even if I were to plunge into the demon race, I would see to your demise. After uttering these seemingly innocuous words, he plunged the golden needle into his dantian, precisely targeting the brow of his nascent soul. As the needle pierced the nascent soul, Ling Feng's complexion instantly turned ashen, yet he gritted his teeth and withdrew the needle, driving it into Zhu Yuan's dantian. As the needle punctured the already lifeless dantian of Zhu Yuan, it ignited like a spark falling into still waters, slowly settling within. Ling Feng, as if expending every ounce of strength, turned pale, yet he persevered, sitting cross-legged and lowering his head, succumbing to lifelessness. In the very next heartbeat after Ling Feng's heart ceased to beat, it began to pulsate anew. His pallid visage gradually regained its color, transforming from a simple countenance to one imbued with a hint of malevolence. Ha ha, I have finally returned to my own body. Ling Feng rose, laughing heartily. Devoid of his usual gentleness, his voice now sharp and biting. He cast a glance at Zhu Yuan in the grave pit. A flicker of disdain in his eyes. No wonder he had been betrayed and met his demise by Zhu Yuan in his past life. The indecisive and self-pitying version of himself had indeed been a failure. The Ling Feng before him was a completely transformed soul, or rather, a renewed self. Within the rear hall of the Qingyun sect, the ever-burning lamp that belonged to Ling Feng abruptly extinguished, only to flare back to life. For the Ling Feng standing before them was no longer the original. He was the vengeful spirit who had perished at the hands of Zhu Yuan. Adrift in the endless void for an indeterminate span of time. Upon awakening, I discovered myself inhabiting a ring, transported back to my days at the Qingyun sect. Realizing the passage of time, Ling Feng, having drifted through the endless void for what felt like an eternity, succumbed to madness. How could I, who had met a pitiful demise, be granted the chance to live again? When the vengeful spirit residing within the ring encountered the current incarnation of myself, it was infuriated to see a version of me just as timid as before. This cowardice, this unyielding disposition, made me want to strike myself. After much persuasion, I finally compelled my present self to seize the body of the deceased ancestor Yuan. At last, the wandering spirit gained dominion over its corporeal form. Standing still, Ling Feng felt his realm ascend rapidly, soaring from the 3rd level of the nascent soul to the 9th in an instant. In the following moment, he broke through to the out-of-body stage, finally halting his ascent. With innate talent that was already commendable, it was the accumulation of experiences and the ever-growing spirit within the boundless void that allowed Ling Feng to shatter his limitations in an instant. Clenching his fists and feeling the surge of his awakened spirit, he could not help but feel a swell of excitement. Since fate has granted me a second chance, this time, I shall trample upon all those so-called geniuses. With a cold glint in his eyes, Ling Feng waved his hand, burying the grave in dirt. From his storage pouch, he retrieved a wooden board, using his finger as a sword to inscribe, the birthplace of Lin Feng. It took considerable effort to convince my present self to take over Ancestor Yuan's body, allowing me not only to live openly beneath the sun, but also to exist in the darkest corners of the world. Thus, 2 Ling Fengs emerged, one, the disciple of the Qingyun sect, and the other, the remnant of the demon clan, Lin Feng. With a hearty laugh, Ling Feng's sword hummed as it flew from its sheath. He executed a graceful maneuver and landed upon the soaring sword, heading toward the direction of Qingyun sect. As night fell, in the absence of witnesses, a hand emerged from the grave Ling Feng had dug. The deceased ancestor Yuan clawed his way out, and upon seeing the inscription on the gravestone, a bloodthirsty smile spread across his face, marred by demonic patterns. Lin Feng, what a delightful name. The demon infant, thought to be extinguished in the Dantian, was reborn, and as he felt the boundless potential within his body, Lin Feng's face was alight with ecstasy. Is this the body of a genius? That ancestor Yuan was indeed a fool. Everything now belongs to me, Lin Feng. At the foot of Qingyun Peak, the sorrowful Buddhist saint, Huiji, sat in tranquil meditation beneath a tree. Suddenly, a seed fell upon his head. Huiji gently opened her hand, and a black lotus seed, seemingly having flown from nowhere, quietly landed in her palm. Chapter 51. The system panel changes again. The recent grand competition of the Qingyun sect has provided the entire cultivation realm with ample gossip. Foremost among the revelations is the re-emergence of the demonic clan, which had vanished for millennia. Thousands of years ago, during the conflict between Tao and Demon, the cultivation world had expended a tremendous price to drive the demonic clan back to their realm. Yet, astonishingly, after such an extensive span, the demonic clan has discovered a method to unseal their confinement and has returned to this world, even becoming the direct disciple of the sect leader of the Qingyun sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds. Moreover, the Qingyun sect has witnessed the rise of an unparalleled prodigy, who, during the grand competition, effortlessly overwhelmed hundreds of competitors, claiming the title and being immediately designated as the Holy Son of Qingyun by the sect leader. Meeting the Holy Son is akin to encountering the sect leader himself, placing him in a position just below the highest authority, revered by many. However, this Holy Son of the Qingyun sect remains astonishingly low-key, with even 90% of the inner disciples unaware of his identity, rumored to be engaged in secluded cultivation on an obscure small peak within the sect. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of the demonic clan at the grand competition, the Holy Son would have remained hidden, only intervening to protect the sect's dignity. With his foundation establishment cultivation, he decisively overpowered hundreds of cultivators, including the Holy Son of the Daling Mountain Temple, Huiji. Undoubtedly, he stands as the foremost young talent of the present era. Such a prodigious figure naturally attracts the admiration of countless individuals within the Qingyun sect, with the Holy Sun frequently residing on Qingyun Peak, allowing his fellow disciples to witness his prowess. Meanwhile, on the small peak, tranquility seemingly returned. Ouyang reclined on a lounge chair, a book covering his face as he slept soundly. Bai Feiyu stood atop a large tree in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, eyes closed in meditation. Lung Qingsong continued to hammer away at the repairs of his roof with a cacophony of sounds. Hutuda meandered around the small peak on his paper crane. The tattooed Xiaofeng delved deep into the forbidden grounds of the Qingyun sect, engaging in daily sparring with spirit beasts that had awakened their intelligence. In the kitchen of the small peak, Chen Changsheng, who had originally been on Qingyun Peak, was now busily attending to pots and pans. He would not foolishly stand in front of others like a performing monkey. Instead, he had placed a puppet in his stead and returned to the small peak. He now realized he had become excessively conspicuous, inconsistent with his desire to maintain a low profile. As Chen Changsheng approached Ouyang with the prepared meal, Ouyang lazily removed the book from his face and, gazing at the sun, inquired, "Third brother, what are your plans?" Chen Changsheng paused for a moment, puzzled, and asked, "What does senior brother mean? What plans could I possibly have?" Ouyang sat up, expressing a sense of disappointment as he spoke. "Yesterday, the elder sect leader came to seek my assistance, asking me to take you to visualize the Qi in secret treasure. Frankly, this treasure is something only the sect leader is permitted to observe. Do you not understand the gravity of this invitation?" Chen Changsheng sighed and replied, "Senior brother, I have no interest in the position of sect leader. It would be better if you conveyed my message to him, stating that I am willing to forfeit this opportunity. Do you think the Qi in secret treasure is as common as cabbage, to be dismissed so easily?" Ouyang rolled his eyes in disbelief. As Ouyang's words faded, a melodious sound of a sword echoed from afar. Before the figure arrived, a peculiar floral fragrance wafted through the air, and Ling Feng, adorned in a splendid Taoist robe, appeared before Ouyang. At that moment, Ling Feng exuded a vibrant aura, completely devoid of his usual modesty and restraint, his eyes gleaming with pride. His attire, a jade hairpin, flowing cloud boots, and a robe embroidered with golden threads, bestowed upon him an extraordinary presence. Subtle strokes of rosy eyeshadow enhanced his features, adding an alluring touch to his demeanor. "Old Ling, it's been a few days, and you've undergone quite a transformation," Ouyang remarked, momentarily taken aback by Ling Feng's appearance. The former Ling Feng, always clad in plain robes and exuding an air of elegance, now projected an unmistakable aura of aggression. Unconsciously, Ouyang opened Ling Feng's attribute panel, astonished to discover that it had indeed changed. Name: Ling Feng, eldest disciple of the sect leader. Cultivation: second stage of out-of-body root bone. 8 luck, 8 charisma, 9 spiritual soul aptitude, 101 exclusive skill, mirror flower. Water moon evaluation: the eldest disciple of the sect leader, who underwent a remarkable transformation after the loss of his junior brother. Although Ling Feng's root bone and luck remained unchanged, his charisma had increased by a point. More alarmingly, what was once his swordsmanship aptitude had now transformed into spiritual soul aptitude, surpassing the threshold of 10. According to the system's evaluation, an aptitude exceeding 10 signifies that one is a living embodiment of the Son of Heaven. Could it be that the loss of his beloved junior brother served as a catalyst for Ling Feng? Such attributes are typically reserved for protagonists in comics who are granted extraordinary abilities. Ouyang gazed at Ling Feng, astonished that the previously unremarkable individual had evolved into the Son of Heaven due to this event. Is the title of the Son of Heaven in this world truly so inexpensive? Just a month prior, Ling Feng was merely at the 3rd stage of the nascent soul realm, and now he had leaped to a significant level, achieving the out-of-body stage. Beyond the nascent soul realm, one is considered a major cultivator, sufficient to venture out into the world. Even the elders of minor sects typically operate at this level, and establishing one's own sect would not be out of reach. Is it truly possible to gain such fortune from the demise of a demonic junior brother? If that is the case, could I perhaps break through to the foundation establishment stage? Confronted by Ouyang's skeptical gaze, Ling Feng smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Recently, due to certain events, I've gained considerable insight. I have a request to make, and I hope you will oblige, Brother Ouyang." Ouyang, unaware of Ling Feng's true intentions, replied, "Between brothers, there's no such thing as a request. Speak freely, old Ling. If it is within my capability, I shall assist you. However, you know that Zhu Yuan is of the demon race, and my third brother surely harbors a deep-seated grudge against that remnant of the demon clan." Ling Feng shook his head and responded, "If a demon infiltrator is to be dealt with, the Holy Sun may execute him as he pleases. I see no issue with that. My purpose in coming here is to request your assistance in observing the Qingyun secret treasure. The notion of wanting to witness the Qingyan's secret treasure alongside his third brother was surprising, especially as Ling Feng's casual mention of Qin Chongqing slaying Zhu Yuan seemed devoid of emotion, starkly contrasting with the sentimental Ling Feng of the past. Ouyang found this new version of Ling Feng to be rather unfamiliar, wondering if the boy had suffered some severe blow to his psyche. "Old Ling, are you all right?" Ouyang inquired cautiously. Without hesitation, Ling Feng replied, "Brother Ouyang, I merely wish to observe the Qingyan's secret treasure. I have consulted with my master, and since I have reached the out-of-body stage, it is time for me to descend the mountain. Therefore, I seek to gain some understanding before I deal." "That is not what I meant. I was referring to whether you have prepared an exchange condition, given your desire to observe the Qingyan's secret treasure," Ouyang stated. Choosing not to press further, Ling Feng nodded earnestly and assured him, "I can guarantee that if the Holy Sun takes me to observe the Qingyan's secret treasure this time, I will undoubtedly support the Holy Sun's claim to the position of sect leader in the future." Chapter 52. Those born to know. Since the Qingyan's secret treasure was obtained by Qin Chongqing, Ouyang did not make a decision unilaterally, but instead summoned Qin Chongqing. Qin Chongqing had no objections. He held great respect for this elder brother from his past life, who bore a tragic aura. Although Zhu Yuan would one day take Ling Feng's life, he was now deceased, and Qin Chongqing had inadvertently altered Ling Feng's fate. In his memory, Ling Feng had always been deeply loyal and righteous. Having killed his junior apprentice, Qin Chongqing felt compelled to make amends. "Brother Ling Feng, I have no objections to us observing the Qingyan's secret treasure together," Qin Chongqing stated sincerely. Ling Feng offered a respectful salute, his eyes reflecting surprise. He had a vague recollection of this once unremarkable Qin Chongqing from his past life, who, despite being less talented than himself, had now achieved such heights. Was it a twist of fate? Qin Chongqing and Ling Feng ascended to Qingyan Peak, where the sect leader awaited them. "Something feels off about this Ling Feng. He seems transformed, and it unsettles me," Bai Feiyu remarked, landing before Ouyang with a furrowed brow. As Ouyang gazed at the retreating figures of the two, he mused. People inevitably change. Who can say otherwise? Lung Qingsong paused his hammering and inquired, "Should we kill him? You ought to fix your roof." Ouyang rolled his eyes, pondering that his second brother's penchant for violence needed tempering. The overall ecology of the small mountain peak remained remarkably tranquil. The presence of a holy sun from the Qingyan sacred land was hardly more significant than the matter of a chicken being slaughtered in the kitchen. As night fell and Ouyang prepared for slumber, his waist token suddenly illuminated. Casting a glance, he casually flung the token out of the window, intending to return to his rest. To his surprise, the token blazed with fervor, akin to the vibrant lights of a bar. "What madness is this? Why seek me at such an hour?" Ouyang sat up, a surge of annoyance coursing through him. Despite his grumbling, he donned his clothes and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he beheld the ethereal figure of Dong Shuzi standing in the courtyard, holding a whisk with a serene smile. "Old man, what brings you to disturb my peace at this late hour?" Ouyang inquired, somewhat irked. "With such splendid moonlight, I felt inspired to invite my kin for a drink." Dong Shuzi replied, waving his whisk to conjure a wooden table and two cushions before Ouyang. Ouyang, half amused, observed the elderly man as he settled onto a cushion. "Isn't your kin the very one my junior brother dispatched with a single sword strike?" he remarked, referring to the slain Zhu Yuan. Dong Shuzi coughed lightly, settling across from Ouyang, and spoke in hushed tones. "Did you discern Zhu Yuan's true nature as a member of the demon race?" Ouyang shook his head. "No, only the third brother noticed. Perhaps he had encountered him prior to ascending the mountain. Although I recognized it, it was through the assistance of the system. Even Bai Feiyu, as an ancient sword immortal, failed to perceive Zhu Yuan's origins, so I cannot claim to have uncovered any clues." Dong Shuzi stroked his beard in contemplation before slowly responding. "He was merely a demon. It is not a matter of great consequence. In my time, I vanquished demons sufficient to build a city wall. For Ling, this incident has finally allowed him to transcend his obsessions, which is unexpectedly fortuitous." Speaking of Ling Feng's transformation seemed to bring Dong Shuzi a peculiar sense of solace. Ouyang couldn't shake the feeling that the old man harbored more than mere concern for Ling Feng. Tentatively, Ouyang ventured, "Old man, could it be that Ling is your biological son?" Dong Shuzi coughed nervously, waving his whisk, causing a cloud of auspicious mist to rise beneath the table and cushions, lifting them gently into the air. Witnessing this, Ouyang suddenly grasped a monumental revelation. Goodness, this old man is thousands of years old, while Ling Feng is merely in his mid-20s. Does this mean that this old scoundrel has a beautiful maiden of 4 or 5 decades outside? Young man, what is your opinion on your junior disciples? Dong Shuzi promptly interrupted Ouyang's increasingly inquisitive gaze, forcibly redirecting the conversation. My perspective? Each of my junior disciples possesses exceptional talents, akin to dragons and phoenixes, all embodying the essence of emperors. Ouyang replied without reservation. The system's panel showcased these rebellious progenies of his, each more formidable than the last, and he felt no sense of impropriety in his statement. Dong Shuzi nodded in agreement, stating, although your words may seem rather brash, I must concede that you speak the truth. Then why do you inquire about them? Ouyang rolled his eyes, lazily pouring himself a cup of wine from the jug on the table. Dong Shuzi, unperturbed, chuckled and poured himself a cup as well, saying, would you like to hear my perspective? Ouyang set down his cup, adopting an attentive demeanor, for having lived for several millennia. This old fox's insights and capabilities were far beyond his own. Dong Shuzi traced a horizontal line on the table with his finger, gazing at Ouyang with a peculiar glint in his eyes. That lad Bai and Qin, and even you, the three of you are cut from the same cloth. You are all born with innate understanding. A warning bell rang in Ouyang's mind, yet he maintained an outward calm, asking, born with innate understanding? What do you mean? Dong Shuzi laughed heartily, pointing at Ouyang. What pretense is this? From birth to death, each age brings its own insights. All knowledge and experience are accumulated over time. How could you possibly possess the cunning of an adult from such a young age? Born with innate understanding. It implies knowing everything from the moment of birth. Seeing Ouyang's silence, Dong Shuzi continued, I once discussed the path with Bai. At such a tender age, even the grand principle of swordsmanship fails to satisfy him. As for Qin, his mind is brimming with the secrets of countless sects. Who knows where he acquired such knowledge? Hence, I can assert that the three of you are indeed born with innate understanding. Ouyang lowered his head, sipping his wine. Bai, as the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal. And the third, a reborn soul, alongside himself, a traveler from another realm. Indeed, the three of them had entered this world bearing memories. In terms of objective criteria, the old man was not entirely mistaken. However, what was his intent in suddenly broaching these matters? A thought struck Ouyang, and he recalled his little brother, Lung Qingsong, as well as Hu Tutu and the newly accepted Xiaofeng. He looked up at Dong Shuzi. Dong Shuzi nodded and spoke. You, as beings of innate understanding, already comprehend the direction of your paths. Yet, this may obstruct those still in search of their own way. As an elder brother, I shall take the responsibility of guiding them. Ouyang replied with indifference. I will assist them in finding their way. Dong Shuzi shook his head. Each individual has their own fated path. Some matters are beyond your ability to assist them with. The small hillock is insignificant, and the Qingyun sect is equally trivial. It is the vast world beyond that truly belongs to them. Chapter 53. Tonight, celestials slash the moon and pluck stars. Ouyang gazed at the elderly man before him, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. You come to find me at this late hour. Do you not intend to encroach upon my territory? Hasn't the third one already been thrust into the role of a saint by you? Dong Shuzi shook his head and replied, my purpose in coming is not that. Rather, this matter has finally resolved a lingering question in my heart. Ouyang gestured for Dong Shuzi to continue. Dong Shuzi regarded Ouyang and said, in my youth, and I do not mean to boast, I once dueled against a so-called genius of an era. Yet, even in those days, our cultivation world faced a cataclysm. Nearly all sects, save for the 9 sacred lands, were utterly destroyed, and countless lives were lost. Are you suggesting that our era is to endure another calamity? Ouyang recalled the words of the hidden fox and inquired of Dong Shuzi. Dong Shuzi did not respond directly, instead lifting his gaze to the moon. As the two ascended higher, they drew ever closer to its luminous orb. The immense moon radiated a soft, pale yellow glow, enveloping Dong Shuzi in its gentle light. With his back turned to the moonlight, he resembled a celestial being as he spoke to Ouyang. That is a matter for your generation. I have grown old. However, what I can do is shield you from certain perils before you fully mature, much like your revered ancestor once did. Dong Shuzi's voice was calm and gentle, yet resolute, akin to an old lion protecting its cubs beneath its wings. Listening to your self-indulgent musings at this hour, I might as well return home to sleep, Ouyang remarked, rolling his eyes at the seemingly morose Dong Shuzi. Ha ha ha, as one ages, it is natural to grow a bit sentimental, my young friend. Time waits for no one. You must plan ahead, Dong Shuzi replied, setting down his cup and pouring wine into his glass. The fragrant wine dripped from his beard, dampening his robe. While Dong Shuzi appeared carefree and unrestrained, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor as the solemn master of the sacred land. Emboldened by the fine wine, Dong Shuzi began recounting the battle between the righteous and demonic factions that transpired a millennium ago. Through his seemingly mundane words, a grand epic of celestial warfare unfolded before Ouyang. Countless beings wept, and bones lay scattered for miles. Great cultivators fell like rain, all in an effort to ensure that the seeds of their sects could survive amidst the chaos of that era. Though Dong Shuzi spoke with a dispassionate tone, his few words rendered the monumental conflict of 1,000 years ago both vivid and poignant to Ouyang. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao, Dong Shuzi murmured, momentarily consumed by frustration, only to find solace in the next breath. He turned to Ouyang, smiling. Do you not often claim my teachings lack substance? Today, I have come to impart upon you a lesson unlike any other. Ouyang gazed upon the Qianxia sect master, deemed a master of 10 disciplines by the system. And at that moment, it seemed as if the very heavens and earth were swirling before his eyes. Dong Shuzi shook his head and declared, the Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao, maintaining the same old, pretentious introduction. Yet, he turned his piercing gaze towards the moon and bellowed, to hell with the Tao. His voice resonated like a great bell, reverberating through the cosmos. With a flourish of the dust in his hand, it instantly straightened like a long sword. With a graceful leap, Dong Shuzi soared into the sky, wielding the dust with a fierce sweep, as if painting with ink. The sword aura ignited at the tip of the dust. An endless stream of sword energy cleaved through the heavens, illuminating a colossal white line across the sky. This seemingly ordinary strike from the Qianxia sect master, a figure of celestial grace, was akin to turning the world upside down. As the rolling sword energy churned in the depths of the sky, and the target of this sword energy was none other than the enormous moon before him. Above the small peaks of the Qianxia sect, a sword aura pierced from east to west, resembling a silver thread darting towards the moon. The immense moon, under the influence of this sword energy, appeared to be split in two. The great round moon, in a fleeting moment, seemed to be divided into upper and lower halves. What tremendous power this was! Yet, in the next instant, the moon returned to its former state, as if nothing had transpired. However, at the moment the moon was cleaved, a wave of ethereal Tao rhythm surged forth from between the two halves. Something concealed by the heavens and earth emerged from within. Beneath the vast sword energy, the Tao rhythm flowed, and the sword resonance permeated the entire Qianxia sect. In that moment, all sword cultivators of the Qianxia sect felt a stirring in their hearts and simultaneously looked up at the sky. At that moment, the heavens appeared as a grand gateway to the sword path, with countless insights cascading down from above. Techniques and methods that had once been obscure and unfathomable suddenly became clear in their minds. The sword cultivators of the Qianxia sect bowed towards the sky, recognizing that someone was expounding their own Tao, using their very being as a brush to illustrate the sword path for all. Everyone seized the opportunity to enter into cultivation. For in this moment, the speed of their practice would exceed that of ordinary times by several folds. For sword cultivators, such an opportunity might not present itself even in a lifetime. Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong simultaneously opened their eyes. Clad in white, Bai Feiyu ascended to a branch, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the vast, ethereal sword resonances. Even as an ancient sword immortal, he could not help but be taken aback. The world had indeed cultivated the sword path to such heights, rivaling even his own past self. Moreover, he had managed to unveil the true essence of the sword path, once shrouded by the heavens and earth. Were the cultivators of this era even more fervent than the celestial beings of ancient times? In black attire, Lung Qingsong stood with his sword in hand, gazing at the myriad sword resonances above. Though he understood that he was but an ant compared to the vast sword intent before him, his eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. One day, I too shall attain such heights. No, I shall surpass even this. The two of them bowed slightly towards the sky. Tonight, a great swordsman would use his very being as a quill, connecting the realms of heaven and earth through the path of the sword, expounding upon the art of swordsmanship and performing the rites of a teacher. Even if the two of them were to refine their sword intent amidst such vast sword rhythms, they would reap immeasurable benefits. Thus it was only fitting that they pay their respects. Dong Shuzi, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaped onto the mat, raised his head to sip some wine, and then pointed towards the distant sky. His finger aimed at a star that flickered intermittently. The star descended from the heavens, landing in Dong Shuzi's hand. He waved the star towards Ouyang, tossing it to him as if it were a stone. Ouyang carefully caught the star. Yet before he could discern its true nature, it vanished from his grasp. Dong Shuzi, appearing as if inebriated, lay upon the mat, murmuring in a dreamy daze. Ouyang, sitting upright, bowed deeply to Dong Shuzi. In this moment, Dong Shuzi was not the irksome old man he usually found himself vexed by. For tonight, there were immortals, slaying the moon and plucking stars. Chapter 54. The first snow falls upon the world this night felt like a dream. Upon returning to his room, Ouyang collapsed into slumber, sleeping soundly until the break of dawn. In the midst of his dreams, he was roused by the cheerful cries of Hututu. "It is snowing! It is snowing!" The joyful voice of Hututu echoed throughout the courtyard. Ouyang, draped in his robe, stepped outside, greeted by a vast expanse of white. The heavy snowfall from the latter half of the night had transformed the entire hill into a wintry scene, the pristine snow blanketing everything in winter's embrace, while the leaves on the branches remained distinctly green. Hututu, oblivious to the reasons behind the snowfall, was simply thrilled. Having only witnessed snow once at the tender age of 3, it had been a mere drizzle of rain mixed with snow. Encountering such a grand snowfall for the first time, Hututu felt as though he had stepped into a world spun from dreams. "Bundle up before you play. And don't lick the iron pillar by the kitchen door," Ouyang called out to Hututu, who was frolicking with them. Just as Ouyang turned to return to his room for an extra layer of clothing, he nearly collided with Lung Qingsong, who was clutching a sword. Lung Qingsong gazed at Ouyang, his expression momentarily lost in thought as he addressed him. "Brother." Ouyang observed that the usual aloof demeanor of Lung Qingsong had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Realizing this, he smiled warmly and replied, "Indeed, the first snow has arrived." Upon hearing Ouyang's response, Lung Qingsong's stunned expression softened, a fleeting smile gracing his face before he swiftly retreated to his room, sword in hand. Did that lad actually smile? Ouyang felt a twinge of doubt, questioning whether he had indeed seen correctly just moments ago. He turned, intending to coax a smile from his little brother, when a wooden sword grazed the tip of his nose and embedded itself into the doorframe. "I did not." Ling Qingsong uttered this solitary phrase before darting back into his room like a startled rabbit. Ouyang touched his nose, his heart racing with alarm. Goodness! Had the lad been discovered and was now intent on silencing him? Was it truly such a grave offense to merely smile? Yet, this time of year undoubtedly held the most anticipation for Ling Qingsong, as the first snowfall signaled their return to the quaint town they had once called home. This was a pact between Ouyang and Ling Qingsong, or perhaps a promise made by Ling Qingsong to a girl. Thinking of his wife, Ouyang chuckled heartily. Always wearing that long face, yet it turns out he is a lecher. He retreated to his room to gather his belongings. Suddenly, a distressed wail echoed from the courtyard. Upon stepping through the door, Ouyang swiftly turned back, only to find Bai Feiyu and Xiao Feng circling around Hututu. The poor child, tears streaming down her face, had her tongue stuck to an iron pole, unable to free herself, and could only cry in pain. "You foolish child. I just warned you not to lick the iron pole. Why did you do it?" Ouyang strode toward Hututu, his anger palpable. "But I just wanted to see what it felt like." Hututu whimpered, her tongue still adhered to the pole. Xiao Feng, witnessing the predicament, expressed his concern. "Junior sister. Hold on. I'll shatter this iron piece with a punch, and risk shattering her tongue as well. Allow me." Bai Feiyu shot Xiao Feng a disapproving glance before drawing her sword, ready to swiftly resolve the matter. "Be cautious of her tongue," Ouyang interjected as he approached. Grasping the pole, channeling his internal energy, he gradually warmed the frigid metal, and soon Hututu's tongue was freed. Hututu grimaced, her mouth tingling, while Ouyang's finger danced in front of her face, his mouth moving as if he were a frog croaking in a pond. Speaking of frogs, it had been ages since she had savored the stir-fried frog prepared by their third senior brother. Saliva involuntarily dripped from the corner of Hututu's mouth. Observing her dazed expression and the drool pooling beneath her chin, Ouyang realized her thoughts had drifted to food once more. Slightly exasperated, he lifted Hututu and playfully swatted her backside twice. She bore no resentment, merely rubbing her bottom while giggling foolishly. Nearby, the fox spirit, Songhu, reflected on the fate of the future heir of Qingqiu Mountain and mused that the mountain's demise was surely imminent. At that moment, Ling Qingsong emerged from his room, his belongings in order, and glanced at Ouyang, saying, "Let us depart." "Wait a moment, I shall tidy up first. That girl was quite a handful just now." Ouyang cast a glare at Hututu before retreating to his room to organize his belongings. "Senior brother, what are you planning to do?" Hututu, like a persistent shadow, followed Ouyang back to his room and curiously inquired as she observed him packing. "I am going down the mountain with your second senior brother. Every time it snows, we make an expedition," Ouyang replied, continuing to pack. "Can I come along?" Hututu asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with hope. "No. The place we are going is too far and not suitable for you." Ouyang promptly declined without hesitation. Please, I want to go." Hututu began to throw a fit, rolling on the floor and then onto the bed. "Be good, Tutu. When I return, I will bring you delicious treats," Ouyang sighed, attempting to entice her. Upon hearing about the delectable food, Hututu instinctively considered complying, but then realized that if she accompanied her senior brother down the mountain, She would be among the first to enjoy those treats. A satisfying meal is something that a 5-year-old Hututu clearly understood. Pouting, Hututu said pitifully, "Senior brother. Third senior brother hasn't returned yet. If you and second senior brother leave, the entire mountain peak will be left with just me, brother Bai, and junior brother Xiao. Their cooking is terrible. By the time you return, I might starve. Having reached the core formation stage, you should have already transcended culinary needs. I wonder why you are so punctual with your meals." Ouyang rolled his eyes, still resolute in not taking Hututu along. For the destination he and Lang Qingsong were heading to was not a place suitable for practitioners. Seeing Ouyang's steadfastness, Hututu began to cry and dashed out. As Ouyang emerged with his belongings, he saw Hututu holding Lang Qingsong's hand, her tiny backpack slung over her shoulder. A triumphant expression on her face as she looked at Ouyang and declared, "Umph." She then turned and sweetly rubbed against Lang Qingsong's hand, saying, "Second senior brother is the best, unlike a certain senior brother." Ouyang glanced at Lang Qingsong, who appeared somewhat awkward yet nodded in assurance. "It's fine. Forget it. Let's go." Ouyang, seeing his junior brother's smug expression, could only respond with resignation. Hututu cheered, wriggled free from her second senior brother's grasp, and leaped into Ouyang's arms. Her face beaming with joy as she asked, "Where are we going, senior brother?" Ouyang gazed nostalgically into the distance and replied, "We are venturing into the mortal realm." Chapter 55. The mortal realm is not a place for the faint of heart. The mortal realm? Hututu's eyes widened, sparkling as if stars twinkled within them. This world is so vast that those celestial beings who soar through the skies on their swords can never fully glimpse its entirety. Yet, within this expansive world, the presence of humanity is ubiquitous. In every corner of this world, countless mortals dwell, erecting one prosperous empire after another. These ordinary individuals, despite their fleeting existence compared to cultivators, have forged civilizations that far surpass those of the practitioners. In this realm, the number of those capable of cultivation is exceedingly rare. The vast majority live their entire lives without ever encountering a cultivator. The places inhabited by these innumerable common folk are referred to by practitioners as the mortal realm. Hututu had only heard of the mortal realm from his grandfather. It is a place fraught with danger, yet irresistibly alluring, captivating both cultivators and the demon race alike.
The closer one approaches a mortal realm, the more the celestial energy dissipates, rendering cultivation increasingly arduous. Moreover, as cultivators draw nearer to this realm,
their powers become persistently suppressed by the fortune of the human race, not to mention the myriad of karmic entanglements present in the mortal realm. A careless encounter with such karma could result in stagnation of one's cultivation or, in grave cases, lead to madness and demise. The hustle and bustle of the mortal realm can corrupt even the purest of hearts. Ouyang, seated upon a paper crane, held Hututu close, while Lang Qingsong gracefully soared alongside on his sword. The trio had exchanged their Taoist robes for the attire of youthful heroes. In the mortal realm, wearing Taoist robes is not taken lightly. Improper attire could invite unwarranted troubles. Therefore, they transformed into wandering knights, embarking on their journey into the human world. Departing from a small peak, they flew eastward, crossing beyond the borders of Qinyan sect. The mortal realm that Ouyang and Lang Qingsong aimed for lay far from Qinyan sect, requiring a journey of 7 to 8 days even by flight. This distance underscored the remoteness of Ouyang's destination, the place where he had arrived after traversing worlds, and where he first encountered Lang Qingsong. They had spent 2 years living there until their master, Ouyang, brought them back to Qinyan sect. They had vowed that every year on the first snowfall, they would return together to visit. In their youth, it was always Ouyang who took them back. But it was only 2 years ago that they began to make the journey on their own. It was a place brimming with memories, and Ouyang cherished it as his homeland in this new world. He glanced at Lang Qingsong, who was flying with a solemn expression. That place was also the homeland of his second brother, where a certain young lady awaited him. Contemplating this, a flicker of concern crossed Ouyang's brow. That young lady was quite admirable. In their youth, Ouyang and Lang Qingsong, relying on their youth, had engaged in petty mischief in the town, while that young lady often discreetly provided them with food. This stoic second brother of his had shown affection only towards him and that young lady. Yet, she remained an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation abilities. The two of them had fundamentally changed in essence compared to mortals. In contrast to Lang Qingsong's endless years ahead, the lifespan of an ordinary person was but a fleeting century, far too brief. If indeed my younger brother holds deep affections for that young lady, then in the distant future, when she meets her end, it remains uncertain whether he will be able to endure such a loss. Brother? Cold Qingsong's voice interrupted Ouyang's musings. Cold Qingsong regarded Ouyang with a curious expression, bewildered by the latter's gaze. Ouyang offered a smile and inquired, "Younger brother, have you contemplated what you should say upon meeting Xianyuan?" Cold Qingsong hesitated slightly, appearing more flustered than usual, scratching his head as he tentatively replied, "Hello? Hello, my foot. Have you gone daft from your sword practice?" Ouyang rolled his eyes in exasperation.
Xianyuan is that very young lady, 3 years older than Ouyang and 5 years older than Cold Qingsong. By now at 20 years of age.
She is on the verge of marriage. One wonders if she will wait for my younger brother. Ouyang's impression of Xianyuan is not particularly favorable. Upon first encountering her scrutinizing gaze, he realized she harbored many thoughts. The trio soared through the clouds, eventually landing in a forest to rest. As they played in the water, they drew closer to a place they referred to as home. With each passing moment, they approached more human settlements, and soon, they reached the borders of the mortal realm. Ouyang felt no discomfort, yet Hututu and Cold Qingsong clearly sensed an unsettling presence. The further they ventured, the more restless their internal energies became, almost instinctively leaking outward, causing their previously tranquil hearts to stir. "Senior brother, Tutu feels a bit unwell. The mortal realm is hardly entertaining." Hututu turned to Ouyang, pouting. Ouyang grasped Hututu's small hand, channeling a stream of energy to help her calm the turmoil within, and remarked, "The mortal realm is inherently not a paradise. It serves as a test of one's heart for practitioners. The closer we get to the great cities of humanity, the more our cultivation is stifled. My humble master once mentioned that where humans congregate, their fortune is amplified, providing protection to the ordinary folk who cannot cultivate. Thus, the mortal realm is not a favorable place for practitioners or demon cultivators. Even malevolent beings tend to avoid human settlements unless absolutely necessary to wreak havoc." Perhaps due to Ouyang's relatively low cultivation level, he remained oblivious to the alleged suppression. Among the ordinary folk, the chi refinement stage is regarded as the pinnacle of existence. Within the realm of humanity, this stage is referred to as innate, and even the most diligent martial artists and cultivators can scarcely reach the 9th level of chi refinement. Although Ouyang ranks lowly in the Qingyun sect, he would be considered a formidable figure among ordinary humans. The trio's pace gradually slowed. As Cold Qingsong found his internal energy insufficient for sword flight, his core formation energy stifled to the foundation establishment level. Although Hututu wielded a magical paper crane, he still felt that the energy he expended far exceeded what he was able to gather. The essence of heaven and earth here was of a quality that was, in comparison to the Qingyun sect, akin to the difference between clouds and dirt. The energy absorbed could hardly match his own consumption. Observing the two struggling, Ouyang beckoned them to descend to a desolate area devoid of human presence. The trio landed beside a highway, where Ouyang extracted a recording stone, pivoted slightly, and remarked, "If we follow this road on foot, we shall reach Maple Leaf City in a couple of days. Brother, why don't we walk by day and fly by night?" Cold Qingsong queried, somewhat reluctant. 2 days felt excessively slow to him. Ouyang shook his head and replied, "Try to gauge how long it takes to restore your true essence." Cold Qingsong seated himself cross-legged to meditate, and before long, he opened his eyes with a sigh, lamenting the stark scarcity of the heavenly essence in this place. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Ouyang's arrangements. Henceforth, 2 young swordsmen adorned in splendid attire, accompanied by an exceedingly adorable little girl, appeared on the highway, their movements akin to wraiths as they progressed. Chapter 56. In which direction lies the imperial city? Though the 3 had forsaken flying on their swords, they employed an alternative method. While flying consumed vast amounts of true essence, merely augmenting their steps required a negligible quantity. Similar to the lightness of foot practiced in the mortal realm, they leapt from the trees flanking the highway, covering considerable distances in the blink of an eye. Ouyang carried Hututu on his back, while Cold Qingsong, clearly unaccustomed to traveling on foot, struggled initially, having grown reliant on flight. However, after a brief adjustment, he managed to keep pace behind Ouyang. As they traversed the trees, a sudden uproar of battle cries reached their ears. Ouyang frowned, unwilling to involve himself in such matters. He had previously asserted that as cultivators, one should refrain from meddling in the affairs of mortals, for it bore no benefit to their cultivation. Before Ouyang could voice a warning, Cold Qingsong had already dashed forward. Youthful impetuosity compelled him to draw his sword at the sight of injustice, heedless of the consequences. Before he could call out to halt Cold Qingsong, the latter had already unsheathed his sword and charged downward, prompting Ouyang to support Hututu and follow suit. Perched upon a branch, Ouyang gazed downward. The 2 factions below had been embroiled in conflict for a considerable time, with bodies strewn across the ground, their fates uncertain. It was evident that one side comprised masked mountain bandits clad in coarse linen, while the other consisted of a unified group of guards donned in training attire. Although the guards were well-equipped and skilled, they faced a numerical disadvantage, with only a score of them, additionally preoccupied with protecting several horse-drawn carriages behind them. In contrast to the mountain bandits, a ragtag group armed with makeshift weapons such as hoes and sickles, their advantage lay in sheer numbers. They surged forth, a chaotic tide, their battle cries echoing through the air. Consequently, the guards were quickly encircled, the noose tightening as casualties mounted. It was only when Lung Qingsong descended from the trees, sword in hand, that the tide of battle began to shift. Though his cultivation was suppressed, Lung Qingsong's remarkable swordsmanship, boasting an aptitude of 11 points, rendered the level of his cultivation irrelevant to his lethal prowess. A silver dragon weaved through the ranks of bandits, leaving chaos in its wake. Before the bandits could comprehend the situation, they found themselves felled to the ground, never to rise again. Each slain bandit bore a precise wound upon their neck, a testament to the skill of their assailant. A congenital grandmaster. Clear the way. A commanding voice boomed from among the bandits, causing them to part as Lung Qingsong, clad in black, stood cold and resolute. From their midst emerged a towering figure, a giant wielding twin axes, who sneered at Lung Qingsong and taunted, "You foolish boy. Do you not know your own limitations in attempting to be a hero?" Yet, before the boastful words could fully escape his lips, the giant collapsed, lifeless, never having anticipated that the youth before him could strike with such swiftness. Talk too much. Lung Qingsong flicked his sword, regarding the fallen giant with a furrowed brow. In the wake of the giant's demise, chaos erupted among the bandits. The chief has been slain. What the hell? The chief is gone just like that? You lack martial integrity. The chief had not even finished speaking when you resorted to treachery. Lung Qingsong surveyed the terrified faces around him and coolly declared, "Leave or perish." The bandits exchanged fearful glances, acutely aware that even the strongest swordsmen of Maple Leaf City could not match their fallen chief. This unexpected youth had dispatched their leader without so much as a glance, leaving them to reckon with their impending doom. As if confronted by a reaper, a heavy dread descended upon the multitude of bandits. In an instant, hundreds of bandits turned to flee in all directions, leaving behind a grisly tableau of corpses. Having single-handedly repelled the bandits, Lung Qingsong was about to depart when the guards surrounding the cart approached him. A cautious, armored middle-aged man stepped forward, clasping his hands in gratitude, and said, "We are eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention, young hero. Might I inquire your name? The Xia family shall reward you handsomely." Lung Qingsong merely cast a glance at the man and replied coldly, "Stand aside." Rescuing others was merely a fleeting whim for Lung Qingsong. He held no interest in the generous rewards spoken of by the middle-aged man, for the mundane matters of this world bore no significance to him. The middle-aged man awkwardly lowered his hand, stepping aside to make way for Lung Qingsong. Just as Lung Qingsong was about to leap into the tree, a youthful voice called out from behind him, "Is that you, little Lung?" Stopping in his tracks, he turned to see a young guard, brandishing a sword, uncertainly gazing in his direction. Upon recognizing Lung Qingsong, the guard's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "It really is you, little Lung. It's me, Wang Ming." Gazing at the excited youth before him, memories of his own youth flooded back into Lung Qingsong's mind, softening his expression. "Little Lung, where is Big Ouyang? Why have you returned alone?" Wang Ming eagerly inquired. Suddenly, a small branch struck Wang Ming on the head, causing him to clutch his head and look up. Ouyang, cradling a child, laughed down at Wang Ming. "Wang Xiaoming, even after a year, you've managed to fend for yourself." The Wang Ming before him was one of the young followers he had gathered during his time in Maple Leaf City. "Big Ouyang," Wang Ming exclaimed upon seeing Ouyang, excitement turning to tears as he burst into sobs. Witnessing Wang Ming's uncontrollable weeping, Ouyang's smile faded as he leaped down from the tree, his expression darkening as he addressed the weeping boy. "What is the matter, boss? Why have you only just returned?" Wang Ming knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Upon hearing this, Ouyang finally grasped the gravity of the situation and, seizing Wang Ming by his collar, lifted him up, his voice tinged with impatience. "Stop crying and tell me what happened." Through his sobs, Wang Ming managed to convey, "Everyone has been captured by the officials. I was the only one who managed to escape. Sister Xian and the others have been taken to the Imperial City." A fierce intent emanated from Lung Qingsong, his aura suffused with murderous intent. The guards, who had initially relaxed, tensed up, grasping their weapons anew as they regarded Lung Qingsong warily. Ouyang, usually carefree, now wore a grave expression, glancing at the middle-aged man beside him and asking, "Which direction is the Imperial City?" "Young hero, the situation in Maple Leaf City is not as you perceive. The middle-aged man hastily interjected. Bang! The middle-aged man was sent flying, crashing into a large tree and losing consciousness. Ouyang regarded the guards, who had once again readied their weapons, and calmly stated, "Now, let someone else answer me." Chapter 57. Is our second son a prince? Ouyang mused on the concept of karma, never anticipating that upon arriving in this world, he too would become ensnared in its complexities. Yet, while karma may not warrant pursuit, it need not invoke fear either. Only Ouyang, who has reached the 9th level of qi cultivation, remains unfazed by the potential impact on his ascension. The nonchalance in his demeanor creates an atmosphere of tension among the guards, who perceive a weightier pressure emanating from him than from the hundreds of bandits they face. It is as if the young man before them could effortlessly annihilate them with a mere gesture. As Ouyang takes a step forward, the guards instinctively retreat, some trembling so severely that they struggle to maintain their grip on their weapons. Can a celestial being descend upon the mortal realm and bully us mere commoners at will? An elderly voice emanates from within a carriage. An old man, clad in a yellowish-gray robe, emerges with the assistance of a young companion, his gaze sharp as it fixes upon Ouyang. The elder has discerned that Ouyang is a practitioner, yet he dares to stand there, brazenly preaching. Ouyang scoffs, raising his hand, ready to impart a lesson to this audacious elder. However, Wang Ming hastily intervenes, positioning himself before the elder, exclaiming, "Big brother Ouyang, Lord Xie intends to assist us by going to the capital. I am Xianxia, the lord of Maple Leaf City." The elder bows politely to Ouyang. The young man supporting the elder, dressed in scholarly attire, gazes at Ouyang with curiosity, having only heard tales of celestial beings from storytellers and books. Naturally intrigued by the encounter, Ouyang refrains from introducing himself, instead fixing his indifferent gaze on the elder and stating, "The lord of Maple Leaf City? What agreement did my master make with you?" The elder offers a bitter smile, his voice tinged with resignation as he replies, "The celestial being has promised favorable weather for Maple Leaf City in exchange for our protection. Thus, with the city enjoying harmonious weather for over a decade. Do you believe it is solely due to your virtue?" Ouyang steps forward, unleashing his aura of a practitioner towards the elder. The elder's frail body quivers slightly in the face of such overwhelming celestial energy, nearly causing him to collapse. The young man beside the elder gazes at Ouyang with steely resolve, declaring, "A sage does not speak of strange forces." A beam of milky white righteous energy swiftly shields the elder from the tempestuous celestial force. Ouyang glances at the young man, seemingly in his 20s, astonished that he possesses a righteous spirit that even some great scholars lack. Ouyang's system detects no attributes in this youth, indicating that while he may exude some righteous aura, he remains but a remarkable mortal, easily dispatched by a practitioner with a flick of the wrist. Xianxia steadies himself, patting the young man who supports him, and respectfully addresses Ouyang. "This matter stems from our Maple Leaf City's oversight. Thus, the elder has decided to seek an explanation from our emperor in the royal city." Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Ouyang's demeanor softens slightly, and he furrows his brow, inquiring, "What exactly transpired?" Xianxiang glanced at Ouyang beside him, pointing towards the carriage as he said, "There are matters that require the immortal to enter the carriage for a private discussion." It was as if there were profound secrets at play. Ouyang cast a sidelong glance at the cold and resolute Qingsong beside him. With his sword cradled in both arms, Qingsong stood there, barely suppressing his murderous intent, his entire being radiating an aura of swordsmanship that seemed poised to burst forth at any moment. Ouyang patted Qingsong, signaling him to remain calm, then waved toward the tree. Hututu leaped down from the branches, hiding behind Ouyang, cautiously peering out to observe the individuals before him. "Are these the people my grandfather spoke of? They appear so weak, yet there is an unsettling aura about them, particularly emanating from the youth clad in scholar's garb, which made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. For a demon, the unique righteousness of the human race naturally exerts a suppressive force." As the group settled into the carriage, Xianxiang hesitated for a moment, glancing at Qingsong before addressing Ouyang with a respectful gesture. "May I inquire about the ages of the two esteemed immortals?" Ouyang furrowed his brow, uncertain of what intentions lay behind the old man's inquiry, but replied, "I am 17, and he is 15. I am 5. Hututu proudly extended a hand, his voice brimming with confidence. Upon hearing Ouyang's response, Xianxiang turned to Qingsong and asked, "Esteemed immortal, might you possess a piece of white semi-jade?" Qingsong was momentarily taken aback by Xianxiang's words, his expression darkening. He murmured, "Have they found their way to Maple Leaf City?" Xianxiang, relieved by Qingsong's seemingly unrelated reply, gazed at him with newfound respect, his demeanor shifting from mere courtesy towards Ouyang to one of deep reverence for Qingsong. Nodding slightly, he said, "Though you have been lost in Maple Leaf City since childhood, the Imperial City has never ceased its search for you. To seek me? To eradicate the roots?" Xianxia scoffed, inquiring. Yet, Ouyang produced a piece of white semi-jade, stating, "The Emperor is now advanced in years and having no sons. He wishes only to meet you." Ha ha ha, having no sons? Did he not think of this when he was slaying so many of his own? Xianxia laughed heartily, then turned serious as he looked at Ouyang, declining the request. Meanwhile, Ouyang stood in stunned silence, having believed his companion, who had fallen into Maple Leaf City at the age of 3 and whom he had rescued, was merely an orphan like himself. Little did he know that his companion possessed an extraordinary identity, seemingly linked to royal lineage. Ouyang steadied his expression and continued. In the spring of the 27th year of the Great Tang, Prince Su conspired against the throne, involving countless individuals, leading to the complete eradication of the Prince Su lineage. 40 years into the Great Tang, our emperor reopened the investigation into past injustices, vindicating the Prince Su, and personally issued a decree of self-condemnation, restoring justice for tens of thousands of wronged souls. As Ouyang recounted his tale, word by word, the expression on Lang Qingsong's face shifted from sorrow to a semblance of comfort, only to be subsequently clouded by a sense of loss. He sighed, "All are dead. What purpose does avenging grievances serve?" Ouyang bowed slightly to Lang Qingsong and replied, "Our emperor has no heir. The imperial lineage is in jeopardy. Within the imperial city, sorcerers run rampant. The emperor seeks the elixir of immortality, neglecting state affairs, while treacherous ministers thrive amidst the chaos." Lang Qingsong's eyes clouded over as he spoke. "He seeks me merely for the pursuit of longevity? That is not the case, Your Highness. You are the sole bloodline of our emperor. Should you return to the imperial city, the emperor would surely abandon his quest for immortality, and the nation's turmoil would cease." Ouyang's gaze was intense as he addressed Lang Qingsong. Shaking his head, Lang Qingsong replied, "I am no longer immortal. Worldly matters hold no relevance for me. Moreover, he brought this upon himself when he rebelled." Ouyang's eyes sharpened, and he exclaimed, "Do the lives of millions not weigh against Your Highness's eternal path? You are the son of the Duke of Su, and the destined holy emperor of our Tang dynasty." Chapter 58. I command you to rebel. Inside the carriage, silence reigned. Ouyang felt as though he was meeting his younger brother, who had followed him since childhood, for the first time. His little brother, unbeknownst to him, was a prince, and the last surviving heir of his lineage. If fate allowed, once the current emperor passed, his younger brother would rightfully ascend to the throne. The allure of immortality paled in comparison to ruling as the emperor. Although one could become the most revered monarch in the realm, life ultimately spans but a century, whereas the freedom of a cultivator is far more appealing. His little brother seemed lost in thought, memories blurring in his mind. He recalled being merely 3 years old when his parents were killed during a rebellion, leading him to wander until he met his elder brother in Maple Leaf City. From being a figure of authority to living on the streets, had it not been for his brother's support, he might have perished during the first snowfall that year. Years have swiftly passed, and now the very grandfather, the murderer of his parents, sought to share familial joy with him. Despite the cold walls of the palace and the impatience of his voice, they were, after all, his biological parents. Even Lang Qingsong, in his naivety, recognized that the old man in the imperial city surely harbored ulterior motives. If he could murder his own son for the sake of the throne's stability, how could he possibly wish for Lang Qingsong to inherit it now? Lang Qingsong glanced at the half-piece of white jade in Ouyang's hand and retrieved his own half-piece of white jade, which he had carried since childhood. From his storage space, he remarked softly, "This is the other half of the jade. Take it to him and convey my message. I am not yet prepared to claim his life. It would be best for him to meet his end before I do. Otherwise, when I come for him, a fate worse than death shall await." Ouyang then took the 2 pieces of white jade from Lang Qingsong and Ouyang, gently bringing them together, and they merged flawlessly, presenting themselves as a valuable item. "Brother, does your claim of being unprepared suggest a desire to evade this matter?" Ouyang inquired, tossing the jade in his hand. Lang Qingsong turned to Ouyang and shook his head, responding, "Do you still remember what our master once said?" Ouyang recalled the words spoken by Yun when he took them as disciples. At that time, Lang Qingsong had asked Yun if one could kill another in the pursuit of immortality. Yun, gazing into Lang Qingsong's indifferent eyes, sighed and said, "The mortal realm is not a favorable place for cultivators. The path of immortality advocates for non-action and avoidance of karma. The more powerful one becomes, the greater the karmic ties. Provoking such individuals can invite divine retribution at any moment, forcing even those in the tribulation stage to retreat." Ouyang scoffed, That old man only uses such words to intimidate you. Let me ask you, do you wish to become an emperor? Lung Qingsong shook his head and replied, I have no interest in that position. I seek only to pursue my own path. That settles it then, Ouyang said. Glancing at the carriage where Xie Chongyang and the young man beside him sat, a smirk playing on his lips. Old man, you seem to carry yourself well. I have a significant proposition. I wonder if you would be inclined to consider it? Xie Chongyang regarded Ouyang with caution. This child had caused quite a stir in Maple Leaf City at the tender age of 5, having garnered half of the orphans in the city under his influence. From teenagers to those merely 6 or 7 years old, all of whom obeyed him without question. Such a feat could not be accomplished by an ordinary 5-year-old, let alone by Ouyang, who had ascended to the realm of immortals. In a deep voice, Xie Chongyang stated, What instructions does the immortal have? Please, do proceed. Ouyang tossed the piece of jade, his expression a blend of amusement and mischief, and looked at the young man beside Xie Chongyang. The emperorship rotates. This year, it falls to your family. I perceive a regal aura in your son. I wonder if you have any aspirations regarding the throne? Enough. Serving the emperor is a matter of loyalty, and such treasonous thoughts have no place in the Xie family of Maple Leaf City. The young man, kneeling beside them, rebuked sharply before Xie Chongyang could respond. What one had assumed to be a scholar of noble spirit turned out to be nothing more than a mere pedant. Lamented Ouyang with a sigh. New knowledge. Silence. Xie Zhongyang cast a peculiar glance at Ouyang, inadvertently glancing at Lung Qingsong, and said, If the immortal merely wishes to ascertain whether the Xie family is loyal, there is no need for such concern. My family has resided in Maple Leaf City for a century, never meddling in state affairs. Ouyang stretched lazily, pointing at his second brother, and remarked, This is the last heir of the empire. He has no desire to inherit the throne. Should the old relics within the imperial city inadvertently pass away, this nation will face greater turmoil. I wonder if, at that time, the Xie family could still remain independent? Your Highness, as a member of the royal bloodline, one must naturally bear the responsibilities that accompany it. The Xie family will surely ensure your safety. Xie Zhongyang responded, With the likes of you lot, do you truly believe you can protect us? Ouyang called out, Wang Xiaoming, come in. Wang Ming poked his head into the carriage, smiling at Ouyang. Did you call for me, Ouyang? Do you wish to become a general? Ouyang inquired. Wang Ming scratched his head, replying, I don't have strong feelings about it. But if you want me to, then I will. Ouyang laughed heartily, retrieving a common spirit-collecting pill from his storage pouch, and said, Open your mouth. Wang Ming obediently complied, and the pill fell into his mouth. Before he could ask a question, Ouyang's voice resonated. Close your eyes and meditate. Wang Ming immediately sat cross-legged, commencing his cultivation according to his usual internal martial arts methods. Under Xie Zhongyang's astonished gaze, the previously unremarkable Wang Ming began to exude a profound aura. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through to the realm of a congenital grandmaster. Ouyang brandished a vial of pills before Xie Zhongyang, saying, This contains 100 pills, representing 100 of the congenital grandmasters you speak of. 100 such masters would elevate the Xie family to become the most powerful clan in the Tang Nation. Would you not agree? Xie Zhongyang's gaze fixated on the vial, beads of sweat beginning to form on his brow. Such a vial could potentially grant the Xie family an additional 100 congenital grandmasters. Was this the method of the immortals? There were scarcely 100 in the entire Tang Nation. The prospect of acquiring such formidable power with such ease was staggering. With a dry throat, Xie Zhongyang bitterly inquired, What does the immortal mean by this? Ouyang casually tossed the vial to Xie Zhongyang as one might discard refuse, stating blandly, With such martial prowess, the poetry-laden Xie family has the capability to seize the throne. I ask you to rebel, fair enough? Chapter 59. Treacherous ministers and rebels. The carriage fell into a silence so profound that only Xie Zhongyang's heavy breathing could be heard, as he stared tremblingly at the white porcelain vial in his hand. Others may be oblivious to the immense value of this white porcelain vase, yet I am acutely aware of its significance. With the possession of 108 grandmasters, the entire Xie family would wield the power to influence this nation. Such strength would easily allow us to sway the imperial authority or even usurp it entirely. Xie Chongyang cast a complex gaze towards Ouyang, fully cognizant that this was Ouyang's cunning scheme, leveraging the deep-seated greed within himself. But could he truly refuse? The Xie family had dwelled in Maple Leaf City for centuries, merely content to occupy a small corner, unable even to eradicate the bandits lurking beyond the city. Historically, the Xie family prioritized scholarship over martial prowess. Despite their desire to alter this narrative, the physical constitution of their descendants was ill-suited for martial training, leading them to consistently display weakness towards the surrounding lords. Yet, If they were to acquire these 108 grandmasters, would there be anything within the Tang Kingdom that the CF family would not dare to covet? To rise in rebellion? Such an act would be a grave sin, punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans. Especially concerning that individual within the imperial city who regarded power as his second life. To accept or to decline, Xie Chenglong found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle, torn between the greatest opportunity for his family's rise and the heinous crime of rebellion. Gritting his teeth, he clutched the white porcelain vase tightly and declared, "Does the immortal test the loyalty of the CF family by speaking of rebellion before us? Fear not, for the CF family shall always look to his highness." Ouyang shook his head, replying, "The mundane powers of this world hold little significance for us, akin to a mere chicken rib. The karmic entanglements of this world are not what we wish to engage with. Therefore, you need not harbor any doubts. I merely seek to use your hands to avenge my disciple." At this moment, a young man beside him whispered to Xie Chenglong, "Father, the sovereign and his ministers must maintain their vigilance towards the imperial family." Hearing this, Ouyang was momentarily taken aback. Such words could only be uttered by a true rebel. What a twist! The very youth who had just adhered to the decorum of sovereign and minister had suddenly revealed his rebellious bone. The righteous spirit emanating from him seemed to weep. It was unexpected that this unexpected turn of events should come from a youth whom Ouyang had previously deemed foolishly studious. The young man respectfully addressed Ouyang, "Since the immortal has bestowed upon my CF family such an opportunity, would it not be folly for us to decline and thereby provoke your displeasure?" His demeanor was warm and his reasoning seemingly sound. Yet it starkly contrasted with his previous adherence to the principles of sovereign and minister. Curious about his identity, Ouyang inquired, "What should I call you?" The youth replied with reverence, "I am xianxia, the young lord of Maple Leaf City. You are remarkable. It would be impossible for the CF family to thrive without someone like you." Ouyang paused for a moment, offering only a dry compliment in response. Xianxia continued, "The immortal is an acquaintance of my wife, Su Inner, and has the endorsement of the former dynasty's prince, who harbored no interest in the throne. The CF family merely rides the winds of fortune." Already referencing the former dynasty, how intriguing. So swiftly have you assumed the role of a traitor? Wait, my wife Xin'er? Ouyang grinned, glancing at the equally bewildered Lang Qingsong, sensing the unfolding drama. "Xin'er, what is your relationship to you?" Even the typically aloof Lang Qingsong could not suppress his curiosity. "This year, I have engaged to Xin'er. We are already husband and wife. The two immortals seek enlightenment. And as mere mortals, we naturally could not inform you. I beg for your understanding." The young man spoke earnestly. "This is absurd. My second son is the predestined chosen one, and now our nation is at risk of being usurped by this young man before me. Not to mention his first love is also in jeopardy. Are they attempting to fleece my second son?" Ouyang's eyes twitched as he observed his utterly perplexed second son, covering his face in disbelief. Lang Qingsong plopped down on the carriage, a deep breath of frustration constricting his chest, unsure of how to respond. Yet, Xie Zinz's hand rose with an expression of confidence, declaring, "Our Maple Leaf City is abundant in provisions, yet lacking in martial prowess. With the addition of 108 grandmasters, we shall rectify our greatest shortcoming and align with the 21 cities in the Great Tang, directing our forces straight towards the imperial city." Damn it. This lad must have long harbored rebellious thoughts. Just as I proposed a condition, he has already plotted the course for rebellion. How has he cultivated such righteous spirit? Lang Qingsong could no longer tolerate the incessant chatter and, wielding his sword, soared out of the carriage. Ouyang, clutching the jade pendant, regarded the fervent Xie Zinz's hand in silence before stating, "The matter of rebellion is yours to decide. I have but one condition. When you breach the imperial city, I demand that man alive. The request of an immortal is not to be refused." Xie Zinz's hand bowed in acknowledgement. Ouyang cast a profound glance at Xie Zinz's hand before cradling the now drowsy Hu Tutu and stepping out of the carriage. Sensing Lang Qingsong's position, Ouyang vanished from sight in a series of leaps. "Zinz's hand, do you truly wish to rebel?" Xie Chenglong, cradling a porcelain vial, spoke cautiously. "Father, when that emperor captured Xin'er, I had already contemplated usurping him. Since both immortals share this intent, why should we not seize the opportunity?" Xie Zinz's hand replied, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Ouyang had disappeared. Xie Chenglong nodded gravely, declaring, "If that is the case, let us return to Maple Leaf City, gather the clan's disciples, and cultivate 108 grandmasters, after which we shall devise our plan. I shall leave it to you to decide, father." Xie Zinz's hand replied. In that moment, the righteous aura surrounding Xie Zinz's hand began to shimmer with a hint of imperial majesty. Ouyang, cradling Hu Tutu, arrived before a majestic waterfall, while Lang Qingsong stood before the towering cascade, his sword intent surging. With a mere gesture, an invisible long sword cleaved through the waterfall. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds of strikes, shattering the entire waterfall into fragments. The turbulent true energy ravaged the waterfall, yet cold Xianxia's face betrayed no emotion. Ouyang settled atop a massive stone, sitting cross-legged, cradling the sleeping Hututu in his arms. With a mere gesture, a barrier of true energy materialized, shielding them from the cascading water. "Brother, are you employing others as instruments to spare me from entanglements of karma?" Cold Xianxia inquired after venting his frustrations. Ouyang nodded in response. "When I enlightened Brother Shao with the essence of the dragon and phoenix, the celestial punishment was rather feeble, thus providing an opening. Moreover, the act of enlightening a divine beast is merely disallowed by the heavenly laws, resulting only in a simple, thunderous retribution. Should you become embroiled in worldly karma, that unseen and intangible retribution will inevitably find its way to you. It is best to remain untainted by such unavoidable consequences." Cold Xianxia sheathed his sword and alighted upon the stone, asking, "What then of my parents' vendetta? Utilizing others as instruments will similarly affect my resolve." Ouyang chuckled. "The emperor's karma is substantial, but what remains if he ceases to be emperor? After the Xie family revolted and usurped the throne, the old emperor is no longer an emperor, and consequently, there is no karma left." At last, Cold Xianxia comprehended his brother's intentions. He nodded and queried, "What shall we do now?" Ouyang gestured towards the imperial city, stating, "Your former acquaintance is still suffering. We must pay her a visit." Chapter 60. Soft jade and red canopies. The imperial city of the Tang Kingdom is a vast metropolis, bustling with millions, and stands as the most prosperous city in this realm. Within the imperial city, there are 56 districts, each separated by high walls, with only the two grand markets in the east and west revealing the city's vibrant life. In the eastern market, a throng of people surged, with vendors selling sugar figurines, performers showcasing their talents, and merchants hawking toys amidst the cacophony of bargaining and calls. Naturally, the most elated was Hututu, the little girl exuberantly diving into the crowd, relishing the lively atmosphere she had never experienced before. Even Ouyang, despite his familiarity with the world, found this vast city a first for him. At 5 years old in Maple Leaf City, he was solely focused on survival, oblivious to the wonders of life around him. Now, as he strolled leisurely through the city, he felt as though he had stepped into another era. Senior brother, what is that?" Hututu exclaimed. One hand holding a sugar figurine and the other an ice-coated hawthorn stick, perched on Ouyang's shoulder, gazing curiously at a grain store. "That is a grain shop," Ouyang replied with a glance. "And what is that place?" "That is a restaurant. And over there, what about that?" "That is a shop selling fabrics for clothing." "Oh, over there. Those elegantly dressed ladies are waving at me." Hututu joyfully waved back at the women posing on the second floor. Ouyang cast a glance at the 3 characters of Yihong Courtyard, feeling somewhat awkward as he remarked, "That is not a place for children." "Why not? I also want to wear beautiful clothes." Hutu, with a hint of envy in her eyes, spoke of the scantily clad women in the brothel. "Such places are frequented only by wayward girls. A lovely girl like you must not go there," Ouyang replied earnestly. He then turned his gaze toward the brothel with a sense of anticipation. Having traversed here without ever visiting such an establishment, he felt like a failure among time travelers. "Brother, there's a practitioner," Cold Xianxia suddenly interjected. "A practitioner?" Ouyang raised an eyebrow, scanning the surroundings. However, he perceived nothing, as his own cultivation was merely at the qi refining stage, rendering him unable to sense the abilities of true practitioners. It seemed rather unfortunate. His own lack of talent meant he could only wield the most rudimentary elemental arts, while his younger brother, gifted beyond measure, dismissed anything outside the sword path. This led to their arrival in the imperial city without a clue to the whereabouts of Xianyuan and the others, whom the old emperor had brought here. If the third brother or Xiaobai were present, things would undoubtedly be much simpler, as those two were adept in various arts. Ouyang surveyed the area, finding no immediate threats, and then inquired of Cold Xianxia, "Are they very powerful?" "Very powerful," Cold Xianxia replied earnestly. The fact that Cold Xianxia deemed someone as very powerful implied that they were at least a significant practitioner beyond the out-of-body stage. The existence of such formidable cultivators in this imperial city raised questions. Were they practitioners who had grown weary of the pursuit of immortality, ensnared by worldly pleasures? As Ouyang pondered, a scarlet ribbon fell before him. He reached out to catch it, and a familiar fragrance enveloped him. This scent. "Oh no, it's senior sister Xiaoya," Ouyang exclaimed, startled, turning to Cold Xianxia with a complex expression. Could it be that his younger brother was so unfortunate? A clear, melodious voice echoed in his mind. "What are you doing? Bring little Song Song up here." feeling embarrassed at the thought of running away. Ouyang turned back toward the Yihong building and awkwardly asked Cold Ching Song, "Have you ever visited a brothel?" Cold Ching Song shook his head, uncertain of what Ouyang meant by brothel, especially since he was feeling somewhat troubled due to Xuan Yuan's marriage. At this moment, Hu Tu, perched on Ouyang's shoulder, chimed in excitedly. "I haven't visited a brothel either. I want to go to a brothel." Her innocent voice drew the attention of those around them. And upon seeing the two 17 or 18-year-old boys and a 5-year-old girl openly discussing such matters, the onlookers glanced at Ouyang with disapproving eyes, wondering which young master was so shamelessly unaware of decorum. Ouyang, with determination, led Hu Tu and Lung Ching Song towards the Yihong building. As they stepped through the entrance, an enchanting fragrance enveloped them, and the crimson decor transformed the venue into a realm of indulgence. Dozens of elegantly dressed young ladies were playfully posing before the three, causing the innocent Lung Ching Song's face to flush deeply as he awkwardly turned to Ouyang, inquiring, "Brother, what brings us here? You shall soon encounter an acquaintance, and I assure you it will be a delightful surprise." Ouyang replied cautiously, "What acquaintance could possibly be found in such a place? Could it be a friend of our master?" Lung Ching Song surveyed the surroundings, grappling with the overwhelming sights that assailed his youthful sensibilities. Surely, only their master would frequent such establishments. If any elder were to appear, it would undoubtedly be an old friend of his mentor. As the trio entered, they attracted numerous curious glances. After all, two young boys escorting a child hardly seemed the type to indulge in the venue's offerings. A matron clad in a red satin gown sauntered over, delicately clutching her handkerchief, and inquired of Ouyang, "Might you be an acquaintance of Miss Xianxia?" In an instant, Lung Ching Song's eyes widened, and he urged Ouyang, "We must leave." Just as he attempted to flee, the air around them thickened, and everything within the building began to slow to a crawl, ultimately coming to a standstill. Ouyang could even see the saliva suspended in midair from the matron's mouth. "What is little Song planning to do outside?" A sultry voice wafted down from the upper floor. Cold and aloof, Lung Ching Song's hand gripping his sword trembled slightly, and with an awkward stiffness, he bowed towards the woman above, saying, "Greetings, senior sister." At the top of the staircase stood a young woman in a resplendent red dress, holding a round fan that partially obscured her face. Her lightly made-up fox-like eyes shimmered with alluring charm, with a voluptuous figure that swayed gracefully. She resembled a perfectly ripe peach. Yet, upon seeing the enchanting beauty before them, Ouyang and Lung Ching Song reacted as if confronted by a ghost. Ouyang instinctively stepped back, while Lung Ching Song trembled uncontrollably. "What troubles you? Have we grown distant after such a long separation?" The woman's voice, tinged with a hint of melancholy, scratched at the heartstrings, evoking a sense of pity. Lung Ching Song, feeling overwhelmed, managed to stammer, "How have you been, senior sister?" "Ah." She chuckled lightly, fanning herself gently, and a cascade of red silk billowed towards Ouyang and Lung Ching Song. As the silken fabric enveloped them, a delicate hand rested on Lung Ching Song's neck, softly whispering, "But I have bathed with little Song before. Now that you see me, do you wish to flee? Do you aspire to be a heartless scoundrel like Master Hu Yin?" Chapter 61. The white moonlight and red birthmark of my second brother as the fragrant breeze swept through. Lung Ching Song's grip faltered, nearly causing the precious sword in his embrace to tumble to the ground. Unfazed by heaven or earth, Lung Ching Song hastily clutched Ouyang's sleeve, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of desperation. Ouyang swiftly withdrew his sleeve, securing Hu Tu in his arms, and rolled out of the Yihong building. May the dead disciple rest in peace. In the depths of Lung Ching Song's despairing gaze, Ouyang fled in panic. Bold and undaunted, Lung Ching Song stammered, "What do you want from me, serpent demon? Do you wish for my assistance in your cultivation?" A pair of delicate, lotus-white arms encircled Lung Ching Song's neck. As the woman whispered sweetly into his ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. Lung Ching Song felt his breath grow increasingly rapid. His senior sister appeared alluring, as though she were poised to consume him at any moment. Within him, the golden core surged with vigor. An overwhelming essence of true energy entwined with the will of the sword, eager to resist, as if the sword itself sought to protect its master, revealing a glimmer of sword light. "Ah, you've grown and learned to wield a sword? I wonder which one you intend to use on your senior sister?" she teased, pressing her jade hand against the hilt of the sword. Instantly, the once resonant sword dulled, as if sapped of life under her gentle caress, resembling a spent force. How could one withstand such a temptation? Lung Ching Song felt utterly drained, collapsing into the woman's embrace, surrendering to the softness that enveloped him as he gradually closed his eyes. The red drapes billowed once more, enveloping the two as they soared to the second floor, and in the next moment, The previously hushed Ouyang building erupted into a cacophony of voices, as if nothing had transpired. The woman laid Lung Qingsong upon the bed, caressing his stern visage, her eyes glimmering with infatuation. "Stop staring. If you have the ability, truly consume him." Ouyang's voice chimed in from the side. Turning to Ouyang, who sat at the table sipping wine, the woman inquired with interest, "Why were you so fearful of me just now?" As he peeled an orange for Hutu, Ouyang replied, "Did not the mistress instruct you to choose one of us as a furnace for your cultivation? Since you did not select me, why would I ruin my younger brother's good fortune?" Seated upon the bed, the woman regarded Ouyang with playful mockery. "What if I were to use both of you?" Ouyang's hand trembled as he gazed seriously at the woman, resembling a temptress. "I possess a rather strong disposition. I would only employ the upper one, which would be of little aid to your cultivation." "Lecher." The woman seemed to recall something and spat in disdain. "You dare to call me a lecher after your earlier behavior? Even a lecher would revere you as a master. My senior brother is Hutu." Hutu suddenly interjected, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the orange in Ouyang's hand, yet his tone was resolute. The woman glanced at Hutu, a hint of surprise gracing her features. Could it be that he was a primordial spirit fox of innate Dao body? Master Huyun has acquired his own master, and Ling Qingsong has found himself. Yet, what is this with Ouyang capturing a little spirit fox? Is he shamelessly exploiting the resources of the demon clan? The woman gazed at Ouyang with a mixture of complexity and remarked, "Do all three of you disciples have peculiar quirks?" Ouyang cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "xianxia. I must warn you, both my master and my second brother are under duress." In Ouyang's eyes, the attributes of the woman before him were crystal clear. Name: xianxia, young body of the devouring python. Cultivation level: 6th realm of integration root bone. 8 charm, 10 luck, 6 devouring talent, 10 special skill. Devour the heavens evaluation. Beware of the serpent demon seeking your assistance in her cultivation. This alluring woman exuding charm was not human, but a serpent demon. Ouyang and Lung Qingsong addressed her as senior sister because one of their master's romantic confidants was indeed the master of this serpent demon. Their master was akin to a reincarnated Su Xian and was also a serpent catcher. Before Ouyang and his second brother entered the mountain gate, their master had taken them on a journey, with the first stop being a serpent cave. Initially, Ouyang believed his master to be some malevolent practitioner, only to realize, upon hearing his master's solemn declaration of exterminating demons, that he was mistaken. The next day, when his master emerged from the cave, assisted by xianxia, Ouyang understood the immense power possessed by the serpent demons within. xianxia, exuding an air of triumph, informed the two of them, "Your master wagered with my master yesterday, offering one of you to me as a husband. Such fortune." Observing the voluptuous xianxia, the youthful Ouyang resolutely declared that he would assume the responsibilities of the eldest brother. To restore the glory of the serpent-catching master was our undeniable duty. Upon inquiring about her age, Ouyang learned that xianxia was already 2,000 years old, causing his earlier bravado to dissipate. A serpent demon of 2 millennia. How formidable could she be? Wouldn't it be effortless to drain him dry? Ouyang pushed Lung Qingsong forward, thinking, "My second brother, a child of another realm. What is there to fear from a mere 2,000-year-old serpent demon?" However, when Lung Qingsong was dragged into the serpent cave, the usually unturful child emerged that night with reddened eyes. Ouyang was alarmed, fearing that his 3-year-old brother had met a dire fate. But before he could voice his concerns, xianxia emerged with Lung Qingsong's changed clothes, expressing satisfaction. "I have inspected him. Indeed, Master Huyun did not deceive me. He is a fine cauldron." Ouyang, observing his brother's red eyes, quietly inquired how she had conducted her inspection. "We simply took a bath together. What can a 3-year-old do?" xianxia rolled her eyes and replied, "Just a bath." Ouyang looked at Lung Qingsong, who appeared to have been thoroughly bullied, losing all interest in the spectacle. From that moment onward, when Lung Qingsong confronted xianxia, he resembled a mouse faced with a cat. xianxia, leveraging her formidable cultivation as a mid-stage practitioner, delighted in teasing her 2 brothers daily, much like a cat playing with its prey. As his thoughts returned to the present, Ouyang turned to xianxia and inquired, "Sister, what brings you to the mortal realm?" xianxia, perplexed, responded with a question of her own. "Did your master not inform you? What nonsense did that old rascal say?" Ouyang asked with irritation. "Master Huyun mentioned that you two must sever your ties to the mortal realm, and I was tasked with overseeing your progress," xianxia replied. "Sever ties to the mortal realm? More ties? What has that old fellow calculated this time?" Ouyang pondered about his venerable master, contemplating xianxia's earlier words. He suddenly sensed that this outing bore significant implications for both himself and his younger brother. In an instant, Ouyang grasped the entire scheme. Realizing that this was entirely a plot devised by his crafty master, he raised his head, looking at xianxia with a knowing smile, and said, "Sister, there is something I wish to say, but I am uncertain whether it is appropriate." xianxia, eyeing Ouyang's mischievous grin with caution, asked, "What is it you wish to convey?" Even with her 2,000 years of experience, she dared not underestimate Ouyang, aware that she could easily fall into his trap. "Sister, do you know why we have returned to the imperial city?" Ouyang cleared his throat and asked. xianxia shook her head, admitting that she was merely following Master Hu Yun's request without understanding the reason for her presence. Ouyang pointed at Lung Qingsong, who lay on the bed, and smiled. "My younger brother's beloved has been captured, and we have come specifically to rescue her." Upon hearing the mention of her master, Ouyang had already surmised his old man's intentions. It was evident that his master had orchestrated this situation to ensure that both he and Lung Qingsong could sever the karmic ties of the mundane world. Cultivators transcend the 3 realms and are not bound by the 5 elements. Thus, they must avoid the contamination of worldly karma that could taint their pure hearts. Therefore, his master devised this method to aid them in extricating themselves from worldly entanglements. After all, both he and Lung Qingsong originated from the mortal realm and should depart from it as well. Such karmic matters must be severed by their own hands to stabilize their hearts on the path. Yet, one wonders, when did his master begin plotting this scheme? Perhaps it all started when his younger brother made a pact with their master regarding the first snow returning to the mortal realm, followed by the incident of feeding the snakes in the cave to secure a beloved for him. Despite his master's eccentricities, he always managed to execute plans with meticulous precision. Upon reflecting on the attributes panel he first beheld when meeting his master, Ouyang came to appreciate the wisdom inherent in his master's approach. Having unraveled all the critical points, Ouyang turned his gaze toward the slumbering figure of his second disciple. Indeed, his second disciple was a child of destiny. Yet it was precisely this status that rendered him obstinately stubborn. After all, geniuses seldom acknowledge their faults. They tend to delve deeper into a narrow mindset, exhausting all their energy until they transform from prodigies into mediocrities, from brilliance into insignificance. A genius who has failed to mature will forever remain unworthy of attention. For in this world, who does not bear the weight of a genius upon their shoulders? Suddenly connecting the dots with his master's enigmatic reasoning, Ouyang realized what actions he ought to undertake. His master had spent an entire night exorcising demons, all for the sake of revealing a birthmark on his second disciple. This birthmark corresponded perfectly with the purest light of his disciple's mundane existence. His task was clear: to stoke the flames, ensuring that the serpent demon before him became completely entwined with his junior brother. Upon hearing Ouyang mention his second disciple's pure light, the delicate and charming xianxia, who had been seated at the bedside, suddenly exuded a terrifying aura. A vague, ethereal giant python coiled behind her, its scarlet eyes captivating and chilling. Pure light? I am most curious to see what kind of extraordinary beauty could have my husband so enraptured that he would travel thousands of miles to save her. Though she feigned curiosity, her voice carried a chilling undertone that caused Hututu, who was munching on an orange nearby, to shiver involuntarily. "Brother, why do I feel a chill?" Hututu asked, his mouth full of orange. "Chill. Perhaps this city is due for a drop in temperature," Ouyang observed with intrigue, glancing at xianxia, whose dress was nearly torn in her agitation, and affectionately ruffling Hututu's fluffy head. "Where is she?" xianxia inquired. Ouyang shrugged, responding, "Neither Qingsong nor I possess the art of divination. Hence, we came to the market to gather information. Is it true that Uncle Hu Yun, a master of prophecy, did not impart such skills to you?" "That is indeed his signature expertise," xianxia exclaimed in astonishment. "Why the surprise? I am but a 9th-level chi practitioner." Incapable of even grasping the intricacies of elemental evasion, Ouyang thought to himself, resisting the urge to retort. However, given the formidable serpent demon before him and his master's wife lurking in the background, he could only manage an awkward smile. xianxia produced 3 copper coins from her bosom, their surfaces gleaming with a golden hue. She cupped the coins in her palm, gently tossing them skyward while murmuring incantations. The coins spun rapidly in midair, hovering and radiating golden light. xianxia plucked a hair from Qingsong's head, and as she rubbed the strand between her fingers, it ignited spontaneously. The flames danced between xianxia's fingers as she gently directed the fire towards the copper coin. The coin, suspended in midair, ceased its rotation and settled upon the hem of her skirt. The palace? A flicker of confusion crossed xianxia's face as she gazed at the coin, pondering the significance of this location. Having resided in the imperial city for 2 months, She was well acquainted with the city's intricacies and understood the importance of the palace within it. Upon hearing xianxia murmur the word palace, Ouyang immediately grasped that the old emperor had placed Xianyuan and the others within its confines. Are you familiar with this place? Xianxia inquired, observing Ouyang's knowing expression. Not exactly, but it is a reasonable assumption, considering it was once your husband's residence, Ouyang replied with a nod. Xianxia, upon hearing this, turned to glance at the still sleeping Lung Qingsong, surprised that her husband was indeed a prince, yet hidden within the mundane walls of the royal residence. Did he truly believe she would remain oblivious? Xianxia's expression shifted as she rose and made her way towards the door. Hey, that's my second brother's cherished one. You wouldn't seriously contemplate eliminating your rival, would you? She is merely a mortal, Ouyang called out, attempting to halt Xianxia's advance. What? Do you wish to shield your junior disciple? Xianxia retorted coldly. Ouyang, languidly cradling his head, responded. The reason a cherished one is cherished is simply due to memory's idealization. If the cherished one were to perish, the impact would escalate from 30% to a full 100%. Xianxia paused, turning to Ouyang, and remarked, I can't shake the feeling that I have been manipulated by Master Hu Yun. Although I am uncertain of the scheme, it seems you are aware. Sitting upright, Ouyang regarded the serpent demon before him and said, This is hardly a manipulation. You surely comprehend your junior disciple's affections. My master and I have been striving to unite you two for a harmonious future. After a moment of silence, Xianxia finally spoke. What do you wish for me to do? I previously mentioned that the cherished one is merely a product of embellished memories. If any discrepancies arise between the cherished one and the memories, would she not vanish? Ouyang smiled meaningfully. Are you suggesting that I gather a dozen strong men to eliminate her? Xianxia gestured with a slicing motion, prompting Ouyang to shake his head vigorously. Demons are demons. The methods remain uncomplicated. Ouyang waved his hand, signaling Xianxia to lean closer, and whispered, She is your junior disciple's cherished one, while you are his heart's desire. If you embody both, wouldn't he be entirely at your mercy? Thus the stage for my second brother's tumultuous romance is set. Xianxia narrowed her eyes, urging Ouyang to continue. Ouyang divulged his entire plan, watching as the enthusiastic Xianxia exited through the door. He turned to glance at his younger brother, who lay on the bed, pondering the old man's intention of using a companion to sever worldly ties. Recalling a saying from his father, Ouyang remembered, to become an immortal, one must cultivate amidst the mountains. In the present imperial city, practitioners of the way were as numerous as the stars in the sky. The emperor had recently developed a penchant for the pursuit of immortality, neglecting state affairs for over a year or two, while the overall functioning of the nation remained unaffected. The subtle influence of his obsession had led many citizens to harbor discontent regarding the emperor's frequent decrees favoring Taoists and monks. Ouyang did not possess the art of divination. Yet merely standing atop the city gate, he felt an uncanny sense that this city was fading into twilight. The ethereal sounds of chanting intertwined with fragrant mists, enveloping the city, making it appear as if its inhabitants were fervent disciples of the Tao and Buddhism. Mortals were incapable of cultivation. Even the exalted emperor was not exempt from this truth. The spiritual essence of the heavens and earth here had been diluted to the point of being imperceptible, overwhelmed by the mundane affairs of life. Xianxia had also confided in him that despite being a formidable cultivator in the integration stage, her powers were suppressed to barely the foundation establishment level amidst the millions residing in the city. It was evident that for cultivators, the mortal realm was far from an ideal sanctuary. Many sought to avoid such places altogether. Ouyang's gaze shifted to the most magnificent palace at the heart of the imperial city, the residence of the old emperor, and the destination where his master had orchestrated a heart-searching trial for his second disciple. The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. This phrase, often uttered by Dong Shuzi, suddenly echoed in Ouyang's mind. The ancient ones, having lived for millennia, could effortlessly weave intricate schemes over decades, truly a daunting thought. With a sigh, Ouyang retrieved a copy of Fundamentals of the Five Elements Escape Techniques, meticulously searching through its pages. He recited the contents several times, closing the book only to forget most of it, forcing him to reopen it for another review. While the memory was still fresh, he tucked the book into his robe, mumbling, Heaven's boundless mysteries, grant me passage. Ultimately, Ouyang abandoned the incantation, retaining only the essence of the chi's flow. He shouted impulsively, clapping his hands, causing the chi within him to surge forth. The once star-studded night sky gradually succumbed to ominous clouds, and heavy snowflakes descended like feathers. Within minutes, the entire imperial city was shrouded in a blanket of snow. Amidst the swirling flurries, Ouyang directed his gaze toward the eastern market. where a splendid performance was about to unfold. Although it was supposed to be a time of curfew, the eastern market of the imperial city buzzed with lively activity. A grand flower boat appeared on the streets of the eastern market. It is now winter, yet the flower boat is adorned with blossoms that appear as if freshly picked. The air is filled with the melodious songs of orioles and swallows, while numerous dancers clad in silk and satin sway gracefully upon the boat. Their simple movements ignite a surge of masculine vigor. Amidst the throng of beautiful maidens, a woman draped in a gauzy veil sits in the center. Resembling the moon surrounded by stars. Clad in a white gauze dress, she occupies the highest point of the boat, her unadorned eyes radiating pure innocence. Like a solitary lotus blooming among a myriad of red flowers, she exudes an ethereal purity. Even the soft, feathery snow seems reluctant to settle upon her. Swirling gently around her form, she is a fairy, for only a celestial being could possess such beauty. As all eyes fall upon the figure of the maiden in white, gasps of astonishment erupt, followed by thunderous cheers. The flower boat glides slowly down the street, tossing sunflower seeds and peanuts into the crowd, each throw igniting a frenzy of eager hands. It is as if those who manage to seize the thrown treats might feel the lingering warmth of the delicate hands that once held them. I shall treasure this seed. Don't snatch it away. Don't take what's in my mouth. The cries of "I'll buy sunflower seeds and peanuts for a penny each" fill the air. In stark contrast to the chaos below, the girl in white sits serenely, her eyes reflecting a gentle simplicity, embodying tranquility amidst the tumult. Xiaosong, when we reach the palace gates, conceal your murderous aura. To act against mortals is akin to severing your own path as a cultivator, spoke xianxia, garbed in resplendent red, seated beside her. The girl in white is none other than Qingsong, disguised as a woman, seated immobile in the center of the flower boat. The golden elixir within him has been sealed by xianxia, rendering him utterly powerless. With wide eyes, Qingsong managed to utter, "What do you intend to do? You enchantress? What do I intend? Let us not forget, we were originally destined as a couple. I am eager to see what sort of wretched creature dares to disturb my man," xianxia retorted, her tone laced with indignation. "But I'm already married," Qingsong replied, a hint of bitterness in his voice. At his tender age, he remained oblivious to the true nature of affection. This vague sense of fondness had yet to be fully realized. Thus, upon hearing of her marriage, he felt only a twinge of sorrow. xianxia, observing the faint melancholy in Qingsong's demeanor, felt a surge of vexation. Is it truly so difficult to win over the radiant moonlight? Do you wear such an expression as one wounded by love? Just as she was about to unleash her frustration, she recalled the words of Ouyang Gang, a girl not yet 20, leveraging her connections with so-called immortals, can easily befriend the city lord and capture the heart of the young lord. What do you think her secret is? It is merely a high-end green tea. The old emperor, after failing to locate Qingsong for over a decade, has suddenly found him this year, and moreover, he has gathered all the orphans he knows from Maple Leaf City. Who would believe there isn't a traitor among them? And who might this traitor be? Aside from Ouyang, the king of children in Maple Leaf City, this group of orphans has always looked up to Xianxia. Perhaps this entire scheme is merely a trap set by an ordinary mortal. Upon hearing xianxia deduce that Xianxia and her companions were in the palace, Ouyang was already convinced that Xianxia must have struck some sort of bargain with the old emperor. Standing upon the city wall, Ouyang gazed at the distant flower boat, a faint smirk emerging on his face. How amusing it was that a mere mortal, in her ambition to ascend, had orchestrated such a scheme. Or perhaps she wished to climb even higher. Ouyang recalled the first time he encountered Xianxia. Her eyes, which concealed a discerning value, were cleverly masked. Yet, as a soul who had traversed time, even the most cunning child appears somewhat clumsy in the eyes of adults. "Elder brother, why do you smile so coldly?" Hututu shrank his head, perplexed as to why his elder brother stood on the city wall in the snow at such a late hour. Intrigued, Ouyang inquired, "Tutu, what do you think of the mortal realm? It's lively and quite interesting, but I don't like it here. You can't ride paper cranes. And the air is foul." Hututu wrinkled his nose as he spoke. Ouyang lifted Hututu into his arms, brushing the snow off the little fellow, and softly remarked, "Is the air foul? No, it is not. What stinks is the human heart." Chapter 64. Within the deep palace, the commotion surrounding the flower boat was immense. As it departed from the East Market, a throng of onlookers swiftly gathered, following the direction of the enchanting vessel that seemed otherworldly. Soon, it attracted the attention of the patrolling ruffians, who, clad in armor, proceeded to part the crowd, maintaining order. They had received orders not to impede the passage of this flower boat, rumored to be a tribute for His Majesty the Emperor. The news spread through the imperial city like wildfire. Everyone learned that the grandest brothel, Yihonglu, had crafted a magnificent flower boat to present to the current sovereign. Within the depths of the palace, a series of coughs echoed throughout the grand hall. The eunuchs knelt trembling on the floor, seemingly anxious about the health of the esteemed figure reclining upon the central couch. Beside the couch, a young girl clad in tender green appeared visibly distressed as she gazed at the person lying there, her concern palpable. The girl, quite attractive yet exuding an innocent purity, bore a countenance filled with compassion. Cough, 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 a flower boat? Can a flower boat grant me longevity? Absurd. On the bed, an elderly man clad in a robe adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons sat up, coughing as he turned his gaze towards the young girl and smiled. His aged face, marked by age spots and reminiscent of a withering candle, bore a breathless demeanor, yet his features bore a striking resemblance to the proud, cold demeanor of a pine tree, exuding the sovereign's authority. Observing the elder's struggle to sit up, the girl hurriedly approached to assist him. As he grasped her hand, a wistful tone colored his words. Ah, to possess such youthful vitality. If I could reclaim such a body, the Tang dynasty would flourish under my reign, an empire that knows no decline. Your Majesty, may you enjoy eternal blessings and longevity, and surely witness the everlasting prosperity of the Tang. The girl gently reassured him while patting his back. Eternal? Huh. How could one possibly live for a millennium? Only by seeking the immortal and imploring them for supreme wisdom might one catch a glimpse of that elusive longevity. The elder sighed, his words imbued with yearning. Suddenly gripped by a thought, he seized the girl's hand, demanding, will that ungrateful child truly come? It has been a month. Why is there still no news? His grip was firm, causing the girl to furrow her brow in discomfort as she replied, Your Majesty, I have told you, every year with the first snowfall, Xianxia will seek us out. This has been the custom, and this year is merely a delay. Humph. You better not deceive me, or you and those orphans shall meet a grim fate. The elder released her hand, his gaze softening as a new thought struck him. Xian'er, if I could attain the secrets of immortality and rejuvenation, you shall stand beside me as we forge an everlasting empire for the Tang. He spoke tenderly, making a solemn vow. Xian'er, her head bowed and cheeks flushed, replied softly, I only wish for your Majesty's health and longevity. That alone satisfies me, for I dare not wish for more. The elder felt a surge of comfort, yet as he beheld her youthful, flowing hair, a sense of melancholy washed over him. The bittersweet awareness of his own aging. I lived before you were born, yet you have come of age while I have grown old. If only I could regain a few decades of youth, I would cherish you as you deserve. Though the girl was not of unparalleled beauty, she stirred within him the illusion of renewed love. How absurd it seemed, at his advanced age, to entertain such an illusion, yet, each time it surfaced, it brought forth the deepest sorrow as he recognized his twilight years. His expression morphed into one of fierce determination. He must uncover the secrets to eternal life. Surely, a method to prolong his existence existed in this world. For the sake of the throne, he had sacrificed his own son, his devoted queen, and countless others, until he found himself utterly alone. He could not resign himself to a solitary death. Having encountered Xian'er, he felt a semblance of home return, and this time, he would hold on tightly. As long as that rebellious offspring of mine, who aspires to become an immortal, can return, even without any method of attaining eternal life, I possess means to resurrect my existence. All that matters is his return. A coughing fit ensued, and the elder's visage flushed with an unusual hue. Appearing fatigued as he reclined once more upon the couch, Xian'er gently placed the elder upon the couch, tucking the blanket around him, and quietly withdrew. Upon closing the grand palace doors, Xian'er's previously anxious and worried expression transformed into one of pallor as she fought back the urge to retch. Hastily departing from the palace, the elder's aura of age made her feel nauseated. When his frail hand grasped hers, she had endured the discomfort without pulling away. For what reason? Perhaps it was the myriad of legends surrounding this elder that had captivated her in Maple Leaf City, igniting a yearning within her heart. Or perhaps it was the awe she felt towards a man who, while seated there, held the fates of millions in his hands, wielding such lofty power. She was merely an ordinary orphan girl in Maple Leaf City, devoid of any support or background, having ascended to her current status through the ethereal connections of two immortals. Each year, the immortals would come to gather with her, but what if there came a day when they ceased to do so? She would lose everything she had, a prospect she could not bear, nor allow to transpire. She was determined to stand atop the highest pinnacle of this nation, gazing down upon the mighty figures who had once disregarded her. Suppressing her nausea, Xian'er suddenly felt a chill at the tip of her nose. It was snowing. Did this mean Ouyang and his companions were arriving? A sigh of relief swept over her as she gazed into the distance from the palace steps, spotting a splendid flower ship, resplendently adorned. The grand vessel was crowded with youthful maidens, had she not possessed any means to survive thus far. She too might have stood among them on that beautiful ship. Yet now, she would occupy the seat of honor, quietly observing those lovely women employing every tactic to please her. She had already poisoned all her companions. Within this royal city, no one knew her true identity. Now, she awaited the arrival of Ouyang and his companion, after which she would ascend to a position of unparalleled authority. Clutching the handkerchief in her grip, she suddenly felt a firm embrace envelop her. "It's windy here. Do not catch a chill." At the sound of the newcomer's voice, Xianxia instantly relaxed, leaning against the broad shoulder as she whispered, "General, do you not fear that embracing me, now a favored concubine, might draw the Emperor's ire and cost you your head? I am the commander of the Imperial Guards. The elite forces of the royal city are under my command. How could the Emperor ever know that I am holding the favored concubine?" replied the armored general, cradling Xianxia. "General, do not betray me." Xianxia softly pleaded with the man behind her, her voice akin to that of a small beast. Such a sound ignited a fervor within the general, who tightened his embrace around Xianxia and murmured, "If you do not betray me, how could I ever betray you?" Chapter 65. Absurdity. As the flower boat approached the palace gates, the guards, witnessing such a sight for the first time, were taken aback by the vessel's grandeur and the beauty of the maidens aboard. However, without the emperor's decree, they dared not permit the flower boat to enter the palace. For who could tell if it harbored a band of assassins ready to storm the palace? Suddenly, a sharp cry resonated from within the depths of the palace, proclaiming the emperor's consent for the flower boat to enter. The crowd gathered outside gasped in astonishment. It was truly unexpected that His Majesty had given his approval for the flower boat's entrance. This was no small honor, and one could only imagine the increasing renown of the Yihong courtyard. Who would not desire to share a brothel with the emperor? As the grand gates of the palace slowly swung open, the flower boat sailed through unimpeded. At the very moment the flower boat entered, the previously silent and dark palace illuminated with two flickering lights, which brightened rapidly, illuminating the path deep into the palace. Gliding along the imperial road, Lung Qingsong, seated at the helm of the flower boat, gazed at the familiar yet strange surroundings. The tragic memories had long been buried in the depths of his mind. As a child, he had not fully grasped the gravity of what had transpired. Yet, upon witnessing the simultaneously familiar and foreign sights, a flicker of sadness and anger crossed Lung Qingsong's eyes. His biological parents had perished within these palace walls, and the blood of his kin still stained the green stones beneath. The sword intent within Lung Qingsong seemed to resonate with its master's fury, as if it sought to break free from its sealed confines within his meridians. Beside him, xianxia was taken aback. The seal she had set with her combined cultivation was nearly breached by the forceful surge of Lung Qingsong's nascent soul stage. Her little husband was truly extraordinary. The more unruly the steed, the greater the thrill of conquest. Xianxia licked her lips, casting a possessive glance at the elegantly dressed Lung Qingsong in his white gown. She pressed her hand firmly on his shoulder, reinforcing the seal. The once mobile Lung Qingsong found himself rendered immobile, save for his eyes, filled with indignation. Lung Qingsong shot an angry look at xianxia. The disparity in their realms was stark, though he could challenge those of the Yuanying stage. Xianxia had already attained a high level of mastery in her combined cultivation. Regardless of his capabilities, facing someone several realms above him, he was utterly at her mercy. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall devour you." Xianxia bent down, whispering seductively into Lung Qingsong's ear. Cold Qingsong could only turn his gaze towards the grand palace, eager to discern the contents of Xianxia's gourd. His elder brother had mysteriously vanished, not making an appearance even at this late hour. Perhaps it was for the best. Given his current appearance, his brother would undoubtedly find amusement in mocking him. While Cold Qingsong sought solace in his own thoughts, Ouyang had long since concealed himself in the shadows, having strategically placed several recording stones within the palace to capture every moment of his younger brother's day as a cross-dressing sensation. Ah, such a rare sight. How could he possibly miss the opportunity to document his brother's embarrassing history? Ouyang gazed with satisfaction at the recording stones in his possession, a sly grin forming on his lips. As the flower boat approached the great hall, silence enveloped the surroundings. Countless palace guards lay in wait, drawn bows ready to unleash a volley of arrows at the slightest sign of disturbance. Suddenly, the darkened hall illuminated, as numerous maidens and eunuchs, lanterns in hand, emerged from either side, casting a radiant glow upon the entrance. The grand doors creaked open, revealing a cadre of robust men who carried an opulent couch from within the hall. The old emperor reclined upon the couch, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the approaching flower boat. Indeed, it was a splendid work of art, yet he could not discern the figures aboard. In that instant, As the old emperor appeared, cold Xingsong's eyes blazed with a crimson hue. The man before him was none other than his grandfather, the very adversary responsible for the demise of his parents, whom he had scarcely known. There was no need for panic. He would not endure much longer. The flicker of life within him seemed on the verge of extinguishing. xianxia, perceptive to cold Xingsong's distress, hastily moved closer to offer comfort. It will be all right. Cold Xingsong's calm demeanor struck her as peculiar. xianxia glanced at the old emperor with a hint of exasperation. Though aged and nearing the end of his life, the aura of human fortune surrounding him remained remarkably potent. As a demon cultivator at the integration stage, she hesitated to provoke one so formidable, recognizing that while eliminating him would be effortless, the ensuing karmic entanglement could spell her own downfall. Just as cold Xingsong contemplated how to confront his sworn enemy, a dazzling flash of green caught his eye. That familiar silhouette, one he glimpsed every year during the first snowfall, was unmistakable. Yet, the exquisitely adorned face before him appeared utterly foreign, adorned with lavish gold and silver jewelry. The costly green gown transformed her from merely attractive to regal. Had a year truly wrought such change? Cold Xingsong found himself struggling to recognize the young lady before him as Xianyuan, a figure he often reminisced about. Xianxia approached the emperor's resting place, effortlessly positioning herself before him, her smile radiant as she engaged him in playful banter, occasionally revealing the innocence of her youth. This scene appeared painfully vivid in Lang Qingsong's eyes, as the figure before him began to merge with memories long held, causing a sudden wave of nausea to grip him. What is this? Is that not your cherished moonlight? xianxia, curious, glanced at the figure, instinctively comparing herself, by any measure of beauty or form. She surpassed the ordinary woman. Initially anticipating a breathtaking beauty, xianxia felt a sense of relief. It was merely mediocre. Silence. Lang Qingsong bit his lip until it bled, casting a cold gaze at Xianxia and the emperor, as if he wished to engrave this moment deeply in his memory. Xianxia seemed to sense the sharpness of Lang Qingsong's stare. Her displeasure flickered across her face. The floral vessel was indeed exquisite,
with the women aboard appearing far more enchanting than herself. Yet, such adornments were ultimately mere tools for self-indulgence. How could they evoke discomfort within her? They must be destroyed.
Xianxia whispered softly to the emperor, who frowned at the floral vessel and commanded, "Bring forth the flames to incinerate this ship." Once sealed by xianxia's layers of enchantment, Lang Qingsong slowly rose, his gaze icy as he directed his attention toward the grand hall, murmuring, "Absurd." Chapter 66, The Emperor's Counterattack. Just as xianxia intended to prevent Lang Qingsong from standing, she realized that forcibly breaking his seal would lead to the destruction of his body, which was only at the core formation stage. The moment he stood, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Lang Qingsong, an unparalleled sword intent soaring forth. The seals set by xianxia were instantly shattered by this invincible sword aura, causing a backlash that made her throat taste the metallic tang of blood. Droplets staining her vibrant red gown. xianxia stared in horror at Lang Qingsong, who now appeared as a sword to her, a celestial blade capable of cleaving the heavens. Such formidable pressure left even her, at the integration stage, feeling a pang of trepidation. How could such sword might emanate from one merely at the core formation stage? Staring at Lang Qingsong, she found herself frozen in place. Meanwhile, Lang Qingsong radiated sword intent intertwined with a murderous aura, sweeping outward like a tidal wave. The surrounding bluestone tiles were uprooted, and the snow-laden sky was dispersed by the sheer force of the sword intent. Countless imperial guards, palace maids, and eunuchs around the hall succumbed to unconsciousness under this oppressive might. Yet, a faint golden aura enveloped the emperor, shielding him from the overwhelming sword pressure. The sharp sword light ascended to the heavens, dispersing the snow and illuminating the entire imperial city. Within the imperial city, the long swords resonated in unison. Seemingly stirred by an exhilarating anticipation, Cold Qingsong felt every bone in his body tremble as a cacophony of shattering sounds assaulted his eardrums, rendering his vision a blur, save for a piercing glimmer of sword light. Suddenly, the rhythm of a heartbeat jolted Cold Qingsong into awareness. It was his own heartbeat. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that this heartbeat echoed the very sword within his heart. The sword he pursued was his essence, and he was the sword. His heart was metamorphosing into a blade. At that instant, Cold Qingsong sensed he had transformed into the sharpest sword in existence, capable of severing all, even the fabric of time itself. From the heavens, an influx of profound and murky energy descended, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, as the boundless sword intent radiating from Cold Qingsong appeared to be suppressed by the celestial order. Such formidable swordsmanship should not manifest in this world. The heavens would not allow it. Yet, having brushed against that boundary, Cold Qingsong was resolute in his pursuit. He felt as though he stood amidst a realm forged of golden light. Countless celestial truths traversed before his eyes, each representing the pinnacle of the Tao. But cold Qingsong remained oblivious, fixated instead on an immense, sealed door. He sensed something beckoning from beyond that door. Yet it loomed so large that he felt infinitesimal in its presence. Gradually, cold Qingsong raised his hand, gently grasping the endless golden light surrounding him. With determination, he declared, "Sever." Like an immortal, his countenance serene, he gazed at the colossal door and, with a delicate motion, swung the sword fashioned from the boundless golden light. The supreme might of his sword collided with the door, causing it to resonate with a thunderous hum. In the next moment, the door was cleaved in two. And amidst the myriad of fragments, only his own path remained visible in cold Qingsong's eyes. The myriad energies of the universe were drawn into him, and he stood, ensconced in an enigmatic state of profound understanding. The intricate energies around him surged, with countless runes of resonance circulating about his form. Enlightenment. The pinnacle of attainment that cultivators yearn for throughout their lives, the ability to perceive the essence of the Tao, had been encountered by cold Qingsong, merely at the Dan formation stage. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a thread of fate belonging to the Tang kingdom began to detach from him. The karmic ties that were his own were being severed by his very hand. All present were mere mortals. They witnessed only the white-clad woman, who had once sat atop the flower boat, rise slowly, before becoming motionless, as countless azure stone slabs soared outward in every direction. The aged emperor, reclining upon his couch, gazed at the figure clad in a white dress, the cold and ethereal Qingsong, a sense of eerie familiarity washing over him, stemming from a bloodline connection that evoked an unexpected warmth within the solitary monarch. Beside him, Xianxia trembled in fear at the sight of the familiar silhouette, her heart racing with panic as she cried out within, "Why? Why? It has barely begun to snow. How could they already have arrived? He has seen everything." The very visage of her nestled against the emperor was laid bare before the immortal Qingsong. Xianxia's countenance twisted into a mask of rage. Her previously regal demeanor shattered in an instant, her mind racing frantically to devise a countermeasure. Meanwhile, xianxia, standing resolutely before Qingsong, understood the gravity of her state. Clutching her chest to stave off the backlash, determined to shield her from any disturbances. The attainment of enlightenment was a rare and momentous event for a practitioner, critical to their cultivation, and xianxia would not permit Qingsong to be disturbed at such a pivotal moment. Xianxia, consumed by utter madness, envisioned herself facing the wrath of the immortal for her deceit, fearing a return to a life of turmoil and uncertainty. "No, I would rather perish than endure such an existence again." Gritting her teeth, Xianxia turned sharply to the emperor, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, quickly eliminate them. They are assassins." The emperor regarded the seemingly deranged young woman with calm detachment, perceiving that the true essence of Xianxia had only just emerged, while the illusion of familial affection was a mere xianxia conjured by her. Indeed, the base nature of a contemptible person would inevitably reveal itself. The emperor's composed words momentarily stunned Xianxia. Then, in a frenzied state, she drew a dagger from her bosom and lunged into the emperor's embrace. "No one shall force me back to that life, not even the emperor." She thrust the dagger into the emperor's chest, yet he remained unperturbed, his expression one of pity as he gently grasped her chin and murmured, "Do you truly believe I would so readily place my trust in you? I trust only in your youthful form." Xianxia froze, a sudden, intense pain gripping her insides as she gazed in horror at the emperor's tranquil visage. Desperate to escape his proximity, she found herself captured by his grasp. "I have grown too old," he whispered in her ear. "I had intended to seize the body of my immortal grandson, but time has slipped away. Thus, your body shall suffice." Xianxia shuddered, on the brink of protest. Yet the emperor held her hand firmly against the dagger, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he spoke in a fragmented tone. "This palace is governed by my will. Nothing eludes my gaze. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your sordid affairs?" Though the woman before him harbored deep cunning, in the eyes of the decades-old emperor, she appeared overly naive. His enduring patience was merely a xianxia, for he coveted the celestial being that lay behind her. Xianxia yearned to argue, yet her mind grew increasingly heavy. Reluctantly, she turned toward Lung Qingsong, parting her lips to speak, but the old emperor, wielding the last vestiges of his strength, covered her mouth. The young girl closed her eyes, only to reopen them a moment later, her gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity, exuding an aura of imperial authority unique to a sovereign. Chapter 67. Transformation. As Xianxia reopened her eyes, they brimmed with the fierce demeanor of a ruler, subtly revealing the aura of dominance that indicated the owner of her body had shifted. Gazing at her youthful form, Xianxia erupted into laughter, reveling in her revival. with decades ahead of her to squander. Alas, she lamented, she had not attained the celestial form. The old emperor had successfully usurped her body, while the original xianxia's soul had long been devoured. As he assimilated the remnants of this body's memories, he savored its boundless vitality. Concepts of family and love seemed trivial in the face of time. Only those on the brink of death grasped the paramount importance of survival. As long as he drew breath, infinite possibilities lay before him. He cast a reluctant glance toward Lung Qingsong, for in his designs, he had intended to seize the celestial body. Cursed wench, how dare she strike at him? Once the old emperor had absorbed all memories, his expression shifted, reverting to that of the sorrowful young girl, gazing pitifully at Lung Qingsong. This was the descendant he had once yearned to slay himself. Even now, the old emperor felt no remorse for his actions. Being a member of the imperial family, he had long since experienced the bitter reality of familial betrayal. The bonds of kinship crumbled effortlessly before the might of power. The old emperor's eyes fell upon Lung Qingsong, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Only eternal life could secure his grasp on power. Should this rebellious child, now transformed into a celestial being, pass down supreme methods, he could embark on the path of cultivation, achieving immortality. He would become the eternal master of this empire. What do you see? A voice suddenly pierced the air beside the old emperor. He turned abruptly to find Ouyang standing beside him, his hands tucked calmly into his sleeves. Who are you? Ouyang. The old emperor rifled through xianxia's memories, a look of surprise blossoming on his face as he lunged toward Ouyang. Without a glance, Ouyang seized the young girl's hand, lifting her effortlessly as one would a rabbit. As he beheld her pitiful eyes, he felt a twinge of distaste. After all, although she appeared as a 20-year-old maiden, the soul within was that of an aging curmudgeon. Yet the old emperor remained oblivious to the fact that Ouyang had been observing his every action from the shadows, even adopting the role of xianxia. Gazing at Ouyang with a pitiful expression and saying, "Ouyang immortal, have you hurt me?" Her tone was sorrowful, reminiscent of a wronged girl. Ouyang, with a smirk that danced between jest and seriousness, replied, "Hurt you? Should I summon a dozen burly men to swing you around a few times?" The old emperor was momentarily taken aback, for in his recollections, Ouyang had always treated this body with kindness. What could have prompted such coarse language? Was it perhaps this foolish woman's seduction that had incited the immortal's displeasure? Immortal, it is his majesty who has compelled me, as a frail woman. What can I do? The old emperor's expression turned desolate, resembling a white lotus unable to grasp its own fate. Ouyang, with a touch of tenderness, reached out to caress the maiden's cheek, bending down to whisper in her ear, "Are you playing the fool, old scoundrel?" Everything that had transpired was witnessed by Ouyang, who had been hiding in the flower boat's cabin, savoring the unfolding drama with great delight. The captivating scenes prompted Ouyang to exclaim in astonishment. Yet the old emperor's method of possession struck Ouyang as somewhat unsettling. Why was Ouyang able to witness the old emperor's usurpation? Suddenly, an attribute panel appeared on the previously unremarkable xianxia. Name, xianxia, dual souls. Root, 0 luck, 0 charm, 0 talent, 0 exclusive skill, 0 evaluation, no evaluation. Speaking of which, why does it feel like my system is becoming increasingly subpar? How could an ordinary mortal achieve possession and rebirth? Surely, there must be some practitioner's stratagem behind this. Thus, Ouyang made his appearance before the old emperor, intent on uncovering the identity of the force behind him. The maiden's astonished expression lingered as she stammered. "What do you mean, immortal?" Ouyang patted her cheek, a hint of regret in his voice as he said, "I mean, who exactly has aided you in your usurpation?" "Old scoundrel, I don't understand what you mean." The old emperor was struck with terror. How could Ouyang discern his true identity? Ouyang tossed the maiden onto the couch, and under the old emperor's horrified gaze, drew his sword, calmly stating, "Do you know how to write the word for death? Would you like to learn? I shall inscribe it upon your face. I am the emperor of the great Tang. Do you dare to kill me? Do you not fear divine retribution?" With the sword drawn, the old emperor decided to abandon pretense, vociferously rebuking Ouyang. "Oh, so that soul truly is you? I merely wished to enhance your appearance." "I never said I intended to kill you," Ouyang replied, tilting his head and smirking. The old emperor, discerning the mocking tone of Ouyang, immediately realized he had been deceived. He hastily proclaimed, "I can appoint you as the national master of the great Tang. We could even share this kingdom equally." Observing the old emperor, who resembled a dog pleading for mercy, Ouyang remained perplexed. How could they believe that worldly matters could sway a practitioner? Ouyang raised his hand and drove a sword beside the old emperor's ear, embedding the blade into the wooden armrest of the soft couch. The quivering sword reflecting the emperor's pale visage. Ouyang felt a strange familiarity regarding the practitioner behind the old emperor, but could not ascertain who it was at that moment. The fact that this individual had not revealed a trace of their presence indicated an unusual caution. As long as they were unwilling, they would remain hidden. Ouyang turned to gaze at the serene figure of Lung Qingsong, who was deep in enlightenment, his expression shifting to one of confusion, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. Finally, Lung Qingsong opened his eyes, their depths swirling with profound truths, the essence of the mysterious energy being absorbed into his body. The golden core within him spun wildly, reaching an extreme speed, beginning to fracture. Lung Qingsong gently lifted his hand, and the clouds above were swept away as if by the edge of a sword, leaving a clear sky. A colossal, formless sword, accompanied by swirling yellow and black energies, slowly materialized, and Lung Qingsong found himself uncontrollably ascending into the sky. In midair, the enormous, intangible sword settled behind him, transforming into a streak of light that entered his body. The golden core within him shattered instantaneously, and a tiny figure, merely an inch tall, leaped from the remnants of the core. The infant transformation. Lung Qingsong was on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. The form of the nascent soul mirrored Lung Qingsong, and the streak of light coalesced into a small sword in the hands of the infant. As the small sword fully materialized, Lung Qingsong gazed at it for an extended period. The sword bore a striking resemblance to the wooden sword gifted to him by Xianxia during his childhood. Do you like practicing swordsmanship? Then this is for you. The girl had offered, her face filled with admiration. I will become the best in the world. The youthful Lung Qingsong had declared earnestly as he accepted the sword. In the next moment, Lung Qingsong's expression sharpened. The long sword in the nascent soul's grasp shattered instantly. The air resonated with a crisp sound of metal breaking. In an instant, chaos erupted within his dantian, and the newly formed nascent soul began to turn transparent. In the realm of sword cultivators, one typically trains only their lifebound flying sword. To break one's own lifebound sword is tantamount to self-destruction, potentially leading to madness with the slightest misstep. Lung Qingsong's aura began to waver, and as he opened his eyes, a frenzied killing intent burned within them. However, when his gaze fell upon xianxia, who stood resolutely before him, his eyes regained clarity. Within his dantian, the nascent soul stabilized, and the dissipating essence of the broken sword ceased. The primordial infant, with its eyes gently closed, sat cross-legged within the dantian of the cold blue pine, absorbing the abundant essence of heaven and earth. The transparent broken sword steadied itself. For although the innate sword was fractured, it had not been lost. As the primordial infant leapt forth from the golden core, the heavenly Tao responded. The ominous clouds, previously dispersed by the sword's radiance, began to coalesce once more. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, a terrifying tribulation was brewing. Those who reached the primordial infant stage in their cultivation must confront a celestial trial. Surviving this tribulation would elevate them to the status of a formidable primordial infant cultivator, while failure would result in death and the obliteration of their path. This marked the first assessment of the heavens upon practitioners, known as the Triad Thunder Tribulation. Each year, countless golden core cultivators perished within this formidable trial. As the cold blue pine's breath gradually stabilized, he slightly opened his eyes, casting a dissatisfied glance at the impending tribulation in the sky, and slowly uttered a single word: depart. Chapter 68. The secret realm of the immortals. The brewing thunder tribulation in the sky seemed to hesitate momentarily before vanishing entirely, swept away like leaves in a tempest. The once formidable storm of tribulation disappeared without a trace upon the utterance of that single word by the cold blue pine. This was the very Triad Thunder Tribulation that had caused countless golden core cultivators to lament their fate, yet it fled in the presence of cold blue pine. The cold blue pine, responsible for this remarkable occurrence, descended from the sky. His form was already imbued with a sharp sword intent, and now, each gesture of his hands and feet subtly exuded a flowing sword energy. This was a manifestation of his integration with the sword path. Once his cultivation stabilized, he felt confident that he could effortlessly vanquish even those in the out-of-body stage with his blade. However, regrettably, his innate sword was incomplete, necessitating the search for a new heart sword. Upon landing on the flower boat, cold blue pine noticed the blood at the corner of xianxia's mouth, and a flicker of remorse passed through his eyes. Yet, xianxia, unfazed, smiled warmly at him. Taking a deep breath, cold blue pine turned to gaze at the figure reclining upon the soft couch, a visage that had frequently appeared in his memories. She was significantly more beautiful than before, yet she had become exceedingly unfamiliar. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that the elegant and regal maiden before him was Xian'er. What does he intend to do? The old emperor, observing cold blue pine clad in white on the opposite flower boat, realized that the maiden in white was indeed his own grandson, cold blue pine. It is of little consequence. He likely seeks to hone his Tao heart by borrowing your life. Ouyang replied casually. Brother, could you step aside a bit? Cold Blue Pine asked softly, glancing at Ouyang. Ouyang nodded in agreement. Matters concerning Cold Blue Pine should naturally be resolved by Cold Blue Pine himself. As Cold Blue Pine turned his attention back to the maiden, his primordial infant cultivation allowed him to discern that the girl before him had undergone a soul exchange. At the primordial infant stage, he had just begun to touch the threshold of the spirit, making him particularly sensitive to the differences in souls. Hence it was not difficult to detect the change in the girl. Rebellious child, do you wish to slay me? I am your own grandfather. The old emperor glared fiercely at Lung Qingsong and spoke, for the first time feeling the terror of being an ant beneath the foot of a giant. He was, after all, an emperor above thousands, wielding the lives of countless subjects and commanding an army of 100,000.
Why did he feel as insignificant as a mere dog before these celestial beings? When you slaughtered my parents, did you ever consider they were your own kin?
Long Qingsong inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. The old emperor fell silent, his face alternating between shades of green and red, and then he despondently replied, To the victor belong the spoils. Since you possess the ability to arrive here, then go ahead and act. Lung Qingsong turned to Ouyang and asked, Is there any issue if I kill him now? Ouyang rolled his eyes and replied, If you wish to kill him, then do so. What could possibly be the problem? You even dismissed the thunder tribulation just now. However, I do not wish to take his life. My parents indeed rebelled. As he just stated, it's merely the way of the world. As for the favor of the sword, I shall return it to Xianxia this time. Lung Qingsong contemplated the old emperor for a moment, then pointed his finger, transforming it into a sword that directly aimed at the old emperor. A beam of golden light struck the old emperor, who felt as though his body was being torn apart, akin to someone pulling at his form like shredded squid. Yet it stopped midway. Enduring the excruciating pain, the old emperor queried, What have you done to me? To his horror, he discovered that his voice had morphed into a disconcerting blend of masculine and feminine tones, one his own, the other belonging to the original body. The mixed voice was jarringly discordant. The old emperor even sensed that the wretched maid was vying for control over his body. Upon hearing the old emperor's voice, Ouyang was taken aback, quickly grasping Lung Qingsong's intentions. Lung Qingsong had re-separated the souls of the old emperor and Xianxia, though not completely. The green tea girl had also revived. Now, two consciousnesses resided within Xianxia's body. It was uncertain whether you, now in a woman's form, could still maintain the throne. Oh, and this green tea girl had an old suitor who might aid her in reclaiming her position. How intriguing. Although it might seem a bit extreme for the old emperor to be forcibly feminized, surely sacrificing a bit of his body for the throne would not be too much to ask? In due time, the green tea's fiancé would bring an army to rescue her, and upon discovering his fiancée, he transformed into an empress, sharing her body with an old man. What a tale of 3 men and 1 woman would unfold. How captivating, how exhilarating. Ouyang reflected that even the narrative he concocted in his mind was enough to shatter one's worldview, glancing at his second-in-command. Astonished that the usually taciturn one could harbor such a devious nature, Cold Qingsong's expression remained unperturbed as he gazed upon the full moon in the sky. Having completed his task, he suddenly sensed that the heavens seemed to lower slightly. The primordial infant within him also perceived his thoughts. Furrowing its brow as it raised the broken sword in its hand, Cold Qingsong transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring towards the heavens. As if the sky had been torn asunder, revealing a vast chasm above. It was as though a wound had been inflicted upon the firmament, from which an abundance of resonant energies flowed forth. I am the sword, and the sword is me, echoed Cold Qingsong's voice throughout the cosmos. The heavenly path responded. And instantly, 3 ancient chimes reverberated across the world. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A majestic palace revealed a corner of itself in the sky, its form resembling a long sword, akin to a blade sheathed within its scabbard, slanting majestically in the firmament. Countless prominent practitioners in the cultivation realm sensed the emergence of this palace simultaneously, gazing upwards in unison. The palace, concealed within the heavens, was enveloped by an inexhaustible essence of sword intent, instilling fear in all who dared to glance upon it. The immortal's secret realm. Those practitioners who had lived long enough and witnessed enough understood immediately what this palace represented upon their first sight. Great cultivators of ancient times possessed the ability to create their own realms, crafting personal domains with unparalleled mastery. Once these mighty beings perished, their created realms were concealed by the heavenly path. Only when a worthy successor appeared would these hidden realms re-emerge before the eyes of the world. Such realms are also known as the immortal's secret realm. Within these realms, not only lie the celestial treasures of ancient times, but also the legacies and artifacts of the great cultivators. Acquiring even a single item from within could benefit an ordinary practitioner for a lifetime. Instantly, the cultivation world was set abuzz. Although the reason for the sudden appearance of this heavenly path secret realm remained unclear, its emergence signified an opportunity. Even the 9 sacred lands would not overlook an immortal's secret realm. Yet, it remained a mystery as to which ancient immortal had left behind this realm. Far away on a small peak, Bai Fei Yu sneezed loudly, nearly tumbling from the tree. Rubbing his nose, he wondered why his right eyelid had begun to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 69. Ouyang Cold Qing Song had spared the old emperor's life, yet it only deepened his suffering. As Cold Qing Song returned to the flower boat and turned to glance back at the seemingly frenzied figure, his face bore no expression. The flower boat, halted before the grand hall, slowly levitated, carrying Ouyang and his companions skyward. Second brother, what on earth did that sword strike unleash? Ouyang lay on the deck of the flower boat, gazing at a corner of the towering palace above, while Hu Tu, beside him, had already fallen asleep. Smacking his lips, Ouyang found the sight quite intriguing. He had never before witnessed a palace suddenly materializing in the sky, despite being right before his eyes. No matter how high he flew, he could never touch even a corner of the palace, which was truly enchanting. This was the realm of the immortals. The entire secret realm would only fully reveal itself when the portal was opened. Speaking of such realms, even your Qinyan sect would not turn a blind eye to it. xianxia glanced at the secret realm and remarked to Ouyang, "Why aren't you attending to your little husband and instead seeking me out?" Ouyang, without turning his head, inquired about the celestial realm above. Long Qingsong, having just broken through, was still stabilizing his realm in his chamber. Meanwhile, xianxia sat on the deck, gazing dreamily towards the secret realm. "When I was younger, I idolized Master Hu Yun, for every word he spoke would eventually manifest into reality. I always believed he was infallible, but this time, it feels as though both Lung Qingsong and I are mere pawns in his game, a sensation that deeply unsettles me." Ouyang glanced at xianxia, who, usually so spirited, was now quietly hugging her legs, staring vacantly at the sky as if she had undergone a transformation. "If it troubles you, then why not inquire?" Ouyang said nonchalantly. A great cultivator like Master Hu Yun must have profound reasons for his actions, though it feels uncomfortable. "I shall not question him. I trust him," xianxia murmured softly. To her, the broad-shouldered middle-aged man had, in her youth, shielded her and her master like a father would. In her heart, she had long regarded Hu Yun as a paternal figure. Thus, even if utilized by him, she felt it was only natural. Ouyang smirked slightly, gently lifting the sleeping Hu Tu from his arms and placing him in xianxia's embrace. He then produced a communication stone, channeling a stream of true energy into it. "Hello. Who is this?" A deep, smoky male voice emanated from the stone. "It's me. The affairs in Tang country are concluded," Ouyang responded into the stone. "Ah, it's Ouyang. I was wondering who it might be. Come, let the music play on. Let the dance continue." The deep voice transformed into a lively tone, soon accompanied by the sounds of various instruments and the laughter of several women. Ouyang, with a furrowed brow, retorted into the communication stone, "You old fool, you'll eventually meet your demise at the hands of a woman. Shut it, fledgling. You old lecher." "Oh, getting anxious, are we? Do you wish for your harem to ignite?" Ouyang glanced at xianxia, who was cradling the sleeping Hu Tu, lowering his voice in a threatening manner. "My apologies, I misspoke. What brings you to seek me, my dear disciple?" Hu Yun's tone instantly softened, adopting a somewhat ingratiating demeanor as he addressed Ouyang. "Why resort to such methods?" Ouyang inquired. Hu Yun languidly remarked, "Otherwise, when will we wait? After that foolish boy undergoes his tribulation and solidifies his resolve, what do you suppose will happen when he witnesses the scene you just displayed?" Ouyang's mind conjured the image of the furious Lung Qingsong, sword drawn, bringing bloodshed upon the world, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, Ouyang countered, "Did you transform that green tea into this state? How can you unjustly tarnish someone's reputation? I merely gifted that girl a jade pendant. Beyond that, I did nothing. All subsequent choices were hers, and her transformation is her own doing. It has nothing to do with me." Hu Yun, with an air of impatience, responded, "I merely presented a jade pendant, yet in doing so, I unwittingly opened the door to her desires. I simply utilized the prevailing circumstances and the innate cravings of mortals. My master truly possesses terrifying prowess in this regard. Must practitioners sever all ties to the mundane?" Ouyang pondered aloud. Hu Yun sighed deeply. "What consequences do you believe arise from the love between mortals and cultivators? Compared to cultivators, the lifespan of mortals is fleeting. When a mortal reaches a century, what madness might a practitioner resort to in a bid to reclaim their beloved? Can you assure me of the outcome? There exists a way of life for mortals and a distinct path for cultivators. The affection a practitioner holds for a mortal is akin to one contemplating marriage to an inflatable companion. It seems utterly absurd from the perspective of a cultivator. Once a practitioner reaches a certain level of mastery, the potential for chaos is immense. The transformation into a demon through a mere thought is all too common. Ouyang continued, "You, my younger brother, aspire to tread the path of the master of 10,000 swords. But how does this differ from that of an emperor among mortals? The karmic entanglements of the mundane will tarnish his sword's heart. Only when his heart is pure can he discern his true path. Look at the spouse I found for him. Everything one could desire. Far superior to the oddities of the mortal realm." At Ouyang's words, xianxia blushed, retorting, "You old rogue. Has that secret realm appeared?" Ouyang's voice rang out again. Ouyang gazed skyward at the celestial palace and affirmed with a nod. "I too deduced it. Once Qingsong achieves a pure sword heart, he will unlock this secret realm, rumored to contain vast opportunities. Do not forget to go," Ouyang urged. The old man had even calculated the secret realm. Ouyang's efforts to guide Lung Qingsong toward achieving a pure sword heart were all part of a grand design to pave the way for his disciple. Ouyang, feeling perplexed, posed one final question. If that is the case, why assist the dog emperor in seizing a body? Isn't that akin to taking off one's pants to fart? I shall reiterate. I only bestowed a jade pendant upon that girl. Beyond that, I know nothing. You do not truly believe I am omniscient, do you? Hey, Bayer, don't strip me of my trousers. Ouyang emphasized once more, seemingly trying to placate someone unknown. Is it not you? Ouyang furrowed his brow as the communication stone in his hand was abruptly disconnected by Ouyang. If not his master, then who could it be? Within a secluded cave, a melancholic middle-aged gentleman embraced a stunningly beautiful woman, whispering sweet nothings. The woman rested her head on the man's shoulder and, with a breath as fragrant as orchids, inquired, "Can that young man truly help Xiaoya overcome her great tribulation?" The middle-aged gentleman pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. The divination I have calculated for over a decade suggests that with Ouyang's mention of seizing possession, I suspect unforeseen variables have arisen. Am I to lose a disciple in vain?" The woman widened her eyes in disbelief. "Ame, we both know that Xiaoya is destined for demise. The emergence of variables is already a stroke of good fortune," he hastily reassured her. "You are truly ornamental yet of no use," the woman retorted bitterly. "Ornamental yet of no use?" The middle-aged gentleman felt provoked, and with a swift gesture, extinguished the lantern. Determined to reclaim his honor, the old emperor lay on the ground like a defeated dog, his eyes bloodshot and gasping for breath. He had never experienced such humiliation as a sovereign. "Someone, protect the emperor," he bellowed, his voice a jarring mix of male and female tones. Yet, the grand hall remained desolate, devoid of any presence. "Congratulations, your majesty, on your rebirth." A shadowy figure emerged from the corner, addressing the old emperor with a tone of feigned indifference. "National master, save me." Upon seeing the dark figure, the old emperor reached out, as if grasping a lifeline. "Isn't this what you desired, your majesty? Though you did not obtain an immortal body, this youthful form is still quite satisfactory." The shadow revealed itself to be Lin Feng, the demonic prince who had risen from the grave. Lin Feng surveyed the androgynous old emperor with dissatisfaction, for in his plans, the emperor was meant to inhabit the body of Lung Qingsong. What a waste! Lin Feng frowned, flicking his fingers to drop a pill into the old emperor's mouth. "What you must do now, your majesty, is to secure your throne within 7 days, then initiate the blood sacrifice to ascend," Lin Feng urged, suppressing his disdain. "Will sacrificing hundreds of thousands truly grant me eternal life?" The old emperor gazed at Lin Feng with hopeful anticipation. Lin Feng chuckled softly, the demonic patterns on his face becoming increasingly pronounced as he coaxed the old emperor. "Of course, you can achieve immortality, and even ascend to become an immortal." Chapter 70. "I'm finding you a method of death." As Lin Feng seduced the old emperor, he silently scoffed within. How audacious for a mere mortal to aspire for eternal life. Were it not for the old emperor's auspicious golden dragon protection, Lin Feng would have long since turned him into a mere puppet. Regrettably, the grand blood sacrifice I had meticulously orchestrated for 1,000,000 souls has gone awry. My initial intention was for the old emperor to stabilize Ouyang and Lung Qingsong, ultimately leading to their demise through a lethal formation. However, I never anticipated the old emperor's utter incompetence. All my efforts in eliminating so many lives over the past few days have been in vain. What a disappointment. Before me stands Lin Feng, the former esteemed disciple of the Qianxia sect, now entirely acclimated to the body of the demonic progeny, Zhu Yuan. Lin Feng revels in the surging power coursing through him, within a mere span of days. He has ascended from the 3rd to the 6th level of the nascent soul realm. There are no barriers to his cultivation, and he feels his strength augmenting with every passing moment. This sensation has ensnared him in an intoxicating obsession, compared to his own physique. The aptitude of his esteemed disciple's body is indeed that of a true prodigy. Alas, the pace of his advancement is still too slow. Despite perceiving his power's exponential growth daily, Lin Feng's insatiable thirst for strength has led to discontent. The notion that he could enhance his cultivation through the act of killing is tantalizing, yet the gradual process of slaying one individual at a time proves excruciatingly sluggish. His mind brims with various arcane techniques documented during Zhu Yuan's tenure as the demonic progeny. The blood sacrifice technique. The greater the number of souls offered, the more substantial the enhancement for the demon cultivator. Thus, Lin Feng's gaze turns towards the distant Tang Kingdom. This realm, a mere mortal domain, is home to millions crowded within its diminutive cities. Upon his initial arrival, Lin Feng has chosen this place as the site of his first blood sacrifice. Though his cultivation has been suppressed, utilizing a few minor tricks, he swiftly earns the old emperor's trust. What Lin Feng did not expect was that this locale is, in fact, the ancestral ground of Ouyang and Lung Qingsong. The old emperor before him is none other than the grandfather of Lung Qingsong, who single-handedly toppled the entire Wenjian peak with a single stroke. Transformed in both demeanor and ruthlessness, Lin Feng resolves to torment this old emperor to death. Relishing the satisfaction of personal vengeance, he produces a yellow talisman, which ignites spontaneously without flame, and casually discards it upon the old emperor's original form, igniting a conflagration that rages like oil meeting fire. The old emperor gazes upon his body, slowly reduced to ashes, with a complex expression. This experience is profoundly surreal, akin to witnessing one's own demise. Surely, your majesty has made arrangements for contingencies. The throne should be smoothly succeeded, no? Lin Feng inquires nonchalantly. Rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements. The old emperor hastily replies. Lin Feng nods, stating, in 7 days, I shall activate the formation. It will mark the day of your majesty's ascension to immortality. A look of delight spreads across the old emperor's face as he bows to Lin Feng, proclaiming, should this endeavor succeed, I am willing to share the Tang Kingdom's dominion with the national master. The voice of the old emperor transformed back into that of a woman. The pill Lin Feng had just conjured possessed the power to stabilize the soul. Time was running short. Your majesty, it is best you retire for the evening. Lin Feng stated bluntly, issuing an unceremonious dismissal. The old emperor bowed respectfully, yet a glint of ferocity flickered in her eyes. She had never been treated so brusquely before. When she achieved immortality, she would summon the entire Imperial Guard, and regardless of the casualties, she vowed to eliminate Lin Feng. Once the old emperor vanished from sight, Lin Feng gazed down at the increasingly radiant magical patterns on his hands, murmuring, Ouyang, just wait. One day, what I have lost will be reclaimed by my own hands. No need to wait. I despise being in debt to others. Let us settle this now. Just as Lin Feng was immersed in his silent oath, Ouyang's voice drifted from the air above. Bathed in moonlight, Ouyang, clad in a blue robe, perched upon an enormous paper crane, resting his chin on one hand, wore a smile that was neither here nor there as he regarded Lin Feng below, although his heart was filled with perplexity. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's attribute panel had already manifested before his eyes. Name, Lin Feng, Holy Palm of the Demon Clan. Cultivation, 6th level of Yuan Infant, suppressed, root bone, 101 charisma, 8 luck, 7 swordsmanship aptitude, 10 exclusive skills, shape-shifting demon figure. Soul metamorphosis evaluation. Don't ask me. I have no idea how to evaluate this. Ouyang was intrigued by the Lin Feng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to ancestor Yuanzhang, with identical root bone, charisma, and luck scores. Yet, the garbled characters following his name and the vague evaluation piqued Ouyang's curiosity even further. What manner of being was this Lin Feng that even the system could not provide a coherent assessment? It was known that even reincarnated beings and sword immortals could be effortlessly distinguished by the system. Yet here, before him, was Lin Feng, the first instance of the system faltering. This cast a shadow over the credibility of his previously unwavering faith in the system. Having learned that his master had not arranged for the old emperor's soul to be usurped, Ouyang promptly activated the record stone hidden within the palace. He fortuitously witnessed the exchange between Lin Feng and the old emperor. The record stone, crafted by a junior from the miscellaneous studies peak, could not capture sound, and merely viewing the stone did not reveal the attributes of the individuals involved. Thus, Ouyang resolved to utilize the paper crane to ascertain the true nature of this individual. To his astonishment, upon arrival, he overheard Lin Feng addressing him directly. Ouyang, eyes wide with astonishment, inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why do you resemble ancestor Ouyang so closely?" In Lin Feng's mind, countless metaphorical beasts were galloping, as he never anticipated that Ouyang would launch a surprise attack. Gazing at Ouyang upon the paper crane, Lin Feng's mind raced, and he finally spoke. "I am Zuming, the Grand Prince of the Demon Clan. You of the Qingyun sect have slain my royal brother. I shall surely avenge this grievance." Ouyang, observing Lin Feng's attempt to conceal his identity, leaped down from the paper crane. With a surge of genuine energy, Ouyang struck the ground, creating a crater as he extricated his leg from the earth, eyeing Lin Feng, who was startled and assumed a defensive stance. Ouyang retrieved the tome titled Fundamentals of the Five Elements Techniques. Flipping through its pages while glancing at Lin Feng, he chuckled. "I don't believe you, Lin Feng. Your name has been directly flagged by the system. Do not pretend to be someone you are not." Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Only he and Ling Feng from the Qingyun sect were privy to his name. How could Ouyang know? As Lin Feng frantically pondered his next move, he found himself at a disadvantage, his powers suppressed to the Qi refinement stage, leaving him devoid of a strategy against Ouyang. "What are you reading?" Lin Feng gulped, gazing at Ouyang, who was engrossed in his book. Ouyang raised his head briefly to meet Lin Feng's gaze before returning to his search, casually replying, "I am selecting a method of death that I prefer for you." Chapter 71. An overwhelming battle. The rustling of pages instilled immense pressure upon Lin Feng, who stood frozen in place. Ouyang appeared merely to be flipping through a book, yet it felt as though he awaited the decree of death. "I can't win. I must escape. I must escape." Lin Feng screamed internally, yet his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, utterly immobile. This body was hard-won. The thought of abandoning it filled Lin Feng with profound reluctance. If only he were granted sufficient time, he was certain he could ascend to unparalleled heights. But why? Oh, why was he not afforded that time? Just 7 days, and he could transform into a formidable practitioner of the out-of-body stage. Lin Feng's eyes burned crimson as he stared at Ouyang, his gaze filled with resentment and hatred, almost tangible in its intensity. Ouyang, sensing the weight of Lin Feng's gaze, raised his head and scoffed. "What? Do you wish to bite me?" Lin Feng, like a phantom, lunged towards Ouyang, conjuring 3 violet needles in his hand, which he hurled at Ouyang. Ouyang tilted his head, deftly evading the 3 silver needles. "Too slow," he remarked, though he was merely at the Qi refinement stage. Lin Feng's powers had also been suppressed to that level, with years of stagnation at the Qi refinement stage. Ouyang felt confident in his ability to take on 10 opponents simultaneously. The 3 magical needles served merely as bait. The moment Ouyang tilted his head to evade them, Lin Feng seized the opportunity, lunging forward with his right hand, adorned with dark magical patterns, transforming it into a claw aimed at Ouyang's neck. Bang! In the midst of his fierce assault, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and the world before him rapidly receded as he was sent flying. He crashed violently against the steps of the palace, the blue stone beneath him fracturing under the impact. Collapsing onto the stone, he narrowly avoided losing consciousness. Ouyang, retracting his foot, did not even turn the pages of the book in his hand. He looked at Lin Feng, who lay sprawled on the bluestone steps, and inquired curiously, "Is that it?" He had anticipated that Lin Feng, who could cause the system to falter, would possess considerable prowess. Instead, he found that a single kick nearly concluded the battle. Was he truly so feeble? The system couldn't even provide an evaluation? This made Ouyang feel as though his own system was rather dull. Casting a dissatisfied glance at Lin Feng, he had initially wished to gauge Lin Feng's true capabilities, only to discover he was far more fragile than expected. As Ouyang flipped through his book, he approached Lin Feng, concerned that the spells contained within his tome, a comprehensive guide to the 5 elements, might inadvertently reduce Lin Feng to ashes. Upon seeing the name Lin Feng, he was immediately reminded of the recent personality shift in Ling Feng. The unsettling sense of dissonance he felt when witnessing the old emperor Xi's Xianyuan resurfaced. The discomfort he sensed deep within when encountering the old Ling was echoed here. It seemed as though old Ling had been usurped, completely transformed into another being. Now, confronted with someone who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ziyuan and possessed a name strikingly similar to old Ling, Ouyang found himself compelled to question whether the Ling Feng who accompanied Qin Changsheng to seek the Qingyun secret treasure was indeed the genuine article. If that were the case, Old San would be in peril. Ouyang's thoughts turned to Qin Changsheng, far away at Qingyun's sect, but he soon reassured himself. After all, while Old San may lack in other skills, when it came to self-preservation, none in the Qingyun sect could rival him. Nevertheless, should Old Ling find himself in any real trouble, Ouyang knew he would need to remain vigilant. Thus, it was imperative for him to discern the true nature of the individual before him, Lin Feng. As Lin Feng lay upon the bluestone steps, He sensed Ouyang drawing ever closer. No longer willing to conceal his strength, Lin Feng resolved to reveal himself. Despite his cultivation being suppressed to the qi refinement stage in this realm, he believed Ouyang would face a similar limitation. Even the most prodigious talents could not possibly break through to the out-of-body stage at the tender age of 17 or 18. Thus, as both were confined to the qi refinement stage, Lin Feng pondered what could possibly separate his abilities from Ouyang's. Now is not the time to relent. In the future, one may find themselves bereft of the strength to strive. With a thunderous voice, Lin Feng unleashed a fierce cry as the dark demonic patterns enveloped his entire being. The power that had been suppressed within him surged violently. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Lin Feng's lips, yet he paid it no mind. His gaze solely fixed upon Ouyang. From the 6th to the 7th, and then to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement, Lin Feng forcefully elevated his realm, feeling the tempestuous energy coursing through him. When he turned his gaze back to Ouyang, a cruel glint sparkled in his eyes. Having reached the peak of the 9th layer, he possessed the strength equivalent to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Feng felt that eliminating Ouyang, who was merely at the qi refinement stage, would be as effortless as breathing. Amidst the surging demonic energy, Lin Feng raised his hands, forming a grip in front of him. As a blood-red demonic sword materialized in his grasp, the moment the crimson blade appeared, the anguished wails of tormented souls echoed from it, as if they were enduring unspeakable agony. All of Lin Feng's power coalesced into this sword. With this strike, even a cultivator of a higher realm would meet their demise on the spot. This technique was a secret art of the demonic progeny, Ziyuan, and represented a qualitative leap born from his comprehension of sword intent. Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. How much more so for Lin Feng confronting Ouyang? Therefore, he knew he must strike with lethal intent, with his entire being radiating with energy. Lin Feng resembled a protagonist on the brink of death, his face etched with the resolve to unleash his final blow. Ouyang halted, observing the energy surging from Lin Feng. With a gentle closure of his book, he calmly stated, "I have perused through the various methods. Water burial, wind burial, and thunder burial pale in comparison to earth burial." Lin Feng paid no heed to Ouyang's words, unleashing a full-force strike, swinging the demonic sword towards him. The sword, originally half a meter in length, instantly expanded into a shadow stretching several dozen meters, the enormous blade imbued with the howling of vengeful souls, hurtling towards Ouyang. Faced with the unstoppable blade shadow, Ouyang clasped his hands together and spoke calmly, "Earth wall technique." In an instant, two thick earthen walls rose on either side of Lin Feng, towering dozens of meters high, crashing towards him with tremendous force. The once unstoppable blade shadow was halted as if swatted away by a fly, trapped between the two earthen barriers. An instant kill. This was a battle of entirely different realms. The massive earthen walls stood like towering gravestones before the grand hall. To eradicate the roots, one must sever the stalk. Ouyang twisted his clasped hands slightly, placing them in front of his chest. The earthen walls, resembling tombstones, twisted together like a corkscrew, sealing Lin Feng's presence within. Chapter 72. These children of destiny are as resilient as cockroaches. Ouyang, having completed his display, slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, I may have struck too hard. He can't be dead, can he?" Engrossed in his own display, it seemed that his strikes were excessively forceful. With the earth wall technique unleashed, it was likely that even a nascent soul cultivator could be reduced to mere pulp. Lin Feng, whose cultivation level had been suppressed to the qi refinement stage, would surely not withstand such an onslaught. Ouyang's hand met the twisted earth wall, which crumbled into sizable clumps, revealing Lin Feng's body, already transformed into a mushy mass beneath his own attack. Ouyang often struggled to regulate his strength. Who could fathom why the techniques of the qi refinement stage morphed so drastically in his hands? Despite his intention to hold back, he was astonished that Lin Feng proved so fragile. Staring at the puddle of indistinguishable matter, he felt a pang of frustration. Before he could inquire further, Lin Feng had been thoroughly dispatched. Suddenly, Ouyang sensed something emerging from the mangled remains of Lin Feng, something that swiftly vanished into thin air. What on earth was that? In a blink, it was gone. Was it a fragment of his soul? A wave of discomfort washed over Ouyang as he comprehended that Lin Feng was not truly dead. Yet, as a mere 9th-level qi refinement cultivator, he was utterly ignorant of the nature of the soul. Only those at the nascent soul stage could begin to grasp the enigmatic essence of the soul. And the hallmark of the out-of-body stage was the ability to separate one's soul from the body. How could a nascent soul cultivator perform feats that only those of the out-of-body stage could accomplish? Were these chosen ones so unreasonable? How were ordinary individuals like him supposed to compete? Curse be it. Were they taking advantage of his lower cultivation? engaging in such lofty matters every day? Ouyang's frustration boiled over into vehement curses. If only he understood the true nature of the soul, he would never have allowed Lin Feng to escape. Despite his astonishing reservoir of vital energy, his grasp of techniques was rudimentary at best, relying solely on brute force. Anything slightly more advanced was beyond his comprehension, which ultimately left him powerless to intercept Lin Feng's fleeing soul. If one does not eradicate the roots, the weeds shall surely regrow. Lin Feng would undoubtedly return with a vengeance. These chosen ones were like indomitable cockroaches, impossible to eliminate, while the honest and diligent villains fell at the slightest touch. It was utterly unjust. Why did the formidable antagonists in novels laboriously cultivate to become great masters, scheming for power, only to succumb so easily when faced with these chosen ones? At this moment, Ouyang found himself in the role of the villain, unable to vanquish Lin Feng, the chosen one, and left waiting for someone else to grow strong enough to sever his head for sport. Lin Feng, if you continue to pose a problem, I shall have my third brother turn you into a puppet. I may not understand the essence of the soul, but my third brother is a master of it. Ouyang recalled Lin Feng from the Xianxia sect. The similarity of their names was striking, and the resemblance of this Lin Feng to Ling Feng's deceased demonic brother, Zhu Yuan, was uncanny. To assert that there was no connection between them would be utterly implausible. Filled with impotent rage, Ouyang cast a cold smile toward the distant palace, sensing the gaze of unseen eyes observing everything from within its walls. A mesmerizing potion, once intended by Su Ling'o to be forced upon him, materialized in Ouyang's hand, and with a flick of his fingers, he sent it into the mouth of an unconscious general. Enjoy the show? I shall ensure you witness it well. The old emperor, now transformed into a formidable figure, witnessed the unfolding scene in its entirety. When the emperor's betrothed stripped away the auspicious golden dragon of fortune from him, it marked the moment of the old emperor's demise. How much turbulence could an old dog from the mundane world truly stir? Relish this, old fool. Ouyang activated the communication stone, summoning a paper crane remotely controlled by Hututu. As he was merely at the chi refining stage, he lacked the ability to manipulate magical artifacts, thus relying on Hututu's assistance to return him. Inside the grand hall, the old emperor crouched by the door, watching the celestial battle unfold before him, his heart heavy with despair. Could he truly discover a path to immortality amidst these deities? Defeated, he sank to the ground, his eyes devoid of life. With the death of the national master, the blood sacrifice ritual lost its guiding hand, severing his path to eternal life. All that remained was this youthful body, yet he had gained time anew. The old emperor rose once more, gazing at his delicate hands, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. He was no longer a decrepit elder, but a 20-year-old woman in the prime of life, with ample time to rediscover the secret to immortality. Before anything else, he must reclaim the throne and ascend as the empress of this empire. The old emperor turned his gaze to the plaque above the grand hall, behind which he had left a blank abdication decree, his contingency plan. Time passed, and the doors of the hall were pushed open by a pair of hands. A general clad in armor beheld his beloved seated upon the emperor's exclusive dragon throne, holding a scroll. Xianu? He inquired softly of the old emperor on the throne. The old emperor abruptly lifted his head, meeting the gaze of the most trusted captain of the imperial guard, who looked upon him with affection. This stirred a wave of nausea within the old emperor. Revered as the sovereign, yet, to stabilize the court, he suppressed his revulsion, donning a facade of a sweet smile as he addressed the foolish one opposite him. I have succeeded, General. Gazing at the radiant smile of his beloved, the general felt his anxious heart finally at ease. Suppressing his excitement, he hurriedly approached the dragon throne and embraced the elderly emperor, murmuring, "From this moment forth, we shall never part." Initially taken aback by the embrace, the old emperor soon regained a sweet smile, yet internally he was vehemently shouting, "Once I reclaim control of the court, you shall be the first to meet your demise."
You foolish fool. To the old emperor's astonishment, the general's embrace took on an unexpected fervor. The emperor's face flushed crimson,
feeling as though his molars might shatter under the pressure of his clenched jaw. Misinterpreting the emperor's blush as shyness, the general glanced around, thinking, in this grand hall where the emperor faces his ministers, how exhilarating it would be to indulge in such antics. Despair filled the emperor's eyes as he beheld the muscular general gazing at him with an insatiable desire. Swallowing hard, he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" The general let out a wild cry and lunged toward the emperor. "No, Jiegu," the old emperor shouted in panic, calling out the general's name. Hey, playing this game? Let me see." Accompanied by the general's heavy breathing and the sound of fabric tearing, the scene grew chaotic. Chapter 73. Chinchashing from 1,000 miles away. Meanwhile, Outside the imperial city, hundreds rushed towards it, led by the anxious young lord of Maple Leaf City, xianxia. Behind him, 100 martial artists, newly ascended to the innate grandmaster level, followed closely, as did he himself after consuming the elixir that granted him such prowess. This formidable assembly was sufficient to rescue his betrothed from within the imperial city. Having confirmed the efficacy of the elixir provided by Ouyang, xianxia disregarded Xie Chongyang's warnings and set off with the newly minted 100 innate grandmasters towards the imperial city, solely to save his fiancée. Shinner, wait for me. Xianxia thought anxiously, feeling that with every passing minute, his beloved endured further torment. Heaven only knew the inhumane suffering she was enduring. As Xianxia pressed forward, a stream of invisible light, imperceptible to mortal eyes, penetrated his forehead. He felt a sudden heaviness in his head, and with a sensation of lightness in his limbs. Consciousness slipped away. His subordinates, noticing something amiss, quickly supported him. When Xianxia regained his senses, he halted, raising a hand to stop his fellow martial artists from advancing. "Young master, what is the matter?" one of his subordinates inquired, bewildered. "Return to Maple Leaf City." Xianxia's tone had shifted, issuing an unforeseen command that left everyone stunned. "But young master, we are almost at the imperial city," another subordinate questioned uncertainly. Xianxia shook his head, sighed deeply, and replied, "I have come to a realization. I cannot sacrifice your lives for my own selfish desires. We shall return to Maple Leaf City and gather our forces." Upon hearing Xianxia's words, his subordinates behind him instantly felt that their young master was remarkably clear-headed when it came to matters of great importance. With such a wise leader at the helm, how could the Xie family fail in their grand undertakings? As everyone turned to hasten back, Xianxia lingered for a moment, casting a fierce glance towards the imperial city, his expression turning menacing. "Ouyang, just wait. There will come a day when I shall personally sever your head." In the instant, Ouyang reduced him to a mere pulp. He felt his soul escape, transcending the corporeal realm. Fortunately, Ouyang lacked the means to target souls, otherwise he would have met his demise there, leaving behind the hard-won flesh of his body. After all, it was the body of a prince from the demon clan. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow as he assessed his current form, which was merely at the first level of qi training. Although Ziyuan's body possessed a method of soul possession, he could only usurp the bodies of the deceased and those who had yet to establish their foundation. Having painstakingly cultivated to the Yuanying stage, he found himself starting from scratch. All of this was a consequence of Ouyang's actions. All he desired was to grow stronger.
Was that a fault? Why must he be so targeted? A flicker of resentment crossed Xianxia's eyes as he turned to follow the crowd.
His mind sifting through the memories of this body. Thankfully, it was merely that of a mortal, unrefined in the ways of cultivation. Otherwise, his soul would not have so easily seized this vessel. He needed to strategize anew, and this time, he could not afford any missteps. Lin Feng recalled how effortlessly Ouyang had called his name and realized that Ouyang must possess some foresight. Truly, he was a disciple of the famed diviner Ouyang. It seemed that he must tread with utmost caution this time. The previous body had not been in vain. At the very least, he had reaped considerable benefits. As he journeyed, Lin Feng began to plot. Xianxia's visage fluctuated between that of Zhu Yuan and Lin Feng, finally settling into the countenance of Xianxia. Far away in the forbidden grounds of Qingyun sect, within an immense underground palace, Qin Changxing and Ling Feng sat suspended in midair. Before them loomed a colossal pale blue orb of light, swirling with countless intricate patterns, all firmly imprisoned within the sphere. This orb was the treasured artifact of Qingyun sect, a sight many cultivators would never behold in their lifetime, a legendary Tao treasure. Suddenly, Ling Feng, deep in meditation, opened his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. Coldly, he scoffed internally. What a waste. Such a fine body, truly regrettable. Within the confines of Qingyun sect's forbidden grounds, Ling Feng had already detected that in this lifetime, his soul had once again fled, meaning Lin Feng's body had been destroyed. How foolish could he be in this life? In just a few days, he had allowed someone to ruin the hard-earned vessel he possessed. If it were not for Lin Feng being the embodiment of his current self, Ling Feng would have charged at Lin Feng and personally eliminated the waste that embodied his present existence. Ling Feng then closed his eyes, once more envisioning the Tao treasure. Compared to the destruction of his physical form in this life, the paramount importance lay in perceiving his own Tao through the Qingyun secret treasure. The reason a Tao treasure is deemed such is that it can autonomously evolve the essence of the Tao, allowing practitioners to connect with the profound truths of heaven and earth, thereby envisioning their own unique Tao. For cultivators, comprehending one's Tao is crucial for future cultivation. Meanwhile, Qin Changsheng, who was suspended in midair and engaging in his own visualization, keenly sensed the flicker of murderous intent emanating from Ling Feng. Within a hidden chamber deep inside the small mountain peak, Xianxia, donned in a purple Taoist robe, slowly opened his eyes. Puzzled as to why his senior brother Ling would suddenly display such a trace of killing intent. Should he detonate his doppelganger? Yet, Ling was already a formidable practitioner in the out-of-body stage. A mere self-detonation of a doppelganger would not be sufficient to harm his spirit. Xianxia furrowed his brow in contemplation. Although he was uncertain why Ling Feng, who had been fixated on the Dao treasure, would reveal a hint of murderous intent, Xianxia decided not to let go of the situation. He gently closed his eyes again, re-establishing the connection with his doppelganger, still visualizing the Dao treasure. As Xianxia resumed his visualization, two paper figures stealthily emerged from his sleeves, transforming into two wisps of gentle wind that rushed towards Ling Feng. They snipped off a strand of hair from the tip of Ling Feng's locks and enveloped it before soaring towards the forbidden area. Unbeknownst to Ling Feng, who remained engrossed in his visualization of the Dao treasure, the hair reached the chamber where Xianxia was seated. He extended his hand and caught the strand of hair. The two wisps of wind instantaneously reverted to their paper figure forms. Xianxia recited an incantation, using the hair to trace over the two paper figures. A flash of golden light flickered over the paper figures before vanishing. Ling Feng's features subtly materialized on the faces of the paper figures. Having a backup plan never hurts, but why was there an aura of killing intent? Xianxia tapped on the paper figures, which then stood upright in his hands and flew towards a nearby cabinet filled with an array of paper figures. Within this cabinet lay countless paper figures crafted from the hair of various disciples of the Qingyun sect. Even Xianxia had his own. This was one of Xianxia's trump cards, the puppetry technique. It allowed him to manipulate the actions of others using paper figures made with their hair. Those of lesser cultivation, such as Xianxia, could even manipulate paper figures to end their existence. Moreover, should he so desire, he could discreetly eliminate all disciples of the Qingyun sect below the out-of-body stage, leaving those above it injured before any conflict arose. Even the brothers on the small peak were not spared from his precautions. Yet, conspicuously absent were Ouyang's paper figures. Chapter 74. Farewell upon boarding the paper crane. Ouyang returned to the flower boat, where he found Lung Qingsong lost in thought on the deck, gazing at the palace that had appeared in the sky. Regrettably, Lang Qingsong had changed out of his flowing white dress. Otherwise, he would have presented a serene image, reminiscent of a tranquil figure gazing at the moon. Ouyang felt a twinge of disappointment. His younger brother's scandalous tales had sold remarkably well within the Qingyun sect. As he leapt from the paper crane, Lang Qingsong softly inquired, "Brother, I wish to give our master a good thrashing. Indeed, when he returns, I shall bind him in a sack while you strike," Ouyang replied, nodding in agreement. That old rascal had silently ensnared them in a scheme spanning over a decade. Although it was for Lang Qingsong's benefit, he deserved a good beating for daring to orchestrate such a plot against them. Gazing at a corner of the celestial palace, Lang Qingsong murmured, "It feels as though something within that palace is calling to me." Ouyang squinted at the majestic structure, though he could only see a fragment. Its grandeur and solemnity were palpable. However, the palace's design, with its lofty, circular dome, bore an uncanny resemblance to a tomb. Could it be that his younger brother had summoned the burial site of some ancient immortal? Turning to Lang Qingsong, Ouyang remarked, "This is a gift from the old man. Whatever lies within will surely aid your path. Once we return to the sect, we shall see what the master has to say." Regarding Ling Feng, Ouyang chose to remain silent, as it was merely his conjecture, and he could not yet ascertain the true nature of the old fellow. If he hastily divulged his suspicions to his younger brother, Ouyang could easily predict that upon their return to the sect, Lang Qingsong would charge at Ling Feng with sword in hand. An out-of-body stage cultivator did not concern Ouyang, if need be. He could shatter the man's physical form and have his third brother obliterate his soul, ensuring not even ashes remained. What Ouyang truly feared was what lay hidden behind Ling Feng. One could find a progeny of the demon clan to be sufficiently peculiar. Why then? Was there an entity even the system could not identify? Such occurrences had never transpired since Ouyang's arrival in this world. It was the first time the system had encountered a glitch. Until he could discern the truth, he was determined not to raise alarms. Furthermore, upon returning to the sect, he must urgently deepen his understanding of spiritual souls. Otherwise, he would be left with no recourse against cultivators of the out-of-body stage and beyond. "Brother, what are you pondering?" Lang Qingsong asked, breaking Ouyang's reverie. Ouyang, regaining his composure, chuckled softly and remarked, "I find myself pondering about your grandfather's current state. To be honest, is it truly acceptable to spare his life? The purpose of our descent to the mortal realm was to sever the worldly ties of our second brother. Will allowing the old emperor to live adversely affect Lang Qingsong's state of mind?" Lang Qingsong shook his head and replied, I have achieved a pure heart in my swordsmanship. The affairs of the mundane world no longer pertain to me. Upon returning to the small peak, I wish to enter seclusion for a few days to solidify my realm. Ouyang scratched his face, noting that his second brother was becoming increasingly loquacious. Had he finally emerged from the shadows of social anxiety? Curiously, Ouyang accessed his second brother's attribute panel. Name, Lung Qingsong, child of the dimension, cultivation level, first stage of Yuan Ing root bone, 101 luck, 10 charm, 10 swordsmanship talent, 101 exclusive skill, I am the sword. Evaluation, a child of the dimension with slight social anxiety, destined to be the protagonist. All attributes remained unchanged. Yet the evaluation shifted from a slight social anxiety to merely slight. Had it increased or decreased? Ouyang gazed at the relatively unchanged attribute panel, shaking his head. His faith in this system's creations was waning. He primarily employed this panel to glean specific circumstances, for if it could produce garbled text. It seemed evident that even the system could not fully comprehend this world. Ouyang and Lang Qingsong retreated to their respective chambers, tossing paper cranes onto the deck, intending to retrieve them once Tutu awakened the following day. The flower boat sped towards the Qing insect, racing through the skies. Awakened from his slumber by Tutu's boisterous laughter, Ouyang rubbed his eyes, still disoriented. Lang Qingsong then entered, stating, "Senior brother, Xiaoya is leaving." "Oh, has Xiaoya called upon us? I trust she won't be sneaking through windows in the dead of night?" Ouyang inquired mischievously, grinning at Lang Qingsong. Lang Qingsong's face flushed crimson as he stammered. "I did not. Then it must be she who has been climbing through your window," Ouyang declared conclusively, observing Lang Qingsong's expression. "Brother, you," Lang Qingsong began, but then fell silent, resolutely resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. When it came to verbal sparring, he knew he could never outmatch Ouyang. "Just jesting. I'm merely jesting." Ouyang quickly interjected, recognizing that his younger disciple was not one to take such banter lightly. With a glare, Lang Qingsong turned and exited Ouyang's room. Ouyang donned his attire and stepped outside, where, in the distance, he could faintly see the Qingyun peak of the Qingyun sect. "Home at last," Ouyang exclaimed with a tinge of nostalgia. It had only been a few days, yet it felt as though he had been away for an eternity. Hututu rode a paper crane, soaring around the flower boat, her laughter echoing playfully amidst the blossoms. These past few days, her cultivation had been stifled, which had left the child quite restless. Dressed in a flowing crimson gown, Xianxia strode over, casting a glance filled with affection at Lang Qingsong. The latter, as if jolted by an electric shock, awkwardly scratched his head in response. Xianxia inwardly scolded him for being a simpleton, shooting him a flirtatious glance before turning to Ouyang and saying, "Junior brother, from here onward, we step into the territory of Qing insect. My presence here is rather inconvenient, so I shall escort you only this far." Ouyang nodded, then suddenly remembered something. He retrieved 2 white porcelain vials from his storage bag and handed them to Xianxia, saying, "This is my latest concoction of floral essence, one for you and one for the mistress." Xianxia accepted the vials and glanced once more at the dazed Lang Qingsong, sighing as she smiled at Ouyang and remarked, "Indeed, junior brother Ouyang, master was right. You resemble Uncle Huyun the most. That old man pales in comparison." Ouyang retorted disdainfully, "Please, don't compare me to that lecherous old fool who steals my lines of sweet talk." Xianxia nodded in agreement. "This is precisely why master advised me against choosing you. Like Uncle Huyun, you are gentle and considerate, giving the impression of being attentive, yet in truth, you are the most indifferent of all. How can mistress say such things about me? It's slander. I don't even have a girlfriend." Ouyang exclaimed indignantly, as if he were a scoundrel when in reality, he was still a virgin. Xianxia cast a deep glance at Lang Qingsong, having staked her life on him, and chuckled softly. "Thus, I trust Master S. wisdom. It is indeed better to choose a spouse who is more honest." Chapter 75. Returning to the sect, we're back. Everything has returned. Ouyang gazed towards the direction of Qingyun sect, feeling a flutter of excitement after several days away. The closer they drew to Qingyun sect, the more vibrant the energy of heaven and earth became. Ouyang inhaled deeply, his expression relaxing as he proclaimed, "Indeed, this feels like home." Beside him, Lang Qingsong, gliding along on his sword, also wore a joyful expression. Having lived in Qingyun sect for over a decade, he had long considered this place home. Meanwhile, Hututu, directing the flight of the paper crane, simply wished to return to the small peak to savor the chicken cooked by third senior brother. Despite the worldly bustle, she found little joy in it. As the trio approached the boundary of the sect, 2 figures flying on swords intercepted them. One of the youths clasped his hands in greeting and inquired, "This is the territory of Qingyun sect. May I ask if you are Ouyang?" Ouyang looked over, recognizing a familiar face from the gatekeeping duties, Ma Xingye, who had aided him during the outer sect competition. What a small world it was. Ma Xianxia had persevered through great hardships to enter the inner sect of Qingyun and had finally succeeded in securing a position as a gatekeeper. It is often said, after 10 years of arduous study, one can secure a peaceful life in an instant. Indeed, such fortune allows one to forego 3 decades of toil. Although Ma Xianxia's methods were somewhat unsavory, Ouyang chose not to dwell on this, revealing his badge for Ma Xianxia to see. Ma Xianxia inclined his body, raising his hand in a respectful gesture, addressing Ouyang as senior brother, please. His bow was flawless, exuding a welcoming demeanor that clearly indicated he had undergone professional etiquette training. Ouyang nodded, and the trio soared directly into the territory of the Qingyun sect. As Ma Xianxia watched the departing figures of Ouyang and his companions, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. After much effort, he had finally entered the inner sect, yet everything here was vastly different from his expectations. Once the center of attention among the outer disciples, he had anticipated that upon entering the inner sect, he would rise to prominence, wielding his exceptional talent and formidable. However, he soon realized he had become just another face in the crowd. Though the inner sect of Qingyun was replete with resources, alleviating his concerns about cultivation materials, he found that his senior brothers surpassed him in talent and learning speed. The once proud Ma Xianxia, who had shone like a star in the outer sect, now felt like an insignificant bystander. Each time he received letters from home, he would extol the virtues of Qingyun's sect, bringing comfort to his parents. Yet only he understood the discontent brewing within. The pressure was immense, with an abundance of exceptional individuals. Although the atmosphere appeared serene, filled with laughter and camaraderie, beneath the surface, competition was fierce. After entering the inner sect, the overseer from the outer sect had specifically advised him to avoid conflict with Ouyang and to maintain proper decorum when they met. He had also heard that Xiao Feng had been admitted to the inner sect, situated on the peak belonging to Ouyang's lineage. Ma Xianxia wondered if Xiao Feng, too, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, being the very man who had once bested him. Despite publicly dismissing Xiao Feng as a defeated foe, Ma Xianxia harbored a genuine admiration for his strength. As he gazed at the now distant figure of Ouyang, he sighed softly, reflecting, though Qingyun's sect is vast, residing here is no easy feat to Ma Xianxia. Ouyang and his companions were merely a fleeting interlude. However, when the small mountain peak came into view before them, laughter erupted from the trio. Tutu, unable to contain his excitement, called out loudly to the small mountain, "Hey, Tutu has returned." His voice echoed through the mountains. But once his exuberance faded, no one emerged to greet them. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Tutu turned to Ouyang and inquired, "Senior brother, why is there no one here to welcome us?" Ouyang found himself somewhat perplexed. By all accounts, with the presence of the third disciple, Xiaobai, and brother Xiao still on the mountain, it was rather odd that no one had come to welcome him, the senior brother, upon his dusty return. Was it not a considerable slight to his dignity? Upon arriving at the courtyard atop the small peak, Ouyang's gaze fell upon Xiaobai, who was typically seen perched among the trees, now languidly reclined on a chair, staring vacantly at the sky. Even as the trio entered the courtyard, Xiaobai remained oblivious to their presence. This was indeed a curious sight. The ever-composed Bai Feiyu had always exuded an air of confidence, and Ouyang had never before witnessed him in such a disheartened state. Turning to follow Bai Feiyu's line of sight, Ouyang discovered that he was fixated on the circular domed palace in the heavens. Could it be that this palace held some significant connection to Xiaobai? Ouyang approached, waving his fingers before Bai Feiyu's eyes, but received no response. He grasped Bai Feiyu's shoulders and shook him vigorously, exclaiming, "Xiaobai, you need to wake up." Awakened by Ouyang's shaking, Bai Feiyu turned, his eyes still clouded, and murmured, "What did you all do while descending the mountain? That palace in the sky, did you create it?" Ouyang, with an air of self-importance, replied, "Of course. Do you not see who your senior brother is? Such a grand spectacle must surely be our doing. Isn't that impressive?" Suddenly, Bai Feiyu's expression morphed into one of ferocity, devoid of his usual calm demeanor, as he pounced on the bewildered Ouyang like a hungry tiger. The abruptness of Bai Feiyu's transformation startled Tutu, who had always known the handsome and gentle Bai Shixiao. Wow. What happened to my handsome senior brother?" Tutu cried, believing that Bai Shixiang's mood had soured due to his departure and the resulting absence. Meanwhile, Lang Qingsong, seemingly accustomed to the playful skirmishes between Bai Feiyu and Ouyang, focused on solidifying his own cultivation after recently achieving the transformation into an infant. Thus, he retreated to his quarters, intent on stabilizing his own prowess. The small peak soon returned to its usual chaotic state. Bai Feiyu gripped Ouyang's neck, shaking him fervently. "How long have you been down the mountain? Why did you disturb someone's ancestral grave? Are you out of your mind?" Caught off guard by Bai Feiyu's fierce grip, Ouyang suddenly recalled Bai Feiyu's hidden identity as an ancient sword immortal. According to his elder, this secret realm was particularly suited to Long Qingsong, who specialized in swordsmanship. Observing Bai Feiyu in such a frenzied state, an immature thought crept into Ouyang's mind. Could it be that the palace in the sky was the result of air good digging up Xiao Bai's previous life's grave? Chapter 76. Who can resist being called handsome? Gazing at the red-eyed Bai Feiyu before him, Ouyang contemplated shifting the blame to the second brother, only to realize that he had retreated to his room to stabilize his realm. What to do now? Their second brother had unwittingly disturbed the grave of their fourth brother from a past life. Ouyang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Swallowing hard as he forced a dry smile and remarked, "Xiao Bai, your agitation is quite amusing. Do you truly believe that the palace in the heavens could be your ancestors?" Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Bai Feiyu, who had been seething for days, was momentarily taken aback. Having reincarnated, this was his most closely guarded secret. There was no way he would ever divulge it. Releasing his grip on Ouyang's neck, he coughed lightly and feigned righteous indignation, stating, "The palace in the heavens is undoubtedly the resting place of a great sword cultivator from ancient times. Disturbing the slumber of our predecessors is something I, as a sword cultivator, cannot simply ignore." Watching Bai Feiyu's unabashed bravado, Ouyang inwardly rolled his eyes. He knew Bai Feiyu's temperament all too well. When had he become so concerned with matters that did not concern him? Even if the Qingyan sect were to be besieged at dawn, this rascal would still be perched in a tree, relishing the spectacle. Righteous indignation? It was merely because his own grave was at risk of being unearthed, wasn't it? Though these thoughts raced through Ouyang's mind, he spoke earnestly. What our predecessors have left behind is meant for those destined to inherit it. The fact that the second brother could open this grave indicates that the ancestor has acknowledged him. Ouyang's reasoning was sound, presenting the second brother as the rightful heir to that great sword cultivator. Listening to Ouyang, Bai Feiyu's forehead throbbed with anger as he internally screamed, "When did I ever acknowledge that stubborn ox? How was I unaware of this?" Suddenly, he froze, recalling that Lang Qingsong's path in swordsmanship seemed to be echoing his own in a past life. In his previous incarnation, he had indeed walked the path of the sword, conquering all with it. Yet, this path was a dead end. Otherwise, he would not have met his demise in his former life. Bai Feiyu's expression darkened instantly. The path Lang Qingsong chose was one he had already traversed, and he could not bear to watch him tread the same disastrous course. Having spent nearly a decade together, he had come to feel a kinship with these individuals, a sentiment he had long been devoid of in his past existence, where he had been utterly alone. He could not idly stand by and witness Lang Qingsong's self-destruction. With this resolve, Bai Feiyu turned towards Lang Qingsong's room, but paused after taking a few steps back. He looked at Ouyang, his expression grave, and said, "This secret realm of the immortals is not a place for our second brother." Ouyang gazed at Bai Feiyu, who wore an earnest expression, momentarily perplexed by his meaning. However, seeing the unwavering determination etched on Bai Feiyu's face, he found himself at a loss for what to decide. Ouyang spoke softly, "It was the old man who arranged this. Our descent from the mountain is also a scheme." "Master?" Bai Feiyu's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation as he heard Ouyang mention their master, Ouyang. The mention of Ouyang conjured the image of those eyes in Bai Feiyu's mind, eyes that seemed capable of piercing through all faiths. When those eyes gazed upon him, it felt as though every secret he harbored was laid bare before them. In his reincarnation, Bai Feiyu was indifferent to joining any sect. Drawing from the wisdom of his past life and the myriad ancient tomes at his disposal, he lacked for methods of cultivation. However, under the scrutiny of those eyes, he found himself inexplicably nodding in acquiescence. If it was his master's intention, Bai Feiyu fell into a deep reverie. Noticing Bai Feiyu's hesitation, Ouyang understood that amongst their group, it was the seemingly innocent Bai who held the most respect for their elderly mentor. It was surprising to Ouyang that the reincarnated ancient sword immortal would heed the old man's words so earnestly. Could it be due to the system's assessment of their mentor? The first time Ouyang had glimpsed the old man's evaluation, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. In the realm of cultivation, even a dog could achieve parity with the best. Were it not for the title of the sect leader's disciple he bore, Ouyang might have suspected that his master was merely a charlatan. Amused, Ouyang playfully teased Tutu before inquiring, "Why haven't we seen the third and sixth brothers?" Interrupted from his musings, Bai Feiyu casually replied, "Senior brother Chun has gone to the forbidden area of Qingyun Peak to contemplate the Qingyun treasures, while junior brother Xiao is inside the forbidden area, honing his physical form." With tears just having ceased, Tutu's face fell, lamenting, "Without third brother around, who will cook me delicious chicken?" Ouyang scoffed with a smirk, "Third brother is contemplating treasures? In his true form? I don't believe it." He then shouted, "Third brother, I'm hungry. Come out and cook." As soon as his voice faded, tendrils of smoke wafted from the empty kitchen, and Xianxia, adorned in an apron, peeked out, grinning amiably. "Senior brother, you're back. Just a moment, I'm stewing some chicken." Did you not go to contemplate the Qinyan treasure? Bai Feiyu asked in surprise, looking at Chen Changxing. Why had he been completely oblivious to Chen Changxing's presence on the small peak? Was he truly lagging behind as the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal? It seemed imperative for him to expedite his cultivation, to grasp his divine soul sooner, lest he remain stagnant and appear foolish on this humble mountain. For the first time, Bai Feiyu felt the weight of pressure. With the complete memories of his past life, how was it that his current cultivation placed him at the very bottom of the small peak? This realization instilled a sense of urgency within him, even a feeling of impending pressure. Upon contemplating this, Bai Feiyu let out a cold snort and turned back to his chamber. In a past life, as a sword immortal, he had obliterated the entire realm of cultivation. Ouyang and Hu Tutu then proceeded towards the kitchen. Upon catching sight of the stewed chicken simmering in the pot, Hu Tutu's eyes sparkled. Although the culinary offerings of the mortal realm were plentiful, they invariably lacked a certain depth of flavor. Could the ingredients nourished by the essence of heaven and earth compete with those of spiritual beasts and herbs? Hu Tutu inhaled deeply, the aroma wafting from the iron pot causing drool to trickle down the corners of his mouth, dampening the fur atop the head of the he cradled in his arms. They, Huyan, had merely intended to observe whether this kin of his had made any progress upon returning from the mortal realm. Yet from the moment he laid eyes on Hu Tutu, right up until the fur on his head was soaked with drool, he realized that his kin had made no advancements whatsoever. It seemed that without his guidance, this girl would be fortunate to break through to 5 tails, let alone achieve the status of a 9-tailed celestial fox. Such splendid potential wasted. The expression on Hu Yan's face remained impassive, but internally, he began to devise a plan. While he held no interest in revitalizing Xianxia Mountain, he genuinely cared for this kin of his. After all, who wouldn't he cherish a fox that continually calls them handsome? Or perhaps it was about repaying a debt. Chapter 77. A conversation among brothers. Ouyang gazed at Hu Tutu, who was squatting beside the hearth, and joined him, tending to the fire. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to the grinning Chen Changxing, inquiring, "Old 3. Is it true that one can only master the soul once they reach the out-of-body stage?" Chen Changxing's jovial expression faltered, becoming somewhat unnatural as he replied, "Why do you ask this all of a sudden, senior brother?" Ouyang casually remarked, "I'm merely curious. As you know, my cultivation is rather low. I can hardly grasp the 5 elements escape technique, let alone something as advanced as the soul." After a moment's deliberation, Chen Changxing responded, "Logically speaking, during the qi refinement stage, one condenses true qi within the dantian. In the foundation establishment stage, this qi transforms into true essence. In the core formation stage, true essence coalesces into the golden core, and in the nascent soul stage, the core shatters into an infant. The hallmark of the out-of-body stage is the soul's departure. This is a consensus in the cultivation world." Ouyang nodded, encouraging Chen Changxing to continue. Carefully choosing his words, Chen Changxing elaborated, "However, there are indeed exceptionally gifted individuals who can perceive the existence of the soul even at lower levels of cultivation. For instance, you?" Ouyang asked curiously. Upon hearing Ouyang's question, had it not been for the fact that this body was a puppet, Chen Changxing would have been drenched in sweat. He chuckled awkwardly. "I am indeed somewhat special, able to faintly sense the presence of the soul. Hence, I have a rudimentary understanding of its applications." Listening to the humble recounting of his third brother, Ouyang could not help but curl his lips in disdain. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned 100 puppet minions. Was this what one called a slight understanding? However, Ouyang was too indifferent to expose Chen Changxing's identity as a reincarnator. Instead, he inquired, "Does that mean that cultivators capable of soul separation can freely occupy the bodies of others?" Upon hearing Ouyang's question, Chen Changxing's expression grew solemn. He turned to Ouyang and spoke in a low voice, "Brother, have you encountered any cultivators who possess the ability to seize another's body?" Ouyang nodded and replied, "During this descent to the mortal realm, I came across a cultivator who could not only seize bodies but also assist others in doing so." In the secluded chamber within the small mountain's core, Chen Changxing abruptly opened his eyes, a chilling intent emanating from him. He slowly closed his eyes again, reconnecting his consciousness to the puppet beside Ouyang. With an unchanging expression, he asked, "Where is that individual now?" "Dead, or rather, his physical form has perished. However, when I examined him, I sensed something escaping from his body. I suspect he is not truly dead. His soul has fled," Ouyang stated while tending to the fire. "Where did you kill him?" Chen Changxing asked urgently. Ouyang halted his movements, turning to Chen and saying, "What? Do you wish to raise that place to the ground?" At a loss for words, Chen Changxing looked at Ouyang and, in a softer tone, replied, "No, I merely wish to take precautions." Ouyang gazed at Chen Changxing. His third brother was indeed a reincarnator, fully cognizant of the events that would unfold in the future. when he had first encountered that demonic prince. Xianxia had abruptly changed his demeanor, attempting to kill Ziyuan without hesitation. Had Ouyang not intervened, Ziyuan would have likely met his demise on the spot. It was likely that in the future, that demonic prince would commit heinous acts. Perhaps even deeds so terrible that even Xianxia would deem it necessary to eliminate him swiftly. Yet, Ouyang still stopped Xianxia, not for any other reason, but because, regardless of what Ziyuan might do in the future, those events had not yet transpired. What had not occurred could not be said to exist. It was true that Ziyuan was a demonic prince, but apart from Ouyang, who possessed a system to discern such matters, only the reincarnator Xianxia was aware of it. Even Bai, the ancient sword immortal, and the sect leader Dong Shuzi had failed to perceive this reality. To kill him, and then falsely proclaim him as a demonic prince? Moreover, he had merely come to deliver a message, pressuring him to swear a heavenly oath? On what grounds? Were heavenly oaths so trivial? Cultivators regarded such oaths with utmost seriousness. Coercing others into making a vow was enough to warrant expulsion from the small mountain. The betrayal of fellow disciples was even inscribed in their sect's code. The unwarranted killing of a fellow disciple was an unforgivable act in any sect. Xianxia himself, and the entire small mountain would be annihilated on the spot by the Qinyan sect. Despite possessing formidable strength, even against the formidable Dong Shuzi during the tribulation phase. I remain acutely aware of the vast network of the Qinyan sect and its numerous affiliated sects, along with the hidden elders residing within the forbidden grounds. Regardless of the prowess of those on our small peak, none have yet ascended to the out-of-body stage. While I may be capable, what of my fellow disciples? Even if I manage to lead all my juniors to safety, can we risk the entire small peak being vilified as mere prey for the entire cultivation world? Solely due to one demonic prince? Certainly, Ziyuan might reveal his demonic identity before Xianxia has the chance to eliminate him, but what if he does not? Should Ziyuan expose his identity during the sect competition and subsequently fall at the hands of Xianxia, it would be the best outcome that Ouyang could envision. Even if Ziyuan refrains from revealing himself and inadvertently kills a fellow disciple during the competition, the worst consequence would merely entail Xianxia entering seclusion for a century. To gamble the entire small peak over a potential event that has yet to unfold is something Ouyang, as the eldest disciple, cannot allow Xianxia to pursue. This is the duty of an elder brother. Moreover, Ouyang feels a deepening concern for Xianxia, who appears excessively fixated on events from his past life, leading to an overly cautious disposition. This could prove detrimental, even evolving into his inner demon. Ouyang's gaze remains fixed on Xianxia, who, hidden within his private chamber, seemingly senses Ouyang's penetrating insight into his very soul. Do you recall what our master once said? Minor changes can be made, but the greater course must remain unaltered. To alter it invites chaos, Ouyang articulated with deliberate clarity. Xianxia lowered his head, absorbing his elder brother's admonition. Although this incarnation of Ouyang lacks the extraordinary talent of his past life, the pressure he exerts is greater than ever. Yet, Xianxia, with a hint of defiance, countered. But what if we could eliminate future threats in advance? Ouyang, recalling the demonic figure named Lin Feng, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ziyuan, tilted his head knowingly and replied, "How can you be certain that preemptive action will yield positive results? Might it not lead to an even worse situation?" Silence enveloped Xianxia as he lifted his gaze to meet Ouyang's. "Then let us persist in our efforts, striving until all threats are extinguished." Ouyang sighed, recognizing that geniuses possess an inherent stubbornness. If their convictions could be easily swayed, they would hardly be regarded as prodigies. Such matters conclude only when they reach their own epiphanies. Without experiencing the harsh consequences of their actions, they seldom acknowledge their errors. This, too, is a form of commitment to their own path. Rising to his feet, Ouyang rapped the lid of the iron pot. "The chicken is ready. Let us partake in our meal." Chapter 78. The grand entrance of Xiaofeng. Xianxia absorbed the lesson imparted by Ouyang, yet his heart remained unsatisfied. "As long as my preparations are meticulous, I can slay even the immortals. The prevailing tides cannot be altered? I shall prove otherwise." Having endured the cataclysms of his past life, Xianxia understood the magnitude of the bloodshed that would ensue if the future remained unchanged. The tides cannot be altered? My return to this world is precisely to see if change is possible. If it is not, what significance does my rebirth hold? Is it merely to witness the tragic scenes of my former life replay before my eyes? Within the secluded mountain peak, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resolute and unyielding. Amidst the jubilant cheers of Hututu, Ouyang entered the courtyard carrying a chicken. Hututu wiped his drool and savored the chicken prepared by his third senior brother, the taste as delightful as he remembered. "My handsome third senior brother is simply wonderful." A child harbors no ill intent. He merely wishes to enjoy his meal. Ouyang glanced at the sun, nearing dusk, and inquired with curiosity, "Is Xiaoshidi not returning?" Qin Chongqing shook his head and replied, "Judging by the sun's position, he should be on his way. Xiaoshidi follows the path of physical cultivation, requiring substantial sustenance, and he always returns just in time for meals." No sooner had Qin Chongqing spoken than a surge of exhilarating music erupted, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes. Bare-chested, Xiaofeng sprinted toward the small mountain peak with an air of grandeur. Ouyang's eyelid twitched. Was Xiaofeng truly making his entrance while carrying a speaker? With a spirited shout, Xiaofeng leaped into the courtyard, his bronze skin and sculpted muscles shimmering under the setting sun. Gulp! Hututu, clutching a chicken leg, stared in awe at Xiaofeng, swallowing hard. "Grandfather, I am truly happy here at Xianxia sect. I shall not return to Xianxia Mountain," Hututu silently mused. Upon landing in the courtyard, Xiaofeng spotted Ouyang and Hututu seated together, and a smile instantly brightened his face. He casually turned off the music still playing from the recording stone at his waist and bowed to Ouyang, saying, "Master brother, junior sister, you have returned. Has second senior brother also come back?" Ouyang observed Xiaofeng, who exuded an exuberant spirit, particularly noting the undiminished ethereal dragon and phoenix figures surrounding him. He nodded in approval, remarking, "Xiaoshidi, you have been quite diligent these past few days." Xiaofeng grinned at Ouyang and replied, "All thanks to senior brother Bai's excellent guidance and the training tools crafted by senior brother Chen. Moreover, the spirit beasts within the forbidden area have been of immense assistance." During Ouyang's absence, Xiaofeng had not only sought Bai Feiyu's wisdom on ancient physical cultivation techniques, but also mastered the application of the tattoos adorning his body. Qin Chongqing had even tailored a yellow talisman inscribed with a weight-bearing formation specifically for him. Within the Forbidden Zone, one seeks to engage in combat with formidable spirit beasts. This practice not only hones the physical body, but also refines one's hand-to-hand combat techniques. The only drawback is that one must venture deep into the forbidden territory to locate a spirit beast, and the task grows increasingly arduous with each passing day. Ouyang nodded, observing Xiaofeng's effortless ability to summon the ethereal forms of the dragon and the phoenix behind him, signaling that his recent training had not waned. Turning to Qin Chongqing, he inquired, "Third brother, at this rate of cultivation, when will Xiaoshidi be able to awaken the remaining divine beasts?" Qin Chongqing pondered for a moment before responding. "Once Xiaoshidi fully integrates the dragon and phoenix powers into his own bloodline, he can independently awaken the tattoos on his back using his bloodline, thus achieving a better harmony with the divine beasts. Is it possible without my true qi?" Ouyang asked curiously. Qin Chongqing shook his head with a smile. "The 5 divine beasts are interconnected. When my senior brother bestowed the awakening upon Xiaoshidi's dragon and phoenix, he activated all 5 divine beasts. It now depends on when Xiaoshidi can trigger them. Isn't playing music a bit ostentatious?" Ouyang awkwardly remarked, pointing at the recording stone at Xiaofeng's waist. Qin Chongqing explained, "The tattoos on Xiaoshidi's back require a medium for stimulation. Music not only evokes the appearance of the divine beasts but also serves to inspire him in battle." Xiaofeng chimed in, "Qinji's words ring true. Every time I play music, I indeed feel my strength becoming more adept." Ouyang envisioned the scenes of Xiaofeng in future battles. Before facing an opponent, Xiaofeng would always activate the sound system, forcing his adversaries into an awkward and suffocating defeat at his hands. Is this the combat style of the future emperor of humanity? How delightful. Ouyang chuckled lightly. Not bad, not bad, keep it up. Xiaofeng replied earnestly, "Rest assured, brothers. I shall not disappoint your earnest efforts." Hututu waved his hand and exclaimed, "Don't forget about me. Go, Xiaoshidi." Xiaofeng glanced at Hututu, a glimmer of tenderness in his eyes as he nodded gravely. Of course, there is also junior sister. After their meal, everyone returned to their respective quarters. Just as Ouyang was about to retire for the night, he heard a knock at his door, and Huyan boldly strode in. "Hey, don't you knock before entering?" Ouyang expressed his displeasure. Huyan shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "Have you ever seen a pet knock before entering someone's home?" Foxian's square face revealed no trace of emotion as he casually lounged on Ouyang's desk, producing a piece of paper from his bosom. "Acquire these medicinal herbs for me. Hututu must ascend to the legendary nine-tailed fox. The foundational groundwork must be solidified." Ouyang took the paper and glanced at it. The herbs listed were extraordinarily rare and in considerable quantities. Frowning, he remarked, "Is so much truly necessary? Demons require more resources than humans for cultivation, thus they are stronger at the same level. Are you not aware of this?" Foxian's expression was rife with sarcasm. Ouyang shook his head. "Is that so? I hadn't noticed." Foxian was momentarily at a loss for words. Among the demon cultivators, one at the same level could easily overpower 2 human practitioners. Yet, Each individual from the small peak seemed capable of defeating all their peers of similar rank. In fact, it appeared quite disgraceful to challenge someone of a higher level on that small peak. I have finally resolved to assist that girl in her cultivation. So you can seek help elsewhere, the cunning fox said, somewhat exasperated. Oh, feeling a bit proud, are we? Ouyang waved the list in his hand. No problem. I happen to be visiting Qingyan Peak tomorrow. I will borrow these items from the medicinal fields at Dan Peak. Of course, Ouyang's borrowing was never accompanied by a promissory note, as they were friends, and asking for a loan could strain their relationship. Chapter 79, Xianxia's Night Raid in the Dead of Night. Xianxia quietly arrived at Hututu's door. His expression was one of inner turmoil. He was particularly concerned about the identity of the practitioner Ouyang had mentioned, one capable of seizing control of others' bodies. In his memories, only the demon emperor ancestor Yuan from the future possessed such abilities. Having fulfilled the heavenly oath he had sworn, Xianxia believed he had completely eradicated ancestor Yuan. Yet, why was it that his senior brother could still encounter practitioners who could seize others' bodies upon descending the mountain? The act of seizing a soul was beyond even the mightiest cultivators in the tribulation stage. Once the physical body was destroyed and only the soul remained. Cultivators above the integration stage could choose to disperse and become transcendents, but they could not seize another's soul. After his rebirth, Xianxia was astonished to discover that he had returned with the soul from his previous life during the tribulation stage, which seemed to have mutated due to his resurrection. His soul could endlessly split and grow. Although his soul could proliferate without limit, it was restricted to the creation of puppets. Even he could not perform the act of soul seizing, given that his soul's strength was already at the pinnacle of existence and capable of infinite regeneration. The difficulty of seizing a soul was evident. He had only witnessed such an act in the demon emperor ancestor Yuan. Xianxia suddenly recalled Ouyang's words. The grand trend cannot be altered, but the minor currents can be changed. Was it truly a mistake for him to eliminate Ziyuan in advance? He had always relied on his identity as a reborn individual, preparing meticulously for the significant events that were destined to unfold. Yet, if the trajectory of this life diverged entirely from that of his previous existence, would his advantage of rebirth still hold? Xianxia found himself engulfed in confusion, but in the next moment, his gaze regained its resolve. Even if the memories of the future proved futile, he was determined to eradicate all dangers in their infancy, confident that he could alter the course of fate, no matter the cost. Without further hesitation, Xianxia gently pushed open the door to Hutu's room. Hutu, who was already lying on the bed counting sheep, sat up in a hurry upon hearing the sound of the door, only to find his third senior brother gazing at him with a warm smile. Third senior brother? What brings you to my room at this late hour? Hutu yawned, still drowsy, as he posed the question to Xianxia. With a chuckle, Xianxia produced a sugar figurine from his pocket, waving it enticingly before Hutu. I just returned, and I thought I'd check on you. Would you care for a sugar figurine? Hutu's eyes fixated on the confectionery, his pupils darting with its movement. He promptly leapt from his bed and bounded towards Xianxia, grinning widely as he exclaimed, "You're the best, third senior brother. I like you the most," as he handed the sugar figurine to the approaching Hutu. Xianxia gently patted Hutu's head and inquired, "You've been away for so many days. I've missed you dearly. What adventures have you shared with the eldest senior brother? Can you tell me about them?" He knew that the eldest senior brother would not divulge the details of where he encountered the soul that had undergone reincarnation. And the second senior brother, Lung Qingsong, was in seclusion. If he were to ask Lung Qingsong, the latter, being the eldest senior brother's most trusted aide, would undoubtedly report back, leaving Xianxia without any useful information and possibly facing reprimand. Thus, he turned his attention to Hutu, who had accompanied the two senior brothers. With a sugar figurine in his mouth, Hutu tilted his head in thought before replying. Hutu went to the mortal realm with the eldest and second senior brothers. We ate a lot and saw many things. Brother, the mortal realm is wonderful, but I don't like it. It smells bad. Did you meet anyone there? Xianxia prompted. Hutu pondered for a moment before responding. Yes, indeed. I met many people, and they all smelled bad, except for one fragrant sister. Hee, brother, let me tell you. That beautiful sister is actually the second senior brother's wife. Observing Hutu's face brimming with gossip, Xianxia sighed, but nodded in agreement. Did you encounter any unpleasant experiences during your travels? Hutu tilted his head in contemplation, then shook it, and said, I haven't encountered any misfortunes. With master brother and second master brother being so formidable, what could possibly be beyond their resolution? In Hutu's mind, having the mightiest master brother and the second most powerful second master brother by his side ensured that he would never face any adversity. Xianxia, observing the earnest expression on Hutu's face, realized that merely asking questions would yield little. With only one last resort remaining, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a mixture of regret and resolve. He extended his hand towards Hatutu, who was engrossed in sucking on a candy figure, and a peculiar light shone in his gaze. Suddenly, the child, who had been struggling with the candy, felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness wash over him. "Ah, master brother. I suddenly feel so sleepy," Hatutu exclaimed, rubbing his eyes with one hand while clutching the candy with the other, addressing Xianxia. "Is that so? If you're tired, then it's best to rest," Xianxia replied softly, enveloping Hatutu in a gentle embrace, his voice resonating with an unusual charm. The candy slipped from Hututu's grasp and fell to the ground as he tilted his head and succumbed to slumber. Xianxia's heart grew heavier with regret. Silently apologizing, he summoned his spiritual power, preparing to employ the soul technique on Hatutu, intending to extract information regarding the rogue cultivator capable of possessing others from the depths of Hatutu's memories. The moment Xianxia's spiritual waves emanated, an overwhelming pressure akin to a tempest flooded the room. Startled, he instinctively shielded Hatutu behind him, flipping his sleeve to reveal a stack of yellow talismans in his hand. "Release her," a massive spectral fox snarled, baring its teeth at Xianxia, its formidable demonic energy propelling him backward. "Who are you?" Xianxia shouted as he held Hatutu protectively, swiftly unleashing several yellow talismans to fortify their position. Yet, within a mere second, they were shattered by the overwhelming force of the demon. At least a demon of the integration state. Xianxia's heart raced with alarm as he realized that a formidable demon had breached the defenses he had meticulously set around the small mountain peak. Just as he contemplated retrieving his hidden trump card, a colossal fox paw pressed against his throat, and a square-faced fox loomed before him, its beady eyes fixed on him as it spoke slowly. "You dare to employ the soul technique on her? Are you not aware that it could harm her very soul?" Recognition dawned upon Xianxia as he identified the fox. It was the pet of his junior sister, affectionately named Handsome. This fox, often found basking in the sun or sneaking food from his kitchen, turned out to be a demon of profound cultivation, surpassing the integration stage. Struggling to speak under the pressure, Xianxia managed to inquire, "What manner of being are you? Why would you choose to disguise yourself as a pet and infiltrate my small mountain?" The fox, Ouyang, gazed at Xianxia and replied, "I am Ouyang, the eight-tailed spirit fox. I am but the elder brother personally dispatched to protect Hatutu." Chapter 80. A resounding slap. "Are you the protector of the junior sister?" Xianxia asked with great difficulty. Each talented individual from a family is typically accompanied by a formidable protector. Upon first seeing Hatutu, he instinctively sensed that she would one day become the empress of the monster clan. Little did he anticipate that even the future empress would have a guardian by her side. Wasn't the Fox clan nearly annihilated before her rise? Foxian regarded Xianxia with disdain. Among the peaks, he found Xianxia to be the least favorable presence. Despite his culinary skills, this youth gave off an impression of deep cunning, far exceeding the clarity of heart exhibited by others in the vicinity. "I ask you, why did you employ the soul technique on her?" Foxian's tone was chilling as he scrutinized Xianxia. Both he and Hatutu belonged to the Fox clan of Xianxia, and she bore the remarkable lineage of the nine-tailed celestial fox, a rarity in millennia. Even though he had left Xianxia Mountain in a fit of anger, he could not bear to witness any harm befall a prodigy of his clan. Moreover, he had already resolved to impart all his knowledge to Hatutu. In Foxian's heart, she was akin to his own kin. The oppressive might of a tribulation phase expert and the overwhelming demonic energy that made it arduous for Xianxia to breathe were unmistakable manifestations of Foxian's fury. He even contemplated directly ending Xianxia's life, determined to take Hatutu away from Qinyun's sect if necessary. In this vast world, where could a tribulation phase expert not go? Although Xianxia, being in the core formation stage, was confident in his ability to defeat those in the nascent soul and even the out-of-body stages, he found himself utterly powerless against a tribulation phase expert, who stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. Under the pressure and the onslaught of Fox Yan's demonic energy, Xianxia was compelled to lower his head and speak. "I had no intention of harming the junior sister. I merely wished to glean some information from her." "Then why not simply ask her?" Foxian retorted. "The junior sister seems to possess no recollection of what I seek to know, which compelled me to reluctantly resort to the soul technique to examine her memories," Xianxia confessed, a hint of guilt creeping into his voice. "Even at the expense of harming your own sect?" Foxian's tone was frigid. Upon hearing Foxian's inquiry, Xianxia felt a profound shame and silently lowered his head, as if to acknowledge his wrongdoing. "Begone! I shall seek an explanation from Ouyang. If Qinyun's sect is no longer a sanctuary, I will take Hatutu and depart." With a flick of his hand, Foxian cast Xianxia out, the door slamming shut behind him. Cast outside, Xianxia sat on the ground, gazing at the myriad stars above, momentarily lost in thought. Foxian's questions had deeply pierced his heart. To alter the prevailing circumstances, had he truly resorted to any means? Even injuring a fellow disciple? Had he indeed committed the act of harming a comrade with his own hands? Can one truly claim to protect that which they profess to cherish? Xianxia gazed at his own hands, his eyes filled with a tumult of struggle. The impending threat loomed before him. Yet could he confide in his senior brother about his rebirth from the future? This sudden thought caused a stir within him. But he quickly shook his head. He sensed that revealing his identity as a reborn individual would lead to insurmountable troubles. What should he do? Grasping his head, Xianxia found himself engulfed in the greatest confusion since his rebirth. The winter chill gradually settled upon him, dampening his garments. It was not until dawn broke that he stood, dazed, and returned to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Unexpectedly, Ouyang arose early that day. Yawning as he emerged from his room, Xianxia was taken aback to see Ouyang up so early, instinctively averting his gaze. He brought the food from the kitchen and placed it upon the stone table in the courtyard, softly greeting Ouyang. "Good morning, senior brother." "Ah, good morning, third," Ouyang replied. "Oh, we have steamed buns today." He sat down and eagerly devoured a bun, savoring each bite. Observing Ouyang relish his meal, Xianxia hesitated, words caught in his throat. Ultimately swallowing his thoughts. Once Ouyang finished a bun, wiped his mouth, and contentedly burped, he beckoned Xianxia over. "Third, come here. I have something to discuss with you." With his head bowed, Xianxia approached, resembling a child awaiting reprimand. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed against his face. Though the force was not great, the sound was strikingly clear. Ouyang withdrew his hand, fixing his gaze on the steaming buns before him. "Do you know why I struck you?" he inquired calmly. With humility and respect, Xianxia lowered his head and replied softly, "I understand. Did you not heed a single word I said yesterday?" Ouyang's tone grew ever more composed, and Xianxia felt a rising tide of anxiety. He hastily confessed, "Senior brother, I was wrong. I should not have." Abruptly, a chill coursed through Xianxia's neck as Ouyang's hand pressed against it, forcing him closer. Ouyang regarded the tearful Xianxia and spoke with serene authority. "No matter the circumstance, causing harm to fellow disciples is always wrong." "I know." Xianxia's voice quivered, laden with unexpressed grievances, feeling as though no one understood his plight. He had pondered throughout the night, unable to discern the right course of action. It was the first time he appeared before Ouyang, not as a master of wisdom, but as a frightened fawn. Ouyang suddenly laughed as he looked at Xianxia, saying, "I have faith in you, Xianxia. Though I am unaware of the burdens you carry within, my trust in you remains unwavering. However, this does not justify your actions against your fellow disciples. Do you understand? Once a person discards their principles, they risk transforming into a monster." Upon hearing Ouyang's words and observing the proximity of Ouyang's face to his own, Xianxia seemed to glimpse a future where Ouyang, wounded and with his back turned, wielded a sword to shield him from all dangers while still smiling, uttering, "Xianxia, I believe in you, for you are indeed my junior brother." In that moment, Xianxia's pent-up grievances erupted, and tears welled in his eyes as he hurriedly concealed them with his sleeve. "Go apologize to Tutu, and prepare a gift of reconciliation," Ouyang gently instructed him. Xianxia responded absent-mindedly, hastily turning away, striving to suppress the tears threatening to fall. Just as he was about to leave, Ouyang's voice echoed from behind him, "Little third, I am your elder brother. Do not shoulder everything alone. Even if the sky were to fall, remember that I, your elder brother, will always stand at the forefront."
Upon hearing these words, Xianxia, with his back turned to Ouyang, could no longer contain his tears as they streamed down his face.
He choked out a heavy and turned toward the kitchen. In that moment, it felt as though he had shed a burden of 1,000 pounds, and his steps became noticeably lighter. Chapter 81. The changed Ouyang. "None of you ever allow me a moment's peace," Ouyang muttered as he watched Xianxia enter the kitchen. Stretching lazily, he had intended to attend a sermon today and could not afford to be late. When was the last time he had been tardy? 7 years ago? Or was it 8? Reflecting on the last time he had attended a sermon, he found himself unable to recall. "Little third, I won't be back for lunch. I am off to the sermon," Ouyang called out as he walked toward the door. Crash. Upon hearing Ouyang announce his intention to attend the sermon, Xianxia's hand trembled, causing the plate he held to shatter on the floor. He even questioned whether his ears had deceived him. His elder brother was going to attend a sermon? If his memory served him correctly, it had been 9 years, 2 months, and 13 days since his elder brother last attended one. Was something significant about to transpire within the sect? Xianxia's expression grew serious as he approached the door, anxiously retrieving a paper effigy from his sleeve. With a gentle breath, he sent the effigy fluttering away like a wisp of breeze from the kitchen. With a whoosh, the steadfast ching song broke through the roof. Cradling his sword, his expression reflecting concern as he gazed in the direction Ouyang had departed. Bai Feiyu opened the door to his room. Casting a contemplative glance at his own grave in the sky, his face similarly etched with gravity. The three were all too familiar with Ouyang's character. Ouyang ventured forth to attend a lecture on the Tao, a notion that evoked skepticism. Undoubtedly, he was attempting to display heroism covertly, much to the detriment of the three companions. Xiao Feng, meanwhile, observed the courtyard with trepidation, his three senior brothers appearing utterly bewildered. Moments prior, the eldest brother had delivered a resounding slap to the third brother, indicating that he was not the only one privy to the unfolding drama. Bai Shixiang and Long Shixiang must have also been clandestinely observing from within. How else could they have all emerged from their chambers upon hearing the eldest brother's declaration of his intention to attend the lecture? Their demeanor suggested an impending calamity, as if the eldest brother were embarking on a quest to vanquish evil rather than merely attending a discourse. Bai Feiyu glanced at Long Qingsong, who reciprocated his gaze. The two shared a moment of understanding, both eager to take flight upon their swords. Yet, Chen Changxing interjected with gravity, urging, "Second brother, fourth junior. Let us all go together. Our elder brother undoubtedly wishes to keep us in the dark. I will utilize a concealment technique to mask our presence." "Wait. I wish to join as well," Xiao Feng declared, pushing open his door with determination. Since arriving at the small peak, he had benefited greatly from the assistance of his brothers. Now, in the face of his elder brother's predicament, he felt compelled to contribute, despite his modest abilities. "Once the junior sister awakens, you shall be responsible for her. The three of us will proceed." Chen Changxing shot Xiao Feng an exasperated glance and retorted, "Just look at you." He turned away, his cheeks involuntarily twitching, recalling that he had just been struck. Surely these three had been lurking at the door, observing him. How else could they have synchronized their emergence at this precise moment? Chen Changxing extracted a yellow talisman from his sleeve, reciting an incantation as he flung it into the air. The talisman unfurled in the breeze, gradually transforming into a translucent cloak that enveloped the three of them. In an instant, their presence dissipated before Xiao Feng's eyes. The trio's figures faded slowly from his sight, leaving him to clench his fists in frustration, lamenting his own inadequacy. It seemed imperative to undergo rigorous training in the forbidden area today. Meanwhile, the spiritual beasts previously struck by Xiao Feng sensed an unsettling disturbance, causing a commotion around the perimeter of the forbidden zone. Under the blazing sun, flowers seemed to smile, and birds chirped merrily. Yet Ouyang hummed a nursery rhyme as he strolled toward Qingyun Peak, contemplating his recent journey to the mortal realm, which had illuminated his own shortcomings. For cultivators below the out-of-body stage, he found he could easily prevail. However, against those above this threshold, capable of separating their souls from their bodies, he realized that even if he were to destroy their corporeal forms, their souls remained impervious to his assaults. Initially, he had intended to consult the third brother for advice, but he was taken aback when the third brother nearly crossed a line with the junior sister. It seemed wiser to seek counsel from the venerable sect leader instead. After all, as the master of the 10 elemental immortal, possessing the secret techniques to slay out-of-body cultivators even at the chi refinement stage should not pose much of a challenge, right? Rejuvenated by the newfound understanding of the importance of learning, Ouyang brimmed with confidence, convinced that he would undoubtedly become a pillar of the Qingyun sect, perhaps, if fortune smiled upon him, even achieve foundation establishment. The mere thought of a radiant future ahead compelled Ouyang to retrieve the tome fundamentals of the 5 elemental techniques from his bosom, eagerly seeking the art of wind manipulation to enhance his speed. As Ouyang sprinted towards Qingyun Peak, the expressions of the trio trailing behind him turned increasingly grave. The senior brother had resorted to using techniques to hasten his journey. Clearly, it was a matter of utmost urgency. What could be so pressing that he wished to keep them in the dark? The trio exchanged glances, resolutely following Ouyang closely. Ouyang recalled correctly. Today was indeed the day Master Dongxi would impart teachings at the foot of Qingyun Peak, where inner disciples had already gathered in throngs, awaiting enlightenment. After confirming their passage through the formidable stone lions, they gradually ascended the jade-white steps of Qingyun Peak. Despite hastening with the art of wind, Ouyang was still a moment too late. The stone lions had already succumbed to slumber atop their pedestals. Upon arriving at the mountain gate, Ouyang was greeted by the larger stone lion on the right, which opened its eyes and declared, "The time for entry has elapsed. Who dares to intrude?" A crisp sound echoed as the lion's paw struck its own face, awakening it to the audacity of the approaching figure. However, upon seeing Ouyang attempting to scale the railing, the lion swiftly descended from its elevated perch, resizing itself to a more appropriate stature, and courteously urged, "Master, please take your time. Be cautious not to fall. Quickly carry me to hear the teachings. If I'm late, I'll twist your head off." Ouyang scolded the foolish creature beneath his feet. Did it not see him approaching? How could it not lower the barrier? Such stone beings were utterly devoid of wit. The lion promptly obliged, ferrying Ouyang over the railing. Casting a sidelong glance at the other lion, which feigned ignorance with its eyes closed, silently ridiculing, "You dare not even lick the master? It's no wonder you're destined to guard the gate forever." With Ouyang mounted, the lion leaped directly towards the summit of Qingyun Peak, with the trio hot on their heels. Who dares to forcefully breach the mountain gate? The other stone lion, witnessing Ouyang's figure vanish, exhaled deeply, sensing three more figures attempting to intrude under the cover of a concealment technique. As a spirit born from stone, it was acutely aware of breath and aura. With a disdainful sneer, the lion expanded in size, positioning itself before the trio. Cold Qingsong and the others decided to abandon their charade, with Cold Qingsong taking the lead towards Qingyun Peak, followed closely by Feiyu, while Qin Changsheng slightly lagged behind, keeping pace with them. The stone lion, taken aback, found itself the target of the irritable trio trailing behind, one of whom delivered a resounding slap to the foolish obstruction in their path. Ouch, ouch, ouch! The stone lion, recognizing the three individuals after months of vigil atop the small hill, could only emit a muffled whimper after receiving 3 slaps, ultimately retreating in a state of indignation atop the stone pillar. Chapter 82. Is it sufficient to possess ears to hear? Today marks the day of the sermon delivered by the master of Qingyun Peak. On this day, all inner disciples below the nascent soul stage gather at Qingyun Peak to absorb the teachings. The summit's plaza is already brimming with countless tables, each occupied by a meditative practitioner. From the foundation establishment to the nascent soul stage, nearly hundreds are assembled, all awaiting the appearance of the master seated upon the platform. The master's discourse attracts even the nascent soul inner disciples, for every occasion promises new insights, even for those already advanced. To the common eye, Master Dongshu's cultivation is unfathomable, and his grasp of the Tao is nothing short of celestial, a level far beyond the reach of his less accomplished disciples. To hear Master Dongshu impart wisdom is not merely to attend a high-caliber lecture, it symbolizes honor and prestige. Master Dongshu is not only the leader of Qingyun sect, but is also revered as the foremost figure in the contemporary cultivation realm. Rumors abound that he has brushed against the threshold of immortality, invincible below the realm of the immortal, and a worthy adversary above. To be graced with the teachings of such a formidable practitioner brings immense pride to all inner disciples. Partaking in the Master's lecture is tantamount to receiving his true legacy. In essence, I am a disciple of the Master. All who come to hear the teachings flock eagerly, with seats at a premium. As the sound of 3 bronze bells echoed, a gentle breeze swept across the plaza, and a figure gradually materialized upon the high platform. At the moment of his appearance, accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and ethereal music faintly resonated. Exuding an aura of celestial grace, adorned in a dark Taoist robe with a wooden hairpin and wielding a whisk, he embodied the essence of an immortal, exuding an otherworldly presence. With a mere flick of his wrist, Master Dongshu activated the gathering spirit formation atop Qingyun Peak, enveloping the summit in a rich tapestry of celestial energy. The dense aura coalesced into mist, surrounding the peak with an enchanting ambience that invigorated the spirit with each breath. All present rose to bow before Master Dongshu, collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Master." He nodded in acknowledgement, a sense of satisfaction glimmering in his gaze as he regarded the inner disciples below. These are indeed the hopes of Qingyun sect's future. Master Dongshu spoke in a calm demeanor. "Please take your seats. The discourse is about to commence." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all disciples. All the disciples bowed once more, obediently settling into their seats, their ears perked up in anticipation of the Master's teachings. Dong Shuzi subtly nodded and took his place on the meditation cushion. Just as he was about to speak, a resounding lion's roar erupted. "The young master has arrived. Make way." The once tranquil square was abruptly disrupted by this proclamation, nearly causing Dong Shuzi to choke on his own saliva. With a rustle, everyone turned their gaze towards the steps, where the colossal stone lion, originally stationed as a guardian, leaped forward, bearing a youth clad in azure, his hair a wild tangle. The lion, catching a glimpse of Dong Shuzi's slightly displeased expression, felt a twinge of guilt for its earlier bellow, but quickly regained its swagger at the thought of its esteemed rider. After all, a loyal pet that could enhance its master's reputation before the master might be rewarded with an infusion of true energy. What a stroke of luck. To the stone lion, the master's displeasure was trivial compared to the prospect of receiving additional true energy from its master. The authority of the Qingyun sect's master? What concern is that to a mere stone guardian? The lion's tail swished with pride as it eagerly awaited its master's commendation. Ouyang, feeling the weight of the foolish gazes directed at him from all around, couldn't he help but blush despite his thick skin. What was this imbecile shouting about? Such embarrassing lines. Was he trying to bring about his own social demise? Ouyang leaped down from the lion's back, kicked it lightly, and channeled a stream of true energy into it. Feeling the surge of primordial true energy within, the stone lion rolled joyfully, fawning over Ouyang. Roll, 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 Ouyang scolded. Exasperated. The lion, not lingering, complied immediately, promising to return and curry favor another day. It rose, casting a regal glance over the inner disciples before turning to dash down the mountain. Ouyang scanned the square, noting how densely packed it was. There were no vacant seats. Senior brother, over here. Suddenly, a group of muscular figures rose from the eastern side of the square, waving frantically at Ouyang. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as disciples from the Xingfeng sect, with whom he shared a camaraderie, often finding himself dragged into their territory by the sect leader, Li Yi. Under the guise of discussing alchemical arts, though it was merely a pretext to extract newly painted works from Changxing. Through their repeated interactions, Ouyang had grown quite familiar with these brawny disciples, who embodied the very essence of the Xingfeng sect's rigorous atmosphere, even clad in a Taoist robe. The garment was distorted by the bulging muscles that filled it. Xianxia, after all, presided over the doctrines of the Qingyan sect. If he could not fight, how could he possibly maintain order among the arrogant prodigies within the sect? Among the entire Qingyan sect, aside from the self-proclaimed champions from the Ouyang peak, the most formidable fighters were undoubtedly Xianxia and his band of muscular brethren. Ouyang strode over, greeted warmly by the brothers. Hey, someone stand up and make room for senior brother. Senior brother, you look even more handsome after a few days. Let us discuss sword techniques together tonight. Ouyang waved his hands around, effortlessly bantering amidst the muscular men, even managing to make a few of the muscle-bound warriors blush with embarrassment. The disciples of Xianxia were well aware of Ouyang's close relationship with their master. Once, after a night of revelry, he nearly burned Joss paper to pledge brotherhood. The square, which had been so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, suddenly erupted into a commotion akin to a bustling market. On the high platform, Xianxia cleared his throat and declared, "Silence." At the sound of their master's voice, the disciples of Xianxia promptly subdued their excitement and returned to their seats. Xianxia, astonished, observed Ouyang lounging among the muscular men, leaning back on the table with his hands behind him, gazing at him nonchalantly. Had this lad not come to hear him preach in nearly a decade? Was the sun rising from the west today? What could possibly bring him back? Could there be some ulterior motive? Xianxia discreetly glanced at the celestial realm above and coughed again, stating, "Today's discourse will cover the arts, the laws, and the path. For the practitioner, it is the beginning of cultivation and the initiation of qi." The cadence of his voice echoed throughout the square. Leaning back against the table with his legs crossed, Ouyang listened intently to Xianxia's teachings. As he watched Xianxia's mouth move, it increasingly resembled a fish out of water, opening and closing in a rhythmic manner. Xianxia's voice flowed into Ouyang's left ear and out through the right, resembling a lullaby that made his eyelids grow heavier. Just a moment ago, he intended to stay awake, but in the next instant, Ouyang tilted his head back and fell into a deep slumber, his mouth wide open. Before Xianxia could finish 10 sentences, a loud snore erupted from Ouyang. Chapter 83. Only through learning can one feel fulfilled. Gurgle, gurgle. Ouyang, sleeping with his mouth agape, gathered drool into a puddle. The sounds of his snoring, intertwined with the gurgling of saliva, created a rhythm of its own. A nearby disciple of Xianxia, feeling apprehensive, nudged Ouyang, but he remained as unresponsive as a log, utterly oblivious to the world around him. He was truly enjoying his slumber, as evidenced by the drool that escaped his lips. The snoring grew increasingly loud, even overpowering Xianxia's voice. An increasing number of individuals turned their heads towards Ouyang, who was blissfully asleep, his snores resonating through the air. How could one dare to sleep so soundly during such an important sermon delivered by the master? Who was this foolish individual bringing shame upon themselves? The disciples who had joined the sect within the last decade were filled with righteous indignation, upset that Ouyang was disturbing their attentive listening to the master's teachings. Only the older disciples, who had entered the sect 10 years prior, regarded the slumbering Ouyang with a glimmer of nostalgia. They exchanged glances, and their attention shifted towards Dongzuzi upon the elevated platform, as if awaiting something significant. The square was divided into two factions. One group glared angrily at Ouyang, while the other fixated on Master Dongzuzi, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Dong Zuzi's expression twitched, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat, as he observed the sleeping Ouyang. Had he truly spoken 10 sentences? How could this insufferable boy fall asleep so rapidly? Dong Zuzi sensed the presence of a trio lurking stealthily beyond the square. A chill running down his spine. Surely, these scoundrels had not come to disrupt him today? No, he was the master. The dignity of the master could not be undermined by a few rascals. Dong Zuzi's countenance grew serious, his voice becoming increasingly profound and enigmatic. The disciples, who had been captivated by his words, suddenly found themselves bewildered. Why had the teachings become so incomprehensible? It was akin to being abruptly thrust from kindergarten phonics into the complexities of advanced mathematics. The intertwining sounds of Dong Zuzi's teachings and Ouyang's snores enveloped the bewildered disciples, creating an atmosphere of confusion. Gradually, Dong Zuzi felt his eyelids growing heavier, a wave of drowsiness overtaking him, and his voice began to wane. Suddenly, the older disciples who had joined the sect a decade ago produced their recording stones. Their hearts filled with joy as they prepared to capture this moment. Dong Zuzi's voice became ethereal and faint, until finally, unable to withstand the tide of weariness, his head drooped, and he fell into a deep slumber, snoring sweetly, even joining the chorus of snores. The rhythmic sounds of snoring from Dong Zuzi and Ouyang echoed in harmony across the square. It had occurred. Whenever this fellow appeared, the master inevitably succumbed to sleep. Who would have thought that after 10 years, they would witness such a spectacle again? A wave of nostalgia washed over the older disciples, their eyes brimming with tears of joy as they captured this moment, rising to encircle Ouyang in jubilant celebration. This scene had once caused a tremendous uproar, drawing countless spectators, and many had even considered Ouyang to be the master's nemesis. The nemesis of the master. How magnificent! The brothers cheered for Ouyang, while the younger disciples remained in a state of bewilderment. What does this mean? Wasn't the master preaching? What is happening now? How could the master be asleep? What are the senior brothers celebrating? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The square was chaotic, resembling a bustling market, and the trio hiding beneath the steps fell into silence. I suspect that the senior brother merely wished to attend the sermon and reminisce about his childhood. Chen Changxing remarked dryly to Bai Feiyu and Lung Qingsong. Bai Feiyu, covering his face, bore an expression of defeat, utterly perplexed by his senior brother's peculiar behavior today, which brought embarrassment. Lung Qingsong's gaze fixed intently on the disciples of the Xinfeng sect surrounding Ouyang, his expression icy and filled with confusion. Why were these Xinfeng disciples so close to his brother, even more so than himself? It seemed he would need to visit Xinfeng soon to inquire about the sharpness of the swords wielded by its disciples. A glint of cold light flashed in Lung Qingsong's eyes as he marked the muscular brethren with a metaphorical death sign. Since Ouyang had come solely to listen to the teachings, the trio's presence here seemed rather pointless. Just as Bai Feiyu prepared to leave, he suddenly paused, raising his head towards the sky with an instinctive feeling. What is it?
Junior brother Bai? Chen Changxing inquired. Bai Feiyu shook his head in confusion. Nothing, just a strange sensation.
Why did I sense the resonance of my past lives, Tao approaching Qingyan sect? What could this mean? Bai Feiyu addressed Lung Qingsong and Chen Changxing. I will not return just yet. I shall wait for the sermon to conclude and return with my brother. Lung Qingsong and Chen Changxing exchanged glances, and Chen Changxing said, In that case, I shall wait a while as well. Lung Qingsong, clutching his sword, remained silent but stood motionless. Meanwhile, atop the drum tower in the square of Qingyan Peak, a plump female cultivator materialized, surveying the disarray before her. With a slight furrow of her brow, she coldly commanded, Silence. Her chilling voice echoed in the ears of all, silencing the crowd as if doused in cold water. The square fell so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, leaving only the sounds of Ouyang and Dong Zuzi's snores. Zzz. Zzz. Upon hearing the snoring, the female cultivator looked up, and upon seeing Ouyang, a hint of surprise crossed her face, followed by a frown directed at Dong Zuzi, who continued to snore blissfully. The female cultivator gathered her true essence and struck the giant bell atop the drum tower with a forceful punch. Ding! The bell's toll resonated, reverberating across the square with an invisible wave of true essence. Dong Zuzi suddenly awoke, raising his head in a daze to inquire, Huh? Is it thundering? Below him, Ouyang, who had been soundly asleep, abruptly sat up, wiping the drool from his mouth, and, with a bewildered expression, surveyed the crowd that had gathered around him, asking, Is class over? The female cultivator snorted disdainfully and vanished into thin air once more. Thus, the lecture concluded amidst an absurd scene, with Ouyang predictably retained by Dong Zuzi, who wore a beaming smile. Once all the disciples had departed, Dong Zuzi, his face flushed with anger, shouted at Ouyang, Don't leave. If you dare, let us have a duel. Ouyang, observing the agitated Dong Zuzi, nonchalantly cleaned his ears. After such a lengthy study session, he felt invigorated. Indeed, it is only through learning that one can feel fulfilled. Chapter 84. The Ancient Sword Immortal Li Tai Bai as the trio prepared to return to their small peak to attend to their own matters. Dong Shuzi's voice echoed in their ears. He stays, and so do you. The three, Ling Qingsong, Chen Chongxing, and Bai Feiyu, momentarily paused, exchanging glances before obediently presenting themselves before Ouyang. Ouyang, who was casually observing Dong Shuzi's fervent verbal onslaught, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the three wayward disciples and asked, "When did you three arrive?" Chen Chongxing was about to respond honestly when Bai Feiyu interjected. "We three have come specifically to seek guidance from the master regarding our cultivation." Really? Ouyang regarded the trio with skepticism. Seeking the old man's counsel on matters of cultivation? Such words from these three rebellious disciples? Chen Chongxing nodded vigorously, asserting, "Yes, senior brother. Recently, the three of us have felt our hearts waver in the path. And we specifically came to inquire of the master, didn't we, second senior brother?" Ling Qingsong didn't expect Chen Chongxing to divert attention onto himself, but silently nodded in acquiescence. Dong Shuzi, who had been fervently addressing Ouyang, turned his gaze toward the trio and sneered at Chen Chongxing, saying, "Shouldn't the holy son of Qingyan sacred ground currently be in the forbidden area, contemplating the Qingyan treasure?" Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's inquiry, Chen Chongxing promptly bowed, replying, "Respected master, my true body is indeed in the forbidden area contemplating the treasure. What you see today is merely a manifestation." Dong Shuzi lifted his gaze, observing Chen Chongxing's meridians in motion, vital energy flowing unceasingly, appearing entirely corporeal. Yet, the Chen Chongxing within the forbidden area appeared just the same. Whose marionette arts has this lad learned to deceive to such an extent? Clearing his throat, Dong Shuzi declared sternly, "Follow me to the Great Hall." With that, he turned and strode toward the Grand Hall of Qingyan Peak. Ouyang took the lead, following closely behind Dong Shuzi, while the remaining three exchanged glances before trailing behind. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the first sight that greeted the eyes was the altar dedicated to the earth and sky wooden tablet. Dong Shuzi held 3 slender incense sticks, placing them meticulously into the censer before settling himself upon the meditation mat before the altar, gesturing for the 4 to offer their incense. Ouyang, accompanied by his 3 companions, approached the altar in succession, and as they departed, Ouyang nonchalantly plucked a sacrificial fruit from the altar to savor. The quartet sat opposite Dong Shuzi, gazing intently at him, uncertain of the enigmatic intentions he harbored. Dong Shuzi regarded the 4 youths before him, and even he could not help but acknowledge that at their age, he was merely leading his fellow disciples in nest hunting. Yet, these 4 had already begun to distinguish themselves in remarkable ways. It is indeed true that comparison can be a source of envy. With a deep sigh, Dong Shuzi addressed the 4 young individuals, stating, a few days prior, "Your master transmitted a message to me across great distances, instructing me to relay certain matters to you." "Master?" The 4 perked up at the mention of Ouyang, lifting their heads in unison. Their master rarely returned throughout the year. What could have prompted him to delegate such matters to the sect leader on their behalf? Chen Chongxing appeared perplexed, while Bai Feiyu contemplated thoughtfully. Ouyang and Ling Qingsong exchanged knowing glances, instinctively aware that their elder likely had something to do with the celestial secret realm above. Dong Shuzi continued, "The celestial secret realm that manifested a few days ago still hangs in the heavens. You are likely aware of this?" Without waiting for a response, he proceeded, "Your master has instructed me to share with you some ancient secrets regarding this realm left behind by a legendary sword immortal. This realm holds immense benefits for you all. After all, it is a product of your master's diligent planning. Do not let his efforts go to waste." Ouyang and Chen Chongxing displayed a nonchalant demeanor, as they had little interest in the treasures of the sword path. However, Ling Qingsong listened intently, fully aware that his master had orchestrated this opportunity for him over a long period, leaving him curious about what he might discover within this realm. Bai Feiyu's expression twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that the grave of his past life had been meticulously crafted by his own master. The moment the secret realm appeared, Bai Feiyu sensed its existence, feeling an uncanny familiarity. This realm was, in fact, the small world he had once opened himself. How could he not be acquainted with it? After his demise, someone had erected a grave for him within his own created domain, leading to the current manipulation by Ouyang. After all, Bai Feiyu, following his fall, had no inkling of the treasures hidden within his small world. For him, the transition from death to reincarnation felt like a mere blink of an eye. Dong Shuzi gathered his thoughts and began, "The celestial secret realm is the legacy of the ancient sword immortal, Li Tai Bai. Li Tai Bai, the sole sword immortal of ancient times, was also the formidable being who brought an end to the ancient celestial realm." As Dong Shuzi's words echoed, The expressions of the four-seated individuals were utterly captivating. Ouyang's mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. While others may have been oblivious to the essence of Baifeiyu, he was acutely aware. Although the attributes panel had changed, the title following Baifeiyu's name clearly stated reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal. Goodness, could it be that this grave truly belonged to Xiao Bai's previous life? Had his master indeed unearthed Xiao Bai's grave for his second disciple to revel in? Meanwhile, Lung Qingsong gazed with longing. Thinking of the sword immortal who entered the ancient celestial realm, he was certain he could achieve the same. Upon hearing Dong Zizi's words, Baifeiyu was enveloped in memories. His gaze shifting to the back of Ouyang in the front row, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Chen Chongqing maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Perceiving the matter as one solely concerning his senior brother and fourth junior brother, with little relevance to himself, Dong Zizi's expression turned serious as he stated. Regarding the events of ancient times, the entire cultivation world has kept silent, with not a single written record, only scattered legends. Do you know why? The four shook their heads. They were indeed aware of the existence of an ancient period, yet had seen no documentation pertaining to it. Baifeiyu, too, was curious at what point did the era he inhabited come to be referred to as ancient. Observing the inquisitive expressions of the four, Dong Zizi felt a sense of satisfaction that he had never experienced before as a mentor. His junior had been correct. These four were indeed the sort who would not rest until they had seen the proverbial rabbit before they ceased their pursuits. Clearing his throat, Dong Zizi built up the suspense. Flicking his feather duster, and with a hint of reverence said, in ancient times, there were indeed immortals. They would sit high in the heavens, observing the grand trends of the world. However, with the sword immortal Li Taibai's slaying of the immortals, they fell like rain to the mortal realm, and thus, the existence of immortals ceased to be in this world. Finally, Xiao Bai's role was about to commence. He urged everyone to stay tuned, to encourage updates, and to support with free gifts. Love you all, moi. Chapter 85, Secrets of the Ancient's Goodness. Did this mean that after this individual, there were no more immortals? Could it be that Li Taibai had annihilated all of them? How terrifying. Chen Chongqing inhaled sharply, recalling how in his past life during the apocalypse, he had witnessed individuals ascending to immortality, their formidable presence making even his own strength at the tribulation stage feel insignificant as that of an ant. He had not anticipated that such a powerful being existed in ancient times, one who could obliterate all immortals. Lang Qingsong was filled with fervor. Envisioning a lone figure with a sword standing high in the sky, where the sword's edge brought the downfall of the immortals. This is indeed the aspiration of every sword cultivator. Even the typically composed Lung Qingsong cannot help but feel a surge of fervor. How intriguing, how fascinating. Xiao Bai truly is remarkable. Initially, one might have assumed he was merely an ordinary ancient sword immortal. Yet it turns out he was a formidable figure in his past life. Baifeiyu, however, lowered his gaze, adopting an air of indifference, even wearing a hint of mockery upon his face. Immortal? Do those beings truly deserve such a title? It is rather amusing. Dong Shuzi's voice echoed through the grand hall, recounting the ancient secrets he was privy to. In ancient times, when the immortal gates were not yet sealed, those who transcended the tribulation stage were the very essence of immortality. During that era, immortals held dominion over the world. In every significant event of the ancient period, one could trace the shadows of these immortals, until the emergence of a sword immortal wielding a celestial sword. Sword immortal Li Taibai ascended the immortal gates thrice yet chose not to enter, standing outside the immortal realm, slaying immortals and obliterating the immortal gates, transforming the existence of immortals into mere legend. Thus, the age of ancient immortals came to a close, giving way to the present era. What are your thoughts on sword immortal Li Taibai? Dong Shuzi's ethereal voice interrupted the youths who were lost in their imaginations of the unparalleled sword immortal. Chen Chongqing, in a daze, remarked, the title of sword immortal is truly well-deserved. Such is the essence of a sword immortal. Even the typically aloof Lang Qingsong offered high praise. Remarkable. Ouyang, rummaging through his limited vocabulary, exclaimed. Only Baifeiyu remained silent, his eyes betraying an inner struggle. Indeed, to be capable of slaying an immortal with a single sword stroke is a spectacle that commands our admiration, yet do you comprehend the consequences? Dong Shuzi inquired. Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's words, the three of them shook their heads in confusion, while the turmoil in Baifeiyu's eyes grew more pronounced. Dong Shuzi spoke deliberately. Without the constraints of immortals, the conflict between the demonic paths has persisted since the end of the ancient immortal era, with flames of war extending into the present. Absent the exalted immortals, the once opposing demonic factions engaged in a bloody war that lasted for millennia after the fall of the immortals. Countless prodigies met untimely ends. Numerous sects were destroyed, their legacies severed. Moreover, countless individuals became mere footnotes in history, reduced to the phrase countless bones. Therefore, do you consider this sword immortal a sword immortal? Or a sword demon? Dongxuzi paused, posing this question. His inquiry prompted Ouyang and the others to ponder, while Bai Feiyu trembled slightly, firmly shutting his eyes. Ouyang turned to Qin Changsheng, admitting he was at a loss for such a discussion. Qin Changsheng, grasping the essence, organized his thoughts and replied, I believe this individual should be regarded as a sword immortal. The path of the sword should advance relentlessly, with a heart attuned to the sword. Even in a peaceful world, mortals live as mere livestock, akin to pigs raised by immortals in a state of oblivion. It would be far better for the affairs of the world to involve all its inhabitants. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Bai Feiyu abruptly opened his eyes and gazed at the eloquent Qin Changsheng, a glimmer of comfort flashing in his eyes. A sword immortal is indeed a sword immortal, trusting solely in the blade that rests in his hand. What need is there for a sword demon? Long Qingsong chimed in agreement. Ouyang discreetly cast a glance at Bai Feiyu and remarked to Dongxuzi, I feel the same way. Bai Feiyu watched the silhouettes of the three, momentarily at a loss for words. In his past life, he stood opposed to all, even to all living beings, severing the faith of everyone with the sword he wielded, which led him to become a figure reviled like a demon. Yet now, these three senior brothers unanimously stood by his side. In his previous existence, he had but one dear friend, who ultimately perished because of him. Now, he was surrounded by three like-minded brothers. Had he been born too early in his former life? Otherwise, he would not have walked such a solitary path, ultimately leading to his downfall. Across from them, Dongxuzi regarded the four rebellious disciples with exasperation. His earnest admonitions aimed to convey that defying the heavens would inevitably invite greater calamities. Instead, these four seemed to grow ever more resolute. Dongxuzi waved his hand and said, if you believe Li Taibai is not at fault, then venture into that secret realm and discern for yourselves what is right and wrong, depending on how you perceive it within your hearts. Ouyang, nonchalantly, replied, I shall not go. I wouldn't understand it anyway. Let them go. Master, I do not pursue the sword path, so I shall not go either, Qin Changsheng stated. Shaking his head, burdened by a multitude of tasks since he had been pinned against the wall by Hu Yin the previous day, he felt a lack of safety within the Qinyan sect and resolved to place curses on all living beings, including any flowers or plants, save for those within the sect. Who knows if a seemingly ordinary fox might be a transcendent being, or whether a celestial stone monkey might emerge from the stones at the foot of the small peak. It was imperative to cast curses on them all. Bai Feiyu similarly declared, this secret realm contradicts my sword path. I shall not go. The three of them expressed their refusal to go, primarily to avoid disturbing Lang Qingsong's contemplation of the sword path within the secret realm. Naturally, Lang Qingsong understood the intentions of his three brothers, but chose not to voice his thoughts. Among his brothers, he would not be polite. Dongxuzi scoffed. You wish to go or not go at your leisure. It's a pleasant thought indeed. The secret realm hangs in the sky, while mortals cannot see it. Any practitioner who is not blind can surely perceive it. One of the 9 sacred lands, the Sword Sect, announced yesterday its intention to visit the Qingyun sect for a discussion, not to mention the countless wandering cultivators and sects who wouldn't yearn to acquire the treasures hidden within the immortal's secret realm. Dongxuzi remarked. Bai Feiyu appeared bewildered. Although that place was a small world of his past life, he truly had no knowledge of who had erected a grave for him at what time. Treasures? What could a mere shadow of his former self possess? Upon hearing Dongxuzi's words, Ouyang stood up nonchalantly, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire, and replied casually, Oh, is that so? Then let them come. Chapter 86. Visitors from the Sword Sect. His old man had been scheming for quite some time, drawing out the grave of the little wight from his past life, all to enable the second child to extract something from it. If there were truly foolish individuals daring to prance around before him, he would not hesitate to scatter their ashes. This time he would certainly bring along the third child. And after scattering the ashes, he would ensure their soul was also obliterated. Dongxuzi observed Ouyang's indifferent demeanor, fully aware of what this rebellious child was contemplating. With a sigh, he spoke. This time, the immortal secret realm will not only attract countless sects, but also numerous wandering cultivators. Individual bravery can only achieve so much. Moreover, fortune within the immortal realm is dictated more by chance than by strength. No matter how powerful you are, can you surpass an immortal? Even the mightiest of immortals must eventually meet death. You really do talk too much, old man. Ouyang muttered inwardly, yet he remained cautious. Dongxuzi's words held truth. The little wight from his past life had once recklessly slain immortals, who knew what treasures he might have concealed within his grave. Thus, he resolved to bring the little wight along this time, with the second child leading the charge, himself in the center, the third child to the left, and the little wight to the right. It seemed that all forces would be mobilized for this ascent to the peak of the small mountain. Dong Shuzi cast a glance at the four of them, recognizing that each of these rascals, if unleashed, could stir a tempest within the realm of cultivation. Yet, their current strength was still inadequate, with the most formidable among them merely at the nascent soul stage. With the secret realm opening imminently, it was utterly impossible to elevate their levels in such a short time. Cultivating immortality is inherently a gradual process. Even the most extraordinary genius cannot leap several levels at once. Xianxia and Bai Feiyu were both at the core formation stage, and Bai Feiyu had only recently entered this realm. Even if they were both naturally gifted, their power was still insufficient for the challenges that lay within the secret realm. This immortal secret realm had garnered the attention of the world. Countless formidable cultivators were fixated on this mystical place. Those reclusive old-timers and prestigious sects who wouldn't wish to partake in the bounty of an immortal's realm. Regardless of one's talent, it pales in comparison to absolute strength. A nascent genius, unrefined in their potential, holds little distinction from an ordinary cultivator in the eyes of seasoned practitioners. It is truly unfortunate that the key to unlocking this celestial realm lies with the disciple of my own junior brother. That troublesome brat, Ouyang, not only fails to assist with the sect's affairs, but also manages to create trouble from afar. Once again, the Qingyan sect has become the focal point of the entire cultivation world. Dong Shuzi sighed deeply, his brow furrowed in distress as he tapped his head lightly. Ouyang, too, was lost in thought, pondering the same concerns that weighed heavily on Dong Shuzi's mind, for this was indeed a celestial secret realm, and all eyes in the cultivation world were upon it. With dozens of tribulation-stage cultivators present, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Even though the second brother was the initiator of this secret realm and the third brother held countless hidden cards, they were still too young. Thus, the only glimmer of hope resided in Xiaobai. After all, it was her own territory, and she should be quite familiar with it, right? Elder, the four of us will go this time. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Ouyang spoke earnestly. I will not go. Bai Feiyu's voice suddenly rang out. The abruptness of the rebuke caught Ouyang off guard, leaving him momentarily astonished as he turned to look at Bai Feiyu. With a steadfast expression, Bai Feiyu continued, I do not wish to go, not at all. The atmosphere in the great hall became tense, and both Lung Qingsong and Qin Changxing curiously glanced at Bai Feiyu, despite his usual sharp remarks towards his senior brother. This was the first time Bai Feiyu had outright rejected Ouyang's arrangement. Ouyang regarded Bai Feiyu's resolute demeanor and suddenly burst into laughter, saying, All right. If you do not wish to go, then you shall not. This time, Xiaobai will stay behind. The second and third brothers and I will suffice. Neither Lung Qingsong nor Qin Changxing harbored any resentment towards Bai Feiyu. Among brothers, it was customary to speak freely without concealing one's thoughts. Lang Qingsong even preferred not to involve his brothers in his own matters. He detested burdening others with his affairs. Qin Changxing was indifferent, as it was not as if he would be going in person. At most, he would need to prepare some additional contingencies. As Bai Feiyu gazed at the smiling Ouyang, a figure suddenly materialized in his mind. Clad in a green robe, the figure stood beside him, carefree and smiling as he said, If Xiaobai wishes to go, then go. I shall accompany you. That face was not Ouyang's, yet the current Ouyang bore an uncanny resemblance to that person. Bai Feiyu's lips moved as he bitterly expressed, Senior brother, I have my reasons. Ouyang patted Bai Feiyu on the shoulder, saying, We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Bai Feiyu lowered his head, fully aware that his presence would serve little purpose and might even complicate matters. After his demise, he had no recollection of the events that transpired thereafter, and who knew who had erected his tomb. Now, the present self has completely abandoned the path of the past life and has embarked on a journey that is entirely contrary to it. Bai Feiyu wishes to avoid evoking memories tied to the past and desires no further connection with his former self. Dong Shuzi gazes with some exasperation at the four individuals below. The secret realm has yet to commence, yet this group of rebellious children has already encountered trouble. Ouyang. Oh Ouyang, you scoundrel, always proclaiming yourself as a book-turner. If you do not handle the pages well, it may lead to calamity. Just as Dong Shuzi is engulfed in worry, a resounding, boisterous laughter echoes from afar. Ha ha ha. Where is that old rascal Dong Shuzi? Come out and face your demise. Startled, Dong Shuzi quickly recognizes the owner of the voice, his expression one of defeat as he rises and addresses the four. I have an old acquaintance visiting. You may return for now. No sooner had Dong Shuzi spoken than the grand doors of the hall were violently thrust open by an overwhelming sword intent, shattering the massive red cedar door into fragments. Ouyang and the others turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a white sword practice garment leaning against the doorframe, a grin upon his face as he remarked, Ha ha ha, so you are here, old rascal Dong Shuzi. Old swordman, do you not know how to knock? Must you always smash my hall's door each time you visit? Do sword cultivators lack common sense to enter properly? Dong Shuzi admonished the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, Lang Qingsong trembled slightly, feeling somewhat offended. The middle-aged man, unfazed, took a hearty swig from his wine gourd and regarded the four within the hall with a look of surprise, especially brightening upon seeing Lang Qingsong. He enthusiastically raised his wine gourd towards the four, inquiring, "Would you three young gentlemen care to join me at the sword sect? I shall take you as my personal disciples." Chapter 87. The Sword Sect Master Tai. 3 young gentlemen? Chongqing is now the saint son of the Qing in Holy Land. It seems he speaks of us 3. The old fellow has quite the discerning eye. Has he truly recognized my unparalleled genius at a glance? Ouyang's admiration for the middle-aged man surged instantly. However, mindful of his own elder who still lived, he could only clasp his fists in regret and reply, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your kind offer, but we currently have no intentions of changing sections." The middle-aged man gave Ouyang a puzzled glance and replied nonsensically, "I did not ask you. Why are you responding? Are you not aware of your own capabilities?" Uft. Dong Shuzi could not contain his laughter. Though he quickly resumed a neutral expression, Ouyang stared incredulously at the middle-aged man before him, thinking, does this old fellow have an issue with his eyesight? How could he fail to recognize such an extraordinary talent as myself? Were it not for the impressive attributes displayed before me, I would have unleashed a swift flurry of strikes upon him. Name, Tai, Master of the Sword Sect, Cultivation Level, 9th Stage of Transcendence Bone Structure, 10 Charm, 9 Luck, 9 Swordsmanship Talent, 10 Exclusive Skill, 1 Sword. Ascending to Immortality Evaluation. With a single sword, I can slay immortals. These ancient figures, who have ascended to the position of masters in the 9 great sacred lands, are all exceptionally formidable. The middle-aged man continued to gaze enthusiastically at Lang Qingsong, Bai Feiyu, and Qin Changsheng, proclaiming, "My sword sect is the foremost authority among sword cultivators in this era. Each year, over 1 million aspire to join our ranks, yet only 1 may be admitted." He added, however, "Should the 3 young friends be willing, I would gladly take them under my wing as my personal disciples." Dong Shuzi's expression was one of incredulous amusement. This shameless old man was audaciously undermining the Qingyun sect right before his eyes. Yet, upon hearing the old man insult Ouyang, he could not suppress his delight, watching the scene unfold with keen interest. In Dong Shuzi's eyes, the sword sect master bore the mark of danger upon his brow. Qin Changxing's gaze flickered as he regarded the sword sect master. In the recesses of his past life's memories, his second senior brother had been an unparalleled genius of the sword sect, who, during the recent Immortal Secret Realm, had acquired the legacy of an immortal and ascended to become the first immortal of the world. A sense of jealousy washed over him as he pondered why his second senior brother had now become his own peer in this life. In his previous life, he and his master brother had been the closest of siblings, yet in this lifetime, it appeared that Lang Qingsong was the first to encounter his master brother. If his second senior brother were to follow the sword sect master, would that not make him the second senior brother of the Little Mountain Peak? This thought flickered through Qin Changxing's mind, only to be quickly dismissed. He cherished his current Little Mountain Peak too much, the cool yet warm-hearted Lang Qingsong, the mature and steady Bai, the whimsical junior sister, and the resilient Xiao, compared to the solitude of his past life on the Little Mountain Peak, where only he and his master brother remained. The present atmosphere was vibrantly alive. The more one faced the endless despair of the apocalypse, the more one treasured such beauty. "Master, there is nothing more to discuss. We shall take our leave. You all continue your conversation. Farewell," Ouyang declared, preparing to lead his 3 rebellious disciples back to the Little Mountain Peak amidst Dong Shuzi's disappointed gaze. He casually glanced at Tai, already concocting plans on how to deal with this old rascal. However, the sword sect master, Tai, stepped in front of Ouyang, looking sincerely at the 3 behind him and stating, "Truly, I am the sword sect master. Trust me, I can help you fully realize your talents." Dong Shuzi scoffed. "Is there anything the sword sect can accomplish that our Qingyun sect cannot?" Tai regarded Dong Shuzi seriously and replied, "Old man, you may be strong, but when it comes to swordsmanship, if my sword sect claims second place, would your Qingyun sect dare to assert first?" Dong Shuzi found himself rendered speechless by Tai's words. Although he had a 60% confidence in overpowering the old rogue before him, he had to concede that when it came to the path of the sword sect was undoubtedly the preeminent force in the world. The strength of the sword sect did not hinge upon any single swordsman, but rather upon the countless great sword cultivators who had emerged from the sect over the years, leaving behind legendary tales before ultimately returning to the sword sect. The sword pool within the forbidden grounds of the sect was imbued with the sword intent and Tao rhythms of innumerable great sword cultivators, embedded within each flying sword. Seeing Dong Shuzi fall into silence, Taya smugly addressed the 4 individuals behind Ouyang, saying, "You've all witnessed the secret realm of the immortals, haven to you? Within this realm lies my ancestral legacy." At the back, Bai Feiyu's ears perked up in surprise as he looked up at the sword sect's master. When had he become the ancestor of the sword sect? In his previous life, although he was a sword immortal, he had always been solitary until his demise. He had left no bloodline behind. Don't believe me? Look at this. Taya, having invested significant effort, produced a piece of paper from his bosom and waved it before everyone. This document captured the attention of all in the grand hall, even drawing Dong Shuzi's gaze. With a sense of triumph, Taya waved the paper and proclaimed, "This is the Immortal's Notes, the diary of the ancient sword immortal Li Tai Bai." Upon hearing Taya's declaration, Bai Feiyu, standing at the back, felt his face flush with embarrassment and anger. Watching Taya flaunting the paper with such glee, he felt an unprecedented urge to eliminate him. "I am the immortal, and the immortal is me. I am the world's foremost immortal, the strongest in existence," Taya chanted, shaking the paper in his hand. As Taya recited the content of the paper, Bai Feiyu nearly ground his teeth in frustration. "Damn it. I've been dead for countless years in my previous life, and now I'm being dragged out for public humiliation." The usually composed and mature Bai Feiyu instantly lost his composure. Ouyang wore an expression of amusement, internally laughing heartily at the unexpected revelation that the seemingly earnest Bai had been not only a bit delusional but also fond of keeping a diary in his past life. What a delightful revelation. What has he written here? A humorous poem. Truly splendid. My ancestor is indeed remarkable. Taya passionately concluded his reading, not forgetting to express his admiration. To him, the writings of his ancestor were profound and filled with meaning. However, apart from Taya, the expressions of everyone else in the hall were peculiar, caught between the urge to laugh and the desire to refrain from mocking someone else's ancestor. Holding the paper aloft, Taya provocatively addressed Dong Shuzi, "This secret realm of the immortals, while summoned by your Xianxia sect, cannot be activated without the relics of the immortals. Thus, the advantage lies with our sword sect." Ouyang gazed at the paper he held aloft, as if it were a treasured artifact of the highest esteem. The individuals within the grand hall turned their attention to the paper in his grasp. After all, even the esteemed Dong Shuzi had never encountered the writings of an immortal before. Who wouldn't desire to behold the script penned by a celestial being? As all eyes fixed upon the paper, a collective thought echoed in their minds. The calligraphy of this sword immortal is undeniably unsightly. The characters, twisted and contorted, wriggled across the page like earthworms. Even if each stroke brimmed with the essence of the sword and possessed unparalleled might, one would expect a degree of neatness. To claim that such scrawl originated from the hand of an ancient sword immortal seemed to diminish that venerable figure's stature considerably. The onlookers in the hall exchanged peculiar glances at the self-satisfied Taya, silently mourning for the ancient sword immortal. Had that illustrious figure still been among the living, one could only speculate that he would swiftly replace the sword sect's leader upon discovering his descendant flaunting his literary works in such a manner, perhaps even casting him into the depths of the Eastern Sea. The typically composed Bai Feiyu now huffed in frustration, observing the sword sect leader reveling in the possession of his own past misdeeds. Were he capable at this moment, he would have reduced this fool before him to mere fragments. The spectacle was indeed grand. Dong Shuzi found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the atrocious script upon the paper and could only offer dry compliments. Meanwhile, Ouyang stifled laughter within. What could be more delightful than witnessing a pompous fool, who parades his ignorance before the world, suffer in public? Clearing his throat, Dong Shuzi spoke. "The matters concerning the immortal's secret realm are of great significance. It involves not only our sect, but others as well. Why have you come here alone?" Taya cautiously tucked away his treasure and replied languidly, "Other sects? All the elders beneath me have already taken disciples to visit other sects. Only you, Xianxia sect, remain for my personal visit." The sword sect truly was audacious, even going so far as to blockade the entrances of other sects to prevent their departure for the sake of this immortal secret realm. It appeared that the sword sect possessed extensive knowledge regarding the treasures within that realm. Ouyang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he ventured to inquire, "Might I ask, esteemed senior, what treasures lie within this immortal secret realm that would necessitate such efforts on your part?" Taya glanced at Ouyang, his irritation evident. How could this mere chi refinement brat be so talkative? What need had he to seek attention before him? Though reluctant to respond, the earnest gaze of Lung Qingsong prompted Taya to begrudgingly divulge, "This immortal secret realm is the resting place of my ancestor, housing both the secret treasures capable of slaying immortals and my ancestor's swordsmanship legacy." Lang Qingsong's eyes brightened at the mention of the ancient sword immortal's legacy, a lineage capable of vanquishing celestial beings from an era long past. How could the pure sword cultivator, Lang Qingsong, possibly withstand such temptation? As he noticed the gleam in Lang Qingsong's eyes growing brighter, Taya seductively remarked, "As long as you are willing to become my disciple, I can ensure you will acquire everything within the Immortal's secret realm, and I can even pass down to you my treasured Sword Immortal's diaries." This fellow possesses his own dark history? Bai Feiyu cast a furious and astonished glance at Taya. The leader of the sword sect had now firmly established himself on her personal blacklist, although she longed for the Immortal's secret realm. Lang Qingsong could never consent to abandon his humble mountain peak for the sword sect. After hearing Taya's words, Lang Qingsong merely closed his eyes. Clutching his sword and standing behind Ouyang, disregarding the old man's nonsensical prattle. This fellow seems rather lacking in intellect, doesn't he? A mischievous glint sparked in Ouyang's eyes. What a joke! Is this what he calls the ink of a sword immortal? I possess immortal notes as well. Ouyang instantly proclaimed to the self-satisfied Taya, who had been boasting about his cherished sword immortal artifacts, turned his gaze to Ouyang, bemused that this seemingly unremarkable lad dared to make such bold claims. Taya, concealing his smile, looked at Ouyang with curiosity and asked, "Young man, do you truly possess immortal artifacts?" Ouyang chuckled and shouted to Taya, "Behold the hidden weapon." A book suddenly soared from Ouyang's sleeve, hurtling towards Taya at great speed. Upon seeing the familiar tome that Ouyang had flung, Chen Chongqing's expression twitched, and he cast a resigned glance at his senior brother. Taya, initially skeptical, nevertheless did not believe that an item thrown by a mere nascent energy cultivator could possibly be an immortal artifact. He casually caught the book Ouyang had tossed and glanced carelessly at its contents. Hiss. Upon observing the illustrations within the tome, Taya's expression transformed dramatically from indifference to fury, then to astonishment, and finally to a lingering sense of intrigue. Swiftly, Taya concealed the book within his robe, casting an appreciative glance at Ouyang and stating, "Though you appear unremarkable, your wit is quite sharp. I can reluctantly accept you as my gatekeeper disciple." One book could grant him the status of a gatekeeper disciple? Wait a moment. Does this old fool mean a literal gatekeeper? Ouyang initially scoffed, but then realized that this old swordsman intended to exploit him. He seeks to take my immortal artifact under such conditions? Return the book to me. Ouyang retorted irritably. Yet, Taya maintained a composed demeanor and responded, "I have pressing matters to discuss with your sect leader. You all may leave now." How outrageous. This old man seeks to exploit me and dismisses us? Just as Ouyang was about to voice his objections, he suddenly felt the world spin around him, and by the time he regained his bearings, the four of them found themselves standing outside the gates of Qingyun Peak. Inside the grand hall, only Dong Shuzi and Taya remained. Cast a displeased glance at the disheveled Taya and queried, "What is the purpose of your jesting with them?" Taya, with an air of nonchalance, approached the wooden plaque inscribed with the heavens and earth, lit 3 incense sticks, and turned to Dong Shuzi, saying, "The youth clad in white and black bears a connection to my sword sect. He is destined to become one of our disciples." The youth Taya referred to, adorned in white, was Bai Feiyu, while the one in black was Lang Qingsong. Dong Shuzi let out a cold chuckle. "I believe the sword sect's sword pool is more closely tied to my Qingyun sect. It should rightfully be transformed into our sword pool." Taya, taken aback, retorted, "Is that so? Then let it be agreed upon. On another day, you shall relocate the sword pool, and I shall take those 2 lads with me." Dong Shuzi coughed several times, casting a disbelieving look at Taya. "Is the sword pool of the sword sect truly less significant than those 2 youths?" Taya responded with indifference. "The sword pool is ultimately an inanimate object. We, as sword cultivators, must strive for self-improvement. What meaning lies in clinging to the paths trodden by our predecessors?" Dong Shuzi found himself at a loss for words, recognizing that Taya's cultivation level surpassed his own. Yet, since Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong were not his disciples, he would not exchange his own disciples for anything, even if it were a treasured item from the sword sect, one of the 9 sacred lands. Looking at Taya, Dong Shuzi remarked, "Those young men are disciples of Ouyang. If you truly desire them, you must speak to him." Taya exclaimed incredulously, "Damn. How fortunate that old geezer is." He then expressed his frustration, "Forget it. I might have a chance against you, but facing that old man is utterly distasteful. The sword sect is traditionally cautious in accepting disciples. Is that child truly of such importance?" Dong Shuzi inquired uncertainly. Taya sighed with a bitter smile and softly replied, "It is said that our sword sect's sword cultivators are the finest in the world, yet it has been a long time since a successor has emerged, including myself." Chapter 89. Dan Peak, brother, are we returning now? Lang Qingsong asked Ouyang. The midday meal at Qingyun sect was dreadful. Our third brother's puppet should be preparing a meal at home. Let us return to eat. Ouyang pondered, glancing at Chen Chongqing. The latter smiled amiably and nodded in agreement. White Feiyu, however, was not in the mood for conversation, ever since his grave had been unearthed. Memories he wished to forget began to replay in his mind like a slideshow. Some were pleasant, yet they were few. Most were painful recollections. Observing the disheartened Bai Feiyu, Ouyang clapped his hands and said, "By the way, Tutu will commence her training today. I need to gather some herbs to prepare a medicinal bath for her. Let us visit Dan Peak and borrow some spiritual herbs." Hearing Ouyang's words, Xianxia, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Senior brother, have you forgotten? Dan Peak has long since erected a sign at the mountain gate prohibiting our entry. What nonsense is this? We are all fellow disciples. Setting up a plaque was merely a jest. Must we take it to heart?" Ouyang expressed his discontent. However, before Xianxia could voice his thoughts, Ouyang interrupted with a wave, insisting that the Dan Peak must be visited. This was a matter of peaceful communication between the little mountain peak and the Dan Peak. How could there be discord among fellow disciples? Though he spoke thus, Xianxia still wished to say more. At this moment, Lung Qingsong interjected, "Elder brother, let us proceed." Having successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage, Lang Qingsong wielded his sword with a swiftness tenfold greater than in the golden core stage, thus he rarely volunteered. With a gentle toss of his long sword, he pointed with a single finger, and the originally 3-foot-long Qifeng sword transformed into a colossal sword of 2 zhang in length. Ouyang gazed on with a hint of envy. Sword control was a technique exclusive to Foundation establishment practitioners. He pondered whether he would ever have the chance to fly with a sword in his lifetime. This thought led him to recall his increasingly sluggish system, as he had not seen any automatic gains for over a month. Were it not for his ability to view the attribute panel, he might have entirely forgotten about this external aid. The four ascended upon their flying swords, directing themselves towards the Dan Peak, the abode of the alchemists of the Qianxia sect. For practitioners, the utility of elixirs was exceedingly vast, ranging from the food-suppressing fasting pills to the breakthrough elixirs essential for transcending realms. These precious potions were all produced at the Dan Peak, rendering it of utmost importance to the Qianxia sect. Even the less refined qi-gathering pills produced by the Dan Peak would astound wandering cultivators who had never encountered such treasures. After all, the Qianxia sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, far surpassed many so-called first-rate alchemical sects, despite not being solely dedicated to the art of alchemy. As the four arrived at the mountain gate of the Dan Peak, the towering mountain loomed like a cauldron set between heaven and earth, and even from a distance, they were greeted by a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Before they could dismount from their flying swords, they spotted a massive wooden plaque standing before the mountain gate. "Ouyang and dogs are forbidden to enter. Seek death." Lung Qingsong let out a cold snort and raised his hand, unleashing a blade of sword energy towards the plaque. In an instant, the plaque shattered into fragments. At the moment the plaque splintered, the disciple guarding the mountain gate caught sight of Ouyang standing atop the flying sword. With a beaming smile, Ouyang waved enthusiastically at the other party. The disciple, who had been dozing against the mountain gate, went from astonishment to anger and finally to terror upon recognizing Ouyang. Channeling his true essence to turn and emit a piercing cry towards the Dan Peak, Ouyang has arrived. As a piercing cry of terror erupted from the mountain gate, the once fragrant Dan Peak was suddenly enveloped in chaos. "Quick, conceal everything. Activate the protective formation. Summon the Guardian team from the Execution Peak." Guardian team? Those muscle-brained fellows are in cahoots with him. Defend the Spirit Herb Garden. We vow to coexist with the elixirs to the death. In an instant, the entire Dan Peak was steeped in a solemn atmosphere, with some even declaring, for the elixirs, better to die. Observing the once tranquil Dan Peak now in disarray, the trio of Lung Qingsong cast a glance at Ouyang, their expressions gradually shifting. Ouyang forced an awkward smile and remarked, "See, I told you. We are all of the same sect. Aren't the brothers of Dan Peak quite enthusiastic?" The three fell silent, amplifying Ouyang's discomfort. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ouyang exclaimed, "Isn't it because of you unruly disciples? Do you think the pills you consume daily, the nourishing pills, and the spirit herbs we use are merely found on the streets? It is I, your elder brother, who has endured countless hardships to borrow these from Dan Peak. My reputation is tarnished because of you." Lung Qingsong and the others exchanged knowing glances, their hearts understanding the situation. The small peak produced nothing of value. Its meager medical skills were hardly useful. Even within the sect, the principle of equitable exchange was upheld, yet this small peak was devoid of resources, and their carefree master seemed utterly unconcerned, leaving everything to Ouyang. How could they have failed to consider alleviating their elder brother's burdens, instead only taking and even questioning his integrity? Even the typically composed Bai Feiyu felt he had overstepped. Seeing the trio's faces filled with shame, Ouyang breathed a sigh of relief. These unruly disciples still possessed some conscience, recognizing his struggles. The little foundational pills he had consumed could indeed be deemed as hard-earned rewards, and he resolved not to bring it up again. The members of Dan Peak were truly ungrateful. Wasn't he had agreed that they would lend? It was tea as if they wouldn't return the favor, yet they dared to erect a sign to humiliate their elder brother. Bai Feiyu frowned, gazing disdainfully at the chaotic Dan Peak. After all, they were merely spirit herbs and pills. The Qingyun sect was grand and prosperous. Was it necessary to be so miserly? It was truly a disgrace for Dan Peak, one of the 12 peaks of Qingyun sect. Seeking trouble, Lung Qingsong's gaze turned icy as he looked towards Dan Peak. Insulting his elder brother was an affront to himself, and it seemed he would have to confront the sword Dan Peak today. Chen Chongqing subtly retreated behind the trio, rummaging through his sleeves. "You little rascal, how dare you come back?" A powerful voice of anger resonated, and a stream of light shot up from the peak of Dan Peak, swiftly arriving before Ouyang and the others. An elderly Taoist, with white hair and beard, radiating an aura of celestial wisdom, stood atop a cauldron, glaring furiously at Ouyang. Ouyang chuckled lightly and greeted the other party, saying, "Master Dan Yuanzi, how have you been lately?" The elder known as Dan Yuanzi pointed at Ouyang's nose and scolded, "You little rascal. If you do not return the 100,000 foundation establishment pills you filched today, I shall have your head." Chapter 90. This is how the holy son of Qingyun sect operates. 100,000 foundation establishment pills. Even the trio of Lang Qingsong could not help but gasp at the magnitude of that figure. Are foundation establishment pills considered top-tier elixirs? Not at all. They merely fall into the category of introductory level pills, serving as a means to assist Qi refining disciples in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Inner disciples would scarcely regard such pills with any esteem. Who among them isn't a prodigy? The notion of requiring foundation establishment pills to advance would render one the subject of ridicule. Typically, these pills are reserved by sects for outer disciples as cultivation resources. Although they are not particularly precious, the sheer quantity is astonishing, is it not? 100,000. Foundation establishment pills are only useful at the moment of breaking through to that stage, acting as auxiliary elixirs to facilitate the transformation of true Qi into true essence. Generally, an ordinary person would require but one. Those with lesser aptitude might need 2, while 3 would be the utmost limit. 100,000 could transform one into a veritable pill factory. Lung Qingsong and his companions glanced at Ouyang, who had just been deeply reflecting on his own selfishness, now yearning only for an explanation. Sensing the piercing gazes behind him, Ouyang, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "Master Dan Yuanzi, you said it was fine for me to consume them freely." You. Dan Yuanzi trembled with rage as he pointed at Ouyang. That was 100,000 foundation establishment pills. The entire stockpile of the Dan Peak had been depleted by this little glutton. Who could have known he possessed such an insatiable appetite? Originally, Dan Yuanzi thought this lad would only require a few pills to break through, and since foundation establishment pills are not particularly valuable, he had generously handed over the keys to the pill storehouse, considering the lad's occasional contributions of illustrations. Little did he anticipate such a disastrous outcome. In just one night, the entire storehouse of foundation establishment pills had been consumed by this boy. In the Qingyun sect, who would bother refining such pills? Typically, they are utilized for disciples to practice, then distributed to outer disciples to aid their cultivation. 100,000 foundation establishment pills represent a decade's worth of inventory from the entire Dan Peak. This lad had wiped out the reserve for the outer sect in a single night. What was merely intended for practice suddenly became the most sought-after elixir for the outer sect. As a result, the entire Dan Peak, from the peak master down to the newly initiated disciples, toiled day and night, staring at the alchemical furnace, and spent several sleepless nights just to replenish the quantity. Here was the esteemed peak master of Dan Peak, a grand cultivator of the great ascension stage, personally overseeing the refining of foundation establishment pills without respite. Now, the entire Dan Peak reflexively feels nauseated at the mere mention of the foundation establishment pill, all thanks to that insufferable brat before them. Observing the trembling Dan Yuanzi, the 3 individuals following Ouyang lowered their heads, daring not to glance in the direction of Dan Peak. How could their senior brother audaciously come to borrow items from Dan Peak after causing such a ruckus? His audacity is truly remarkable. Even Lung Qingsong, casting a glance at the wooden plaque shattered by a sword energy, felt a pang of guilt towards the entire Dan Peak community. The atmosphere became palpably awkward, with Ouyang's companions nearly burying their heads beneath their flying swords in embarrassment. Ouyang himself felt immensely wronged. He frequently visited Dan Peak to borrow items, and the brothers there were always exceedingly generous and amiable, which he adored. Hence, he had hurriedly collaborated with Chen Chongqing to produce a series of illustrated volumes overnight, specifically to express his gratitude. Upon seeing the illustrated volumes, Dan Yuanzi felt a wave of comfort and even praised Ouyang for having taken on such a commendable disciple. Seizing the moment of the elder's delight, Ouyang posed a question he had long anticipated. Could one break through to the foundation establishment stage through the use of pills? Hearing Ouyang's inquiry, Dan Yuanzi waved his hand dismissively, tossing Ouyang a key and indicating that such trivial matters were not worth troubling him with. He encouraged Ouyang to help himself to the foundation establishment pills in the storeroom, then became engrossed in his own disciples' enchanting alchemical methods. That night, the entire Dan Peak was enveloped in an atmosphere of learning. Individuals read with remarkable focus, and some could not help but exclaim their admiration. Thus, when Ouyang arrived at the storeroom of foundation establishment pills, he found himself largely unbothered. In the eyes of Dan Peak, foundation establishment pills were merely inconsequential items easily concocted. Faced with the vast array of pills in the storeroom, Ouyang felt an overwhelming sense of safety, akin to returning home. With so many pills at his disposal, how could he possibly fail to reach the foundation establishment stage? However, while the imagination was delightful, reality proved to be harsh. He consumed pills from the evening until the early hours of the following morning. Aside from the incessant system notification of True Chi 1, they were of no use whatsoever. By the end, Ouyang's teeth ached, and still, there was no tangible benefit. What a worthless item! The so-called foundation establishment pills were utterly devoid of efficacy, yielding nothing but True Chi 1. Were the alchemists at Dan Peak peddling counterfeit goods? Yet, surveying the chaotic storeroom, Ouyang sensed that it was time to make his escape. If he did not leave soon, he feared he might never be able to. Fortunately, as Ouyang departed Dan Peak, he could still faintly hear the sound of pages turning, leading him to reflect that, indeed, these alchemists were tirelessly dedicated to their studies. With such fervent diligence, it seemed unlikely that the medical skills of his humble mountain peak would ever find a purpose in this lifetime. With a body trembling with rage, Dan Yuanzi suddenly appeared before Ouyang, seizing his wrist with a fierce grip and declaring, "Come with me to meet the sect leader. Even if I have to perish at the gates of Qingyun Peak today, I demand an explanation." What? Is this old man serious? Ouyang felt a jolt of alarm, swiftly turning to seek assistance from his 3 junior brothers behind him. It was a time for camaraderie among brothers in arms. However, Long Qingsong and the others kept their heads down, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Really? This is how you treat your elder brother? Ouyang's frustration mounted as he glared at the trio, who were acting like ostriches. If you are heartless, then do not blame me for being ungrateful. Just then, upon catching sight of Qin Changsheng, Ouyang's eyes lit up, and he quickly addressed Dan Yuanzi. "Uncle, please do not rush. Allow me to explain. I have my reasons." Reasons? What could possibly justify consuming 100,000 foundation establishment pills? Dan Yuanzi scoffed. Ouyang pointed towards Qin Changsheng and said, "Uncle, do you not recall the holy son of Qingyun, Qin Changsheng, who vanquished demons for our sect during the grand competition?" At the mention of his name, Qin Changsheng shot up, panic coursing through him. "Oh no, my senior brother is going to sell me out. I must leave." Just as he attempted to flee, 2 hands clamped down on his shoulders, rendering him immobile. A faint voice whispered in his ear, "Do not run. You must help him out of this mess, or our entire small mountain will truly become a target for everyone in Qingyun sect." Though Lang Qingsong remained silent, the pressure on Qin Changsheng's shoulders intensified. Dan Yuanzi regarded Qin Changsheng with suspicion, inquiring, "Why does this lad, now in the core formation stage, still require foundation establishment pills?" "Uncle, have you forgotten my junior brother's unique talents? The resources required for his hundreds of puppets to operate are astronomical." Ouyang quickly concocted a plan in his mind while maintaining a righteous demeanor. "Even so, I demand 100,000 foundation establishment pills from Dan Peak." Dan Yuanzi immediately retorted. "Uncle, hold on," Ouyang shouted, breaking free from Dan Yuanzi's grip. He proudly raised his fists towards the heavens and exclaimed, "Uncle, have you forgotten? The sect leader once stated that meeting the Holy Sun is akin to meeting the sect leader himself. Whatever the Holy Sun uses is also for the sect leader. Hence, it is the sect leader who should bear the cost of these 100,000 foundation establishment pills." Meanwhile, in the grand hall, Dong Shuzi, who was conversing with Tai, suddenly sneezed loudly. Chapter 91. Qin Changsheng sold for a handsome price. Ouyang wore a smug expression, as if he himself were the holy son of Qingyun. The number of disciples from Dan Peak gathering at the mountain gate to witness the spectacle grew, united in their animosity towards Ouyang, while cultivators from other peaks, hearing of the commotion at Dan Peak, hastened to arrive on their flying swords. After all, indulging in gossip is a natural inclination of sentient beings. As a practitioner of the great vehicle, Dan Yuanzi naturally harbored skepticism towards Ouyang's nonsensical claims. Yet, with the saint's son standing before him, Dan Yuanzai couldn't help but cast a dubious glance at Qin Chongqing, inquiring, Saint Sun, can this insolent youth's words be taken to heart? Beads of sweat adorned Qin Chongqing's forehead. The grip of the two hands upon the puppet he controlled was perilously tight, threatening to shatter it. With a forced smile, he replied, Master Uncle, you may not be aware that the remnants of the demon clan are treacherous and cunning. The more individuals who are informed, the greater the risk of arousing their suspicion. Thus, we are left with no choice but to resort to this expedient measure and request some assistance from my senior brother. It is only fitting to say that this endeavor to eradicate the demon remnants must be credited to Dan Peak. Upon hearing these words, Dan Yuanzai's countenance transformed into one of sheer joy, erupting into hearty laughter. Though Dan Peak held a prestigious position within the auspices of the Qinyan sect, it was, to speak rather bluntly, merely a logistical support unit. Qin Chongqing's assertion that the extermination of the demon clan had merit brought a radiant glow to Dan Yuanzai's face. And even the disciples of Dan Peak felt a swell of pride upon hearing his words. Oh, so it turns out that the eradication of the demon clan is partly due to our Dan Peak's contributions. Let this be known far and wide. The credit for the Saint Sun's triumph over the demon clan belongs to Dan Peak. The disciples listened intently, exclaiming, the Saint Sun is one of us from Dan Peak. What? Will the Qinyan sect henceforth belong to Dan Peak? I always knew that the enthusiastic brother who offered us the illustrated booklet could not be a villain. Wait, weren't you just saying you wanted to feast upon their flesh? What nonsense are you spouting? A middle-aged man, flushed with embarrassment, playfully struck his fellow disciple beside him. A sense of pride surged through the disciples of Dan Peak. Although their combat prowess ranked among the lowest within the 12 peaks of the Qinyan sect this time, the annihilation of the demon remnants was accomplished single-handedly by the future head of the sect from Dan Peak. Moreover, the disciples had tirelessly labored day and night to concoct foundational elixirs for the Saint Sun, contributing their efforts as well. When all was said and done, it could be claimed that they too had a hand in vanquishing the demon remnants. Did the importance of those 100,000 foundational elixirs not matter? The Saint Sun himself stated they were utilized for the eradication of the demon clan. Would you dare doubt that? To behold the Saint Sun is akin to standing before the sect leader. If you possess the capability, go and inquire with the headmaster. A smile illuminated Dan Yuanzai's face, starkly contrasting with his earlier exasperation as he gazed at Ouyang and his companions with increasingly benevolent eyes. Might I inquire about the purpose of your esteemed visit to Dan Peak? Dan Yuanzai asked pleasantly. Master Uncle, with the recent chill in the air, I wish to borrow some spiritual herbs to prepare a nourishing meal for the Saint Sun, who has just vanquished the demon remnants. You are aware of the immense toll the battle took on the Saint Sun, even endangering his foundation. Hence he has been recuperating, Ouyang hastily stated. Beside him, Qin Chongqing's mouth twitched, his expression resembling one who had tasted something foul, yet he managed a reluctant nod. Oh, is the Saint Sun unwell? Dan Yuanzai promptly inquired with concern. I possess 10 second-grade insight elixirs. Would the Saint Sun require them? With immediate concern, Dan Yuanzai asked. Thank you for your kindness. Master Uncle, Qin Chongqing began to decline the offer, but was swiftly silenced by Ouyang covering his mouth. Ouyang chuckled and said, how embarrassing. I cannot refuse the generous gift from the elder, so I shall graciously accept it on behalf of the Holy Sun. As he took the jade bottle handed over by Dan Yuanzi, the invigorating aroma of the medicine wafted through the air, awakening his senses. What a splendid treasure. It now bears the name Ouyang. With a flourish of his hand, the jade bottle vanished, replaced by a piece of paper detailing the medicinal herbs that the cunning fox Huyin had requested. Master Uncle, look at these herbs. They are precisely what we require. Ouyang reverently presented the paper to Dan Yuanzi. With a flick of his wrist, Dan Yuanzi summoned the paper into his grasp, studying the list of spiritual herbs. He stroked his beard and furrowed his brow, remarking, the Qeeling grass, white beast fruit, and Qinghu leaves are essential for concocting the spirit beast breakthrough elixir. These are not meant for human consumption. Does the Holy Sun truly need such items? Ouyang's eyes glinted as he replied, Master Uncle, do you not recall those puppets? They are not human. Beside them, Qin Chongqing twitched his lips. After all, those puppets were fragments of his own soul, essentially extensions of himself. Dan Yuanzi nodded in agreement, exclaiming with enthusiasm, since the Holy Sun requires them, the Dan Peak shall certainly lend its full support. I shall have preparations made immediately. Ouyang felt a surge of joy and retrieved a stack of art books from his storage pouch, presenting them to Dan Yuanzi with a respectful gesture. Here is the latest batch of art books. I hope you will enjoy them, Master Uncle. With a grand sweep of his hand, Dan Yuanzi made the books vanish from Lung Qingsong's possession, expressing his delight. You young lad, now that you are here, what need is there for gifts? Ouyang smiled gently, saying, Master Uncle, you jest. The Dan Peak and the Little Mountain Peak are as close as brothers. You see, I worry that the herbs listed may not suffice. Perhaps we should increase the quantity by half? Dan Yuanzi narrowed his eyes and flew to Ouyang's side, lowering his head to admonish, "Do not take too many liberties. Young man, lest you overstep." Ouyang whispered back, "Master Uncle, I have brought the Holy Sun with me this time. Let him write an IOU in the name of the sect leader, doubling the amount for me, and he can write 3 times for you, which you can claim from the sect leader." 3 times? 5 times? Dan Yuanzi protested. 4 times. If not, I shall take my leave. And you can include the 100,000 Foundation establishment pills in the agreement. My junior brother could also earn a name at Dan Peak, Ouyang bartered. Upon hearing Ouyang's last statement, Dan Yuanzi's heart stirred. He regarded xianxia as though he were the piglet he had nurtured since childhood. "Let us strike a pact," Dan Yuanzi proclaimed softly. "Absolutely unchangeable." Ouyang extended his palm. The two struck their hands together 3 times, and Dan Yuanzi laughed heartily, declaring, "Today, Dan Peak shall host a feast for Little Mountain Peak, and from henceforth, Little Mountain Peak and Dan Peak shall be sworn brothers." Oh. The disciples of Dan Peak erupted in cheers. From this moment forward, the holy son of the Qingyun sect, a significant figure in the future cultivation world, would also be regarded as one of their own at Dan Peak. The two continued to discuss their scheme to deceive the sect leader, oblivious to the presence of Lung Qingsong and his companions. At this moment, both Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu realized why their senior brother was so well liked by the disciples of other peaks. His meticulousness in handling affairs was truly impeccable. Meanwhile, Chen Chongqing's eyes appeared vacant, and he was nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. The meal concluded with joy for both host and guest, and as they departed, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu each carried a hefty bundle, while the enthusiastic disciples of Danfeng continued to stuff medicinal herbs into the packages. After all, these were items needed by their future unifier of the 3 realms, and having extra supplies was undoubtedly prudent. Under the benevolent gazes of Ouyang and Dan Yuanzi, Chen Chongqing tremulously inscribed the name of Dong Zizi on a promissory note. Chapter 92. Iron pot stewed tutu in the courtyard of the small peak. A large pot had been set up, with Ouyang and Chen Chongqing tending to the fire. Lung Qingsong was busy repairing the rooftop, while Bai Feiyu stared vacantly at his own grave in the sky. Tutu had been taken by Xiao Feng to the forbidden area to play with spirit beasts and had not yet returned. "Senior brother, what prompted you to attend the lecture today?" Chen Chongqing ventured to inquire tentatively. The sound of nails being hammered by Lung Qingsong momentarily faltered, while Bai Feiyu blinked and perked up his ears. Ouyang, shaking the firewood in his hand, suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Damn it. I want to ask the old man if he had any advanced techniques I could learn, and I completely forgot about it." Lung Qingsong resumed his hammering, while Bai Feiyu returned to his stupor. Advanced techniques? Chen Chongqing swallowed hard, yet remained silent. Although his senior brother was not the same as the highly talented master of his previous life, he could adeptly wield even the most basic techniques, and could even imbue inanimate objects with sentience. This alone left Chen in awe. His mastery of the 5 elements escape technique was nearing that of a sect secret. What need was there for advanced techniques? Despite these thoughts, Chen Chongqing refrained from dampening his senior brother's confidence, as breaking through to the foundation establishment stage had always been his senior brother's obsession. "By the way, have you 3 been following me?" Ouyang asked nonchalantly. The sound of the hammer on the rooftop quickened noticeably, and Bai Feiyu's expression of daze deepened. Chen Chongqing felt a chill run down his spine and chuckled awkwardly. "We merely heard that senior brother was attending a lecture, so we came to see how you might embarrass the sect leader. Do you have that much free time?" Ouyang glanced at Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu on the rooftop, then at the sweat almost trickling down Chen Chongqing's back, yet chose not to expose them. "Senior brother, where did you find the recipe that can aid junior sister in her cultivation?" Chen Chongqing asked with curiosity. "Do you not know where I acquired it?" Ouyang replied, casting a pointed glance at Chen Chongqing. Chen Chongqing suddenly understood and turned to look at the sunbathing fox spirit, Huyan, in the courtyard. He stood up and walked toward Huyan. "Senior, may I have a moment of your time?" Chen Chongqing respectfully bowed and spoke softly to Huyan. Huyan glanced at Chen Chongqing, lazily stood up, shook off the dust from his fur, and walked out of the courtyard. Once Huyan exited, Chen Chongqing gathered a few strands of fur from where the fox had lain and followed him outside. "What do you want, kid?" Huyan inquired, reclining on the steps with a casual demeanor as he observed Chen Chongqing. Chen Chongqing earnestly bowed before Huyan and said, "Senior, I was bewitched yesterday, and today my senior brother has reprimanded me. I have wronged my junior sister. I hope you can forgive me." Huyan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "I saw it. Ouyang's slap was quite resounding, and I was very pleased." Subsequently, with an air of wisdom, Huyan advised Chen Chongqing, "Young man, You have countless years ahead to seek your own path. Do not rush for immediate gains, as this will harm many. In the end, you will discover that apart from yourself, you will have nothing left. Xianxia listened attentively to the teachings of the fox spirit before him, adopting a humble demeanor of acceptance. Ouyang wagged his tail and turned back into the courtyard. Within his long sleeves, Xianxia tightly grasped the fur of Ouyang. Are you reporting me to my senior brother? Is the tribulation phase truly formidable? Hasn't everyone been through it? Xianxia observed Ouyang swaggering about, his expression unchanging. As the water in the pot began to boil, Ouyang directed Xianxia to add spiritual herbs into the pot according to the prescription. One must admit, the quality of the spiritual herbs from Danfeng was exceptional. He had confirmed with Ouyang that the herbs brought along would suffice for Hututu for several months. Once they were used up, he would have Xianxia go to Danfeng to write an IOU, as it was under the name of Dongshuzi, bearing no relation to my small mountain peak. After various spiritual herbs were added to the boiling water, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted from the pot. Ouyang's eyes sharpened. With a flick of his claw, a drop of his essence blood flew from between his claws and fell into the pot. The already fragrant potion instantly acquired an alluring aroma, reminiscent of an annual specialty from Yunnan. Ouyang covered the pot, adjusting the fire beneath from a roaring blaze to a gentle simmer. He straightened his back, but before he could stretch, he heard Hututu's joyous laughter, accompanied by spirited music and the sounds of dragon roars and bird calls. Hututu and Xiaofeng had returned. The exhilarating music quickened, and with a graceful leap, Xiaofeng landed in the courtyard, carrying Hututu on his back. As they entered the courtyard, Hututu was greeted by the rich scent of the medicinal brew. Senior brother, what delicious dish are you preparing? Hututu inquired with curiosity. Ouyang chuckled and said, guess what? Hututu sniffed, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Is it medicinal cuisine? The dishes made by third senior brother are fragrant and delicious. Ouyang suddenly called out to Xianxia, Old 3, hold Tutu down and toss her into the pot. Before Hututu could react, her body was already airborne, and she found herself falling directly into the iron cauldron. Clothes and all, had her identity as a spiritual fox been exposed? What should she do? Would her senior brothers devour her? Her grandfather had indeed been right in warning her not to reveal her true self. Panic surged in Hututu's heart. Xianxia, witnessing her distress, quickly reassured her. Little junior sister, this is a medicinal bath to strengthen your body. Starting today, you shall begin your cultivation. Only then did Hututu feel a sense of relief as she shot a fierce glare at the unkind eldest brother, thinking how much better third senior brother was, who had even given her candy the night before. Perched on the edge of the iron pot, she blinked her eyes, fixated on Xianxia. Faced with such innocent gaze, Xianxia recalled the events of yesterday and felt a deeper sense of guilt. With a hint of nervousness, he asked Hututu, what are you looking at, Tutu? Suddenly, she broke into a smile, exclaiming, hee, I like third senior brother the most. Hearing her words, Xianxia, already burdened by guilt, felt even worse. Just as he was about to apologize and confess his actions from the previous day, Ouyang's voice rang out from afar, Old 3, hurry up and serve the food, or I'll starve to death. Xianxia turned to see Ouyang grinning at him, while beside Ouyang crouched the transcending fox, Ouyang. Xianxia gently patted Hututu's head, a smile returning to his face as he said, senior brother likes Tutu the most too. Chapter 93. A night talk with Baifeiyu. The seemingly boiling water posed no threat to Hututu, who was at the core formation stage. However, once the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs were activated and entered her body, she felt an overwhelming heat engulfing her, akin to being wrapped in a thick quilt while sleeping atop a scorching Kong in the sweltering summer. So hot. Woo-woo, third senior brother. I don't want to soak anymore. Hututu complained, resting her head on the edge of the pot, her face flushed as she looked at Xianxia, who was attentively managing the heat. No, little junior sister, hold on a little longer. You only need to soak for 2 more hours, Xianxia replied without mercy. Hututu rolled over, sitting despondently in the pot, feeling quite troubled. I'm so hungry, woo. As a core formation cultivator, Hututu no longer needed to eat. Yet the habit of having 3 meals a day ingrained during her time on the small peak reflexively made her stomach rumble. No way, grandfather said, even if I die, I must die a glutton. Hututu glanced at the medicinal bath, rich in herbal aroma, licked her lips, and thought, it smells good. It should taste good too, right? Hutu gently lifted a handful of medicinal liquid and took a sip, the exotic fragrance of the spiritual herbs combined with an indescribable sense of satisfaction jolting him into alertness. Oh dear grandfather, I feel as if I might be boiled alive, he exclaimed, sobbing while drinking the potion. Senior brother, must it truly take so long? Xiaofeng, who was squatting by the stove tending to the fire, glanced at Hutu, who was crying and drinking, and turned to Xianxia with a hint of sympathy. Xianxia, with a smile, replied, Hutu possesses exceptional talent. However, she is regrettably rather indolent. Even at the stage of forming the golden core, she has yet to master the art of sword control. This is not beneficial for her, and my urging is ultimately for her own good. As Xiaofeng observed Hutu, who had now drunk her fill and lay back contentedly in the pot, he affectionately remarked, Little junior sister, there is no need to exert yourself so, with us around. No one can harm you. Xianxia cast a peculiar glance at Xiaofeng and responded, We can protect her for a time, but what of the future? She must carve her own path. Xiaofeng nodded obediently, adding firewood to the pile. Xianxia found Xiaofeng increasingly strange. Could it be that this junior brother had not realized that Hutu was, in fact, a fox spirit? The future emperor of humanity. Unable to discern the true nature of a spiritual fox? Shaking his head, Xianxia kept a vigilant eye on the cooking process. After 2 hours of simmering, he retrieved Hutu from the iron pot. She was soundly asleep. With a swift hand gesture, he cast a cleansing spell upon her. Her clothes gradually dried, and the remnants of the medicinal residue vanished. I will carry Hutu back to her room for some rest. You should drink the potion left in the pot. Xianxia instructed Xiaofeng as he cradled Hutu. Me? Drink this? Xiaofeng exclaimed, astonished as he pointed at himself. Indeed, it would be a waste to discard it. And it is perfect for nourishing the 5 divine beasts behind you. It will be beneficial, Xianxia said as he walked away. Xiaofeng stared at the pot of medicinal liquid, lost in thought. Just moments ago, little junior sister had soaked in it for 2 hours. And now he was to drink her bath water? Well, perhaps it wasn't entirely unacceptable. His face flushed crimson at the thought. And shaking his head to dispel the impure idea, he flexed his muscles and lifted the iron pot filled with the potion, gulping it down in one go. In the stillness of the night, atop the small mountain, Bai Feiyu, clad in white, opened his door and made his way toward Lung Qingsong's room under the moonlight. Upon reaching the door, he knocked gently and called out, Second senior brother, I wish to speak with you. Come in, came Lung Qingsong's voice from within. Bai Feiyu pushed open the door to Lung Qingsong's room, stepped inside, and turned back to close the door. Upon turning around, he was momentarily taken aback by the room's arrangement. It was cluttered with wooden planks and tiles, along with an array of repair tools. Hammers, shovels, saws, and planes were all present. This hardly resembled the quarters of a sword cultivator. It felt more akin to a carpenter's workshop, albeit an exaggerated description. Lung Qingsong sat cross-legged on his bed, gazing at Bai Feiyu with curiosity, and inquired, What brings you here? Bai Feiyu surveyed the surroundings, selected a stool, and sat across from Lung Qingsong. With earnestness, he replied, Second senior brother, I have my own reasons for not venturing into the immortal's secret realm. Lung Qingsong nodded in understanding, I comprehend. Observing the stern visage of his second senior brother, Bai Feiyu recognized that beneath the cold exterior lay a warm heart. Having spent countless days and nights in the company of his brothers, even without an explanation, Lung Qingsong could grasp Bai Feiyu's sentiments. Senior brother, since your return from the mortal realm, have you attained a pure heart in swordsmanship? Bai Feiyu queried. Lung Qingsong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. The path Lung Qingsong was about to tread was one he had traversed in a previous life. Yet, it was precisely because he had walked that path that Bai Feiyu felt compelled to intervene tonight, to prevent Lung Qingsong from repeating his own mistakes. That path ultimately led to a dead end. Bai Feiyu gazed intently at Lung Qingsong and asked, Have you ever considered that one day your sword might break? Lung Qingsong cast a puzzled glance at Bai Feiyu, inwardly examining his dantian. How could his junior brother, merely at the core formation stage, comprehend that his life-bound sword had been shattered by his own hand? I have thought about it, Lung Qingsong replied. Thought about it. Bai Feiyu was momentarily stunned by this response. Sword cultivators were notoriously proud, and those aspiring to be the masters of myriad swords were even more so. How could one possibly entertain the notion of their sword breaking? They were resolute in their belief that their swords could sever all obstacles. Thus, Lung Qingsong's admission left Bai Feiyu bewildered. He scratched his head and asked, Senior brother, how could you consider the possibility of your sword breaking? Lung Qingsong found himself perplexed by Bai Feiyu's inquiry. Did his junior brother not already know that his life-bound sword had shattered? Why the question? Nevertheless, he answered candidly. Because it is already broken. Bai Feiyu sprang to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, What did you say? It's broken. Chapter 94. Then I shall not seek the Tao. Let the Tao seek me. Bai Feiyu's expression was rife with anxiety. He could not fathom why Lung Qingsong was still alive. After all, that was a sword cultivator's life-bound sword. Such is the fate of the sword cultivator. Did Lung Qingsong truly nonchalantly declare this? His life-bound sword has shattered. How can he still sit here in tranquility, unscathed? In that fleeting moment of the sword's break, the sword's essence would consume its master, leading to immediate demise. Bai Feiyu rushed before Lung Qingsong, seizing his wrist, infusing him with a stream of true essence. To channel one's true essence into another's body is a grave taboo among practitioners, for such energy could easily devastate Lung Qingsong's meridians and dantian. Yet, in his moment of disarray, Bai Feiyu recklessly engaged in such an act. Lung Qingsong offered no resistance. He merely gazed at his usually more composed junior, who had lost his composure due to the severance of his life-bound sword, a hint of gentleness glimmering in his eyes. How perplexing. How strange. Was it broken or not? What could this mean? Bai Feiyu released Lung Qingsong's hand, murmuring to himself, as he transmitted his true essence to examine Lung Qingsong's dantian. He beheld a nascent soul quietly seated within. Cradled in its embrace was a broken sword, none other than Lung Qingsong's life-bound sword. Though the shattered blade appeared somewhat indistinct and unstable, Bai Feiyu could still perceive the purest essence of sword intent emanating from it. Identical to the sword intent from his past life, how could a severed life-bound sword maintain its form and continue to exude sword intent? This defies all reason. Even during ancient times, even Li Tai-bai, the sword immortal, would struggle to acknowledge such a phenomenon. It has long been a steadfast decree that each sword cultivator wields but a single life-bound sword since the inception of cultivation practices. Yet here stands a sword cultivator with his life-bound sword severed, yet intact, as if nothing had transpired. Bai Feiyu gazed at Lung Qingsong with a complex expression, asking, "Brother, are you aware of the repercussions of a broken life-bound sword?" "I am," Lung Qingsong affirmed with a nod, seemingly cognizant of the consequences of such a break. "Who is responsible for this?" Bai Feiyu inquired. Lung Qingsong's austere demeanor faltered. He could hardly confess that he had succumbed to mortal emotions and shattered it himself. Such words would never escape his lips. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Master." Lung Qingsong's thoughts were untainted, ultimately. Since he and his senior brother entered the mortal realm, it was his master who orchestrated this scenario. Leading to this outcome, attributing the shattering to his master was not an exaggeration. That master again. Upon hearing Lung Qingsong mention Hu Yun, Bai Feiyu's mind conjured an image of those eyes that seemed capable of piercing through all. Bai Feiyu could not fathom what that enigmatic cultivator, who appeared to see through his very soul, was scheming. Yet, the breaking of a life-bound sword is nearly fatal for a sword cultivator. As the sword immortal Bai Feiyu could ascertain, the future of Lung Qingsong would no longer allow him to tread the path of sword cultivation. For Lung Qingsong, this was akin to a death sentence. Yet, why did the broken sword still emanate a flow of sword intent? Moreover, the essence of that sword intent was so pure, almost indistinguishable from that which he possessed in his previous life. "Brother, do you not fear that master might enact some harm upon you?" Bai Feiyu inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling the audacious words. Lung Qingsong paused, seemingly never having contemplated such matters. He shook his head and replied, "I trust him." At this juncture, a rare smile graced the lips of the otherwise stern Lung Qingsong, the man who allowed him to ride upon his shoulders in public, where he and his brother could bicker and throw tantrums without a care, was, for the first time in his life, the figure who evoked a paternal feeling within him. Of course, he trusted him. His brother held an unwavering faith in master, and with that, Lung Qingsong found no reason to doubt him. Now it was Bai Feiyu's turn to be bewildered. He could not comprehend why Lung Qingsong would utter such sentiments. He was acutely aware that Lung Qingsong practiced the path of the master of 10,000 swords. This was the most formidable sword path in existence. Only one who transcended emotions, with a heart untainted by desires, could attain the title of master of 10,000 swords. Yet, it seemed that in comparison to his pursuit of the sword path, Lung Qingsong cherished something far more significant, even more precious than his own path. So precious, in fact, that Lung Qingsong could unhesitatingly comply with the arrangements and willingly sever his own life sword. The seemingly indifferent Lung Qingsong had transformed into the one who valued bonds most deeply. How could the path of the master of 10,000 swords possibly continue under such circumstances? Bai Feiyu's thoughts drifted back to his past life, before he ascended to immortality. In that life, his own life sword had also been destroyed. During that time, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, lost in a haze. "Xiaobai, if you continue this way, you will ruin yourself." A figure clad in a green robe warned him. "I am merely a wastrel now. What does it matter if I ruin myself further?" The one known as Li Tai-bai retorted, tilting his head back to pour wine into his mouth, drunkenly proclaiming, "I have a way to help you reforge your life sword. Trust me." The figure in green insisted earnestly. Li Tai-bai laughed heartily, his laughter tinged with desolation, then lowered his head to shout at the figure, "Get lost. It's impossible. I am already a wastrel. Are you here to pity me? Get out." Yet, in the end, that figure in green succeeded, and Li Tai-bai's life sword returned, even surpassing its former glory. However, Li Taibai could never again find the figure in green. He ultimately embarked upon the unparalleled sword path, achieving the status of sword immortal, yet he met a tragic end, his life extinguished, and his path obliterated. This path is a dead end, a road to oblivion, necessitating the obliteration of all emotions, leaving only the sword's way in one's heart. In order to truly achieve the so-called transcendence of forgetting feelings, a flicker of pain flashed through Bai Feiyu's eyes. This was also the reason for his decision to abandon the path of his past life. This route is destined to meet its end, and the outcome will inevitably be desolate. Thus, he chose to embark on the path of the sword, where all things exist for his blade. Even if he cannot reach the heights of his previous existence, he no longer wishes to endure such suffering. Senior brother, what will you do when your path leads you to the most agonizing choice? Bai Feiyu asked, his gaze vacant as he looked at Leng Qingsong. Observing the visibly disheveled Bai Feiyu, Leng Qingsong replied softly, I am not alone. I have you all. What if the choice you face is precisely this? Bai Feiyu fixed his gaze on Leng Qingsong, questioning earnestly. Leng Qingsong's eyes sharpened, his entire demeanor transforming into that of a sword, as he declared seriously. That path is erroneous. The way cannot be wrong. Bai Feiyu, equally unwavering, retorted, the way is never flawed. Without hesitation, Leng Qingsong asserted. Then I shall not seek the way. Let the way seek me. Chapter 95. Is the nascent soul stage difficult? Then I shall not seek the way. Let the way seek me. Leng Qingsong proclaimed with an audacious tone, leaving Bai Feiyu momentarily taken aback. Ha ha. Suddenly, Bai Feiyu erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. Concerned, Leng Qingsong watched the seemingly unhinged Bai Feiyu and reached out to steady his shoulder. Yet, Bai Feiyu abruptly lifted his head and declared, Senior brother, I have made my decision. I shall accompany you all to the immortal's secret realm. I wish to see how the way seeks you. Gazing at the expectant Bai Feiyu, Leng Qingsong shook his head, saying, there is no need. Initially, he believed that he alone was sufficient, with the addition of his older brother and the third. He felt they could conquer any challenge without exposing Bai Feiyu, who was still at the third level of the core formation stage, to danger. Seeing Leng Qingsong's refusal, Bai Feiyu assumed it was out of concern for his well-being and smiled. At first, I hesitated to go there due to my own troubles. But now I am even more eager to witness how you will advance in your swordsmanship. Leng Qingsong regarded Bai Feiyu and shook his head once more, stating, you are too weak. His intention was to convey that Bai Feiyu's current strength was merely at the core formation stage, and he did not wish for him to face hazards in the immortal's secret realm. However, upon hearing Leng Qingsong's words, Bai Feiyu's expression stiffened. Was he being underestimated? It felt as if he had plummeted from a position of superiority to the lowest rank. Believing that Leng Qingsong looked down upon him, Bai Feiyu scoffed. Is the nascent soul stage truly so difficult? Upon hearing Bai Feiyu's words, Leng Qingsong realized that Bai Feiyu had misunderstood him, just as he was about to clarify. He sensed the tumultuous flow of true essence emanating from Bai Feiyu. With his eyes gently closed, Bai Feiyu murmured, all things are my sword. All things are my path. As he spoke, the true essence within him surged, frantically swirling in his dantian, desperately absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. The once starry night sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds. The tribulation of three thunders, typically appearing only during the transformation stage, reappeared atop. Seated within the summit, Qianxia lifted his head, perplexed, and activated the recording stone on the small mountain, muttering, is junior brother by breaking through? Truly. One should never underestimate the rapidity with which Bai Feiyu transcends realms. In Qianxia's memory, Bai Feiyu had ascended through three realms. First, from no cultivation to qi refinement. Second, from qi refinement to foundation establishment. And third, last month, from foundation establishment to golden core. Now, he was on the verge of breaking through from golden core to nascent soul. It seemed as though the 9 minor realms within each major realm were non-existent for Bai Feiyu. Breaking through appeared as effortless as drinking water. Such exceptional talent. Why had he never heard of Bai Feiyu in his previous life? Perhaps it was because he died too early, unaware of such a genius. Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity for him, as he had been stagnant at the 9th level of the golden core stage for quite some time. The spectacle of the nascent soul's tribulation was indeed captivating. He had long sought a suitable moment and a secluded place to discreetly break through. But before he could execute his plan, Bai Feiyu had unwittingly provided him with an opportunity. The golden core within Qianxia's dantian began to rotate, preparing to seize this chance and advance to the nascent soul stage. Should both of them break through simultaneously, the might of the tribulation would undoubtedly amplify. However, these individuals dared to draw their swords against the heavens, and truly, no one regarded a mere tribulation of 3 thunders with any seriousness. Bai Feiyu's cultivation was ascending rapidly, almost a realm per second, without pause. Golden Core 4th level, 5th level, 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level. Bai Feiyu opened his eyes and commanded, "Come forth." The golden core within his dantian shattered explosively, and a 1-inch nascent soul, strikingly resembling Bai Feiyu, emerged from the remnants of the golden core, radiant and pure as jade, filled with sword intent, yet unlike Lang Qingsong's transformation. Bai Feiyu's nascent soul bore no sword in hand. Could one truly be called a sword cultivator without a life-bonded sword? The nascent soul leaped forth from the golden core, settling within the dantian, voraciously absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. Not only did the nascent soul exude sword intent, but it was also adorned with countless radiant hues that danced around it. In the next moment, Xianxia similarly transformed into an infant. Yet his primordial infant bore an extraordinary peculiarity. Unlike a mere diminutive version of himself, Xianxia's primordial infant possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, resembling the legendary Prince Neza. With an appearance most bizarre, slowly, Xianxia opened his eyes, realizing that he had ascended to the primordial infant stage unbeknownst to everyone around him. The peculiar form of his primordial infant was undoubtedly linked to his rebirth. At this juncture, the utmost priority was to swiftly advance to the out-of-body stage and discern the true nature of his spirit. Clouds gathered ominously atop the small peak, rumbling thunder echoed twice, only to dissipate in an instant, revealing a clear sky once more. The moon above shone with an even brighter luminescence, seemingly mocking the nascent thunder tribulation that dared not even gather its might. Bai Feiyu, having just entered the primordial infant stage, turned to Lang Qingsong with a smile, inquiring, "Senior brother, am I now sufficiently powerful?" Lang Qingsong regarded Bai Feiyu, who had just stepped into the primordial infant stage, with an impassive expression. After all, who had not consecutively broken through to the primordial infant stage? What was there to boast about? Was there anyone on the small peak who could not achieve successive breakthroughs? Yet, Lang Qingsong shook his head and firmly stated, "No, you cannot go. Your foundation is unstable at the newly attained primordial infant stage. It is imperative for you to consolidate your realm." Bai Feiyu felt a pang of disdain from Lang Qingsong, retorting with a cold laugh, "What? Is the way of the Lord of 10,000 Swords instilling such confidence in you, senior brother?" Lang Qingsong looked at Bai Feiyu in bewilderment, wondering if his junior brother had lost his senses. Here he was, expressing concern for him, yet Bai Feiyu dared to mock him? His meaning was clear. Bai Feiyu's primordial infant lacked a life sword. Though his own life sword was broken, he still possessed a fragment. While Bai Feiyu had none at all, it would be far wiser for him to remain on the small peak and forge his life sword, solidifying his realm rather than venturing into the secret realm of immortals. This lengthy exchange was distilled by Lang Qingsong into 5 words. "You cannot defeat me." Boom. The newly constructed roof of Lang Qingsong's abode was suddenly obliterated by the surge of true essence unleashed by Bai Feiyu. With a stern expression, Bai Feiyu addressed Lang Qingsong, saying, "Then today, I shall seek your guidance, senior brother." Lang Qingsong rose, incensed that this impudent boy had just demolished his freshly repaired roof. Tomorrow, his elder brother would surely scold him. With a frown, Lang Qingsong exclaimed, "I will not hold back." Bai Feiyu smirked, "I welcome it." Chapter 96, Today. The sunlight is exceptionally blinding. Hu Tutu enjoyed a splendid sleep, an exceedingly restful slumber, devoid of dreams, awakening only with the dawn, as if cradled in his mother's embrace. Upon waking, Hu Tutu felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body, brimming with vitality. Clearly, the medicinal bath he had indulged in the previous day had been remarkably effective. Today, he resolved to double his efforts in soaking. As Hu Tutu encouraged himself, he pushed open the door to his room. Upon entering, he beheld the eldest senior brother brandishing a paper fan, striking the second and fourth senior brothers. Xiao Feng sat obediently on a small stool, eating his meal, too afraid to lift his gaze, lest he draw the ire upon himself. Ouyang's lips flapped animatedly as he scolded Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, seated on cushions in the courtyard, jabbing his finger at them. As he berated them, the fan in his hand occasionally struck their heads. Both Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu lowered their heads, accepting Ouyang's scolding with subdued compliance. They exchanged a glance, simultaneously letting out a huff, turning away to avoid looking at each other. Humph, humph, slap, slap. Another round of strikes from Ouyang's fan landed upon their heads. "Eldest brother, it's time for breakfast," Chun Chongxing announced, emerging from the kitchen with a tray of morning fare. His recording stone discreetly capturing the moments of embarrassment for Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu. "Is tearing down houses a requisite for sword cultivators? Is cultivation merely about fighting and killing? Cultivation is about understanding human relationships." Ouyang scolded, exasperated with his 2 wayward disciples. Upon hearing Ouyang's remarks, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu instinctively raised their heads. When it came to understanding human relationships, the eldest brother, who had pilfered 100,000 Foundation establishment pills from the Dan Peak, seemed ill-equipped to lecture them. What? Do you disagree? Ouyang queried, observing their defiance, and raised his hand once more to deliver 2 additional strikes to their heads. With heads bowed, Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu listened quietly to their eldest brother's reprimand. Ouyang's throat grew dry from his tirade. When would these 2 miscreants allow him some peace of mind? They were up all night, creating chaos in the courtyard. Had they not nearly demolished his roof, they might have roused the entire mountain peak. Chen Changsheng, with a cup of tea in hand, approached Ouyang with consideration, offering, "Eldest brother, please have some tea." The second brother and Bai are merely sparring in swordplay. They momentarily lost control of their strength. They can repair the roof afterward. The meal is getting cold. Let them eat first. Grateful, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu looked towards Chen Changsheng, appreciating their third brother's kindness and understanding. However, they were oblivious to the recording stone in his hand, which was capturing their every moment. Ouyang accepted the tea from Chen Changsheng and gulped it down, muttering resentfully, "You 2 are not allowed to eat until the roof is fixed. Get to it." The 2 felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Rather than endure Ouyang's nagging, they would prefer to engage in a fierce battle with others. They stood up, inadvertently locking eyes once more. Humph, humph. Ouyang settled on the stool to enjoy his breakfast, while Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu busily hammered nails on the roof. "Master brother, I've finished my meal. I have taken junior sister to the forbidden grounds for cultivation." After Xiaofeng waited for Hu Tutu to finish her meal, he cautiously spoke up. "Junior brother, you may go. I wish to play with master brother." Hu Tutu wiped her mouth and said to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng felt as if struck by an arrow to his heart, his whole being trembling. Just yesterday, junior sister had expressed her fondness for playing with him. Dejectedly, Xiaofeng made his way down the mountain, knowing that a calamity awaited the spirit beasts within the forbidden grounds today. What has befallen this foolish lad? Ouyang gazed curiously at the distraught Xiaofeng as he descended the mountain. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Young one, today I shall relay a message to you. Teach Tutu the cultivation methods of the spirit fox." Ouyang turned to the sunbathing, nodded, and addressed Hu Tutu, who was preparing to fly with master brother using a paper crane. "Tutu, from today onward, you shall begin your cultivation." "Ah? Is it possible for me to not learn?" Hu Tutu's cheerful expression instantly soured. She detested cultivation. During her time at Xianxia Mountain, she had never enjoyed it. Had she known, she would have joined junior brother in playing at the forbidden grounds. "Master brother, I will go see if junior brother has left." As Hu Tutu retreated, she flashed a smile at Ouyang. As a self-proclaimed underachiever, Ouyang could easily discern Hu Tutu's intentions. He seized her by the collar. Lifting her up, Hu Tutu kicked her little feet in distress, calling out to Chen Changsheng, "Third master brother, I like you the most. Please save me." Chen Changsheng chuckled as he observed Ouyang and Hu Tutu, while 2 others were busy repairing the roof. Everything before him seemed so delightful. Ouyang pressed Hu Tutu down onto a bench. She squirmed as if her bottom were pricked by needles. Ouyang, with a stern expression, warned her, "If you do not study earnestly, you shall go without lunch today." Upon hearing Ouyang's rebuke, Hu Tutu obediently sat on the bench. "I dislike master brother the most." Once Hu Tutu settled, the voice of echoed. "First, explain to her the distinction between spirit foxes and demon foxes. She is quite different from ordinary demon foxes. The innate Tao body of a spirit fox should cultivate its demon essence according to the human race's methods." Ouyang recited its words verbatim, merely substituting Hu Tutu for a human, highlighting the differing cultivation methods of humans and demons. Hu Tutu understood that she could only cultivate using the human race's methods. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she inquired, "Master brother, why do the fox demon clans have a different cultivation method from ours?" Her heart raced. She narrowly avoided revealing her true identity as a fox. This indeed poses a challenge for oneself. How could one possibly know the cultivation methods of the demon clan? Ouyang scratched his head, suddenly enlightened upon noticing Tsang Huyen, and made his way towards him. As Tsang Huyen heard Ouyang's words and was about to convey an explanation telepathically, he saw Ouyang approaching and an unsettling thought arose within him. Ouyang seized Tsang Huyen and lifted him off the ground, whispering, "Surely you do not wish for your identity as a fox demon to be revealed, do you?" In a fit of anger, Huyen was about to retort, yet held his tongue to safeguard his secret. More crucially, the sheer intensity of Ouyang's spiritual energy constrained him, despite being a cultivator at the tribulation crossing stage. What manner of creature is this? Amidst Hu Tutu's astonished exclamations, Ouyang bound Tsang Hu to a tree, brandishing a branch and grinning, "Look, we have mistaken this handsome fellow for a demon. Allow me to elucidate the details." Songhu Huyin, listless and bound to the tree, had his precious lychees covered by a towel, staring at the astonished yet delighted Hu Tutu as if his fox life had lost all color. In this predicament, he could not afford to reveal that he was an eight-tailed fox. Looking up at the morning sun, Huyin remarked, "Today's sunlight is particularly glaring." Chapter 97. Chi Tian Peak shakes again. Although he had forfeited all dignity befitting a great cultivator at the tribulation crossing stage, the bright future of Hu Tutu lay ahead. Furthermore, he was merely a pet fox called handsome now. What did it matter if he was seen? Engaging in self-hypnosis, Huyin began to communicate telepathically with Ouyang, introducing the distinctions between human and demon cultivation. Ouyang, following the script, stammered, "Human cultivation corresponds to the 5 elements, harmonizing yin and yang, practicing qi." Before he could continue, he began to yawn. Ouyang felt his eyelids growing heavier, poking the branch at Songhu, nearly causing chaos multiple times. With a great yawn, Ouyang spoke in disjointed sentences before leaning against the tree and drifting into slumber. This left Hu Tutu bewildered, gazing at the sleeping Ouyang who had managed to doze off while lecturing. How did Master Brother fall asleep? Was he supposed to share cultivation methods with me? Observing the peacefully sleeping Ouyang, Hu Tutu hesitated to disturb his rest. The morning sun enveloped them in warmth, and Ouyang's snores echoed like a lullaby, causing Hu Tutu's eyelids to grow heavy. Soon, he too succumbed to sleep. Down to the tree, Huyan's heart bled. What nonsense were these two imbeciles up to? Here he was, a great cultivator at the tribulation crossing stage, tied to a tree as a mere reference while these two fools slumbered. Turning to glance at the sleeping Ouyang, he suddenly felt an urge to weep. I once believed that my tears had run dry while on Xianxia Mountain, yet to my astonishment, even as I faced tribulation, the sight of 2 scoundrels before me nearly brought me to tears once more. "You little rascal, come forth. Wake your senior brother and junior sister." I communicated telepathically to Chen Chongqing, who was busy concocting a medicinal bath in the kitchen, mindful of the hammering sounds from the rooftop made by Lang Qingsong and by Feiyu. Chen Chongqing's ears twitched as he emerged from the kitchen, a smile spreading across his face at the scene before him. In the morning sunlight, Ouyang leaned against a tree, his head tilted slightly. Both he and Tutu were soundly asleep, while Huyin, bound and with a face nearly in tears, looked helplessly at him. With rising frustration, Huyin relayed to Chen Chongqing, "Rouse your senior brother and junior sister. Have your senior brother speak on my behalf. He falls asleep even faster than your junior sister." Chen Chongqing replied telepathically, "I neglected to inform you, my esteemed senior, that my senior brother is unable to listen to or deliver teachings. Even the sect leader would be powerless in this matter. Are you doing this on purpose? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Huyin exclaimed, fuming at Chen Chongqing. "Since you did not inquire, I had no reason to elaborate. I must return to prepare the medicinal bath for my junior sister. Farewell." Chen Chongqing turned back toward the kitchen, effectively blocking Huyan's telepathic message. "Blast it! Untie me at once." Huyan could no longer contain his frustration and cursed Ouyang telepathically. The ropes binding him were the very ones that had ensnared him in the forbidden area. He could not possibly free himself. However, Ouyang, deep in slumber, remained blissfully unaware, even unconsciously smacking his lips. As noon approached, the distant sound of 3 ancient bell chimes echoed through the air. The bell of Qingyan sect had rung. The sound jolted both Ouyang and Huyin from their dreams. The two, one large and one small, stretched simultaneously, contentedly wiping the drool from the corners of their mouths, their movements almost synchronized. Indeed, a fulfilling study session can bring forth a sense of comfort, akin to a restorative slumber. "Young man, release the ropes binding me." Huyan's feeble voice resonated within Ouyang's mind. Ouyang turned to see Huyin, tied to the tree, his eyes devoid of luster. "In the future, I shall seek your company when I suffer from insomnia," Ouyang remarked while he began to untie Huyin. As Huyin felt the numbness in his bound limbs, he tore away the towel that protected the lychees and, with vacant eyes, glared at Ouyang, muttering in anger, "Study? What nonsense." Meanwhile, the ringing of the bell also drew the attention of others atop the small peak. Lang Qingsong ceased his hammering, casting a glance at Bai Feiyu, and internally scoffed. "It appears only my junior brother is capable of such folly. My speed in repairing the roof far surpasses his. In the span of a morning, I have laid the planks, while he has barely completed half. When it comes to roofing, Lang Qingsong held confidence greater than that of his sword." Bai Feiyu felt the piercing gaze from across the way, and upon lifting her head, she encountered the provocatively smug expression of Lang Qingsong. Unable to restrain herself, she internally scoffed. A sword cultivator boasting about fixing a roof? How absurd. Humph, humph. Both exchanged a disdainful snort simultaneously. That incessant bell tolls on. One might think the Qingyan sect faces extinction daily. Ouyang grumbled, casting an irritated glance toward Qingyan Peak. Xianxia approached Ouyang and quietly inquired, "So, senior brother, shall we proceed?" "Of course we shall. This time, it is likely regarding the matter of the immortal's secret realm. When the second brother descends, we will investigate." Ouyang shouted toward the roof, where Lung Qingsong stood. With a swift motion, Lung Qingsong leaped down from the rooftop, closely followed by Bai Feiyu. "Xiao Bai, you keep an eye on Tu. We shall return shortly," Ouyang instructed Bai Feiyu. She shook her head in response, asserting, "No, I have decided to accompany you." Ouyang regarded her thoughtfully and gently advised, "It's quite all right. Xiao Bai, do not force yourself." Yet Bai Feiyu, as if transformed overnight, declared, "Senior brother, there is no need for persuasion. My decision is made. I wish to go. I wish to go. You did not take me last time." Hu Tu chimed in excitedly. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang suggested, "Then let us leave a note for the sixth brother." Leaving the quietly mending Zhonghu in a corner, the group soared toward Qingyan sect. Upon their arrival at the mountain gate of Qingyan Peak, they found a considerable number of individuals already trekking toward the grand hall at the summit. Two colossal stone lions stood proudly, demanding passwords from the sect's disciples. The moment Ouyang appeared, one of the smaller stone lions suddenly transformed into a diminutive cub and pounced toward him. The stone lion eagerly licked Ouyang's shoes, its tail wagging with such fervor it seemed to spin like a fan. "What are you doing?" Ouyang frowned, retracting his foot, yet the stone lion relentlessly pursued him, determined to continue its enthusiastic licking. "Master, don't you see? I'm licking you," it exclaimed while lavishing attention on Ouyang's footwear. Annoyed, Ouyang delivered a swift kick to the stone lion, exclaiming, "Get away. Don't disgust me." Meanwhile, the larger stone lion at the gate looked disdainfully at its diligent counterpart, internally mocking, "With such servile licking, you shall remain merely a gatekeeper in this lifetime." Chapter 98. The sword in the hand of a sword cultivator is the way after delivering a few kicks. Ouyang still sent a surge of true energy toward the stone lion, for it was, after all, his devoted follower. Though reprimanded, he would not withhold the treats deserved. The stone lion, rolling about from the kicks, felt the warmth of the newfound true energy coursing through its limbs. "Yes, this is the sensation. Bring on more." The stone lion, unable to contain its comfort, let out a sound of delight. Thus, the onlookers witnessed a curious scene. Ouyang had sent the once proud stone lion tumbling about, yet the creature appeared quite pleased. Did this stone lion truly relish such treatment? A flicker of understanding ignited within the crowd. They resolved to try it themselves next time. For this was an excellent opportunity to endear themselves to the guardian beast of Qingyan Peak. After declining the invitation of another stone lion that had crouched down in an attempt to lead a few individuals to the summit, Ouyang guided the group toward the mountain's pinnacle. Within the inner sect of Qingyan sect, there were thousands of disciples, yet the path up Qingyan Peak was exceedingly long, and the prohibition against flying on swords ensured that it was not overly crowded. Instead, the breathtaking scenery of Qingyan Peak was enough to make one forget the fatigue of the journey, drawing everyone into its enchanting beauty. A flock of celestial cranes soared gracefully around the mountain, while exotic flowers and rare herbs vied for attention. Additionally, the ethereal mist, one of the energies of heaven and earth, enveloped the mountainside, with pavilions and stone benches scattered about for weary travelers to rest. Ascending Qingyan Peak was akin to embarking on a delightful excursion, akin to a collective team-building experience on a small mountain. Hu Tu, clad in a petite white dress, sported two little buns in her hair, clumsily fashioned by Ouyang. With each step, the buns bobbed playfully. Holding Ouyang's hand, Hu Tu inquired, "Elder brother, does Qingyan sect provide meals today?" Being a child, her concern lay not with the purpose of their visit, but rather with the quality of the food. Ouyang responded with a hint of disdain, "The food at Qingyan sect is dreadful. The inhabitants of this mountain rarely dine, leading to a rather lackluster culinary offering. Little third. Let us catch a few plump cranes and roast them for a meal." Xianxia, donned in a purple robe and a white mask, nodded in agreement. His gaze fixed upon the cranes in the sky. He focused intently on a leading crane, his eyes narrowing. The white crane, carefree in its flight, suddenly veered towards Ouyang's group, trailing closely behind, ready to leap into the pot at any moment. In stark contrast, Lung Qingsong, clad in black attire and clutching a sword, and Bai Feiyu, dressed in white with a long sword suspended at his waist, wore sour expressions after their recent altercation, maintaining silence and turning slightly away from one another. Ouyang, disinterested in the details of their disagreement, found himself curious about what had transpired to provoke such ire from the usually composed Bai. "Ouyang Xixiang has arrived. It has been so long. Ouyang Xixiang, let us swordplay together sometime. I have missed you dearly, Ouyang Xixiang." Due to their leisurely pace, Ouyang encountered many old acquaintances from other peaks, and thanks to his knack for making friends through a shared artistic album, he was quite popular within Qingyun sect. Thus, along the way, he was greeted by numerous inner sect disciples. Ouyang reciprocated their greetings with a smile, unfazed by their playful jests, effortlessly engaging in their banter. Yet, the newly appointed saint son of the Qingyun sacred land, xianxia, attracted little attention. He merely evoked a sense of familiarity in others, though they struggled to recall where they had encountered him before. The sullen-faced Leng Qingsong and Bai Feiyu had no friends within the Qingyun sect and had not ventured down the mountain for social engagements, resulting in few individuals recognizing them. What lingered in everyone's minds was the memory of a few years prior when a lone youth, wielding a sword, challenged the entire Wanjian Peak, a feat undoubtedly accomplished by one of the two. Holding Ouyang's hand, the adoring Hututu gazed up at her senior brother with admiration, marveling at his popularity within the Qingyun sect. Truly, he was worthy of being Tutu's esteemed senior brother. "I adore my senior brother the most," exclaimed the little girl, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she skipped joyfully, her two loosely tied pigtails bobbing with each leap. Chen Chongsheng casually set up a pot by the roadside and, raising his hand, summoned a kitchen knife, while the long-awaited crane eagerly extended its neck, anticipating its fate. However, given the gruesome nature of the scene and with Tutu present, Ouyang subtly gestured towards Chen Chongsheng. Understanding the implication, Chen Chongsheng led the crane into the nearby woods, returning only when the creature was in a suitable state for cooking. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group joined the last wave of pedestrians ascending to the summit of Qingyun Peak. In the Grand Hall, disciples from various peaks had already assembled according to their designated areas, creating a bustling crowd. Ouyang and his companions settled on a patch of open ground. Unlike other peaks that boasted over 100 disciples, their modest peak had only 6 members, making their gathering appear somewhat sparse. The ancient bell tolled thrice, heralding the emergence of Dong Shuzi and Tai A from the hall. Dong Shuzi exuded an aura of profound Tao rhythm, with a colorful Dharma wheel spinning behind him and dust floating gracefully in his embrace, his every gesture reminiscent of an enlightened immortal. Tai A, the master of the sword sect, radiated a sharp sword intent, standing there like a blade itself. His mere presence commanded an unseeable edge that deterred gazes. Stepping forward, Dong Shuzi spoke softly, yet his voice resonated in the ears of all present. "Today, we summoned the disciples of our sect for a singular purpose, to discuss the celestial immortal's secret realm. Within this realm lies immense fortune and blessings, but it also harbors great terrors and dangers. This is the sword sect's master, Tai A. After conferring with him, we have decided that the Qingyun sect and the sword sect shall each send 3 disciples to seek the secrets of the immortal realm alongside the wandering cultivators of the world." Upon concluding his words, Dong Shuzi cast a glance towards the small peak and continued, "The Qingyun sect will dispatch Saint's son Chen Chongsheng, the eldest disciple Ouyang, and second disciple Leng Qingsong." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone knew that the opening of the immortal's secret realm promised unparalleled opportunities. This incited all the disciples to eagerly anticipate seizing a share of fortune from the immortal secret realm, spurred by their destiny as protagonists. However, the words of the sect leader sent a chill through their hearts. Why were they not allowed to participate? Why should the 3 quotas be wholly claimed by the small mountain peak, even if they monopolized all 3 slots? Why should those unaligned rogue cultivators be permitted entry while they, possessing far superior talents, were barred? The decision made by Dong Shuzi left everyone feeling discontent, even perceiving the sect leader as someone who was stripping them of their opportunities. The hall was in disarray, with the leaders of various peaks voicing their dissatisfaction with the sect leader's decree. "Silence," Dong Shuzi commanded sharply, and the venue fell silent once more. "Now, I invite the sword sect leader, Tai A, to elucidate the rationale behind this decision." Aware that this announcement would undoubtedly stir discontent among the Qingyun sect, Dong Shuzi chose to present Tai A as the spokesperson. Tai A stepped forward, and an overwhelming sword intent surged toward the plaza below, under the imposing presence of the sword sect leader. Even the peak masters could not help but feel their hearts race, let alone the disciples below, who struggled to endure the pressure. Tai A surveyed the crowd and disdainfully scoffed. "Explanation? Do you think you are worthy to hear it? Sword cultivators in this world have always been thus. We do not speak reason. For the sword in hand is reason itself." Tai A's words instantly ignited a wave of outrage among the crowd. How dare he act so arrogantly in the Qingyun sect? Is the sword sect leader so formidable? Does he think he can intimidate us with his cultivation? Are we not also one of the 9 sacred grounds? Is it your sword sect's turn to impose upon us? Come to my chamber tonight. Let me see what you're made of. Dong Shuzi, standing beside Tai A, could not help but send a mental message urging him to temper his words, reminding him that this was not the sword sect and that his usual tactics would not sway the crowd here. Ignoring Dong Zizi's counsel, Tae stepped forward once more, unleashing an even more formidable wave of sword intent, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them. It felt as if a colossal meteor had struck, with this step resembling another meteor crashing atop the first. Instantly, a significant number of Qing's sect disciples collapsed under the overwhelming sword intent, which was far beyond what those who had not even reached the out-of-body stage could withstand. Standing at the front, Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu braced themselves against the torrent of sword intent. Though both struggled greatly, their legs trembling, they nonetheless managed to hold firm against the mountain-like pressure. Tae surveyed the scene below with keen observation. When his gaze fell upon Lung Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, the admiration in his eyes deepened. Slightly retracting his sword intent, Tae's voice rang out once more, dissatisfied? If you have the capability, come and fight me. He taunted thousands, exuding an extreme arrogance. Yet, there was naught they could do. Beneath the overwhelming might of the sword intent, the inner disciples found it difficult even to rise, let alone engage in combat. It was sheer bullying. Tae, observing the defiant yet intimidated gazes from the crowd, let out a cold chuckle and withdrew a celestial manuscript from his robe. Casting it into the air, the paper unfurled in the wind, instantly enveloping half the square. Tae proclaimed, "This is the authentic work of our sect's ancient ancestor. The legendary sword immortally Tai Bai, as well as the key to unlocking this celestial secret realm. My esteemed ancestor has graciously allotted 3 spots from his immortal domain to your Qingyan sect. Are you still unsatisfied?" The paper, radiating an aura of profound mystery, left the leaders of the various peaks in the square utterly astonished upon their first glance. They could sense the rhythm of the Tao, yet struggled to comprehend its true essence, which seemed to transcend even the Tao itself. The term laws flickered through their minds, igniting a wave of excitement. The chasm between the great ascension and the tribulation was indeed bridged by the existence of Tao and laws. To their astonishment, they beheld a sheet of paper imbued with its own laws. Meanwhile, the lower-ranked disciples, striving to gaze upon the paper, shared an unspoken thought. This handwriting is utterly atrocious. Scrawled in an uneven manner across the vast sheet were the words, "I am the immortal is me. I am the foremost immortal in this world. The mightiest of all." Was this a jest? Could such a thing truly have been penned by an ancient sword immortal? All present stared in bewilderment at the self-satisfied Tae, sensing he might be somewhat unhinged. At the foot of a small peak, Bai Feiyu's complexion had turned a deep shade of crimson, with a grim expression. He fixated on the paper above. It was indeed a diary he had written in his past life. Never would he have imagined that after all these years, his dark history would be resurrected to haunt him, to call himself an ancestor while engaging in such humiliating antics. One day, he vowed to bind this sword cultivator named Tae and light a lantern for him. After flaunting his ancestor's handwritten diary, Tae smugly remarked, "This celestial secret realm rightfully belongs to my sword sect. Granting you 3 spots is already a considerable concession for your Qingyan sect." So, this celestial secret realm was indeed a legacy left by the sword sect's ancestor? They had autonomy over their ancestors' possessions, after all. As for sword cultivators, they no longer felt a connection. Many inner disciples, though lamenting, wisely chose to remain silent. Only the disciples of the Inquiry Sword Peak simmered with discontent. Hundreds of eager Inquiry Sword disciples gazed fervently at their peak leader. This celestial secret realm was left by an ancient sword immortal. Who among the sword cultivators could resist such a lure? Even the master of the Wanjian Peak, Xianxia, could not suppress the agitation within his heart. He rose to his feet and, with a respectful bow towards the high platform, inquired, "Might I ask the esteemed leader of the sword sect, since 3 quotas have been allocated to my Qingyan sect, why is there none for the disciples of Wanjian Peak? Does it imply that Wanjian Peak lacks worthy candidates?" Though Xianxia had already attained the great ascension and understood his own path, he felt compelled to voice his dissent for the sake of his disciples, as it was his duty as their peak master. "Why should it concern me? Who goes is not for me to dictate," Tae remarked casually, casting a glance at Xianxia, who had only reached the 6th level of great ascension. All the disciples of Wanjian Peak turned their gazes towards Dongzuzi, pondering why, in this realm of sword cultivation, the disciples from Wanjian Peak were overlooked. Whispers of favoritism and injustice filled the air, though they dared not voice their grievances openly. Under Tae's overwhelming sword intent, the disciples of Wanjian Peak rose together, silently expressing their protest. Tae turned to Dongzuzi and could not help but transmit a thought. "How do you manage the sect? You old rascal? They dare to voice their opinions on your decisions? In my sword sect, such individuals would have been tied up and made an example of long ago." Dongzuzi shot a fierce glare at Tae, The Qingyun sect was not as rigid as the sword sect and allowed for differing opinions. Yet it was indeed unfair to the disciples of Wanjian Peak. Dong Zizi spoke slowly. The immortal secret realm holds little allure for cultivators beyond the integration stage. Which is why I entrusted the drafting of this list to our Holy Land scion, Qin. He deftly deflected responsibility. This list was not my creation. It was drafted by Qin of the Holy Land. If there are grievances, direct them towards him, not me. Upon hearing Dong Zizi's words, Taya retracted his sword intent and turned his attention towards Ouyang and his group, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Xianxia, understanding Dong Zizi's stance, signaled discreetly to the disciples of Wanjian Peak. Comprehending his intent, hundreds of them, swords in hand, turned and marched towards the location of the small mountain peak. The remaining inner disciples swiftly entered a state of eager anticipation. Who doesn't know that the small mountain peak is at odds with Wanjian Peak? This is going to be entertaining. A throng of Wanjian Peak's disciples approached Ouyang and his companions. A young man clad in training attire addressed the assembly at the small mountain peak with a solemn voice. Holy Son, we beseech you to come forth and grant Wanjian Peak its due justice. Ouyang stood up, regarding the young man before him, and then bowed deeply towards the grand hall. Declaring with conviction, this is Ouyang, the eldest disciple of the small mountain peak. I humbly request the sect leader to reconsider the decree. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they processed Ouyang's unexpected submission. Yet, Ouyang continued, this time, we from the small mountain peak wish to send 4 individuals. We kindly ask the sword sect leader to add 1 more. Chapter 100. Who else but you? As Ouyang's words fell, they once again stirred a commotion. How audacious. There are only 3 spots available, and you from the small peak have taken them all, yet you remain unsatisfied and wish to claim another. Especially, the hundreds of disciples from the Asking Sword Peak, their hands gripping their swords trembled with rage, their fury reaching its zenith. Were it not for the presence of the sect leader, they would have relished tearing this insufferable Ouyang apart limb by limb. The vendetta for the incident at the Asking Sword Peak's restroom from years ago remained unavenged, and now, with new grievances added to old, they plotted to ensnare Ouyang as soon as they descended from Qingyun Peak. The disciples of Asking Sword Peak glared at the grinning Ouyang, internally sentencing him to death. Yet Ouyang, who had initiated the group mockery, was well aware of his own predicament. Xiaobai had explicitly stated before the sect leader and the head of the sword sect that he wouldn't attend, and yet here he was, compelled to go. The sect leader and the head of the sword sect, who were supposed to support him, insisted on him dismantling his own facade once more. It was truly a burden to be the senior brother. Ouyang turned to the 2 formidable figures on the high platform, who were glaring at him with equal disdain, and mustered the courage to say, my 4th junior brother possesses extraordinary talent and the demeanor of a sword immortal. Thus, I beseech the head of the sword sect to grant 1 more spot. Silence reigned on the high platform, only for the disciples of the Asking Sword Peak to erupt with pent-up fury. The leading young man, hand pressed against his sword hilt, shouted at Ouyang, Ouyang, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe the swords of Asking Sword Peak are dull? Ouyang regarded the young man before him, feeling a flicker of recognition but unable to place him, awkwardly inquiring, and who might you be? The young man, unable to restrain his anger any longer, drew his sword and pointed it at Ouyang, declaring, years of humiliation, you may have forgotten, but I, Zhou Sheng, cannot. Zhou Sheng. That name rang a bell. Ouyang racked his brain, finally retrieving the memory from the depths of his cluttered recollection. It seemed that not long after he and the second brother ascended the mountain gate, the Asking Sword Peak had petitioned the sect leader to merge with the small peak due to their overwhelming numbers, while the small peak had but a handful of disciples. Before the sect leader could respond, they had stormed the small peak's gate, clamoring for its transformation into the second peak of Asking Sword. Ouyang, unwilling to tolerate the antics of these mindless sword cultivators, retaliated that very evening by blowing up all the restrooms at Asking Sword Peak. That night, apart from the unfortunate souls who ventured out for a midnight bathroom break, the fragrance of destruction lingered for a fortnight, leaving the disciples of Asking Sword Peak to sleep on the ground at their gate for an entire month. Other disciples from different peaks avoided the area altogether. Ouyang recalled that during the explosion, this Zhou Sheng had been one of the unfortunate souls caught in the act, adorned in a garish ensemble, brandishing his sword and pursuing the then inept Ouyang throughout the night. Ultimately, it was the second son of the family who ventured to the Sword Inquiry Peak with a sword in hand. Although no answers were gleaned from the visit, Ouyang recognized from the casual demeanor of his younger brother, akin to someone merely stepping out to procure groceries, that the matter had reached its conclusion. Following his brother's visit to the Sword Inquiry Peak, no further discussions arose regarding the plans for the second peak. Subsequently, a significant rumor circulated within the Qingyun sect. It was said that one day, a disciple from a small mountain peak, armed with a single sword and devoid of true essence, effortlessly overwhelmed the entire sword inquiry peak solely based on swordsmanship, causing the inner disciples to lament from top to bottom. Even the peak master, upon intervening, found himself receiving a blow from this individual. As memories flooded back, a smile graced Ouyang's face as he observed Zhou Sheng before him. "Ah, it is you, brother Zhou. We were childhood friends, and I still vividly recall the playful days we shared." Upon hearing Ouyang's words, Zhou Sheng's expression twitched. How could Ouyang dare to broach such topics? Having endured humiliation and diligently cultivated, he had ascended to the 4th stage of the nascent soul realm before reaching 50, all in hopes of one day avenging his grievances. Zhou Sheng fixed a cold gaze upon Ouyang, stating, "Ouyang, I have no desire to reminisce about the past. Today, I demand a spot at the Sword Inquiry Peak. That is my decree. Brother Zhou is indeed formidable. How majestic. Truly the greatest talent of our Sword Inquiry Peak." The disciples behind Zhou Sheng fervently lauded him. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face, yet Ouyang could not help but feel slighted by Zhou Sheng's lack of respect despite his own bright smile. With a sigh, Ouyang withdrew his smile, sensing that this brainless individual was resolute in his obstinacy. "You see," Ouyang began, shrugging, "if you wish for someone to withdraw, you may speak to them directly. I have no objections." Zhou Sheng was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Ouyang's unexpected generosity. His gaze shifted to those standing behind Ouyang. The masked xianxia, the holy son of the Qingyun sacred land, was known for summoning hundreds of puppets comparable to those of the nascent soul realm, striking down the holy son of the Buddhist sect and fiercely repelling remnants of the demonic race. Such feats had not gone unnoticed. Furthermore, Zhou Sheng had personally experienced being expelled from the mustard seed space by xianxia, a person not to be trifled with. Then there was the brooding figure of Lung Qingsong, sword in hand. Even as a nascent soul practitioner, Zhou Sheng could not discern his level of cultivation, leading him to believe that Lung Qingsong had already reached the nascent soul realm. A wave of shock coursed through Zhou Sheng. If his memory served him right, Lung Qingsong was merely in his teens. How could he have already attained the same level of power? Was this the mark of a natural sword cultivator? The one who had once single-handedly challenged the entire Sword Inquiry Peak must possess unfathomable strength. He too was not to be taken lightly. Zhou Sheng's focus returned to Ouyang. A mere chi refinement failure. Yet, Ouyang was the senior brother of Lung Qingsong. If he were to provoke Ouyang, it was certain that the sword-wielding Lung Qingsong would draw his blade in an instant. In the past, in an attempt to inflict humiliation upon Ouyang, that madman dared to draw his sword even against the peak master. Zhou Sheng glanced at the 3 individuals before him, momentarily perplexed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Had Ouyang not just mentioned wanting another spot? The 4th junior brother? The only candidate left was that young man in white garments. He had never heard of this figure from the lesser peak, yet he appeared decent enough, an embroidered pillow, to be sure. Zhou Sheng resolved firmly, choosing his words with care, and spoke. "The sect leader has chosen the 3 of you, and I shall not dispute his judgment. However, since you mention wanting another spot, let it be granted to us at the Sword Inquiry Peak. I believe our young man in white would have no objections." Everyone turned their gaze to the figure standing there, by Feiyu, who, upon hearing this, darkened in countenance. Were people now so bold as to underestimate him? In his past life, as a sword immortal, he had never been subjected to such disdain. Was he now reduced to a mere figure to be scorned by the likes of common folk? Bai Feiyu straightened his posture, a smile gracing his face, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. His expression was warm, yet it emanated an icy chill. Suddenly, the long swords atop the Qingyun peak began to hum, and every swordsman present was alarmed to discover their blades emitting a sound of their own volition. The long swords held by the disciples of the Sword Inquiry Peak strained against their grips, unsheathing themselves and turning their blades toward their masters. Bai Feiyu strolled leisurely to stand before Zhou Sheng, his smile gentle as he spoke. "Do you have an issue with my venture into the immortal's secret realm? Or may I inquire further, aside from you, who else is there?" Chapter 101 and Chapter 102. Who is next? His voice was soft, yet resonated with authority. Bai Feiyu regarded Zhou Sheng, whose expression was one of sheer terror, yet his own gentle smile remained unperturbed. In his previous incarnation as a sword immortal, he had always been the center of attention, never subjected to such condescension. Had his guise of a humble student on the lesser peak led others to mistakenly perceive him as mere prey? Was it possible that prolonged, feigned humility could result in being seen as weak? If so, he was determined to demonstrate his unmatched prowess. Since being unearthed from his grave, Bai Feiyu had harbored a pent-up frustration, having been belittled by Lung Qingsong the previous night, resulting in a draw during their confrontation. Today, he was resolute in seeking retribution. With one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Bai Feiyu smiled gently, his gaze tender, yet a palpable chill coursed through the onlookers. He exuded no trace of sword intent, merely standing there without even stirring his true energy. Yet, he managed to provoke the swords of all disciples at the Sword Inquiry Peak to unsheathe and point accusingly at their owners, igniting a wave of astonished murmurs among the crowd. My goodness, has Zhou Xing inadvertently selected the strongest? Who is this individual? What kind of extraordinary beings emerge from that lesser peak? This brother is incredibly handsome. Why not visit our execution peak more often? I am utterly enamored. The charisma of this senior brother captivates me. Clad in pristine white, Bai Feiyu boasts an impressive charm value of 11 on his attribute panel. A figure that signifies his beauty surpasses all present. Coupled with his exceptional swordsmanship, where a myriad of swords rise in unison, he becomes an undeniable allure for both young men and women alike. Information regarding Bai Feiyu begins to circulate wildly among the inner disciples of the Qingyun sect via their communication stones. Observing from the stands, Tai A contemplated for a moment before addressing Dong Shuzi, inquiring, "Is it your sect that embodies the essence of swordsmanship, or is it mine? How is it that such exceptional talent has found its way to your doorstep?" The disciples below remained oblivious to the underlying implications, yet Tai A, recognized as one of the most formidable sword cultivators in the realm, discerned that Bai Feiyu's recent display transcended mere true essence and Tao rhythm. It was a manifestation of higher-level principles. Though it was but a fleeting glimpse for a nascent soul cultivator, even Tai A, the esteemed leader of the sword sect, had never encountered such phenomena. That young man in white must be a prodigy, indeed. A smile could not be contained on Dong Shuzi's face. He regarded Bai Feiyu with an eye for future promise. With his eldest disciple Ling Feng deemed unsuitable for the position of sect master and his second disciple being a remnant of the demonic lineage, Dong Shuzi could only cast his gaze towards the promising talent emerging from the peaks. The senior brother Ouyang was not considered by Dong Shuzi, for the young man was exceedingly peculiar and his realm was disappointingly low. Despite his remarkable capacity for true qi and his inexplicable ability to awaken spiritual intelligence, Ouyang's lifespan presented a critical flaw. In a sect with a long history, an unstable leader would surely incite turmoil. Similarly, the sword known as Lung Qingsong was excessively sharp and pure, rendering it unsuitable for the role of sect master, as such a temperament would lead the sect towards extremism.
Thus, the focus of Dong Shuzi's attention rested on Xianxia and Bai Feiyu, both of whom possess extraordinary talents and steadfast hearts,
making them ideal heirs to the sect's leadership. Consequently, during the grand sect competition, Dong Shuzi decisively appointed Xianxia as the saint son of the Qingyun sacred land, not only to provide an explanation to the world, but also because he held great confidence in Xianxia's potential. However, Xianxia's character bore a fatal flaw. He was excessively cautious. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, even his contemplations at the Qingyun secret treasure site were conducted through his avatar. As one of the 9 great sacred lands, the Qingyun sect requires a leader who embodies both composure and sharpness, ensuring its enduring prosperity. At present, Bai Feiyu epitomizes these qualities flawlessly. His demeanor is steady yet spirited, his talent is extraordinary, and he remains humble and composed. In every way, Dong Shuzi perceives Bai Feiyu as the perfect successor to the sect's leadership. It is indeed a pity that he is not my disciple. Ouyang is truly fortunate, having acquired so many exceptionally gifted pupils. I have previously conferred with Tai A regarding the forthcoming immortal secret realm, which will undoubtedly attract wandering practitioners from all corners. Identifying and accepting undiscovered talents among these practitioners as disciples could indeed be a delightful surprise. Dong Shuzi's gaze fell upon Ouyang, who stood behind Bai Feiyu. This lad is sure to provide me with an unexpected revelation. Whether I can receive a worthy apprentice hinges entirely on him. Ouyang glanced at Zhou Xing, feeling a twinge of pity for him. Little Bai has always possessed a gentle temperament, yet he has become somewhat irritable since being unearthed from the grave. To encounter him at this precarious moment is akin to courting disaster. Zhou Xing stared at the long sword that had accompanied him for decades, its tip unwaveringly aimed at him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. What had transpired? Why had his trusted sword suddenly drawn itself against him? This blade, a steadfast companion for so many years, now pointed accusingly at his face. For a sword cultivator, a sword is the most precious possession, and betrayal by it is utterly unfathomable. The disciples of Wingjian peeked behind Zhou Xing were equally incredulous at the thought of their swords ever turning against them. Calm your mind. A low command resonated within the hearts of all disciples of Wingjian Peak, jolting them back to reality. The elder Pure Yangzi, seated at the front, remained silent, his expression tinged with melancholy. What sorcery have you employed? Draw your sword and face me with honor. Zhou Sheng, roused by his master's authoritative voice, directed a fierce shout towards Bai Feiyu, gripping the hilt of his flying sword and pointing it at him. In unison, hundreds of disciples from Wangjian Peak seized their swords, aiming them at Bai Feiyu. For a sword cultivator, having one's sword seized is an unparalleled humiliation. Bai Feiyu, with one hand resting on his sword hilt, surveyed the assembly of Wangjian Peak disciples and softly commanded, "Return to sheath." The swords, which had once pointed defiantly at Bai Feiyu, reluctantly returned to their sheaths, slipping from their owner's grasp. Bai Feiyu approached Zhou Sheng, sword in hand. Observing the disbelief etched across Zhou Sheng's face, and spoke gently yet firmly, "Draw your sword? You are not worthy of my blade." Overwhelmed by ridicule, Zhou Sheng could no longer maintain his composure. He summoned his true essence and drew his long sword, thrusting it towards Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu's eyes narrowed as he stepped back, evading the sweeping sword, and with a swift motion, struck Zhou Sheng's wrist with the scabbard, then upward to his dantian. Zhou Sheng's true essence faltered, his meridians thrown into disarray, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. A swift defeat. Thus, a cultivator of the 4th level of the nascent soul realm was vanquished in an instant. Bai Feiyu slightly shifted his body to grant Zhou Sheng a space on the ground, and once again turned to the remaining disciples of the Wangjian Peak, inquiring warmly, "Who is next?" Chapter 102. The opening of the secret realm. Bai Feiyu's gentle voice resonated once more, yet the hundreds of disciples across from him gripped their swords tightly, no longer daring to draw them. As the atmosphere became tense and stagnant, Xianxia, who had been sitting quietly with his eyes closed, gradually opened them and addressed the high platform respectfully. "Master, Wangjian Peak has no objections to the list proposed for the Holy Sun." The disciples of Wangjian Peak, resembling wilted eggplants, carried the unconscious Zhou Sheng back to Xianxia's side, having been single-handedly challenged by 2 different sword cultivators from the same peak, both of whom had overwhelmed the entire Wangjian Peak. Could it be that Wangjian Peak still holds the title of the strongest sword cultivators within the Qinyan sect? Observing his disciples, pale and disheartened, Xianxia raised his voice in reprimand. "Since the moment you began your sword training, you should have understood the vast number and strength of sword cultivators in this world. Do not presume that being from the Qinyan sect's Wangjian Peak grants you the right to be arrogant. There are greater heights beyond the heavens and stronger individuals beyond mere mortals. Can you still claim to be sword cultivators after such a failure? Are you worthy of the swords you wield?" Upon hearing their master's admonition, the disciples of Wangjian Peak lowered their heads in shame, bowing respectfully to Xianxia in acceptance of his teachings. "Go, pay your respects to that senior brother. This lesson is one he has imparted to you, and it serves to correct your usual arrogance." Xianxia continued his reprimand. The disciples exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting defiance yet lacking the courage to disobey their master's orders. Reluctantly, they turned towards Bai Feiyu, bowing deeply as they spoke. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother." Dressed in white, Bai Feiyu regarded Xianxia with a hint of admiration. The peak master was indeed a good teacher, not only chastising the disciples for their daily arrogance, but also inspiring them to strive for self-improvement. Bai Feiyu slightly inclined his body towards Xianxia, stating, "I too have learned from this exchange." Xianxia sighed as he regarded the humble and courteous Bai Feiyu, lamenting the fact that such a promising talent was not one of his own disciples. He nodded at Bai Feiyu, expressing, "Do visit Wangjian Peak more often." Bai Feiyu acknowledged with a nod. Dong Zuzi observed the unfolding events below with satisfaction, his admiration for Bai Feiyu increasing significantly. This youth was truly becoming more to his liking. "In that case," Dong Zuzi spoke, "do any other peaks harbor objections?" The other disciples, who had merely been spectators, found themselves devoid of any dissenting thoughts. If even the Wangjian Peak, a gathering place for sword cultivators, raised no objections, what could they possibly argue? Once again, Bai Feiyu's emergence had unveiled the true strength of the small mountain peak to the entire Qinyan sect. The phrase "a monster emerges from the small mountain peak" had become an undeniable truth. The conclusion is one of universal joy, marking the end of this gathering of sect members. Apart from the group from the small peak, the other inner disciples have begun to descend in clusters towards the base of the mountain, as today's bounty is ample enough to sustain the other peaks for several days. Those who did not attend have truly missed out and are eager to return and share their experiences. Once the square was cleared of people, Dong Shuzi and Taya gracefully descended in front of Ouyang and his companions. Taya stepped forward, his eyes gleaming as he addressed Bai Feiyu. "Young man, would you consider joining my sword sect? I can take you as my disciple, and in return, I will bestow upon you my treasured notes of the immortals." Upon hearing Tai mention the so-called notes of the immortals, a shadow of displeasure crossed by Fei Yu's face. Realizing that this old fellow would surely become a nuisance in the future, Ouyang, casting a discontented glance at Dong Shuzi, remarked, "Old man, why did you allow scattered cultivators from all over to participate in this immortal secret realm?" This secret realm was clearly summoned by my second senior brother, Dong Shuzi. Stroking his long beard with a smile, replied, "This time, with the opening of the immortal secret realm, Tai and I deliberated to see if there were any promising talents worth taking as disciples. What level of discipleship does this old man seek?" Ouyang silently pondered, rolling his eyes in disbelief. When all attempts to dissuade by Fei Yu from leaving the sect were futile, Tai sighed deeply and turned to Ouyang, saying, "What do you know? Do you have any idea what lies within this immortal secret realm?" Ouyang glanced at Bai Fei Yu and bluntly retorted, "What could possibly be in there? Are there dozens of ancient big sisters dancing on the coffin of the sword immortal?" Bai Fei Yu's expression twitched, while Tai shot a disapproving glare at Ouyang, stating, "Although the immortal secret realm was opened by your junior brother, its purpose is to help my ancestor, the sword immortal Li Tai Bai, find a successor. Wait, my second brother is to inherit the legacy of little Bai's past life?" Ouyang's heart raced at Tai's words, realizing that his master had orchestrated a scheme for over a decade, perhaps for this very purpose. Tai, observing the silent Ouyang, then looked at Lung Qingsong and Bai Fei Yu, saying, "Do you know why I instructed others to block the entrances of the 9 holy lands, preventing their participation? Because no matter who obtains the sword immortal's inheritance, they must become a disciple of my sword sect." "Impossible, I disagree." Ouyang immediately voiced his opposition. Tai looked at the young man before him in astonishment. Having lived for so long, he possessed a keen insight and recognized that Ouyang, despite being merely a chi refinement practitioner, was indeed the central figure among his peers. Why should this young man, seemingly only at the 9th level of chi refinement, hold such influence over the others? Dong Shuzi cleared his throat and remarked, "Since this secret realm was opened by a disciple of our Qingyan sect, the sect master of the sword sect has exceptionally granted us a quota for spots, to be precise. Even if you truly obtain the legacy of the sword immortal, it merely serves as a title within the sword sect. It does not necessitate becoming a disciple of the sword sect." Upon hearing this, Ouyang felt a wave of relief wash over him and couldn't help but inquire, "May I ask, Master, when and where will this celestial secret realm be?" Tai snorted disdainfully and replied, "The location of the opening depends entirely on your junior brother. He is the one who summoned this secret realm. Thus it is he who will unlock it. As for the timing, that depends on when he can comprehend this celestial manuscript." Tai then withdrew the precious manuscript from his bosom, reluctantly handing it over to Lung Qingsong, saying, "Be cautious with this, lad. If anything goes awry, I shall flay you alive." With utmost seriousness, Lung Qingsong accepted the paper, bowing deeply in gratitude to Tai. Tai surveyed the crowd and declared, "Tomorrow, I shall lead you down the mountain. The sword sect has announced that the opening of the celestial secret realm will take place in a forging city within our territory. We shall proceed there to unlock the realm." Ouyang nodded, intending to gather everyone and discuss their strategy for the upcoming celestial secret realm. However, Dong Shuzi placed a hand on Ouyang's shoulder. His voice, laced with a hint of sarcasm, echoed behind Ouyang, "Do not rush off just yet. I heard that someone has been writing promissory notes in my name yesterday. Do you know anything about that?" Chapter 103 Chapter 104 Chen Chongqing's recollections of Lung Qingsong's past life. Ouyang returned to the small peak with a despondent expression, accompanied by the others. Once back, they congregated, tossing Hu Tutu into a pot for a soak. Xiao Feng tended to the fire while the four engaged in a discussion regarding their expedition to the celestial secret realm. As he added kindling to the fire, Xiao Feng observed his senior brothers conversing at the stone table beneath the tree, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes, pondering when he might possess the strength to join them in jovial discourse. Nonetheless, he had developed a solid foundation through diligent practice. The efforts of recent days had not been in vain, as he now possessed a certain depth. Gently clutching a piece of firewood, Xiao Feng felt the back of his slender hand slowly sprout scales, followed by a flash of azure light, as if nothing had transpired. "Junior brother, it's so hot. I feel like I'm being cooked alive." Hu Tutu, drenched in sweat, weakly complained while leaning against the pot. Xiao Feng snapped back to reality, hastily apologizing to Tutu and diligently tending to the fire, for he still wished to enjoy a drink after his little junior sister finished her bath. He reassured himself, "I am not perverse. I do not relish this concoction. It is merely a necessity for cultivation, beneficial for my progress. As my third senior brother advised me to consume it." His face flushed crimson from the flames. He continually hypnotized himself in his mind, Ouyang propped his hands on the table, casting a sweeping glance at the three unruly disciples, before finally fixing his gaze on Bai Feiyu, and inquired, little Bai, before you ascended the mountain, did you encounter any old beggar who spoke to you about the secrets of this immortal's hidden realm? Bai Feiyu stared at Ouyang, utterly bewildered. His previous mention of an old beggar was merely a whimsical fabrication, intended to illustrate how ancient body cultivators practice their craft. Who would be so fortunate as to meet a beggar with such profound knowledge, masquerading as a simpleton? Moreover, concerning his own grave, he was equally ignorant. In his past life, his demise had been so abrupt that he had no time to prepare a resting place for himself. He had no idea who had erected his tomb. Observing Bai Feiyu shake his head, Ouyang lamented silently. Having believed that Bai would at least possess some knowledge about his own grave, it was disheartening to learn that Bai was entirely unaware of what lay within it. A true display of irresponsibility. Ahem, senior brother. I, on the other hand, encountered an old beggar before ascending the mountain and heard some tales regarding the immortal's hidden realm. Xianxia interjected, raising his hand. Bai Feiyu turned to Xianxia, astonished. Was it possible that someone had indeed stumbled upon this old beggar? Xingsong also wore a look of surprise. During his time in Maple Leaf City, he had once played the role of a beggar himself, yet had never encountered such an extraordinary event. Ouyang then recalled that the third disciple had not undergone a rebirth, so it was plausible that he might be privy to information about this immortal's hidden realm. He paid no heed to the flimsy excuse offered by his third disciple and encouraged Xianxia, quickly, share what you know. We are all ears. Xianxia cleared his throat, feigning recollection while contemplating how to relay information about the hidden realm without revealing his true identity. As far as I know, the appearance of the immortal's hidden realm can be perceived throughout the cultivation world, for it is essentially a world unto itself, a small domain created by powerful beings of ancient times. As he spoke, Bai Feiyu nodded in agreement. Xianxia's words were accurate and encapsulated the essence of the immortal's hidden realm. It seemed that the old beggar whom the third senior brother had encountered indeed possessed some wisdom. Xianxia continued. Within the immortal's hidden realm lie various treasures left behind by ancient masters, such as scriptures, legacies, magical artifacts, and rare materials. Each hidden realm embodies a significant opportunity. However, I ponder, as the Sword Sect's Master Taya once posited, if a hidden realm exists to find a successor, what do you suppose lies within? Xianxia deliberately left his statement hanging. Ouyang, somewhat befuddled, replied, what could it be? Of course, it is a legacy. Exchanging glances with the other two, Xianxia mused that their senior brother could be either playfully naive or genuinely simple-minded at times. Ouyang gazed at the three sons whose expressions had turned somewhat peculiar, and it dawned upon him that he was once again the one left in confusion. Frustrated, he exclaimed, can you not articulate your thoughts all at once? Xianxia had no choice but to continue. It is not difficult to deduce that if the aim is to find a successor, this immortal secret realm must undoubtedly contain trials. That sword immortal would certainly establish various challenges to select the inheritor. Lung Qingsong fell into contemplation. When Xianxia had inquired earlier, they too had considered this point. Yet what precisely would the trials left by the sword immortal entail? Bai Feiyu was also deep in thought, pondering what trials he might have left in his past life. However, he had never contemplated such matters before. Ouyang, in a daze, asked what trials. Xianxia let out a bitter laugh, spreading his hands as he replied, senior brother, I have never been inside. How would I know? Ouyang recognized that Xianxia, as a reincarnate, genuinely had no knowledge of the occurrences within the immortal secret realm and was left with no further inquiries. After expressing this, Xianxia turned his gaze towards Lung Qingsong. In the future, Lung Qingsong, originally a disciple of the Sword Sect, would stand out among the many cultivators entering the secret realm and become the successor of the ancient sword immortal, Li Taibai. The opening of this immortal secret realm had occurred nearly a decade earlier than anticipated. It was supposed to commence 10 years from now, yet for reasons unknown, it had opened prematurely. Could it be that Lung Qingsong's choice to join the Qingyun sect instead of the Sword Sect had caused a shift in the timeline? If so, the significant events that transpired before his rebirth would increasingly work against him. As for what transpired within the secret realm, no one knew. For the entirety of the realm, only Lung Qingsong emerged. All other sword cultivators perished within. This incident had incited a wave of resistance against the Sword Sect among the rogue cultivators, who believed that Lung Qingsong had ruthlessly slain all the sword cultivators who entered the secret realm for the sake of the Sword Sect's inheritance. Thus, what truly lay within remained a mystery to Xianxia. Moreover, at that time, he was merely an ordinary youth who had just begun his cultivation journey. Entirely detached from such matters, only hearing rumors that aligned with this narrative. Ultimately, Lang Qingsong, due to the inheritance from the sword immortal Li Taibai, ascended to immortality, becoming the first immortal of this world. However, upon attaining immortality, Lang Qingsong ceased to intervene in the affairs between humanity and the demon clan. In the very next moment after becoming an immortal, he vanished from the realm, never to reappear. In this lifetime, his second senior brother bore no resemblance to the cold and unfeeling figure depicted in legends. Nor did he join the sword sect, but instead became a member of a small peak within the Qinyan sect. It remained uncertain whether he would traverse the same path as Chen Changxing remembered. Chen Changxing quietly sighed within. After all, that was an immortal. Chapter 104. Ling Feng. During a lull in the conversation among the four, the paper crane of the sect leader, Dong Shuzi, gracefully arrived at the small peak to inform Ouyang and the others that in 3 days, Tai would escort them to the sword sect's sword-forging city. The paper crane quietly alighted on the stone table, and the four exchanged puzzled glances for a moment. Finally, Ouyang waved his hand, signaling the 3 disobedient disciples to attend to their own affairs. Lang Qingsong, clutching the paper adorned with hasty scribbles, returned to his room, feeling as if he had discovered a treasure. Deep down, he sensed that this piece of paper would immensely aid him on his future path. Bai Feiyu, still repairing his roof, returned to the top with a nail clenched in his mouth. Just as Chen Changxing was about to leave, Ouyang placed a hand on his shoulder and inquired, "Changxing, you have been visualizing the Qinyan secret treasure for some time now. When will you unveil its essence? Have you made any progress?" Chen Changxing paused briefly before replying, "It should be within the next couple of days. For me, it merely serves to solidify my foundation. The Qinyan secret treasure holds limited significance for my journey." Ouyang acknowledged this with a nod and gestured for Chen Changxing to proceed with his cooking. Contemplating for a moment, he then picked up the paper crane from the stone table, infusing it with a strand of true essence. The once rigid paper crane instantly became animated, circling around Ouyang before soaring towards the direction of Qinyan Peak. As night fell, Ouyang, who typically retired early, sat upright on his bed, seemingly awaiting something. Suddenly, a whisk appeared before him, and Dong Shuzi's voice emanated from it. "Seize it." Ouyang extended his hand and grasped the whisk, and in a whirl of vertigo, he found himself within the grand hall of the Qinyan sect. Dong Shuzi stood with his back to Ouyang, holding the paper crane and gazing silently at the characters heaven and earth inscribed on the offering table. Ouyang settled onto a cushion, awaiting Dong Shuzi's inquiry. "Can you be certain? His name is truly Lin Feng?" Dong Shuzi asked softly, clutching the paper crane. Ouyang languidly replied, "There is no mistake. He bears an uncanny resemblance to your demonic progeny." Dong Shuzi swayed slightly, a hint of melancholy crossing his features, as he turned to Ouyang with a look of approval, saying, "Young man, I am gratified that you could share this with me." Ouyang shook his head, responding, "As a disciple of the Qinyan sect, this matter is of utmost importance, and thus I wish to hear your plans. What to do? Does a mere waste of space require my scheming?" Dong Shuzi gazed at Ouyang in confusion. Before Ouyang could respond, Dong Shuzi called out sharply, "Come forth." On the cushion opposite Ouyang, the space began to distort, and Ling Feng, who had been absorbed in contemplating the Qinyan secret treasure in the Forbidden Grounds, was suddenly transported by Dong Shuzi's formidable power. Ling Feng, still dazed from his meditation, blinked open his eyes, and the first sight to greet him was a smiling Ouyang waving at him. "Old Ling still awake?" "Ouyang, what brings my senior brother here?" Ling Feng gazed at Ouyang with a hint of confusion, when a cold scoff echoed from behind him. "Unfilial son, why are you not kneeling?" Startled, Ling Feng swiftly turned and knelt before Dong Shuzi, his heart already comprehending the situation. Ouyang had undoubtedly informed the sect leader about the matter of Lin Feng's death. Now, he needed to contemplate how to navigate through this interrogation. Having drifted in an unknown realm for countless years, he had finally re-emerged into the world and reclaimed his corporeal form. His temperament and cunning were vastly superior to that of the individual who had once assumed the identity of Lin Feng. A flicker of sorrow crossed Dong Shuzi's eyes as he looked at the disciple he had nurtured, yet he spoke in a stern voice. "I ask you, is the Lin Feng encountered by Ouyang on this descent related to you?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's name, Ling Feng realized that Ouyang possessed the ability to discern others' identities. After all, only he and his current incarnation knew of the name Lin Feng. Yet, this became his greatest leverage for a comeback. For he was indeed Ling Feng, and this was his body. His spirit and flesh were in perfect harmony, and even in the presence of immortals, no one would perceive any anomaly. Furthermore, during his lengthy sojourn in the boundless void, he had already deduced the path taken by his master, Dong Shuzi. Ling Feng was not the least bit concerned about the exposure of his identity. With a calm gaze, he bowed respectfully and declared, "Yes, it is indeed related to me. Ouyang, observing Ling Feng kneeling, had anticipated a clever rebuttal, yet was taken aback by Ling Feng's candid admission. Was he not going to play any games? Boom. A formidable pressure emanated from Dong Shuzi, who glared furiously at his kneeling disciple, shouting, "You have actually colluded with the demon race. Do you not realize the gravity of this offense? It warrants death." Ling Feng abruptly lifted his head and addressed Dong Shuzi with resounding clarity. "Master, Lin Feng is indeed related to me, but I have no ties with the demon race. Speak." Dong Shuzi fixed his gaze intensely on his disciple. The overwhelming sense of oppression causing Ling Feng, who had only recently entered the out-of-body stage, to feel a suffocating weight upon his spirit. Behind him, Ouyang, with a nonchalant demeanor, rested his hands on his head, eager to see how Ling Feng would wriggle out of this predicament. "Master, several years ago, after I broke through to the nascent soul stage, I was incessantly tormented by a heart demon, which hindered my progress. It was only after the demise of my junior brother, or rather, the remnants of the demon race, that I was able to truly sever my heart demon. My Tao heart then became clear, allowing me to break through to the out-of-body stage in a single day. That Lin Feng is merely the manifestation of the heart demon I vanquished." Ling Feng spoke deliberately, each word carefully enunciated. "Heart demon." Dong Shuzi paused momentarily, fully aware of the depth of his disciple's struggles with this inner turmoil. As the foremost disciple, Ling Feng's innate talent was undeniably exceptional. However, upon the arrival of Ouyang and the enigmatic Lung Qingsong into the sect, all brilliance seemed to be eclipsed by Lung Qingsong, rendering Ling Feng indistinguishable from the masses. Moreover, with the emergence of Bai Feiyu and Chen Changsheng, the latter of whom had ascended to become the holy son of Qingyun's sect and garnered unparalleled acclaim, Ling Feng, who had been a prodigy since childhood, found himself grappling with a profound sense of loss and disillusionment. To add to his woes, his junior brother, belonging to the demon clan, had been slain by Chen Changsheng. Faced with a barrage of relentless setbacks, it was astonishing that Ling Feng could even conquer his inner demons. How had he achieved this, especially since he had not yet imparted the path of overcoming one's heart's demons to him? With a resolute countenance, Ling Feng rose and proclaimed, "It is not merely a heart demon I have vanquished. Rather, I have severed the ties to another version of myself, the timid, insecure self, overly concerned with the opinions of others, forever existing in the shadows of their brilliance. When I cleaved him from my soul, I comprehended my own path and discerned what I ought to pursue." His voice resonated powerfully within the grand hall. Under the discerning gaze of Dong Shuzi, a pinnacle figure at the tribulation stage, invincible among mortals, Ling Feng's spirit showed no signs of weakness. In fact, it appeared extraordinarily robust. Was it conceivable to eradicate a conscious heart demon? Indeed, it was, for Dong Shuzi understood the nature of such a path, as it mirrored his own. The method of severing the three corpses. Chapter 106. Avow. Ling Feng's words were delivered with fervor and gravitas. Behind him, Ouyang observed Ling Feng's attributes with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Name: Ling Feng, disciple of the sect leader. Cultivation: 3rd stage of out-of-body root bone. 8 luck, 8 charm, 9 soul quality, 101 exclusive skill, illusory reflections evaluation. The chief disciple who has undergone a remarkable transformation following the loss of his junior brother. Although his system had become somewhat unreliable, it still allowed for the deduction of fundamental information. The Ling Feng before him, aside from unchanged root bone and luck, had seen nearly every other attribute metamorphosed. Initially, Ouyang had assumed that Ling Feng's transformation stemmed solely from the grief of losing his junior brother, but to his astonishment, Ling Feng had openly declared that he had severed his heart demon. Could such a feat truly engender such significant change? Dong Shuzi stared, somewhat bewildered, at the seemingly transformed disciple before him, feeling an unfamiliarity in Ling Feng. Confidence, determination, and composure radiated from him, as if the once celebrated prodigy of his youth had returned anew. Having prepared to relinquish hope for this disciple, Dong Shuzi was taken aback by Ling Feng's resurgence. Witnessing him rediscover his essence and embark upon a path akin to his own, the young man, devoid of any spiritual issues, was in complete harmony with his body and exhibited no signs of being possessed. Moreover, the concept of slaying the heart demon, as described by Fenger, was not entirely accurate. However, I can assure you that should Fenger indeed sever the heart demon as he claims, a significant transformation would undoubtedly ensue. The voice of Dong Shuzi resonated in Ouyang's ears. Ouyang remained silent, yet his mind was in a whirlwind of contemplation, pondering the true nature of the situation. If it were indeed Ling Feng who vanquished the heart demon, why then did the system manifest garbled information? And who was that Lin Feng? resembling the ancient ancestor, Ziyuan? Ouyang, standing behind Ling Feng, inquired, Old Ling, why does that Linfeng bear such an uncanny resemblance to Ziyuan? Is he also of the demon race? Ling Feng had anticipated this question from Ouyang. Turning to face him, he replied, although Ziyuan is of the demon race, he is nonetheless my junior. After I buried him, I severed the heart demon before his grave, but beyond that, I know not what transpired. However, should you uncover any heinous deeds committed by him, do not hesitate, eliminate him on the spot. Upon finishing, Ling Feng knelt before Dong Shuzi, stating, the heart demon has been eradicated from my disciple, yet it still lingers outside. This is indeed my disciple's responsibility. I implore the sect leader for punishment. While Ling Feng claimed ignorance, both Ouyang and Dong Shuzi discerned his underlying implication. Did the heart demon severed by Ling Feng take possession of Ziyuan's body? Dong Shuzi felt a surge of relief, surprised that this wayward disciple had provided him with such a substantial revelation. It appeared that Ling Feng had adopted the responsibilities and burdens befitting a sect leader. It seemed his disciples were indeed formidable. Everything seemed to fall into place, yet Ouyang remained skeptical. Could merely severing the heart demon truly result in such a drastic alteration of a person's attributes? The fleeting illusion, the ephemeral mirage, Ouyang pondered deeply but found no clarity. He had not anticipated Ling Feng's candid admission of Ling Feng's connection to him, nor could he have foreseen that Lin Feng was a heart demon manifested from Ling Feng's own hand. His intent in revealing this matter to Dong Shuzi was to ensure that, before this esteemed figure, even if Ling Feng possessed extraordinary means, he could not escape once exposed. Yet, Ouyang found it surprising how openly Ling Feng had spoken. Furthermore, Dong Shuzi had corroborated that what Ling Feng disclosed was indeed plausible. Facing him directly, Ling Feng had not only acknowledged the truth, but had done so with integrity. Thus, was this the unforeseen consequence of the third disciple preemptively eliminating the demon Prince Ziyuan? With a soft sigh, Ouyang clasped his hands in respect towards Ling Feng and said, Old Ling, I apologize for my suspicion. Ling Feng met Ouyang's gaze with a serene smile. Ouyang, whether you choose to believe or not is entirely up to you. However, I, Ling Feng, am at peace with my conscience. It has been achieved. Having correctly deduced the situation, it became evident to Ling Feng that Ouyang's ability to perceive was limited. The fact that Ouyang could stand before him and challenge him signified that he was incapable of recognizing the existence of two identical beings in this world. Ling Feng, as a tormented soul adrift through interminable ages, had cultivated an exceptionally profound disposition. He himself believed he had succumbed to madness. He was now a rational madman. Yet, what this world lacked was not madness. What difference would one more madman make? Ouyang rubbed his temples and respectfully addressed Dong Shuzi, saying, Master, I have no further inquiries. Dong Shuzi nodded, acknowledging that Ling Feng's words, emotional fluctuations, and the alignment of body and spirit were all in order. The sole issue lay in Ling Feng's decision to allow his inner demons to escape after vanquishing them, resulting in this dire predicament. He regretted never having imparted this critical lesson to his disciple, never imagining that with Ling Feng's innate talent, he could comprehend the path of one who had reached the tribulation stage through sheer diligence. Very well, return to the Qing'an secret treasure and continue your path of observation. Dong Shuzi instructed, preparing to extend his hand to dismiss Ling Feng. However, Ouyang interjected, Hold on, I have an idea I'd like to share. Ling Feng turned his gaze toward Ouyang, awaiting his inquiry. With a smile, Ouyang continued, Master, Old Ling, although I have dealt with Lin Feng's corporeal form, his spirit has escaped. My cultivation is insufficient to confront his spirit, while I am unaware of the true dangers posed by inner demons. His actions that day were exceedingly ruthless, making the complete eradication of Old Ling's inner demon a significant concern. Dong Shuzi pondered for a moment before addressing Ling Feng. Since it is your own inner demon, you must possess some faint perception of it. Once you have completed your observations, descend the mountain and eliminate your inner demon. Ling Feng nodded and replied, Indeed, this is the responsibility of a disciple. Please rest assured, Master and Brother Ouyang. I will eradicate the inner demon and bear the consequences of its creation myself. Make a vow, Old Ling. Ouyang's voice resonated from behind Ling Feng. Startled by the resolute tone, Ling Feng turned to Ouyang and replied with a smile, Very well. Given Ling Feng's commitment to eliminate the inner demon, Ouyang, skeptical of Ling Feng's verbal assurance, insisted that he swear a heavenly oath. The heavenly oath is an obligation that cultivators must fulfill. Raising his right hand, Ling Feng proclaimed aloud, I, Ling Feng, swear to the heavens that within 10 years, I shall eliminate the inner demon Lin Feng. Should I fail to eradicate this inner demon, I shall perish. The heavens bore witness. 3 resounding thunderclaps echoed throughout the hall of Qing'an Peak. The heavenly oath was acknowledged by the divine forces. Dong Shuzi waved his hand, sending Ling Feng back to the location of the Qinyan's secret treasure, and called out to Ouyang, who was preparing to leave. Young man, I implore you this time, if in the future you intend to take his life, could you spare him just once? I beg you. Ouyang paused momentarily, not turning around, yet he nodded slightly. Chapter 106. Is the sword sect master really so arrogant? After Ouyang departed, Dong Shuzi's figure became even more stooped. The once ethereal leader of the Qinyan sect now resembled a helpless old man. He had not detected any abnormalities in Ling Feng. He accepted Ling Feng's explanation, for he too had once been in a similar predicament. However, Ouyang's unwavering conviction that Ling Feng posed a threat, even subtly compelling him to swear a celestial oath, caused Dong Shuzi to sense something amiss. Ling Feng's demeanor was exceedingly normal. The exploration of the Tao is not something that can be perfected through a single moment of enlightenment. Rather, it is a gradual refinement. A process that requires repeated validation before one achieves that so-called epiphany. Each moment of realization is, in fact, a culmination of countless accumulations. While naturally gifted prodigies may find it easier to amass knowledge, they too require time. The peculiar beings on the small mountain peak were all far from normal, which is why Dong Shuzi was reluctant to consider those aberrations. Yet Ling Feng was someone he had raised since childhood, and his familiarity with Ling Feng was unparalleled. Thus, this sudden clarity was ultimately an awakening of Dong Shuzi's own understanding of the Tao. This realization filled him with doubt. The pinnacle of the cultivation world, once a paragon of an era, now found himself lost in confusion. The future seemed incomprehensible to him. Nevertheless, Dong Shuzi was acutely aware that, regardless of the circumstances, he would bear the weight of all pressures until the next generation of prodigies had matured, even if it cost him his life. 3 days passed. Ouyang and his companions awaited early at the mountain gate. Today was the day Tai would escort them to the sword sect. This time, the elite forces of the small mountain peak were collectively mobilized, not excluding Xianxia, who still appeared as a mere puppet. Yet, this could be considered the weakest point of defense for the small mountain peak, especially with Ling Feng, whose true capabilities remained elusive, lurking within the Qinyan sect. It was also possible that, despite the potential annihilation of the Qinyan sect, the formation set by Xianxia remained intact. After much contemplation, Ouyang made arrangements that he himself deemed somewhat unnecessary. First, the cultivation classes for Hu Tutu would be entirely entrusted to the puppet of the third brother. After all, Ouyang could hardly stay awake during teachings, let alone impart wisdom. Thus, this responsibility had to fall to Xianxia, the only one besides himself who knew Hu Tutu's true identity. Second, Hu Tutu and Xiao Feng's daily meals, as well as Hu Tutu's medicinal baths, would also require Xianxia's attention. The proportions of medicinal herbs in the medicinal bath, the intensity of the heat, and after the herbs are exhausted, Xianxia must continue to visit Danfeng to settle debts. The small peaks cannot afford to lose Xianxia, just as the West cannot afford to lose Jerusalem. After arranging everything, Ouyang patted Xianxia's shoulder reassuringly, and the four waited at the foot of the mountain for Tai's arrival. Lang Qingsong, clad in black attire, held a long sword, his expression stern and serious, standing ready. Bai Feiyu, dressed in white with a Qingfeng sword at his waist, stood quietly with a gentle smile, radiating warmth like a figure illuminated by light. Xianxia, wearing a white mask and a purple robe adorned with a golden belt, stood quietly behind the three, his presence almost forgettable if not for the attention drawn to him. Ouyang leaned against the steps, dressed in a long green robe, supporting himself on the stone slab. Gazing at the sky, a massive stream of light approached from a distance, trailing a long plume of clouds. The rolling clouds behind cascaded down like a waterfall, marking the path of the light. This phenomenon occurred due to high-speed flight without the activation of true essence protection. Typically, cultivators would envelop themselves in true essence while flying. Otherwise, the rapid speed could damage their physical bodies and meridians. Yet, Tai soared through the air with his physical form alone, demonstrating an astonishing strength. It was unexpected for a sword cultivator to possess such formidable physical training. As the stream of light halted, Tai's figure appeared before the four eager youths. A smile spread across his face as he beheld them, reminiscent of his own youthful days. He addressed the four below. Are you ready to set off, little brats? Ouyang smiled but responded, Third brother, make your move. Xianxia abruptly spread his hands hidden within his sleeves, and countless grand formations hidden around the small peak activated in an instant. Golden formation diagrams materialized in the air, illuminating the entire small peak with layers of brilliance. Even Tai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the intentions of these youngsters. Before Tai could inquire, A wave of true energy surged from below, suffocating in its intensity. A colossal hand of true energy was reaching towards him. Goodness, these kids are attempting to rebel. Furious, Tai's sword intent surged forth. However, as a transcendent being, he did not take the antics of these youngsters seriously, a decision he would later regret. Ouyang's hand of true energy moved with remarkable speed, almost arriving before Tai at the moment of its appearance, reaching out to grasp him. Although formidable in size, it was merely an attempt to seize him with true energy that had yet to coalesce into true essence. Tai let out a cold laugh, his entire being radiating with the sharpness of a sword, prepared to disrupt the formidable hand of true energy. In the next moment, the confident expression on Tai's face froze as he realized that this hand of true energy was utterly indifferent to his sword aura. Countless sword energies surged into the hand, disappearing as if they had sunk into the ocean without a trace. A sense of alarm surged within Tai. Just as he resolved to hold nothing back, it was too late. He found himself firmly grasped by the hand of true energy. Ouyang, while clenching his fist, looked at the once arrogant Tai and coldly remarked, "Come down." With a sudden retraction of his fist, the hand of true energy swiftly retreated towards a small mountain peak, crashing Tai down before the four individuals, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Ouyang, with a sinister grin, retrieved the rope gifted by his master from his bosom and tossed it to Lung Qingsong, instructing, "Tie him up." What the hell? Is that not Hu Yun's binding rope? Tai's heart raced as he recognized the familiar cord, a warning bell ringing in his mind. Lung Qingsong quickly looped the rope around Tai's neck, causing the robust true essence within him to retract into his dantian, leaving no trace of reaction. Tai felt his body growing sluggish, his limbs gradually losing strength. Damn it, they even poisoned it. Tai, now entirely limp on the ground, allowed Lung Qingsong to bind him, to conceal his presence. Hu Yin stealthily observed the familiar scene from the courtyard, feeling a twinge of anger. Why was this old fool bound without employing the same methods on himself? Suspended from a tree, Tai stared in astonishment at Ouyang, who he initially thought to be a mere waste of the chi refining stage, now revealing an astonishing depth of true energy. Ouyang, gazing at Tai tied to the tree, breathed a sigh of relief, having previously feared it might not be secure. So he had added a little extra, twice the usual amount. Seeing Tai reduced to only the ability to move his eyes and mouth, Qianxia not only heeded his words but also enhanced the binding. "What do you intend to do?" "I am the sect master of the sword sect." Tai shouted at Ouyang. "Oh, is the sword sect master so imposing?" Ouyang smirked, striding closer to Tai. "Did you not give my little brother a piece of paper yesterday? Is one enough for anyone to see?" Ouyang inquired, scrutinizing Tai. At that moment, realization dawned on Tai, and he chuckled. "Are you referring to the immortal's treasured artifact? One is indeed sufficient. You need not many to unlock the secret realm. They are all the same." Before Tai could continue his explanation, Ouyang, grinning, pointed behind him, saying, "Bring more copies, one for each person." "One for each person? Do you think immortal treasures grow on trees?" As the leader of the sword sect, one could only possess a few cherished items, akin to treasured figurines, which he dared to admire only in solitude. This young man audaciously claimed that each person possessed a tome. Had he truly owned such a plethora,
he would have long ascended to immortality. However, Ouyang would not heed the ramblings of this old fellow. He immediately commenced a search.
As the leader of one of the 9 sacred grounds, how could the sword sect's master not have some clandestine possessions? It was utterly unbelievable. Were it not for the fact that Lung Qingsong had mentioned the significance of this piece of paper to him the night before, Ouyang would not have exerted such effort to apprehend this old man. As Ouyang rummaged through his belongings, Taya suddenly realized why Dong Shuzi had specifically advised him to treat this chi training youth with some deference upon his arrival. This boy was indeed peculiar. How dared he kidnap the leader of one of the 9 sacred grounds? Did he not fear inciting a conflict between the 2 sacred lands? Was he truly courting death? "Release me while I have yet to unleash my wrath," Taya bellowed at Ouyang. After an extensive search, Ouyang only managed to unearth the previous day's album from Taya's pocket, finding nothing else of substance. This album had been pristine when he discarded it, yet after a single night, it was now frayed at the edges. The old man was rather miserly, yet his temper was quite formidable. Ouyang disdainfully returned the album to Taya, who was on the verge of an outburst. With a crooked grin, Ouyang clapped his hands, summoning a dozen puppets resembling Qianxia from all directions, each holding a recording stone. They surrounded Taya, bound to a tree, capturing every angle of his predicament without missing a beat. Surely, the sword sect's leader would not wish for his image, tied to a tree, to circulate throughout the cultivation world? Ouyang threatened ominously, gesturing towards the recording stones held by the puppets. "By the heavens, this lad is even more ruthless than Hu Yun." Tae's expression transformed from fury to shock, then to mortification, before he adopted a conciliatory demeanor. Let us speak civilly, young sir. If there is anything you require, I shall certainly fulfill it. Isn't there a technique that allows one to transfer their entire cultivation to another? Why not bestow your entire prowess upon me? Ouyang inquired curiously. Tae retorted angrily, wouldn't that mean my demise? That is of no concern to me. Choose another. How about a few volumes of the Immortal's Diary? Do you think they're cabbages? I possess only a few. I brought but one on this trip. Curse it, if none of this works. Have I bound you for naught? By the heavens, I didn't even consent to being tied up. That won't do. I cannot release you without gaining anything in return. Tae scratched his head, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, how about I write you an IOU? When I return to the sword sect, I can settle it then. Upon hearing this, Ouyang's rage flared instantly. Damn it. Only I can exploit such a method for free. I've written so many IOUs. When have I ever repaid any? This old fellow dares to attempt to swindle me in such a manner? Suddenly, Ouyang's gaze fell upon the long sword at Tae's waist. The azure scabbard and the light blue hilt of flowing clouds were unmistakably of considerable value. Ouyang unfastened the long sword from Tae's waist and tossed it to the cold Xianxia behind him, grinning as he said to Tae, "Let us use this sword as payment then." Seeing Ouyang unbuckle his longsword, Tae sneered, "Kid, this sword can only be drawn by the patriarchs of my sword sect." With a swift motion, Xianxia curiously drew the sword from its sheath, the cold light of the blade shimmering, transforming it into a veritable work of art. Well, this is a sword only the sect leader can wield, a token of authority, and an exquisite artifact. As long as someone other than the rightful owner attempted to draw it, they would be instantly drained of their true essence by the sword's insatiable pull. Yet, Xianxia drew it effortlessly, without consequence. Damn, if I'm still alive, does that mean this sword recognizes Xianxia as its master? However, upon further reflection, it implied that Xianxia was exceptionally suited for the sword sect's legacy. As if he were born for it. Haha, I told you, you have a connection with my sword sect. Join us, and I guarantee you'll become the sect leader. Tae gazed at Xianxia, who had drawn the sword, with delight. Even while bound to the tree, he could not resist the temptation to recruit him. Xianxia curled his lip, showing no interest in Tae's invitation, casually sheathing the sword and tossing it to Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu, also a swordsman, caught the sword. For a swordsman, encountering a fine blade was akin to a young lord discovering a courtesan in a brothel. Curiosity surged within him, eager to draw the sword and return it to its sheath. With ease, Bai Feiyu too drew the sword without any resistance. Tae's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone draw this sword in his presence, yet here were two. Bai Feiyu examined it briefly. Indeed, it was a magnificent sword. But he too returned it to the scabbard and tossed it to Xianxia. As Xianxia caught the long sword, he observed how effortlessly his senior brothers had drawn it. He decided to give it a try, though he found it somewhat challenging. He was not a swordsman and had little interest in the sword, deeming it unnecessary to draw it. With a casual toss, he discarded the sword onto the stone steps, as if it were refuse. Bound to the tree, Tae finally exhaled in relief. If Xianxia managed to draw the sword, his sect's token would truly become a commonplace item. Tae took a deep breath and looked at Ouyang, stating, "In my sword sect, there exists a sword-watching pool, which is accessible only to my inner disciples. I am willing to permit your two junior brothers to visit the sword-watching pool. Any fortune or benefits they acquire shall belong to them, and I will not interfere." Observing Tae's earnestness, Ouyang, with a hint of skepticism, took out paper and pen, scribbling down an IOU, then shoved the pen into Tae's mouth. Humiliated, Tae signed his name on the note with his mouth. Ouyang, satisfied, picked up the IOU and scrutinized it, noting the unrefined handwriting of the sword cultivator, which was hardly more appealing than that of a dog's paw. Content, he tucked the IOU into his bosom and turned to the bound Tae, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "Oh, what wind has blown you here, Master Tae? What are you doing up in that tree?" Gritting his teeth, Tae managed to smile and replied, "I'm fine, just taking a stroll." Chapter 108. Chapter 109. Escape. Hey, kid, the IOU has been written. Why am I not released yet? Tae glared at the impudent young man. Truly, if this were the sword sect, not only would he never find himself tied to a tree, but he would also dare to throw any disciple who dared to look at him askance into the sword-watching pool. As the revered leader of the sword sect, the pinnacle of sword cultivators, Tae had never felt such indignity. Ouyang nodded and snapped his fingers, causing the ropes binding Tae to fall away. The moment the ropes released him, Tae vanished from sight, only to reappear, sword drawn, with its tip poised against Ouyang's neck. In that instant of Tai A's disappearance, Ouyang swiftly summoned his inner energy. Boom! The vast surge of energy propelled Tai A backwards. Amidst the torrent of energy, Tai A's sword trembled, distorting the space before its tip. A beam of sword light shot towards Ouyang's cheek, and though he slightly turned his head, a lock of hair was still severed by the blade's aura. Kid, consider this a repayment. Tai A snorted, sheathing his sword. Ouyang touched the severed hair, halting the three behind him who were eager to intervene, his expression tinged with helplessness. Although his energy was sufficient to contend with a tribulation stage expert, his shortcomings were glaringly evident. His offensive methods were limited, either relying on hastily learned low-level techniques or overwhelming his opponent with sheer energy. Both approaches bore significant drawbacks. Against weaker practitioners, he could effortlessly dominate. However, when faced with true top-tier experts, such methods proved too sluggish. Tai A's ability to tear through space was utterly unfathomable to modern understanding, leaving Ouyang feeling utterly defenseless. What he desperately needed was a means to counter formidable foes and a way to engage soul cultivators at the out-of-body stage and beyond. Upon witnessing Tai A's actions, Ouyang halted the movements of the three individuals behind him. It was quite unacceptable for the leader of the 9 sacred lands to be toyed with by his few companions. Thus, a degree of punishment was warranted. Yet, precisely because he was the leader of the 9 sacred lands, the promissory note he had pinned would, despite their reluctance, be reluctantly acknowledged. Therefore, it was only fitting that Tai A imparted a lesson to him. After all, one cannot always seize advantages without facing repercussions, can one? Can you accompany me now? Tai A inquired, gazing at the four. Ouyang nodded in affirmation and glanced at xianxia, who similarly nodded. The previous night, Ouyang had specifically tasked Qin with keeping a close watch on Lingfeng. The two were currently engrossed in the secrets of the Qinyan treasures within a certain forbidden area of the Qinyan sect. And Qin had not discerned any issues with his senior brotherling. Ouyang had also glimpsed the large luminous orb, staring at it for quite some time without comprehending its purpose, ultimately leading to a dead end. However, his visit had been under the personal guidance of Dong Zizi, leaving Ouyang unaware of the orb's exact location within the forbidden zone. In the secluded chamber atop a small mountain, xianxia sat cross-legged, gripping a paper effigy resembling Lingfeng. His senior brother had expressly instructed him to keep a vigilant eye on Lingfeng, suggesting that the matters his senior brother encountered in the mortal realm were intertwined with Lingfeng. It seemed prudent for him to prepare for dual contingencies. Xianxia pondered deeply while clutching the paper figure, recalling the incident 2 days prior when Lingfeng had been abruptly teleported away by spatial distortion during their Dao observation. Qin, despite Lingfeng's unchanged expression upon his return, had keenly sensed a disturbance in Lingfeng's aura. Ouyang's slap had jolted him awake, yet it had not disrupted his contemplations. To eradicate threats in their infancy had always been xianxia's guiding principle. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the paper effigy floated upward, standing before him in the void. He performed a series of hand seals, pointing at the figure while softly uttering, "Awaken." 2 points of fire ignited above and below the effigy. Esoteric incantations flowed from Qin's lips, causing the paper figure to quiver slightly, its simple form gradually morphing into an image of Lingfeng. Qin intoned, "With 3 bows each day, let none forget," bound by the limit of 37, and concluded by midday. Stand. Instantly, several black streaks appeared on the effigy, binding it like chains. Qin bowed thrice before the figure, and with a swift gesture, the effigy was placed upon the altar within the chamber. "Lingfeng, you had best remain unscathed. Otherwise, even if I cannot shatter your soul, I will ensure your spirit is gravely wounded," xianxia murmured, gazing intently at the effigy on the altar. This arcane technique was none other than an ancient curse he had acquired from a secret realm in his past life, the 7-arrow curse of the nailhead. This curse technique emphasizes the art of killing without a trace. One may collect the target's hair, skin, or blood to fashion a paper effigy. By bowing thrice daily for 21 days, one can summon the essence of the victim to be scattered throughout the cosmos. The afflicted may remain unaware of their curse until the moment of death, oblivious to the cause of their demise, leaving others unable to discern any underlying issues. This formidable incantation is said to be so terrifying that even celestial beings can succumb to its power. Having completed these rituals, xianxia resumed his meditative posture, reconnecting his consciousness to the puppet still envisioned within the Qinyan treasure. Sensing Lingfeng's aura was stable and devoid of anomalies, he felt reassured and resumed his focus on the Qinyan treasure. Ouyang merely advised xianxia to keep a vigilant watch over Lingfeng, while xianxia directly cast the spell upon him. Although the knot in his heart had been untied, his cautious nature proved difficult to alter. Tai A raised his long sword, slicing through the void, creating a fissure before the group. Turning to the four, he declared, since you are prepared. Follow me to the sword-forging city. Remember, from this moment forth, you are no longer disciples of the Qingyun sect, but wandering cultivators. Ouyang, puzzled, inquired, why must we conceal our identities? Taya sneered disdainfully. There are countless cultivators in this world, many of whom possess talents rivaling those of the inner disciples of the 9 great sacred lands. Yet, the majority are foolish mediocrity. If you wish to avoid becoming targets while bearing the banner of the 9 great sacred lands, what harm is there in posing as wandering cultivators? Then why allow them to participate in this immortal secret realm while the 9 great sacred lands do not? Ouyang questioned, bemused. After all, even united, the 9 great sacred lands could hardly withstand the might of countless wandering cultivators. Xianxia, tugging at Ouyang's sleeve, whispered, Master brother, can the 9 great sacred lands truly stand against all cultivators? Indeed, this world harbors more than just the 9 sacred lands. It is also home to many scattered cultivators. Taya offered no response, merely stepping into the rift and intoning, the Tao is 50, the heavens transform into 49, and I shall elude 1. To the 9 great sacred lands, this immortal secret realm may seem like a mere trifle, but for wandering cultivators, it represents a chance to escape. Chapter 109. Opportunities. Taya stepped into the spatial realm, vanishing before the 4. Just as Ouyang intended to follow, a hand halted him. Xianxia smiled at Ouyang, saying, Master brother, allow me to go first. If any issues arise, I shall not be a hindrance. After all, it is merely a puppet. The outcome is inconsequential. As Xianxia entered the space, Bai Feiyu and Lang Qingsong followed suit, aware of their brother's low cultivation and fearing unforeseen mishaps. Ouyang regarded his 3 reckless disciples with a sense of pride, glad they prioritized his safety. Once all 3 had disappeared into the spatial fissure, Ouyang finally stepped forward. Unfortunately, an unexpected twist awaited them. Ouyang's vision blurred momentarily, and he found himself suspended in midair, plummeting towards a vast lake below. What on earth? He exclaimed. Hastily retrieving his tome, the comprehensive guide to the fundamentals of elemental escape techniques, in search of a means to rescue himself. However, the act of flipping through the pages could not keep pace with his rapid descent. He crashed into the lake with a resounding splash, but fortunately, his protective aura enveloped him, sparing him from the grievous injuries that would befall even a seasoned practitioner of the 9th level of Qi if they fell from such a height. Emerging from the water, Ouyang lifted his head and gazed at the nearly cerulean sky, still processing the bewildering turn of events. Wasn't Taya supposed to have transported him and the others to the sword sect? How had he ended up in this strange place? A sudden realization struck him as he turned his head. Apart from the ripples he had created, the surroundings were eerily tranquil, resembling a serene painting. Had he been the only one to be teleported here? A tremor of unease coursed through him, and he summoned his inner energy, propelling himself toward the shore with the fervor of an engine roaring to life. Yet, the closer he swam to the bank, the heavier his heart felt. Despite the lush trees lining the shore being clearly visible, no matter how swiftly or tirelessly he swam, the distance seemed insurmountable. What kind of place was this? His confusion deepened as he retrieved his tome once more, memorizing the Qi pathway for the technique, before tucking it back into his robe. While he still retained the memory, he spread his arms and clapped his hands together, exclaiming, Earth Spike Technique. Boom. The lake erupted with a thunderous roar as colossal waves surged from the depths. A massive stone pillar thrusting Ouyang upward, propelling him above the water's surface. Perched atop the stone column, he surveyed the lake below, a sense of unease settling within him since his arrival. As the pillar ascended to an astonishing height, the scenery unfolded before him, a vast volcanic crater. A dormant volcano having birthed this expansive lake over countless years. The lake, glimmering like a sapphire, was encircled by verdant trees, creating an atmosphere both tranquil and enigmatic. Finally, Ouyang discerned the source of his disquiet. It was the profound silence. There was not a single chirp of an insect or a call of a bird. Even the waves stirred by the stone pillar were soundless. This place was decidedly peculiar. Moreover, why was he the sole occupant of this locale? Could it be that the old man from the sword sect had played a trick on him? Gazing down at the lake, Ouyang retrieved his comprehensive guide to the fundamentals of elemental escape techniques. If clarity eluded him, then perhaps destruction would suffice. A sorcerer who resolves issues without conjuring fireballs is hardly a sorcerer at all, he mused. With a smirk, he turned to the first page of his tome, where the initial technique, fireball, awaited him. In a place teeming with strange creatures and bizarre forms, a mighty fireball descended, and the Taoist conjured forth a miracle. Just as Ouyang prepared to transform this infernal domain into a fiery mountain, a solemn voice echoed around him. After countless millennia, are you the one I have awaited? Enjoying your theatrics? Ouyang quipped, His expression laced with mockery as he closed the book, raised his right hand, and intoned, "Fireball." Boom. A colossal fireball, akin to the sun itself, materialized in Ouyang's palm, rapidly expanding under the infusion of his true qi. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded the size of the lake. With this fireball unleashed, even a dormant volcano would erupt in response. Wait, no need for such fervor. I am merely curious as to how you managed to enter. The formerly imposing voice now bore a hint of panic. It had not anticipated Ouyang's audacity in conjuring such a formidable fireball. With no other option, it manifested before Ouyang. As Ouyang held the fireball, he regarded the apparition with a peculiar expression as memories from a past life surged forth. The creature bore short brown fur, a body elongated like a sausage, stubby limbs, and oversized ears. Was this not the dachshund of his previous existence? What manner of creature are you? Ouyang inquired, bemused, as he gazed at the dachshund floating in midair. As you can see, I am but a dog. The dachshund replied candidly. What is this place? Ouyang surveyed the surroundings and asked. This is a celestial realm, and I am its guardian, awaiting a fated individual to arrive. The dachshund proclaimed with confidence. Could this be his destiny? Was fortune presenting itself so unexpectedly? A celestial realm, where he might become the inheritor of immortality. Was he finally on the brink of establishing his foundation? Ouyang regarded the dachshund with excitement, his eagerness palpable as he urged. Quickly, that is me. Present the treasures. The dachshund tilted its head, tempted to refuse, yet upon seeing Ouyang brandish the colossal fireball threateningly, it felt compelled to comply. After waiting for countless ages, how had it attracted such a brigand? Reluctantly, it approached Ouyang, lying at his feet and declaring, Very well, I am here. Use any skills or techniques upon me. Ouyang clenched his hand, causing the fireball to vanish, and, lifting his foot, he sent the dachshund flying. He retrieved the tome titled Fundamentals of the Five Elements from his robe, resolved to find a more merciless method to obliterate this place. Great one, I am indeed a secret treasure left by an immortal. Why do you not believe me? Do not strike. Do not strike. Look at me. Use me. I am a Taoist treasure. The dachshund swiftly returned to Ouyang's side, pawing at his pant leg with urgency, as it exclaimed. A treasure? Ouyang glanced down, his expression one of indulgence towards his dachshund. A treasure in the form of a dog? When did the standards for treasures fall so low? Even the treasures from the 9 sacred lands would be ashamed to be associated with you. Seeing Ouyang's skepticism, the dachshund eagerly attempted to prove its worth, insisting. I assure you, esteemed one, I am indeed an extraordinary weapon. With sufficient true essence, I could vanquish even celestial beings before your eyes. I am an indispensable asset for any household, a rare gem for acts of thievery and combat. The dachshund's fervent self-promotion reminded Ouyang of his past life in sales. Perhaps out of pity, Ouyang retrieved a longsword from his storage bag and struck the dachshund with a powerful downward blow. Clang! The sword met the dachshund's body, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, and the blade shattered upon impact. Goodness! This creature possesses some merit, Ouyang mused, considering that the longsword was already a magical artifact. Although he could not activate its array, its hardness far surpassed that of an ordinary sword. To his astonishment, it had broken in two upon striking this dachshund. Could it truly be a treasure left behind by a celestial being? Chapter 110, Secret Technique, Celestial Dash of the Dog. Ouyang curiously lifted the dachshund, feeling its surprising weight. Its fur felt similar to genuine leather, yet its texture was undeniably robust. His system's attribute panel could only identify beings of cultivation, rendering it ineffective for magical artifacts. Upon noticing the absence of an attribute panel for the dachshund, Ouyang concluded that it was not a demon cultivator. Are you not a real dog? Ouyang inquired, astonished by the dachshund he held. The dachshund replied matter-of-factly. I am a treasure, the most formidable magical artifact in the world. How peculiar that the master of this celestial realm should choose a dog as a magical artifact. Are we to expect it to be unleashed in battle? Ouyang pondered, intrigued by the identity of the celestial being who governed this realm. The dachshund looked momentarily perplexed before responding. It has been so long that I cannot say for certain, but I clearly remember these events in my mind. And I await the arrival of the inheritor of this secret realm. Am I that inheritor? Ouyang asked, pointing to himself. The dachshund, after a moment of contemplation, grinned in a human-like manner and replied, I cannot say for sure, but given that you are the only visitor in such a long time, I suppose you must be. Is it truly that casual? Ouyang thought, reflecting on how grand the selection of inheritors had been for Xiaobai, whereas his own experience felt akin to a supermarket promotion for a common cabbage. Ouyang expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Hey, the legendary Sword Immortal's secret realm is renowned throughout the world, yet your presence is so obscure. Isn't that a bit lackluster? The dachshund murmured softly, somewhat perplexed. Sword Immortal? That name seems familiar. as if I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't quite recall. Well, it seems that the treasured dog is not only a canine but also suffers from amnesia. Ouyang examined the dachshund closely, astonished to discover that this creature was neither male nor female. Goodness, a genderless dog, despite being a divine treasure. The dachshund instinctively felt a sense of shame as Ouyang scrutinized its legs, barking indignantly. "What are you staring at?" Ouyang released the dachshund's leg and, with a peculiar gaze, remarked, "You truly cannot distinguish between male and female?" The dachshund immediately felt insulted, retorting with a disgruntled expression, "I am a divine treasure, for heaven's sake. Have you ever seen a magical artifact that differentiates between genders?" This seemed somewhat reasonable, and Ouyang gazed at the dachshund with a hint of pity. Feeling somewhat unnerved by Ouyang's sympathetic gaze, the dachshund asked, "What kind of look is that?" Ouyang replied, "I simply pity you. You will never experience the joy of being a little male dog, nor will you ever know the comforts of being a little female dog." The dachshund fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether this unexpected heir truly was suitable. It certainly did not seem particularly impressive. Reclining against a stone pillar, Ouyang gazed at the brilliantly blue sky and inquired, "So how can we escape?" The dachshund, sitting beside him and also staring at the sky, replied, "I have no idea. If I did, I wouldn't have been trapped here for countless years." Its voice carried a tone of desolation and resignation after years of only witnessing the same unchanging scenery. Even a divine treasure could feel loneliness. "What is your name?" Ouyang turned to the somewhat dejected dachshund and asked. "Name?" The dachshund pondered for a moment, then shook its head, saying, "I have forgotten what my name is." Ouyang, who fancied himself a little genius, suddenly became intrigued and sat up, saying, "Let me give you a name. Let me think." After a moment of consideration, Ouyang recalled how Hututu had named the square-shaped Tibetan fox Handsome. Why couldn't this dachshund be called Charming? Charming. A flash of inspiration struck Ouyang as he struck his right hand against his left palm, exclaiming with enthusiasm. He then pulled the dachshund close and declared, "From now on, you shall be called Charming." The dachshund observed Ouyang's exuberance, akin to a profound enlightenment, and suddenly a vision of a figure in a green robe flashed through its mind. Its nose tinged with emotion, and for reasons unknown, tears began to fall. The droplets cascaded from the corners of the dachshund's eyes, landing on the ground, transforming into a glimmering gem. "What's wrong? Is that name not to your liking?" Ouyang gazed curiously at the suddenly weeping dachshund. "It's nothing, really. I just don't understand why I suddenly feel the wind is rather strong." The dachshund blinked and then spoke. "How peculiar." Ouyang picked up the tears that had transformed into gemstones, pondering, can a magical artifact truly weep? The dachshund, henceforth known as Handsome, felt a surge of joy. After countless years of aimless existence, he could finally communicate again and had acquired a name that suited his appearance perfectly. "Handsome, since you are a treasured artifact left behind in this small world of immortals, what purpose do you serve?" Ouyang inquired. The dachshund contemplated for a moment before responding. "I can speak, jump, walk, and sleep." "I meant what use you have, not whether you are useless," Ouyang retorted. Lifting the dachshund's belly with one hand while pinching its hind legs with the other, mimicking a sniper's stance, and exclaimed, "Bang, bang, bang." The dachshund, treated like a gun, gazed at him with a look of utter disillusionment. Was choosing such an heir truly wise? Suddenly inspired, Ouyang channeled a surge of energy into Handsome's hind legs. The dachshund immediately sensed something entering its body, causing a growing warmth, as a power surged from its belly to its throat. "Gag!" The dog retched. What emerged from Handsome's mouth was not vomit, but a rapid wave of energy. This energy burst forth with such speed that it seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the volcano was struck by this projectile, causing landslides and debris to tumble. At the sight of the falling stones, faint traces of space distortion became evident. Ouyang stared in astonishment at the rippling space, suddenly realizing Handsome's true potential. Not only could Handsome engage in close combat, but he could also transform into a long-range weapon, capable of sniping foes from afar. The power seemed to amplify the energy 100-fold. Good heavens, a divine dog, Ouyang mused. If he were to infuse all his energy into Handsome's body, would that not be akin to casually unleashing a nuclear bomb? Gently stroking Handsome's head, he said earnestly, "Handsome, let me see if I can expand your capacity." Before the dachshund could comprehend, an overwhelming force surged within him. "No, my body can't take this. It's too much. It's going to burst." Handsome howled in distress. With a wide-open mouth, a cataclysmic wave of light erupted forth. As Ouyang watched the space being violently torn apart by the light wave, he grinned and declared, "Secret technique. Celestial Dog Flash." Chapter 111. Do you dare to murder your brother? Boom, 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 boom. With a sense of resignation, Tai raised the sword in his hand to block the incoming flying sword from Bai Feiyu, and in the next moment, he kicked the rushing Chun Chongqing away. Lung Qingsong had already been propelled into the Wujian pool by his own sword energy. I truly have no idea where that rascal has gone, Tai explained, casting a glance at Bai Feiyu, whose gaze was as frigid as ice. Who knows why? After being transported here, it was just the three of us, myself, Lung Qingsong. And yet we have yet to see Ouyang. After waiting for a while without Ouyang's appearance, these three mischievous fellows seemed to have conspired, launching an assault against him. The piercing sword intent from Lung Qingsong, the subtle essence of law contained within Bai Feiyu's swordplay, and the relentless barrage of yellow talismans and puppets from the masked youth overwhelmed him. In an instant, even at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, he found himself unable to raise his head, though Tai was cautious not to endanger their lives. He couldn't help but ponder what sort of monstrous freaks these three boys were. Had they gone mad? In this world, 3 Yuan-ing cultivators could simultaneously suppress a tribulation stage being? Such a statement would make even dogs shake their heads in disbelief. Yet, the coordination and timing of these three brats were impeccable, causing Tai to momentarily falter. A tear opened in his sleeve, sliced by Lung Qingsong. He was a tribulation stage cultivator, the pinnacle of existence in this world. How could these 3 Yuan-ing kids dare to challenge him? With his sword blocking Bai Feiyu's assault, Tai failed the flowing rhythm of the Tao in Bai Feiyu's eyes as he softly commanded, "Sword, come forth." Countless flying swords surged upwards from the lake below, aimed directly at Tai. With a single wave of his hand, Tai coldly snorted, "Return." The multitude of flying swords summoned by Bai Feiyu fell back down. In that fleeting moment, a violet figure took advantage of the opening, and Chun Chongqing, with a flourish of his sleeves, unleashed a myriad of yellow talismans that flew from his garments. With a finger raised before his face, he proclaimed loudly, "Stand back." Bai Feiyu landed in an instant, leaving only Tai and Chun Chongqing enveloped by the yellow talismans. Boom! Chun Chongqing shouted, his body transforming into a streak of white light. The countless yellow talismans formed a protective barrier, shielding the area of the explosion. A dazzling white light erupted within the cube-like barrier formed by the talismans. The powerful explosion distorted the cube, yet it resolutely contained the force of the blast. Tai, somewhat disheveled, tore through the fabric of space and emerged from the void, cursing under his breath at the madness of this youth, who had resorted to self-detonation without provocation. Before Tai could fully emerge from the void, a sharp sword intent aimed directly at his face. As he prepared to deflect the sword wielded by the rushing Lung Qingsong, Bai Feiyu's voice rang out below. "Put it down." As the formidable Tai, in the tribulation stage, paused with his sword raised, the long sword of Lung Qingsong was already upon him. "Roll." Tai barked, unleashing an unparalleled sword intent that erupted from within his body, manifesting as a lotus-shaped aura surrounding him. The once successful Lung Qingsong was suddenly sent sprawling by this overwhelming sword intent. Below, Bai Feiyu observed the faintly shimmering lotus sword intent enveloping Tai. His expression tightening with realization. No wonder he had sensed a familiar sword intent during his time at Xianxia sect. It turned out that the old man Tai had indeed cultivated his own sword intent. But wait, he had been utterly alone before his death in his past life, leaving no bloodline behind. How had the sword sect master Tai acquired his own innate sword intent? Chun Chongqing appeared beside Bai Feiyu, his aura slightly disordered. The recent puppet self-detonation had been somewhat hasty, causing a temporary disruption in his true essence. Lung Qingsong landed to Bai Feiyu's right, taking 2 steps back, his countenance stern as he gazed at Tai. The leader, Bai Feiyu, felt the flow of Tao rhythm in his eyes. If he truly wielded the sword intent of his past life, there might indeed be a chance to vanquish the old man before him. After all, he was intimately familiar with his own innate sword intent from his previous existence. Tai regarded the 3 young men from a distance, filled with astonishment. What kind of monsters were these youngsters to have pushed a tribulation stage cultivator like himself to such an extent? Even though he had suppressed most of his cultivation without employing various techniques, how could they, relying solely on their nascent soul stage, have compelled his innate sword intent to surface? Were the current generation all such prodigies? After Ouyang had yet to emerge from the spatial rift, the 3 had firmly believed that Tai had tampered with the situation. Lung Qingsong's instincts urged him that this was indeed connected to Tai Bai Feiyu. Having utilized tribulation stage techniques in both his past life and Chun Chongqing's future, recognized this method of tearing through space as one he had employed before. Tai must have meddled with the fabric of reality. Bai Feiyu was unwilling to grant their opponent any room for contemplation. He whispered, "Second senior brother, you initiate the attack. I shall lead the offense, while third senior brother will execute a surprise assault. We will repeat this thrice, and I will seek out any flaws. Engage." Bai Feiyu commanded sharply. Lung Qingsong surged forward. Suddenly, a rift in space tore open in the air, and Ouyang emerged, cradling a dapper dog. Feeling as if he had received an epic enhancement, Ouyang strode forth with confidence, the dog tucked under his arm. Yet, as soon as he stepped out, he miscalculated and fell into a free fall. Blast! Lift me up, dapper! Ouyang shouted at the dachshund nestled in his elbow. I'm just a dog. Have you ever seen a flying dog? The dachshund retorted, rolling its eyes at Ouyang, still vexed over the earlier commotion. How absurd. Ouyang was prepared to erupt, only to discover that his second son had already soared towards him, filling his heart with emotion. Indeed, there is nothing quite like a child raised with one's own hands. Yet, why was he brandishing a sword? Ouyang found himself positioned precisely between Tai A and the two others, as the impetuous cold Qingsong, enveloped in formidable sword intent, charged forth with unrestrained ferocity. Upon seeing Ouyang's sudden appearance, cold Qingsong was momentarily taken aback, yet his long sword was already beyond recall. As Ouyang fell freely, he watched helplessly as his second son, sword in hand, advanced towards him, momentarily rendered speechless. When he finally regained his wits, the blade was already perilously close. What the hell? Are you attempting fratricide? Ouyang swiftly drew his sausage dog and swung it towards cold Qingsong's sword. A resounding clash echoed as the sausage dog let out a jubilant bark, sending cold Qingsong hurtling away. Boom! Ouyang crashed to the ground, half of his body sinking into the earth. Furrowing his brow, he extricated himself from the soil and cast a glance at the other two wayward sons. Bai Feiyu and Qin Changsheng, upon seeing Ouyang, promptly retracted their true essence, one glancing left, the other right, indicating that this matter bore no relation to them. Ultimately, only the unfortunate cold Qingsong hung his head low, being reprimanded by Ouyang, who grasped him by the ear. Chapter 112. Wooden Hairpin. Having understood the situation, Ouyang, though touched, recognized the necessity of preserving face for the leader of the Tai Sword sect. Come forth and apologize, he commanded, gesturing towards the two remaining sons still perched atop the mountain, while dragging cold Qingsong before the stern-faced Tai. Apologize, Ouyang chastised, delivering a light slap to cold Qingsong's nape. Cold Qingsong cast a glance at Tai, reluctantly huffing and bending slightly at the waist. Bai Feiyu performed a respectful gesture towards Tai. His curiosity piqued as he pondered how Tai managed to cultivate his own sword intent. He simply could not fathom the reason. The masked Qin Changxing bowed sincerely before Tai, uttering an apology. Tai, maintaining his frosty demeanor, remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Ouyang, who was still chastising cold Qingsong, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. Just moments ago, these three brash young men had dared to act recklessly, even resorting to self-destructive tactics, displaying a reckless abandon. Yet, upon Ouyang's arrival, they transformed into docile lambs. Particularly cold Qingsong, who had wielded his sword with such ferocity, now slightly hunched and chastised by Ouyang. What sort of enchantment could render these three unruly youths so utterly compliant? Was it merely the title of elder brother? Tai found it hard to believe. Having experienced much during his tribulation phase, he knew that without the suppression of strength or bloodline, true respect could never be gained. The respect of a sword cultivator is earned through the blade in their hand. What does Ouyang possess? Merely an abundance of true energy? Master, please do not jest. My three rebellious children have seldom ventured out, and their sudden appearance has left them somewhat startled, Ouyang remarked, grinning as he cradled his pet dog, addressing Tai. With a stern expression, Tai waved his tattered sleeve dismissively, choosing to let the matter pass without further mention. As the leader of the sword sect and a formidable figure in the tribulation phase, being compelled to reveal his life sword intent by three juniors at the nascent soul stage was indeed a source of embarrassment. Bai Feiyu, noticing the dachshund nestled in Ouyang's arms, inquired curiously, Senior brother, where did you just venture off to? Both Lung Qingsong and Qin Changxing turned their gazes toward him as well. Tai, too, regarded Ouyang with intrigue, pondering why this young man had taken so long to emerge from the spatial rift he had personally created, especially since the rift Ouyang exited was evidently not his own. Ouyang chuckled, raising the dog he affectionately called Pretty Boy, and declared, This is my newly acquired pet, Pretty Boy. I just returned from a certain immortal's secret realm where I found him. A dog? The four present exchanged skeptical glances at the dachshund. They could hardly believe Ouyang's outlandish tale. What kind of place was an immortal's secret realm, allowing one to enter and exit at will? Moreover, how could Ouyang have returned in less than 2 minutes with just a dog? Tai stroked his chin, his heart racing at the sight of the dog, pondering silently. Why does this dog seem so familiar? Ouyang, sensing the disbelief surrounding him, felt his own words were somewhat far-fetched, yet they were the truth nonetheless. And he cared little for their skepticism. In high spirits after his epic enhancement, he surveyed the surroundings. Aside from a vast lake, there were undulating mountain peaks, reminiscent of the secret realm he had just visited, yet this place appeared far more vibrant. Puzzled, Ouyang inquired, "Master, what is this place?" With a cold huff, Taiye expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "This is the sword sect's sword questioning pool. Herein lies not only the matching swords left by our sect's great cultivators throughout the ages, but also legendary treasures from the ancient immortal era. Only inner disciples have the privilege to enter and contemplate here. This time, I have made an exception to allow you all inside. Bring forth the IOU and the recording stones. Such is the nature of great figures. They speak and fulfill their promises." Ouyang pulled out the IOU. Regretting not having requested a larger sum, yet he could only endure the pain in his heart as he handed it to Taiye. With a knowing glance at Xianxia behind him, Chen promptly retrieved a pile of recording stones from his storage pouch, saying, "Master, here they are. I haven't left a single one behind." Taiye let out a cold snort, and a surge of sword intent obliterated all the recording stones in Xianxia's possession, reducing the promissory note to ashes before he turned to leave, stating, "One day, after a day has passed, I shall escort you to the sword-forging city." With that, as if fleeing from a plague, he tore through the fabric of space and vanished, leaving Ouyang and the others exchanging bewildered glances. "Is this the sword inquiry pool?" Ouyang mused, cradling his head in his hands as he gazed at the tranquil lake, its surface rippling gently in the breeze while the surrounding trees rustled. "There is not even a single iron rod in sight. This is what they call the sword inquiry pool?" Noticing Ouyang's confusion, Xianxia spoke up, "Senior brother, I sense a multitude of things beneath this lake." Cold Qing Song frowned as he scrutinized the lake, remarking, "It's quite noisy." Bai Feiyu was well aware that countless flying swords resided below the surface, as the very sword he had summoned earlier had emerged from the depths of the lake. Ouyang cleared his throat, feigning understanding as he chimed in, "Indeed, I too sense many items beneath this lake. We must cherish this rare opportunity." Xianxia nodded. Yet his gaze lingered on the sausage dog nestled under Ouyang's arm. The hidden fox atop the small peak was undoubtedly a formidable figure in the tribulation stage. And this dog certainly bore an unusual identity. He resolved to pluck a few hairs from the creature when the opportunity arose. Cold Qing Song shook his head and declared, "Rubbish." Within the sword sect, forged over countless epochs, lay the remnants of the great master's comprehension of the sword path. Yet, Cold Qing Song held these teachings in disdain. To him, his own sword path was supreme, requiring no supplementation from the wisdom of others, for he felt no inadequacy in his own way. Bai Feiyu, curious, approached the lake's edge, his fingers grazing the water's surface, and he inexplicably felt a familiar sensation emanating from the depths, as if something were beckoning him. "Rise," he whispered. As his voice resonated, the entire lake began to boil, and the sound of innumerable swords echoed throughout the heavens. Swish, swish, swish. Countless flying swords soared from the lake, hovering in midair, each exuding distinct sword intents, some sharp, others gentle, some majestic, and others enigmatic. A multitude of swords, resembling magical artifacts, clamored before Bai Feiyu. Eager for his selection, Bai Feiyu stood, dazed, as he extended his hand, and a flash of light descended into his palm. It was a wooden hairpin. Chapter 113. The Past Life of Xiao Bai. Do sword cultivators always wear such sour expressions? You wish to become a sword immortal? What a coincidence. I aspire to be the most formidable swordsmith. Oh, the hands of the sword immortal are quite dexterous. You can even craft wooden hairpins? The fated sword, once shattered, can surely be reclaimed. I have faith in you. The intricate memories of a past life incessantly surged through Bai Feiyu's mind. In those recollections, a flowing azure robe was perpetually draped around him, adorned with laughter and mischief, idly chewing on a blade of grass. He spoke as if eager to exhaust every word of his existence in this lifetime. His attire hung loosely, hair tousled in disarray. Yet his eyes sparkled with the clarity of a crystalline pool. In a previous incarnation, he was known as Li Taibai, forever cradling his sword. Eyes closed in profound contemplation of his path, while the owner of that azure robe would frequently tease him. Like a devoted shadow, he trailed behind, professing his ambition to forge the mightiest sword in the world. The moment that azure robe entered Li Taibai's realm remained a mystery, but from that point onward, they became inseparable companions. Together, they traversed the entire continent, even venturing to distant immortal islands. They shouted atop snow-capped mountains, witnessing avalanches cascade down. They rode whales through the vast ocean, braving the winds and waves. On grassy fields, they would recline for an entire day, inhaling the fragrant scent of fresh grass, drifting into a languorous slumber. As they journeyed across the world, the duo earned a resounding reputation, with some even dubbing Li Taibai as Sword Immortal. In those moments, the azure-robed companion would tug at his sleeve, inquiring about his own title. At that time, Li Taibai was deeply engrossed in the sword's way, his mind undistracted, often finding the incessant chatter a nuisance, hindering his comprehension of the profound and enigmatic Tao. Having been accustomed to solitude since his earliest memories, the sudden presence of a companion left Li Taibai feeling somewhat out of sorts. Yet, as time passed, he seemingly adapted, and the absence of that incessant voice became disconcerting. Thus, they became steadfast friends, exploring the vast continent together. In those days, Li Taibai sought to discover his own path, pondering the direction his sword should take. The sky was low, and people dared not raise their voices, fearful of disturbing the celestial beings above. It was an era imbued with the divine, yet fraught with the trepidation of countless souls living in fear. The multitude of complex rituals and cruel sacrificial offerings filled Li Taibai with disdain. For the first time, he began to question the celestial beings. Must they always remain aloof, perched high above? Though he kept these thoughts to himself, in that era, such musings were taboo. An act of rebellion. Yet, a seed of defiance took root within his heart. It was at this juncture that conflicts arose between him and the azure-robed figure, who remained the most devout of followers, harboring only admiration and gratitude for the celestial beings above. Even at one point, he contemplated persuading Li Taibai to believe in the immortal from his own household. Upon hearing such words, Li Taibai felt a wave of disgust and instinctively inquired, "Can an immortal ever be wrong? How could an immortal err? They are, after all, immortal." The figure in the azure robe replied with an air of certainty. Upon hearing this, Li Taibai realized that he and the azure-robed figure were now on fundamentally divergent paths. After much contemplation, Li Taibai resolved to part ways, embarking on a solitary quest for the supreme sword path. It was said that this sword path was the most formidable in existence, one that no soul had ever mastered since the dawn of this world, not even the immortals. Li Taibai too fell short. Although he discovered this sword path, he inadvertently invited divine retribution. The immortals, high above, could not permit a mere ant to wield such power. Li Taibai's efforts culminated in failure as his life-bound sword was shattered by the immortal, rendering him a broken man. From an unparalleled genius of exceptional talent, he was reduced to a being incapable of perceiving sword intent. This transformation was a devastating blow to Li Taibai, who had been steeped in pride since birth. He languished in despair, drowning his sorrows in wine, aimlessly drifting through life. The divine punishment he endured marked him as one despised by the immortals. In that era, such individuals were scorned. Born into a noble family, no one dared to take his life. However, he was not spared from harsh words and occasional beatings. Li Taibai did not resist, allowing others to berate and strike him, leaving him perpetually covered in old wounds mixed with new ones. It was unclear how long this torment lasted until the azure-robed figure reappeared, supporting him as they departed the city. The incessant chatter filled Li Taibai's ears. Yet he remained like a soulless husk, devoid of hope. He could not bring himself to eat or drink, resembling a mere shell of a man. When he beheld the azure figure produce a long sword, fear welled within him at the sight of the blade. As he vowed never to touch a sword again in this lifetime. "Xiaobai, you will rediscover your life-bound sword. I believe in you," the azure-robed figure declared with unwavering confidence. Chewing on a blade of grass. "Find it? How can I? I am but a worthless shell now. It is impossible," Li Taibai suddenly shouted at the azure figure. As if driven to madness, the figure merely stood with hands tucked into their sleeves, smiling at him with a carefree demeanor. Before long, the azure figure departed, leaving him once again in solitude. The endless cycle of day and night led Li Taibai to contemplate the finality of death. In truth, it felt akin to death. I had long since transformed into a mere wastrel, incapable of even thought. What difference was there between such an existence and death itself? Suddenly, Bai Feiyu's gaze became fixated on a particular scene. Before a colossal sword furnace stood a figure clad in a blue robe, both desolate and resolute. Beneath the furnace, flames roared, expelling tongues of fire akin to venomous serpents that threatened to claim lives. The grass root that had been perpetually clenched in his mouth had snapped in two. His lips moved slightly as he expelled the remnants and drew a deep breath, turning to face Bai Feiyu. There stood a youth of striking appearance. Yet sorrow marked his countenance as he silently mouthed words to Bai Feiyu. It felt as if time itself had transcended, and Bai Feiyu strained to hear something. Yet, the youth turned away and leapt into the sword furnace, and in an instant, flames engulfed Bai Feiyu's vision, as if time itself began to shatter, drawing him back into reality. The wooden hairpin in his hand bore noticeable scorch marks. Bai Feiyu, holding the hairpin aloft, gazed upward for a prolonged moment. The sky today was an immaculate blue, as if it could flow into his very eyes. Suddenly, he lifted his right hand to shield his gaze and murmured softly, "It's easy. I curse you." Chapter 114. A man and a dog. What is Xiao Bai doing just standing there? Ouyang, clutching his dog, looked perplexedly at Bai Feiyu's silhouette and quietly inquired of xianxia. "Perhaps junior brother Bai is reminiscing about something sorrowful," xianxia replied softly. "Could it be he is recalling a past romance? A wave of nostalgia?" Ouyang speculated, his expression imbued with curiosity as he observed Bai Feiyu. Xiao Bai always appeared composed and mature. Was he, in fact, a brooding soul? Draped in white, Bai Feiyu stood with his back to the three, while countless flying swords hovered above the lake's surface, awaiting his selection. Thousands of swords stood suspended in the void, awaiting but a single individual. This spectacle was truly befitting of the title King of Swords. One could not help but recall that phrase, "I am the immortal, and the immortal is me. I am the foremost immortal in this realm, the strongest amongst them all. Alas, my literary prowess leaves much to be desired, and my handwriting is rather unsightly." Suddenly, Bai Feiyu turned and strode towards Ouyang and the others, and behind him, the myriad swords let out a mournful cry, cascading back into the sword inquiry pool like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. It was as if the forsaken swords, spurned by a scoundrel, erupted into a mist of water, venting their frustrations. Bai Feiyu approached Ouyang with keen intent, raising his hand to grasp at Ouyang's head. Just as Ouyang prepared to defend with his dog, Bai Feiyu effortlessly plucked the hairpin from Ouyang's hair. In that fleeting moment before Ouyang's hair threatened to fall, Bai Feiyu deftly inserted the wooden pin back into Ouyang's locks. "Indeed, it is not." Bai Feiyu sighed softly, extracting the hairpin once more, leaving Ouyang disheveled and momentarily stunned. "Are you out of your mind?" Ouyang exclaimed, his anger flaring as his hair was tousled. He raised his hand, ready to unleash his dog upon the handsome youth. However, Bai Feiyu swiftly tossed a wooden hairpin to Lung Qingsong, saying, "This hairpin, like that piece of paper, is precisely what you need. Contemplate it deeply." Lang Qingsong took the hairpin and, upon glancing at it, sensed a subtle yet familiar Taoist essence emanating from the seemingly ordinary object. "Excellent." He nodded in agreement. For he would neither refuse the goodwill of his fellow disciples nor be stingy with his own sentiments. Bai Feiyu found a large stone to recline upon. Gazing at the azure sky and the shimmering lake, his mind clouded with confusion. Ever since his grave had been unearthed, the memories of the deceased began to assail him relentlessly, filling him with irritation and even a touch of revulsion. He was Bai Feiyu, not the anciently Tai Bai, and he had no connection to that figure. He repeated this mantra in his mind, yet he was acutely aware that such self-deception could not truly convince him. Some burdens could not simply be forgotten. The debts he owed seemed insurmountable. The figure who had plunged into the sword furnace, sacrificing himself to forge the sword, had not only helped him reclaim his fated blade, but had also opened the gates to the supreme sword path. Thus, the sword immortally Tai Bai emerged, leaving behind the identity of Little Bai. What a scoundrel! Engaging in such selfless acts without ever considering my feelings. Bai Feiyu felt a tumult of emotions, akin to a tangled mess. "Changsheng, can't you grip it properly? Can't you exert a little more effort?" "Senior brother, I can't hold on to it. It feels a bit strange." "Don't move, just a little more. Just a little more." "Senior brother, is this dog really all right?" "Of course, if it weren't. Would I be doing this right now?" Amidst the clamor, Ouyang and xianxia shouted excitedly, rousing Bai Feiyu from his gloomy thoughts. He sat up, casting an annoyed glance in Ouyang's direction. Ouyang and xianxia were wrestling with the wiener dog, one pressing down on its front paw while the other held its hind leg as Ouyang rummaged through the dog's fur. The wiener dog, named Jingzai, struggled fiercely, resisting their playful torment. "Are you two so idle? Is it necessary to be so obsessive over a dog?" Bai Feiyu chided Ouyang. "Fourth junior brother, this dog is indeed peculiar. It seems to have a physical form, yet it feels as though it has none." xianxia replied, wrestling with the dog's front paw. Although he had both hands firmly gripping it, he felt as though he grasped nothing but air. Even when he employed his spiritual strength, the hollow sensation persisted, overwhelming him. The desire to pluck a few hairs from the dachshund proved entirely futile. Each time xianxia attempted to grasp a hair from the dog, it would inexplicably return to its original place. He had tried this countless times, yet the outcome remained unchanged. This unexpected phenomenon left xianxia perplexed. What manner of creature was this dog? It was neither flesh nor spirit. What then constituted its essence? Ouyang, on the other hand, seemed utterly unfazed, marveling instead at the fact that the dachshund lacked a digestive system, implying that it neither distinguished between genders nor required sustenance. "I am a treasure left behind by an immortal. Is this how you treat a treasure?" the dachshund exclaimed, struggling fiercely against the grasp of the two individuals. As one of the most potent artifacts in existence, it was bewildering to endure such humiliation, especially twice within a single day. The first instance involved Ouyang inspecting whether it was male or female, and the second demanded a further confirmation. Moreover, the one holding down its front paws had an odd fixation, having already tugged at its fur several hundred times in just a few breaths. Did being a treasure mean it had to forfeit its dignity? A treasure? Xianxia suddenly understood. He still had a puppet in a secluded area of the Xianxia sect, contemplating the nature of treasures. If this dog truly was an artifact, then its peculiarities could be elucidated. After all, being the most formidable artifact in the world, possessing enigmatic abilities was entirely plausible. Speaking of which, had the senior brother truly ventured into the immortal's secret realm and retrieved a dog from it? Xianxia's lips curled into a faint smile as he glanced at Ouyang, who was still curiously examining the dog's legs. His senior brother indeed had an abundance of fortune. Bai Feiyu's ears twitched as he stood and approached, crouching before the dachshund to scrutinize it closely. A flicker of light sparkled in his eyes before he swiftly reached out and grasped the dog's tail, lifting it effortlessly. Enough of this, the dachshund exclaimed, abruptly raising its head to meet Bai Feiyu's gaze. Upon seeing the fleeting glimmer in Bai Feiyu's eyes, the dachshund froze, its own eyes reflecting a similar glimmer. Bai Feiyu and the dachshund locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, akin to long-lost lovers reunited. A familiar yet strange voice echoed in Bai Feiyu's ears, accompanied by a subtle resonance of the Tao. At the moment he heard this voice, the usually composed Bai Feiyu stood motionless. For this voice was indelibly etched in his memory, or rather, it was a voice that the Li Tai Bai of his past life knew all too well. The owner of that azure robe, the one who remains the sole unfulfilled regret of my past life. Oh Jizi. The subtle resonance of the profound Tao harmonizes with the laws cultivated by Bai Feiyu in the present, causing the flawless sword heart that Bai Feiyu has honed for nearly a decade to begin pulsating in sync with the Tao's rhythm. The esoteric nature of the Tao's resonance has propelled Bai Feiyu's understanding of his own path to new heights. Although his realm has not ascended, his comprehension of the laws governing his path has deepened significantly. A practitioner in the out-of-body stage, capable of separating their spirit from their corporeal form, is already regarded as a great cultivator. The journey of cultivation encompasses 9 distinct realms, each marked by significant advancements. For instance, the Qi refinement stage allows one to cultivate true Qi, marking the inception of their spiritual journey. The foundation establishment stage solidifies true Qi into true essence, while the core formation stage transforms true essence into a golden core. These 3 realms represent the initial and most fundamental phases of a cultivator's path, where sheer resources and time can elevate even the most unremarkable to the core formation stage. However, the transformation into an infant stage is the first formidable hurdle for cultivators, as it subjects them to the trials of the 3 thunder tribulations, testing their aptitude and foundation. Furthermore, the moment of transforming the golden core into the nascent soul is critical. Failure leads to the shattering of the golden core without achieving the transformation, resulting in a regression back to the foundation establishment stage, requiring a complete restart. Upon successfully transforming, a cultivator in the nascent soul realm can initially perceive the existence of their spirit. Advancing to the out-of-body stage focuses on the spirit itself, allowing great cultivators to separate their spirit from their body. In the split spirit stage, a great cultivator can divide their spirit into yin and yang aspects. These 3 realms distinctly separate ordinary cultivators from great cultivators. The ability to sense the spirit and separate it from the body is akin to possessing a second chance at life. Even if the physical form is destroyed, the spirit may wander between heaven and earth. While further progress may be halted, survival remains possible. The act of seizing a new body merely involves manipulating a puppet with the spirit. The situation of Ling Feng represents an extraordinarily unique existence. In the integration stage, great cultivators merge their spirit back with their corporeal form, gaining an initial awareness of the Tao's existence. Each great cultivator in this stage has begun to grasp their own path, developing an almost obsessive recognition of it. The Great Ascension stage marks a lengthy process of refining one's Tao, while the Tribulation Crossing stage represents the fusion of the Tao into one's own laws. These 3 realms epitomize the pinnacle of great cultivators in this world, with few obstacles remaining to impede their progress. If one can perceive their spirit across realms, it can be deemed a rare and extraordinary gift. The essence of understanding the laws reflects a cultivator's prolonged journey of introspection and refinement regarding their own path. The prerequisites for grasping these laws necessitate a spiritual consciousness that can perceive the cosmos. Without such awareness, there exists no opportunity to comprehend the existence of the Tao, let alone its laws. Yet, Bai Feiyu, who has reached the nascent soul stage, is now capable of sensing the existence of these laws and even wielding them. This phenomenon is no longer astonishing, for no words can encapsulate the profundity of this experience for a cultivator. Subtle threads of the Tao weave between the dachshund and Bai Feiyu as the sound of enlightenment resonates, drawing Bai Feiyu into an enigmatic realm. Ouyang, cradling the dog, gazes perplexed at the profound exchange occurring between Bai Feiyu and the handsome creature. Ouyang, unable to grasp even the basics of qi training, is entirely disconnected from such profound matters. The dachshund, which Ouyang had brought back from the immortal realm, is indeed a relic of celestial inheritance. Yet even the immortal did not foresee Ouyang's lowly cultivation level upon its arrival in his realm. Coincidentally, Bai Feiyu's cultivation of the laws aligns perfectly with the legacy left by that immortal. Just as Ouyang was about to speak, he was silenced by a telepathic message from xianxia. Senior brother, please do not move. Xiaobai is comprehending the Tao. Do not disturb him. Although unaware of the specifics, xianxia, who had once traversed the transition tribulation stage, immediately recognized Bai Feiyu's state of enlightenment. Could one truly attain enlightenment simply by gazing at this oddly shaped dog? xianxia's curiosity about the dog's identity deepened. Ouyang, feeling increasingly restless at the insistence of remaining still, began to experience an overwhelming itch, akin to a legion of ants crawling upon him. Yet, out of respect for Xiao Bai's enlightenment, he remained motionless. The more he resisted the urge to move, the more intense the sensation became. Ouyang, holding the dog, while xianxia grasped its front legs, noticed Bai Feiyu narrowing his eyes. The trio, 2 men and a dog, engaged in an immobile game of statue. As time drifted from day into night, Ouyang felt cramps beginning to seize his calves. At last, Bai Feiyu's aura became tumultuous, and the air was rent with a sound reminiscent of a bursting balloon. Awakening from his state of enlightenment, Bai Feiyu's ethereal aura gradually solidified. Ouyang, witnessing Bai Feiyu blink, instinctively recognized the conclusion of the moment. Plopping down onto the ground with the dog in his arms, he trembled and addressed xianxia. Third brother, boil some hot water and prepare me something to eat. I can't go on like this. Bai Feiyu cast a complicated glance at the dachshund nestled in Ouyang's embrace, which appeared oblivious to the recent events. Bewildered by the abrupt transition from day to night, the caprices of fate are truly remarkable. It is astonishing to realize that this is indeed the legacy of a Tizi. Bai Feiyu sighed softly in his heart. Originally, I had forsaken the unparalleled swordsmanship of my past life to distinctly separate myself from it. Yet now, the path I cultivate mirrors that of my previous incarnation, Ouyang. This uncanny resemblance has awakened the immortal legacy within the dachshund, leading to Ouyang imparting wisdom directly to Bai Feiyu. The original heir, Ouyang, was regrettably too low in rank to receive the immortal teachings, while Bai Feiyu found himself once again entwined with his past due to the very path he pursued. Unexpectedly, in my quest to sever ties with my former existence and completely dissociate from the sword immortal, Li Tai Bai, I have inadvertently become a reflection of Ouyang from my past life. Is this fate's design? Bai Feiyu raised his gaze to the heavens, a flicker of trepidation washing over him. It seemed as though, since the moment of reincarnation, he had become a mere pawn on a chessboard, with unseen hands intertwining his fate with that of his former self, as if it were predestined. In the previous life, I had been the sharpest of swords, bringing an era to its conclusion. What of this life? Bai Feiyu found himself ensnared in confusion, suddenly feeling a sense of dread towards the very path he had chosen. Though it was a path of his own making, it nonetheless led him back to the entanglements of his past life. Could it be that the unseen puppeteer continues to orchestrate his every move? Old 3, how the hell did you let it escape? The dog is gone. Ouyang's frantic voice pierced through Bai Feiyu's thoughts. Following this outburst, a cacophony erupted as Ouyang and xianxia dashed around the sword pool in pursuit of the dachshund. As a treasure of the Tao, the dachshund could no longer endure Ouyang's scrutiny and, seizing an opportunity, broke free from xianxia's grasp, launching itself away from Ouyang in a desperate sprint. Ouyang's shouts, accompanied by xianxia's pursuit, added to the chaos. Meanwhile, Xingsong, immersed in contemplation over the wooden hairpin and the immortal script, slightly opened his eyes, his aura of sword intent swirling around him. Countless sword energies surged forth towards the fleeing dachshund, encompassing both Ouyang and xianxia in its wake. A storm of dust and debris flew through the air, exacerbated by Ouyang's furious curses directed at Xingsong, rendering the scene even more tumultuous. Bai Feiyu chuckled softly, casting aside the confusion that had clouded his heart. In this life, he was no longer the sword immortal, Li Tai Bai, who had pursued the supreme sword path. He possessed more than he ever had in his previous existence. Upon first laying eyes on Ouyang, he instinctively recognized him as the embodiment of that familiar azure robe from his past life. Though their appearances differed, the essence, demeanor, and even the tone of voice were strikingly alike, equally unruly and free-spirited. Thus, from the very moment Bai Feiyu reincarnated and beheld Ouyang, his gaze had never strayed from him. As the days gradually passed, Ouyang and the figure clad in the azure robe had completely parted ways. They were now two entirely different individuals. Though the azure-clad figure was spirited, he held an unwavering devotion to his beliefs, valuing them even more than his own life. In stark contrast, Ouyang was profoundly different. Bai Feiyu found it difficult to articulate the precise nature of this difference. However, from initially perceiving Ouyang as the reincarnation of the azure-robed figure to now fully recognizing him in his heart, Bai Feiyu could not quite comprehend the reasons behind this transformation. The one certainty Bai Feiyu could grasp was that, should the day come when he truly sought to overturn the heavens, his senior brother would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap to his face before standing protectively in front of him. The azure-clad figure was the loyal companion of the ancient sword immortal, Li Taibai, while Ouyang stood as Bai Feiyu's elder brother. Bai Feiyu was no longer the solitary swordsman questioning the heavens, but rather an ordinary disciple of the Qinyan sect. Even if he were to become merely a pawn once more, if Li Taibai could question the heavens as the sword immortal in his past life, then what was to stop Bai Feiyu from doing so in this life? Embracing his role as a pawn, he was determined to make his own moves beyond the chessboard. A glimmer flickered in Bai Feiyu's eyes, and his expression grew composed, his previously fearful and perplexed resolve solidifying once again. As a once great cultivator who had reached the pinnacle in his past life, there were few things capable of swaying his determination on the path he had chosen. He gazed at Lang Qingsong, who sat upon a massive stone, one hand clutching his diary while the other held the wooden hairpin he had gifted to Oji. These two items bore the remnants of his past life's path. It appeared that Master Huyan intended for Lang Qingsong to tread a path akin to that of his former self, while Bai Feiyu himself was now following in the footsteps of Oji. Did this imply that he would inevitably face choices similar to those of Oji in the future? Bai Feiyu paused momentarily, then shook his head with a smile. It was unlikely. In this life, he was not alone. He had a master, brothers, and a rather eccentric senior brother. Ouyang had captured the fleeing dachshund. Its expression twisted in a grimace as he firmly held it down, taunting. Why are you running? Let me see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The fact that he could inspire enlightenment in his younger brother with a mere word, while also being akin to a self-propelling artillery in dog form, indicated that the dachshund certainly possessed abilities unknown to him. The enigmatic canine from the celestial realm must harbor great secrets. Wouldn't it be worthwhile to explore further? The dachshund, desperately wriggling to escape Ouyang's grasp, lamented its status as a treasured artifact, the most esteemed of all treasures in this world, yet subjected to such indignities. Its legs pulled apart multiple times in a single day. Even if it currently resembled a dog, did it not deserve dignity? Just as the dachshund contemplated further resistance, it suddenly felt a warmth in its abdomen, the familiar sensation of fullness returning once more. Ouyang gazed mischievously at the dachshund before him, having already infused his vital energy into the creature's body. Under Ouyang's playful scrutiny, the dachshund, named Jingzai, bent over and retched, expelling a vital energy that transformed into a projectile-like orb, which struck the ground with a resounding blast. The powerful explosion caused the entire sword questioning pool to tremble slightly. Ouyang lifted Jingzai and, with a beaming smile, remarked, "If you obediently stay by my side, you wouldn't want to find yourself retching for no reason, would you? You certainly wouldn't want anyone to know about the little yelp you let out earlier, would you?" Jingzai regarded Ouyang, and in that moment, two horns slowly emerged from Ouyang's head, resembling a malevolent spirit crawling forth from the underworld. Just as Ouyang was poised to delve deeper into his examination of Jingzai, a sharp voice echoed from atop a nearby boulder, Cold Qingsong. A magnificent azure lotus bud materialized behind him. Seated on a stone was Bai Feiyu, propping himself up with one hand while the other held a wine gourd, continuously pouring liquor into his mouth. Bai Feiyu, neglecting to refine the alcohol's essence with his vital energy, soon found himself in a hazy stupor. He gazed at Cold Qingsong amidst the azure lotus, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his past self. The air was filled with the sounds of countless swords resonating, a harmonious symphony of sword cries echoing throughout the realm, as if the entire world of swordsmanship was celebrating some grand event. Cold Qingsong, perched atop the boulder, slightly opened his eyes, where two azure lotuses blossomed within their depths. Meanwhile, the lotus bud behind him quivered, its petals tightly sealed. Beads of sweat emerged on Cold Qingsong's stern visage. Bai Feiyu, now slightly disheveled from his intoxication, rose and looked at cold Xianxia with a sudden smile, murmuring softly, "No need to wait for me. The flower is ready to bloom." No sooner had Bai Feiyu's words left his lips than cold Xianxia's cold snort echoed, "Bloom." The once tightly closed petals unfurled as if in a grand display, blossoming to their fullest potential. The flowers opened to their 12th grade, reaching the pinnacle of their bloom. Countless flying swords surged forth from the sword-questioning pool, skimming the water's surface rather than hovering as they had when Bai Feiyu had stood there. They gracefully inclined their tips towards cold Xianxia, as if imbued with sentience. With the azure lotus blooming to its 12th grade, all swords recognized the true self. Chapter 117. Sword immortally Tai Bai. As the azure lotus blossomed, myriad swords converged. The essence of Tao flowed upon the azure lotus, an ethereal aura enveloping it. Cold Xianxia, adorned in black attire, sat serenely upon the heart of the lotus, akin to a being reborn. A faint azure lotus appeared between his brows, and the essence of Tao swirled within his eyes. It is a realm accessible only to great cultivators in the fusion stage, and the essence of Tao can only be condensed in the greatest sentient stage. Yet here was cold Xianxia of the nascent soul stage, daring to forcibly condense the essence of Tao. Regrettably, having only recently entered the nascent soul stage and lacking clarity of spirit, it became exceedingly arduous for him to reach higher realms. The profound essence within his gaze rapidly dissipated, and the lotus between his brows began to fade. Such an effortless defeat was not characteristic of Lung Xianxia. Even in failure, he must leave behind something of value. Otherwise, would not the title of Chosen One be rendered meaningless? Just as the profound essence swirling between his eyes was on the verge of vanishing completely, Lung Xianxia's gaze sharpened, seizing that fleeting wisp of profundity. Though he had not fully crystallized the essence, he nonetheless subdued that fragment. He forcibly pressed it into his dantian, where his seated nascent soul raised the broken sword in hand, and that wisp of profundity transformed into the shape of a blade upon the sword. Although this ephemeral blade appeared insubstantial compared to the lower half of the broken sword, its existence signified the revival of his life-bound sword, shattered by Lung Xianxia's own hand. The once ethereal immortal secret realm in the heavens seemed to awaken, gradually revealing its full form, as a colossal circular palace materialized in this world. Such a miniature world, crafted by an immortal with unparalleled might, had transcended the boundaries of this realm, allowing all inhabitants to witness the emergence of this secret realm. Behind Lung Xianxia, a magnificent azure lotus began to rise, soaring towards the celestial secret realm. Taya hastily tore through space, emerging with astonishment as he beheld Lung Xianxia, seated upon a massive stone with closed eyes. The ancestral master of the sword sect is above. Could this lad be your reincarnation? I have only stepped away for a moment, and he has already comprehended the ancestral master's azure lotus sword intent. As the peak sword sect leader during the tribulation period, he was utterly flabbergasted. Having practiced swordsmanship since the age of 5, entering the nascent soul stage at 18, and achieving the great ascension at 48, he had only grasped the ancestral master's immortal legacy at 88, barely crystallizing the azure lotus sword intent. A remarkable feat unmatched in the sword sect's history. Was Lung Xianxia truly only 18, in the nascent soul stage, grasping the azure lotus sword intent of the sword sect's ancestral master? In comparison, the prodigy praised as a once-in-a-millennium genius felt as though he had lived his life in the shadow of a dog. This cannot stand. The secret realm must not open at the sword pool. Tai gazed at the descending immortal secret realm, resolutely deciding. This is the sword sect's secret realm. To open it here would invite wandering cultivators to a day trip at our sword pool. Do they think my sword sect's secret realm is merely a tourist attraction? Tai called out to Ouyang and the others. I will take this lad to the sword forging city. Soon, someone will guide you. Before Ouyang and the others could respond, Tai had already appeared before Lung Xianxia. Just as Lung Xianxia was about to refuse, he found himself grasped by the shoulder and vanished from the spot. Although Lung Xianxia was taken away by Tai, the celestial secret realm in the sky showed no signs of halting its approach, drawing ever closer to Ouyang and his companions, as if an entire world were tilting toward them. Suddenly, a hand gently pressed upon the entirety of the secret realm, bringing it to a standstill. A colossal figure emerged behind the realm, towering to an unimaginable height, reminiscent of a giant supporting the heavens, while the realm itself resembled a crystal orb in the grasp of this figure. As the form of the figure became increasingly distinct, it appeared clad in garments as white as snow, with flowing hair that danced like the wind. Ethereal sounds resonated, and a profound aura surged forth. Though the face remained obscured, the azure lotus mark between the brows was unmistakably clear. Most striking of all was the long sword, formed from a swirl of azure energy, which was slightly inclined behind him, Bai Feiyu recognized this figure at once. It was none other than his former self, the sword immortally tied by. With a tinge of nostalgia, he gazed upon his past incarnation and suddenly posed a question to the nearby Xianxia. Brother Chen, if you could live your life anew, what would you choose to do? Still reeling from the shock of the celestial being's descent, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Bai Feiyu's inquiry. Did Bai Shidi discern his identity as a reincarnative? Swallowing hard, he turned to respond, only to find Bai Feiyu still entranced by the celestial figure overhead, allowing him to exhale in relief just as he was about to speak. However, Ouyang interjected, singing out, "If I could start over, I would choose Li Tai Bai." The peculiar melody drew the attention of both Xianxia and Bai Feiyu, who turned to regard Ouyang, who was humming a tune while cradling his dog. Although the tune was somewhat odd, it was nonetheless melodious, and in this moment, it resonated beautifully with the scene. If I could start over, I would choose Li Tai Bai. Bai Feiyu chuckled lightly, pondering how few could truly fathom the complexities of his existence in ancient times. Ouyang, still humming, was taken aback by Bai Feiyu's words. Had he not known Bai Feiyu was the reincarnation of the ancient sword immortal Li Tai Bai, he would have eagerly grasped Bai Feiyu by the collar to inquire whether such transformations were indeed consistent. The figure slightly parted its lips, and a voice, solemn and authoritative, resonated in the ears of Ouyang and his companions, akin to thunderclaps. Who am I? I am the world. Invincible. The focus of all. The most handsome. The mightiest. Sword cultivator Li Tai Bai. With an air of unparalleled solemnity, the figure uttered words steeped in a sense of youthful bravado, leaving the three standing there utterly petrified. It was likely that any cultivator fortunate enough to hear this voice mirrored the astonishment of the trio. While Bai Feiyu had been lost in reflection on the grandeur of his past as Li Tai Bai, his face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Who had constructed this tomb for him? This moment had effectively resulted in a complete social demise within the entire cultivation community. Why had his youthful bravado from a previous life been laid bare for all to hear? Listening from the perspective of an onlooker, it was simply ear-piercing. In his heart, Bai Feiyu shouted furiously, "Who on earth is it that dares to undermine me?" Ouyang chuckled, turning to Xianxia with a teasing tone. Though this old fellow is a sword immortal and his entrance is certainly flamboyant, it is evident that his cultural level is rather lacking. With such a lackluster opening line, I'm nearly dying of laughter. What do you think, Changxing? Xianxia, usually composed, nodded appreciatively, a rare moment of agreement escaping his lips. Senior brother is quite right. If I were his friend, I would have dashed myself against a tofu stall right now. Don't you think so, Xiao Bai? Bai Feiyu, typically steady, shook himself slightly, feeling a tightness in his chest. With a forced smile, he gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, I feel the same." Chapter 118, The Sword Casting City. After the figure in the sky uttered an incredibly dramatic phrase, it vanished without a trace. The secret realm hovered steadily in midair, no longer descending. Before them, the secret realm was vividly visible, with even the rivets on the palace doors discernible. Suddenly, the grand palace doors swung open with a force, and a beam of azure light shot forth from the secret realm, cascading down into the world below. This azure beam resembled a jade pillar, slanted between the immortal secret realm and this world, akin to a staircase. Was that the entrance to the secret realm? Ouyang gazed at the light column, feeling it was quite distant from him. A streak of luminescence approached swiftly, and upon halting, a sword cultivator clad in a white robe and carrying a long sword saluted the three with cupped hands. "Might I inquire if you are fellow disciples of the Qingyan sect?" Ouyang stepped forward in return. "Indeed, our sect leader has sent my senior brother here. The master has decreed that you three should accompany me to the sword casting city. Please, esteemed brothers." The sword cultivator slightly raised his head, gesturing for them to proceed. Though it was an invitation, it bore an air of condescension. It is a well-accepted notion in the cultivation world that sword cultivators often relish in their own grandeur. Xianxia summoned his flying sword, and the trio followed the sword cultivator toward the sword casting city. As they exited the inner sanctum of the sword sect, the sky above became lively. Countless streaks of light, akin to Ouyang and his companions, surged toward the sword casting city. These were fellow sword cultivators. Ouyang observed keenly, easily discerning the distinction between sect disciples and wandering cultivators. Sect disciples typically traveled in groups, their attire uniform, often in clusters of 3 to 5. In contrast, wandering sword cultivators rarely traveled in pairs, often solitary. Given the haughty demeanor of sword cultivators, with their perpetual airs of superiority, it was indeed rare for wandering cultivators to have companions. However, the number of wandering sword cultivators vastly exceeded that of sect disciples. After all, those who practice swordsmanship are inherently rebellious spirits. How could they possibly confine themselves within a sect? It has even been said among wandering sword cultivators. The sword cultivators of the sword sect are hardly remarkable. Truly formidable sword practitioners disdain the role of mere lackeys. It is the independent sword cultivators who embody true strength, for their swords are the mightiest. Yet, the multitude of sword cultivators is overwhelming, filling the skies with a dazzling array of light. From newly established foundation cultivators to those whose realms are indiscernible, they are abundant. At this moment, sword cultivators from across the realm gather in Sword Forging City, a sight of unparalleled grandeur. The sword reigns supreme among all weapons, while the blade is regarded as the king of weaponry. Although blade cultivators possess a slight edge over sword cultivators, their numbers pale in comparison. The reason? Wielding a sword is simply more elegant than wielding a blade. Strength is of little consequence. What truly matters is the allure of one's presentation. Clad in white robes with a long blade at their waist, they exude a grace that a 3-foot azure sword cannot rival. Are all these individuals heading to Sword Forging City to partake in the celestial secret realm? So many? Ouyang exclaimed, watching the countless glimmers sweep past him in astonishment. Rest assured, senior brother, these independent cultivators are not but a bunch of pretentious fools. To enter the secret realm, they still require the approval of our sword sect, scoffed a disciple of the sword sect, addressing Ouyang with disdain. Observing the arrogance of the sword sect disciple, Ouyang mused that had he and his brothers not been disciples of the esteemed Xianxia sect, they might very well be included among those pretentious fools. Is the sword sect not afraid of offending sword cultivators across the realm? Ouyang inquired curiously. The sword sect disciple replied with a cold laugh. Fear them? Have they consulted my sword? Generally, sword cultivators eschew reason, as their swords embody their principles. This is quite arrogant, yet not particularly strong. This sentiment did not originate from Ouyang, but was derived from the system panel he observed, revealing the attributes of the sword sect disciple before him. Name: Songmu, disciple of the sword sect leader, cultivation level, nascent soul 9th layer bone quality, 9 charisma, 7 luck, 8 swordsmanship aptitude, 9 exclusive skill, Qinglian sword song evaluation, quite arrogant, yet not particularly strong. Is this truly the disciple of the sword sect leader, one of the 9 great sacred lands? Their attributes are inferior to the current Lingfeng. How disappointing. No wonder, upon arriving at Xianxia sect, Ta immediately sought to recruit us as disciples. It seems the sword sect is genuinely in need of talent. Ouyang reflected with a sigh. As Ouyang voiced his grievances, a colossal city emerged before him. The towering walls, constructed of massive blue stones, bore countless sword marks, remnants of the intent of innumerable sword cultivators. A mere glance at them was enough to evoke a sense of piercing intensity. Even Changxing and Baifeiyu felt a weight in their hearts as they faced the imposing city walls. Only Ouyang remained unaffected, for his low cultivation level rendered him oblivious to the sword intent, thus he experienced no pressure. There are indeed advantages to having a low cultivation level. Gazing upon the uneven city wall, Ouyang could only express his lament. The sword cultivators displayed no decorum, marring such a splendid wall as if they were dogs lifting their legs upon encountering a lamppost. However, Songmu, with a proud demeanor, pointed to the wall and declared, "This very wall bears the scars left by countless sword cultivators who have visited the sword sect over the millennia. Our sword sect is a hallowed ground for sword cultivators from all corners of the world." His expression was one of unabashed pride, as if to challenge. "Do you not see my magnificence?" Ouyang raised his hand in agreement, typically choosing not to engage with foolishness. Countless sword cultivators descended upon the walls of the forging sword city, dismounting their swords to walk into the city. At the city gate, disciples of the sword sect clad in white stood guard. Here, in the forging sword city, flying on swords was strictly prohibited. Ouyang and his companions also landed, joining the throng of sword cultivators as they ventured into the city. Each carried a sword, some hung at their waists. Others cradled to their chests or slung upon their backs, with a majority dressed in white. To blend in, Changxing retrieved a sword from his storage bag and secured it at his waist. Ouyang rummaged through his own storage bag, only to recall that in an unknown immortal's secret realm, he had broken his sword while testing the endurance of his dachshund, the charming canine. He had not brought an extra sword. Pondering briefly, he extracted a length of rope from his bag and fastened the dog to his waist. The charming pup had yet to grasp the situation before being hoisted up by Ouyang. As it attempted to protest, it found itself ensnared by an unusual force emanating from the rope, effectively sealing its strength. Goodness, is this not an affront to dogs? Just as the pup was about to voice its discontent, Ouyang swiftly clasped its mouth shut, threatening, "Silence, or you shall face the consequences." While others bore swords at their waists, Ouyang sported a slender, brown dachshund. Fortunately, the dachshund was quite slender, and with everyone hurrying into the city, no one took notice. Yet, akin to a lone husky squatting amidst a pack of wolves, it was not overtly conspicuous, yet something felt amiss. Xianxia and Baifeiyu instinctively took a step back, creating distance from Ouyang to avoid being recognized as his companions. Baifeiyu wore a defeated expression, acknowledging that his elder brother's thought process was perpetually unique. Only Xianxia mused inwardly, "This incarnation of my elder brother remains as impulsive as in the last life." Chapter 119. Another child of destiny emerges as sword cultivators from across the realm convened at the sword sect's forging sword city for this grand occasion. 2 disciples in the core formation stage stood sentinel at the city gate. Even though they were merely 2 disciples in the core formation stage, those beyond the nascent soul stage would still respectfully address them as senior brothers. Such is the esteemed status of the sword sect among sword cultivators. Being one of the 9 great sacred grounds, who among us is unaware that the sword sect is the most elusive of the 9 sacred lands? With all its members being sword cultivators, every disciple emerging from the sword sect is destined to become a formidable master of the sword path. 2 disciples in the core formation stage carry themselves with an air of superiority, almost as if they are above even the most accomplished practitioners in the out-of-body stage. When these esteemed cultivators greet them, they scarcely acknowledge their presence. Sword cultivators often possess an insufferable demeanor, and thus, when conflicts arise within the cultivation world, they are frequently the first to be targeted. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the sword-casting city, as the surrounding sword cultivators raised their voices in a cacophony of excitement, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Ouyang's eyes sparkled as he rummaged through his storage bag for some seeds and pushed forward. Is the sword sect so oppressive? Are non-sword cultivators not allowed entry? A young man clad in a blue robe shouted vehemently at the sword sect disciples, his expression a mix of anger, resentment, and a suppressed sob, seeking the sympathy of the surrounding loose cultivators. Unfortunately, his pleas fell on deaf ears. The sword cultivators among the loose practitioners observed with cold indifference, while those from other sects felt a twinge of empathy, yet dared not act out within the confines of the sword sect. When the sword sect proclaimed to the world their announcement, they had already made it clear that this immortal secret realm was a grand event exclusively for sword cultivators. The overwhelming majority of the loose practitioners present were indeed sword cultivators, though a few, like the young man, sought to test their luck despite not being part of the sword lineage. Without exception, they were met with resistance from the 2 sword sect disciples. Distinguishing sword cultivators is quite straightforward. The essence of their practice is embodied in their sword energy. Those who cannot even condense sword energy hardly deserve the title of sword cultivator. Thus, when a non-sword practitioner suddenly appeared amidst them, the other sword cultivators among the loose practitioners instinctively rallied against him. With an abundance of participants, the pressure of competition escalated. Who would welcome an outsider into their ranks who does not belong to their discipline, seeing that he garnered no sympathy from the surrounding loose practitioners? The young man adopted a dejected demeanor, mumbling to himself, "Is there truly no path for us loose cultivators outside the 9 sacred lands?" Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated clearly in the ears of those nearby, igniting a sense of solidarity among his fellow loose practitioners. Compared to the 9 sacred lands, the resources available to them were woefully insufficient. While they fought tooth and nail over a mere low-grade spirit stone, they heard tales of the 9 sacred lands using low-grade spirit stones to pave their floors. Is there any justice in this? The young man's lament echoed the sentiments of many, stirring a chorus of agreement. The surrounding clamor gradually intensified, infused with grievances against the sword sect's domineering behavior. Oh, how could a man possess such exquisite tea artistry? Ouyang, munching on his seeds, found himself momentarily captivated by the young man's attributes, caught in a moment of indecision. Name, Zhaoqian son of fortune, cultivation level, 2nd stage of golden core root bone, 6 charisma, 6 luck, 102 divination aptitude, 101 exclusive skill, heavenly transformation technique evaluation. A wielder of great fortune. One who possesses this can conquer the world. Once again, a chosen one has appeared. It is the first time Ouyang has encountered a prodigy with 12 attributes. Yet, instinctively, he feels an aversion towards the young man before him. It would be so simple to bring him back to the Qingyun sect and fulfill his first task. But for reasons unknown, he cannot warm up to the youth. The young man's appearance is not striking, yet he possesses a certain refined charm. His eyes, darting left and right, surveying the surroundings, evoke a profound discomfort in Ouyang. A wielder of great fortune, the son of fortune, the heavenly transformation technique. These qualities seem perfectly aligned with the requirements of his master in selecting disciples, and the mastery of the heavenly transformation technique would indeed ensure a successor. So why does he feel this way about the young man? Ouyang reflects inwardly, yet he cannot discern a reason. Suddenly, the young man proclaims loudly, "I have a dream. I hope for a world without distinctions between rogue cultivators and sects, where all cultivators pursue the path to immortality together." His voice resonates powerfully, stirring the hearts of the rogue cultivators around him. Well said. The young man, seemingly inspired by the fervor of the crowd, produces a copper coin that hovers beside him as he rises halfway above the throng, declaring, "I have a dream that rogue cultivators can voice their aspirations and receive the respect they deserve." Absolutely. This is how it should be. The rogue cultivators, having never witnessed such a scene, are taken aback by someone standing up to one of the 9 great holy lands, the Sword Sect, on their behalf. Such disregard for personal safety makes the young man a hero in the eyes of the crowd. The youth's impassioned speech earns him the unwavering support of countless rogue cultivators, some of whom spontaneously rush to his side to act as his protectors. Standing amidst the crowd, Ouyang keenly observes the young man's erratic gaze. Despite his fervent voice and spirited demeanor, it cannot conceal the calculating heart within. How intriguing. After finishing the seeds he had been snacking on, Ouyang clapped his hands and stepped back from the throng. He stood beside Song Mu and jestingly remarked, "Hey, brother, if the Sword Sect remains silent any longer, the forging city will be overwhelmed." Song Mu, nonchalantly casting a glance at the youth fervently supported by the rogue cultivators, replied coolly, "It matters not. Let them make a stir. I will intervene when necessary." Where does this confidence stem from? Among the throngs of rogue cultivators numbering in the tens of thousands at the entrance of Forging City, there are undoubtedly formidable practitioners at the nascent soul stage. Why does Song Mu exude such arrogance with merely his own nascent soul level? Ouyang is perplexed, but turns his gaze back to the young man. At this moment, a young man stood upon a makeshift platform, constructed by a dozen cultivators, facing 2 disciples of the Sword Sect at the grand entrance. His impassioned and stirring words, directed at the 2 Sword Sect disciples, fell upon deaf ears. The disciples remained aloof, their expressions betraying a sense of indifference. The pleas of the scattered cultivators, deemed reasonable in their own right, were met with dismissal, and a tide of people began to surge towards the city gate. Despite their trepidation towards the Sword Sect, one of the 9 sacred lands, they believed that the law would not punish the multitude. After all, their demands were just, and the Sword Sect could not possibly slay them all. Standing beside Ouyang, Song Mu finally straightened his posture. His brow furrowed as he observed the throng making its way to the city gate. With a flick of his finger, he summoned his flying sword, which transformed into a stream of azure energy soaring into the sky. With a leap, he mounted the sword and landed before the city gate. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, in a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "I am the direct disciple of the Sword Sect's master, Tai. Dare to advance further, and you shall meet your demise." Chapter 120. In all honesty, Ouyang resumed his leisure, extracting a seed from his storage pouch to nibble on. He had initially thought that this Song brother would possess some formidable trump card, but was this all? The mention of Master Tai held a hint of intimidation. Yet, in the face of the crowd, it appeared to resonate profoundly. Those scattered cultivators, who had been surging towards the city gate, abruptly halted. The sight of this white-clad sword cultivator, claiming to be a direct disciple of the Sword Sect's master, implied he was a potential successor to the sect's leadership. The illustrious title of one of the 9 sacred lands was already intimidating enough, but now with the emergence of a direct disciple, who would dare to proceed? The scattered cultivators turned their gazes towards Zhao Qianxun, who had not anticipated encountering a direct disciple of the Sword Sect at the city gate. His mind raced, and he spoke earnestly, "Brothers, we do not intend to coerce the Sword Sect. We merely seek to voice our reasonable demands. Thus, we shall simply sit in front of the gate, offering no resistance, only silence. Surely, the Sword Sect, being one of the 9 sacred lands, will provide us with an explanation." The surrounding scattered cultivators nodded in agreement, preparing to heed Xiao Qianxun's call for a peaceful sit-in protest. Who was to demand an explanation from him? The voice of Tai echoed from afar. A vast expanse of true essence intertwined with unmatched sword intent surged forth from within the city towards the gate. The cultivators, poised for a silent protest against the Sword Sect's arrogance, were swept askew by the overwhelming flow of true energy, regardless of their cultivation levels. Zhao Qianxun, standing upon the platform, struggled to shield himself with his hands, as many of his inspired followers instinctively stepped forward to protect him. Tai, radiating an aura of sword intent, stood atop the city tower, surveying the scattered cultivators beyond the walls. His gaze lingered momentarily on Ouyang and his companions before he let out a derisive snort, declaring, "A pack of mere rabble." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Ouyang narrowed his eyes, staring at Tai atop the city wall, mentally noting the encounter for future reference. As tens of thousands of loose cultivators faced Tai, they lacked even the courage to lift their heads. This individual, renowned as the second most formidable in the realm, was notorious for his volatile temper. Even disciples of the sect could be struck down at his whim. Is the sword sect truly so brazen as to bully the weak? What a disgrace for one of the 9 sacred lands. Upon witnessing Tai's emergence, Zhao Qiansun sensed a retreat brewing among the scattered cultivators and immediately shouted out. Tai turned his gaze toward Zhao Qiansun and raised his hand, causing the space around them to warp. Alarmed, Zhao Qiansun positioned his fingers in preparation for flight, but it was too late. A powerful force drew him in entirely. When he reappeared, Zhao Qiansun found himself gripped by the neck, held aloft by Tai. Tai surveyed the gathered loose cultivators and coldly remarked, "Since when do the matters of sword cultivators require intervention from others? Has the sword in your hands become rusted?" At his words, the sword cultivators in the crowd felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Zhao Qiansun attempted to retort, but Tai's grip on his throat was unyielding. The sword intent emanating from Tai locked onto Zhao Qiansun, rendering his true essence within his dantian seemingly non-existent. Without Zhao Qiansun's incitement, the throng began to show signs of disintegration under Tai's pressure. Stepping forward, Tai proclaimed, "This secret realm is the tomb of our sword sect's ancestor, Li Taibai. All sword cultivators are welcome to come. Does our sword sect seek to obstruct them?" Upon hearing Tai's words, Zhao Qiansun's face turned ashen, realizing that all his previous efforts had been futile. Yet Tai continued, "Our sword sect stands as the leader of sword cultivators, tasked with their advancement. How shameful it is for you, as sword cultivators, to heed the provocations of others and oppose your own sect. Is your path not held firmly in your own hands, but rather dependent on the charity of others? Can you still wield the swords you possess?" Tai's voice, devoid of any urging true essence, resonated through the crowd, inciting a commotion. Countless sword cultivators emerged from the throng, stepping forward to draw their swords against the remaining loose cultivators. Zhao Qiansun, now pale, realized that Tai's few words had completely overturned the momentum he had created. The sword sect's unique position among the 9 sacred lands stemmed from its exclusive focus on sword cultivators. A pure sword cultivator, dismissive of other paths, only believed in the sword at hand. As the foremost sword cultivators, the sword sect was justified in seeking a path for their kind. After all, anyone could enter the sword forging city, regardless of age or cultivation level, as long as they could manifest sword chi. The sword sect's actions were not misguided. Zhao Qiansun had merely attempted to leverage righteousness against them, which backfired. The sword cultivators among the loose cultivators now stood firmly opposed to their comrades, holding Zhao Qiansun aloft. Tai stepped onto the city gate and laughed heartily. "We, as sword cultivators, trust solely in the sword in our hands, the path of sword intent, and the principles of the sword. All else pales in comparison to the sword we wield. Do you understand?" According to the edicts of the sword sect's leader, the sword cultivators stood resolutely at the city gates, proclaiming their allegiance with fervor. Proud and often aloof, the sword cultivators bore the brunt of harsh trials. Yet this very pride rendered them the most formidable warriors among all practitioners. "Open the city gates. Let the sword cultivators enter," Tai commanded once more. As the gates swung open, the sword cultivators sheathed their swords in unison, bowing slightly to Tai above the gates before proceeding into the city. Ouyang retreated to the front of Bai Feiyu and spoke while munching on sunflower seeds. "What do you think has allowed this old fellow, Tai, to regain the upper hand? The disparity in strength is quite significant." Although Bai Feiyu was displeased with the old man's divulging of his past misdeeds, he couldn't deny that the words of the sword cultivator resonated deeply within him. The leader of the sword sect first asserted dominance through sheer strength, then through influence, and finally through cunning words, ultimately turning the tide in his favor. Chen Chongsheng pondered before articulating a comprehensive response. Ouyang chuckled and shook his head, glancing at Tai atop the gates. Tai, eyeing Zhao Qiansun in his grasp, lamented inwardly, regretting that despite the boy's cunning and potential, he was not a sword cultivator. Otherwise, Tai would have considered taking him under his wing. Tossing Zhao Qiansun onto the ground, Tai observed the boy's disgruntled demeanor and smiled. "Do you comprehend where you faltered?" Zhao Qiansun coughed lightly, rubbed his neck, and replied, "The sword sect's leader possesses formidable strength. Naturally, I am no match for him." Tai let out a hearty laugh. Looking down at Zhao Qiansun, "You possess a sharp mind, far superior to that of the insipid youths in the sword sect. Yet your cunning schemes will not carry you to the end. You must understand that no matter how far you progress, ultimately, one principle must guide you." Ouyang turned to the 2 rebellious youths and, in unison with Tai, declared, "Act with honor and integrity." Chapter 121. Does a sword cultivator not require a sword? Outside the sword forging city, order was restored as the sword cultivators entered in succession. With Tai present, The two disciples guarding the gates became courteous and diligent in their duties. When Ouyang and his companions reached the entrance, the two disciples halted them. Only sword cultivators may enter the city. One of the sword sect disciples said politely. What defines a sword cultivator? Ouyang inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. At the very least, one must possess a sword, the disciple replied, casting a glance at Taya atop the walls and maintaining his composure. But I have one, Ouyang asserted, tugging at the sausage dog hanging from his waist. The disciple examined the lackluster sausage dog with a face full of exasperation and remarked, Brother, a sword cultivator should at least wield sword energy, don't you think? Ouyang chuckled softly, drawing out the sausage dog from his waist. He infused it with his true energy, causing the dog to emit a retching sound. With a flourish, Ouyang raised the sausage dog and unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of true energy into the sky. Who says I cannot wield sword energy? He twirled the dog gracefully in one hand, then coolly secured it back at his waist. The two disciples of the sword sect stared in disbelief at the sausage dog at Ouyang's side, questioning whether this creature could truly be considered a sword. In essence, sword energy is merely the manifestation of true essence upon a sword, released through sword techniques. Once a practitioner reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can typically learn a few sword techniques to generate sword energy, as sword energy is devoid of sword intent. Even the most rudimentary forms can be produced by merely mastering a handful of techniques, allowing most practitioners to claim the title of sword cultivator. Ouyang, through his unique companion, had successfully executed advanced techniques reserved for those at the foundation establishment stage. This marked an epic enhancement for him, with a sense of triumph. Ouyang strolled into the sword-forging city alongside the two disciples, leaving behind a pair of bewildered sword sect members. The city was already bustling with activity, filled with sword cultivators traversing the streets. The houses stood haphazardly, each echoing with the resounding clang of iron being forged. Sword Forging City is home to the finest blacksmiths in the realm. Swords are the lifeblood of sword cultivators, and blacksmiths are the ones who grant them a second life. This is a truth inscribed upon the legacy stone tablet of our sword sect. At some point, Songmu reappeared beside Ouyang, introducing the city with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Bai Feiyu felt a tumult of emotions within him. Numerous signs indicated that the founder of this sword sect had a profound connection with both himself and Atizi. Atizi had sacrificed himself to forge a sword, yet who had constructed such a tomb for him in the small world, while falsely adopting his name to establish this sect? Bai Feiyu was intensely eager to uncover the identity of the first sect master. Curiously, Ouyang inquired, if the blacksmiths grant sword cultivators a second life, shouldn't we affectionately refer to them as father? This statement caused not only Songmu but also Bai Feiyu to pause in surprise. The notion of suddenly acquiring an additional paternal figure was hardly agreeable to anyone. Clearing his throat, Songmu suppressed his urge to draw his sword and replied, For this upcoming secret realm opening, our sword sect can only send 3 individuals. Since you 4 brothers are attending, I must clarify this in advance. Ouyang observed Songmu's pretentious demeanor and could easily guess that the young man intended to show off. With an impassive expression, Songmu stated, Although we belong to the 9 great sacred grounds, the inheritance of the immortals can only be claimed by one. Once we enter the secret realm, we shall rely on our own capabilities. I apologize to my senior brothers in advance for this. As they entered the secret realm, it appeared as though Ouyang and his companions were instantly vanquished by Songmu's sword, as if expelled from the realm itself. Upon hearing Songmu's merciless words, the 2 individuals behind Ouyang exchanged astonished glances, questioning what audacity this young man possessed. Approaching Bai Feiyu, Songmu clasped his hands respectfully and said, I beg your pardon, senior brother. Bai Feiyu regarded him briefly, nodded, and then affixed a character symbolizing death on the young man's forehead. When he reached Xianxia, before Songmu could utter a word, Xianxia cheerfully clasped his hands and interjected, I hope senior brother Song will be lenient. Songmu nodded affirmatively, replying, Of course. As he turned away, a single strand of hair fell from the end of Songmu's tresses, drifting into Xianxia's grasp, which he gently clenched and tucked into his sleeve. Though not exceedingly powerful, Songmu exuded an air of confidence. It must be said that it was quite courteous to announce oneself prior to making a move, however. It was indeed the first time Ouyang witnessed someone offend 2 individuals from the small peak simultaneously. His master had instructed him to greet them properly, likely out of concern that he might strike too hard and damage the camaraderie among the 9 great holy lands. By taking such precautions, he could act without restraint within the immortal secret realm. Songmu pondered inwardly, a cultivator must strive wholeheartedly for their own path. How could one possibly hold back? Apologies. Esteemed brothers of the Xianxia sect, Songmu offered a silent apology in his heart, yet his cool demeanor remained unchanged. Ouyang felt a twinge of sympathy. about to advise him to temper his actions when suddenly, a brilliant azure light erupted within the sword-casting city, transforming the towering azure beam into something palpable. The voice of Tai resonated. Within the span of an incense stick, all sword cultivators shall proceed to the immortal secret realm and may ride their swords to arrive. It had begun. It seemed that the second brother had successfully initiated the opening of the immortal secret realm. All sword cultivators within sword-casting city simultaneously drew their swords and soared toward the azure beam. Countless streams of light surged toward the beam, painting the sky with a myriad of vibrant hues. "Let us go," Ouyang addressed his companions, though we are unaware of the circumstances on the second brother's end. "We must strive to intercept as many as we can before he acquires the inheritance." "Are we to kill them, senior brother?" Xianxia inquired. Despite their years of cultivation, none had taken a life. Only Lang Qingsong from the entire small peak had witnessed bloodshed. Ouyang contemplated for a moment before responding, "It matters not. Since they dare to enter, they must be prepared for both killing and being killed. Besides, we are now rogue cultivators. Our actions bear no relation to the Qinyan sect." Bai Feiyu and Chun Changsheng exchanged glances. This marked the first time their elder brother had granted such permission, particularly against those who bore no animosity. Chun Changsheng unsheathed his sword, and with the three of them, they soared toward the azure beam. Countless sword cultivators surged toward the beam, plunging directly into its depths. Ouyang, along with countless sword cultivators, charged into the azure beam of light. Upon entering, the trio was enveloped by a radiant glow, and in the next moment, the brightness cleared, revealing Ouyang standing atop a grand tree, with the figures of Bai Feiyu and Chun Changsheng nowhere in sight. Before Ouyang could gather his thoughts, a familiar voice reached his ears. Zhao Qiansun, appearing rather disgruntled, suddenly materialized beside him and exclaimed, "What on earth is this place?" Chapter 122. A game of equals draped in a cerulean Taoist robe. Zhao Qiansun paused momentarily in surprise as he beheld Ouyang atop the tree, but his expression quickly normalized. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "Fellow cultivator, I am Zhao Qiansun, a wandering practitioner." Ouyang reciprocated the gesture, stating, "I am Ouyang, also a wandering practitioner." Upon hearing Ouyang's self-identification as a wandering cultivator, Zhao Qiansun's eyes brightened. He warmly addressed Ouyang. "So, you too are a wandering practitioner? This means we can support each other in this secret realm. Although your strength is merely at the qi refinement stage, fret not. I, Zhao Qiansun, cherish friendships above all." Zhao Qiansun patted his chest in assurance. After all, with Ouyang only at the 9th level of qi refinement, he did not perceive him as a threat. However, the handsome sausage dog tied to Ouyang's waist piqued Zhao Qiansun's curiosity. How could he not see through a mere dog? Zhao Qiansun pondered, though he did not reveal his thoughts. Ouyang, thrilled at Zhao Qiansun's fondness for friendship, enthusiastically grasped his hand and declared, "What a coincidence. I too cherish friendships. I shall rely on brother Zhao this time." Zhao Qiansun grandly proclaimed that as long as he had meat to eat, he would never neglect his brother. The bond between the two rapidly deepened, as if they were long-lost friends. Suddenly, a voice resonated across the sky. "Since you have chosen to arrive here, it is evident that you seek the legacy of the strongest and most handsome sword immortal in this world. Go forth, seek it out. I have placed my legacy deep within this celestial tomb. Do you see the individuals beside you? The first trial is to eliminate your opponent before you." A beam of golden light shot towards Ouyang's eyes, igniting a surge of anger within him. He unsheathed his dog and aimed it at Zhao Qiansun. The camaraderie that had just blossomed turned into a confrontation in an instant. As the dog lunged toward Zhao Qiansun's neck, he deftly flicked 3 copper coins from his fingers, launching them towards Ouyang's face. Clang! The 3 coins landed at Ouyang's feet, while a dog now poised to bite. Zhao Qiansun's neck appeared beside him. "Stop!" Zhao Qiansun commanded sharply, retracting the copper coins into his sleeve. In an instant, his position transformed into a piece of wood, and the sausage dog, now directed at the wooden figure, lunged fiercely, shattering it into splinters. The voice in the sky resounded once more. "Ha! I was merely jesting. Remember this. You two must pass this level together. Half of the participants will be eliminated, so endeavor to survive together. Allow me to outline the rules. Rule 1. The elimination of a companion will be regarded as mutual elimination. Rule 2. Out of the 139,000 participants, only 5,000 will remain. Rule 3. The activity area is within an initial radius of 30 kilometers, which will diminish every half hour. Rule 4. Life and death are of no concern. You may choose to forfeit at your discretion. Rule 5. Those above the out-of-body stage will automatically progress to the next level. Rule 6. To minimize casualties, anyone struck will be deemed eliminated. Rule 7. Beyond this, there are no further rules. As the voice faded, a beam of light illuminated the ground at Ouyang's feet, piercing through the entire forest, indicating he was likely at the very edge of the 30-kilometer boundary. Is this a game of survival? This game truly suits the adept. Upon hearing the rules, Ouyang instantly grasped the essence of this level. It was reminiscent of a wildly popular game from his previous life. In this game, the cunning would emerge as the ultimate victors, and for someone like him, success was almost guaranteed with eyes closed. Once the voice dissipated, the air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, shouts, and the clash of combat. Tens of thousands of sword cultivators were crammed in this space. If you do not eliminate others, they will surely eliminate you. Henceforth, every individual encountered would be a foe. The only companions he had were those assigned to him. This level tested whether two individuals could persist until the number of participants dwindled to 5,000. If it were solely Ouyang, he would not be concerned. However, the presence of an unwelcome burden beside him was quite disconcerting. The shifty-eyed individual before him was full of malice, and it baffled him how a person of his integrity was forced to form a team with such a character. He wondered about Xiaobai and Changxing. Were they also randomly assigned? Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu and Qin Changxing stood atop a tree, observing the chaos below where countless sword cultivators were engaged in fierce combat. Qin Changxing, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, crouched on the branch, while Bai Feiyu leaned against the trunk, both watching the frenzied sword cultivators below as if they were spectators at a theatrical performance. Senior brother, your concealment talisman is quite impressive, Bai Feiyu remarked with a hint of admiration. What was merely a low-level technique of breath-holding had been enhanced by Qin Changxing's yellow talisman, rendering it undetectable even to those of the out-of-body stage. Qin Changxing smiled and shook his head, discreetly tucking away a paper effigy that bore a striking resemblance to Bai Feiyu. With a sincere grin, he said, "It is merely a trivial method unworthy of grand esteem. I can't help but wonder how senior brother is faring. I am filled with concern." Concern? Does senior brother truly require our worry? Bai Feiyu was somewhat taken aback. Given his senior brother's immense reservoir of vital energy, was Qin Changxing truly worried about the opponents his senior brother might encounter? With a smile, Qin Changxing replied, "I fear that my senior brother might inadvertently become overly enthusiastic and breach this celestial secret realm. Then how could our second senior brother inherit the legacy of the immortal?" Upon hearing Qin Changxing's words, Bai Feiyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of concern. They all understood that their senior brother had a few loose screws. Although he appeared to be a carefree slacker, they knew full well that once he went wild, he would not hold back in the slightest. The two of them watched the unfolding drama while hoping that Ouyang could exercise some restraint. Meanwhile, Ouyang nonchalantly reattached the handsome dog to his waist. Zhao Qiansun was drenched in cold sweat, yet maintained a cheerful facade. Internally, Zhao Qiansun was cursing vehemently. How could someone with such swift reflexes so casually deflect his full-force attack? Was this fellow truly at the chi refinement stage? He had never expected that this man named Ouyang was a cunningly deceptive, formidable cultivator. The dog tied at his waist was equally peculiar, managing to disregard his vital energy shield and lunging directly for his neck. Had he not instantaneously employed a substitution technique to escape, he would likely be in a far worse predicament now. How treacherous. Just a moment ago, they were sharing mutual admiration, and the next, this person was attempting to harm him. What was this individual's true identity to be so shameless? "Ah, Zhao brother, it seems we must join forces," Ouyang said with a smile, lifting his head. Zhao Qiansun no longer regarded Ouyang with disdain. Instead, he responded with a jovial grin. "Indeed, esteemed brother. From now on Zhao Qiansun, shall follow your lead." "Not at all. I shall rely heavily on my senior brother's guidance." Ouyang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. It was as if their previous life and death struggle had vanished into thin air, as they resumed their camaraderie, linking arms and beginning to discuss strategies. Chapter 123. Will I play the challenge game honestly? Esteemed brother, within this secret realm, there are over 100,000 sword cultivators, among whom are undoubtedly some formidable masters at the out-of-body and divine sense stages. Such a multitude of cultivators is beyond human capability to confront. We must proceed with utmost caution. Zhao Qiansun spoke, his heart filled with trepidation. His meaning was clear: survival was the key to victory. Recklessness was not the path for mortals. Moreover, the rules indicated that cultivators at the integration stage could directly advance to the next level, implying that there might even be integration stage or higher cultivators among the loose practitioners who had arrived. Ouyang gazed at Zhao Qiansun, a crooked smile forming on his lips as he said, "What my senior brother says is entirely correct. Thus, I have decided to renounce humanity." Once again, he drew out the handsome dog, holding it with one hand gripping its hind leg and the other supporting its belly, addressing the distant palace. "Have you ever heard a saying, esteemed brother?" Zhao Qian and Sun observed Ouyang's peculiar posture as he cradled the dog. An unsettling feeling began to stir within them. Just as they contemplated inquiring, Ouyang aimed with precision between the dog's ears and proclaimed, "A blast of the immortal." A torrent of genuine energy surged into the dog, whose expression shifted from initial agony to a semblance of enjoyment, letting out a satisfied bark as it began to relish the sensation of being filled to the brim. When the energy reached a critical threshold, the dog opened its mouth wide. A tremendous shockwave of energy erupted forth, hurtling towards the distant small white grave. The colossal wave, akin to a cataclysm, obliterated everything in its path, reducing trees and boulders to mere ashes, as if forcibly erased from existence. This display of power felt as though the fabric of reality had momentarily stuttered, dissolving all it encountered. The energy wave collided violently with the small white grave, where a magnificent force materialized into a white barrier, resisting the oncoming shockwave. It was as if a massive stone had struck a bamboo stick, causing the barrier to deeply concave. The white barrier swiftly shifted, redirecting the energy wave that Ouyang emitted, ultimately guiding it skyward, where it fiercely penetrated the depths of the heavens. Upon colliding with the celestial expanse of the immortal realm, the formidable energy shattered the sky, creating a rift reminiscent of a broken mirror. Countless fragments began to rain down, yet in the next moment, the sky restored itself to normalcy. Ouyang distinctly sensed that the immortal realm had seemingly diminished in size, and an understanding dawned upon him. He had unleashed a blast while cradling the dog in that enigmatic immortal realm, akin to breaching the very fabric of that space. Could his unique skill, the skyward dog flash, truly rupture the boundaries of the immortal realm? If so, he would not hesitate to exploit this newfound power. With a crooked smile, Ouyang hoisted the dog, preparing to unleash a barrage of energy blasts upon the immortal realm. After all, his reserves of energy were ample. Replenishing faster than he could expend them, he would breach the immortal realm directly. Why bother with methodical progression through each gate, as though navigating a video game? That was inconceivable. In his past life, he sought cheats even in a simple game of solitaire, let alone now. He relished the thought of appending the table rather than sitting obediently at it. A vast influx of genuine energy once more converged into the dog's body, causing its belly to swell, and an expression of profound comfort spread across its canine features. It had acclimated to this influx of energy, even experiencing joy. As the sensation surged forth in an overwhelming wave, igniting a tempest of emotions within it, compelling the dog to fervently exclaim in its mind, "More. Bring me more." As Ouyang prepared to unleash a barrage of powerful strikes within the immortal realm, an urgent voice suddenly rang out. Emergency rule. In this round, the use of true energy and essence is prohibited. All participants must engage in combat utilizing swordsmanship, sword techniques, and the essence of the sword. With the announcement, the entire immortal realm was devoid of the presence of celestial energy. The previously inflated figure of a handsome young man instantly reverted to his original state. Countless sword cultivators, who had been fervently engaging in battle, found their true essence abruptly vanish, nearly causing their meridians to reverse, resulting in a spout of old blood from their mouths. The most unfortunate were those sword cultivators soaring through the sky, plummeting like wounded ducks from the heavens. The lightly injured sustained minor wounds, while the more unfortunate ones were directly disqualified. Standing atop a tree, Bai Feiyu and Shen Changxing exchanged glances, aware that the shockwave they had just experienced was undoubtedly conjured by their senior brother. Just as they had begun to worry about his potential misstep, Ouyang had already commenced his actions. Ouyang too felt the vast reservoir of true energy lying dormant within his dantian, seemingly immobile, and even with such an immense quantity, he could only mobilize a fraction of it. What manner of existence is an immortal, capable of such feats? A gust of wind whispered past Ouyang's ear, and a voice suddenly echoed, "Damn it, don't mess with me." The voice faded almost instantaneously, leading Ouyang to ponder whether he had merely imagined it. Was it the voice of an immortal? Or perhaps the spirit of Li Taibai? No, that couldn't be right. Xiaobai had already reincarnated. So it shouldn't be Li Taibai's spirit. The immortal realm, forged by the might of an immortal, does not belong to this world. Thus, could it be that the rules within this realm could also be dictated by the immortal themselves? Ouyang committed this thought to memory, gaining a deeper understanding of the small world crafted by the immortal. This world was not as stable as the original, and the immortal, being its creator, could alter the rules at will. This implies that within their own realm, immortals are truly invincible. Ouyang's mind was filled with only vague concepts regarding the immortals of ancient times. Regardless of their strength, were they not ultimately subdued by Xiaobai like a pig to the slaughter? If the immortal altered the rules of their small world to prohibit the use of celestial energy, could the immortal still utilize it themselves? Given this transformation, when he finally encounters the mastermind behind it all, Ouyang would not hesitate to give them a taste of their own medicine. For Ouyang, the instigator of chaos, the once elegant duel between sword cultivators, characterized by flying sword energy and grand techniques, devolved into a brawl reminiscent of petty thugs. You stab me with a sword, I'll kick you back. The dazzling sword techniques became mere facades without true energy, proving far less practical than a simple brick. The air was filled with shouts, curses, and cries for help. In everyone's heart, there was a firm conviction regarding the culprit responsible for the abrupt revision of the rules. The recent surge of authentic energy, akin to a colossal wave crashing upon the shore, sent Zhao Qian's son flying. He gazed in astonishment at the dog held by Ouyang, who wore a serene expression, casually blowing imaginary smoke from the dog's mouth and waving at him with a smile. Chapter 124. Summoning the battle god of dogs due to the inability to utilize true essence, the once flamboyant sword cultivators, who had displayed their skills with abandon, became exceedingly cautious. They now formed pairs, swords drawn, standing back-to-back in vigilant watchfulness. No one dared to make the first move unless absolutely necessary. Consequently, the elimination process became agonizingly slow as everyone advanced toward the palace, the once tranquil white tomb now bustling with voices, the atmosphere charged with tension. No one could predict who might strike first and eliminate them. Without true essence, even cultivators at the out-of-body and spirit division stages hesitated to act recklessly. Although the formidable out-of-body cultivators had comprehended the essence of swordsmanship and possessed soul attacks, the absence of true essence greatly diminished the potency of their sword intent. Moreover, the consumption of energy for soul attacks was alarmingly high. To be the first to act would likely result in being overwhelmed and eliminated. No matter how strong an out-of-body cultivator was, without true essence, they were merely swordsmanship experts with 2.5 extra years of practice compared to ordinary cultivators. Senior brother, didn't the master instruct us to clear the obstacles for cold senior brother? Shouldn't we eliminate some of these barriers? Bai Feiyu inquired, observing the increasing number of cultivators before him. Though he had not yet tasted blood, he had ascended to the rank of sword immortal in his previous life, having been the life of Li Taibai countless times. Is that so? Didn't the master say that since they entered with a determination to die, we should leave none behind? Chen Chongsheng replied with a furrowed brow. Without true essence, acting aimlessly would make us targets. Perhaps we should strike at the end? Senior brother must have prepared something, right? Bai Feiyu said, somewhat helplessly. His third senior brother was unusually cautious but ruthless when he chose to act. Chen Chongsheng chuckled innocently, although we cannot use true essence. I have brought along some puppets, which should suffice. Some? Sufficient to eliminate everyone in an instant? Upon hearing Chen Chongsheng's words, Bai Feiyu crossed his arms, no longer inclined to act, believing that his third senior brother had devised a strategy. With the number of sword cultivators increasing, the circle grew ever smaller, leading to minor frictions among them, though they still exhibited restraint, until a singular presence shattered this fragile equilibrium. Clad in a green robe and holding an oddly shaped dog, this individual approached, and the dog, impervious to blades and spears, would even lunge to bite when a cultivator attempted to block it with a sword. Anyone struck by the blue-clad figure or bitten by the dog, regardless of their strength, is instantly eliminated. In no time, the presence of that azure robe stirred a tempest of bloodshed. Sword cultivators scrambled to evade, and the once tranquil square erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, a cultivator in blue stood ready to thwart any attacks directed at the blue-robed figure, launching countless copper coins with precision, each striking true to the throat, showcasing a remarkable mastery of finger-flicking techniques. The name of the dog-wielding warrior began to circulate among the sword cultivators. Ouyang, panting heavily while clutching the dog, raced towards the palace, cursing the mastermind behind this ordeal 1,000 times over. Frustration surged as he found himself at the outermost ring, a relentless contraction of the arena forcing him to keep pace. Having sprinted over 20 kilometers, he mused that if not for the relentless training under his master, Dong Shuzi, who made him dash between Qingyun Peak and the small hill during his youth, he would have surely been eliminated. With the dog in tow, Ouyang perceived the sword cultivators as woefully slow. His brazen entrance into the throng aimed solely at eliminating as many sword cultivators as possible, thereby reducing the competition for his underdog brother. Without the enhancement of true essence, these individuals were no more than ordinary beings of equal rank. Ouyang thrived on overpowering such weaklings. After years of cultivation in the Qi refinement stage, did they truly think themselves worthy to compete with him? Did they dare to vie for resources against his kin? Though his brother seemed almost guaranteed victory, one could never predict the emergence of unforeseen troubles. Once a sufficient number had been eliminated, he could conveniently drag Zhao, Qian, and Sun along with him. This lad bore the mark of a child of fortune, a variable in the equation. However, As the sword cultivators gradually united to encircle Ouyang, he found himself overwhelmed, his fists unable to contend against the multitude. If not for the dog's long body and fierce bites, he might have already succumbed beneath a barrage of blades. Meanwhile, Xiaoqian's son lamented his plight. For the rules dictated that if one were eliminated, so too would their companion. Ouyang, seemingly reckless, surged forward with his dog, leaving Zhao to guard around him, anxious that a misstep would see them both dispatched. Yet, this boldness incited the ire of the others. The sword cultivators united in their resolve. Let us take him down. This dog-wielding fiend is too fierce. How humiliating to be ousted by a dog. Strike him. Can that mutt even bite back? I can't believe I'd be eliminated by a mere nip. He is formidable. I'd rather he swap that dog for me. But first, you must perish. The sword cultivators swiftly drew their blades and charged towards Ouyang. Although they no longer possessed true essence, every sword cultivator had their own unique sword techniques and moves. While these might seem insufficient before a great master who comprehends sword intent, they remained the most esteemed skills of the sword cultivators. A group assault? Am I to fear you? Ouyang sneered coldly. He raised his trusty companion, though his internal energy could only be summoned in small amounts. It sufficed to deal with these melee fighters. Supporting his companion's belly, he made a gesture as if loading a weapon, raising it towards the crowd. And with a devilish grin proclaimed, "Today, you shall all perish." With a rapid succession of sounds, Ouyang's internal energy was transmitted in steady streams into his companion. Having previously conducted experiments, his companion understood his master's intention and opened its mouth to unleash a barrage. Ouyang, wielding the dachshund, instantly transformed into an assault soldier armed with a submachine gun, delivering a decisive blow against the natives brandishing metal shards. Countless energy bullets erupted towards the sword cultivators. Those hit were swiftly eliminated, sent out of the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the times have changed. Who still brandishes metal shards pretending to be a master? True masters never miss. At least when it comes to marksmanship, Ouyang claimed he was second to none. Numerous sword cultivators were humiliated as they were expelled from the contest, while his companion foamed at the mouth. The eliminated sword cultivators were immediately transported out of the immortal realm, erupting in curses. There were dark schemes afoot in this immortal realm. The rumor spread rapidly among the mostly independent cultivators. Soon, a fearsome title emerged in the cultivation world. This fearsome being, amidst a throng of sword cultivators, wielded a long brown dog, rampaging in and out with great ferocity. He was known as the dog-wielding war god. Today, I present 3 chapters as a token of sincerity. Chapter 125. Ascending the sword platform. What was originally a trial had been utterly transformed into a farce due to Ouyang's disruptive presence. Perhaps the instigators behind the scenes had not anticipated the emergence of such an anomaly as Ouyang. The previously slowly contracting light circle began to accelerate, seemingly eager to conclude this farce. Faced with the suddenly quickening circle, the sword cultivators, who had initially wished to linger outside and enjoy the spectacle, could no longer remain passive. Those who moved slowly were eliminated instantly, prompting the outer circle of sword cultivators to join the fray, thus escalating the chaos. Originally united in their desire to eliminate Ouyang, the sword cultivators now faced not only the fierce onslaught from Ouyang but also the treachery of their comrades behind them. The most chaotic scene unfolded around Ouyang, who, with his companion in hand, annihilated all who stood in his way. In that moment, Ouyang felt the weight of pressure from the realm itself. Here, at least all are cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, yet now, due to the suppression of their true essence, they are even weaker than a mere chi refining stage practitioner. Faced with their onslaught, they fall as swiftly as cutting chives. Ouyang was enveloped in a delusion of invincibility. "Senior brother, will you still make a move?" Bai Feiyu asked, tugging at the corner of his mouth as he surveyed the chaotic scene. Whether to intervene or not, it is always prudent to remain prepared. The circle is contracting ever more rapidly. It seems they aim to reach their target of 5,000 participants ahead of schedule. Junior brother Bai, do you not find this somewhat peculiar? Peculiar? What do you mean? Bai Feiyu inquired, puzzled. If they seek to identify their successor, why pair them in groups of 2? Clearly, only one can inherit the legacy. Chen Chongxing remarked softly, observing the wildly laughing Ouyang in the arena. Groups of 2? Bai Feiyu frowned in contemplation. Indeed, in his previous life, mastering the supreme sword path of Taishang Wanqing, if a successor were truly needed, only one would suffice. Why then the pairing? In that moment, Bai Feiyu recalled Itizi, who had been inseparable from him in his past life. Could it be that Itizi had constructed a grave for him? This thought emerged, but was swiftly dismissed by Bai Feiyu. Itizi had dedicated himself to reforging his life sword, making it impossible for him to have built this tomb. Yet if not Itizi, who else would remember his past before becoming a sword immortal? Moreover, Bai Feiyu was certain that the voice announcing the rules belonged to his previous self. This individual not only had the capability to construct a tomb within his small world, but could also impart his life sword intent. Even more terrifying was the fact that he could orchestrate this trial using his own visage. Aside from Atizi, Bai Feiyu could think of no other. Could it be that Atizi had not perished but had lived on in his small world until now? A profound shock coursed through Bai Feiyu's heart, causing his hands to tremble involuntarily. Senior brother, take action. Let us swiftly conclude this farce. Bai Feiyu's voice quivered as he drew his long sword from his waist and spoke softly. If Atizi truly lived, he yearned to reunite with this old friend, whom he had carried a lifetime of guilt towards. Xianxia glanced at Bai Feiyu with astonishment. His typically composed fourth junior had been acting strangely since their arrival from the small mountain peak. Nevertheless, Xianxia nodded, extending a finger before his eyes, gazing towards the tumultuous scene, and murmured, "Rise." Instantly, countless hands wielding twin swords emerged beneath the feet of the sword cultivators, piercing through the ground. Hundreds of puppets clad in purple broke forth from the earth. Although these puppets could not wield true essence, they were controlled by Xianxia's spirit. He had long since positioned numerous puppets nearby, ready to eliminate another batch as the number of participants approached 5,000. However, the petite figure beside him had already drawn her sword, prompting Xianxia to activate the puppets in advance, striving to eliminate the sword cultivators. The sword cultivators, caught off guard, were swiftly ousted from the competition. Rule 7. Any hit results in immediate disqualification. Hundreds of puppets, seemingly unperturbed by death, lunged at the nearby sword cultivators, their desperate tactics leading to the elimination of countless more. The chaotic scene in the arena quieted significantly in the aftermath of the commotion stirred by Ouyang and Xianxia. Originally numbering over 100,000, the sword cultivators had dwindled to less than a fifth of that. Hundreds of puppets continued their relentless onslaught. While they did not kill, their strikes were merciless. The sword cultivators, attempting to slash, chop, or pierce the puppets with their swords, found themselves unable to inflict any harm. After all, the puppets were not human. They were sustained solely by Xianxia's spirit, placing them beyond the reach of the established rules. As the second variable emerged, the voice orchestrating the entire affair could no longer remain composed. The previously indifferent tone became tinged with irritation. This round is over. Proceed to the next. The carefully devised challenge had been thrown into chaos by two inexplicable interlopers, a situation that would be distasteful to anyone involved. No sooner had the voice finished speaking than all participants were transported before a grand palace. A long staircase of white jade appeared before them. The voice resumed its indifferent tone, stating, "Internal conflict is prohibited. You are to cross this sword ascension platform and push open the door to this secret realm to qualify for inheriting my legacy." The warning was unmistakably clear. Cease the elaborate antics and descend the platform obediently. Xianxia, somewhat regretful, gathered his sleeves. He had intended to capitalize on the disarray to harvest once more, but it seemed that opportunity had passed. Originally set at 5,000 sword cultivators, the numbers had now swelled by tens of thousands. This staircase was likely designed to genuinely sift through those worthy of qualification. Thousands stood before the sword ascension platform, their hearts still racing, profoundly relieved to have avoided disqualification. The preceding chaos felt dreamlike. The rapidly shrinking light circle, the wild antics of a figure wielding a dog, and the sudden emergence of hundreds of puppets wielding blades. The overwhelming elements had nearly left this inexperienced assembly of sword cultivators gasping for breath. Meanwhile, a large space had automatically cleared around Ouyang. Nonchalantly, Ouyang secured the exhausted yet stunning figure, who was nearly foaming at the mouth, back to his waist. Zhao Qiansun, having vanished from sight, lamented his misfortune at being paired with Ouyang this time around. Big brother, Xianxia and Bai Feiyu approached Ouyang, who appeared bewildered as he gazed at the palace ahead. He inquired, "Xianxia, Bai, do you see any sword ascension platform?" Xianxia and Bai Feiyu exchanged a glance, and then Xianxia once more surveyed the jade stone steps before him, speaking, "Do you not see the long jade staircase right in front of us, senior brother?" However, in Ouyang's eyes, there lay only a shattered stone slab obstructing the grand entrance, barren of anything else. Was this contraption truly the sword ascension platform? Yet, it appeared that everyone around perceived it, with some audacious souls already poised to attempt the ascent. If he claimed to see nothing, would that not render him foolish? Ouyang's lips twisted into a dry smile as he stammered, I was merely inquiring. How could I possibly miss such an extensive staircase?" Chapter 126, The Green Robe Indeed. This trial of the sword immortal was palpable. I could already sense the oppressive aura emanating from the steps. Climbing this staircase seemed an arduous task, as merely approaching it instilled a sense of dread within me. With so many steps, would the pressure only intensify with each tier? The surrounding chatter reached Ouyang's ears, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Was he the only one who could not see? Was it merely due to his inferior cultivation level? Was this not a form of bullying the earnest? Senior brother, the pressure from this staircase is considerable. Do not feel overly burdened. If it becomes too much, you may step aside and await our return, xianxia remarked, noticing Ouyang's waning expression and displaying his understanding. This staircase consists of 99 tiers. I fear that only a handful of sword cultivators will manage to reach the summit. Bai Feiyu added with a hint of lamentation. The trial appeared to possess a certain solemnity. Meanwhile, Ouyang regarded the two prodigies with a countenance of exasperation. Did they look down upon him? He glared at xianxia, who merely scratched his head and chuckled. The sword cultivators surrounding them had already commenced their approach to the lengthy staircase. As their feet met the steps, it felt as if a colossal stone weighed heavily upon their hearts. Those with wavering resolve found themselves collapsing onto the ground. Not a soul voiced a desire to abandon the trial. As solitary cultivators, they had labored to arrive at this juncture. And how could they forsake such a monumental opportunity? Determined, they gritted their teeth, inching their bodies forward in a myriad of peculiar postures as they ascended the staircase. All were acutely aware that this was the sword immortal Li Taibai's method of testing their foundations and resolve to ascertain whether they possessed the merit to inherit his legacy. xianxia and Bai Feiyu exchanged another glance, and Bai Feiyu was the first to stride toward the staircase. As he placed his foot upon the steps, he too felt a weight in his heart, yet he quickly regained his composure. With a light step, Bai Feiyu ascended, and in the blink of an eye, he had traversed more than half of the 99 tiers. xianxia cast a worried glance at Ouyang, who stood still, reassuring him with a composed gaze. With a sense of determination, Chun ascended the steps. However, as soon as he set foot on the first step, an overwhelming pressure surged from within, collapsing him to the ground, shattering his puppet body into fragments. Chun was not merely a swordsman. Ascending this sword ascension platform would subject him to the relentless sword intent that would instantaneously reduce him to ruins. This spectacle was witnessed by Zhao, Qian, and Sun, who had been discreetly observing Ouyang and the others from the crowd, causing a sinking feeling in Zhao's heart. In the next moment, xianxia reappeared unscathed on the second step. By placing his puppet on the second step at the very moment he stepped up, he could navigate the 99 levels of the sword ascension platform without a trace of pressure. Though he was crushed into pieces upon arriving at the second step, he materialized once more on the third step in the blink of an eye. Chen continued this peculiar ascent towards the highest tier, while Bai Feiyu advanced with ease. Chen's journey was marked by an enigmatic strategy, but regardless of their methods, both had distanced themselves significantly from the other swordsmen. Ouyang, watching the few swordsmen on the solitary stone slab, fell into contemplation. Whether it was these swordsmen or Bai Feiyu and xianxia, everyone remained stationary on this slab. Indeed, it was true. They were all stuck in place. To Ouyang's eyes, as Chen swiftly switched puppets, each step he took was accompanied by a puppet change. With the shattered remains disappearing from the steps, the swordsman, straining to climb, appeared comically inept on the slab, an image that struck Ouyang as exceedingly humorous. What a disgraceful display, Ouyang thought, contemplating whether he should test this peculiar platform's capabilities that had even fooled Xiaobai and Changxing. Just as he lifted his leg, he felt a slight weight on his shoulder, as if a hand had pressed down upon him. A figure in a green robe obscured his view, and a playful voice chimed, "One trick is enough. Don't try it again." Turning his head, Ouyang beheld a robust man, clad in a green robe like his own, grinning while chewing on a blade of grass. "Are you the master of this place?" Ouyang inquired, regarding the man before him. The man glanced around, then raised a hand and said, "This is not the place for conversation. Follow me." With that, the man and Ouyang vanished in an instant. When they reappeared, they stood upon the surface of a lake. Ouyang surveyed the vaguely familiar surroundings, his eyes widening as he addressed the man. "Are you the master of this celestial realm?" The absence of a visible attribute panel for the man indicated that he was no mere human. The man, with a blade of grass in his mouth, smiled faintly and approached to stroke the head of Ouyang's dog, Jingzai, who emitted a reluctant whimper. The man sighed, remarking, "I am I. Yet I am no longer the same." Ouyang gazed at the man before him and inquired, "Then who are you?" "I have forgotten who I am. I seem to be Li Taibai, or perhaps just an old friend of his," the man replied, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "What are you doing here?" "I have always detested riddlers," Ouyang retorted, pulling Jingzai closer and questioning the man. "Why does this dog seem not to recognize you?" "Perhaps time has dulled my memory. I have long forgotten my name. How could I possibly remember what Jingzai is called?" The man responded nonchalantly. "Did you not just reveal your name?" Ouyang shot back, as Jingzai, held aloft, began to bark ferociously at the man. "Woof, woof, woof." growing weary of the man's nonsensical banter. Ouyang plopped down on the surface of the lake and asked, "Will my second son ultimately receive Li Taibai's immortal legacy? How would I know? In this world, swordsmen compete fairly. It is the fated ones who prevail." The man shrugged and replied, "Then shall I overturn the table? If my second son cannot claim it, then there is no point in playing," Ouyang declared, brandishing the dog at the man. "I am truly exasperated. The carefully devised trials have been turned into a complete mess by your antics." The man retorted angrily. "Then, for heaven's sake, give me a straightforward answer," Ouyang urged. The man sighed and replied, "He is indeed the most suitable and the only heir." "Then why the charade? Why send so many swordsmen to participate in this immortal realm?" Ouyang expressed his dissatisfaction. "Such is the nature of it. One must navigate a winding path to ultimately attain what is meant for them," the man remarked, chewing on his blade of grass, his tone laden with significance. "A sword that remains unused for too long will rust." Chapter 127. The past. A sword that remains unused for too long will rust. How does one remove the rust and restore a sword's cold gleam? Naturally, it requires a whetstone to sharpen it. Ouyang, having once served as the class representative in Chinese literature, instantly grasped the implication. With a stern expression, he addressed the man. "Are you suggesting that we use the lives of swordsmen as a whetstone?" The man nodded and then shook his head, saying, "It is both true and not true. Rather than using their lives as a whetstone, it would be more accurate to say we are harnessing their sword intent. When a myriad of swords converges into one, it can awaken the celestial sword. An intriguing notion, is it not?" The casual manner in which the man spoke of the necessity of taking so many lives felt as effortless as squashing a few ants. "A celestial sword? I see it more as a demonic one." Ouyang scoffed with a sardonic smile. "Celestial, demonic, what does it matter? What is the distinction, ultimately, if it all leads to the pursuit of one's own singularity?" A man sat cross-legged upon the surface of the lake, gazing at Ouyang with a smile. "Those who practice the path are inherently selfish. For the sake of their own way, they may resort to any means necessary. Look at those sword cultivators who aspire to inherit the legacy of Li Taibai. Are they not the same?" The man fixed his unwavering gaze upon Ouyang and remarked, "Such actions are the domain of demons. True practitioners seek only to pursue their path with integrity and clarity." Ouyang retorted in kind. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, until the man ultimately conceded first, propping himself on the water's surface, leaning back lazily as he spoke. "Whatever. It's all the same. It merely drapes itself in a facade of grandeur. Are you the sword spirit? Is this entire scheme of yours merely to sharpen your own edge?" Ouyang's heart raced. His second brother indeed sought Li Taibai's legacy, which meant he too would inherit this sword. Would such a blade, which slaughters as easily as it cuts through flesh, pose a threat to his brother? "I am not the sword spirit." Well, that description is somewhat inaccurate. "The other me is the sword spirit." Xianxia pondered before speaking. No sooner had Xianxia's words left his lips than a dapper canine had its snout inches from the man's face. "Reveal everything, or I shall end your life right now," Ouyang declared, standing resolutely before the man. The man, regarding Ouyang's menacing demeanor, chuckled and replied, "You seem rather concerned about that lad, don't you? Very well, I shall divulge." Ouyang began channeling his true energy into the dapper canine, prompting the man to raise his hands and surrender immediately. The man stood up, a blade of grass between his teeth, shedding his blue garment to drape over himself, gazing at the unchanging landscape in the distance, and softly said, "Li Taibai and I were the best of friends. To fulfill Li Taibai's aspirations, I immersed myself in the sword forge, crafting the mightiest celestial sword in existence, which enabled Li Taibai to ascend to the realm of immortality." Ouyang pondered the implications of this revelation. Was this man a close friend of Xiaobai from his previous life? He sensed a significant revelation was at hand. And with a slight tremor, a miniature recording stone materialized in his palm. The man continued, lost in his own recollections. "I once believed I had perished as well. But upon regaining consciousness, I discovered myself trapped within that very sword. At that moment, I was indeed what you just referred to as the sword spirit. Yet, my awareness awakened only after the demise of Li Taibai. My dear friend, having slain countless immortals, met with a tragic end himself. I had thought I would remain buried in obscurity, yet Li Taibai's miniature world, crafted in the realm of immortals, enveloped me, rendering me invisible to this world. The passage of time has been exceedingly long, long enough to drive one to madness, and as the sword spirit, I suddenly realized I could manipulate the miniature world left behind by Li Taibai. Perhaps it was because I was Li Taibai's fated sword, that this world automatically recognized me as its master after his passing. What can a sword truly accomplish? Powerless, I am ensnared in this sword. Fully aware yet unable to escape, enduring countless years in silent torment. The spirit of the sword requires no slumber, sustenance, or even breath. In this interminable passage of time, I remain a mere blade, immobilized within this confined realm. After ceaselessly revisiting every fragment of memory, every frenzied thought, I have succumbed to madness. The man turned to Ouyang, his gaze vacant, uttering, "I have lost my sanity." It is unclear when this descent into madness transpired, yet it is undeniable that I was indeed unhinged. I began to harbor resentment against this world, against Li Taibai, against myself, against all existence. Yet, such hatred proved futile, for I remained trapped within the sword. The remaining shards of my sanity were gradually overwhelmed by this relentless loathing, ultimately expelling my last vestiges of reason from the sword, manifesting as the being you now witness. His tone grew somber, as if ensnared in peculiar reminiscence, his words flowing uninterrupted. It is indeed absurd that the very hatred born from my confinement led to the expulsion of my sanity, which now wanders through the world left by Li Taibai. After countless years of drifting, every blade of grass and every tree in this realm is etched indelibly in my mind, granting me control over all that exists here. Yet, I find myself unable to depart. It seems I have become one with this world. Thus, with idle time on my hands, I constructed a tomb for an old friend. Though Li Taibai's remains have long since dissolved into the cosmos, his garments and storage pouch have endured, with the sword embedded deep within the tomb. What do you think of this tale? Xianxia inquired, tilting his head towards Ouyang. Ouyang nodded, responding, "It sounds utterly ludicrous. Indeed, it is preposterous, yet it transpired." Xianxia concurred, albeit with a resigned shrug. What is the story behind the sword sect's legacy? How did Li Taibai become the sect's ancestral figure? Ouyang questioned. Xianxia cast a surprised glance at him, gesturing towards the dachshund he held, stating, "You ought to direct that inquiry to the handsome one." The dachshund, referred to as handsome, gazed back at Xianxia in confusion, before suddenly seeming to comprehend, murmuring, "I was merely a sword sheath, a protector of the blade. Once, a young boy inadvertently stumbled into this place. The familiarity he exuded led me to believe he had returned. He bore the unique sword intent of Li Taibai. Thus, I entrusted him with my notes. However, after he departed, he never returned. When I encountered that boy again, he had transformed into an elderly man with hair as white as snow. At this moment, the dachshund recognized him. He was, in fact, the tassel upon the sword's hilt. When Li Taibai met his demise, the tassel of that sword remained in the mortal realm, transforming into a young boy. By the time he returned in his later years, with hair as white as snow, the dachshund and the elderly man, who had long since withered away, exchanged no words. Chapter 128. When an immortal speaks. Dragons may be severed. After hearing the dachshund's tale, Ouyang's mind fell into a state of paralysis. He meticulously pondered their intricate relationships. The dachshund served as the scabbard of that sword. The founder of the sword sect was the tassel of that sword. And the man before him embodied the rationality of the sword spirit, while the current sword harbored a deranged sword spirit within. Following Li Taibai's death, the tassel fell to the mortal world, taking on human form and becoming the founder of the sword sect. The scabbard transformed into the guise of the dachshund, however. A question lingered. Why could Xiaobai comprehend the Tao before the dachshund? Ouyang voiced his confusion, to which the man, hands clasped before him in contemplation, replied, "The sword of Li Taibai was forged by me, hence this dog, in essence, is a creation of my own. Did you also leave behind your own legacy?" Ouyang inquired. The man nodded, a proud expression gracing his features as he remarked, "You may find it hard to believe. But although I did not ascend to immortality before my demise, I was but a step away." Ouyang glanced around, asking, "So this space is your immortal realm?" The man's face flushed as he stammered, "Did I not mention? I was merely a step shy of becoming an immortal. And I have merely extracted a portion of Li Taibai's space. Guai Gui, this fellow even pilfers from himself? As Li Taibai's sword spirit, he stealthily appropriated a segment of his own little world for personal use. Yet, in comparison, the absurdities Ouyang had just heard were far more convoluted. Enough to fill a novel with 100,000 words. In essence, it appeared that his second son would inherit Li Taibai's path, while Xiaobai would assume the path of Li Taibai's closest friend. Did this mean Xiaobai would become the scabbard for his second son? Ouyang felt as though a hand of reincarnation was subtly orchestrating all these occurrences. The coincidences were almost overwhelming, stirring a tinge of concern within him. The charming creature nestled in his arms discreetly freed itself from Ouyang's grasp and positioned itself beside the man in blue, crouching there as they both regarded Ouyang. The dachshund, caught in a dilemma, faced a choice between its original master, who had brought it into this world, and a new master who provided it with comfort. Though it felt a sense of reluctance, the dachshund ultimately chose to remain loyal to the man in blue, with whom it had shared countless years. Ouyang, however, was not surprised by the dachshund's defection. Even though he had gained recognition in this little world, the arrival of its true master rendered that acknowledgement utterly meaningless. Ultimately, what belongs to others remains theirs. After a prolonged contemplation, Ouyang lifted his gaze towards the man and his dog, inquiring, "What is it that you seek?" The man in azure, with his hands tucked within his sleeves, curiously regarded Ouyang and asked, "What is your name?" Ouyang. Ouyang's expression grew tranquil. Yet his hand discreetly retrieved the tome titled Fundamentals of the Five Elements Magic. "Is your surname Ouyang?" "A rather familiar surname," the azure-clad man remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "I am indeed Ouyang, lacking a given name," Ouyang responded while perusing the pages of the tome. "Is that so peculiar?" "Alas, this world is replete with oddities." The man in azure sighed, then leaned forward, stating, "The reason I sought you out alone is to ensure you do not interfere with your junior's inheritance of the immortal legacy. My sole aim is to rid myself of the madness residing within that sword. Your junior possesses the capability to accomplish this, and by vanquishing the sword spirit, he will obtain the complete legacy of the sword immortal, becoming the only immortal in this realm. Is this not a mutually beneficial outcome? The fruits of one's labor, earned through relentless effort, are indeed one's rightful possession. If it was merely a scheme from the outset, then the spoils acquired would be akin to poisoned sweets." Ouyang closed the book and tucked it into his bosom, his countenance as serene as a still lake, and with a forceful clap of his hands, declared, "If you dare to plot against my kin, even if you are an immortal, I shall ensure you taste defeat." With that proclamation, the surface of the lake beneath Ouyang erupted into towering waves as dozens of water dragons leapt from the depths, their magnificent forms coiling behind him. Each dragon was vividly lifelike, their scales increasingly defined, exuding an aura of divine majesty that enveloped the entire lake. Roaring, the multitude of water dragons entwined, their previously vacant eyes now glimmering with life, began to awaken their latent powers under Ouyang's influence. What an unexpected turn of events! To grant life to the inanimate is a feat even immortals cannot achieve. This young man has truly distinguished himself, the azure-clad man remarked, hands still clasped within his sleeves. Calmly observing the water dragon summoned by Ouyang, addressing his companion, the dachshund. "If you do not act soon, we shall surely perish here," the dachshund exclaimed, addressing the seemingly nonchalant azure man. "Eh? What concern is that of mine? I am, after all, indestructible." The azure man tilted his head, questioning the dachshund. The dachshund, initially emboldened, now appeared taken aback, believing the azure man, who seemed on the verge of becoming an immortal, would unleash some celestial technique to effortlessly subdue Ouyang. To his astonishment, the man displayed utter apathy. Though he was a treasure of the Tao, facing a throng of awakened pseudo-dragons, he truly feared for his life. "How vexing. You are not human, yet you dare to threaten a dog?" The dachshund, a handsome creature, lunged at the man in green. But he merely laughed heartily and kicked the dog away effortlessly. After all, it was merely a sheath. Could a thing of one's own creation truly betray its master? In his mind, as long as he could confine Ouyang here, allowing Lang Qingsong to receive Li Taibai's inheritance without disturbance, it would be a splendid achievement. However, one thing puzzled him. Despite his sincere intentions and the clarity of his thoughts, Ouyang, whom he only wished to assist in ascending the path of immortality, a matter beneficial for both Ouyang and Lang Qingsong, chose to draw his blade against him. Was it a scheme? Yet, these individuals, including the four from the small peak, had approached him willingly. In his era, being chosen by an immortal was the highest honor, and he could not fathom why Ouyang opposed him so vehemently. Nevertheless, in this realm, where he held dominion akin to that of an immortal, he regarded Ouyang's tactics with disdain. After all, in this world, he was the sovereign. The man in green slowly withdrew his hand from his sleeve, softly intoning, "Slash." Instantly, dozens of water dragons emerged behind Ouyang, their bodies severed, transforming into mere puddles in the lake. When an immortal speaks, they can slay dragons. Chapter 129. Let me try. The man in green need not have intervened. He could have simply retreated with the dachshund. Yet, Ouyang was left to seethe in impotent fury within this space. However, the endless passage of time proved exceedingly dull.
So much so that he wished to demonstrate to Ouyang the fundamental differences between immortals and mortals. In this realm, he could effortlessly command reality,
Enacting his will at a whim. Even if one could enlighten living beings, this world was of his own making. The water dragons emitted not a single cry as they transformed into puddles, plummeting into the lake. The dachshund, having been kicked away, approached Ouyang with its head hung low and said, "I know you do not trust me, but the only way to break through this space and escape is through my strength." Ouyang, ignoring the dog at his feet, focused solely on the figure of the man in green. "What other means do you possess? More attempts at enlightening living beings?" The man in green inquired curiously.
Gazing at Ouyang, Ouyang remained silent, his hands lowered, yet his eyes never strayed from the man in green. Refusing to respond, "I am capable of that as well."
"Just watch. With a mere gesture, the man in green summoned once more a dozen water dragons from the lake, which were instantaneously transformed into living beings. The overwhelming presence of divine beasts surged forth as the newly animated water dragons soared through the air, seemingly celebrating their emergence. Yet, in the next moment, with a clenched fist from the man in green, the once ethereal water dragon, transformed into a being of spirit, was abruptly reshaped by a formidable force into a mere puddle. Like a torrential downpour, it cascaded from the heavens. The man clad in azure stood momentarily dazed. Catching the falling droplets with his hand, impatiently began to elucidate, a celestial being is indeed a celestial being, wielding dominion over the life and death of sentient creatures in the blink of an eye. Thus, the immortal is the ultimate authority in this realm. After a prolonged silence, Ouyang, seemingly drained, sank onto the ground, his pallid visage turned toward the azure-clad man as he inquired with a sardonic smile, "I have been meaning to ask. While you incessantly emphasize that the spirit within that sword has gone mad, have you ever considered that perhaps you yourself have lost your sanity?" The azure-clad man gazed at Ouyang in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the implications of his words. Despite his patient explanation of the immortal's might, Ouyang perceived him as a lunatic. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, he mused, reflecting on the audacity of these self-proclaimed mortals. To vilify the celestial beings could lead to a most grievous demise. The azure-clad man's expression hardened, casting a cold glare at Ouyang as he threatened, "You continuously proclaim yourself an immortal, yet you are merely a deluded soul, ensnared for countless years, believing yourself to be divine. If, as you assert, the sword embodies madness, then you are not but a rational lunatic." Ouyang boldly stepped forward, unflinching. "You, cursed be you," the azure-clad man retorted with an icy tone. "When the immortal speaks, so too does fate follow. The moment I declare your demise, it shall be sealed." Yet, Ouyang remained unfazed. Witnessing Ouyang's nonchalant demeanor, the azure-clad man felt an unsettling shift as he attempted to rend the fabric of reality to escape. He discovered he was unable to do so. Observing the suddenly flustered azure-clad man, Ouyang donned a mocking smile, advancing toward him with deliberate steps before delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. The azure-clad man regarded Ouyang with disdain, unperturbed by the impending strike. For he believed himself to be incorporeal, such rudimentary physical assaults could not harm him. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Ouyang's foot struck his midsection with a force that bent him over in agony. Cough. Why? How can this Ouyang inflict pain upon me? The azure-clad man was still reeling from the shock. Yet Ouyang seized his hair, delivering a brutal knee strike to his face. The endless eons and the sensation of being formless had dulled the azure-clad man's awareness of pain, but now he was acutely reminded. Like a common thug, Ouyang unleashed a relentless barrage, forcing the azure-clad man to cower, arms shielding his head, unsure of how to retaliate. "I am an immortal. How dare you, Ugh?" The azure-clad man was battered by Ouyang's relentless assault, rolling helplessly on the ground. Ouyang resembled a rogue, boldly mounting the man in blue and unleashing a tempest of blows upon him. The once arrogant man in blue, now dazed and bewildered, could only cower and cry out in pain, clutching his head. Beside them, the dachshund stood agape, astonished by the scene unfolding before its eyes. Ouyang was actually pummeling a celestial being? Even witnessing it firsthand, the dachshund questioned whether its perception had faltered. What kind of world was this, where one could ride and assault a celestial? Moreover, the celestial could only whimper in agony, helplessly shielding his head. The dachshund, feeling the weight of its earlier betrayal of Ouyang, curled up tightly and, in a fit of self-reproach, struck itself twice with its paws. Meanwhile, the man in blue, battered and breathless, lay on the ground, a mere shadow of his former self, unable to move. Ouyang, his hands weary from the exertion, rose and spat upon the defeated celestial. It appeared that while he could vent his frustrations, eliminating the man in blue was beyond his current capabilities. Crouching down, Ouyang regarded the swollen visage of the man in blue, grasping his hair and lifting him slightly. With a warm smile, he remarked, "Do you know? There's a saying in my hometown. Villains perish due to their excessive chatter. Not only do you talk too much, but your ineptitude is equally abundant. If you don't perish, then who will?" Had the man in blue offered his life at the first opportunity, he might have escaped his fate. Yet, like a foolishly stubborn character from a novel, he continued to make one blunder after another, effectively inviting his own downfall. "What have you done?" the man in blue inquired, his eyes now resembling those of a panda, devoid of the earlier confidence he once exuded as a celestial slayer. Ouyang, unfazed by the man's potential tricks, responded with a grin, "Didn't you say that I merely possess the ability to enlighten living beings? I must thank you for all that idle talk and those futile actions. They granted me ample time." A wave of disbelief washed over the man in blue as he looked at Ouyang, who, noticing the shock on his face, smiled even brighter. With unhurried words, Ouyang continued. Thus, I endeavored to see if I could enlighten this little world. Chapter 130. Father, the water dragon technique was merely a ruse. For Ouyang had been diligently infusing his true energy throughout this small realm. He was truly grateful to the man in blue for his ostentation, which afforded him the necessary time to permeate this world with his true energy. How utterly foolish was the man in blue, oblivious to the fact that Ouyang had been channeling his energy for such an extended period. The celestial beings are indeed formidable. Does that render one truly invincible? Moments ago, the man in green spoke casually, boasting to Ouyang, and now it is Ouyang, with a mere flick, grasping his hair. The reversal of fortunes is astonishingly swift. So rapid that the man in green remains bewildered, questioning how he has found himself at the mercy of Ouyang's onslaught. Ouyang glanced at his attributes, his chi value, once exceeding 900 million, now diminished to 800 million. To assimilate this small world, he had expended nearly a small goal's worth of energy. If this man before him is indeed a celestial, then he could easily contend with 8 such beings. Yet, uncertainty lingers regarding whether this man is truly a celestial. If he is, then celestial beings are not to be feared, despite the limitations of his attack methods and the inability to target the soul. Ouyang recalls the encounter with Lin Feng, whose physical form he shattered, but whose soul eluded him, indeed, a conundrum. Now, the man in green stands before him. Is this not an invitation to demise? Things unseen may evade his blows, but that which is visible is surely destined for ruin. Regrettably, beyond delivering a sound thrashing, he finds himself with little recourse. For not only has he enlightened this realm, but he has inadvertently enlightened the man in green as well. The absence of a panel indicates that this man is not a being of life. Ouyang merely sought to test whether he could enlighten the man. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. However, this man appears bound to this small world, rendering him immortal unless the entire realm is obliterated. Had he ever considered that matters might unfold in such a manner? Ouyang grinned, tugging at the man's hair, and queried, "What exactly are you? How is it that you can usurp a world birthed by celestial beings?" The man in green, a tempest of anger and astonishment, retorted, "What you are is inconsequential. What truly matters is your intent." Ouyang, gazing coldly at the man, replied, "After investing countless hours and orchestrating such an elaborate scheme, merely to eliminate a deranged sword spirit, such a claim is beyond belief." The man's gaze faltered momentarily, and just as he prepared to speak, a resounding slap struck his face. "Do not attempt to deceive me. If you do, I shall end you right now," Ouyang declared, retracting his hand to reopen the celestial path. The man in green struggled, finally exhaling a weary sigh. "To reopen the celestial path? Were you not a close friend of Li Taibai? He personally slaughtered numerous celestial beings and obliterated the celestial path. Yet here you are, seeking to restore it?" Ouyang questioned incredulously. The man clad in blue became frenzied, shouting at Ouyang. He was mistaken. The immortals are of paramount importance to this world. The state of affairs has deteriorated, and it is all his fault. Had he not insisted on this course, we would not be in this predicament. With a sharp crack, the sound of slapping echoed again. The man in blue, overwhelmed by emotion, was met with several resounding slaps from Ouyang, forcing him to regain his composure. "You want my second child to revert to an immortal? To reopen the path to immortality?" Ouyang inquired. The man in blue remained silent, but his silence spoke volumes. Ouyang's heart was already certain. So many had warned him of an impending calamity, likely intertwined with the immortals. Perhaps the very desire for ascension had precipitated this catastrophe. Fuming at the thought of his innocent second child being manipulated by this despicable creature before him, Ouyang struck him again with 2 more slaps. "What exactly are immortals?" Ouyang pressed. "Immortals are immortals. The supreme existence." The man's eyes blazed with fervor. With another slap, the fervor in his eyes dimmed. "Speak plainly," Ouyang threatened, nursing his aching left hand. "I do not know, but immortals are indeed immortals. They are the supreme existence in this world," the man in blue replied obediently. After a prolonged exchange, Ouyang realized that this man in blue was not even an immortal. He had been posturing all this time. The anger bubbled within him, and with a fierce glare, he delivered 2 more slaps. "Stop hitting me," the man in blue pleaded, his face swollen. At that moment, he had completely lost hope of resistance. He felt his body slipping from his control. This young man before him, with unknown methods, had not only seized control of this small realm, but had also commandeered his very being. What sorcery was this? This space had once belonged to him. How could it have been taken by this youth? Even in ancient times, when immortals fell, it was unheard of for others to seize the realms of fallen immortals. To put it bluntly, he was now merely a pawn in Ouyang's game, and this little world had become Ouyang's possession. Frustrated by the uselessness of the man in blue, Ouyang felt a surge of irritation. His own offspring was being toyed with by this worthless being, as if Ouyang did not exist at all. Striking him did not yield fatal results. Apart from venting his anger through slaps, he felt powerless against him. If he withdrew his true energy, the man could escape this realm at any moment. Yet if he refrained from doing so, he could not defeat him. Ouyang cast the man in blue onto the ground, and the sausage dog, who had been hiding nearby, approached slowly, nuzzling up to Ouyang's feet with a look of eager appeasement. Regarding this peculiar creature, Ouyang initially contemplated ending its life swiftly. However, upon reflection, he realized that the epic enhancement he had recently acquired would be squandered if he did so. Ouyang nudged the dachshund, signaling it to retreat a safe distance. Surprisingly, rather than feeling disheartened, the dachshund's eyes gleamed with hope. The fact that Ouyang merely asked it to move away without resorting to violence suggested that there was still a chance for its survival. At worst, it could keep its distance today, inch closer tomorrow, and eventually find itself tethered to Ouyang's belt. Ouyang's gesture ignited a spark of hope within the dachshund, which stood up and wagged its tail, then cautiously backed away. Ouyang gazed at the world around him and softly inquired, "So, how long do you intend to hide?"
Amidst the astonished gaze of the man in the green attire, the realm began to twist, revealing an enormous human face in the sky. Though its features were somewhat indistinct,
they were still recognizable. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the miniature world. "Father." Chapter 131. Is that all there is? The sudden exclamation from the colossal face above rendered Ouyang momentarily speechless. He had anticipated that the beings he had enlightened would not heed his commands. But this was a revelation he could hardly accept. Upon enlightening this small world, he realized it had developed a consciousness of its own. He merely wished to converse with this nascent awareness, yet it had boldly proclaimed its filial connection. Previously, the entities he had enlightened were all rebellious. Now, one emerged to call him father, leaving Ouyang somewhat disoriented. Stammering, he pointed at himself and questioned, "Were you just calling me father?" The newly awakened consciousness appeared somewhat dim-witted, struggling to articulate its thoughts clearly, and thus repeated its declaration with vigor. Ouyang lowered his hand, confirming that this new world consciousness was indeed addressing him. What on earth is happening? Who can he turn to for reason? Suddenly thrust into the role of a father? Beside him, the man in green, tears streaming down his face, clutched Ouyang's garment and lamented, "What have you done to my small world? Why has it come to this?" With a swift motion, Ouyang did not even turn around but delivered a resounding slap to the man's face. The sound was crisp and remarkably satisfying. The green-clad man snapped back to reality, sitting on the ground like a scorned spouse, casting a resentful glance at Ouyang. This miniature world had been pilfered from Li Taibai's domain, a product of countless years of arduous labor to acquire this modest realm. Little did he expect that one day it would serve as a mere garment for Ouyang. Li Taibai, if it weren't for you, if it weren't for your relentless pursuit of slaying immortals, I would not be in this predicament. You truly severed the celestial being, and now I am left in this wretched state. Curse be it. The man in the azure attire began to be enveloped by a dark aura, his once clear eyes now glowing a sinister red. Feeling a chill creeping down his spine, Ouyang turned to face the enraged figure, furrowing his brow as he approached. A resounding slap echoed, restoring clarity to the man's eyes, which had been on the brink of madness. "What? You wish to rage, to transform into a dark villain, to surge in power, and ultimately take vengeance upon me?" Ouyang inquired with a sly smile. The man in azure hastily protested, "It is not what you think. I harbor no such intentions. I merely resent Li Taibai. It is all his fault. Were it not for him, I would not be in this predicament." At the mention of Li Taibai, confusion clouded the man's gaze once more, and the dark aura began to rise again. Another sharp slap brought clarity back to his eyes. The transition from chaos to clarity could be achieved with a mere slap, and judging by the swelling of his cheeks, it was likely that the number of slaps he had endured today far exceeded those of his entire life. Ouyang rubbed his slightly sore palm. This fellow had quite a thick skin. After delivering so many slaps, his hand throbbed painfully. Faced with the absurdity of suddenly becoming a father, Ouyang found himself at a loss for words, merely gesturing for his son to depart. Grasping the collar of the azure-clad man, Ouyang demanded, "Tell me, is that mad sword spirit still within the sword, or is it a part of you? Spare me your endless riddles, or I shall have no choice but to end you." The man in azure looked at Ouyang, his eyes devoid of light. He had lost everything. All his schemes had unraveled because of Ouyang, and even his small realm had been seized, shattering his dreams of standing alongside the immortal he revered. Signs of disintegration began to manifest in the azure-clad man, as the vital energy that had animated him started to return to Ouyang's own body. What a pathetic soul. Is he truly so fragile that he is ready to perish? Enraged, Ouyang delivered a flurry of slaps, desperate to revive him. Yet, the azure-clad man, having lost all desire to live, offered no response, his form gradually fading into nothingness. I know where Li Taibai is, Ouyang exclaimed, hoping to ignite a flicker of hope within the man, for his beloved Xiaobai was none other than Li Taibai reincarnated. However, the azure-clad man's body had nearly become transparent. With a voice void of hope, he looked at Ouyang and said, Xiaobai, perhaps it is best to let it be. Ouyang, we shall meet again. As soon as he uttered these words, the man in green transformed into a flurry of fragmented light, vanishing before Ouyang's eyes. Is this it? Just like that. He was gone? Ouyang remained in the act of clutching his collar, watching the man in green disappear, unable to suppress a sense of regret. After all, this fellow was rather adept at being dealt with. Ouyang rose to his feet and turned to glance at the sausage dog, who crouched motionless at a distance, and beckoned to it. The dog's eyes brightened, its tongue lolling as it wagged its tail furiously and sprinted towards Ouyang. A loud slap echoed as Ouyang's hand struck the dog's face. He raised his hand, an even deeper sense of regret in his gaze. The sensation of slapping the dog was entirely different from that of striking the man in green. The dazed sausage dog stood there, stunned by the blow. Its gaze fixated on Ouyang's belt, yearning to be tethered there. At least it would be spared from receiving a slap from that foul mouth. You are the sheath of Li Taibai's sword. What exactly was that man in green? Ouyang inquired, his gaze fixed on the sausage dog. The dog,
responding to its master's question, promptly replied, "Report. That fellow should be the one who created me. Somehow, he has transformed into a sword spirit."
The sausage dog recounted everything to Ouyang with utmost honesty. Ouyang stroked his chin and asked, what does he intend to do? Why set such an elaborate trap? The dog shook its head, saying, Master, it has been far too long. I have even forgotten my original name. I truly do not know his intentions. Despite being a close friend, why does he descend into madness at the mere mention of Li Taibai? What kind of extreme hatred is that? Ouyang murmured in confusion. The sausage dog, cautiously observing Ouyang's distress, quietly spoke, Master, I believe I may know. Ouyang turned to the dog, witnessing the profound expression on its canine face as it spoke with a sense of melancholy. Endless years, boundless solitude, can drive a sentient being to extremes, only to be thrust from one extreme to another, ultimately transforming into a complete madman. Chapter 132. The immortal. The dog's face bore the weight of experience, as if it had seen through the ephemeral nature of this world. Suddenly, the dog leapt into the air, a strange sense of comfort accompanying the pain in its rear. You're just a dog. Don't pretend to be a philosopher here, Ouyang scoffed, retracting his foot with a dismissive cold huff. No one enjoys being lectured by a dog, especially someone as sagacious as myself, Ouyang. With his foot withdrawn, Ouyang's mind began to weave all the threads together. The entire realm of immortals is merely a ruse set up by a madman, trapped for countless years in pursuit of transcendence. This individual, driven by his desire to attain the highest existence, has schemed for years, displaying a pitiable blindness to the corrupting nature of power. Yet, Ouyang remains unfazed. For he believes in his offspring, the child of destiny, who should be capable of overcoming even this trifling challenge. If not, the very reputation of the child of this realm would be tarnished. Another source of Ouyang's confidence is his perpetually unpredictable master, Ouyang. Recalling the events he and his second brother experienced during their last venture to the mortal realm, along with their current foray into the realm of immortals, it seems that everything has been orchestrated by that erratic master of his, solidifying their success. After all, this whimsical mentor possesses a system with a dual evaluation that is quite lackluster. Although Ouyang's own system is somewhat subpar, the immense reservoir of true energy and the dubious attribute panel grant him an unassailable position from the very beginning. Should that old fellow return, I shall surely hang him from a tree on a small peak for 3 days. Ouyang seethed internally while maintaining a smile on his face. Within a lavish palace, a handsome middle-aged man, bare-chested and kneeling on one knee by the bed, passionately professes his undying love to a captivating woman. Suddenly, an itch in his nose prompts an unexpected sneeze. Achoo! The enchanting woman, wrapped in her blanket, raises her delicate eyebrows in irritation, casting a furious glance at the man. He hastily reassures her, Darling, I sneezed because your beauty overwhelmed me, causing true essence to rush uncontrollably to my nose. Thankfully, it was just a sneeze, otherwise, gazing upon you would surely make me bleed. Though his words are nauseatingly sweet, the alluring woman seems to relish them, narrowing her beautiful phoenix-like eyes at him, while a graceful foot emerges from the blanket, playfully caressing his chin. Instantly, the atmosphere is thick with affection, as if the very fabric of the room is imbued with romance. With the experience of departing from the realm of immortals fresh in his mind, Ouyang raises his handsome companion without hesitation, aiming skyward to unleash a celestial strike. As the space begins to shatter following the impact, Ouyang secures the satisfied figure to his belt. Observing the slowly mending sky, he retrieves his tome, Fundamentals of the Five Elements Magic, and flips through its pages before clapping his hands and exclaiming, "Water column." The lake beneath him swells, lifting Ouyang towards the fragmented sky. As he steps into the rift, an indescribable sensation of weightlessness disrupts his balance, causing him to plunge headfirst into the unknown. Upon entering, Ouyang's vision momentarily fades to darkness, but is soon illuminated as he finds himself in an unfamiliar place, a vast plaza enveloped in ethereal clouds. Countless individuals sat cross-legged upon meditation cushions, gazing fervently towards a distant colossal stone. Upon this stone sat two venerable elders, exuding an ethereal aura, engaged in a game of Go on the board before them. "Senior brother, where are we?" Ouyang inquired, his curiosity prompting him to glance around. He reached out to tap the shoulder of a nearby young man, only for his hand to pass straight through the figure, nearly causing him to topple. "A mere apparition?" Ouyang mused, waving his hand, which moved effortlessly within the other's form. It was evident that what lay before him was a mere phantom, a lingering specter from an unknown time. If these were mere phantoms, did that not imply he could act freely? A sly smile crept across Ouyang's lips as he marched past the seated individuals towards the great stone. Upon reaching it, he discovered that the stone itself was tangible and could be ascended. Yet, a primal sense of danger arose within him as he regarded the two elders, one stout and one slender. As he bent down to retrieve his tome, Foundations of the Five Elements, from within his robes, he was startled to find his hand passing through his own body. His hand traversed his chest, leading to the shocking realization that he too was a specter. Furthermore, the vibrant companion that had once adorned his waist was now entirely absent. What kind of place is this? Ouyang turned to see multitudes of fervent faces fixated on the two elders, their whispers merging into a cacophony akin to the crashing of ocean waves flooding his ears. He yearned to summon the vital energy within him, to unleash a torrent that would obliterate all before him. Yet, to his astonishment, the vast reservoir of energy he once possessed had dwindled to a mere trickle. Unable to retrieve his tome and bereft of his abundant energy, he had now transformed into a mere shadow. Using both hands and feet, Ouyang ascended the immense stone. And just as he caught his breath, he overheard the elders engaged in conversation. "In the city of Chaga, a sword immortal has descended." "To slay?" "No, better to assimilate." "How so?" "A sword must have a sheath. One must become the sword's sheath." "Is it feasible?" Indeed. As the two elders continued their game, their dialogue flowed with an easy rhythm. Ouyang crouched beside their board, bewildered to find it completely devoid of pieces. Yet, the elders alternated between furrowing their brows and erupting into hearty laughter, pointing at non-existent stones on the board with mirthful abandon. A multitude of clamorous voices converged like tumultuous waves, prompting an elderly man to furrow his brow and softly utter, "Silence." The cacophony ceased instantly, and all present knelt in reverence upon the ground, awaiting the elder's words. He scanned the crowd, his gaze settling on a figure clad in green who was fervently kissing the sacred earth before him. A flicker of satisfaction glimmered in his eyes as he inquired, "Who are you?" The figure in green rose, and Ouyang recognized him as the green-clad man from the celestial realm. Trembling, he gazed at the immortal before him, having merely intended to express his devotion to the sacred land, unaware that his sincere heart had caught the attention of the celestial being. "I am Ouyang, esteemed immortal," he stammered, his body quaking with emotion. "Ouyang? A name that suggests the craft of sword forging. Would you consent to be my pawn?" The slender elder stroked his beard as he spoke. Ouyang's eyes sparkled with fervor as he gazed at the immortal, bowing deeply and exclaiming with excitement, "I am willing." "Immortal? Immortal?" Ouyang marveled at the sight of the two elderly men, his eyes darting about before he reclined on the ground beneath the standing elder's robes, curious to see if the immortal's legs were as fluffy as they appeared. After a fleeting glance, Ouyang rose, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. "Immortals are not so different from ordinary folk," he mused, noting the embroidered creatures adorning their garments. Chapter 133. The game begins with newfound understanding. Ouyang realized that he was in a space of record, a realm chronicling events from ancient times, where he could observe as a mere spectator. He clasped his hands before him, quietly beholding the scene as if watching a grand cinematic experience. Countless individuals sat in meditation around a colossal stone, above which stood the two immortals and the exhilarated Ouyang. It dawned on Ouyang that this young man had lacked ambition from a tender age. How could he become so animated merely by being addressed? He grimaced at Ouyang, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. The two elders exchanged glances, and the gaunt elder directed his attention to the still trembling Ouyang, declaring, "Ouyang, go to Chaga and seek out the sword immortal who has descended to the world. Become his scabbard, or else shatter that sword." By the immortal's decree, Ouyang bowed his head, prostrating himself upon the earth and kissing the ground before him. To receive the immortal's command was to savor the very essence of the soil. When he stood again, the immortals had vanished from the colossal stone, and the nearly palpable gazes filled with envy directed at him compelled Ouyang to stand tall, pride swelling within him. In accordance with the decree of the immortal, I shall become the sheath of the sword, and the sword-forging clan shall regard my command as paramount. Those who defy it shall be executed. Ouyang bellowed, his voice resonating with solemnity and gravity, a stark contrast to his previous trembling demeanor. The assembled individuals seated on their mats exhibited no resistance, bowing their heads in reverence to Ouyang. Once the immortal spoke, Ouyang became the immortal's spokesperson. His every action and utterance embodied the will of the celestial being. The fervent believers in the immortal perceived this as a natural order. Convinced that Ouyang possessed extraordinary talents to earn the immortal's favor, Ouyang gradually comprehended that the so-called close friend of Xiaobai from a past life was merely a pawn in the immortal's game, intended to restrain Xiaobai's growth, and to stab her in the back when she became uncontrollable. How could Xiaobai still aspire to become a sword immortal and vanquish all other immortals under such circumstances? Suddenly, Ouyang's perspective shifted, revealing a colossal furnace before him. Ouyang was vociferously directing his clansmen in the forging of something. His unwavering gaze fixed upon a sword sheath taking shape within the furnace. To sheath the sharp blade, to encapsulate the sword path. As long as I can become his ally and await the opportune moment to strike, I shall surely aid the immortal in eliminating the threats to his existence. Ouyang's voice echoed in Ouyang's ears, though these words were not spoken aloud but rather stemmed from Ouyang's innermost thoughts. Ouyang was astonished to realize that he could hear Ouyang's inner voice. To provide a sheath for Xiaobai's sword, to encapsulate Xiaobai's sword path? These two chains indeed seemed unbreakable. Ouyang pondered with a sigh. The scene shifted once more, revealing Ouyang grinning beside Li Taibai from Bai Feiyu's past life, saying nothing, yet fulfilling every need of Li Taibai with alacrity. Fetching water, preparing meals, washing clothes, driving carts, and practicing swordplay like a 24-hour domestic aide. Ouyang accompanied Li Taibai in every endeavor. Gradually, Li Taibai began to rely on this seemingly kindred spirit, feeling as though all his innermost thoughts were laid bare to Ouyang, who consistently acted as his sounding board at just the right moments. From initially never retaliating against insults to ultimately becoming inseparable companions, their bond deepened over the years. Time flew by, and those years flashed before Ouyang like a slideshow. Having endured for so long, solely for the immortal's decree, Ouyang's success undoubtedly stemmed from his own capabilities. Observing the unfolding scenes, Ouyang couldn't help but express his admiration. As the images of the slideshow began to slow down, the exceptionally gifted Li Taibai journeyed through his aspirations, seemingly coming to understand his path. He witnessed the immortals seated high above, casually orchestrating the fates of mortals, and observed how people, in their desperate quest for the attention of these celestial beings, were willing to sacrifice their families and lives. The entire world lay under the oppressive terror of the immortals. Yet the mortals remained oblivious, akin to livestock, novelly believing that their actions were justified. Li Taibai attained enlightenment. He comprehended his purpose. He aspired to forge a realm devoid of immortals, liberating humanity from the perpetual dread of a sword looming over them, allowing them the autonomy to make their own choices, free from celestial interference. At last, Li Taibai unsheathed his sword, confronting the immortals above. I shall be the sword, carving a sliver of hope for the world. In that very moment, Ouyang, who had been by his side for decades, also made his move. Ouyang had an intimate understanding of Li Taibai's swordsmanship. Whether it was the Azure Lotus sword technique or Li Taibai's pure sword heart, Ouyang was acutely aware of his friend's flaws. In the midst of Li Taibai's incredulous gaze, Ouyang sheathed his own sword, relinquishing it. Before Li Taibai, Ouyang took his own life, transforming into a blood curse that tainted Li Taibai's unblemished sword heart. Before Li Taibai could even confront the immortals, he was severely weakened by a pawn set in place by them. Under the vast pressure of the immortals, the man destined to become a sword immortal, slaying all celestial beings, met his demise before Ouyang, vanishing without a trace. Ouyang, observing the final moments of Li Taibai's life, furrowed his brow in confusion. Something was amiss. This did not align with the ancient secrets he had learned. His master had clearly stated that in his previous life, Li Taibai had vanquished all the immortals before ultimately perishing. Why, then, did the scene unfolding before him show Li Taibai failing to strike down the immortals, instead being betrayed by a comrade before he could even make his challenge? What had gone awry in this sequence? Darkness gradually enveloped Ouyang, consuming everything around him. Suddenly, a golden frame illuminated before him, and the long-forgotten system activated, presenting a panel. Sidequest minigame activated. I am the Sword Immortal's close friend. Task: become Li Taibai's dearest friend. Rewards, none. Activation condition, 50 years of lifespan. Host lifespan, 150 years. Remaining, 132 years. Would you like to commence the game? Ouyang gazed at the task panel before him, contemplating for a moment before a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Was the ancient sword immortal truly so arrogant? This Na'vi fool, who had met his demise in a past life without my intervention, was nothing but a mere waste. Without a hint of hesitation, Ouyang declared, "Commence." It was now time for me to showcase my skills. Chapter 134. Indeed, I must have been adept at manipulation centuries ago, yet here I am, receiving no rewards at all. This system, stingy as it is, takes years to issue a single task while expecting to reap benefits for free. Ouyang's perspective shifted rapidly. With countless landscapes stretching before him into myriad beams of light, the system actually tasked him with correcting the timeline? What a trivial game. It was akin to risking his life. Yet, how could he stand idly by when it concerned his younger brother? This wretched system had a firm grip on his lifeline. 50 years of lifespan. Would it suffice for his 6 younger disciples? While other systems strive to extend their hosts' lives, this pitiful one seemed fearful of Ouyang living too long. Ouyang scoffed at the attributes displayed on the panel, even raising a middle finger in disdain. Once his perspective stabilized, he realized he was standing beneath a colossal rock, defiantly gesturing at 2 elderly men, one stout and one slender, atop it. Goodness, that was swift. Ouyang hastily withdrew his finger, casting his gaze downwards. "Oyazi, I ask you, do you wish to be a pawn in my hand?" The frail old man inquired, somewhat displeased. Initially, he had been moved by the earnestness of the man in green, who was fervently bowing to the ground, thus granting him an opportunity. Little did he expect to hear the question twice, nor to receive an unknown gesture in return. With his head bowed, Ouyang's heart raced as he realized he had incarnated within Oyazi, destined to become a pawn in the pursuit of Li Taibai by the immortal. This scene was one he had just witnessed. It was all too familiar. Ouyang raised his head, feigning a trembling excitement as he bent deeply before the immortal on the rock, proclaiming, "As you command, revered immortal." The slender immortal nodded in satisfaction, exchanging a glance with the stout one before vanishing from the stone. Only then did Ouyang straighten, surveying the myriad envious gazes surrounding him. A cold smirk graced his lips as he flourished his hands and declared, "The immortal has departed. I apologize, but I am now your patriarch." At his words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically from envy to astonishment, then to irritation, prompted solely by Ouyang's proclamation. Undeterred, he continued, "Dissatisfied? Go seek the immortal if you dare." As Ouyang spoke, the previously irate gazes around him transformed into expressions of trepidation, with many bowing their heads in submission. The humiliation of words and the long-standing reverence for the immortal left them devoid of any inclination to resist. A flicker of sighing crossed Ouyang's eyes, yet he continued, "Yezi? Such a pedestrian name. From this day forth, I shall be known as a Tizi, a title of slightly greater distinction. Do you all comprehend?" A harmonious chorus of agreement arose around him. Suddenly, Ouyang's perspective shifted once more, revealing the immense furnace before him. Within it, a sword sheath was gradually taking shape, a scene he had witnessed moments prior. This indicated that he could only exert control over Oyezi's body during significant historical decisions that would alter the course of events. Was this the contingency plan Oyezi had devised against Li Taibai? Ouyang pondered as he gazed at the furnace, observing a clan member preparing to add materials to the furnace. Ouyang seized the individual and declared, "This is far too unsightly. Melt it down and start anew. Allow me to draft a design." Recalling the image of a dapper figure, he swiftly sketched a crooked dachshund on paper. With a sense of pride, he tossed it before the astonished clan member, stating, "Recreated according to this." "But, Chief, you referred to me as young master." The clan member responded, "Very well, Chief. However, if the sheath is crafted according to your design, there will be excess material." He examined Ouyang's creation with a look of exasperation. "Utilize the surplus for embellishments, perhaps adding tassels or the like," Ouyang remarked nonchalantly, though every word subtly aligned with the trajectory of the future. Rectifying history to restore him to his former position was, after all, an inadvertent decision. Amidst the swordsmith clan, rumors began to circulate. Ever since Oyezi had received the immortal's decree, he had ascended to the role of clan leader. However, it was from that moment that he appeared to exhibit signs of a split personality. One moment he would identify himself as Oyezi, and the next as a Tizi. His demeanor was usually stoic and meticulous, yet at times he would behave erratically, as though 2 distinct souls resided within Oyezi's body, leaving the clan members perplexed. Whispers began to spread within the clan. After the immortal's decree, was Oyezi's body gradually being occupied? In other words, was the capricious spirit merely the essence of the immortal? Hence, the cautious and prudent suggestions of Oyezi often found themselves overshadowed by the plans of a Tizi, resulting in the latter's directives frequently coming to fruition. While the formers were often met with indifference, the immortal's explicit instructions naturally held greater weight than those of a mere representative. Under Ouyang's gaze, the originally exquisite and intricate sword hilt gradually became more simplistic. The hilt, resembling a dachshund, was slowly taking shape in the forge, accompanied by a sword tassel of ancient design. Everything seemed to align perfectly. As Ouyang observed the sword sheath and tassel in the furnace, a heavy drowsiness enveloped him, causing him to slowly lose consciousness. In a daze, he even heard Uyazi's furious exclamations. When Ouyang regained control of his body, he found before him a white-clad sword cultivator with a sword hanging at his waist. Habitually, Ouyang attempted to summon his attribute panel, but this time, there was no response from the system. The white-clad sword cultivator bore a striking resemblance to Bai Feiyu. Yet his overall demeanor seemed more akin to an advanced version of his second brother. His indifferent gaze and the cold aura surrounding him resembled that of an automatic walking refrigerator. With a swish, the sword cultivator unsheathed his long sword, pointing it menacingly at Ouyang's throat. With an air of indifference, he inquired, "Who dares?" Confounded by the sword's threat, Ouyang soon realized that this scene mirrored the first encounter between Li Taibai and Uyazi in his past life. A smirk tugged at the corners of Ouyang's mouth as he felt the weight of his azure robe, casually shifting the sword tip away from his throat. He spoke boldly. "Do not be so tense, whether you believe it or not. What I am about to say is undoubtedly true." Amid the sword cultivator's bewildered gaze, Ouyang shed his azure robe and draped it over himself, lowering his head to pluck a blade of grass to chew on, smiling at himself. Sunlight streamed at an angle onto the azure robe, and the suddenly appearing man in azure seemed to stand in the light, as if he radiated it. With a beaming smile directed at the white-clad sword cultivator, Ouyang proclaimed, "Little Bai, I can assure you that we were brothers in arms hundreds of years ago." Chapter 135. Is a sword cultivator who doesn't stand on trees still a sword cultivator? Behind Li Taibai stood a man clad in azure, who incessantly chattered to him in incomprehensible words. He claimed to be Ogz, slightly stronger than Uyazi. In the case of an ordinary person, the corpse would have begun to decay by now. Yet, Li Taibai astonishingly managed to endure, even when the azure-clad man delivered a sharp blow to his head. He did not even consider severing the hand that struck him. This was because he practiced his swordsmanship in a courtyard filled with swords, where others admired his skill and martial spirit. Only the azure-clad figure dared to inquire, "Aren't you tired from all that showboating, little Bai?" This caught Li Taibai by surprise, for he had always kept his distance from others, akin to a solitary star in the sky. Yet, the azure-clad man seemed to interact with him as if they were longtime friends, creating an unusually harmonious atmosphere. However,
this azure-clad man appeared to be afflicted with sort of schizophrenia, as his previously lively demeanor would suddenly shift to one of gloom and anxiety. At this moment,
the man in the azure attire would introduce himself as Ouyezi. Like the servants surrounding him, Ouyezi served with utmost caution, as if fearful of inciting his displeasure. This was the demeanor one would expect from a normal person encountering him. Such a humble and apprehensive manner of interaction was the familiar rhythm of his life. Yet, gazing at Ouyezi, who poured tea and offered water with the same attentive service as his other attendants, Li Taibai found himself reminiscing about the vivacious Ogz. This Ogz, unrestrained and remarkably familiar, seemed to embody the essence of the azure-clad figure he favored. In contrast, the current Ouyezi exhibited only reverence for him and piety towards the immortals. Although Li Taibai had been steeped in tales of the divine, understanding the sanctity of the immortals, he felt little genuine reverence in his heart. Swordsmen were inherently proud, often considering the sword in their hand as their own form of divinity. The azure-clad man claimed that Ogz surpassed Ouyezi by a slight margin. Yet in Li Taibai's eyes, Ogz was far superior to Ouyezi in more than mere increments. When the man donned the guise of Ogz, Li Taibai experienced emotions he had never felt since birth. This was a tenderness emanating from the heart, intertwined with playful banter and even light-hearted scuffles. Li Taibai, inherently sensitive to emotions, could acutely sense the feelings that Ogz evoked within him. From infancy, he had been nurtured by his family as a sharp sword, and his exceptional talent had not disappointed them. From the age of 2, when he first grasped a sword, he had known not what it meant to have an opponent. Even now, with a mere flick of his hand, he could discern the limits of his adversaries. However, amidst the rigorous training, the emotions deemed burdensome by his family were strictly prohibited from manifesting in his presence. Presently, Li Taibai stood as the foremost swordsman in Chaoga, the embodiment of his family's prestige and honor. His long sword, which hung at his waist, had remained sheathed for far too long. There was no worthy opponent left in this world to draw it against. Beneath the immortals, he had reached the pinnacle, yet the immortals remained a sacred and untouchable presence. Li Taibai could feel that, much like his pure-hearted sword, the blade at his side was gradually succumbing to rust. Thus, the sudden intrusion of Ouyang brought a semblance of amusement to the otherwise idle Li Taibai. At this juncture, he wielded significant influence over his family, and the azure-clad figure was one of his personally appointed attendants. With a clang, Ouyezi hurled the basin to the ground, exclaiming in a fit of rage, "Damn it! How could I be reduced to fetching water for you to wash your face?" As the azure figure swept past, a sudden blow struck Li Taibai's forehead. If outsiders were to witness this, they would surely be left utterly astounded. Striking the head of the foremost swordsman in Xiaoga, the average person would feel immensely grateful to be within 10 meters of Li Taibai. The hierarchy in this world is unforgivingly severe. Li Taibai, originally a noble in Xiaoga, now holds the esteemed title of the city's greatest swordsman. Such an honor would compel even the city lord to pay his respects. Yet, Li Taibai, having received a blow to the head, bore no resentment. He merely rubbed his slightly reddened forehead and languidly gazed at the now familiar figure of Ouyang, remarking, "You have returned." "Ouyang's easy." Ouyang observed the lethargic Li Taibai, clad in loose garments, clutching a wine jug, with his sword nonchalantly sheathed at his side. He presented the appearance of a disheveled drunkard. One could hardly detect the aura of a sword immortal, let alone that of an ordinary swordsman, in Li Taibai's current state. Ouyang, perplexed, inquired, "What has become of you?" Sharing a body with Ouyezi, he typically awakened during significant moments. In the past, it was always Ouyezi who accompanied Li Taibai. Thus, Ouyang found it puzzling why Li Taibai had transformed into this disheveled figure. Li Taibai took a swig from the jug, replying indifferently, "I have touched the limits of the sword path. There is nothing left in this world for me to pursue." "Ouyezi, do you believe it?" "Sometimes. Invincibility itself is a form of solitude." He spoke the most pretentious words in the most nonchalant tone. Ouyang, somewhat exasperated, gazed at the dispirited Li Taibai. Hadn't Dong Zizi foretold that Li Taibai would become the sword immortal capable of vanquishing all celestial beings? In such a disheveled and despondent state, how could he possibly slay immortals? In a few years, he might struggle to even kill a chicken. After pondering briefly, Ouyang suggested, "Xiaobai, let's go outside." "Go outside?" Li Taibai queried in confusion. "Indeed. Let us explore this world. I shall accompany you. Fetch me a glass of water. I am parched," Ouyang declared, lifting Li Taibai as he settled into a reclining chair. Li Taibai, somewhat clumsily, poured a cup of water from the teapot and presented it to Ouyang, who drank it in one gulp. Ouyang then remarked, "Xiaobai, your demeanor as a swordsman is utterly devoid of the expected vigor. What does a swordsman's vigor entail?" Li Taibai asked, intrigued. "Is a swordsman still a swordsman if he does not exude a certain grandeur? Look at your current disheveled appearance. You fail to groom yourself properly. Yet you dare to look down upon others? How can you still call yourself a swordsman?" Ouyang replied earnestly. Li Taibai pondered this seriously before asking, "What should I do then?" With a playful smile, Ouyang responded, "Start by keeping a diary. Write down all your lofty aspirations, and then pursue them one by one. Once you achieve them, you shall undoubtedly become the unrivaled master of the sword." Li Taibai nodded, utterly absorbed in the path of the sword. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, it was indeed time to embody the aura of the foremost swordsman. "Come, bring me paper and pen," Ouyang declared with great enthusiasm. Li Taibai obediently fetched the paper and pen from the study, akin to a dutiful spouse. Ouyang, with a flourish akin to a dragon dancing through the sky, inscribed a rather crooked line on the paper. "Who am I? I am the unrivaled and most admired swordsman. The most handsome and powerful, Li Taibai." Satisfied, he handed it to Li Taibai and instructed, "Go, stand in the tree and recite it." "Why must I stand in a tree to recite it?" Li Taibai queried as he took the paper. Ouyang rolled his eyes and retorted, "Nonsense. Can a swordsman who doesn't stand in a tree still be called a swordsman?" Such nonsensical words might have caused even a fool to hesitate. Yet, Li Taibai chose to believe wholeheartedly, for in his view, there was no need for deception in such matters. Trusting this notion, he leapt to the tree and perched upon a branch, proclaiming aloud the words inscribed by Ouyang. As the words escaped his lips, infused with his true essence, the sound resonated far and wide. "Who am I? I am the unrivaled and most admired, the most handsome and powerful swordsman, Li Taibai." The entire city of Xiaoga could hear his voice. Countless individuals paused, awkwardly gazing skyward, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment at such a cringe-worthy declaration. What on earth had possessed the most esteemed swordsman in the city to loudly proclaim such ridiculous literature? After Li Taibai concluded his recitation, he felt an inexplicable mix of shame and exhilaration, as if his pure heart of the sword was subtly stirred. This perplexed him, having reached the zenith of his swordsmanship. He had been surveying the path from atop the mountain. Yet, why did this utterance provoke such a tumult within his immaculate heart? It seemed that these seemingly embarrassing words actually held the potential to aid his swordsmanship. Perhaps they could even propel him further along a path he believed he had already mastered. If he were to progress beyond this point, he might transcend mere mortality. Li Taibai gazed into the depths of the sky, where an unknown terror loomed. Merely casting his eyes upon it instilled fear even in one who stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship. However, the restless heart of the sword ignited a glimmer of hope within Li Taibai. Could it be possible for him to become an existence beyond compare? Those celestial beings he had revered since childhood, yet had always felt a twinge of defiance toward. With this thought, Li Taibai repeatedly raised his voice to declare the somewhat embarrassing line. Who am I? I am the invincible and most captivating, the most handsome and strongest. The sword cultivator Li Taibai. When a shameful line is repeated countless times, it can even hypnotize oneself. Those who are curious may wish to try it. The effect is more pronounced in crowded places, as I can personally attest. On this day, the entire city of Chaoga was enveloped in an inexplicable awkwardness, with everyone experiencing an extraordinary day amidst the incessant barrage of this cringe-inducing phrase. Ouyang, reclining in a chair beneath a tree, was utterly delighted. This is precisely the essence. Is there a sword cultivator who does not pen an overly dramatic diary? Is there a sword cultivator who does not perch upon trees? It turns out that Little Bai has been posing atop the small peaks all along under my tutelage. Could it be that every day, while standing on the tree, Little Bai is silently reciting those utterly juvenile words? Ouyang nodded in satisfaction, only to feel his eyelids growing heavier, accompanied by a foreboding sense that upon awakening, it would mark the end of his journey. This implies that following this conclusion, Ouyang would inhabit the body for a considerable duration. Fortunately, it seems that everything he has done is steering history back onto its rightful course. His gaze fell upon the scabbard at Li Taibai's waist. It was a brown scabbard reminiscent of a sausage dog, the gift that Ouyang had personally bestowed upon Li Taibai during his possession of the body. Under his influence, Ouyang, who would have originally taken the sword away from Li Taibai, now willingly offered the scabbard to him. This signifies a transformation. The once treacherous Ouyang now appeared bewildered. During the time Ouyang occupied Ouyang's body, he had intentionally or unintentionally left behind some seeds of doubt that could overturn Ouyang's devout beliefs, gradually unsettling his inner convictions. Because of Ouyang's presence, the two, who were initially master and servant, had evolved into close friends. Even though Li Taibai regarded Ouyang merely as a teasee, it added a touch of confusion to the heart of the poor soul who wished to dedicate his life to the immortals. Ouyang's sole endeavor was to deepen the bond between Li Taibai and Ouyang. This was Ouyang's final gift to Ouyang, the choice to become a pawn in the hands of an immortal, betraying Li Taibai, or to follow the historical path he understood, plunging into the sword furnace to become the sword immortal Li Taibai, who vanquishes all immortals. Ouyang, fighting against his drowsiness, waved at Li Taibai, who descended from the tree. Upon seeing Ouyang's weary visage, Li Taibai instantly realized that a teasee was about to depart, and the rigid Ouyang would soon return. You are aware of my condition of split personality, aren't you? Ouyang said earnestly, gazing into Li Taibai's eyes. Li Taibai nodded slightly, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding a teasee and Ouyang. He then inquired, how can I erase that being known as Ouyang from your body? This query was the one that Li Taibai yearned to understand most deeply, an answer he had sought after through countless sorcerers for a long time. Ouyang, feeling exasperated, lamented the relentless violence that consumed those of the sword path. Did they possess no other thoughts? Shaking his head, Ouyang replied, Ouyang is also a teasee. I am him. And he is me, merely another facet of my existence. Therefore, I beseech you to undertake a task. Seemingly grasping the gravity of their conversation and its implications for their prolonged separation, Li Taibai approached Ouyang, gripping his hand firmly and declaring with an icy tone, do not utter such sentimental words. You shall not depart from this body. His voice was resolute, even domineering, yet beneath the surface lay a tremor of desperation. The renowned swordsman, cold as a glacier, implored Ouyang with a hint of yearning, hoping that a teasee would eternally inhabit this corporeal vessel. Yet, Ouyang felt his weariness intensifying, and with great effort, he raised a hand to grasp Li Taibai's ear, pulling him closer as he proclaimed, regard me as him, and forge a bond of friendship, a genuine connection. This was Ouyang's final choice for Li Taibai, a test that would ultimately determine his fate. If Li Taibai could truly empathize with Ouyang, then Ouyang would aid him in achieving the status of a sword immortal. Conversely, should Li Taibai insist on distinguishing himself from Ouyang, maintaining a master-servant dynamic, he would face betrayal in the future. The fates of both would end in demise, erasing the existence of the disciple by Feiyu and the celestial secret realm. Thus, Ouyang could do no more. The rest lay in the hands of Li Taibai and Ouyang, a celestial pawn and a blade that could sever immortals. Whether they could rely on their bond to break free from their shackles would depend on their destinies. However, Ouyang held confidence, for he hailed from the future, where Li Taibai's reincarnation, by Feiyu, awaited. This signified that their eventual success was inevitable. Yet, in this lifetime, the responsibilities they bore would likely render their journey more arduous. Observing the dimming light in Li Taibai's eyes, Ouyang felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. He slowly closed his eyes, expending his final ounce of strength to whisper, "You rascal. In the next life, I shall be your elder brother." Chapter 137. Return. Ouyang closed his eyes, and the next moment, he opened them again. As if only a fleeting second had passed, he found himself transformed into a wisp of shadow, floating in the sky above a battlefield, a place more akin to the site of divine falls than mere conflict. Countless meteors, shrouded in smoke and flame, plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently against the ground, only to be pierced and dissipated by blooming azure lotuses. The sky appeared as if it had been rent asunder, with immense scars resembling sword marks marring its expanse. This place had endured a brutal battle, heralding the conclusion of an ancient era. Beneath the celestial dome stood a solitary figure, clad in white garments, wielding a slender sword, his attire as pure as snow, and the blade glimmering like frost. With a mere flick of his wrist, a multitude of azure lotuses unfurled around him. This individual was none other than Li Taibai, who had ascended to the realm of the Sword Immortal. Ouyang felt a sense of solace. It seemed that both Li Taibai and Yazi had indeed embarked upon the path of history, signifying that he had successfully altered this timeline. At this moment, Li Taibai's eyes had transformed into twin azure lotuses, his expression devoid of any emotion, standing resolutely between heaven and earth like a formidable sword. Despite his seemingly insignificant stature, he embodied the might of a colossal blade, bisecting the connection between the heavens and the earth. In this world, beneath the heavens, there lay not merely the earth, for there existed him, Li Taibai. He slightly raised his head, one hand resting on his sword, and proclaimed to the celestial beings above, "I beseech the celestial immortals. Who else dares tread upon the mortal realm?" Countless distorted whirlpools erupted in the sky, a cacophony of furious voices resonating throughout the firmament. Arrogant, ignorant, cursed. The once exalted immortals now cursed Li Taibai, who stood defiantly at the juncture of heaven and earth, as if they were mere mortals. Thunder rumbled from above, whirlwinds roared, and in the midst of the tempest, myriad celestial anomalies reversed their course. From those countless twisted whirlpools emerged a multitude of immense eyes. Those were the colossal eyes of heavenly punishment. In comparison to the single eye of heavenly punishment that Ouyang had plucked from a small peak, these innumerable eyes were magnitudes larger, akin to the difference between a basketball and a grain of rice. Under the cold gaze of these vast eyes of heavenly punishment, Li Taibai erupted into hearty laughter. Now branded as the enemy of the world, he glanced around, realizing he stood utterly alone. Yet, upon reflection, he corrected himself. He still had his own self and the sword in his hand. Unfastening the gourd of wine at his waist, he took a deep swig and, gazing at the slender sword before him, murmured softly, "Since I have become the enemy of the world, today I shall truly be invincible." At last, the multitude of eyes of heavenly punishment could no longer restrain themselves, unleashing torrents of thunder upon Li Taibai. The dense, blue-white plasma twisted space itself, as countless serpentine bolts of lightning, tinged with crimson, lunged toward him with gaping maws. In that moment, the most ferocious lightning of the world converged upon the diminutive figure of Li Taibai. At the very center, Li Taibai, with unhurried grace, executed a flourish with his sword, holding it aloft with one hand, positioning it before him, and softly intoning, "The path of the sword flows like a river. The waters of the great river must descend from the heavens." Beneath his feet, the 36 petals of the azure lotus ascended, enveloped in an endless azure aura that bore the essence of supreme sword intent, instantaneously dispelling the surrounding tempest of electric plasma serpents. The 36 azure lotuses at his feet transformed into 36 flying swords, piercing toward the myriad celestial eyes of retribution above. In the blink of an eye, these 36 blades penetrated countless heavenly punitive gazes, eliciting a cacophony of muffled groans from the skies. The 30 blades, akin to aircraft, trailed azure streaks behind them. The intertwining streaks coalesced into a monumental azure waterfall that manifested in the heavens. Accompanying this spectacle was the disappearance of the celestial eyes of retribution from the sky. The once cerulean expanse above turned ominous, as blood rain poured down in torrents from the heavens. The fall of the immortals heralded an extraordinary phenomenon. The heavens wept blood. Calamity loomed ominously. The sky folded at an uncanny angle, seemingly drawing closer to the ground. The entire firmament threatened to descend upon the earth. The heavens tilted. The immortals, desperate in their final stand, sought to drag the entire world down as their funeral companions. How could these celestial beings, who had reigned from the heights for countless years, permit themselves to falter, especially to a mortal? They were born as immortals, the sovereigns of this realm. Even in death, they vowed to plunge the world into oblivion alongside them. Witnessing this scene before him, Li Taibai grasped the essence of his fate in that very moment. Releasing his sword, he stepped forward into the void and proclaimed with fervor, Li Taibai is willing to be the backbone of heaven and earth, to uphold the realm for all sentient beings. No sooner had his words echoed than a multitude of thunderous roars erupted, as the ethereal yellow and black energies began to extend and straighten the folded sky. Concurrently, Li Taibai's form began to dissipate, transforming into countless starlit particles that collided with the inverted heavens. The sky, once folded at an eerie angle, gradually began to restore its normalcy. Just before Li Taibai vanished completely, he raised his hand to grasp the sword, which lamented his impending demise, tore away the tassel, and cast it down to the mortal realm. Then, in a peculiar twist, he turned to face Ouyang, bestowing upon him a subtle smile. This smile sent a chill through Ouyang's being. The profound meaning behind Li Taibai's smile seemed to suggest that he had glimpsed his own fate. A sword sheath fell before him. The grotesque, dachshund-like sheath appeared to grin at him. Ouyang stood transfixed, watching the sword before him. As a torrent of thoughts began to surge within him, it was then that Ouyang finally comprehended the truth. He had become a phantasm from the very start, and he was now situated in the era of the ancient immortals. His ineffectual system had transported him back to a bygone age, intending to alter Li Taibai's destiny. Correct the timeline of the past. No wonder the system merely enhances my own vitality. Perhaps without it, I could have been an unparalleled genius. It is no surprise that upon encountering Lin Feng, the system displayed garbled messages. This means that Lin Feng exists outside the timeline. Entities beyond the confines of the world's timeline are simply beyond the system's capacity to reveal. This suggests, rather frustratingly, that my system possesses significant flaws. Furthermore, it bears the weight of a grand identity. Ouyang gazed at the sword before him. A thought crossed his mind, and with a swift kick to the sheath, a modicum of energy dissipated within him. Thud. A resounding heartbeat echoed through the cosmos. Before Ouyang appeared a heart, the pristine heart of Li Taibai. It seemed to perceive Ouyang, radiating joy. So this is how it is. Ouyang chuckled, raising a finger to touch the immaculate heart. He softly declared, Junior brothers, I await you in the future. This was originally a lengthy side story, but fearing accusations of padding, I shall pen it only upon completion. For now, I will merely advance the plot. Chapter 138. The sword demon. The scenery around him rapidly receded as if Ouyang stood amidst the tumult of time and space. Everything before him was stretched into countless beams of light. When he re-emerged, Ouyang found himself once more at the foot of the sword ascension platform. Bai Feiyu and Qin Changxing stared intently at him, puzzled as to why Ouyang remained stationary. Ouyang experienced a profound sense of dislocation, as if an eternity had passed, reliving 50 years of Li Taibai's life in fragments. Yet, in the eyes of Qin Changxing and Bai Feiyu, Ouyang remained unmoving. Observing Bai Feiyu, clad in white robes with a sword suspended at his waist, he began to merge with memories of Li Taibai. The features and demeanor of Li Taibai gradually coalesced with the figure before him. How splendid! Ouyang lifted his leg and stepped onto the platform, and in the next moment, he ascended directly to the summit. He stood beside Bai Feiyu and Qin Changxing. What the heck? Bai Feiyu and Qin Changxing stared at Ouyang in bewilderment. From their perspective, he had taken but a single step yet appeared before them as if by magic. The 99 tiers of the sword ascension platform had already eliminated 9/10 of the sword cultivators. Tens of thousands had been exhausted and disqualified, leaving only a mere few thousand at the pinnacle. Among these, not one was anything less than a celebrated genius among free cultivators, yet even they, after traversing the 99 tiers, found their vital energy depleted, sitting cross-legged to recuperate. After ascending the sword platform, everyone swiftly resumed their use of true essence, naturally seizing the opportunity to restore their strength to its fullest potential. Is there something on my face? Ouyang, bewildered, touched his own cheek, perplexed by the peculiar glances cast upon him by the two mischievous youngsters. Senior brother, how did you get up here? Qin Changxing inquired curiously. Isn't that obvious? I simply walked up, Ouyang replied, rolling his eyes. Bai Feiyu observed Ouyang's nonchalant demeanor, falling into contemplation. Could it be that the senior brother, despite being in the qi refinement stage, was indeed a prodigy in swordsmanship? This ludicrous notion quickly dissipated as Bai Feiyu shook his head. The senior brother had not been unacquainted with the sword. He had once dedicated 3 arduous days to mastering sword techniques. However, An unfortunate mishap resulted in him inadvertently wounding his own thigh, leading to an outburst of expletives and ultimately ending his aspirations. From Bai Feiyu's perspective, the senior brother's talent in swordsmanship was exceedingly poor, to the extent that he had never encountered a cultivator with such a lack of aptitude in this domain. Even Chen Changsheng, who did not practice swordsmanship, could effortlessly unleash sword energy. Yet, how was it possible for the senior brother to ascend this 99-tier sword platform in a single step? Even Bai Feiyu, who had just begun to grasp the principles of the law, had to ascend step by step. Could it be that the immense true energy had triggered some qualitative transformation? At present, this was the only explanation that seemed plausible. Meanwhile, Chen Changxing gazed at the self-satisfied Ouyang with admiration, exclaiming, "Senior brother, you truly possess extraordinary talent." In response to Chen Changxing's flattery, Ouyang waved his hand dismissively, graciously accepting the praise while surveying his surroundings. The square was modest in size, with the grand entrance of the palace situated at its heart. Scattered across the square were cultivators, their steps unsteady, faces ashen, and appearing utterly drained, as if they had been relentlessly sparring for 3 days and nights under the watchful eyes of the formidable disciples of Qingyan sect. Ouyang's gaze fixed upon a blue-clad cultivator, none other than Zhao Qiansun, who had been absent for some time. Zhao Qiansun, equally pale, sat cross-legged, striving to recover his depleted true essence. Ouyang approached swiftly, crouching before Zhao Qiansun and amiably inquiring, "How are you holding up, my friend?" Upon hearing Ouyang's voice, Zhao Qiansun slightly opened his eyes and was met with the sight of Ouyang, the embodiment of misfortune, grinning at him. Flustered, Zhao Qiansun hastily stood to leave. The mere presence of Ouyang sent a chill down his spine, compelling him to retreat as far as possible. Their brief interaction had left him both startled and apprehensive, for he was certain that he and Ouyang were destined to be at odds. However, one cannot entirely blame oneself. Zhao Qiansun could hardly fathom that someone who could share a close bond with Ouyang must possess an extraordinary fate. As Ouyang observed Zhao Qiansun feigning an attempt to depart, he reached out and grasped the sleeve of Zhao's garment, chuckling as he said, "Why the rush, brother Zhao? We have an instant rapport. Let us find a time to enjoy some tea and engage in conversation. Who would willingly share tea with you?" Zhao Qiansun cursed inwardly, yet maintained a forced smile as he replied, "Another day, certainly." Nevertheless, Ouyang refused to release his grip. Ever since he had been transported back to the ancient era to rectify the timeline, Ouyang had realized the grave issues with his peculiar system. Currently, his initial task was merely one crucial figure away from completion, the Son of Destiny. Although his first impression of Zhao Qiansun was less than favorable, it did not deter him from utilizing Zhao to fulfill his task. After all, encounters with the Son of Destiny were exceedingly rare, should Zhao Qiansun slip away. Who knew when he might encounter another? Ouyang thought it prudent to complete his initial mission first, then discern the true nature of his enigmatic system, ultimately seeking a way to rid himself of it. The more he considered this, the more fervently he gazed at Zhao Qiansun, which only served to heighten Zhao's anxiety. Why did Ouyang's eyes resemble those of a tiger stalking a rabbit? I must escape. As Zhao Qiansun prepared to flee, an unknown formation suddenly materialized beneath his feet, instantly disrupting his incantation. What is this? A dispelling formation. Zhao Qiansun gasped, staring in horror at the shimmering array below him. "Brother, my esteemed senior brother is most hospitable. Surely you do not wish to leave." Chen Changxing emerged from behind Ouyang, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Zhao Qiansun. When had such a formation been set around him without his awareness? Suddenly, Zhao Qiansun's expression shifted. A minuscule thread of true essence brushed past his hair. His demeanor hardened as he glared at the smiling Chen Changxing, coldly demanding, "Who are you, and why do you seek my hair?" Chen Changxing, taken aback, regarded Zhao Qiansun in surprise. This was the first time he had faltered. He hadn't anticipated that someone merely at the core formation stage could be so perceptive. Deciding to abandon pretense, Chen waved his hand, and 6 puppets swiftly encircled Zhao Qiansun and Ouyang. "I believe my senior brother, and you have unfinished business. Perhaps it would be best to delay your departure," Chen stated, eyeing Zhao Qiansun intently. Zhao Qiansun, noticing the 6 newly arrived cultivators whose auras clearly indicated they had entered the nascent soul stage, felt a chill of dread wash over him, his brow slick with perspiration. Just as he was about to clarify the misunderstanding, the grand doors of the palace at the center of the square were suddenly blasted open, accompanied by chilling cries of anguish. A sword practitioner, in a state of disarray, emerged on his sword, his face etched with terror as he shouted loudly to the other practitioners still in meditation. "The sword demon. It is the sword demon. Flee." Just as the words left his lips, a blood-red sword aura shot forth from the palace, piercing through his chest. The cultivator, who had barely escaped, was instantaneously transformed into a skewered figure, the blood-red sword energy, akin to tentacles, dragging him back into the palace. In Chapter 139, a child's incompetence can be handled with a beating. A high-ranking cultivator met his demise before the eyes of the crowd, who were still reeling from the shock of the unfolding events. Ouyang and his companions had already sprung into action. As the blood-red sword energy retreated into the palace, Ouyang, with his dog in tow, charged into the shattered entrance, following the trail of the crimson energy. Bai Feiyu followed closely behind, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his expression frigid. The previous sword aura was unmistakably a technique of the demonic cultivators. Why was there a demonic practitioner in his own burial ground? Qin Changxing cast a glance at Zhao Qiansun, surrounded by 6 puppets, and with a swift hand gesture, he struck the ground. Instantly, a barrier of formation arose beneath Zhao Qiansun's feet, providing him a momentary reprieve. Following closely behind Ouyang and Bai, Qin rushed toward the entrance, fully aware that Lung Qingsong had entered the palace moments before them upon opening the secret realm. This meant that Lung Qingsong was still inside. Ouyang stepped into the palace, hoisting his dog, disregarding all else, and prepared to unleash a powerful strike. However, upon witnessing the blood-soaked black attire within the palace, he was momentarily stunned. Lung Qingsong, clad in black combat gear, wielded a blood-red sword, his eyes ablaze with fury, his visage grotesque, as blood-red sword energy surged around him. The ground was littered with the corpses of sword practitioners, predominantly those of high-ranking cultivators. Standing amidst the carnage, Leng Qingsong laughed maniacally, reveling in the destruction before him. Leng Qingsong had succumbed to madness. Bai Feiyu and Qin Changxing arrived at Ouyang's side. Their breaths caught in their throats as they beheld the scene reminiscent of a fallen deity. It dawned on Qin Changxing why, in a past life, only Leng Qingsong emerged from this immortal secret realm. He had annihilated all the sword practitioners who had ventured inside after succumbing to madness. Bai Feiyu gazed at Leng Qingsong, his eyes swirling with the essence of the Tao. In his vision, a colossal blood-red shadow loomed behind Leng Qingsong, manipulating his body. Strangely, that immense crimson silhouette felt eerily familiar to Bai Feiyu. Qin Changxing raised a finger before him and commanded, "Formation, arise." Countless yellow talismans surged forth from his sleeves, adorning the once broken door, severing the connection between the palace and the outside world. At present, in this state, if the remaining sword cultivators outside were to behold Lung Qingsong, he would likely encounter a predicament akin to that of his previous life. Having slain numerous sword cultivators, Lung Qingsong must provide an account to the world. In his former existence, the sword sect's explanation was that its leader, Tai A, had transcended while inquiring at the sword pool, resulting in his death and the dissolution of his Tao. In this life, as his own senior brother, Lung Qingsong's thoughts turned to the grim necessity of burying the bodies, as Qin Changxing instinctively considered the need to conceal the scene from the outside world. Senior brother and second senior brother are being manipulated. A crimson shadow lurks behind them, controlling their bodies. Bai Feiyu spoke up. Ouyang Changshu, still clutching his dog, had initially believed that his second brother, in a bid to inherit the legacy of Xiaobai's past life, had begun a ruthless spree of killings. However, since Xiaobai asserted that the second brother was under manipulation, the situation appeared less dire. Ouyang could surmise that the blood-red shadow was likely the deranged counterpart of Ayazi, the sword spirit. If his second brother was indeed being controlled, then the burden of sin from the corpses strewn about would be significantly alleviated. Behind them, the yellow talisman erected by Qin Changsheng was under constant assault from some audacious sword cultivators outside. Having reached this juncture, the cultivators outside were unwilling to relent. Although a powerful practitioner had perished before them, who could guarantee they would not be the next fortunate victim? How noisy! Changsheng, press the yellow talisman tighter to keep the flies out, and Xiaobai, you go outside and secure the door. Ouyang instructed, glancing back at the now maddened Leng Qingsong. His tone brooked no dissent, prompting Qin Changxing and Bai Feiyu to promptly comply with their senior brother's directives. Bai Feiyu, clad in white, turned towards the entrance, while Qin Changxing's sleeves unleashed a flurry of yellow talismans, seemingly endless. The yellow talisman, which had been deformed from the external assaults, managed to stabilize somewhat. Upon reaching the entrance, the yellow talisman enveloped Bai Feiyu, transporting him outside. The fearless sword cultivators beyond were frantically assaulting the talisman-formed barrier. They were unaware of the unfolding events, yet they understood that 3 individuals had seized the moment to rush in and establish this yellow talisman gate. Those 3 were intent on monopolizing the opportunity. With this thought, the recently slain powerful practitioner was swiftly forgotten, now that they had arrived here. Who could resist the allure of seizing their own fortune within this celestial realm? Draw your swords. A calm voice emanated from the yellow talisman gate. causing the swords of all cultivators below the nascent soul stage to fly from their grasp. The sword cultivators in the square recoiled in alarm, akin to startled birds, as they gazed in horror at their swords soaring into the air. The cultivators above the nascent soul stage wore peculiar expressions as they tightly gripped their swords. Had they not forced themselves to maintain their hold, their blades would likely have slipped from their grasp. Clad in white, Bai Feiyu emerged gracefully from the yellow talisman gate. As he walked, his right hand casually drew the azure sword from his waist, its cold light illuminating his unparalleled figure. Holding the sword aloft with one hand, he stood silently before all the sword cultivators. Gazing at them, Bai Feiyu smiled warmly and, with a tone laced with mild apology, said, "I beg your pardon, esteemed guests. Should anyone advance a step further, life and death shall be disregarded." His demeanor was gentle, humble, and courteous. Within the confines of the gate, the yellow talisman stood still, allowing Chun Changsheng to exhale in relief. Even amidst the onslaught of numerous sword cultivators, he had managed to hold on. After Xiaobai exited, it seemed he had engaged in amiable discourse with the sword cultivators outside, resulting in the cessation of attacks on the gate he had established. "Senior brother. Should I test the waters with our second senior brother, now that he has succumbed to madness?" Chen Changsheng inquired tentatively, his focus divided. Ouyang shook his head, responding, "Changsheng, you are the third disciple. It is inappropriate for you to confront the second. What sense is there in a junior brother battling an elder?" He then turned his gaze toward the possessed Leng Qingsong, adding, "With our master absent, the eldest brother assumes the role of a father. I shall handle this. The second brother has allowed himself to be controlled by some force, and it is his own fault for being inept. I will take action." Chen Changsheng nodded, feeling no offense at Ouyang's candid remarks, even when directed at himself. Ouyang glanced at the dog in his hand, casually lifting one of its hind legs, and remarked nonchalantly, "If the child lacks skill, a good beating will suffice." Chapter 140, The Blue Lotus protects its master. Ouyang, with the dog in tow, approached the grotesque figure of Leng Qingsong, who was drooling and glaring with bloodshot eyes. Ouyang felt a twinge of frustration. Was his younger brother truly of such low caliber? How easily had a mad sword spirit overtaken his body? He retrieved a recording stone from his pocket, capturing Leng Qingsong's disgraceful state. Once this matter concluded, he would ensure that his second brother would have to confront the foolishness of his current predicament. After securing the image, Ouyang gazed at Leng Qingsong with a bemused expression, tilting his head as he asked, "Miyazi, shall I force you out, or will you obediently emerge on your own?" The sword spirit, now fully in control of Leng Qingsong's body, recognized Ouyang, but his mind was consumed by a thirst for bloodshed. With centuries of pent-up resentment unleashed, the sword spirit sought to vent its fury. Countless blood-red sword energies surged forth like tendrils, lunging towards Ouyang. The suffocating aura of violence hung thickly in the air, the nauseating scent of blood overwhelming the senses. Ouyang furrowed his brow, channeling his inner energy unreservedly into the body of the young man beside him. Then with a gentle wave, his energy transformed into a crescent-shaped strike, magnified hundreds of times, hurtling towards the crimson sword energy that filled the sky. Boom! The collision of the blood-red sword energy and the enormous crescent strike sent tremors throughout the entire palace. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Cold Qingsong, saliva dripping from his mouth, roared the same word, his blood-red longsword slicing through the void to appear directly before Ouyang. Clang! Ouyang raised the young man to block the descending sword, and the young man bit down on the blood-red blade, preventing Cold Qingsong from withdrawing it. Ouyang's cool gaze met Cold Qingsong's blood-red eyes, each reflecting the other's image. A flicker of fear passed through those crimson orbs, momentarily clearing their madness, only to be swiftly replaced by frenzy. "It's all you. It's all you." The deranged sword spirit seemed to recognize Ouyang as the one who once shared a body with it, shrieking in madness. Countless blood-red sword energies suddenly manifested around Cold Qingsong, violently thrusting toward Ouyang. Yet, all the sword energies were effortlessly repelled by the surrounding energy enveloping Ouyang. The ability to restrain the blood-red longsword was solely due to the young man. Once a sheath, Ouyang exerted little effort. He raised his hand, aiming for Cold Qingsong's neck. With his energy coursing over his palm, the blood-red sword energies posed no threat to Ouyang whatsoever. In an instant, as he grasped Cold Qingsong's neck, he executed a swift throw, slamming Cold Qingsong into the ground. The blood-red longsword slipped from Cold Qingsong's grasp, while the young man clamped down on it, desperately controlling the sword that sought to escape his jaws. This was the perfect moment to prove his loyalty, even if it meant losing a tooth. He would hold on to the sword in his mouth. Having once betrayed Ouyang, the young man clung fiercely to the longsword, his eyes resolutely fixed on it. Opportunity favors the prepared. The young man and the blood-red longsword wrestled together. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Ouyang released the young man and delivered a resounding slap to Cold Xingsong's face. For a brief moment, Cold Xingsong's blood-red eyes showed confusion, only to be swiftly overtaken by madness once more. Smack! This slap infused with Ouyang's energy coursed through Cold Xingsong's body. Ouyang's energy seemed to possess a miraculous effect. With several powerful slaps, Cold Xingsong's face began to swell, and the crimson hue in his eyes faded significantly. Within Cold Xingsong's dantian, a sea of red had already taken hold. In the midst of a tumultuous sea of blood, Lung Xingsong's nascent soul clutched his innate sword, safeguarded only by the 12th grade lotus, which had been transformed by his true essence. Yet, the adversary proved overwhelmingly formidable the moment he reached for the sword. He lost control over his corporeal form, and his nascent soul was firmly suppressed in a corner of his dantian. Lung Xingsong remained oblivious to the identity of his assailant. Undeterred, his nascent soul persisted in its resistance. Having comprehended the essence of the Qinglian sword intent, Lung Xingsong floated within the sanguine abyss of his dantian. Reliant solely on the solitary lotus, countless tendrils emerged from the blood sea, attempting to assail the Qinglian, yet each disintegrated before they could reach it. The Qinglian, akin to a bane to the blood sea, commanded a realm where the crimson waters recoiled in its presence. The azure aura emanating from the Qinglian incessantly purified the surrounding blood sea. With patience, he believed he would one day cleanse the blood sea entirely. Despite his consciousness being confined within the nascent soul, Lung Xingsong could still perceive the nameless monstrosity wielding his body in a frenzied slaughter. Helplessly seething with rage in the dantian, he was astonished to notice that every time he vanquished a practitioner, their sword intent wafted towards the Qinglian within his dantian. Upon absorbing the sword intent of the slain, the Qinglian flourished and grew in strength. Each swordsman's intent was unique, transforming into sustenance for the Qinglian, which in turn nourished the innate sword in Lung Xingsong's grasp. The sword he had once shattered with his own hands began to solidify, manifesting a blade shaped by the Qinglian's sword intent. The realization that he could absorb the sword intent of others did not evoke joy. Rather, it filled him with revulsion. What difference was there between absorbing the sword intent of fellow practitioners and the monstrosity that controlled his body to commit murder? Proud and haughty, Lung Xingsong felt a profound disdain for his current actions, yet he remained powerless to change his fate. It was only when his elder brother appeared within his line of sight that the creature in the blood sea seemed to grasp the magnitude of his brother's prowess. The blood sea within his dantian churned violently, effectively severing his sensory connection to the outside world. This loss of external awareness instilled a sense of urgency in Lung Xingsong. What if the creature controlling his body harmed his brother? In a moment of desperation, the nascent soul, seated within the Qinglian, raised his innate sword and cleaved toward the blood sea, causing the Qinglian to become tumultuous in response. Overwhelmed by concern, the once stable Qinglian was engulfed by the blood sea. Lung Xingsong found himself shrouded in darkness. Had he perished? Lost in the depths of this endless void, Lung Xingsong sank into confusion. Until the familiar vital energy reached the dantian, it was as if sunlight had fallen upon a bed of white snow, causing the crimson hue above the dantian to dissolve entirely, revealing the azure lotus once more. As the vital energy entered the azure lotus, it appeared to be nourished, sprouting delicate green stems and unfurling a single lotus leaf. It took root amidst a sea of blood, voraciously absorbing its essence. Brother. Lung Xingsong gazed in exhilaration at the unfolding scene. The familiar vital energy was indeed emanating from his brother. It seemed that outside, his brother was exhausting every ounce of his vital energy to rescue him. Chapter 141. You kill them for their own good. The sound of rhythmic applause echoed within the palace. Perhaps it was due to the madness of Xianxia, who had taken possession of his second son's body, that the act of slapping his second son became exceedingly effortless. Initially, it was merely an expression of frustration, as his second son, bearing the title of the Chosen One, had fallen prey to a deranged sword spirit. Thus, he delivered 2 slaps to vent his anger. However, he found himself increasingly adept at it, even noticing that his vital energy seemed to aid in awakening his second son, prompting Ouyang to become even less restrained. On one hand, this was due to Lung Xingsong being shrouded in a sanguine sword intent, making gentle methods of imparting vital energy utterly ineffective. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on Ouyang's vigorous approach to achieve a miracle. With his back turned to the palace, Xianxia was intently observing the yellow talisman door, seemingly oblivious to the commotion behind him. The moment Ouyang delivered the first slap, Xianxia feigned an intense scrutiny of the yellow talisman door, though his back was turned to Ouyang. The recording stone in Xianxia's hand was accurately aimed at Ouyang and Lung Xingsong. After a flurry of over 30 slaps, the crimson hue in Lung Xingsong's eyes had completely faded. as a glimmer of divine light flickered in Long Qingsong's gaze. A phantasmal azure lotus shattered the crimson sword energy that ensnared him. Ouyang instinctively leaped aside at that moment. The long sword, caught in the jaws of a handsome dog, emitted a mournful cry, and Ouyang vaguely perceived a faint red shadow retreating back into the sword. The ethereal azure lotus surrounding Ling Qingsong gradually blossomed, and his pupils were once again replaced by the hues of the lotus. Simultaneously, Ling Qingsong's aura surged dramatically, soaring to the 9th level of the nascent soul realm in the blink of an eye. However, as he sought to directly step into the out-of-body stage and condense his soul, he was forcibly restrained by his own will. The azure lotus was entirely drawn back into his body, enveloping the Dantian in a misty aura, where Ling Qingsong's nascent soul sat majestically atop the azure lotus. His life sword, having absorbed the sword intent of other cultivators and a significant portion of the blood sea within the Dantian, had also returned to its former glory. Although it lacked the innate charm it once possessed, the broken life sword had finally regained its original form. Taking a deep breath, Ling Qingsong slowly exhaled and raised his gaze to see Ouyang standing before him. The cold and unyielding cold Qingsong could no longer contain his excitement as he gazed at his elder brother, exclaiming, "Brother," as he longed to continue speaking. His gaze fell upon Ouyang's slightly trembling, swollen left hand. Had he sustained injuries while rescuing him? A profound sense of guilt welled up within cold Qingsong as he lowered his head, resembling a remorseful student, and murmured with heartfelt regret, "Brother, it is all my fault." Ouyang gently shook his swollen left hand and inquired of cold Qingsong, "How do you feel?" Cold Qingsong replied honestly, "It's nothing serious. Just a bit of pain in my face." The fact that the typically stoic cold Qingsong admitted to feeling pain on his face was a testament to the severity of the slap he had received from Ouyang. "Now, do tell me what transpired." Ouyang glanced at the dashing figure still engaged in combat with the crimson longsword before turning his attention back to cold Qingsong. A hint of astonishment crossed cold Qingsong's face as he began recounting his experiences in a subdued tone. After Ta-A brought him to the sword-forging city, it was during this critical moment that cold Qingsong grasped the essence of the Qinglian sword intent left behind by the ancient sword immortal, Li Taibai. Once he fully comprehended the immortal's notes in the remnants of the Qinglian sword intent on the wooden hairpin handed to him by Xiaobai, he unlocked the entrance to the immortal's secret realm. At that moment, he found himself in a desolate place where only a solitary longsword was embedded in the ground. Within his mind, a voice enticed him to draw the sword, promising that doing so would make him the next Li Taibai. Cold Qingsong succumbed to the temptation, and the instant his hand grasped the hilt, he lost control over his body, his consciousness suppressed within his nascent soul, struggling within his Dantian. The incessantly arriving cultivators became the souls claimed by the madman who had seized control of his body. Although it was not my intention, those cultivators perished by my sword, and I bear a part of the responsibility for their deaths, Cold Qingsong said softly, gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Though it was the madman who wielded his body to kill, he had nonetheless absorbed the sword intent of those cultivators after their demise. Therefore, their deaths were inextricably linked to him. It was his weakness that had led to this tragedy. Upon hearing Cold Qingsong's words laced with self-reproach, Ouyang turned to Xianxia, who stood with his back to them, and asked, "Qingsong, how many lives were lost here?" Xianxia turned around, his sleeves clasped behind him, and surveyed the surroundings before responding. 2 at the Great Ascension stage, 34 at the Fusion stage, 72 at the Spirit Severing stage, totaling 108. Oh, that number is quite auspicious. Did the second brother slay a segment of water margin? However, this madman, Ouyang, possesses some skill. It is remarkable that he could take down 2 at the Great Ascension stage with a body at only the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, the guilt on Cold Qingsong's face deepened. Xianxia gazed at Ling Qingsong and spoke, "Are you feeling remorse for the fallen cultivators? Here they come." The representative of the language class from the small mountain peak has arrived. Ouyang, who had been devoid of words, breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xianxia with a hint of gratitude, appreciating the perfect timing of the third brother's interjection. Ling Qingsong, perplexed, turned to Xianxia, seemingly eager to hear what he had to say. With a smile, Xianxia began, "Let us not dwell on whether my senior brother was compelled to slay these cultivators. Merely the fact that these esteemed practitioners have gathered here warrants their demise."
Both Ouyang and Ling Qingsong stared at Xianxia in astonishment, awaiting the absurdity that might follow. As cultivators, we are inherently at odds with the heavens.
My second senior brother must understand that those at the spirit severing stage can already grasp the essence of the Tao and have a preliminary understanding of their own path. Yet, among these cultivators who perished here, many are of the great ascension and harmonization stages. They possessed their own Tao, but still ventured into this immortal seeking to inherit the path of the sword immortal Li Tai Bai. They did not even trust their own Tao, and thus, their fall was inevitable. Qin Changxing's words were resolute, as if declaring that the deaths of these fallen cultivators were a foregone conclusion. Even if Lang Qingsong refrained from slaying them now, they would eventually meet their end. Implicitly, it suggested that Lang Qingsong's actions were, in fact, a mercy. If they could not even believe in the Tao they had cultivated over countless years, their demise was merely a matter of time. It would be better for them to perish sooner, allowing them to comprehend this truth, so that in their next life, they might pursue their path with greater conviction. One could not help but admire Qin Changxing's unique perspective, portraying Lang Qingsong's actions as ultimately beneficial for them. Ouyang nodded vigorously. Changxing speaks wisely. Upon hearing Qin Changxing's words, the remorse on Lang Qingsong's face lessened somewhat. Ouyang then approached the handsome dog, who was proudly standing on the long sword, exuding an air of victory. Is there a way for me to speak with him privately? Ouyang inquired, pointing at the sword. The dog nodded, saying, there is a way. Just come inside my belly. Chapter 142. A piece on the chessboard. The dog grasped the blood-red longsword with one paw and demonstrated the act of swallowing the sword for Ouyang. The dog, which was originally a sheath, effortlessly consumed the sword entirely. Ouyang, observing the display of skill, asked, and then what? The dog chuckled, opening its mouth earnestly. Just stand there and don't move, and I shall swallow you whole. The dog's face was filled with sincerity, seemingly devoid of jest. Ouyang turned to Lang Qingsong and Qin Changxing, saying, you too, keep an eye on this dog. If anything seems off, do not hesitate to slay it. As Lang Qingsong and Qin Changxing exchanged glances, they had yet to comprehend Ouyang's intentions when they beheld the stunning youth devouring Ouyang whole. A monstrous beast dared to consume its master. Death. In an instant, Qin Changxing and Lang Qingsong were at the youth's side. Lang Qingsong, using his finger as a sword, aimed directly at the youth's throat, while Qin Changxing fiercely grasped the youth's head, preparing to shatter the vile creature's skull with his spiritual power. Wait. The master merely went to deal with that sword. He will return shortly. The youth exclaimed in alarm. Both Lang Qingsong and Qin Changxing halted their movements. Yet their hands remained poised at the youth's throat and head, ready to claim the life of this wretched creature. How long? Lang Qingsong inquired impatiently. The youth shook his head, gazing at Lang Qingsong as he replied, the master entered for your sake. I cannot say how long it will be. Upon hearing this, Lang Qingsong fell silent, reflecting on his own weakness that compelled his elder brother to tirelessly toil for him, even suffering injury in the process. If he were to grow stronger, he would no longer be a burden to his brother, even if he could not offer aid. Wasn't this the very reason he had chosen the path of cultivation? With a grimace, he bit his lip, his face etched with reluctance. Meanwhile, Qin Changxing was struck by a thought. His second senior brother in his previous life had likely slain too many sword cultivators, ultimately inheriting Li Tai Bai's legacy, but stirring chaos within the cultivation realm. In this life, with the support of several fellow disciples, though some powerful cultivators had perished, the lives of thousands of sword cultivators outside the palace had been preserved. This, too, could be deemed a change in his second senior brother's fate. His elder brother ventured into danger to confront whatever had transformed his second senior brother into that monstrous state. With this realization, Qin Changxing felt a sense of relief. In this world, aside from cataclysmic upheaval, there was nothing his elder brother could not accomplish. Meanwhile, Ouyang, swallowed by the youth, had yet to regain his composure, feeling the world spin around him until he found himself once more above a serene lake. This was indeed the space he had previously enlightened. It was the small world created by the mad Yazi who had stolen Li Tai Bai's essence. Before Ouyang floated a blood-red longsword, now devoid of the arrogance it had displayed while slaughtering cultivators. Yet the undulating crimson sword aura testified that the sword spirit within still thrived. Returning here felt like coming home. He plopped down on the water's surface, where the lake kindly elevated a water chaise lounge for him. Without a doubt, it was his beloved son, whom he had enlightened, bestowing him with comfort. Let us converse, Uyazi. We are old acquaintances. What words cannot be spoken face to face? Ouyang addressed the longsword before him. A faint crimson silhouette gradually emerged from the blood-red longsword, as Ouyang's upper body materialized above the blade. Gazing complexly at a Yuzi before him. Who exactly are you? The Yuzi inquired. Pondering the question while stroking his chin, Ouyang adjusted his posture, resting his hands on his knees, and replied earnestly, I am the one willing to sacrifice a third of my lifespan to alter your fate. To put it bluntly, you ought to bow 3 times in gratitude for the mere fact that you stand here and can utter words. Upon hearing Ouyang's words, the Yuzi regarded him with disdain, incredulous that such fantastical tales could sway his belief. Unperturbed, Ouyang continued, You surely find my claim hard to accept, yet I have accomplished it. Otherwise, after sharing a body for so many years, how could even the celestial beings you revere remain oblivious? Does that not strike you as peculiar? When Ouyang boldly unveiled the secret binding them, Ayuzi's composure shattered. Detaching himself from the longsword, he stared at Ouyang in disbelief and uttered, "Is it truly you?" Initially, Uyuzi only sensed a hint of familiarity with Ouyang, suspecting him to be the unknown spirit sharing his body. For countless years, this conjecture troubled him, as he initially believed Ouyang to be a test from the celestial beings. However, through his time spent with Li Taibai, transitioning from a mere servant to a confidant, Uyuzi became convinced that Ouyang was not a celestial being testing him. Perhaps Ouyang himself was a celestial being. Yet, when Ouyang stood before him, affirming this reality, Uyuzi found it impossible to accept. The entity capable of seizing his body was, astonishingly, an ordinary cultivator standing before him. How did you achieve this? How did you traverse time? What is your purpose? Uyuzi demanded, his gaze fixed intently on Ouyang. You are nothing like the other version of yourself. Your subtlety is absent. Ouyang retorted, regardless of how I arrived here or my intentions, I wish to ask you, do you regret it? After a prolonged silence, Uyuzi finally responded, regret? Perhaps, yes. Throughout those endless years, I cursed everyone, Li Taibai, my kin, you, myself, even the celestial beings. Yet, what was the outcome? The torment that haunted me was an overwhelming sense of solitude, one so profound it rendered me forgetful of my own identity. I willingly cast myself into the furnace, transforming into the sword in Li Taibai's grasp, aiding him in vanquishing the celestial beings, only to find myself in this predicament. Had I remained a pawn for the celestial beings, death would have been the worst outcome, sparing me from this relentless suffering. Although I exist now, what meaning does it hold? Though alive, there exists no trace of my being in this world. What difference does it make to live now compared to being dead? Uyuzi gazed at Ouyang in bewilderment and said, You wish for me to transform from a mere pawn into the sword that slays immortals. In truth, you are merely turning me from a chess piece of the immortals into a piece in your hand, are you not? Chapter 143. Behind every coincidence lies inevitability. Uyuzi stared blankly at Ouyang, and as those words escaped his lips, his visage bore no hatred. After such a long passage of time, even hatred had become an impossibility. The system altered the past timeline through its own agency, a matter Ouyang was unable to voice, only managing to express a semblance of regret. I am sorry. Uyuzi shook his head and continued. To become a pawn of the immortals is no different than to become your pawn. You have not made the decision for me. It is a choice I have made for myself. The worst fate of being a pawn of the immortals is merely death. However, to be your pawn has condemned me to endure countless years of suffering worse than that of being a pawn of the immortals. If I had never seen the sunlight, I could have borne the darkness. Regret? At first, yes, but now all is past. Ouyang straightened his posture and regarded Uyuzi, saying, I must correct you. One is a pawn of the immortals, the other is merely to live as a human. What if being human is more painful than being a pawn of the immortals? Uyuzi inquired. This question rendered Ouyang speechless, having not experienced Uyuzi's torment. He could not assess that suffering. Uyuzi suddenly smiled at Ouyang, exclaiming, In truth, I am quite envious of you. Ouyang looked at him in confusion. Uyuzi lamented. For so many years by Li Taibai's side, I was merely regarded as a replaceable servant. Yet, merely because of your words, he considers you a friend. Even after your departure, Li Taibai continues to think of me as you. Upon hearing Uyuzi's words, Ouyang shook his head and replied, After I left, it was you who remained by his side. He truly acknowledges you. Uyuzi tilted his head, raising his ethereal hands, and softly remarked, What you do not know is that after your departure, I became a teasy. He forbade me from uttering the name Uyuzi, until I cast myself into the furnace. Nothing had changed. Despite my efforts to become like you, you have become irreplaceable. It is cruel. Ouyang compelled Uyuzi to reclaim human emotions. Yet this sentiment remains unrecognized by others. Even in the end, sacrificing oneself did not restore the respect once lost. A sudden pang of guilt washed over Ouyang. The Uyuzi before him had transformed from a pawn of the immortals, devoid of knowledge save for faith, to one who possessed human emotions yet remained undervalued. His life seemed to unfold as a tragic tale. Seeing the pity in Ouyang's gaze, Uyuzi burst into laughter, the sound resonating throughout the small space. Ha! The corners of Ouyuzi's pale red eyes seemed to glisten with laughter, leaving Ouyang utterly perplexed. As Ouyuzi stifled his smile, his demeanor transformed, emanating an air of nonchalance as he gazed lazily at Ouyang, inquiring, Did you think I was lamenting? Rising to his feet, Ouyang maintained a stoic expression as he raised his hand. Observing this gesture, Ouyuzi hastily shook his head and clarified, No, I was merely reflecting. Those words were matters I had long pondered. And what are you engaged in now? Ouyang queried, fixing his gaze on Ouyezi, who was entertaining himself. With a serious expression, Ouyezi ceased his laughter and replied, "Thank you." Ouyang was thoroughly bewildered by the spectacle before him. Yet, Ouyezi continued with a note of nostalgia. "Since your departure, things have not unfolded as you imagined. Li Taibai and I have become friends. More accurately, he has been my savior." After Ouyang left, Li Taibai exhibited remarkable patience towards the newly reawakened Ouyezi, displaying an unexpectedly amiable demeanor. Together, they traversed much of the world, witnessing the majestic landscapes and the myriad joys and sorrows of humanity. The bond between them, far from freezing in Ouyang's absence, blossomed anew, as if they had rediscovered one another, genuinely recognizing each other as true friends. Even when Li Taibai occasionally referred to him as Ouyezi, he would promptly apologize, to which Ouyezi remained indifferent. His entire life had been steeped in the belief that immortals defined his existence. He had never before lived so purely for himself. Ultimately, when Li Taibai's fated sword shattered, Ouyezi plunged willingly into the sword furnace, fully committed. Had Li Taibai merely regarded him as a substitute for Ouyezi, Ouyezi would not have embraced such a fate. This mutual redemption was what Ouyang yearned to witness, Li Taibai and Ouyezi saving one another. In the end, Ouyezi transformed into a sword, while Li Taibai, slaying the immortal, met his demise. Both fulfilled their destinies without regret. Do you know? Through endless years, what has kept me lucid is the constant recollection of the days spent with Li Taibai. The other version of me that you encountered is the embodiment of the madness and despair I cast aside, Ouyezi remarked with a smile. The rational Ouyezi was, in truth, merely a manifestation of his own madness and despair. It was the madman who became rational over countless years. Raising his hand, Ouyezi gently caressed the blood-red long sword beside him, watching as the crimson hue gradually faded, revealing a slender, snow-white blade. Etched at the hilt were the two characters, Tai-A. With Tai-A inverted, one grants another the handle. The sword of might, capable of severing immortals. To offer oneself as a sword is to embody Tai-A turned upside down. With one stroke, to cut down immortals. This act epitomizes the might of the sword immortal. Ouyangzi gazed with satisfaction at the long sword he had forged, turning to Ouyang and remarked, "People refer to Li Taibai as the sword immortal. So I asked him what I should call myself." Others hesitated to respond. "However, today I shall proclaim myself as the immortal sword. Is that acceptable?" Ouyang inclined his hands in acquiescence, expressing no objections. Ouyangzi burst into laughter, only to find his wine gourd absent from his waist. And with a regretful click of his tongue, he mused, "To live as you do has unveiled the vibrant tapestry of this world to me. To be human should indeed be like this. Then why have you slain so many sword cultivators?" Ouyang finally inquired. Ouyangzi regarded him and replied in a hushed tone, "That young man in black possesses a dangerous agenda. After he eliminates cultivators, he can seize their sword intent to augment his own power, allowing him to ascend swiftly to the realm of the immortals. Such methods are quintessentially immortal." He continued, "This is what I wish to impart. An immortal is always an immortal. Even in death, their essence endures." "What do you mean?" Ouyang queried. "Is that young man in black truly the reincarnation of Li Taibai?" Ouyangzi suddenly asked about Lungqing Song. Ouyang paused, shaking his head. "No, but there is a connection." "Precisely. The calculations of the immortals extend to the present. They seem to foresee their demise, thus orchestrating events that continue to unfold even now. That young man in black is among their chosen." Ouyangzi reflected aloud. "You claim that the slaughter of so many sword cultivators is an immortal's tactic?" Ouyang asked in astonishment. Ouyangzi looked at him with a hint of frustration, wondering why this lad, capable of manipulating the past, now appeared so dim-witted. Annoyed by Ouyangzi's gaze, Ouyang retorted, "I have always detested riddlers." As Ouyangzi's figure gradually faded, he softly stated, "Behind every coincidence lies an inevitable truth." Chapter 144. Flower Petals. The phrase resonated with Ouyang, invoking thoughts of his master, Ouyang. A mere jade pendant, passed down over a decade, had set Ouyang on a relentless journey since his entrance into the world. Could it be that everything occurring now still falls within the scheming of that old immortal? A chill crept down his spine. A seemingly trivial change, a small occurrence, could unleash such monumental waves after many years. Was this the essence of divination? Did the ancient immortals possess the foresight to calculate events even after countless epochs? What, then, is the nature of this system that could even elude the immortals? Whether it was leading his second brother to sever his fated sword or now navigating the immortal's secret realm, it seemed as though his old man was silently orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Had his father truly reached the level of an immortal? A cascade of questions engulfed Ouyang. as if a monumental secret loomed behind him. It resembled a chessboard, where countless hands wielding black and white pieces continually placed their tokens, crafting an intricate and vast game. Everyone, including himself, was ensnared upon this board. Indeed, those myriad players, each holding black and white pieces, had likewise become mere pawns in one another's grasp. The interwoven complexities were blinding. This reminded Ouyang of the first time he beheld the 3 question marks inscribed in the cultivation column on Ouyang's panel, alongside the evaluation that even a dog could manage a 50-50 chance. If a dog could achieve parity, what distinction was there when compared to a celestial being? Upon the return of his master, he was resolute in his intent to bind him to a tree and demand clarity regarding these matters. With newfound determination, Ouyang turned his gaze back to Iyazi. Iyazi, however, beamed at Ouyang and remarked, "I have awaited Li Tai-bai for far too long. I shall not have another opportunity to wait. This item is destined for that young lad in black outside." With that, Iyazi carefully withdrew an object from his heart's core. It was a cyan flower stamen. This represented Li Tai-bai's true sword intent, encapsulating all the paths of Li Tai-bai. Iyazi solemnly extended the stamen to Ouyang. As Ouyang accepted the stamen, the moment it departed from Iyazi's grasp, the latter's body began to disintegrate uncontrollably. Why? Ouyang gasped in astonishment, witnessing Iyazi's dissolution. Iyazi shook his head and replied, "Do you ponder why Li Tai-bai's miniature world acknowledges me? My continued existence, my true spirit surviving until now, is all thanks to this stamen. Perhaps it is best to relinquish it. It is too precious, and you should keep it for your survival." Ouyang, shaking his head, unhesitatingly returned the stamen to Iyazi. It was the legacy of the ancient sword immortals, yet Ouyang displayed no reluctance in returning it. This astonished Iyazi. Though he did not reclaim the stamen, his form grew increasingly ethereal. Looking at Ouyang, Iyazi expressed, "I am grateful to you for allowing me to become human and to live as one. How delightful it would be if Li Tai-bai were alive, and the 3 of us could share a drink together." His voice faded, becoming increasingly nebulous. Just as Iyazi was on the brink of losing consciousness, a hand rested upon his wrist. A gentle force surged from that hand into Iyazi's being, swiftly mending his disintegrating form. The consciousness that had nearly ebbed away regained its clarity. Ouyang, with a triumphant expression, gazed at the bewildered Iyazi and mischievously declared, "Since you have extracted Li Tai-bai's essence from your body, let it assume my form." The abysmal dialogue left Iyazi with a furrowed brow, yet the power emanating from Ouyang was undeniably stabilizing him. "You are indeed peculiar. Such strength is something even immortals do not possess." Iyazi marveled at his newly solidified form, expressing his astonishment. "Do not compare me to the likes of Li Tai-bai, a mere wastrel, since this is now mine. Come along quietly, and I shall introduce you to someone." Ouyang replied with a hint of disdain. "Is it that lad in black? Well, although he bears a resemblance to an old acquaintance, he is ultimately not the same." Iyazi waved his hand dismissively. Both Lang Qingsong and Li Tai-bai possessed untainted sword hearts, a realization that struck Iyazi immediately. To meet again would merely evoke nostalgic sentiments, he mused. Ouyang looked at Iyazi with curiosity. "I didn't mention taking you to see my second brother. There is someone you must meet, my 4th brother, a remarkably handsome young man." "Are you referring to the one who has inherited my path?" Iyazi inquired with genuine interest. In this world, he was acutely aware of everything. All cultivators who entered the immortal's secret realm were swiftly discerned by him. Ouyang, with an air of satisfaction, remarked, "Do you sense a certain familiarity about him?" "I cannot quite place it, but anyone capable of inheriting my path must surely share a similar contradiction within," Iyazi pondered, recalling the figure of Bai Feiyu. In that moment, he felt once more under control, with all his thoughts consumed by Lang Qingsong and Ouyang, leaving little regard for the young man clad in white. Ouyang, with a smile, observed Iyazi's bewilderment and said, "The very fact that he can inherit your path signifies he has made a choice akin to yours. Does that not strike you as intriguing?" Meanwhile, within the palace, Lang Qingsong and Chun Changsheng were preparing to dismember the handsome lad, pulling at his body to determine where to strike. The lad, overwhelmed by despair, prayed for Ouyang to expedite his release. "I am a treasure of the Tao, a coveted treasure sought after by countless souls. Why must these ruffians treat me with such brutality? Destroy this world, now, swiftly." The lad's heart brimmed with despair, just as he surrendered to hopelessness. He felt the familiar pressure building within him once more. Gag. The lad, being dragged, tilted his head and retched. A beam of azure light erupted from his mouth, heralding Ouyang's return. Lang Qingsong and Chen Changxing simultaneously released the lad, disregarding his fall to the ground, and hurried towards Ouyang. Ouyang, shaking the flower core he had just acquired, called to his second brother, "Come here. I have a magnificent treasure to show you." As Lang Qingsong beheld the flower core in Ouyang's hand, two azure lotuses reappeared in his eyes, and the one between his brows sprang to life. At the moment when cold Qingsong manifested an extraordinary phenomenon, the flower core in Ouyang's hand slipped from his grasp and involuntarily soared towards cold Qingsong, embedding itself directly into his forehead. A monumental voice resonated throughout the realm. Without the flower's core, there is no fragrance. Without the spirit of man, there is no clarity. At this instant, cold Qingsong truly began to embrace the teachings of the ancient sword immortal, Li Taibai. Chapter 145, Success. As the flower core penetrated cold Qingsong's forehead, it seamlessly merged with the azure lotus nestled between his brows. Within cold Qingsong's dantian, a lotus platform gradually ascended, upon which the primordial infant sat. The sword of destiny in cold Qingsong's hand extended a blade slot from the hilt to the tip, resonating gently as if it had come to life in the grip of the primordial infant. Cold Qingsong's consciousness was drawn into a pure white space, shrouded in azure mist, devoid of any discernible surroundings, lost in an endless expanse. The crisp sound of wooden clogs echoed, prompting cold Qingsong to instinctively reach for his longsword. However, this time, his hand met only emptiness. The longsword, which had always been by his side, was absent. Channeling his finger as a sword, cold Qingsong swiftly turned and struck towards the throat of the newcomer. Yet, a slender hand grasped his wrist, accompanied by a languid voice, such a penchant for violence in youth. Cold Qingsong looked up to see a middle-aged man in white robes, draped in an open cloak, curiously assessing him. "Wait, why are you the only one here?" The middle-aged man inquired, frowning at cold Qingsong. "Who are you?" Cold Qingsong demanded. "You are about to receive my legacy, yet you dare question my identity? I am your father, do you believe it?" The man replied with a smirk. Before him stood none other than the ancient sword immortal, Li Taibai. Cold Qingsong, upon hearing Li Taibai's words, erupted in fury. No one in this world, aside from his elder brother, had the audacity to insult him. With his right hand restrained, cold Qingsong used the force to leap, twisting his legs around Li Taibai's neck. Though a sword cultivator, cold Qingsong possessed a modicum of martial skill. If he could secure Li Taibai's neck and twist, he could at least topple the illustrious figure before him, even if he could not break his spine. Li Taibai observed cold Qingsong's legs tightening around his neck with an unperturbed demeanor. "I've got him," cold Qingsong thought, exerting tremendous force with his legs, only for them to bizarrely pass through Li Taibai's neck, colliding forcefully with one another. Pain. Cold Qingsong fell to the ground, his legs crashing together with such force that he nearly broke them from the impact. Li Taibai, exasperated, released cold Qingsong's wrist and contemplated the curled figure on the ground with a furrowed brow. "What is wrong with Ouyang? Did half of me reincarnate? This lad seems rather dim-witted." As the cold and weary Qingsong began to gather his strength, he attempted to rise, only to find himself firmly pinned down by Li Taibai's foot on his head. Looking down from his elevated position, Li Taibai remarked, "You better behave, young man. This is your conscious realm, and I am but a fragment of spirit. How could you possibly lay a hand on me?" Upon hearing Li Taibai's words, Qingsong struggled even more fiercely, bellowing, "Get out of my body. Do not even think about using my body for anything else." Having recently been overtaken by blood-red sword energy that had mercilessly slaughtered hundreds of cultivators, and with his elder brother still outside, Qingsong shuddered at the mere thought of Li Taibai exploiting his body further. "Look at you, acting like a pathetic little wife," Li Taibai scolded, half in frustration and half in exasperation, before plopping down atop Qingsong, surveying his surroundings with a hint of nostalgia. Suddenly, he noticed a faint red thread weaving through the pure, white consciousness space. Stunned for a moment, he burst into laughter. "Ha! How amusing! What era is this? To think something like this could be achieved, even I am being outmaneuvered. Ha ha!" His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the entire conscious realm. When he turned to face Qingsong, he could not suppress his astonishment. Rising to his feet, he grasped Qingsong's head, lifting him effortlessly. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you broke your own life sword? You truly are audacious, but it aligns perfectly with my intentions. Who did this? Was it OGZ?" The name of OGZ sprang to Li Taibai's mind, for this peculiar friend had remained an enigma even until his demise. Qingsong's eyes burned with suppressed fury. Since his birth, he had never felt as helpless as he did today. First, he had been restrained by the blood-red sword energy within his dantian, powerless to intervene as it wreaked havoc upon his fellow cultivators. Ultimately, it was only through the sacrifice of his brother's injuries that he was rescued. Now, he found himself at the mercy of Li Taibai, toyed with like a mere plaything. If only he had grown stronger, none of this would have transpired, and his brother would not have been harmed. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the blue lotus within Qingsong's eyes blossomed, threads of Tao rhythm weaving into the lotus. Suddenly, a surge of indomitable sword intent erupted from its pedestal. The lotus blooms. Xianxia called out, "I am the sword." In that moment, he transformed into a sharp, gleaming sword, breaking free from Li Taibai's grasp, and in the very instant of liberation, he lunged directly at Li Taibai's face. This fool can still condense Tao rhythm in such a situation? Li Taibai was taken aback by the audacity of the young man before him. He raised his hand defensively to block Xianxia's attack, then swiftly delivered a kick that sent Xianxia flying across the space. Though immensely powerful, even the remnants of Li Taibai's spirit, which linger on now, cannot be matched by the present cold Xianxia. Li Taibai raised his hand towards cold Xianxia, who had risen with the intent to charge once more, and said, "Let us cease this play. My time is limited, and I shall not toy with you any longer. There are a few things I wish to impart." Cold Xianxia halted, regarding Li Taibai with wariness. Despite his caution, he understood that the brotherly bond he shared with his elder would not allow for harm. Thus, he remained curious about Li Taibai's intentions. Observing cold Xianxia's pause, a flicker of appreciation crossed Li Taibai's eyes, and with a hint of melancholy, he remarked, "My boy, you possess strength beyond mine, in realms unbeknownst to you. There are those who quietly pave the way for your journey. Unlike my dearest friends, one vanished to aid me, while another sacrificed himself to save me." As he spoke, a sense of solitude enveloped him, as if he were the last being in existence. Yet, the ancient sword immortal soon turned his gaze back to cold Xianxia, smiling as he proclaimed, "Transcendental detachment. Only in the end did I grasp its meaning. I hope you do not come to this realization too late." Having uttered these enigmatic words, Li Taibai lifted his head, chuckling softly, "Do you not see?" In an instant, he dissipated into the realm of consciousness. While cold Xianxia was abruptly expelled from this ethereal space, the entire celestial domain began to twist chaotically, surging towards the lotus flower nestled between cold Xianxia's brows. He was absorbing the essence of this divine realm. At that moment, within the great hall of the sword sect, Tai felt a tremor in his heart. Swiftly comprehending the unfolding events, with a rueful smile, he murmured, "Ouyang, oh Ouyang, who would have thought I owe you such a profound debt of karma?" On a distant peak, a broodingly handsome middle-aged man stood at the summit, gazing expectantly. It was their master, Ouyang. Suddenly, his once raven hair turned swiftly to silver, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Unfazed, Ouyang erupted into laughter, seizing a flask of wine and mixing it with his own blood. The metallic taste mingling with the sharpness of alcohol, causing him to cough. After taking a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure, he gazed dreamily towards the direction of Xianxia sect, murmuring softly, "Is it time for the new year? Perhaps it is time to return home and pay a visit." Chapter 146. Outside the palace, the entire celestial realm was collapsing and distorting, with the azure lotus between cold Xianxia's brows voraciously absorbing everything in sight. Damn! Why was it never mentioned that Li Taibai's legacy was this divine realm? In a fit of anger, Ouyang and Xianxia raised their hands high as they fled alongside the still absorbing cold Xianxia. The charming lad obediently tethered himself to Ouyang's belt. "Master brother, do not rush." Xianxia, following closely behind Ouyang, held cold Xianxia aloft with one hand while brandishing a yellow talisman with the other. The talisman transformed into a golden light, enveloping the two, instantly augmenting their speed tenfold. "Old 3, can't you just let us fly up directly? What is the point of accelerating?" Ouyang, unable to control his legs from rushing forward, turned back to scold Xianxia. Xianxia paused for a moment before promptly replying, "Master brother, you never mentioned flying. I thought you had some profound intention when you lifted second senior brother. Damn it." Ouyang closed his eyes and crashed through the yellow talisman door, charging out of the palace alongside Xianxia, who was hoisting Ling Xingsong. Outside the palace, Bai Feiyu was slightly out of breath, one hand gripping the immobile Song Mu, while the other brandished a sword to threaten the eager sword cultivators. Lying scattered around his feet were over 100 sword cultivators who had fainted. Was this white-clad sword cultivator a monster? He had stood before the newly erected palace gate for so long. Sword cultivators below the nascent soul stage had their weapons confiscated, and those above couldn't even manage a single move against him. Despite being merely an ordinary nascent soul rogue cultivator, he had single-handedly kept thousands of sword cultivators at bay outside the palace. How terrifying! Strong individuals commanded the respect of all, especially among sword cultivators, who had always revered the powerful. This white-robed sword cultivator instilled fear in everyone outside the palace with just his presence and sword. Bai Feiyu, holding Song Mu, took a moment to catch his breath and calmed his tumultuous true essence, his warm smile unwavering as he addressed the sword cultivators before him. Is there any other senior brother who wishes to offer guidance? At that moment, Songmu finally understood why his master had advised against conflict with the brothers of Qingyan sect. The strength was simply overwhelming. Initially, he had aspired to utilize his nascent Qinglian sword intent to bypass Bai Feiyu and seize his own opportunities within the palace. Naturally, he was the first to charge at Bai Feiyu with his sword, but before he even realized what had transpired, he found himself in Bai Feiyu's grasp. He witnessed firsthand how Bai Feiyu single-handedly held off 10, even 100, opponents, reminiscent of an immortal swordsman, as he dispatched all challengers at the Yellow Talisman Gate. This senior brother, Songmu, quietly addressed Bai Feiyu, hoping that this fellow cultivator from Qingyun sect would set him down. Being swung around like this was quite embarrassing. Bai Feiyu glanced at Songmu, questioning the boy's sanity for attempting to confront him with his past life as Qinglian sword intent. Handling Songmu was even simpler than dealing with other nascent soul cultivators. He had originally intended to use Songmu, the personal disciple of the sword sect's master, to intimidate the eager sword cultivators across from them. However, due to the intensity of the battle, he had forgotten that he was still holding on to someone with his left hand. Yet, the intimidation brought by confronting the sword cultivator while wielding a sword single-handedly had already reached its peak, rendering the individual in his grasp inconsequential. With a casual toss, akin to discarding refuse, he flung Songmu back into the fray of sword cultivators. Suspended midair, Songmu felt an acute sense of embarrassment at being so unceremoniously cast aside. He executed a swift maneuver as he landed on the ground, coolly turning his back to Bai Feiyu and declaring, "My sword sect has always upheld fairness and justice. I voluntarily surrender, merely to allow you, fellow cultivator, to engage with one hand, thus granting the scattered cultivators a fair opportunity. Your strength has earned my utmost respect. Farewell." With that, he left behind a dignified silhouette, departing with effortless grace, devoid of any reluctance to vacate the premises. What was that lad trying to convey? Bai Feiyu was momentarily bewildered by Songmu's actions. Yet, the sword cultivators erupted with fervent admiration. Truly, the sword sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds, exhibits no interest in the immortal's secret realm and is even willing to take risks, allowing the white-clad sword cultivator to fight with one hand. Indeed, that white-clad sword cultivator could easily vanquish so many of us with a single hand, and yet Songmu managed to restrain him with just one arm. His prowess is truly unfathomable. Moreover, this Songmu shows no attachment to the immortal's secret realm. He is indeed the favored disciple of the sect leader. Is he merely pretending? Do these sword cultivators have a screw loose? As Songmu walked amidst the chorus of accolades, his expression remained impassive, and he coolly vanished from the sight of the crowd. Following this brief interlude, the sword cultivators present seemed to regard Bai Feiyu with a newfound respect. Standing among the sword cultivators, Zhao Qian's son observed that they appeared to share a singular thought process, and with a quick flick of his eyes, he proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed cultivators, let us maintain our composure." The crowd turned to him, finding Zhao Qian's son standing within a shimmering array of scattered spirit formations, hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of righteousness. "Oh, why is this young man, who speaks on behalf of the scattered cultivators, here? I believe I saw him being thrown in by the sect leader of Taiyue. Oh, it seems his speech outside the sword-casting city has indeed touched the heart of the sword sect's leader, thus granting him entry. Truly, the pinnacle of swordsmanship possesses a broad mind. But with the sect leader of Taiyue absent, why the flattery?" Amidst the cacophony of disarray, Zhao Qian's son paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs and continued, "Esteemed cultivators, after witnessing the grand cultivator shatter the palace gates and perish before our very eyes, this white-clad sword cultivator and his companion ventured into the palace, only to return and stand before us. What could their motives be? To hoard the treasures of the secret realm? Did we not hear the fallen grand cultivator's last cries, invoking the name of the sword demon? Within lies an immense terror and grave danger. This white-clad sword cultivator stands resolutely before us, not to allow us to meet our demise in vain." Zhao Qiansuan's words struck the sword cultivators seeking their fortunes in the immortal realm like a clarion call. Indeed, that individual, clearly a formidable figure above the nascent soul stage, fell before our very eyes. What strength could we possibly muster to confront the great horrors within the palace? As these sword cultivators pondered this, their expressions turned to gratitude as they glanced back at Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu observed with keen interest Zhao Qian's son, who was subtly signaling his goodwill. This lad possesses a commendable acumen. Chapter 147. The flight of the canine. Zhao Qian's son, attuned to the situation, aligned himself with Bai Feiyu, earning the latter's approval. Having wandered amidst scattered cultivators since childhood and witnessed the intricacies of human nature, Zhao Qiansun possessed a profound understanding of the adage that those who recognize the times are true talents. Upon receiving Bai Feiyu's approving gaze, Zhao Qiansun internally sighed with relief, only to subsequently chastise himself. He had drawn 6 divinations, each indicating that entering the immortal realm would yield him great fortune. Yet, from the gates of the sword-forging city until now, he had encountered not fortune, but peril, and now found himself ensnared, ripe for slaughter. Had he exhausted his childhood luck? Despite his past incredible fortunes, finding a cultivator's storage bag on a stroll, unearthing spirit herbs while climbing a mountain, and fortuitously inheriting the legacy of a great cultivator after tumbling into a ravine, such serendipitous encounters had propelled him to the golden core stage at a mere 20-something. An achievement unattainable for ordinary scattered cultivators in a lifetime. With such extraordinary luck, Zhao Qiansun grew increasingly cautious, especially after acquiring the ancient secret method. The 6 changes of heaven's evolution, a divination technique of astounding prowess. He had come to believe firmly that human effort shapes destiny. Thus, the most superstitious of fortune-tellers are, in fact, the least inclined to believe in fate. After assessing the situation, Zhao Qiansun decisively extended an olive branch to Bai Feiyu. The outcome appeared quite favorable. With the aid of the other sword cultivators sharing a collective intellect, it seemed he had successfully garnered the favor of the formidable white-clad swordmaster. Just as he prepared to capitalize on this momentum and further bewitch his fellow cultivators, a thunderous sound erupted from within the palace. Before all, Ouyang and Chen emerged from the palace, sprinting with the lifeless figure of Lang Qingsong held aloft. As they ran, Ouyang called out to Bai Feiyu, "Xiao Bai, we must flee. This place is about to collapse." With sword in hand, Bai Feiyu turned, horrified to witness Lang Qingsong, raised high, absorbing the very essence of this immortal realm. Could it be that the legacy of his previous life was entwined with this entire secret realm? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Feiyu glanced at the array of sword cultivators he had rendered unconscious, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, he sent them tumbling into the bewildered crowd across from him. Casting aside his poise, Bai Feiyu shouted at the sword cultivators, urging them to flee swiftly if they did not wish to be eternally trapped in this place. Just as the sword cultivators were coming to their senses, they witnessed Ouyang sprinting towards them, burdened by an unknown object, while behind him, the very fabric of space seemed to warp and distort as it was drawn into the thing he carried. What on earth is that? Don't come any closer. Run. You fools. If space can be absorbed, what kind of formidable being must that be? Fortunately, Bai Feiyu was blocking the entrance. Otherwise, they would have perished without knowing how. At this moment, the sword cultivators exhibited an extraordinary unity, using their swords to carry the unconscious comrades and fleeing as if they had been struck by an arrow in the rear. The throng of sword cultivators vanished in an instant from the plaza outside the palace, racing towards the initial entrance of the secret realm. Ouyang, grappling with the weight of the cold Qing song, felt acutely that, despite the enhancement provided by Chun Changxing's talisman, his speed paled in comparison to that of the rapidly absorbing Qing song. The pulling force intensified, as if it sought to draw him into the azure lotus nestled between Qing song's brows. Ouyang was uncertain of the consequences of being absorbed into the space, but he understood that avoiding it was undoubtedly the preferable outcome. How frustrating. If only I could fly with my sword, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Master, flying with a sword is unfeasible. Why not let me take control? I shall handle it. The charming little companion, fastened to his belt, immediately recognized that it was his moment to shine. At the sound of the charming one's words, Ouyang's eyes lit up. Indeed, this charming entity was the manifestation of the celestial sword's sheath. Surely, flight was well within its capabilities. Ouyang channeled his vital energy into the charming one at his waist, who promptly leaped down and began to dash with fervor. A faint golden aura enveloped the dachshund, as its form began to transform at an astonishing rate. Ouyang, witnessing this familiar spectacle, exuberantly exclaimed, "Let us go." Dashing dog beast, super evolution. In a flash of soft golden light, the slender dachshund, once the size of a soda can, rapidly expanded into a colossal creature over 2 meters long. Despite its growth, the dachshund's appearance remained largely unchanged. With its short legs creating phantasmal afterimages, the dachshund raced to the front, abruptly turning to Ouyang and declaring, "Master, jump onto my back. Could it be that I can finally soar?" Ouyang shouted in excitement as he and Chen Changxing, still holding the cold Qing song, leapt onto the dachshund's back. From the dachshund's mouth erupted a conical blast of vital energy akin to that produced by a rocket launcher. Propelled by this conical energy, the dachshund soared into the sky. At this moment, Ouyang finally realized his long-held dream of flying in the sky. While others soared on swords, he rode upon a dog. The distinction was negligible, In essence, they were all the same. However, Bai Feiyu, soaring on his sword, observed Zhao Qiansun, ensnared in a dispersive spirit formation, fretting like an ant on a hot stove. Unable to escape, with a gesture resembling a sword, Bai Feiyu pointed at Zhao Qiansun, and in an instant, the surrounding formation was shattered. Bai Feiyu glided to Zhao Qiansun's side, extending his hand, softly uttering, "Grab hold." Grateful, Zhao Qiansun glanced at Bai Feiyu and took hold of the hand offered. Mounting Bai Feiyu's flying sword, just as Zhao Qiansun stepped onto the sword, a peculiar object hurtled from the distorted space behind him, striking his hand with considerable force. The impact was painful, and he looked down to find a red sword tassel resting in his palm. What on earth is this? Zhao Qiansun pondered, utterly perplexed. What is the matter? Bai Feiyu's voice suddenly reached him from ahead. Zhao Qiansun swiftly tucked the tassel into his sleeve and replied, "No worries, my friend. I merely experienced a slight turbulence in my true essence. A moment of adjustment is all I require." Although he was unaware of the significance of the tassel, his years of experience with treasures led him to believe it must be something valuable. Perhaps the tremendous fortune foretold in his divinations lay within this tassel. Ouyang, while flying on his dog, had his thoughts fixated on Zhao Qiansun and could not help but feel a twinge of envy upon seeing the tassel land in Zhao Qiansun's hands. Everyone had gained something from this expedition into the immortal secret realm. Lang Qingsong acquired an immortal legacy, and Xiao Bai's belongings still resided within his embrace. Zhao Qiansun obtained an unknown sword tassel, while Chen Chongqing neither gained nor lost, merely shedding a few puppets. Only Ouyang ended up with a sausage dog, at the cost of 50 years of his lifespan. Truly, he felt he had lost a third of his life in this venture. Just as Ouyang contemplated this, Chen Chongqing, who had been silent behind him, spoke up. "Senior brother, Ling Feng and I have exited our meditation." Chapter 148. An explanation? Chen Chongqing and Ling Feng had been engaged in contemplation within the Qingyun secret realm for quite some time. Initially, Ouyang had expected to wait longer for their return, but to his surprise, they had already emerged. Ouyang turned to Chen Chongqing and met his calm gaze. This was troubling. Chen Chongqing's serene expression indicated a brewing intent for violence. The last time Ling Feng had confronted him and Dong Shuzi in the Grand Hall, they had managed to smooth things over. Yet, Ouyang remained vigilant regarding this suddenly transformed, kind-hearted individual. However, Ling Feng had performed so convincingly that there seemed to be not a single flaw in his act. It is precisely due to the absence of any vulnerabilities that Ouyang has become increasingly vigilant, even arousing the suspicions of Dong Shuzi. Otherwise, Dong Shuzi would not have implored Ouyang to spare Ling Feng in the end. The world is inherently imperfect. An overly flawless entity often breeds suspicion. Ouyang merely nodded in acknowledgement of Chen Chongqing's words, refraining from elaboration. From the moment he entered the mortal realm until now, every event has borne the shadow of his master. Being outmaneuvered by his master is not a matter of shame, yet this capability instills a sense of trepidation in Ouyang. What his master can achieve does not imply that others are equally incapable. For instance, he himself has just rewritten the past, albeit with the aid of a rather whimsical system. Yet, did not the ancient immortals also possess such abilities? Even after their fall for such a lengthy period, they still orchestrated countless coincidences to manifest their desired outcomes. In their quest to reopen the celestial path for their second disciple, they have orchestrated events up to the present moment. Thus, regarding the suddenly transformed Ling Feng, Ouyang instinctively recalled Lin Feng from his time in the mortal realm. At that time, he had consulted his master, Hu Yun, yet Lin Feng's emergence had not been foreseen in his master's calculations. Lin Feng's appearance became an unpredictable variable. This has rendered Ouyang hesitant to act recklessly towards the current Ling Feng, even instilling a sense of apprehension within him. As Ouyang inadvertently glanced up at the sky, he suddenly felt that the azure expanse had become unfathomably profound. Once his master returns, he ought to inquire how that lecherous old man would advise him. Whenever he thinks of his lecherous and whimsical master, he feels a mix of exasperation and unexpected reliability. Ouyang's mind swirls with countless thoughts, yet the speed at which Lang Qingsong devours the entire realm of immortals shows no sign of waning. It appears as though he seeks to absorb the entirety of the immortal realm into the azure lotus nestled between his brows. It is akin to pulling a point within a balloon, causing the entire balloon to deform in response. All the sword cultivators gaze in horror as they behold two youths riding atop a massive dachshund, hoisting a person aloft, the individual being lifted, absorbing everything around them. It seems that should they slow even slightly, they would be consumed by that person. Both ludicrous and terrifying. Oh no, it is that dog-wielding war god. Please, do not approach. Hurry, even faster. We are so close to escaping this place. Do not underestimate me, you wretched soul. Mother, this place is too terrifying. I wish to go home. All the sword cultivators sprint frantically toward the beam of light, wailing and lamenting. Fortunately, among all the cultivators, sword cultivators are renowned for their speed, and although Lung Qingsong's absorption rate is swift, it cannot surpass the full-speed flight of the Golden Core Stage cultivators. Until Ouyang and Xianxia emerged from the Immortal's secret realm, carrying the unconscious Qingsong, all the cultivators had already fled. Just as they exited, the entire Immortal's secret realm was completely absorbed by the azure lotus nestled between Qingsong's brows. Qingsong had succumbed to a profound state of unconsciousness. Bai Feiyu landed before Ouyang and inspected Qingsong, nodding to indicate that he was unharmed. Only then did Ouyang relax, his gaze falling upon the peacefully sleeping Qingsong, igniting a surge of frustration within him. From the beginning of the Immortal's secret realm, his second brother had merely coasted through, while he had risked his life. Ultimately, the seemingly effortless Qingsong emerged as the greatest victor, leaving Ouyang with nothing but a dog. With this thought, Ouyang contemplated raising his hand to deliver a couple of slaps to his slumbering brother to vent his anger. Suddenly, a droplet of water landed on Ouyang's face. Frowning, he raised his hand to wipe it away, only to discover its unusual stickiness. Looking down, he saw his hand stained with vibrant crimson. The sky began to rain. But this was no ordinary rain. It was a deluge of blood mixed with rainwater, accompanied by the ominous sound of countless heavy objects hitting the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Ouyang looked up, frozen in place. Each thud signified a corpse crashing to the earth. These bodies belonged to the powerful cultivators slain within the palace. Their minds ensnared by the immortal Iyazi, who had controlled Qingsong's body to execute them. Everyone stood amidst the sanguine downpour, their garments drenched in the metallic scent of blood. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as numerous sword cultivators turned their gazes toward Ouyang and his companions, particularly focusing on the unconscious Qingsong, who was shielded by the three of them. The surrounding sword cultivators silently encircled them, forming layers of humanity that confined Ouyang and his companions to the center of the gathering. Hundreds of sword cultivators, all above the out-of-body stage, had met a gruesome end. And as fellow sword cultivators, they would not stand idly by in the face of such a tragedy. Even those of lesser strength shared a collective resolve. When confronted with the slaughter of their kind by malevolent forces, it was invariably the sword cultivators who would charge forth first, for even if they dared not speak, the swords in their hands would not remain silent. Bai Feiyu, clad in white, bore flecks of crimson, his gentle and refined demeanor now tinged with an eerie allure. Chen Chongqing's silver mask was stained red with blood, resembling a malevolent spirit from the underworld. Ouyang, drenched in blood, hoisted the unconscious Qingsong upon his shoulder. Not just the three of them, but the entire city's sword cultivators refrained from using their true essence to dispel the blood, allowing it to drip upon them. This signified their acceptance of the blood debt. The sound of countless swords being drawn echoed incessantly as the sword cultivators of the city unsheathed their blades. The atmosphere thickened with murderous intent, a chilling aura enveloping the entire city. The sword cultivators demand an explanation. Bai Feiyu, wielding the Qingfeng sword, stood with Chen Chongsheng, his hands tucked within his sleeves, while Ouyang lifted a young lad with one hand. The trio formed a protective triangle around Lung Qingsong, facing the entirety of the city sword cultivators. Whether they acted willingly or not, these individuals were indeed slain by their own brothers. At this moment, to deny it would be unthinkable for such proud beings. If need be, they could simply break through the sword-forging city with Lung Qingsong in tow. Ouyang, gripping the lad tightly, had blood trickling down his face to his lips. Spitting disdainfully, he wiped the blood from his face, clenching the young boy's hind leg, and sneered. An explanation? I wonder who dares to demand one from me. Chapter 149. Teia's rescue. The atmosphere of the sword-forging city grew increasingly tense. The scent of blood mingling with the rain, adding a layer of brutality to the already somber ambience. The three stood back to back, forming a triangle, with Lang Qingsong sheltered behind them, dismissing the ragtag group of cultivators before them. Meanwhile, the opposing sword cultivators regarded them with trepidation, as if facing a formidable enemy. Hesitant to act rashly, a mysterious masked figure capable of summoning countless puppets. An unfathomable swordsman clad in white, a battle-hardened warrior known for his prowess in combat. Gripping the young lad tightly, each was an exceedingly formidable opponent, and the thought of these lesser cultivators attempting to confront them for an explanation seemed utterly absurd. Those of the out-of-body stage had perished within the immortal's secret realm, and the boy who could absorb the essence of that realm was undoubtedly involved. They sought an explanation, one that could at least assuage their grievances. Otherwise, it would be a fight to the death. Sword cultivators have always harbored disdain for one another. Yet when faced with a common enemy, even passers-by would instinctively come to their aid. This has become an unspoken secret among them. Some sword cultivators had already torn off their long robes, resolutely binding their swords to their hands, prepared to fight to the bitter end. All around the city, on the streets, rooftops, and gate towers, countless sword cultivators stood poised with their weapons. They silently regarded Ouyang and his companions, expressing their stance without uttering a word. Ouyang had initially intended to fabricate some grand excuse to deceive this gathering of half-witted fools. However, the attitudes of Chongqing and Xiaobai made it clear that they found such a lie beneath them. Indeed, it was Lang Qingsong who had slain those esteemed cultivators. And regardless of the reasons, they were willing to bear the consequences of this cause and effect. As the elder brother, Ouyang naturally understood the unspoken agreement, choosing instead to confront the sword cultivators with the utmost arrogance. The trio faced the entire city of sword cultivators, their presence imposing enough to overshadow their opponents. Esteemed colleagues, the comrades who emerged alive from the secret realm owe their survival entirely to the valiant efforts of the three individuals across from them. Why then? Must they draw their blades against their benefactors? The voice of Zhao Qiansun reverberated once more, drawing the gaze of all present to the figure clad in blue. With a heart weighed down by sorrow, Zhao Qiansun lamented. The death of hundreds of esteemed sword cultivators within the immortal secret realm is an unbearable reality for any of us. Yet, have you considered how? Regardless of the prowess of the three comrades across from us, it is inconceivable that they could have slain so many esteemed cultivators in such a brief span of time. Moreover, let us not forget that prior to the entrance of the three into the Grand Hall, a venerable cultivator had already fallen victim to a crimson sword energy. Zhao Qiansun's words indeed alleviated some of the tension in the atmosphere. He spoke the truth. Before Ouyang and his companions entered, a cultivator had already perished within the palace. While the suspicions surrounding the three could be dismissed, the black-clad cultivator they had brought forth from the palace raised significant questions. Why was it that all the other cultivators had perished within the palace, yet this black-clad figure remained unscathed? Zhao Qiansun's remarks softened the expressions of the gathered sword cultivators as they regarded Ouyang and his companions, though their attention quickly shifted back to the cold figure of Qingsong behind Ouyang. The notion that the entirety of the immortal's secret realm could be absorbed, along with the deaths of those sword cultivators, bore no relation to the youth clad in black, was simply implausible. Zhao Qiansun fell silent. Having adeptly navigated the situation from the moment Bai Feiyu stood alone against the sword cultivators to now, where Ouyang and his companions found themselves encircled by an entire city of sword wielders, demonstrating his goodwill at just the right moment. Zhao Qiansun, well-versed and astute, recognized that Ouyang and his companions were no ordinary rogue cultivators, despite the misunderstandings that had led to Ouyang's repeated confrontations with him. He understood that by offering a few well-placed words of support during their direst hour, he could win their favor. Providing timely assistance in a moment of need is far more valuable than mere accolades in times of prosperity. Yet, Zhao Qiansun knew that mere words would not suffice to quell the concerns of these sword cultivators regarding the fates of hundreds of esteemed cultivators. Ouyang inclined his hand in gratitude towards Zhao Qiansun, acknowledging the gesture, but opted for a more straightforward and audacious approach to resolve the predicament. Let us proceed. Take the second back home, and let us see who dares to obstruct us. With a flick of his wrist, Ouyang strode forward confidently. The gathered sword cultivators immediately drew their swords in response, just as Ouyang prepared to unleash his fury and carve a path through them. A voice resonated from the heavens. I, Tai, shall bear the burden of the consequences for these sword cultivators. His voice rang out like a mighty bell, shattering the heavy atmosphere. All eyes turned to the sky, where Tai stood with arms crossed, his demeanor calm as he gazed down upon the crowd, while behind him, Songmu leaned casually against his sword, exuding an air of cool detachment. The master of the sword sect is indeed biased towards those who slaughter sword cultivators. The voices of the sword cultivators converged into a chorus, gazing upwards at the one who held dominion over the sword path. The sword cultivators were exceptionally obstinate. Even in death, they sought an explanation. Tai did not speak. Instead, he waved his hand, summoning hundreds of golden coffins that materialized in the air, crashing down upon the ground with tremendous force. Each coffin weighed thousands of pounds, striking the earth and sending up vast clouds of mud. Tai spoke softly. Retrieve their bodies. The rain continues to fall, and they will catch a chill lying upon the ground. In silence, the sword cultivators solemnly gathered the bodies of unknown practitioners, the process imbued with grave respect. Once all the bodies were collected, every sword cultivator continued to gaze at Tai, hoping that this leader of the sword sect would provide an explanation. As one of the 9 sacred grounds, the sword sect was known for its disregard for reason, acting with a domineering and capricious demeanor. Yet today, Tai's temperament was unusually amiable. He quietly surveyed the multitude of sword cultivators gathered in the forging sword city and spoke, "As cultivators, we have embarked on the path of cultivation, contending against heaven and earth. Countless have perished, and countless shall follow in pursuit of the Tao. To die seeking the truth is to die without regret. Forging Sword City shall erect a monument of 10,000 swords. Those who have fallen shall be inscribed upon it, allowing sword cultivators from all corners to pay their respects." Although that practitioner did not intend to harm our sword cultivators, it remains of great significance. Henceforth, the sword sect shall seal the sword pool for 10 years as a warning. Master's righteousness. The sword cultivators of the entire city chorused in unison towards Tai. Ouyang sneered, contemplating sending his own second son to seal himself for 10 years. What a foolish dream. Chun Chongqing rolled his hands within his sleeves, a figure resembling a cold green pine rapidly taking shape in his grasp. Bai Feiyu, however, was not concerned about the cold green pine. Instead, his eyes sparkled as he looked at Tai. This monument of 10,000 swords was indeed splendid. From now on, even in death, sword cultivators would have a place to go. What a grand merit. Tai then pointed his finger as if wielding a sword, casually slashing at the sky. The previously overcast heavens were instantly cleaved in two by an invisible blade, revealing a clear blue sky. Tai casually saluted the heavens and declared, "As sword cultivators, we honor heaven and earth, yet heaven and earth must also honor us. I promised a reader a cameo role, but I have forgotten their name. Is that student still reading this book? My apologies, could you please respond? I believe their cameo name was something related to 7. Once again, my sincerest apologies." Chapter 150. The 8 trigrams of heaven's transformation. Tai's words, imbued with righteous grandeur, left the sword cultivators in the city utterly convinced. Truly, this is the sword sect, where matters are handled with clarity between public and private. How admirable. In the crowd, Zhao Qian's son pondered while gazing at Tai in the sky. Everyone is satisfied, and the sword sect's dignity has been preserved. Is this what the sword sect leader refers to as being straightforward and honorable? Chun Chongqing's gaze was peculiar. In a previous life, his second senior brother had annihilated over 100,000 sword cultivators, forcing Tai to take his own life before the world's practitioners. How could a mere group of wandering sword cultivators compel the leaders of the 9 great sacred lands to end their own lives? It is truly laughable. This serves as a testament to the degradation of a once prosperous cultivation world. Furthermore, it underscores the inability of anyone to avert the impending calamity after the arrival of the apocalypse. Yet, now Tai finds himself in a position of both fame and fortune. With a mere wave of his hand, Ouyang and his companions vanished from sight. In the instant before Ouyang disappeared, the rope that tethered the handsome youth slipped from his grasp. As Zhao Qiansun pondered, he suddenly felt a chill around his neck, a noose tightening ominously. Before he could react, he was yanked into a distorted space. Cough, cough, cough. He nearly became the first core formation cultivator to be strangled. Zhao Qiansun gasped for breath, rubbing his neck. The rope was peculiar, rendering him unable to summon even a thread of true essence. The benevolent Ouyang, while retracting the rope, remarked to Zhao Qiansun, "Brother Zhao, you are truly my good friend. Even in such dire circumstances, you remained by my side. It moves me deeply." Zhao Qiansun quickly smiled and replied, "I have a natural affinity with my fellow cultivators. I simply could not bear to see my friends ensnared in such a predicament." Ouyang regarded Zhao Qiansun, whose expression was sincere, devoid of any pretense. He stepped closer and playfully pinched Zhao Qiansun's face, seemingly searching for something. "What are you doing, my friend?" Zhao Qiansun inquired, bewildered by Ouyang's ministrations. Ouyang, while continuing to playfully prod, asked with curiosity, "I'm examining whether this mask on your face can truly be removed." A cold sweat broke on Zhao Qiansun's back, panic flickering in his eyes as he hastily responded, "I do not comprehend what you mean, my friend." Ouyang released Zhao Qiansun's face, locking eyes with him and stating, "Wearing a mask for too long makes it impossible to take off. Shouldn't your current thoughts be directed towards delivering a couple of punches to my face?" Ouyang's gaze was calm, yet penetrating, as if he could see straight through Zhao Qiansun's innermost thoughts. This caused Zhao Qiansun, who had always been perceptive, to feel a surge of anxiety, as if no facade could conceal his truest intentions before those eyes. "Hit me," Ouyang suddenly commanded. "Do not jest, my friend." Zhao Qiansun forced a smile. "Hurry, strike me. You worthless coward, still groveling at my feet. Are you not ashamed?" Ouyang's tone shifted, becoming severe. Zhao Qiansun maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, "My friend, I truly mean no harm. I simply feel a connection with you." Ouyang tilted his head, addressing Zhao Qiansun, "An orphan, perhaps?" no love or care in childhood. And now reduced to this pitiful state? Your wife ran off with someone else, and you still wear a smile? Countless copper coins suddenly shot towards Ouyang's face. Clang, clang, clang. All were thwarted by Ouyang's vital energy. Zhao Qian's son, his smile vanishing, stood with a finger pointed at his chest, gazing coldly at Ouyang, and uttered in a chilling voice, "Rise." From beneath Zhao Qian's son's feet, a faint blue bagua diagram materialized, its 64 hexagrams spinning rapidly. The decree of celestial transformation. Heaven above, earth below. The surroundings began to whirl violently, and Ouyang felt as though he and the indifferent Zhao Qian's son had been transported to an unknown realm. A celestial realm of the immortals? Zhao Qian's son possessed a celestial pocket world. Truly, he was the child of fortune. As Ouyang marveled, Zhao Qian's son, with an impassive expression, continued to issue commands. Water and thunder converge. Instantly, the entire space was enveloped in swirling mist, and countless currents of electricity manifested within it. Resembling a watery electric net, Ouyang raised a protective barrier of vital energy, which became riddled with dense lightning. Wind and earth observe. Ouyang found himself suspended in midair, as fierce winds surged up from beneath, violently attacking him. Fire and heaven flourish. Suddenly, the small space was filled with the elements of wind, water, thunder, and fire, as if insatiably consuming everything within. Zhao Qian's son stood at the center of the bagua, resembling a deity, his expression frigid as he watched Ouyang, who had become enmeshed in an endless torrent of elemental chaos. Although he was a cultivator at the core formation stage, here, even a soul-splitting stage cultivator would be at his mercy. Despite his patience, this Ouyang continued to press forward, forcing him into a corner. Even a lion exhausts its strength when hunting a rabbit. Since he had been driven to this dead end, then let it be death. Ouyang's aura vanished within the storm of wind, water, thunder, and fire, as if engulfed by a natural catastrophe. Within the bagua, I am the divine. This was the unparalleled technique he had acquired after plummeting from a cliff. The Celestial Transformation Sutra. All 64 hexagrams serve my purpose. Within this bagua realm, I am an omnipotent existence. This was his greatest trump card for surviving until now. No one knew of this card, for all who had seen it were dead. At this moment, Zhao Qian's son shed all pretense, his face devoid of joy or sorrow, as if he were judging the fate of a living being. As the storm of wind, water, thunder, and fire gradually subsided, a smiling face appeared before the astonished Zhao Qian's son. Is that all? Come again. Ouyang provocatively beckoned Zhao Qian's son with a finger, declaring, "Water and fire harmonize. Heaven's thunder is unexpected. The wind of the marsh prevails. The fire of the earth illuminates." Zhao Qian's son raised his hand, issuing 4 commands that resonated fiercely against Ouyang. The tumult of water, fire, wind, and thunder intensified, wreaking havoc upon the entire space. Under the overwhelming onslaught of these 4 elemental forces, the very fabric of the environment began to warp. The once stable bagua space even manifested fine cracks. The reflection of this apocalyptic scene flickered in Zhao Qian's son's eyes, his expression morphing into one of madness, shedding all isekai'ds to reveal an extraordinary frenzy. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Zhao Qian's son collapsed to the ground, exhausted, his hands propping him up. The complete depletion of his spiritual energy left him with a splitting headache, and he gasped for breath. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed ominously in his ears, steady and powerful, driving him to the brink of despair. Curse this ill-fated opportunity. After calculating so many fortunes, who could have anticipated that he would meet his end here today? As Zhao Qian's son attempted to make a move, the exhaustion of his true essence rendered him momentarily paralyzed. "Move, damn it! I cannot perish here," he screamed inwardly, yet his body seemed to have entirely lost its responsiveness, refusing to obey his commands. A gentle hand pressed against his head, and a soothing power swiftly coursed through his limbs. Ouyang's calm voice reached him. "If you have anger, let it out. The heavier your thoughts, the less flavor life holds. Overthinking will surely lead to harm, my boy." Just as Zhao Qian's son intended to raise his head and curse,
his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 151. The sword sect inquiry at the sword pool? Bring it forth.
The hand upon his crown felt reminiscent of the warmth he experienced while receiving teachings from a celestial being at the precipice of a cliff. The comforting energy flowed through his body, mending the damaged meridians caused by his violent outbursts. This sensation transported Zhao Qian's son back to that singular warmth he received after being forced to leap from the cliff, the only thing he had gained. With the celestial's support, he vowed to pursue the path of cultivation, achieving the golden core stage in a mere 3 years. Without any burdens, he faced no further hardships, his fortune soaring, accumulating wealth through fortuitous encounters, and his cultivation relying on serendipity. Yet, he surpassed most loose cultivators, becoming a practitioner of the golden core stage. Exhaustion enveloped him, a profound weariness that defied words. Zhao Qiansun felt his head swim. He had never experienced such utter depletion. In a hazy recollection, his memories drifted back to his childhood. A bright, melodic voice rang in his ears. I've heard that in the mortal realm, one need not cultivate, and everyone lives equally. What a splendid place. What delights might exist in the mortal realm? Are there candied hawthorns to enjoy? Zhao Qiansun, you truly are a wicked scoundrel. I shall never play with you again. How vexing. Even in death, I cannot forget. As Zhao Qiansun's consciousness regained clarity, he found himself irritable, listening to the voices echoing in his mind. A greater cacophony gradually drowned out the incessant chatter of a woman's voice, and suddenly, the sound turned sharp and piercing, jolting Zhao Qiansun awake. Old man, don't even think about it. We'll leave as soon as my second son wakes up. Ouyang's boisterous voice rang in Zhao Qiansun's ears. Leave? Leave where? Can you see him walking away? Tai's equally brazen retort followed. I'll thrash you. Ouyang shouted in anger. I'll skewer you with a sword. Tai's voice resonated with the same intensity. Zhao Qiansun, bewildered, sat up and beheld the scene of Ouyang already entangled in a fierce struggle with Tai. For a moment, he wondered if he was still dreaming. The head of the sword sect, Tai, wielded his long sword, engaged in a brawl with Ouyang, who brandished a smaller blade. At that moment, the sword sect's illustrious leader resembled a street thug, wielding sheer brute force without employing any essence or sword intent. Meanwhile, Ouyang, utilizing his agile swordplay, executed dazzling maneuvers, causing the dog, xianxia, to prance around, barking in sync with Ouyang's motions, all while targeting Tai. Watching from the sidelines, Chun Changxing observed the still unconscious Lung Qingsong with an expression of indifference. During their time at Qingyan sect, it was almost routine for his senior brother to engage in such spectacles with the sect leader every few days. Amidst their raucous shouting, Liangzai's barking added to the tumult as they clashed beside the sword pool. Awake? Bai Feiyu's voice came from behind Zhao Qiansun. A copper coin reflexively appeared between Zhao Qiansun's fingers, just as he was about to make a move. He remembered that the person behind him was the esteemed swordsman Bai Feiyu. Turning around, Zhao Qiansun donned a smile and cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist. I am quite well. Indeed, just as my senior brother said, you and he are shamelessly entitled to 9/10 of the spoils. Bai Feiyu remarked with a smile, gazing at the seemingly hypocritical Zhao Qiansun. Yet, there was no malice in Bai Feiyu's demeanor. He extended his hand, revealing a white jade vial, and stated, This is a gift from my senior brother to you, a second-grade enlightenment pill. Regardless of whether your previous remarks were well-intentioned or otherwise, consider this gesture a repayment of your kindness. A second-grade enlightenment pill? Just one rank below a first-grade spiritual pill? What kind of people are they to be so extravagant? Zhao Qiansun chuckled and attempted to decline. I merely spoke a few words. I cannot accept such a valuable pill. Please, take it back, fellow Taoist. Bai Feiyu gazed at Zhao Qiansun and softly replied, Do you feel that a second-grade enlightenment pill is insufficient to repay your favor? Zhao Qiansun shook his head. He dared not even dream of such a gift. Who knew what awaited him if he accepted this pill? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the white jade vial had already landed in his hands. Rest assured, this pill is merely a token of gratitude. Nothing more. Bai Feiyu and Zhao Qiansun passed each other without a glance, with Bai casually speaking. Zhao Qiansun, gazing at the second-grade elixir in his hand, swallowed hard and inquired of Bai Feiyu, May I ask, fellow cultivator, are you truly a rogue cultivator? Bai Feiyu offered no response and instead strode directly towards the brawling Ouyang and his companion. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qiansun followed closely behind. Old rascal, take this. A powerful dog strike. Ouyang screeched, raising his weapon to smash it down upon Tai. Tai laughed heartily and retorted with fierce intent, You little beast, receive my sword. One was the master of the sword sect, while the other held the position of chief at the Qingyan sect, one of the 9 sacred lands. They cast aside their pretense from earlier and engaged in a fierce tussle. As the scuffle ensued, the two suddenly began drinking, competing in their capacity for alcohol. Before long, Tai was intoxicated, his cheeks flushed and his gaze hazy. Pointing at the soundly sleeping Ouyang, he laughed heartily, I truly wonder how you have grown. No wonder Shinjingzi and Dong Shuzi dote on you so. Having spent merely a few days with you, I too have found myself fond of you. Upon hearing the title Shinjingzi, both Bai Feiyu and Chun Changxing involuntarily flinched. It was indeed the title of their own master.
Had their master been present to hear Tai call him by that name, it was likely he would have pulled his beard in annoyance.
Their master detested being addressed by that title. However, Tai seemed utterly unfazed, contentedly gazing at the slumbering Ouyang, who acted without any reservations, following only his own whims. Such free-spiritedness, coupled with a steadfast adherence to his principles, was indeed rare. Their group of ancient ones, having occupied high positions for far too long, had grown weary of the overly cautious demeanor of the younger generation. Suddenly, an unambitious, carefree young rogue emerged, bringing them a refreshing sense of amusement. Without desires, one possesses strength. So long as there are no ulterior motives, there is little to fear. Such individuals are truly a rarity. Even those who primarily cultivate the principle of non-action seek the ultimate path, do they not? Boy, stop pretending. Wake up. Tai expressed his dissatisfaction at Ouyang, still feigning sleep. Ouyang sat up, expelling the alcohol he had consumed earlier, wiping his mouth, and reflecting that had he not been evading the drink, he would surely have met his downfall today. Tai looked at Ouyang with irritation. Young man, your junior brother is cultivating the sword sect's innate Qingyan sword intent, which requires endless trials of sword intent to hone oneself, thus enabling the mastery of the supreme offensive Qinglian sword intent. His stay at my sword sect's sword inquiry pool is for his own benefit. How about this? I shall reluctantly accept him as a registered disciple, making it legitimate. Upon hearing this, Ouyang immediately perked up, rubbing his hands in excitement. Since you have taken my junior brother as a disciple, what distinction is there between yours and mine? Surely, moving the sword inquiry pool to the small peak of Qingyun sect would not pose any issues, would it? Chapter 152. The sword's essence is alive. Yet one blade remains in a state of mild inebriation. Tai regarded the audacious Ouyang before him and burst into a derisive laugh. With a disdainful expression, he remarked, certainly. If you can manage to carry it away, then consider it yours. However, should you fail to do so, you shall be obliged to remain here for 20 years. Tai gestured towards the unconscious Lung Qingsong, his ulterior motives laid bare. Let us not forget that the sword pool encompasses the essence of the sword sect, a compendium of formidable sword intents, Dao rhythms, and laws left behind by countless eminent cultivators since the sect's inception. The sword pool itself is akin to a dormant volcano. The notion of relocating this sacred site intact is nothing short of fantastical. Even one capable of traversing dimensions like myself can merely enter and exit. The idea of moving this sword pool is utterly beyond my means. Before Tai could fully articulate his thoughts, Ouyang, brimming with excitement, leaped up in astonishment. He had not anticipated Tai's generosity in offering the sword pool so readily. If others cannot transport it, surely I, Ouyang, can manage it. With a decisive slap on the shoulder of his companion, the handsome lad sluggishly rose, floating into the air with a disenchanted expression, his mouth agape, resigned to his master's penchant for feeding him peculiar substances. As the canine's mouth opened, the surrounding space began to fracture as if sliced by a knife, and the entire sword pool vanished as if the heavens and earth had been altered. Even the unconscious Lung Qingsong disappeared from sight. What in the world? Where has the sword pool gone? Tai's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the now barren terrain, which was left only with bubbling lava, rendering him speechless. You little rascal, return my sword sect's sword pool. Tai glared furiously at Ouyang, rushing forward to seize him with one hand, spitting out words in indignation. Everything is now within my grasp. If you wish for me to regurgitate it, you will have to wait until I visit the restroom. Ouyang, unfazed, nonchalantly clapped his hands. Chen Changsheng, who had been squatting beside Lung Qingsong, quietly stood up, revealing a recording stone in his palm. The recording stone playfully replayed Tai's earlier boastful laughter. If you can carry it away, then consider it yours. Consider it yours. Yours. Chen Changsheng repeatedly played Tai's grandiose claims. And at that moment, Tai could no longer concern himself with the dignity of his position. He pointed at Chen Changsheng, and in an instant, the recording stone shattered into powder. Quickly return my sword sect's sword pool. I have never uttered such words. Tai growled at Ouyang, holding him before him with a fierce glare. Consider it yours. 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 The voice of Tai resonated once more from Chen Changsheng's hand, as yet another pristine record stone materialized within his grasp. Ouyang, holding it, chuckled amiably, remarking, my junior is quite diligent in his preparations, always backing up everything. Surely, the sect master wouldn't want these record stones to be scattered everywhere, would he? Are you attempting to deceive me? Tai retorted, squeezing out the words between clenched teeth. What manner of speech is this, master uncle? You are now the designated master of my second brother, thereby becoming my esteemed uncle. I, Ouyang, have always held the values of respect for the elderly and love for the young. as well as reverence for my teachers. How could I ever engage in such behavior? Ouyang promptly denied the accusation. As Zhao Qiansun approached, intending to seek Taiya's wisdom on the path of righteousness, he hesitated upon witnessing Ouyang's demeanor, his expression transforming to one of clarity. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu covered his face, seemingly still unaccustomed to the audacity of his senior brother after all these years. Taiya grasped Ouyang by the neck, shaking him vigorously, desperately wishing for him to reveal the whereabouts of their treasured sword inquiry pool. This artifact, a legacy of the sword sect for countless years, was as invaluable as the immortal scriptures enshrined within the Grand Hall. It was at risk of being lost due to his negligence. What face would he have to present to the ancestors of the sword sect should he perish one day? Ouyang merely rolled his eyes, adopting an attitude of indifference as if he had nothing to offer and was resigned to his fate. This obstinate demeanor nearly brought Taiya, accustomed to arrogance, to his knees in plea. The handsome figure descended from the air, observing his own expanded form and feeling a twinge of discomfort. As merely a sword sheath, what was he now consuming? One space was insufficient, and yet more was being crammed within. Indeed, the small world that Ouyang had enlightened now resided within the belly of the handsome figure. After all, as a treasured sword sheath, it was implausible to believe he lacked any storage capacity. Upon completing a system task, Ouyang pried open the mouth of the canine spirit, allowing the space that had been pursuing him to enter the handsome figure's body. Who else could boast of having a world as their progeny? Upon discovering this extraordinary ability of his handsome figure, Ouyang naturally set his sights on the sword inquiry pool of the sword sect. Having experienced the past life of Li Taibai, Ouyang understood well that Li Taibai had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. To swiftly attain the zenith of the sword path without traversing countless miles and experiencing myriad sword techniques was simply unfeasible. The profound heritage of the sword sect over the past millennia could serve as a solid foundation for his second brother. However, to retain his second brother within the sword sect was not solely a matter of Ouyang's reluctance. Even if Ling Qingsong were to awaken, he would not consent. For the sake of his second brother's path, Ouyang was willing to endure some embarrassment, but would Taiya dare to endanger him? In a moment of desperation, one might contemplate self-destruction, questioning the command of the sword pool, which seems incapable of uttering one's fate. Yet now, within the confines of the charming youth's belly, a colossal mountain suddenly manifests, crashing violently upon the surface of the water. This half-mountain appears to be tailor-made for this small world, snugly fitting into the space that once belonged to the lake. Cold Qingsong lies submerged in the waters of the sword pool, lost in a deep unconsciousness, while countless sword intents converge towards his second son. The profound heritage of the sword sect, accumulated over countless years, is rapidly absorbed by this air. Multitudes of sword intents coalesce around that pure heart, leaving behind mottled scars upon its surface. Cold Qingsong's expression shifts between agony and ease as he, in his stupor, undergoes the collective refinement alongside Li Taibai and numerous sword cultivators. As the charming youth lands beside Ouyang, instinctively preparing to tether himself to Ouyang's belt, Taiya, gripping Ouyang's neck, finally notices the culprit responsible for the sword pool's turmoil. He reaches out toward the sausage dog, whose fish-like eyes meet Taiya's gaze. Their shared moment feels like a distortion of time, causing Taiya to halt his movements. The sausage dog seems to recognize Taiya, instilling an inexplicable sense of calm. The charming youth softly remarks, "The sword possesses a spirit, yet what can be done with just one?" Struck as if by lightning, Taiya appears to grasp something ethereal, releasing Ouyang and grasping at the sides of his neck, pulling forcefully. A resounding crack echoes, reminiscent of chains breaking. The sound of shattering chains seems to resonate solely within Taiya's ears, leading him to mutter to himself before erupting into a manic laughter that stretches on, tears of mirth streaming down his face. Interesting. I once believed I owed Huyun a mere cause and effect, yet I never fathomed the magnitude of this entanglement. He muses, wiping away the tears from his eyes with a smile. After this, Taiya lowers his gaze to Ouyang, who stands there, dumbfounded. Although Ouyang had surmised Taiya's identity, he never expected Taiya to deduce his own. If he could enlighten sentient beings, how could the legendary swordsmith, Ouyang, whose very being was intertwined with the creation of a celestial sword, fail to awaken its consciousness? Upon Ouyang declaring that the celestial sword he forged was named Taiya, Ouyang immediately thought of the current sword sect master, Taiya, surely. Such a transcendent artifact must possess the essence of a Dao treasure. If even a sword sheath could acquire sentience, there would be no reason for the sword itself to remain devoid of consciousness. It is likely that when this sword took form, it already awakened its spirit, with Ouyang becoming the sword spirit upon its creation. The initially awakened consciousness was subsequently expelled from the sword's body, reincarnating as Taiya. Compared to the reincarnated Bai, who possesses memories, What recollections could the nascent intelligence of the Tai a sword hold? According to the Ouyang conjecture, if one does not rectify the timeline themselves, the day when one's second child inherits the legacy of the sword immortal Li Tai Bai may well coincide with the death of Tai A. Yet, the fact that Tai A stands here unharmed indicates that the alterations to the timeline continue to manifest their effects. Whether this intricate web is a disruption caused by the celestial beings or a result of my master's intervention remains uncertain. Once my master returns, I shall bind him to a tree and inquire for clarity. With an air of ease, Tai A gazed at Ouyang and remarked, given the magnitude of this karma, lending you the questioning sword pool for contemplation poses no issue. The emphasis he placed on lending was pronounced, implying a weighty permanence to the act. Upon hearing Tai A's words, Ouyang exhaled deeply, adopting a sycophantic tone as he addressed Tai. Master Uncle truly embodies profound righteousness, benefiting generations to come. Flattery seemed to promise him rewards, and Ouyang was not one to withhold his compliments. Lending? He relished the act of borrowing. The question of repayment was of no concern to him. Tai A composed himself and cast a lingering gaze at the sausage dog, which hung limply around Ouyang's waist, before stating, I shall return to the sword sect. And in a few days, once that young man in black regains consciousness, I will escort you back to Xianxia sect. With that, he tore through the fabric of space, leaving behind only the molten remnants of the questioning sword pool. Ouyang remained rooted in place, watching Tai A depart, his mind swirling with thoughts. A trip to the sword sect had nearly exhausted him. How many contingencies had Li Tai Bai truly left behind? The sword sheath, the tassel, the blade, the sword spirit, the heart of the sword, and himself. Did this Li Tai Bai consider himself akin to the primordial deity Pangu, creating myriad beings? As the reincarnation of Li Tai Bai, why had so many safeguards been left, while his own little Bai remained blissfully unaware? Ouyang felt as though his mind were a thick paste, muddled and unclear. Turning to face Xiao Bai, his irritation flared. He had squandered 50 years of his life rescuing this wayward child. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. In a fit of rage, Ouyang leaped toward Xiao Bai, seizing him by the neck and delivering a series of vigorous ruffles to his head. Not a single one of you unruly offspring brings me peace, he berated as he reprimanded Xiao Bai. Unaware of the impending attack, Bai Feiyu found himself caught off guard. Typically concerned with his image, he was about to unleash his true energy to send his elder brother flying. But before he could gather his strength, Ouyang's immense aura overwhelmed him. This fellow was indeed serious. Bai Feiyu instantly froze, recognizing that Ouyang's use of his energy to suppress his own signaled genuine ire. Confused, he pondered how, after dutifully minding his own business, Ouyang had suddenly chosen to vent his frustrations upon him. Casting a fleeting glance, Bai Feiyu's gaze settled on the smiling face of Chen Chongqing, his expression remarkably vivid. With Lang Qingsong still in a deep slumber, only Chen Chongqing remained by the side of his senior brother. Undoubtedly this lad had once again uttered something to provoke him. Gritting his teeth, Bai Feiyu glared at the cheerful Chen Chongqing, inwardly cursing. It's that cunning Taoist again. Just you wait. Initially, Chen Chongqing, who was genuinely amused by the heartwarming scene before him, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His acute sixth sense alerted him to the presence of someone harboring ill intentions towards him, as he was in the midst of a retreat with Ling Feng. Could it be that Ling Feng held some malice against him? Chen Chongqing's smile faltered momentarily, only to be restored to its previous guise. Within the confines of the secret chamber on the small mountain peak, he opened his eyes, his fingers moving with remarkable speed. After a playful bout with Bai Feiyu, Ouyang, having reinstated the authority of the senior brother, looked refreshed as he released Xiao Bai and turned towards Zhao Qiansun, offering a smile as he inquired, How do you feel? Thank you for your concern, brother Ouyang. I am quite well. Zhao Qiansun replied nonchalantly, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth as he bowed to Ouyang. Ouyang sighed, observing Zhao Qiansun with a tilted head. To be honest, seeing you like this makes me quite eager to hear you curse at me. Zhao Qiansun chuckled awkwardly. What are you saying, brother? We hit it off so well. How could I ever scold you? Yet, internally, he was cursing vehemently, certain that Ouyang was concealing some ulterior motive. If he dared to speak out, a slap would surely follow. He felt like a fish on the chopping block, truly at the mercy of the situation. Ouyang, noticing Zhao Qiansun's seemingly cheerful facade that belied his vigilance, casually asked, Would you care to join us? Join? Where to? Zhao Qiansun inquired, puzzled. Ouyang replied earnestly, I am the chief disciple of the 12 Peaks of Qianxia sect, and these are my junior brothers. Would you like to become one of us? Zhao Qiansun gazed at Ouyang, who casually revealed his identity with sincerity. Although surprised, he quickly grasped the implications. The manner in which Ouyang and his companions conducted themselves was entirely unlike that of ordinary loose cultivators. They either hailed from prominent families or were of noble descent. He had not anticipated that they were disciples of the Qinyan sect, one of the 9 great sacred lands, having grown accustomed to a carefree existence. Zhao Qiansun unusually responded with earnestness, shaking his head and saying, "Thank you for your kindness, brother. My talents are rather mediocre. I find myself unworthy of climbing the grand tree that is the Qinyan sect. For a loose cultivator, gaining entry into the Qinyan sect was akin to reaching the heavens in a single bound, yet Zhao Qiansun rejected the opportunity without a second thought. However, this was within Ouyang's expectations. He looked at Zhao Qiansun and proposed, "If you do not wish to join the Qinyan sect, what about the sword sect?" Zhao Qiansun managed a wry smile, gesturing with his hand as he gazed into Ouyang's eyes and remarked, "Ouyang, my esteemed brother, I have been a solitary star since my youth, accustomed to freedom in the life of a carefree wanderer. I find myself unable to abide by the strict rules and regulations of prestigious clans. Until we meet again." Ouyang, showing no sign of reluctance, returned a formal gesture to Zhao Qiansun and replied, "When we meet next, I shall certainly express my gratitude to you, my brother." Zhao Qiansun reciprocated the gesture. As he faded from view, descending the mountain, Bai Feiyu finally spoke, "Master, he truly is a promising talent." Chen Chongqing approached and inquired, "Master, shall we eliminate the roots of the issue?" After the star, which Ouyang had received from Dongzuzi upon slaying the moon, vanished from his hand without a trace, he calmly replied, "Rest assured, we shall meet again. It is his destiny." Chapter 154. The Bluebird. When I extended an invitation to Zhao Qiansun to accompany me back to the Qinyan sect, the star bestowed upon me by Dongzuzi reappeared in my palm. It seemed to affirm that Zhao Qiansun was indeed the next disciple sought by Dongzuzi. This star had fallen into my hand when Dongzuzi captured the moon and plucked the stars, reappearing just as I invited Zhao Qiansun, indicating that he was the disciple Dongzuzi desired. A cunning and meticulous self-serving individual, such as him, poised to become a disciple of the Qinyan sect's leader? One cannot help but ponder the caliber of disciples Dongzuzi attracts. An enigmatic Ling Feng, a holy son of the demon clan, and now this child of fortune, who makes even a person of my integrity feel a tinge of shame. What could be the old man's true intentions in selecting disciples? If Dongzuzi were to pen a novel entitled "All My Disciples Are Great Demons," it would surely become a bestseller. However, I was taken aback by Zhao Qiansun's outright rejection of my offer, exhibiting a natural aversion to prestigious families. He would rather remain a rogue than join a sect. Though he is a refined egoist, he possesses his own principles and an air of pride. Truly, he is a rather contradictory child of fortune. Yet, given his auspicious nature, one might assume he possesses a fate that leads him to fortune at every turn, effortlessly acquiring skills even from perilous leaps. While I may envy the abundant cultivation resources offered by the major sects, I do not believe he would forsake his principles for such gains. Zhao Qiansun is a rogue with boundaries and convictions. This is my assessment of him. However, my initial impression leaves me skeptical of his potential as a disciple of the sect leader. For the Qinyan sect, one of the 9 sacred grounds, having a meticulous egoist as its leader would undoubtedly spell disaster. But what does that concern me? At worst, when the Qinyan sect faces annihilation, one could simply flee with a small mountain peak. In this vast world, surely, with one's own capabilities and those of these rebellious offspring, it is possible to carve out a niche. There is no need to dwell on such trivialities. My second child is still nestled within the dog's belly, establishing his foundation, and it remains uncertain how long it will take for him to awaken. This time, Lung Qingsong has truly emerged as the sole victor. Not only has he inherited the celestial realm of Li Taibai and the legacy of the Qinglian sword intent, but he has also benefited from the countless sword intentions of illustrious predecessors in the sword questioning pool. Moreover, even the karmic repercussions of inadvertently slaying numerous formidable practitioners due to being controlled by his body have been borne by the sword sect. Were it not for Zhao Qiansun carrying the fortune of 12, Ouyang would suspect that his second child is the true child of destiny. Upon this realization, Ouyang smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had yet to present the gift intended for Xiaobai. With utmost care, he opened his garment at the chest, revealing a tranquil green bird nestled within the inner lining of his robe. Ouyang let out a long sigh of relief. This creature was still alive. After his prolonged engagement with Tai A and a brief quarrel with Xiaobai, this little bird remained quietly nestled in his embrace, miraculously unharmed. The true identity of this green bird was that it had transformed after Ouyang enlightened Uyazi. Having waited in the sword for countless ages, Uyazi accepted Ouyang's proposition and, upon receiving his true energy, astonishingly manifested as a tangible green bird. It seemed that this bird had lost Uyazi's memories, becoming an ordinary little green bird. Ouyang could only enlighten inanimate objects but could not grant them corporeal forms. If he could bestow physical forms upon the lifeless, then his third child's prowess in painting would indeed have found great utility. Presumably, Ouyang employed some method to allow his enlightened self to take the shape of a living, breathing bird, perhaps after being trapped within the sword for eons. The current Ouyang simply yearned to live freely as an unburdened green bird. As Ouyang retrieved the green bird from his bosom, it appeared utterly unafraid, peacefully resting in the palm of his hand, its tiny head nestled beneath its wing in slumber. The gentle rise and fall of its small body signified that, despite Ouyang's unreliability, it was still strong and alive. The moment Ouyang unveiled the green bird, Bai Feiyu's gaze became fixated upon it, unable to divert even a fraction. As the reincarnation of a sword immortal, he clearly sensed the familiar aura emanating from the green bird, an essence that had haunted him with guilt throughout this lifetime. With immense excitement, Bai Feiyu gazed at the green bird in Ouyang's hand, stammering as he attempted to speak. The overwhelming joy rendered him almost speechless, struggling to articulate even a coherent thought. Ouyang gazed at the excited Bai Feiyu, a playful glint in his eyes, and spoke. This? I found it in the belly of a handsome fellow. It seems rather splendid, so I brought it back to raise at home. Bai Feiyu, typically gentle and refined, was at a loss for words, gesturing animatedly towards himself, unsure how to request this azure bird from Ouyang. Meanwhile, Ouyang cradled the bird, feigning ignorance to Bai Feiyu's fervent excitement, and pretended to ponder aloud. At home, my fox is named Handsome, my dog is named Xianxia. What shall we call this bird? It is covered in feathers. How about we name it Feathers? A splendid name indeed, easy to keep and quite vivid in imagery. Ouyang was thoroughly pleased with his choice, secretly thinking himself a naming prodigy. The azure bird seemed to have heard its name, suddenly taking flight from Ouyang's hands and retaliating by pecking at his forehead. Ouyang waved his sleeves, clutching his head, cursing the ungrateful bird before him. Bai Fei, regaining his composure, gazed at the bird with a distant look, seemingly lost in memories from long ago, displaying a comical expression that was both sorrowful and joyful. Just as Ouyang could no longer restrain himself and was prepared to unleash his energy to pluck the bird's feathers, transforming it into mere feathers, the bird, sensing the tension, took flight again, leisurely circling in the air before landing gracefully on Bai Feiyu's shoulder. Its tiny azure claws tightly gripped the fabric of Bai Feiyu's robe, and it resumed its tranquil slumber. Bai Feiyu's expression softened significantly as he looked at the azure bird on his shoulder, extending a finger to gently, silently uttering, "It is good to see you again, Ouyang." The closed-eyed bird appeared oblivious to Bai Feiyu's voice, resting quietly, yet clutching Bai Feiyu's robe firmly. Chapter 155. Lingfeng emerges from seclusion. Ouyang regarded Bai Feiyu with a paternal gaze, radiating warmth like a benevolent father, unaware that Chen Chongqing had long since tuned out. All of Chen Chongqing's focus was on the newly emerged puppet beside him, for it was none other than Lingfeng, the individual his senior brother had warned him to be wary of. Both Lingfeng and Chen Chongqing materialized simultaneously in the grand hall of Qingnan Peak. Dong Shuzi observed the two before him, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. One was his, and the other the holy son of the Qingyan sacred land, yet neither brought him any peace of mind. Recalling the confrontation between Ouyang and Lingfeng, Dong Shuzi felt utterly drained. Over the years, none of his disciples had provided him with any solace, and he hoped Ouyang would return with a worthy apprentice. You two have delved into the mysteries of my Qingyun treasure. Have you gleaned any insights? Dong Shuzi inquired, gazing at the two seated in the grand hall. Lingfeng respectfully rose and bowed, stating, I have gained much and require some time to digest it. Beside him, Chen Chongqing also stood and spoke. I share the same sentiment as Brother Ling. My insights have been profound. The two had been contemplating the secrets of the Qingyun treasure for some time. Although the enormous radiance remained indistinct, it was suffused with the teachings of countless great cultivators since the inception of the Qingyun sect. The intricate and myriad threads of Tao within were ample enough for the two to ponder for an extended period. They were not the kind of individuals who could doze off during teachings, and thus had garnered significant insights. Chen Chongqing, whose talents had been mediocre in his previous life, and who had never laid eyes on the Qingyun treasure until his death, now found that even the Tao resonances emanating from the treasure were a rare opportunity for enlightenment, even for someone who had ascended to the tribulation stage in his former life. Dong Zuzi glanced at the two, his gaze lingering on Lingfeng for a moment, before speaking calmly, in that case, you two should return and thoroughly assimilate your gains. Chen Chongqing and Lingfeng bowed in response and subsequently exited the grand hall. As they walked together along the path of Qingyun Peak, Lingfeng maintained a serene demeanor, yet subtle waves stirred within his heart. From Dong Zuzi's tone and emotional fluctuations, Lingfeng could distinctly sense that Dong Zuzi still harbored reservations about him. This indicated that despite his oath to the heavens, Ouyang had not relinquished his suspicions. It seemed a careful plan was in order. Fortunately, he had uncovered the secret of the demon clan's willingness to have their own saint infiltrate the Xianxia sect. Adding another card to his hand, Xianxia observed the calm expression of Lingfeng, yet with his profound mastery of spiritual techniques, he could not discern any abnormalities in Lingfeng. The seamless integration of body and soul made it seem impossible that he was a vessel for possession. Even the renowned Grand Sorcerer, known for his near-perfect ability to seize others' forms, could not compare to the Lingfeng before him. However, what was the matter with the demon cultivator his senior brother encountered who was capable of such possession? Why was he advised to keep a close watch on Lingfeng? Xianxia found himself at a loss for answers. When clarity eluded him, he decided to prepare for multiple contingencies. Just as he contemplated discreetly taking action against Lingfeng, the latter suddenly turned and addressed him. Junior brother Chun, I intend to descend the mountain for some matters. Would you care to accompany me? Caught off guard by Lingfeng's unexpected invitation, Xianxia hesitated for a moment. However, recalling his senior brother's instructions to keep close watch on Lingfeng, he readily replied, Since it is your invitation, brother Ling, I would not dare to decline. Xianxia had no concerns that Lingfeng would turn hostile, at worst. He could self-detonate a puppet. Lingfeng gazed at Xianxia and suddenly burst into laughter, admiring the serene scenery atop Xianxia Peak. Junior brother Chen, he remarked. Why is it that we cultivators are still categorized into ranks based on our innate qualities? Xianxia found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Grappling with Lingfeng's inquiry, the foundation of a cultivator's abilities is predetermined by fate. Those endowed with superior talents progress swiftly in their cultivation and grasping of the Tao. Conversely, those with lesser talents often find their journey arduous and slow. Yet, it is undeniable that some tenacious and resolute cultivators, despite their inferior endowments, ascend to the ranks of the most formidable, even outshining natural geniuses. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia spoke. Though we commence our journeys from different starting points, the path to the Tao is fair. Each individual possesses their own opportunities. There is a saying that goes, 3 parts are determined by heaven, 7 parts depend on oneself. This principle holds true for us cultivators as well. Lingfeng nodded in agreement, yet sighed deeply. Indeed, each person has their own opportunities, but why can we not all stand on the same starting line and compete fairly? Why must geniuses forever shine, while the rest are relegated to the role of mere backdrop? Xianxia felt momentarily stifled by Lingfeng's poignant question, a query that countless souls have lamented, cursing the heavens for their perceived injustices. Yet, aside from vocal complaints and a few murmurs of discontent, such grievances yield little effect. Turning to Xianxia with earnest resolve, Lingfeng stated, I have an idea that emerged while I was contemplating the Xianxia treasure. If I share it, you may find it naive. Xianxia shook his head, equally earnest. Senior brother Ling, while each person's path may differ, none should be mocked for their aspirations. Lingfeng erupted into hearty laughter, turning to face the majestic landscape of Xianxia Peak, his mirth echoing through the air. Once his laughter subsided, he spoke with unwavering determination. Junior brother Chen, I aspire to create a world where everyone is like a dragon, where equality reigns. I shall pursue this goal with unwavering resolve. His voice was firm and sincere, embodying a spirit ready to challenge the inequities of the world. In the grand hall, Dong Shuzi let out a soft sigh, yet his expression quickly transformed into one of ease. Observing Lingfeng in his resplendent robe, his hair flowing like wisps of cloud, Xianxia felt a flicker of solace. The question of whether he should have eliminated Zhu Yuan ahead of time now loomed. But it was evident that his intervention had altered Lingfeng's destiny for the better. In that moment, witnessing Lingfeng's lofty ambitions, Xianxia felt that his own drastic actions to alter the timeline in order to vanquish Zhu Yuan might not have been entirely misguided. Your aspirations are grand. Senior brother Ling, I admire you. May we meet at our peaks in 1,000 years. Xianxia offered a respectful salute. After receiving a dose of inspiration from Lingfeng, Xianxia bid farewell to him. Lingfeng gazed curiously at the gradually vanishing silhouette of Xianxia, remaining silent. The words he had just spoken were devoid of any falsehood. Indeed, they reflected his true intentions. Thus, there was no need to unveil a lie that was not a lie at all. A junior brother clad in a gray robe passed by Lingfeng, casting a disdainful glance at his resplendent attire. Was it truly necessary to flaunt such ostentation just because he was a direct disciple of the sect leader? What was he trying to prove by standing there? The whispers reached Lingfeng's ears, prompting a faint smile as his inner energy stirred. The murmuring onlooker suddenly felt his body soar upwards, rapidly toppling backwards. Upon locking eyes with Lingfeng's gaze, the onlooker experienced a palpable sense of trepidation. Those eyes resembled a profound abyss, seemingly intent on ensnaring his very soul. Ling Feng regarded the junior brother discussing him behind his back, momentarily struggling to recall his name. Do you know I am your senior brother? Ling Feng inquired calmly. Yes, I know, senior brother Ling. The onlooker gulped nervously, attempting to ingratiate himself. You need not recognize me, Ling Feng replied, shaking his head at the youth before him. The youth hurriedly began to clarify, senior brother Ling. I didn't mean, but before he could finish, Ling Feng's next words plunged him into despair. His voice cold and low. To speak ill of a fellow disciple reveals a malicious heart. Hence, you are expelled from the mountain. Chapter 156, a distinct Qinyan peak during the days that Ouyang and the others awaited the awakening of Langqingsong. Most of Qianxia's thoughts were far away in the Qinyan sect. He found himself in a quandary regarding Ling Feng's invitation. The memories of this temperamentally altered senior brother from his past life were tragically scant. After being betrayed by Zhu Yuan, Ling Feng had not appeared in his recollections again. Now, having personally slain Zhu Yuan, which resulted in the survival of Ling Feng, a fate that should have ended in death, Ling Feng had become an unpredictable variable in his life. Within the secluded chamber of a small mountain peak, Xianxia, clad in purple robes, contemplated the paper effigy presented on the altar for quite some time. Finally, he resolved to accompany Ling Feng on his journey. If he could eradicate all uncertainties, then everything would progress in the direction he wished to see. He had been granted a second chance at life, and his purpose was to avert catastrophe and save the entire world, even if Ling Feng sought to harm him. The cost would merely be that of a puppet, which would hardly constitute a loss for him. Having made up his mind, Chen Chongqing received Ling Feng's message 2 days later and eagerly accepted the invitation. As he walked once more along the mountain path of Qinyan Peak, he keenly noticed the differences that set it apart from the days of yore. As the disciples of Qinyan Peak traversed the mountain path, each bore an expression of urgency. Their brows furrowed with an intensity and agitation that Chen Chongqing had never before witnessed. Suddenly, on the narrow walkway ahead, one disciple drew his sword and attacked another, the assailant's blade piercing the unfortunate one's shoulder. Apologies, junior brother, the attacker expressed without a hint of remorse. A flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes as he seized the victim's waist token and sprinted towards the mountain summit. The injured disciple, filled with dread and resentment, shot a fierce glare at the fleeing senior brother, clutching his wound and preparing to descend the mountain. What transpired here? Chen Chongqing inquired, halting the unfortunate disciple who was intent on leaving. Upon catching sight of Chen, adorned in a silver-white mask, the wounded disciple's expression shifted rapidly, desperately forcing a smile as he recited, I greet you, esteemed senior brother Chen Chongqing of Qinyan sect. Each word articulated with mechanical precision, furrowing his brow beneath the mask. Chen Chongqing reached out to assist the injured disciple, only to have him instinctively bow lower, humbly stating, Senior brother, this is a requirement from senior brother Ling Feng. Upon encountering you, one must bow and pay respects until you depart. Such excessive deference, bordering on servility, to underscore the senior brother's authority astonished Chen Chongqing. Yet he still probed, why did that individual attack you? With his head bent low, the unfortunate disciple replied, Senior brother Ling Feng proclaimed that we have grown too complacent. Thus, since the day before yesterday, Qinyan Peak has instituted a system of elimination for those at the bottom ranks. I, along with that senior brother, ranked lower. And having lost the recent contest, he prevailed. I must now challenge others to seize their waste tokens, lest I be expelled from Qinyan Peak, and even from Qinyan sect. Chen Chongqing's brow knitted in concern. Would the sect leader truly consent to such internecine conflict among brethren? The sect leader has agreed, but only within the context of competitions. The unfortunate disciple explained. That senior brother merely held back. Had he struck with full force, it would have been my throat he pierced instead. His pain caused him to tremble, and he bowed even more deeply. Hearing that the sect leader had acquiesced, Chen Chongqing sighed softly, murmuring, Is it truly necessary for brethren to resort to such extremes? In an unexpected defense of Ling Feng, the unfortunate disciple spoke up, Senior brother Chen. Senior brother Ling Feng is actually in the right. This is for our own good. After all, Qinyan Peak does not harbor the incompetent. Chen Chongqing urged the disciple to seek treatment for his injuries. As the disciple bowed in acknowledgement and passed by him, he finally dared to straighten his back, applying his true essence to heal his shoulder while searching for opponents from whom he could seize their waste tokens. A palpable atmosphere of tension and vigilance enveloped all of Qinyan Peak. Once comrades, the disciples now appeared as adversaries. Those without waste tokens frantically sought weaker peers to usurp theirs, while those who possessed tokens remained ever watchful for threats against their own possessions. Along the journey, Chen Chongqing's steps appeared somewhat burdensome until he heard the call of a crane. Upon looking up, he beheld Ling Feng, adorned in a resplendent golden silk robe, standing atop a celestial crane, smiling as he addressed him. Junior brother Chun, it is time for us to depart. Isn't such treatment by you, senior brother, rather? Xianxia inquired, standing upon the stone steps, gazing towards Ling Feng in the heavens. Harsh? Are you referring to the rules I just established? Ling Feng responded, feigning ignorance. Noticing Xianxia's unwavering gaze, Ling Feng burst into hearty laughter, then lowered his head, regarding Xianxia with utmost seriousness as he asked, as cultivators. We are indeed in contest with heaven and earth, seeking the path of the great Tao with utmost caution. The Qingyun sect shelters us, allowing us to cultivate in peace. However, what fate awaits them when they mature into the out-of-body stage and leave the Qingyun sect? What will become of those who are naive to the ways of the world? Xianxia understood Ling Feng's words all too well, in his past life. As merely a core formation cultivator, he had witnessed the destruction of the Qingyun sect, surviving only under the protection of his senior brother Ouyang. Without the Qingyun sect's protection, his journey in cultivation was fraught with peril. The tribulations of the nascent soul stage, the calamities of the integration stage, each time he emerged from the brink of death. Moreover,
the outside world teemed with dangers. After the sect's downfall, order disintegrated, and all fought for the scarce resources. Killing and plundering became common knowledge among cultivators,
and forsaking the light for the dark became the sole path to survival. Countless tragedies unfolded before Xianxia's eyes, as more cultivators, overwhelmed by despair, chose to end their lives beneath the heavens. The future promised a cruelty far exceeding the present, a burden that weighed heavily upon Xianxia's heart. Ouyang's repeated admonitions served merely to elevate his inner threshold. Was life now beautiful? Indeed, it was splendid, something Xianxia would not have dared to dream of in his past life. Yet, all would eventually dissipate. When calamity struck, darkness would consume everything. The more brutal the future loomed, the more fervently Xianxia yearned to preserve the beauty before him. Ling Feng perceived Xianxia's struggle, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light as he spoke gently yet resolutely. My stringent treatment of them is intended to equip them with greater survival capabilities in the future. After all, we are not the protagonists of destiny, but why should we not strive for our place? At the very least, we must fight for our survival, mustn't we? Chapter 157. I shall make a move with a hand of bad cards in his heart. Xianxia began to resonate deeply with Ling Feng's sentiments. The law of the jungle was vividly manifested in the apocalypse. It had always been thus. Indeed, this world is as such. Xianxia continuously reminded himself that Ling Feng's words held truth. Xianxia. Suddenly, Ouyang's abrupt voice resonated within Xianxia's mind, sweeping away the extreme thoughts like a tempest dispersing the remnants of clouds. Xianxia's eyes regained their clarity as he lifted his gaze toward the sky, respectfully addressing Ling Feng. Indeed, brother Ling Feng speaks truthfully, yet I remain unconvinced. Ling Feng, perched upon the white crane, felt a twinge of regret. He had not anticipated that Xianxia could extricate himself from his own words. Even the esteemed Master Dongshu would, to some extent, be influenced by his own rhetoric. Yet here was Xianxia, who astonishingly managed to break free from the traps of Ling Feng's language. This remarkable ability was something Ling Feng had acquired upon reclaiming his own body, as if it were an innate gift. His voice and words bore an inherent persuasiveness, capable of leading others to self-convince and embrace his ideas, ultimately becoming his devoted followers. The higher one's cultivation, the less susceptible they were to influence. Master Dongshu's convictions were immensely powerful, yet even he would falter slightly at Ling Feng's utterances. However, Xianxia, who initially seemed on the brink of complete submission, inexplicably liberated himself in the blink of an eye. Truly, was he a prodigy emerging from the small mountain peak? Ling Feng, seated upon the celestial crane, clapped his hands, summoning another yellow crane beside him, and gestured for Xianxia to mount it. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia leaped onto the yellow crane, and the two soared toward the gates of Qingyun sect. Upon exiting the gates, at the grand hall on the summit of Qingyun Peak, Master Dongshu, holding a whisk, observed the two distant figures of Ling Feng and Xianxia, now nearly reduced to mere black dots on the horizon, his expression inscrutable. As Ling Feng emerged from the mountain gates, he instantly felt the oppressive weight on his heart dissipate, replaced by a liberating sense of ease that compelled him to laugh heartily. He supported his forehead with one hand, tilting his head back in exuberant laughter, exuding an air of wild charm. Brother, why the sudden laughter? Xianxia inquired, puzzled. I have just recalled some delightful thoughts. Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. After a moment, Ling Feng continued, Junior brother Chen, during this descent, you may encounter an old acquaintance. Old acquaintance? Xianxia regarded Ling Feng quizzically. Ever since leaving Qingyun sect, Ling Feng had exuded an unsettling aura. Ling Feng, with a knowing smile, remarked, "Indeed, an old acquaintance, perhaps my disciple from the demon clan whom you have dispatched." Whoosh! Thousands of yellow talismans suddenly materialized before Ling Feng, overshadowing him in a celestial display. "You saved him?" Chen Chongqing's voice turned frigid as ancient ice from the depths of the abyss, his gaze piercing as he questioned Ling Feng. Ling Feng shook his head and replied, "Ziyuan is already deceased. A remnant of the demon clan is hardly worth my effort to save. Brother Ouyang likely did not inform you of my slaying of the heart demon, did he?" "Heart demon?" Chen Chongqing gazed at Ling Feng, a look of perplexity adorning his face. "Indeed, after you eliminated Zhu Yuan, I found myself engulfed in confusion, even questioning whether I should continue my cultivation. Yet, ultimately, I triumphed over my inner demons and successfully severed my heart's affliction, achieving the out-of-body stage." Ling Feng, seated upon the celestial crane, spoke with an air of tranquility. "What does that have to do with Zhu Yuan?" Chen Chongqing inquired calmly, though his hands were poised to unleash the nail-headed seven-arrow scripture at any moment. Ling Feng regarded Chen Chongqing with an odd expression and remarked, "Ouyang has ventured into the mortal realm. Are you aware of this? He mentioned encountering a man who bears a striking resemblance to Zhu Yuan, yet is named Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng from the Doublewood Lin." In an instant, Chen Chongqing comprehended Ling Feng's implication and, with a hint of astonishment, asked, "Are you suggesting that your inner demon has taken possession of the deceased Zhu Yuan's body?" Ling Feng nodded and answered, "If Ouyang's observations are indeed accurate, I believe that to be the case." Furrowing his brow, Chen Chongqing recalled that his senior brother had indeed mentioned encountering a demon cultivator capable of seizing the bodies of others, a power unique to the future Zhu Yuan. Thus, he found himself momentarily flustered, even directing his ire towards his junior sister, which resulted in a reprimanding slap from his senior brother. He had initially contemplated clandestinely following the tracker placed on his second senior brother to locate that individual in the mortal realm, but unexpectedly discovered the reason here with Ling Feng. Was it not the purpose of senior brother's descent from the mountain to eradicate the chaotic inner demons? Chen Chongqing inquired, his brow still knitted in concern. Ling Feng gazed at Chen Chongqing, seemingly lost in the memories of the day he first regained control of his body. The once timid self had resolved, as he prepared to use the golden needle to guide his soul, "I know not what schemes you harbor. But should you dare to employ my body for nefarious deeds, I shall not hesitate to slay you, even at the cost of my own life." This admonition suddenly resurfaced in Ling Feng's mind, causing him to chuckle, his laughter wild and unrestrained. Once he had composed himself, he looked earnestly at Chen Chongqing and declared, "Junior brother, we, as cultivators, must slay those of the demon clan, correct? Moreover, having committed so many heinous acts, I shall pursue him relentlessly, even if it costs me my life." Chen Chongqing, observing Ling Feng's earnest demeanor, nodded in agreement, yet within, he felt an inexplicable sense of looming danger emanating from Ling Feng. Ling Feng, undeterred by Chen Chongqing's wary expression, reclined with abandon upon the celestial crane, contemplating the sun rising from the sea of clouds, his mind awash in myriad thoughts. Now, he found himself ensnared in a deadlock. Ouyang did not trust him, and even his master, Dong Shuzi, had begun to harbor doubts. His flawless performance that day had, paradoxically, sown seeds of suspicion. What difference did it make to have Chen Chongqing added to the equation? I, Ling Feng, shall adhere to the path of righteousness, boldly striving and seizing what is justly mine. As long as I remain steadfast in my principles, I shall embody the most perfect version of Ling Feng. The pursuit of perfection is a relentless endeavor, honed over countless years, endowing Ling Feng with an inherent sense of pride. After enduring so much hardship, why should he not ascend to the pinnacle under the scrutiny of all? Ling Feng is determined to triumph over all adversaries, even with a hand of poor cards. Only the feeble yield to cowardice. I, Ling Feng, have returned to become the most exalted being in this world. The sun, emerging from the sea of clouds, is unshackled, and in an instant, golden light envelopes the entire sky and ocean of clouds. Chapter 158. Departure shall by. How much longer do you think it will be? Ouyang, feeling bored, tugged at his dog's ear while observing Bai Feiyu, who was amusing a fluffy white creature. Bai Feiyu, while feeding the azure bird perched on his shoulder, replied, "This will be a lengthy process. After all, the legacy of an immortal cannot be fully absorbed in a mere moment, especially considering the centuries of accumulation from the sword sect. Each sword in the sword pool embodies the sword intent of a great cultivator. Even an ordinary cultivator would benefit a lifetime from just one, yet Ouyang had taken them all at once. Not to mention the even greater fortification from the sword immortal's inheritance. The abundance given was overwhelming, leaving Lang Qingsong still in a deep slumber with no signs of awakening. Ouyang turned his gaze towards xianxia, who sat idly nearby. In recent days, the third brother appeared as if his soul had been lost, often sitting in contemplation for hours. xianxia mentioned that he had been experiencing some insights, with most of his focus returning to his true self, which rendered the puppet following Ouyang somewhat sluggish. The three brothers had been left unattended for 3 days since Tai A's departure, as if they had been forgotten. Did he intend to imprison them within the sword sect? Upon this thought, Ouyang felt a sudden surge of distress. This is no mere figurative expression. His garments were literally ablaze. The sword sect's sword pool was constructed atop an active volcano, and Ouyang had inadvertently severed the upper portion of the mountain while holding his dog, leaving only molten lava at his feet. A moment of inattention, and like Ouyang, the corner of his robe fell into the lava, igniting instantly. Cursed flames. Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai, Ouyang cried out in a frantic manner, shaking his garment as he called out to Bai Feiyu, with a defeated expression. Bai Feiyu raised his hand and cleaved away the burning corner of Ouyang's robe with a stroke of sword energy, finally bringing Ouyang some respite. Yet, Ouyang was unable to remain idle. His curiosity was piqued by the lava. Just as he was about to test the lava's temperature by lifting the dog, a radiant beam approached the trio. As the light halted, Song Mu, clad in white robes, appeared coolly before them. Although he felt embarrassed in Bai Feiyu's presence, Song Mu maintained his aloof demeanor until he noticed the sword pool's transformation into its current chaotic state. The meticulously maintained facade of composure could no longer withstand the pressure. Alas, where is my sword sect's questioning pool? Song Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the ravaged landscape before him, with lava rolling chaotically across the mountainside, and he exclaimed in shock. Old Song, you've arrived. Have you eaten? Quickly, take us away. Ouyang, upon seeing Song Mu, was instantly animated, waving his hand and speaking warmly, suppressing his astonishment. Song Mu cast a glance at Bai Feiyu, who was preoccupied with feeding birds, before turning his attention back to Ouyang, puzzled by the apparent familiarity between them. Why did Ouyang act as if they had known each other for years? Song Mu leaped down from his flying sword, executed a move reminiscent of Su Qin drawing his sword, sheathing his long blade in disbelief, rubbing his eyes and stammering, my sword sect's questioning pool, such a vast pool. Where could it possibly be? Ah, you wouldn't believe it. It was eaten by a dog. Ouyang casually replied, waving his hand dismissively. Eaten by a dog? Song Mu was taken aback, glancing at the dachshund Ouyang held aloft, itching to inquire further until he suddenly recalled his master's admonition during his journey. Do not engage in lengthy conversations. Swiftly send them away. Then return at once. Bai Feiyu remained unresponsive to Song Mu, yet he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, despite all of them donning white garments. Why did Bai Feiyu exude such an imposing presence? Song Mu observed the Qing Feng sword hanging at Bai Feiyu's waist, and then touched the long sword on his back, pondering if his method of carrying a sword was somehow flawed. Truth be told, carrying it at the waist did appear far more stylish than on the back. Shaking his head, Song Mu spoke. My master has recently attained some insights and has entered seclusion. During his retreat, he specifically instructed me to escort several senior brothers back to Qinyan sect. Ouyang, visibly displeased, retorted, how can we return without the sect master? Shall we walk back? Song Mu, with a look of astonishment, responded, what sort of talk is that? Do you not know that among the 9 great sacred lands, we have established teleportation portals? Oh, such a thing exists? How was I unaware? Ouyang inquired with curiosity, surprised to learn of such sophisticated transportation devices among the sections. At that moment, xianxia, who had been in a state of confusion, regained his composure. Hearing Ouyang's words, he tugged at Ouyang's sleeve and whispered, Senior brother, the teleportation portal is the protective mountain formation where you frequently borrow spirit stones. Ouyang's expression stiffened, realizing why that circle of holes had been fortified by Su Zi. It was indeed a teleportation portal. Song Mu led Ouyang and the others towards the main hall of the Sword Sect's peak. As he activated the formation before the 3 of them, disciples nearby instantly entered a state of heightened alert, brandishing their swords protectively around the teleportation portal, as if fearing that opening such a gateway would invite annihilation upon the Sword Sect. Master brother, xianxia whispered to Ouyang. There was once a powerful cultivator in the tribulation period who was interrupted during a teleportation and became lost in the chaotic currents of time and space. And to this day, his whereabouts remain unknown. That sounds perilous. Why have I never seen the teleportation gate of Qinyan sect light up? Ouyang questioned, even suspecting that Dong Shuzi was targeting their small peak. xianxia awkwardly rubbed his hands and replied, Master brother, have you forgotten? You seldom visit Qinyan Peak. If you did, you would need to strike down 2 stones while passing by the protective mountain formation. How could the formation be activated if it were disrupted? Upon hearing xianxia's words, even Ouyang, with his bold demeanor, couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush. He chuckled and exchanged farewells with Songmu, then stepped forward into the gate. As Bai Feiyu prepared to enter the teleportation gate, Songmu unexpectedly reached out to stop him and coolly declared, "I will surpass you in the future." Without giving Bai a chance to respond, Songmu turned and left, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. Bai Feiyu, bewildered by Songmu's sudden bravado, shook his head and entered the teleportation gate. The three of them, along with a dog and a bird, emerged from the other side of the gate. Ouyang glanced around and realized they were indeed at the protective mountain formation where he often sought treasures. "Today, I shall stew you," a powerful male voice exclaimed, filled with indignation, accompanied by the sound of a crane's call. The trio looked over to see a middle-aged handsome man, exuding a melancholic aura, struggling with a robust white crane nearby. It was evident that the crane held the upper hand in the skirmish. The 2-meter-tall white crane, well-fed from being nurtured by Qingyan Peak, was no match for an ordinary person. Observing the middle-aged man's transition from fury to despair, finally begging for mercy on the ground, it was clear that the crane's combat prowess was formidable. The three companions watched the spectacle of the man-bird battle with nonchalance, their expressions betraying no recognition of the unfortunate middle-aged man engaged in the fray with the crane. Ultimately, the man's clothing was shredded into tatters, leaving him helpless on the ground, and only then did the crane proudly depart. "Who is that man?" one inquired. "Don't you know? That is the former master of Tianyan Peak." Another replied, incredulous, "Are you out of your mind? How dare you utter that name?" A companion hastily covered the other's mouth, scolding him quietly. "The master of Tianyan Peak? Formerly? Yes, I heard he was expelled from Tianyan Peak for offending the sect leader." "Oh, what did he do to offend the sect leader?" "It is said that the peak master of the Jade Maiden Peak, Ouyang, has returned today after a long absence. He had just reported to his senior brother, the sect leader, and was preparing to visit his own mountain when he was unexpectedly intercepted by a white crane, which proceeded to deliver a harsh beating. Was it truly necessary to hold such a grudge over a mere incident from his childhood, where he had once tied 100,000 firecrackers to its tail?" Unfazed by the crowd, Ouyang retrieved clothing from his storage space and changed in full view of everyone. Once he donned a gray Taoist robe, he exuded an aura of ethereal grace, his demeanor commanding respect without the need for anger. The Taiji Bagua symbol emblazoned on his back further enhanced the impression of a master of celestial transformations. Among cultivators, there exists a tacit understanding. While sword cultivators are the most formidable in combat, one should never provoke a master of celestial transformations. This particular group possesses an uncanny ability to foresee and calculate outcomes, leaving opponents oblivious to their impending demise. It is not the act of dying at their hands that instills fear, but rather the uncertainty of how one met their end. Masters of celestial transformations focus solely on refining their essence, employing divination and strategic calculation, with an exceptional mastery of formations. A saying rings true: when a master of celestial transformation stands before you, it is as if you have already met your demise. Ouyang, once the esteemed master of the celestial transformation peak, had relinquished his title for reasons unknown, establishing a new mountain peak of his own. In stark contrast to his earlier scuffle with the white crane, Ouyang now emanated an increasing pressure as he stood amongst the crowd. "Are you all merely here to gawk instead of diligently cultivating?" His calm voice echoed, causing the onlookers' legs to feel as if they were weighed down by lead. And one by one, they collapsed to the ground in reverence. As Ouyang remained poised amidst the throng of kneeling figures, he appeared strikingly handsome. The spectators, who had been reveling in the spectacle, were now left bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a playful tussle with a white crane, scarcely at the foundation stage, and now he commanded the authority to bring all present to their knees with a mere utterance. Such deception in play is unprecedented. It was as if, having lost face before the crane, he was now venting his frustration upon us. A slight smirk crept upon Ouyang's lips as he turned to acknowledge the trio of Ouyang with a nod. With a flourish of his sleeve, he declared, "Each of you shall practice the Qingyun entry chi technique 300 times, to be submitted before the sect leader by tomorrow." The previously kneeling onlookers were abruptly swept away by a gentle force, their faces paling in despair. The Qingyun entry chi technique is the fundamental cultivation method of the Qingyun sect, known for its meticulous detail across all categories. The complete set comprises 3 volumes, totaling over 1,000,000 words. 300 repetitions by tomorrow? They might as well have been sentenced to death. Amidst a chorus of lamentations, Ouyang strode purposefully towards Ouyang and his companions. From a slow walk to a brisk pace, then to a light jog, and finally a grand leap towards Ouyang. "Beloved disciple, I have missed you dearly. However, the warm image of master and disciple did not materialize in Huyan's mind. Instead, Ouyang drew forth the dog from his waist and lifted it towards Huyan, who was promptly bitten on the hand by the charming creature as he approached. Ouch! Pain! You ungrateful wretch! Quickly, make this beast release me. Huyan cried out in agony, collapsing before Ouyang, struggling to shake off the tenacious grip of the peculiar dog. Ouyang gazed at Huyan, the golden panel revealing all. Name: Huyan, Deputy Master of Xianxia Sect. Book Turner, Cultivation. Root Bone. Luck. Charm. Talent. Exclusive skills. Evaluation: a man who can match even a dog, not the strongest of this era, yet the greatest prodigy of this age. Was it luxurious? This was Ouyang's initial impression upon first seeing Huyan's panel, apart from the name and evaluation. The rest was shrouded in question marks. When Ouyang first acquired the system, he assumed Huyan's attributes were indiscernible due to his elevated strength, thinking the system couldn't recognize Huyan's properties because of his own low realm. However, upon arriving at Xianxia Sect and witnessing countless panels, he began to grasp the implications behind the series of question marks that obscured his venerable elder's attributes. Ouyang stepped forward, executing a filial lock on Huyan's throat, yanking him forward with a fierce glare. Old man, what on earth are you doing? Is there something you cannot say directly? You have us running all over the place. From the moment he and Lung Qingsong entered the mortal realm until the conclusion of the immortal secret realm, there was, to some extent, the guiding hand of this elder behind it all. If Huyan could not articulate his thoughts today, Ouyang was resolute in suspending him from the cliff of the small peak to enjoy a few days of the cool breeze. Now, come on, I've just returned, and so many are watching. Show me some respect. Huyan, held by the throat, seemed unfazed, even playfully making faces at Ouyang in a bid for mercy. Ouyang released him, and Huyan rubbed his neck, casting a glance at Bai Feiyu and Xianxia puppet, nodding in satisfaction. It seems you three truly went to fetch soy sauce, returning empty-handed. Have you forgotten the rules after such a long absence from your master? Bai Feiyu and Xianxia exchanged glances with Ouyang, with Xianxia gently tugging at Ouyang's sleeve, whispering, Senior brother, we are still on Xianxia Peak. Perhaps show him a little courtesy? Eyes from all around were subtly directed towards the scene, curious about how these peculiar beings from the small peak would deal with their sect leader, genuinely anticipating a good lesson for Huyan, albeit amidst disappointed glances from the shadows. Ouyang shook his head, his expression turning serious as he approached Bai Feiyu and Xianxia, bowing deeply before the boastful Huyan, who stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. The three of them spoke in unison, We humbly welcome our master back to the mountain. Chapter 160. Words follow the law. Huyan had returned to the mountain. The scene of Ouyang and his companions bowing to Huyan was captured by an observant onlooker and swiftly spread throughout the entire Xianxia sect. The eccentric one has returned. This news sent shockwaves through the ranks of peak masters, stewards, elders, and even revered mentors, all of whom were taken aback. They hastily chose to seal their mountain gates, proclaiming they were engaged in introspective meditation, seeking enlightenment in seclusion. Suddenly, the entire Xianxia sect was in disarray, each peak appearing to be on high alert. The younger disciples were perplexed as to why the master of a small peak could instill such a sense of dread in their own peak masters and elders. It was evident that the middle-aged man had been utterly powerless against a mere white crane. How could a man so inept that he couldn't even fend off a bird inspire such trepidation among their mentors? Feeling emboldened, the younger disciples eagerly rubbed their fists, preparing to confront this master uncle, who could not even defeat a bird, seeking to challenge him. Yet, aside from being reprimanded by their own peak masters and elders, they were also warned. Anyone who stepped out of their mountain during this period should never return. A middle-aged man, who had been unable to defend himself against a bird, had caused the peak masters and elders of various mountains to react as if facing a formidable foe. Such a scene had only been witnessed during the cataclysmic battles of a millennium ago, proudly observing his three disobedient disciples bowing before him. Huyan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He scrutinized each of them, as if etching their images into his memory. Master, why have you returned at this time? Ouyang, unable to wait for Huyan to bid them to rise, straightened up and inquired with curiosity. Their master, who had spent most of his childhood on the mountain and had rarely returned during Ouyang's formative years, only to wander off again with the compendium of flirtatious words that Ouyang had written for him, was now back. Could it be that this old rogue had returned to escape some trouble at home? Ouyang's gaze took on a significant meaning. Upon noticing the depth of Ouyang's expression, Huyan erupted in anger, exclaiming, You little rascal, your master has been wandering far and wide, and with the new year approaching, I have returned to celebrate with you. New year? Hearing this word, Ouyang and his companions were momentarily taken aback, particularly Ouyang, whose face broke into a slight smile. In this world, the concept of celebrating the new year does not exist. Although a year comprises 360 days, no specific festival has been established to commemorate this occasion. The tradition of celebrating the new year is merely a stubborn insistence from Ouyang, mandating that Huyun must return at this time each year, so that the family of Xianxia can gather in unity. This symbolizes that Xianxia is the root of everyone. With a beaming smile, Ouyang gazed at Huyun and remarked, "It is indeed commendable of you, master, to remember the new year. Did you bring us anything on this trip?" Huyun shrugged his arms, assuming a carefree demeanor, and replied, "Your master is as empty-handed as ever, possessing nothing but my own life." Sighing, he thought to himself that there was little one could do against such a brazen master, even as a man of integrity like himself. With keen interest, Huyun circled around the three, brusquely shoving xianxia aside, questioning the necessity of having such a puppet so close. He first teased the green bird perched on by Feiyu's shoulder, then playfully patted the head of a handsome dog, expressing his astonishment. "How is Qingsong?" Huyun finally inquired. Indeed, this old fellow seemed to know everything. Ouyang, with a trace of irritation, responded, "Thanks to your blessings, the person almost perished and is now still in a coma." Huyun nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. Everything seems to be well handled. However, wait a moment." Suddenly, Huyun's expression shifted, and he grasped Ouyang's hand. Peering intently into his eyes, after a moment of scrutiny, his voice lowered. "What is the matter with you?" The once clear sky turned ominous as Huyun's somber tone filled the air, causing the wind to stir and his sleeves to flutter. Ouyang felt a warmth in his heart. Indeed, his master had noticed that he had lost 50 years of life, although he did not understand the reason behind it. He blinked and subtly gestured behind him to Xiaobai and Changsheng, knowing that if they learned of his venture into the immortal realm costing him 50 years, they would never allow him to step outside again, even if it meant breaking his legs. Understanding Ouyang's implication, Huyun released his grip and cheerfully declared, "Let us go. Let us hurry back to see how my darling girl is faring. Make sure you don't lead her astray." He then raised his hand, plucking a cloud from the sky, which gently descended beside him. The four of them mounted the cloud and soared towards Xianxia, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers still discussing the peculiar master who had exchanged banter with the white crane. Throughout the journey, Huyun regaled his three disciples with tales of his adventures, speaking with such eloquence that words flowed like a river, his enthusiasm palpable. Ouyang and the others listened with rapt attention, marveling at how their master could make even the most trivial matters come alive with vivid imagery and humor. No wonder he thrived among so many mistresses. As Huyun approached the small mountain peak, he gazed at the lush greenery, raising an eyebrow as he declared, "Since it is the new year, it must indeed embody the spirit of the new year." He lifted his hand, playfully grasping at the sky, causing the clouds to shift and morph in response to his gestures. From his sleeve, he produced a copper coin, flicking it skyward with a deft motion. With a flourish of his sleeve, he positioned his fingers before him and, with eyes glimmering like gold, commanded, "Auspicious snow heralds a bountiful year." In an instant, nature transformed around the small peak. The vibrant foliage rapidly shifted from green to shades of red and yellow, and leaves began to gracefully descend. Flakes of snow, resembling cotton, cascaded from the clouds above, as the biting wind whisked the feathery snowflakes, blanketing the small mountain and its surroundings in a shimmering coat of white. Such celestial prowess never failed to astonish Ouyang and his companions. Ouyang envied this ability to conjure immediate effects with mere words. Chen Changxing regarded their master with deep admiration, recalling the sacrifice their master had made for him and his senior brother. Bai Feiyu, having grasped a fragment of the principles, understood the profound comprehension of the Tao required to wield such influence over the climate. In Bai Feiyu's eyes, this master, though not an immortal, was akin to one. With words alone, he could manifest laws. This was the remarkable prowess of a man endowed with a dual system of evaluation. Chapter 161. The stone hammer. As snowflakes danced down, the entire small mountain peak became enveloped in a silvery veil. The Qinyan sect's sacred ground, a place of perennial spring and abundant spiritual energy, seldom witnessed snowfall. Whenever the first snow graced the realm, it was Huyun who orchestrated it, mirroring the first snow in Maple Leaf City in real time. It was no wonder that the climates of two distant lands synchronized so perfectly. Contemplating this, Ouyang narrowed his eyes, realizing that this old fox had likely orchestrated even the snowfall during his recent visit to the mortal realm. Otherwise, how could everything align so fortuitously? The small mountain peak lay in a bitter winter, while just beyond its boundaries, a verdant landscape thrived, as if the heavy snow fell solely upon the peak itself. Standing amidst the swirling snow, Yun calculated the time, lightly pointing towards the mountain's summit. Instantly, the worn couplets and lanterns adorning the courtyard entrance transformed into pristine new versions. Is it the year of the Jiazi? A year of great fortune for the world. Yun laughed heartily, guiding Ouyang and his companions to land before the courtyard gate at the peak. Master, I have found you a new disciple. Currently only a nominal one. When time permits, let him formally pay his respects and acknowledge the mountain. Ouyang suddenly recalled Xiaofeng, addressing Yun with a sense of nostalgia as he admired the grand entrance. Yun waved his hand to indicate that he was aware of the matter, then pushed open the door to the small mountain peak and stepped inside. The courtyard was tranquil, devoid of Hu Tutu and Xiaofeng. Only the kitchen exuded wisps of smoke from cooking, and Xianxia, who followed Ouyang, naturally entered the kitchen. Inside, a puppet indistinguishable from Xianxia was busily engaged in tasks. Upon seeing Xianxia enter, it extended its right hand without turning around, and Xianxia transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into its sleeve. Ouyang and the others had grown accustomed to Xianxia's peculiarities. Yun opened the door to the main hall, which was his personal space. The room was immaculate, with everything meticulously arranged. Every day, Xianxia diligently cleaned the small mountain peak inside and out. Since his rebirth, Xianxia seemed to have developed an acute obsession with cleanliness, even contemplating at one point that Ouyang and the others should remove their shoes before entering the courtyard, a rather extreme notion that was ultimately quashed by Ouyang with a sharp reprimand. The hall served as a living room, typically locked when Yun was away, but opened upon his return. Yun pushed open the living room door, revealing a calligraphy piece hanging on the wall inscribed with the words heaven and earth. Beneath it was a tiger-skin chair flanked by a dozen or so reclining chairs. If one were to replace heaven and earth with acting for the heavens, it would not be an exaggeration to liken it to the Liangshan Gathering Hall. Yun boldly sat down in the tiger-skin recliner, while Ouyang and the others found their respective seats. The annual meeting of the small mountain peak was formally underway. Young ones, what recent gains have you made? Do share, Yun boisterously inquired. Ouyang pondered for a moment and replied, I've been issuing quite a few IOUs lately. Perhaps you could settle the accounts when you have a moment. Yun looked at Ouyang with exasperation and said, damn it, can't you be a bit more frugal? Every time I return, I have to go around to each mountain peak collecting the IOUs you've issued. Ouyang slammed the table, retorting, and you dare speak? You barely return a few times a year, and the stack of your IOUs is even taller than mine. As Xianxia observed the impending argument between his senior brother and master, he promptly stood up, retrieved an account book from his robe, and said, Master, you have been away for 273 days. From day one, on the first morning, we had steamed mandarin fish for breakfast, braised pork for lunch, and a 4-dish soup for dinner, 3 meat and 1 vegetable. As Xianxia recited the detailed account, Yun, who was nearly dozing off, interrupted him when he reached the 57th day. That's enough. Xianxia, take a sip of water. Yun gazed somewhat blankly at Xianxia, who was reading from the thick account book. How had he not realized when he took on this disciple that his true calling was in the kitchen or as a bookkeeper, meticulously noting every detail like a diligent caretaker? Meanwhile, Ouyang, reclining in the chair, had already succumbed to sleep, genuinely exhausted from recent days. From the sword-forging city to the secret realm of immortals, and then to the miniature world of Iyezi, traversing back to ancient times, culminating in an intimate conversation with Iyezi in the belly of a dog. It appeared to be a whimsical journey, yet it consumed a considerable amount of Ouyang's energy. Listening to Xianxia recite his monotonous narrative akin to a sutra, while observing Yun seated in the main position, Ouyang felt a sense of tranquility and simply tilted his head back to drift into slumber. Upon hearing Ouyang's snoring, Yun, whose face had been previously marked by frustration, revealed a hint of a satisfied smile and remarked to Xianxia and by Feiyu with subtle implication, These days, your senior brother has taken excellent care of you. Xianxia and Bai Feiyu exchanged glances at the still snoozing Ouyang, silently comprehending each other's thoughts. Though their senior brother often exuded an air of unreliability and indulged in incomprehensible antics, they all held a profound understanding of his steadfast nature. Even after his reincarnation, Xianxia, alongside the reincarnated sword immortal Bai Feiyu, harbored an intrinsic trust in Ouyang. In the living room, the only sound was Ouyang's rhythmic snoring, as Yun and the others sat quietly, patiently awaiting Ouyang's awakening. Occasionally, Yun would inquire about cultivation matters from Bai Feiyu and Xianxia. But due to his limited understanding beyond the heavenly transformation technique, much of the conversation was dominated by the two, while Yun feigned comprehension with non-committal affirmations. Suddenly, the cheerful laughter of Hu Tutu echoed from afar, as a little girl in a colorful skirt dashed through the door and leaped into Yun's embrace. Hu Tutu clung to Hu Yun, her face smudged with dirt, resembling a little cat that had rolled in coal dust, and sweetly exclaimed, "Daddy." The utterance of daddy stunned Chen Changsheng and Bai Feiyu. Had their master truly captured a fox to assist in his cultivation, and even had a daughter? Ouyang, deep in slumber, abruptly coughed. Cough, cough, cough. A recording stone inadvertently slipped between his fingers. It was the old man's Achilles heel, one he would not let go of lightly. Hu Yun, with a hint of affection, raised his sleeve to wipe Hu Tutu's face while gently asking, "Where have you been? Tutu? Did you have a good time on the little mountain?" Hu Tutu, eyes closed in delight as she enjoyed her face being wiped, cheerfully replied. Tutu went to the forbidden area to play with the spirit beasts with the little junior brother. Hee, those spirit beasts are so silly. They keep getting chased by the little junior brother. Hu Yun's motion paused, and with a wave of his hand, the golden light obliterated the recording stone in Ouyang's possession. He turned to Ouyang with a serene expression and said, "Is it Xiaofeng? Let him in." Chapter 162. A turn of events outside. Xiaofeng felt exceptionally anxious. The true master of the small mountain had returned. Meanwhile, he remained merely a named disciple, without even a lit eternal lamp, only qualifying as an extraneous member of the Xianxia sect. If Hu Yun were to encounter himself and realize that he possessed no innate talent, rendering him incapable of cultivating like a conventional practitioner, what then would he do? Despite the fact that his physical form could withstand a confrontation with a Yuan-Ing stage spirit beast, he remained fundamentally different from mainstream cultivators. At this moment, the future emperor of humanity appeared akin to a nervous student who had just passed a written exam and was about to face an interview. Upon hearing Hu Yun calmly call out his name, Xiaofeng once again rehearsed the lines he had prepared long ago and, stealing his resolve, stepped into the hall. After a moment of indecision regarding whether to enter with his left foot or right foot, Xiaofeng executed a surprising maneuver that left everyone in the hall momentarily stunned. He leaped over the threshold, landing directly inside. Both Hu Yun and Ouyang exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting the thought, could this lad be a bit deranged? Without raising his head, Xiaofeng hopped forward, bowed deeply before Hu Yun, and spoke. Disciple Xiaofeng pays respect to master. Observing Xiaofeng dutifully kneeling before him, Hu Yun noticed the faint outline of the vermilion bird's phantom flickering at Xiaofeng's neck, and he nodded inwardly. Among the rebellious disciples on this small peak, none had shown interest in his teachings, save for Chen Changsheng, who had taken the time to learn his exquisite techniques out of sheer boredom. "You are Xiaofeng. Lift your head." Hu Yun spoke gently. Xiaofeng raised his gaze towards Hu Yun in the hall. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The eye of heavenly punishment, forcibly removed by Ouyang from Xiaofeng's forehead, abruptly opened. A surge of purple celestial annihilation lightning erupted from the eye, hurtling towards Hu Yun. In an instant, Hu Yun was shattered into countless fragments, vanishing before their eyes. None in the hall anticipated this occurrence. Ouyang, reacting swiftly, unleashed his true energy, which transformed into a colossal hand, striking down upon Xiaofeng's forehead. The eye of heavenly punishment was forcefully returned to its place. Xiaofeng trembled as if plunged into an ice cellar, his body shaking uncontrollably. It was over. He hadn't even had the chance to clearly see his master's visage before inadvertently obliterating him. What had transpired? Why had the eye of heavenly punishment activated on its own? Ouyang observed the scattered remnants of Hu Yun without a trace of concern and instead inquired, "What happened?" Chen Changsheng shook his head, stating that his role had merely been to depict the 5 divine beasts for the future emperor. The eye of heavenly punishment had been affixed by the eldest brother. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu, with keen interest, remarked, "When one acts against the heavens, the heavenly law administers punishment. Although this eye of heavenly punishment appears feeble, it is, after all, a creation of heavenly law. Has our master perhaps committed some transgression that has summoned the wrath of heaven?" Before the shattered remains of Hu Yun, 3 individuals engaged in an unperturbed discussion regarding the cause of the calamity. Hu Tutu, utterly petrified, was rendered speechless moments ago. He had been cuddled in his master's embrace, only to witness the instant transformation of his mentor into fragments. The intertwining sensations of shock and fear had left him incapable of even shedding tears. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng, kneeling on the ground, found himself immobilized by the scene before him. Though he could not fathom why the long-forgotten eye of heavenly punishment had suddenly turned upon his master, his immediate thought was one of despair. He had obliterated his master, and thus, his hopes of becoming a disciple were dashed. What a tempestuous temper! Hu Yun's voice resonated through the hall as the scattered shards swiftly reformed, allowing him to reappear upon the tiger-striped chair, nonchalantly soothing the still-dazed Hu Tutu. Having made such a startling first impression, what could possibly follow? Xiaofeng, still reeling from the shock of Hu Yun's sudden return, hastily bowed, his voice trembling as he implored, "Disciple is utterly at fault. Please, punish me, master." Without even glancing at Xiaofeng, Yun replied, "You have yet to enter my mountain gate. You cannot be considered my disciple. Your actions do not concern me." Ouyang observed Yun's unexpected demeanor today. His treatment of Xiaofeng was decidedly aloof, a sentiment echoed by Bai Feiyu and Chen Chongqing, who also noted the peculiarity. When Yun had accepted them into his fold, they had been in tears, pleading to be taken as disciples. Xiaofeng, though unable to cultivate like a typical practitioner, possessed unparalleled physical refinement potential. A disciple of Xiaofeng's caliber, if released, could choose any of the 9 sacred lands as his own. Such a promising talent lay before Yun, yet his reaction today was markedly tepid. Upon hearing Yun's words, a cold sweat broke out on Xiaofeng's brow. Burdened with shame and deep-seated enmity, he had finally glimpsed a sliver of hope, only to have it shattered by his own hand. Was he truly destined to be bereft of vengeance in this lifetime? Had the heavens forsaken him? Yun rose, his expression shifting from playful to grave as he regarded Xiaofeng below. "Little Xiaofeng, have I not treated you well? During our first meeting, you harbored intentions of treachery, contemplating the slaying of your master and the annihilation of your ancestral teachings. Do you still dare utter such words as desiring to enter my mountain gate?" His tone was solemn, devoid of pretense. Xiaofeng's mind was in a state of turmoil, leaving him only able to acknowledge his faults repeatedly. Ouyang, witnessing this, stepped forward to confront Yun. Dissatisfaction etched upon his face. "Old man, enough already. A little reprimand is warranted, but do not go overboard." Suddenly, Yun, who had maintained a serious countenance, burst into laughter before swiftly regaining his composure. He directed a fierce glare at Xiaofeng and his companions, commanding, "Kneel." In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became suffocatingly tense, as Yun, standing beneath the characters for heaven and earth, radiated an overwhelming aura of wrath. Ouyang's face revealed astonishment. Yet he obediently knelt before Xiaofeng. Chen Chongqing and Bai Feiyu rose from their seats and similarly knelt behind Ouyang. Even Hu Tutu, who had been nestled in Yun's embrace, was gently pushed forward, kneeling beside Xiaofeng. "For years, I have indulged your whims. And it seems you have developed an attitude of entitlement, believing that everything is inherently yours," Yun remarked frostily as he surveyed his disciples. Ouyang and the others hastily replied that they dared not presume such a thing. Nevertheless, Yun continued unyieldingly. "It appears you assume that Xiaofeng's entry into my humble mountain is a foregone conclusion, merely awaiting my nod of approval?" With heads bowed, Ouyang and his companions absorbed Yun's reprimand. After a brief pause, Yun's gaze returned to Xiaofeng, and he pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. "It is impossible for you to enter my sect. Should you cause any trouble in the future, do not implicate my humble mountain. From this day forth, you are forbidden to claim to be my disciple, and I shall no longer wish to see you." Chapter 163, a conversation. Upon uttering these words, Yun vanished from their presence, leaving the group in stunned silence, with Xiaofeng's face etched in despair. In that moment, Xiaofeng felt as though Yun had cast him into an abyss. He had contemplated how he would react should Yun refuse him entry. Yet when faced with that grim reality, he found himself utterly unprepared. Since childhood, he had endured bullying within his family. As the heir, both his parents had perished in battles for the clan, and upon his birth, he had displayed remarkable talents, only to be coveted and ultimately betrayed, resulting in the loss of his innate gifts. When he became a pariah, he was further wronged by his childhood betrothed, who annulled their engagement, leading to his expulsion from the family. During his 3 years at the outer sect of Xianxia sect, he bore countless scorn, tirelessly seeking methods to cultivate his physique, until the esteemed senior brother Ouyang finally recognized his potential during the outer sect competition, even as several brothers risked their own safety to assist him in his training. Defying fate itself, he truly cherished the small mountain, relishing the simplicity and lack of intrigue within that serene courtyard. He delighted in watching senior brother Bai perched atop a tree, admired the efforts of second senior brother as he constructed a house, savored the meals prepared by third senior brother, and found solace in the seemingly unreliable yet steadfast presence of senior brother. Thus, when Yun outrightly rejected him without a shred of compassion, Xiaofeng felt as though the light of his life had dimmed once more. Was there truly no place for him in this world? Suddenly, a tug at the hem of his garment drew Xiaofeng's attention downward. Hu Tutu was reaching out with her small hand, her face filled with concern. "Junior brother, it's all right. I will seek out father and plead on your behalf," she said earnestly. Chen Chongqing and Bai Feiyu turned their gaze towards Ouyang. Xiaofeng was introduced to the sect by Ouyang himself. Thus the group had tacitly accepted Xiaofeng as their junior disciple. However, their master's disapproval was evident. and his unusually serious tone left them awaiting the elder brother's response. Ouyang, standing there in silence, was quick-witted from the moment he laid eyes on Ouyang. He sensed an urgency in her return, as if time were pressing upon them. Ouyang turned to Xiaofeng, who was gritting his teeth with determination, and suddenly chuckled, saying, "Do not wear such a grim expression. It is not a grave matter. I shall inquire about it." Xianxia immediately understood, turning to Xiaofeng and Hu Tutu, assuring them, "Rest assured, our elder brother will handle everything. Come, I have prepared dumplings for you all. Today we feast on dumplings." Xiaofeng's throat tightened. Though he cherished the little mountain peak, his pride prevented him from uttering a plea. Instead, he stubbornly declared, "Elder brother, do not feel burdened on my account. The world is vast. Surely there is a place for me." Xiaofeng. Ouyang waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It is not that serious. The old man simply has a peculiar disposition. I shall ask him shortly. By the way, Tutu, have you completed your medicinal bath today?" Ouyang inquired. To which Tutu shook her head, explaining that she had just returned and had yet to partake in the bath. Ouyang then addressed Xianxia, instructing Xianxia, "Take the two of them to help Tutu with her studies. Little Bai, why don't you return to your room and rest for a while?" His tone was amicable, yet carried an undeniable authority, compelling everyone to leave the main hall under Ouyang's watchful gaze. As the group exited the hall, the door closed automatically behind them. Bai Feiyu cast a lingering glance at the door and conveyed silently to Qin Changsheng, who walked ahead, "Third brother. The master does not seem well." Qin Changsheng paused, responding in a hushed tone. This time, elder brother has set aside his usual levity. He will explain everything once he emerges. Once everyone had distanced themselves, faintly, one could still hear Hu Tutu's muffled sobs. Ouyang then turned and made his way to the bedroom on the right. Upon entering, he found Ouyang squinting at the chessboard. What struck Ouyang was the transformation. Where once Ouyang had a head full of dark hair, it was now predominantly gray, and wrinkles adorned her face. The sight of her silver locks unsettled Ouyang, prompting him to hasten forward, only to stop himself and gather his thoughts. He sat down opposite Ouyang, forcing a smile as he remarked, "Your daughter has already called me father. How could my wives possibly accept that?" Ouyang shot him an exasperated glare, retorting, "What wives? We are merely close friends." "Oh, close friends? Is that what a close friend does to you? Your combat prowess seems lacking as well," Ouyang insinuated with a knowing tone. Ouyang gently tousled his hair and, with a hint of pride, remarked, "This is the latest trend of melancholy style. You wouldn't understand, child." A silence enveloped the room, leaving only Ouyang gazing down at the chessboard, the only sound being the occasional crackle of the candlewick as it burned into the wax. After a long pause, Ouyang spoke. His path should not be on the small hill. He must strive unceasingly through hardships and rely solely on himself to discover his own way. A greenhouse may be pleasant, but it will suffocate him. Ouyang was elucidating to Ouyang why he would not accept Xiaofeng. While abundant resources for cultivation could indeed provide Xiaofeng with worry-free advancement in the short term, such ease would ultimately hinder his progress, restricted to merely tempering his body. Xiaofeng would find no benefit in cultivating like an ordinary practitioner. Only through relentless battles and navigating the brink of life and death would his strength flourish. Remaining on the small hill would only bring him harm. Flowers bloom vibrantly in a greenhouse, yet they lack spirit and fragrance. Only those that bravely blossom in the face of wind and sun can unveil their unique beauty. His refusal was meant to eliminate any notion of retreat, to make him realize that he could rely solely on himself. Ouyang responded with a non-committal hum. Ouyang released a chess piece, and, observing Ouyang's bowed head, softly asked, "Do you not have any questions for me? After all, it was I who orchestrated your arrival in this world." Ouyang shook his head slightly and replied, "You must have your own profound intentions. Ultimately, it is all for our benefit." Ouyang burst into hearty laughter, the sound delightfully buoyant. Yet the wrinkles on his face deepened, rendering him quite unappealing. With a hint of nostalgia, he lamented, "Do you know, lad? In truth, Qing Song is the disciple of Tai A. It is his destiny. Over a decade ago, I had already foretold to Tai A that his disciple would be Qing Song. I even made a special trip to Maple Leaf City. Do you know why I changed my mind and accepted him as my disciple?" Ouyang lifted his gaze to meet Ouyang's, who was smiling warmly at him. "It is because of you. You should not have been there, yet you appeared. I calculated this scenario 173,600 times, and the only variable I did not foresee was your presence there." Chapter 164. I want to have dumplings with you. Is it because I traversed into this world that you could not predict my arrival? Ouyang raised his head, locking eyes with Ouyang's, which resembled a profound abyss. Suddenly, his nose tinged with emotion, and he lowered his head once more. Enough of this. Ouyang playfully ruffled Ouyang's hair, then returned to his chess game. After a moment, Ouyang hesitantly inquired, "Do you, Or do any of you harbor resentment towards me? Resent you? For what? Ouyang asked, puzzled as he lifted his head. Yun, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, you see this chessboard? I can place my pieces wherever I desire. Ouyang gradually comprehended that Yun regarded him and his companions as mere pawns in orchestrating their destinies. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang inquired, what is your ultimate aim? Yun scratched his head and replied, you are my disciples, and as your master, I possess no extraordinary capabilities. I merely wish to secure a favorable path for you. Yet I fear you may not appreciate it. The astute Yun, in discussing this matter, resembled a child who had committed a misdeed, appearing utterly flustered, which was quite amusing. This individual, hailed by the system as one of the greatest prodigies of an era, whose entire attribute panel was filled with question marks, stood before his disciples with a cautious demeanor akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Ouyang chuckled, this laughter emanating purely from the depths of his heart. He gazed at Yun and remarked, if your intentions are genuinely rooted in concern for our well-being, why harbor such trepidation? Yun, slightly exasperated, retorted, do not be deceived by my role as your master. None of you are particularly easy to manage. All of you seem to be too clever for your own good, unwilling to tread upon a path predetermined by others. What would have become of Xianxia without your intervention? Ouyang suddenly queried. Yun pondered for a moment, seemingly cautious. Before responding, with his temperament, he would likely have remained unmarried and ultimately lived out his days in solitude. Upon hearing Yun's words, Ouyang's gaze sharpened, and he whispered, was xianxia someone you arranged to enter the mortal realm? Yun nodded and explained, she was not meant to go, but despite everything being meticulously planned, unforeseen circumstances arose. The ancient emperor you mentioned, capable of seizing souls, was precisely that unforeseen event. Ouyang's mind raced. Was it due to Changshan's interference with Zhu Yuan that the timeline had shifted? Having previously experienced a journey to the ancient past to alter the timeline, Ouyang instantly grasped the significance of the unforeseen event Yun referred to. Cough, cough, cough. Yun began to cough uncontrollably, pulling out a handkerchief to cover his mouth, revealing a splash of crimson upon its white surface. Stop this, old man. You risk your very life, Ouyang declared, his gaze fixed intently upon Yun. Yet, Yun waved his hand dismissively, retracting the handkerchief, and said with a sense of calm, altering fate inevitably incurs a price, especially when it concerns destiny. I have already committed to this path and cannot turn back. Ouyang pressed his hands firmly against the chessboard, his eyes locked on Yun as he demanded, what price? Yun, observing Ouyang's anxious expression, chuckled softly. Ultimately, it amounts to a life for a life. However, I am not the one to come out at a disadvantage. I have exchanged several. With that, Yun flashed a victory sign at Ouyang. In a fit of frustration, Ouyang overturned the chessboard, seizing Yun by the collar. His eyes ablaze with emotion as he asserted, I will not allow you to die. Since crossing over, I have lived in a constant state of trepidation. Even with the awakening of my system and the presence of the world's chosen one, Long Xianxia, beside me, the feeling of alienation from the world has instilled a profound sense of loneliness that even sleep cannot alleviate. It was not until Yun arrived, like a steadfast wall shielding me from adversity, that I truly felt a sense of belonging in this world. Now, the very Yun before me claims he is nearing death. With so few things in this world that I hold dear, how could I permit such an occurrence? At this moment, I can hardly concern myself with the notions of respect and reverence. After all, I have lifted this old fellow by his collar more times than I can count. So what is one more instance? Suspended by his collar. Yun gazed at me and softly inquired, do you understand what it means to have a surname but no given name? From the moment I accepted you as my disciple, this outcome was predestined. A wave of frustration washed over me. While many are aware that I possess only a surname and no name, they all consider my situation to be an eccentricity, a refusal to name myself. In truth, only Yun and I comprehend that it is not a matter of desire, but rather an impossibility to acquire a name. Each time I attempt to name myself, those who hear it inevitably forget it, even Yun himself. Thus, I have remained nameless all this time, a forsaken child of destiny. This world does not acknowledge my existence. The reason I cannot obtain a name is that, fundamentally, this world does not recognize me as one of its own. Cough, cough. As Yun began to cough again, while still grasped by his collar, I cautiously released him, leaning against the soft cushion. Yun looked at me with a sense of satisfaction and said, young one, fetch the chessboard. In a daze, I resembled a marionette as I retrieved the overturned chessboard and set it before us, picking up the black and white pieces one by one. Yun stared blankly at the empty chessboard and confessed, it is rather embarrassing to admit, but Xianxia, Xiaobai, and Tutu are all disciples I forcibly took under my wing. I cannot claim to be so fortunate as to have so many good disciples. My hand hesitated for a moment before I continued to listen as Ouyang spoke. I had foreseen that I should have only one disciple, and that is xianxia, for he is the one capable of altering this world. Yet, no matter how I calculate, I cannot discern what xianxia must do to effect such change. With my head bowed, I began to understand why Ouyang asserted that xianxia was the one to change the world. He is a reborn soul, a traveler from the future. Just as I lifted my gaze to convey this revelation to Ouyang, he halted me with a warm smile. I believe you ought to comprehend the reasoning behind this, yet refrain from voicing it, for uttering such thoughts would render them known. Ouyang gestured skyward. Ouyang swallowed hard and whispered, "Is there truly no way out?" Ouyang's gaze returned to the chessboard, tinged with melancholy as he replied, "I have calculated this predicament 173,600 times without yielding any results. Thus, I shall no longer attempt to solve it. I leave it to you all, especially since you are the eldest disciple." However, Ouyang's voice suddenly rose, his complexion taking on an unusually rosy hue. "You, my young friend, have performed admirably, embodying the essence of a qualified elder brother. Yet do not forget, I am your master. Some burdens are not yours to bear. I shall handle them." Yet, shortly thereafter, his tone diminished, conveying a sense of despondency. "But your master finds himself at a loss. The only thing I can do is guard this empty chessboard, preventing the unworthy from placing their pieces upon it." "What are you pretending to be, a great hero?" Ouyang retorted, his smile more grotesque than tears. "A hero? Only a fool would assume such a role," Ouyang murmured, closing his eyes and softly lamenting. "The new year approaches. I merely wish to share a meal of dumplings with you all." Chapter 165. The teacher as the resolver of doubts. Ouyang gazed at the increasingly haggard Ouyang, uncertain of what actions he could take. Initially, he believed Ouyang began his scheming only when he and the second brother descended into the mortal realm, intending to alter the second brother's fate. Little did he realize that this old man had commenced his intricate plans from the very day he took Ouyang as his disciple. Such stratagems he had witnessed in the celestial realms, executed by long-deceased immortals of ancient times, were astonishingly still in play. The endeavors of his master now seemed entirely reasonable to Ouyang. However, the thought of helplessly watching Ouyang fade away was unbearable. Yet, what could he do? Clenching his fists, Ouyang felt the tumultuous energy within him. He could not establish a foundation, remaining forever in the realm of qi cultivation. Basic techniques were easily summoned, capable of suppressing even those in the tribulation phase. Yet now, faced with the certain demise of Ouyang, he found himself utterly powerless. All he could do was watch as Ouyang succumbed to fate. This was unbearable, truly intolerable. Was there truly no alternative? "Young one, my survival signifies that you shall continue to tread the path I have laid out for you. My demise would also serve as a release from your constraints. Do not dwell on it." Ouyang's voice resonated softly. Ouyang vigorously rubbed his face and exited Ouyang's chamber. Resigned to his fate, Ouyang had already factored his own death into his grand design, never contemplating what lay beyond. This was all he, as a master, could offer his disciples, and Ouyang found himself utterly unable to intervene. Ouyang gently closed the door to the main hall, and, upon observing xianxia standing in the courtyard, donned his customary smile and inquired, "What brings you out here on such a frigid day?" "Senior brother, I wish to discuss Xiaoxidi's situation," xianxia began. At that moment, Xiaofeng was absent, having retreated to the forbidden grounds to release the pent-up frustrations within him. Bai Feiyu and Hu Tutu accompanied him, wary of any unforeseen incidents. "Xianxia, let us not dwell on this matter any further. After the new year, we shall allow Xiaoxidi to descend the mountain," Ouyang remarked, gazing at xianxia. Xianxia nodded, harboring no objections regarding Xiaofeng's descent. In his recollections from a past life, he knew that Xiaofeng had ascended to become the emperor of the human race after enduring countless battles and flirting with death. Remaining on the small mountain peak would indeed hinder Xiaofeng's growth. However, xianxia was taken aback to find that his master was reluctant even to accept him as a disciple, and after conversing with the senior brother, it was remarkably rare for his master to be persuaded. This indicated that there were significant, undisclosed complexities at play. Yet, as neither his master nor senior brother wished to elaborate, xianxia refrained from pressing further. As the festive season approached, the atmosphere atop the small mountain peak felt notably oppressive. The following day, when Hu Tutu, seeking comfort, emerged from Ouyang's room in tears, Xiaofeng's expression grew even more somber. Although he held little hope, witnessing Hu Tutu scolding their master as a big bad guy while tear-streaked was nonetheless heart-wrenching for him. "Little shitty, I shall pester him. Master is such a villain, the worst. I will cling to him daily until he agrees to take you as his disciple," Hu Tutu declared, indignant, to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng could only shake his head with a bitter smile, softly replying, "Little senior sister, I have packed my belongings. I shall descend the mountain today. The small mountain peak is indeed a wonderful place, but I lack the fortune to remain here. No, I won't let you go. You mustn't leave. If you do, Tutu will never speak to you again for the rest of her life." Hu Tutu exclaimed, pulling at Xiaofeng's sleeve. No amount of persuasion from Xiaofeng could sway her, and ultimately, in frustration, Hu Tutu bit down hard on the back of his hand before stomping back to her room. Xiaofeng gazed at the small bite mark on his hand with a wry smile, preparing to bid farewell to each of his brothers. "Fourth brother, I am leaving." Xiaofeng called out to Bai Feiyu, perched in a tree. "Go on, take care on your journey," Bai Feiyu replied softly, his eyes closed. He remained silent regarding Hu Yun's actions, knowing that their master must have his own plans in place. Xiaofeng made his way to the kitchen, where he found Chen Chongqing diligently at work. Forcing a smile, he said, "Senior brother, I must take my leave." Chen Chongqing turned, holding a bowl of dumplings, and said, "Here, Xiaoshidi, these are dumplings, a recipe taught to me by senior brother, meant only for family. Do enjoy." Xiaofeng felt a pang in his heart upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words. He nodded softly and sat at the kitchen counter, devouring the dumplings in his bowl. Chen Chongqing observed Xiaofeng in silence. This future emperor of the human race was merely a child at present, yet destined to stand before all as a titan, poised to avert catastrophe for humanity. Even if they could not become sworn brothers, it was worth his while to prepare a bowl of dumplings for him. Before departing, he gently suggested, "Perhaps you should inform your elder brother." Xiaofeng nodded, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, and approached Ouyang's door. Before he could knock, Ouyang swung open the door, pulling Xiaofeng inside. "This pouch contains spirit stones, this one has healing salves, and this holds clothes. I can't fathom your taste for those gaudy yellow garments. They are utterly hideous." Ouyang chattered onto Xiaofeng. "Elder brother." Xiaofeng managed a smile that resembled a grimace as he addressed Ouyang. Ouyang ruffled Xiaofeng's hair and jested, "Such a grim countenance for a man. Remember, this is a preemptive investment. Don't forget me when you achieve greatness." "Indeed, I shall not forget," Xiaofeng replied. Accepting the items Ouyang thrust into his hands with a low voice. Upon exiting Ouyang's abode, he arrived at the hall belonging to Hu Yun and bowed deeply 3 times. Although he had not entered the small mountain peak as an inner disciple, in his heart, the masters of these senior brothers were his masters as well. A man kneels in reverence beneath his teacher, and Hu Yun was deserving of his respect. After performing the 3 bows, Xiaofeng picked up his travel bag and departed the small mountain peak without a backward glance. Amidst the swirling snow, Xiaofeng's solitary figure traversed the mountain path. Inside Hu Yun's chamber, a row of small wooden plaques lay quietly before him. After Xiaofeng completed his bows, Hu Yun let out a deep sigh. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Who else but a teacher would accept 3 bows from a disciple? Foolish child." With a wave of his hand, names began to faintly emerge on the wooden plaques before him. These were the final tokens Hu Yun prepared for his disciples, each plaque inscribed with a name. The dark brown plaques were strung together with red cord, the other end of which was tied with a copper coin. Each plaque bore a name: Ouyang, Longqingsong, Chen Chongqing, Bai Feiyu, Hu Tutu, and on the last plaque, the name Xiaofeng was faintly etched. "Though I have not taught you even for a day. As your teacher, I shall always be here to resolve your uncertainties." Chapter 166, Xiaofeng descends the mountain. Xiaofeng hurried down the mountain path with great urgency, swiftly making his way towards the outskirts of Qinyan's sect. His inherent pride and stubbornness prevented him from pleading with others. To solicit charity felt more like an affront to his dignity. A tumultuous wave of frustration surged within Xiaofeng, compelling him to unleash a resounding howl, echoing with a hint of a dragon's roar. His blood surged as golden energy coursed through his muscles. Anger manifested behind him as the 5 divine beasts began to materialize. The azure dragon appeared as if animated, slithering from Xiaofeng's back to his shoulder. With a powerful dragon's cry, he tilted his head back and howled at the heavens, stirring the swirling snowstorm around him, which coalesced into a vortex enveloping his form. When the tempest subsided, where Xiaofeng once stood, there now loomed a creature with a dragon's head and a human body. This was the culmination of his recent training, signifying his nascent fusion with the azure dragon, enabling him to embody the dragon's lineage and transform into a being of draconic visage. A dragon's tail emerged behind him, with a sudden twist. It struck against the nearby rock, shattering it and leaving a profound scar. In this newfound form, his strength and speed soared to unprecedented heights, enabling him to exhale a breath of dragon fire. Those gifted with innate talent relied on their prowess, while individuals like him, possessing lesser gifts, had to depend on transformation. Clenching his fists, he reveled in the surging power within, his dragon-like eyes glinting with resolute determination. In this lifetime, Xiao Feng vowed to ascend to the pinnacle of this world and compel all to regard him with newfound respect. As he vented his pent-up frustrations along the mountain path, he relentlessly struck the rocks before him, causing the entire cliffside to tremble beneath his blows. The overwhelming aura of the dragon disturbed the swirling snow, and with each punch, the ethereal silhouette of the azure dragon flickered, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. After expending his fury, Xiao Feng reverted to his human form, reclining in the deep snow, gazing up at the flurry of descending snowflakes. Perhaps this was his fate. He felt as though he had been a solitary star since birth, forever alone. After much effort, he had found a sanctuary where he could breathe and find solace, yet ultimately, he remained by himself. Was his purpose in this world merely to endure its malice? Xiao Feng raised his bloodied hand before his eyes, allowing the snowflakes to settle upon him. Suddenly, a peculiar floral fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He lifted his gaze to discover a white handkerchief emerging from his sleeve, retrieving it with care. One corner of the pristine fabric was embroidered with the head of a small fox. This cherished handkerchief belonged to his junior sister, an extraordinary keepsake she always carried. Even when drenched in sweat, she would not use it. She had once told him that this handkerchief held great significance, as it was the only gift bestowed upon her by someone very dear to her. To his astonishment, she had gifted this handkerchief to him. Sitting upright, he stared at the handkerchief for an extended moment, his once bloodied hands now restored to their former glory, a testament to his remarkable resilience. Cautiously, he retrieved a small box from his bosom and gently opened it, revealing a withered flower that lay quietly within. This was the very flower gifted to him by his junior sister during their inaugural meeting, a poignant memento marking the first time he had formally received a present. Suddenly, a drop of water landed on the back of his hand, prompting Xiao Feng to smile and blink, treating the handkerchief with utmost care as he folded it neatly and placed it beneath the fragile blossom. Finally, he reverently positioned it close to his heart. Although he had not been formally accepted as a disciple by the small peak, the senior brothers and sisters there truly regarded him as family. Turning his gaze towards the snow-laden small peak, Xiao Feng spoke softly. Brothers and sisters, I do not seek to prove my worth. When we meet again, I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Rising once more, Xiao Feng transformed back into the indomitable, resilient youth, his eyes resolutely fixed on the path down the mountain. This chapter had concluded, yet it also heralded a new beginning. Are you xianxia? A vaguely familiar voice floated down from Xiao Feng looked up to see xianxia, the one who had bested him, standing upon a flying sword, his gaze complex as it settled upon Xiao Feng. With composure, Xiao Feng clasped his hands together and greeted, Ma Xixiang, it has been a long time. xianxia leaped down from his sword and landed before Xiao Feng. Observing the seemingly more powerful Xiao Feng than he had been a few months prior, he swallowed hard and inquired. I was patrolling the mountains and heard the sound of a landslide. Was it caused by your training, xianxia? Xiao Feng nodded and replied. I was feeling troubled and needed a vent. If I have transgressed any rules, I am willing to accept punishment. Witnessing the earnest and forthright demeanor of Xiao Feng, Ma Xianxia felt a deep sense of shame for the underhanded tactics he had employed to gain entry into the inner sect by defeating him. May I ask where xianxia intends to go? Ma Xianxia shifted the conversation. At this inquiry, Xiao Feng's expression dimmed momentarily, but he quickly rallied, declaring with fervor. Though the Qingyun sect is vast, it is not a refuge for Xiao Feng. The world is expansive, and I yearn to explore it. Ma Xianxia gazed at Xiao Feng in astonishment. The Qingyun sect was a coveted haven for many, but here stood Xiao Feng, expressing a desire to depart. This was one of the 9 great holy lands, a place long aspired to by countless prodigies. Just as Ma Xianxia was about to persuade Xiao Feng to reconsider, a thought struck him. Once, he too had been a prodigy, yet now he had become merely a gatekeeper disciple of the Qingyun sect. He had questioned himself more than once about whether he should leave, and each time he had denied the notion. Burdened by the expectations of his parents and the aspirations of his sect, which rendered him breathless. When would he ever attain the carefree spirit exhibited by Xiao Feng before him? Xiao Feng gazed at the astonished Ma Xianxia, aware that continuing to feign ignorance would be impolite. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to leave. Xianxia, why not join me? Ma Xianxia's voice echoed behind him. Even Ma Xianxia was taken aback. Unsure why he had blurted out such a statement, he surprisingly wished to depart with Xiao Feng from this place that countless individuals yearned to enter. Xiao Feng turned in astonishment to regard the flustered Ma Xianxia and shook his head, saying, Brother Ma, it is best you remain in Qingyun sect. I am accustomed to solitude. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's rejection, Ma Xianxia felt a sting of indignation, as if he were being looked down upon. Gritting his teeth, he replied, What? Do you deem me unworthy to accompany you, xianxia? No, no. I simply wish to inquire why. Hasn't joining Qingyun's sect always been your aspiration, brother? Xiaofeng hastily asked. Ma Xingyue, in a fit of resolve, declared fiercely, Indeed, I once longed to enter, but now that I have, I find this walled city suffocating. Today, I declare this. If you are willing, I shall leave with you at once. Observing Ma Xingyue, who seemed to have summoned all his courage to utter these words, Xiaofeng suddenly smiled and nodded emphatically, saying, Very well. Chapter 167. By Feiyu and Hu Yunjun. After Xiaofeng's departure, the small peak grew significantly quieter. Even the spirit beasts within the forbidden area exhaled a sigh of relief. The emergence of a formidable little demon, with astonishing regenerative abilities, had left them astounded. This creature, battered and bruised, could rise again as if unharmed. It was truly bewildering, as spirit beasts renowned for their own resilience. They questioned whether this entity was indeed a spirit beast, or if they were the true beasts. This young man remained unyielding, creating chaos in the forbidden area daily. They fervently hoped he would depart swiftly. Even spirit beasts longed for a semblance of tranquility in their lives. Meanwhile, life on the small peak returned to its routine. Xianxia continued to loiter around the kitchen, while Bai Feiyu still perched atop the tree. Ouyang rubbed his hands, cradling a teacup, watching as Hututu rode a paper crane amidst the mountains. The young Hututu, still innocent to the concept of separation, believed that xianxia had run away due to his father's anger. Xianxia had not intentionally unleashed lightning to shatter his father, and besides, had not his father pieced himself back together? Humph, how petty. Yet, having gifted his lucky handkerchief to xianxia, Hututu felt assured that during his absence, seeing the handkerchief would remind xianxia of him, ensuring he would not be forgotten. Each time he reflected on this, Hututu felt a swell of pride for his clever little mind. As for the still unconscious Long Qingsong, Huyun accompanied Ouyang for a visit to the depths of the dog's belly, marveling at the wonders within while checking on the condition of his second disciple. Isn't it all calculated by you? What are you so astonished about? Ouyang remarked, observing Huyun, who appeared naive and inexperienced. Huyun retorted with irritation. What do you know, you little rascal? Cause and effect. Even I can only predict the general outcome. Any slight alteration could influence the result. Having said this, Huyun carelessly tossed Lung Qingsong to the ground and remarked, Not bad at all. This lad is indeed fortunate to inherit the legacy of the ancient sword immortal and to be nurtured by the myriad sword intents of the sword questioning pool. By the time he awakens, he may have transcended several realms. Regarding the already established fate of Lang Qingsong, Huyun felt little concern. Rather, he became intrigued by the small world before him. This is the first time I've encountered a small world created by such celestial techniques. You, who do not excel in cultivation, are surprisingly lucky, Huyun observed, gazing at Ouyang as if he were seeing his disciple for the first time. Ouyang, somewhat annoyed, replied, Are you envious? It came at the cost of my life. Would you like to trade yours as well? Huyun scoffed. I'm nearly out of life myself. What good would that do? Upon hearing Huyun's words, Ouyang's expression darkened slightly. Noticing Ouyang's lack of enthusiasm, Huyun jovially wrapped an arm around his shoulder, saying, Good disciple, I have a favor to ask. Ouyang shrugged off Huyun's arm with mild disdain. Speak your mind. Spare me the theatrics. Huyun, somewhat bashful, continued, Please. Mingle more with my ordinary friends. Why should I concern myself with your trivial matters? Ouyang retorted, annoyed, Who knows how many romantic interests you have? The suggestion that he should engage with them felt akin to an invitation to his own demise. Huyun, feeling a bit sheepish, explained, Look at me. A single father with a son, constantly toiling away for his sake. I can't let my efforts go to waste. Ouyang's heart sank, and he replied with a frown, You? A single father? Who is your son? Huyun pointed at Ouyang with an expression of entitlement. I am your master. Calling me father wouldn't be unreasonable, would it? You're shamelessly casting yourself as a tragic figure using my identity. Ouyang fumed, reaching for Huyun's neck. However, Huyun allowed Ouyang to grip him, chuckling. Do you still doubt my judgment? I assure you, those I have chosen are top-notch. Huyun gave a thumbs up to Ouyang, who, despite his initial aggression, found his interest piqued. Though his master seemed frivolous, Ouyang could not deny that Huyun's taste was nearly identical to his own. If Huyun was impressed enough to give a thumbs up, the beauty of those chosen could not be lacking. Ouyang released Huyun's neck, cleared his throat, and with a serious expression remarked, Rest assured, go peacefully to your demise. I shall take good care of those matrons. Although he was indeed facing death, the words spoken by Ouyang inexplicably stirred a flicker of anger within Huyun. Rubbing his head, Huyun followed Ouyang out from the belly of the dog. It was New Year's Eve, and all the inhabitants of the small mountain peak gathered together, busily preparing dumplings. Once xianxia carefully placed the dumplings into the pot, the annual New Year's greeting festivities commenced. Starting with the youngest, Hu Tutu, he entered Hu Yun's room to bow and pay his respects. Hu Yun, with a beaming smile, would retrieve gifts from his bosom to present to them. This marked Hu Tutu's first New Year's celebration, and under Ouyang's guidance, he naively bowed before the smiling Hu Yun, who then produced a rattle drum from his robe. Hu Tutu's eyes brightened, but recalling his lingering displeasure towards his father, he huffed and turned his little head to accept the drum from Hu Yun's hands, subsequently being led away by Ouyang from Hu Yun's room. The second to enter was by Feiyu, who merely inclined his body slightly to pay his respects. Hu Yun produced a small booklet and beckoned by Feiyu closer, whispering, "Actually, I've been pondering whether this should be for you or for Qingsong. Considering Qingsong has received enough already, I shall give it to you." By Feiyu, perplexed, accepted the booklet handed to him, and upon his first glance, he stood there in a daze. It was an ordinary stitch booklet, yet its pages were distinctly yellowed with age. This little booklet was far too familiar to Bai Feiyu, or perhaps one should say, it was intimately familiar to Li Taibai from his past life. He had thought he would never lay eyes on this booklet again in this lifetime. The azure bird that had been perched on a tree also alighted upon Bai Feiyu's shoulder, seemingly sharing a sense of familiarity with the booklet before him. Bai Feiyu's hands trembled slightly as he held the booklet, while Hu Yun gently urged, "Put it away. Tai Yi owes me a significant karmic debt. Borrowing a little from him is nothing." Bai Feiyu gazed at Hu Yun, whose face radiated with joy, and felt as though those deep, penetrating eyes could see through the greatest secrets of his heart. Could it be that Hu Yun had foreseen his true identity? Bai Feiyu steadied his mind and tucked the booklet securely away. The cover of the seemingly ordinary booklet bore 4 crooked characters, Little Bai's diary. It seems our manuscript is somewhat overdue. Chapter 168. Chen Changsheng and Hu Yun. Bai Feiyu looked at the Little Bai's diary in his hands, his hand quivering slightly before he solemnly placed the booklet within his bosom and bowed deeply to Hu Yun. Bai Feiyu seldom uttered the word thank you. Yet everything was conveyed in silence as he turned away from Hu Yun's chamber. Upon witnessing Xiaobai emerging from Hu Yun's room with the reverence of one discovering a cherished treasure, Ouyang's curiosity was piqued. It was as if the old man were distributing his inheritance, bestowing lavish gifts upon each disciple. The way Xiaobai cherished the item suggested it must be of great value. If such a precious object could evoke admiration from an ancient sword immortal, how much more valuable would it be when it came to his own elder brother? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Changsheng had already pushed open the door to Hu Yun's room. He stepped forward and bowed deeply before Hu Yun, who occupied the seat. Regardless of his past life or the present, Hu Yun remained his master. This time, Chen Changsheng approached without any puppets. It was his own true self. With his master present, he felt no imminent danger. Furthermore, he always had a few paper substitutes at hand, capable of an instantaneous escape from the small peak, or even from the Qing sect itself. In terms of bowing, apart from his elder brother, his master was the person closest to him, and thus he felt no psychological burden in performing the gesture. Hu Yun smiled warmly as he watched Chen Changsheng complete his bow. He beckoned Chen Changsheng closer, and, when he arrived, Hu Yun grasped the boy's sleeve and whispered, "Young man, if you had come here with puppets, I would knock some sense into that thick skull of yours. I truly have nothing to gift you, but I can certainly supplement your resources." Chen Changsheng was somewhat perplexed. Yet Hu Yun's hand delved into his sleeve. That sleeve was Chen Changsheng's greatest taboo. A chill ran down his spine. This was the closest he had come to danger since his rebirth, and he had already prepared to activate his contingency plans outside the Qing sect. However, Hu Yun merely rummaged through Chen Changsheng's sleeve and retrieved a tattered wooden monkey puppet. Was this the puppet he had used against the holy son of the Buddhist sect? Huishi? Chen Changsheng gazed at Hu Yun, bewildered by the emergence of the puppet. He held this puppet in high regard, as it symbolized the teachings of his elder brother from a past life, continually urging him not to grow complacent even in this second chance at life. Yet, after the battle with the holy son of the Buddhist sect, the puppet's essence had been irrevocably damaged, rendering it merely a keepsake now. Hu Yun examined the worn puppet, scrutinizing it before commenting, "It is indeed quite ugly. A pity your master painstakingly taught you the art of painting." Chen Changsheng scratched his head and replied, "Master, this puppet isn't of much importance. There's no need for repairs." The puppet's essence had deteriorated, and the vital energy borrowed from the elder brother had nearly vanished, rendering any need for the master to repair it superfluous. However, Hu Yun disregarded Chen Changsheng and gently tapped the puppet with his finger, unbeknownst to everyone. At the moment Hu Yun's fingertip made contact with the puppet, a subtle lightness enveloped his form. At that instant, the monkey puppet, touched by Hu Yun, was restored to its former glory, and a flicker of vitality sparkled within its eyes. Hu Yun gazed at Chen Changsheng, and under the scrutiny of those eyes, Xianxia felt as though his very soul were being ensnared, his mind rendered blank. "Come forth." A voice, divine in nature, resonated within Xianxia's mind. Within his dantian, his primordial spirit, reminiscent of the formidable Neza, began to transform. A smaller version of this spirit was severed from the original, leaving behind a being with only 2 heads and 4 arms. By the time Xianxia regained his composure, Ouyang had already manifested a miniature version of his primordial spirit within his palm. "I wonder what goes through your mind, enduring such agonizing divisions of your soul daily," Ouyang mused, observing the spirit in his hand before pressing it into the monkey puppet. With the acquisition of the primordial spirit, the puppet truly came to life. Unlike the marionettes crafted by Xianxia, this monkey puppet seemed to possess genuine vitality. Once Ouyang withdrew his hand, the puppet blinked its eyes and, with great enthusiasm, proclaimed, "I am the great sage, equal to heaven, the monkey king of Flower Fruit Mountain." It repeated this phrase incessantly, bouncing around the room with an energy akin to hyperactivity, performing peculiar movements while shouting its declaration. Ouyang, exasperated, delivered a swift flick to the monkey, sending it tumbling. The monkey, with a look of indignation, rubbed its head and nestled into Xianxia's robes. Unlike the mindless puppets he had previously created, this monkey exhibited a coherent consciousness, born of Xianxia's primordial spirit. It possessed an innate affinity for him. In essence, this monkey was Ouyang's true external incarnation of Xianxia. Unlike Xianxia's own puppets, which required his direct control, this monkey functioned as a second Xianxia entirely. Embracing the puppet monkey, Xianxia's gaze softened. As he looked up at Ouyang with a complex expression and softly inquired, "Master, how much do you truly know?" He yearned to discern whether Ouyang was aware of his reincarnation, for in his past life, even until Ouyang's demise, Xianxia had been unable to decipher his master's intentions. Before him, Ouyang, in his previous life, valiantly stood against the entire demon clan during their massive invasion of the Xianxia sect, sacrificing himself to ensure the escape of his senior brother and himself, confronting the entire demon horde in a one-for-all exchange. His master was renowned for his balanced prowess, equally formidable in duels with a single opponent or in skirmishes against a multitude. Had it not been for the demon emperor Ouyang possessing the ability to seize bodies, he would have perished in that great battle. The nearly all-encompassing Bagua formation, whenever recalled, sent shivers through Xianxia's being. They could have departed together. Why insist on dragging the demon clan into oblivion alongside them? Ouyang gazed at his third disciple before him. Having calculated that he would only take on one disciple in this lifetime, none other than the present Xianxia, he harbored a sense of guilt towards Xianxia. Originally, he intended to take only him as a disciple, yet now he had even accepted the 6th. Ouyang winked at Xianxia and remarked, "Your master is renowned for his impeccable calculations. How much do you think I know?" Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. Since he resolutely killed Ouyang, he sensed that this world began to diverge from the memories of his past life. This disquieting realization became his greatest source of anxiety, as his sole reliance upon reincarnation was the foresight of future events in this world. Ouyang narrowed his eyes and declared, "Cause and effect. Once there is a cause, there will be an effect. Altering the cause will similarly yield a different outcome. Are you prepared to accept the consequences, young man?" Xianxia swallowed hard, about to speak. But Ouyang's warm hand gently pressed upon his head. "You wish to protect everyone. Your loyalty and affection are commendable. However, my dear boy, the foundation of loving others is to first love oneself." Having arrived in Dali, he relied solely on his reserves. Love to you all, moi. Chapter 169. Lung Qingsong and Ouyang. Upon witnessing Xianxia emerge from Ouyang's chamber, his face a mask of melancholy, Ouyang's curiosity was piqued even further. What transpired? Aside from Tutu, who gleefully grinned with his rattle, the remaining 2 emerged from Ouyang's room with grave expressions. Xiaobai bore a similar demeanor, as did Changxing. What could have transpired in that old man's chamber to leave even Changxing, the 6th, in such a state? As Changxing prepared to close Ouyang's door, Ouyang, unable to contain his eagerness, wedged a foot in the door's gap and cheerfully exclaimed, "Old 3, it's my turn now. Let me see what this old man is peddling." Before Xianxia could respond, the monkey peered from his embrace and shouted at Ouyang, "I am the great sage equal to heaven, the monkey king of the water curtain cave of Flower Fruit Mountain." Ouyang stared, bewildered, at the monkey in Xianxia's arms, utterly perplexed by how this loquacious creature seemed to traverse the realms, echoing the legendary words of the infamous monkey from his previous world. However, as Ouyang recalled Xianxia's identity as a reborn individual, a flash of insight struck his mind. and he suddenly comprehended that he had traversed into this world prior to Qin Changxing's reincarnation. Astonished, he thought, so, Changxing, this sly one, existed before his rebirth because of me? Does his resurrection imply that my future self has perished? Ouyang felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, as if he were beginning to think more deeply. A monkey, still repeating that line, pondered and remarked, "Handsome lad, you shall be named Bizan." Both Qin Changxing and the monkey in his arms exchanged glances, their expressions filled with exasperation. Just as Qin Changxing opened his mouth to speak, Ouyang turned and pushed open the door to Hu Yun's room. Upon closing the door behind him, Ouyang was greeted by the sound of Hu Yun's cough. Cough, cough, cough. I've been pretending in front of those two little rascals for so long, I almost suffocated. Hu Yun reclined on a soft couch, his hair graying, face lined with wrinkles, and exuding a frail demeanor as he complained to Ouyang without a care. Ouyang silently approached Hu Yun, extending his hand to bestow vital energy upon him. But Hu Yun raised his hand to deflect it. Kid, don't waste your vital energy on me. My time is already limited. Hu Yun firmly rejected. Ouyang, observing Hu Yun's feeble appearance, felt anger boil within him and retorted, "Who needs you, old fossil, sacrificing your life for us? Do we require your help? You're meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Why return if you wish to die? Afraid no one will burn paper for you?" Listening to Ouyang's tirade, the former Hu Yun would have surely sat up and retaliated with pointed accusations, yet the current Hu Yun merely gazed at Ouyang with a smile. Ouyang raged on for quite a while, and Hu Yun listened patiently. Ouyang's voice transitioned from fervent to tranquil, from loud to soft, until silence enveloped them both. Hu Yun cleared his throat, and, somewhat discontented, remarked, "I've endured your scolding for so long, yet you haven't knocked your head yet." Ouyang knelt and performed a respectful bow, stating, "The second brother is still unconscious in the belly of a dog. I'll bow on his behalf." Hu Yun nodded, observing Ouyang, and said, "I've already assisted Qing Song enough. I shall not leave anything for him." Ouyang rose and inquired, "Did you arrange for Chang Xinyue to be the second brother's wife to ensure that even if he accepts Li Taibai's inheritance, he won't entirely transform into the heartless Taishang Wanqing?" This was Ouyang's conjecture, for after all, Li Taibai had attained the heartless sword path of Taishang Wanqing, capable of slaying celestial beings. Those celestial beings, once vanquished, had schemed for Lung Qingsong to ascend once more, reconstructing the celestial gate. His own master had introduced Chang Xinyue into this scheme, providing Lung Qingsong, who was destined to inherit Li Taibai's supreme heartless path, with a connection to hold on to. This was one of his master's strategies, meticulously devised over decades to contend with the celestial beings. Yet, Ouyang's speculation elicited a scoff and even ridicule from Hu Yun. Hu Yun's nose seemed to point skyward as he disdainfully regarded Ouyang, saying, "Do you truly believe that your feeble mind can fathom the genius of my strategies?" Surprisingly, Ouyang, feeling humiliated, refrained from retorting, for this was the most plausible explanation he could conjure. At that moment, Ouyang was consumed by a singular desire to uncover the reason behind Hu Yun's relentless efforts over the past decade, even risking his own life, to alter the fate of the second son. However, Hu Yun merely shook his head and remarked, "Are you not the least bit weary of riddlers?" To which Ouyang scoffed, "Who enjoys listening to pretentiousness, only to decipher its meaning?" Hu Yun, gazing intently at Ouyang, replied, "Then you must also transform into a riddler, understand? For if you articulate it, it will become aware." With that, he gestured towards the sky and continued, whether spoken aloud, inscribed on paper, or even conveyed through sound, any form of information transmitted will be known. Thus, the primary aim of a riddler is not to deceive you, but rather to deceive it. Who is it? The heavenly Tao? An immortal? Ouyang questioned, observing Hu Yun, eager for further elucidation. Yet Hu Yun, with a playful blink, said, "Are you waiting for me to elaborate?" Before Ouyang could respond, Hu Yun tilted his head back, muttering to the ceiling, "It is also waiting. The matter of altering fate is a matter of exchanging lives. The quicker I pair, the more successful the alteration. I managed to extract the eye of heavenly punishment, yet I cannot listen." Ouyang expressed his dissatisfaction. Hu Yun, however, merely scoffed. "Are you certain that your ability to extract the eye was not orchestrated by it? Otherwise, why would it have suddenly attacked me?" Ouyang fell silent. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became, utterly bewildered by his father's intentions. Hu Yun sighed, saying, "I merely handed that mortal girl a jade pendant. The rest of her journey was her own choosing. Xiaoya's emergence was not solely for the purpose of altering Qingsong's fate. She too bears a significant destiny. Then why forcefully unite them?" Ouyang inquired, bewildered. Hu Yun smiled at him and asked, "Have you not heard the saying, when the heart is free of women, the sword naturally shines? Did you not consider from the outset that Chang Xiaoya might not survive?" Ouyang's heart raced as he furrowed his brow and questioned. Isn't such a scheme rather cruel? If so, my master's methods are exceedingly cold-hearted. Perhaps, if I wish for her not to live, she may indeed survive. Ouyang replied uncertainly, his voice softening. Following this statement, he leaned against the soft couch, seemingly lost in reminiscence, and melancholically mused. One shall inevitably be ensnared by the unattainable in their youth throughout their lives. Chapter 170. Ouyang and Ouyang. The melancholic sigh of Ouyang seemed to define Lung Qingsong anew, as if she were lamenting her own fate. Ouyang gazed at Ouyang, whose hair was now streaked with silver, and suddenly spoke. Is it truly his destiny simply because Qingsong is the reincarnation of Li Taibai? Ouyang's expression remained unchanged as she replied softly. If he were to follow his own fate, that foolish boy would indeed be a tragedy. Upon hearing this, Ouyang's countenance did not alter, yet a tempest surged within his heart. Ouyang understood distinctly that the second son was merely a manifestation of Li Taibai's pure sword heart. The genuine reincarnation of Li Taibai was Xiaobai. Yet, it was evident that Ouyang had already considered the second son as the reincarnation of Li Taibai in her mind. If Ouyang held such a belief, then it was certain that the entity she referred to shared the same conviction. Unbeknownst to them, Ouyang had traversed back to an ancient era to amend the timeline. At that moment, all the threads of fate unraveled in Ouyang's mind. In the original timeline, Lung Qingsong was destined to ascend as Li Taibai's reincarnation, reopening the celestial gates. This was the scheme of those fallen immortals, and everything Ouyang did was to thwart their plans. What kind of fate required such profound causality, compelling Ouyang to risk her very life for alteration? It was, of course, the fate of the entire world. Once the celestial path was reopened, an impending catastrophe would surely befall this realm. The reason Xianxia sought to eliminate Ziyuan was to avert the calamity that loomed on the horizon. A catastrophe instigated not by the demon clan, but by the immortals lurking in the shadows. Yet, his own system could distinctly discern the differences between Lang Qingsong and Bai Feiyu, even guiding him to amend the timeline of this world. What manner of existence was this system that resided within him? Ouyang suddenly felt a surge of trepidation regarding the system he possessed. While others wielded systems to effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of life, he felt as though he bore a ticking time bomb, a nameless, great terror. Ouyang's expression finally shifted, becoming notably grim. Ouyang observed her dazed disciple, sighing inwardly. Her beloved apprentice, whose intellect was already limited, was now spiraling into confusion, risking the sanity of his own mind. Ouyang beckoned Ouyang closer, and he approached the soft couch, gazing into her profound eyes, which reflected his own image. Master, I suddenly feel a sense of fear. Ouyang confessed with trembling voice for the first time since his arrival in this world, revealing a vulnerability that shook him to his core. Ouyang was uncertain about the ultimate destination to which the system he bore would lead him. He could hardly even fathom it. Ouyang, gazing at Ouyang with a hint of sympathy, softly remarked, "You have always done remarkably well. It is my own inadequacy that troubles me. After I depart, you will once again be entrusted with those unruly junior disciples." Ouyang, clutching the hem of Ouyang's garment, choked out, "Can you not leave? Lung Qingsong, Chen Changsheng, Bai Feiyu, Hu Tutu, and even Xiao Feng acted without a trace of hesitation, daring to confront any challenge. They were emboldened by the knowledge that a senior brother stood resolutely behind them, despite his eccentricities and being in the Qi refinement stage. The mere thought of Ouyang's presence granted them boundless courage. Yet, Ouyang could not share in this confidence, for he had no one to rely upon. Previously, he had the support of his master, but now he had lost the great tree that was Ouyang. Seeing Ouyang's tearful distress, Ouyang felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Among his disciples, it was Ouyang to whom he felt he owed the most, attributing it to his own limitations. Thus, he resolved to take one more action. With newfound determination etched on his face, Ouyang placed his hand gently atop Ouyang's head and said softly, "Since you began your cultivation, have you ever truly sensed the presence of the Tao while listening to teachings, or have you only found yourself drifting into slumber?" Ouyang shook his head. Aside from the fleeting sensation of the qi within his body after a night of intense practice, he had never grasped what cultivation truly entailed. The techniques he had encountered faded from memory, and foundational establishment seemed an impossibility. He felt utterly at the mercy of the system, unable to forge his own path. Ouyang chuckled and replied, "Do not blame yourself. This is my doing. As long as I remain alive, it is likely you will never perceive the existence of the Tao." Ouyang rubbed his eyes and grumbled, "Could you perhaps utter something more uplifting? Must it always revolve around your immortality? Is your existence such a burden?" Ouyang laughed heartily, his form becoming increasingly ethereal. Applying a gentle pressure with his hand on Ouyang's head, he whispered, "Since you have never experienced the Tao, today I shall grant you a glimpse of its essence." As soon as Ouyang's words fell, He transformed into a myriad of starlight, dissipating before Ouyang's eyes. Suddenly, a star, plucked from the heavens by Dongzuzi, appeared in Ouyang's palm, a pale yellow, unknown jade stone. As this jade stone vanished along with Huyan's presence, it too disappeared from Ouyang's sight. Beneath an unnamed cliff, Zhao Qiansun sat in contemplation before a stone statue when he suddenly felt a hand resting upon his head. It was the esteemed predecessor who had left behind the secret tome. Zhao Qiansun looked up in astonishment. A pale yellow, unknown jade stone seamlessly embedded itself into his forehead. As the pale yellow jade stone embedded itself into Zhao Qiansun's forehead, the previously nascent Zhao Qiansun fell into a state of deep meditation. Within his dantian, the golden core spun wildly, and with a resounding crack, a primordial infant sprang forth from the golden core. Heavenly beings support my ascendance. May my hair bind me to eternal life. With Zhao Qiansun reaching the primordial infant stage, a long-lost voice of the system echoed in Ouyang's mind. Ding! The initial task has been accomplished. A causal connection with the 5 fated children has been established. Rewards are being dispensed. The system's voice reverberated in Ouyang's consciousness. On this day, the great powers of the world suddenly turned their gaze towards the small peak of xianxia, between heaven and earth. An influx of primordial energy surged towards the peak, as a purple aura, stretching tens of thousands of feet, traversed the entire world. Ancient chimes resonated throughout the realm, and celestial melodies echoed in the air. Countless yellow and black energies cascaded from the heavens, transforming upon landing into innumerable golden lotuses, some drifting through the skies, others sinking into the earth, or being absorbed by cultivators, enough to rival decades of arduous training. The purple energy rises from the east for 100,000 feet. The golden lotus transforms and gives birth to all. This day became a celebration for the entire world. Ouyang's ears were filled with myriad profound sounds, as if he had returned to his mother's womb before his birth, with countless laws of rhythm swirling before him. Ouyang experienced joy, sorrow, enlightenment, and confusion in turns. This was his first encounter with the essence of the Tao, marking the true beginning of his integration into this world. Suddenly, a voice, faint yet fading, resonated in Ouyang's ears. Symbols reveal the quadrant. Chapter 171, Dongzuzi and Huyan. What a phrase. Fellow villager. Ouyang stood there in astonishment, nearly jolting out of his state of enlightenment. He had not anticipated that his master had concealed such depths, sharing the same experience of traversing into this world. Yet, why did the system not recognize the other as a transmigrator, despite the multitude of question marks? There was no indication in the titles or evaluations that Huyan shared the identity of a transmigrator. Moreover, they hailed from the same place as fellow villagers. Ouyang wished to open his eyes, but the enveloping state of the Tao rendered him utterly immobile, unable even to lift his eyelids. Immersed in the state of enlightenment, he found himself in a peculiar condition. A medley of emotions intertwined within his heart. A delightful sensation surged forth, invigorating him from the tips of his hair to the very toes. It was ineffable, yet Ouyang felt an enhanced understanding of this world. This was Ouyang's first moment of enlightenment since his arrival in this realm, and it was also the first time he truly sensed the presence of the Tao. At this moment, the entire small peak was bathed in a resplendent glow, resonating with auspicious sounds, appearing almost like a celestial realm beneath the grand expanse of purple mist. Chen Chongqing and Bai Feiyu stood guard at the entrance of Huyan's chamber, resembling sentinels. They both understood that someone within was comprehending the Tao. And witnessing such a terrifying scene, one could easily assert that he was ascending to immortality. Although Bai Feiyu maintained an expression of composure, he had never encountered such an imposing scene of enlightenment even in his past life. Could it be that his master was about to ascend to immortality? Bai Feiyu's heart was filled with astonishment. In contrast, the perceptive Chen Chongsheng wore a complex expression, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Huyan's room. He knew very well that his master would not ascend, and this moment of enlightenment might very well be a gift from his master to his senior brother. Everyone possessed their own path, and none was lacking, including the senior brother. Yet, the magnitude of this scene left Chen Chongsheng apprehensive about the price Huyan would have to pay. He dared not dwell on it. The only course of action for the two of them now was to stand at the door. If anything sought to impede this observation of the Tao, it would have to pass over their bodies. Within the grand hall of Qingyun Peak, Dong Shuzi sat cross-legged on a mat, his expression neutral, reciting scriptures. While seated opposite him was a female cultivator. This female cultivator was the formidable being who had struck the great bell with a single punch on the day Dong Shuzi delivered his teachings. Second senior brother. Is it appropriate for the head of the Taoist Holy Land to chant the Buddhist rebirth mantra here? The female cultivator inquired. Her brow furrowed as she regarded Dong Shuzi, who was engrossed in his recitation. Dong Shuzi slowly opened his eyes. a flicker of sorrow crossing his gaze as he spoke with a weighty tone. Xiaoqi, your third senior brother is departing. The female cultivator was none other than Su Xiaoqi, the leader of Yun'er Peak, a formidable being in the tribulation transcendent stage. Su Xiaoqi nodded but remained indifferent, replying, then when is it appropriate for you to die? Or when should I meet my end? Dong Shuzi, observing Su Xiaoqi's nonchalance, sighed softly and said, the nervous child exists so that both you and I may continue to live. This statement seemed to provoke Su Xiaoqi's ire. She rose to her feet and delivered a powerful punch to the floor of the hall. The ground was instantly marred by a massive imprint, with cracks radiating outward, showcasing the terrifying strength of this female cultivator. Retrieving her fist from the floor, Su Xiaoqi gazed expressionlessly at Dong Shuzi and stated, just inform me when it's my turn to die. With that, she turned and strode out of the hall, leaving Dong Shuzi to watch her departing figure, his sorrow deepening. Once, the 7 disciples of Qianxia sect thrived, but now only he and his youngest junior sister remained, and the contrast between their past glory and present suffering was stark. Dong Shuzi lowered his gaze upon the extinguished, everlasting lamp before him, the very lamp once belonging to his third disciple, Ouyang, second brother. I have calculated the outcome a staggering 173,600 times, and the result remains unchanged. Hence, I refrain from further calculations. Can you guess what I have done? Upon returning to Qianxia sect, Ouyang hastened to Qianxia Peak to find Dong Shuzi, eagerly proclaiming his thoughts upon their meeting. Observing Ouyang, the omnipotent leader of Qianxia, Dong Shuzi immediately discerned the peculiar state of his disciple. Ouyang's vitality was nearly depleted, akin to a solitary withered leaf clinging to a branch, poised to fall at any moment. Yet, with an air of indifference, Ouyang smiled and replied, this time, I made no calculations whatsoever. I have entrusted all choices to them. After countless attempts yielding no results, Ouyang decided to stand by the chessboard, allowing none to make a move until Ouyang and the others were capable of standing on their own, at which point he would personally elevate them to the status of players. It's still my fault for lacking ability. Even risking my life only allows me to alter my second disciple's fate slightly. If only I had more time. Ouyang coughed intermittently, his face adorned with a smile. Dong Shuzi, seated across from him, opened his mouth and inquired, is there any way I could take your place in death? Ouyang fixed Dong Shuzi with a long, contemplative gaze before shaking his head, saying, such a beautiful thought, second brother. Do take care of yourself and Xiaoqi in the future. Dong Shuzi's expression faltered as he stood, grasping Ouyang's arm tightly, his eyes fixed intently upon him. Years ago, our master undertook a similar act. Yet now only the 3 of us remain. Ouyang continued to smile, responding, this time is different. My disciples are significantly stronger than we were. Ha 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 ha. I often refer to myself as the book turner, but I have decided not to turn the page any further. It is now up to my disciples to continue the narrative. A profound silence enveloped the two until Ouyang departed, prompting Dong Shuzi to stammeringly recite a Buddhist scripture. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoqi arrived, venting his frustrations with a single blow that shattered the hall's floor, yet he too eventually took his leave. The grand hall once again succumbed to an oppressive silence. With Dong Shuzi seated on the mat, his mind a blank slate. This figure, a pinnacle of the contemporary world and a key voice among the 9 sacred grounds, felt as though every ounce of his strength had been siphoned away. As the doors of the hall closed once more, Dong Shuzi hastily retrieved a Buddhist scripture from his sleeve, its cover emblazoned with the words the Sutra of Rebirth. These words seemed to mock him, piercing his consciousness with a sharpness that underscored his cowardice, for he dared only to recite the Sutra of Rebirth in secret for his dear disciple. But Dong Shuzi showed no concern. Instead, he delicately opened the Buddhist scriptures and softly recited, Namo Amitabha, Dok Kato. Chapter 172, Foundation. The entire world seemed to be engulfed in a fervent celebration. On this day, it appeared as though the heavens were favoring all. Every practitioner deepened their understanding of their own path, with some even breaking through to ascend to higher realms. Everyone believed that the myriad purple and dark yellow energies converging into golden lotuses were gifts from the heavens to all. Within the grand hall of the Sword Sect, Taiye stood silently at a corner of the palace roof, gazing at the swirling purple energy and golden lotuses. After a long pause, Taiye turned to his aloof disciple, Songmu, and could not help but twitch his face before feigning a gentle demeanor, inquiring, young one, would you be willing to start your cultivation anew if given the chance? Songmu, with his sword hanging at his waist, hesitated briefly before coolly responding. Master must have his own profound reasons. Starting anew is not a significant matter. Though not exceptionally strong, he exuded an air of confidence. Taiye burst into laughter, finding this cool and composed disciple suddenly appealing. He beckoned Songmu over, who obediently approached. A light smack landed on Songmu's head as Taiye scolded playfully. With such little skill, why do you strut about? Tell me, if you were to become the ancestor of the Sword Sect, Would you accept? The ancestor of the sword sect? Wasn't that the legendary sword immortal Li Tai? Songmu rubbed his forehead, looking puzzled at Tae. Tae scoffed. If Li Tai could become a sword immortal, why can't you? Normally so self-assured, Songmu shook his head, feeling nothing but admiration for the legendary figure who had vanquished countless immortals, without a shred of arrogance. Tae, observing his inept disciple, seized Songmu by the collar and lifted him, declaring, he is merely a sword immortal. Does the Qinglian sword intent possess such might? You also cultivate the Qinglian sword intent. Songmu replied, bewildered. Tae snorted dismissively. That was then. From this moment on, it is no longer so. No sooner had Tae spoken than a massive green lotus enveloped both him and Songmu. In the blink of an eye, the lotus bloomed and then withered, as if it had experienced the entire cycle of a lotus flower from bloom to decay. As the green lotus withered, Tae's vitality rapidly diminished. Yet the light in his eyes grew ever brighter, so bright that Songmu was too frightened to speak. Horrified to discover that his master was willingly dismantling the sword path he had cultivated for centuries. When the green lotus finally wilted, a lotus pod appeared behind Tae. He plucked it with his own hands and extracted a white lotus seed from within. Without a moment's hesitation, Tae pressed the seed into Songmu's dantian. Songmu felt a surge of warmth in his dantian as the essence of the Qinglian sword intent rapidly dissipated within him. The innate sword in the hands of the primordial infant in his dantian, once radiant with a verdant glow, transformed into a pure, immaculate white. A lotus seed descended into his dantian, swiftly blossoming into a white lotus platform that cradled Songmu. Countless paths of enlightenment traversed his vision. The once obscure and enigmatic truths now appeared remarkably lucid. Observing the swift transformation of Songmu, Tae burst into hearty laughter. Are my disciples so formidable? Then my own apprentice shall not be outdone. In an instant, Tae's realm began to plummet, in the blink of an eye. He descended from the tribulation stage to the great ascension, and then further down to the harmonization stage. Just as he neared the brink of falling out of the harmonization realm, Tae let out a sharp exclamation, and his descending realm surged upward once more, stabilizing at the 6th layer of the tribulation stage. With the Qinglian sword intent now in the possession of Lung Qingsong, this path had become a dead end for others. Hence, Tae sacrificed his own foundational essence to carve out a new opportunity for his disciple. Without the Qinglian sword intent, his sword sect remained a sword sect, still the preeminent force in the realm of swordsmanship. Ancestor Li Tai, he forged himself, yet relegated me, originally a sword spirit, to a reincarnated existence. Did he truly believe his Qinglian sword intent to be supreme? I, Tae, shall unearth a grand avenue of swordsmanship beyond the Qinglian sword intent. From this moment forth, the legacy of the sword sect shall commence with me, Tae. Just as Tae reveled in his triumph, the air was suddenly filled with the ominous sound of clanking iron chains. Tae's expression turned grave, having just freed himself from an invisible chain around his neck. He understood the foreboding significance of the chain's sound emanating from the heavens. Above the small peak, amidst a sky suffused with purple mist and golden lotuses, countless golden chains emerged, lunging toward everyone on the summit. These ethereal golden chains were invisible to all. Even Dong Shuzi, seated in the grand hall of Qingyun sect, remained unaware. The individuals on the small peak were equally oblivious, save for Ouyang, who was still in a state of enlightenment. Upon seeing the golden chains, Ouyang instinctively felt an unsettling sense of danger. He wished to intercept the chains, yet he was engrossed in his meditation, utterly immobilized, forced to watch helplessly as the chains descended from the depths of the sky. As the golden chains were about to ensnare the crowd, a colossal figure appeared atop the small peak, swiftly transforming into the translucent Ouyang, who reached out to grasp the descending chains. With a fierce tug, the chains shattered instantaneously. Ouyang gazed up at the heavens with a cold smirk, casting a lingering glance at the small peak before uttering a sharp command and soaring upward to collide forcefully with the sky. Though I may be evenly matched with a dog, is it too much to say I can stand toe-to-toe with the entire cosmos today? The entire sky resonated with the exuberant laughter of Ouyang, stirring the very fabric of heaven and earth. In the midst of enlightenment, Ouyang Sha found tears streaming down his face, for he understood that this was Ouyang's final appearance before him. His master had likely awaited this moment, ready to strike. Ouyang could be the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, and immortal, or perhaps an unknown, formidable terror. Yet today, Ouyang still stood on equal footing with him. The vast reservoir of true energy within Ouyang began to churn, compressing in an overwhelming surge as he finally transitioned from the practice of qi to the foundation establishment stage. Under the profound insights gained during his enlightenment, the true energy within Ouyang coalesced into a massive vortex, rapidly spinning within his dantian. As the first droplet of liquefied true essence rose from the center of the whirlpool, it promptly fell back into the vortex. Instantly, the true energy within his dantian began to transform into true essence. A sound reminiscent of a droplet splashing into still water echoed through the universe. The ethereal purple mist and countless golden lotuses vanished in an instant. The true energy within Ouyang's dantian fervently liquefied into true essence, forming an oceanic expanse within. As Ouyang broke through from chi cultivation to foundation establishment, he felt as though something within him was frantically seeking to escape his body, yet it was confined. Scurrying wildly within, the sensation was akin to ants crawling upon his skin, unbearable and irritating. Eventually, this entity seemed to resign itself, ramming against Ouyang's insides for a while before charging directly towards his dantian. It plunged into the depths of the sea formed by true essence. Ouyang slowly opened his eyes, tranquility radiating from them, his heart unperturbed. The conclusion of his enlightenment felt akin to entering a sage's time. The ecstasy of the experience contrasted sharply with the dullness that followed. Above the unseen small peak, countless golden chains were shattered by Ouyang, severing the destinies of all who resided there. From this moment forth, the direction of all things would be grasped by the hands of those on the small peak. Yet the golden chains, seemingly unwilling to concede, cast themselves away from the peak and extended countless golden chains toward the corners of the world once more. This time, however, Ouyang could not impede their advance. It was a countermeasure against Ouyang's actions. Just as Ouyang mourned Ouyang's complete disappearance, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Wow, there really is a system? Boss, let's merge together. We shall be one. Immediately, a crackling sound akin to electric currents echoed in his mind. The once mechanical system voice now fraught with urgency. An unknown error has been detected. The system is about to undergo an upgrade. Before the system could finish its announcement, it abruptly vanished from Ouyang's consciousness. This old wretch indeed had a backup plan. A sense of relief washed over Ouyang, and a smile returned to his face. Surely, this venerable master would not meet an easy demise. After all, he was a keeper of tomes, the greatest prodigy. How could he not have prepared contingencies? As the strange phenomena gradually dissipated, the small peak regained its former tranquility. Xianxia and Bai Feiyu, standing at the entrance of Ouyang, heard the sound of the door opening behind them. Ouyang emerged from Ouyang's chamber, his expression serene. Elder brother. Xianxia and Bai Feiyu called out in unison, momentarily at a loss for words. Ouyang cast a glance at them, his calm demeanor briefly animated as he chided. What are you doing, standing guard at this hour instead of sleeping? Elder brother, where is master? Xianxia tentatively inquired. He is dead. Ouyang replied brusquely. Xianxia felt a sudden pang in his heart, nearly choking on his breath. Don't jest, elder brother, has master truly departed? Bai Feiyu asked. Ouyang chuckled and nodded, saying, that old wretch flits about all day, leaving me with a few parting words before vanishing. At that moment, Xianxia and Bai Feiyu realized that Ouyang had indeed reached the foundation establishment stage. Xianxia finally let out a deep sigh. Casting a reproachful glance at his elder brother, he had nearly frightened him to death. Congratulations on successfully establishing your foundation, elder brother. The path to immortality is within reach, they exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing their congratulatory words, Ouyang's expression darkened. Both of them were already in the nascent soul stage. And yet they were here celebrating his arduous breakthrough to foundation establishment? Who were they mocking? However, now that the initial task was complete, and with the system forcibly upgraded by his master, no subsequent tasks had been issued. He was utterly at a loss as to how to advance from foundation establishment to golden core. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed achieved foundation establishment, which should extend his lifespan. It seemed that establishing a foundation granted an additional 50 years compared to the chi refinement stage. Hadn't he just compensated for the 50 years of life he sacrificed for Xiaobai in the immortal secret realm? In response to their congratulations, Ouyang laughed heartily, hands on his hips, reveling in the realization that he was indeed a remarkable genius. After sending the two off to rest, Ouyang's expression suddenly turned solemn. His breakthrough to foundation establishment had come at the cost of Ouyang's life. If future breakthroughs demanded such a price, he would prefer to remain stagnant for eternity. Once again, Ouyang pushed open the door to Ouyang's chamber, gazing at the calligraphy adorning the living room wall, inscribed with the characters for heaven and earth. Suddenly, a stirring sensation coursed through him, and his internal essence flowed like ink upon the canvas. He inscribed the two characters by Yun. Whereby represents Li Tai Bai, and Yun symbolizes Ouyang. Li Tai Bai embodies the world's sentient beings, serving as the backbone of heaven and earth, while Ouyang signifies the impending calamity, sacrificing himself to secure survival for his disciples. The respect due to Li Tai Bai from the populace is unquestionable. Yet whether Ouyang deserves such reverence hinges upon Ouyang and his companion's actions. Ouyang retrieved 3 incense sticks from the altar, igniting them before placing them in the censer. It was then that he noticed 6 wooden plaques neatly arranged upon the altar. Ouyang, Lung Qingsong, Qin Changsheng, Bai Feiyu, Hu Tutu, and Xiaofeng. As Ouyang collected the plaques in order, a chuckle escaped him upon reaching Xiaofeng's plaque, muttering under his breath, "What a hypocritical old fellow." After securing the plaques, Ouyang once again turned his gaze toward the calligraphy, lost in thought. From this moment onward, he would no longer have the towering presence of Ouyang as a shield. He must now strategize for all his younger brothers and sisters atop the small peak. They could falter because he stood behind them, but he could not afford to waver, for he had nothing to support him anymore. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang watched as the incense slowly burned to ashes in the censer. Suddenly, a female cultivator materialized before him, draped in flowing sleeves and a long skirt, enchanting yet exuding a chilling aura. "Is he truly dead?" Su Shaoqi inquired, her voice icy as she gazed at the newly inscribed characters on the wall. Ouyang slightly bowed and replied, "Mistress, he is not dead. He will merely be away for a while. Fear not." Su Shaoqi's expression softened as she turned to Ouyang, her tone gentler. "Among Ouyang's disciples, you are the one I hold in highest regard. Speak, what would you have me do?" Though the system was currently upgrading, the attribute panel remained visible. Observing Su Shaoqi's attributes, Ouyang pondered before stating, "I would appreciate your guidance for my little junior sister's cultivation. Name, Su Shaoqi, Peak Master of Yuna Peak. Qingyun Sect, Cultivation, 3-fold Tribulation Crossing Root Bone, 9 Luck, 8 Charm, 8 Qin Talent, 9 Special Skill, Manipulation of Objects with Qin Evaluation, a melody that rends the heart. Where in this vast world can one find a kindred spirit?" This mistress Ouyang spoke of was not Ouyang's old flame, but rather the beloved of the ancient and enigmatic Dong Shuzi. Ouyang had long envisioned this dual-role figure as the ideal mentor for the indolent Hu Tutu, perfectly suited to guide him given her temperament and aptitude. Su Shaoqi nodded directly, her gaze returning to the calligraphy, while Ouyang discreetly exited the room. "Master, the teacher has yet to savor the dumplings." Qin Changsheng lamented to Ouyang, holding a steaming bowl of dumplings. Ouyang swiftly accepted the dumplings, devouring them heartily, and with a beaming smile remarked, "They are quite delicious. When he returns, I shall hold him down while you feed him." As he spoke, Ouyang gazed at the sky now tinged with the light of dawn, where wisps of clouds leisurely drifted across the expanse. He exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face as he contemplated the clouds above. Indeed, amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, there must still be white clouds. Today, he had invited a junior to drink, successfully converting him into a fan, which filled him with joy. Chapter 174. The resurgence of the noisy mountain peak reclining in a chair with a book covering his face. Ouyang was lost in a deep slumber. He had initially assumed that with his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he could finally engage in proper cultivation and navigate the vast ocean of the Tao. However, he soon realized that the techniques of the foundation establishment stage eluded him. He understood them only while reading, yet forgot them once he set the book down. The insights he salvaged from the corner of the scripture pavilion regarding foundation establishment were met with his heavy eyelids, and he would often nod off at the slightest tilt of his head. Ultimately, his own authored tome, A Comprehensive Guide to the Fundamentals of Elemental Techniques, had merely thickened by a third. Aside from hastily flipping through the pages, he found no other method for mastering the techniques. It was truly vexing. The system was currently undergoing an upgrade, leaving him in uncertainty about the next task, rendering him aimless in his pursuits. Ouyang, with the book still draped across his face, felt a profound sense of frustration. His younger brother remained dormant in the depths of slumber, oblivious to when he might awaken. Perched on a tree, Bai Feiyu sat cross-legged, nostalgically perusing the little white diary gifted by Ouyang. Although it had some missing pages, it was remarkably well preserved. The azure bird, transformed from a yezi, quietly nestled on Bai Feiyu's shoulder, half asleep and half awake, accompanying him. This diary held great significance for Bai Feiyu, not merely because it was his own creation, but because it largely contained the playful rivalry between Oji and Yezi, each striving to pen the more impressive passages. It was meant to be recited by Li Tai by himself, infused with their sword intent. However, now the diary seemed utterly mundane. According to Little White's conjecture, it might be that after Lang Qingsong inherited all the legacies of his past life as Li Tai Bai, the diary lost its potency. The entire volume was filled with slanted, juvenile expressions, and even as Little White reviewed it, he could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment, muttering under his breath, "Those two rascals, Oji and Yezi." The azure bird seemed to grasp Bai Feiyu's sentiments, angrily pecking twice at his head. Bai Feiyu did not intervene. Instead, he laughed with unrestrained joy. Although he remained uncertain about Hu Yun's deeper intentions in retrieving the diary from the hands of the sword sect's leader, Tai A, merely reacquiring it filled by Fei Yu with immense satisfaction. In recent days, Chen Changsheng has frequently been disconnected from the kitchen, as he claims to have been descending the mountain with Ling Feng for training. When did the third brother and Ling become so close? Ouyang has always harbored doubts regarding Ling's identity, yet with the third brother accompanying him, Ouyang finds himself less concerned. The fact that Chen Laosan can confidently follow Ling Feng indicates that he is not in any danger. In fact, Ouyang worries that if Ling Feng inadvertently provokes the third brother, he might be secretly dealt with. I am the great sage, equal to heaven, the monkey king of Huahua Mountain. A piercing monkey cry echoed in the courtyard as Chen Changsheng's mischievous monkey darted out of the kitchen. The monkey clutched a pot in its hands, as if it had just retrieved it from the fire, its paws scalded yet refusing to let go. Behind it, Chen Changsheng emerged from the kitchen with a spatula, inadvertently dropping a carrot that struck the dog named Xianxia directly on the head. Ouch! Xianxia, who had been lurking in the shadows waiting for the little brother to pilfer some treats, scampered away with its tail between its legs, muttering curses at the monkey for its apparent insanity. All it had requested was for the monkey to steal a little food, yet it had raised the entire pot. A dog raced ahead, followed by a monkey brandishing a pot, while the furious Chen Changsheng trailed behind with a spatula in hand, ready to stew the two rascals. In the sun, the lazy Hu Yin lay sprawled, increasingly fatigued since he began instructing Hu Tutu in the cultivation of the demon race. The daily ritual of blood refining was taking its toll, even on Hu Yin, who was in the tribulation stage. Suddenly, a paw landed on Hu Yan's abdomen, nearly expelling his breakfast from earlier that morning. Damn! As Hu Yan lifted his head to unleash a tirade upon the fleeing Xianxia, the monkey, pot in hand, unwittingly brought the lid crashing down upon Hu Yan's head. The little courtyard descended into chaos once more, leaving Ouyang with a throbbing headache. As he lifted the book obscuring his face, preparing to unleash a scolding, Hu Tutu burst through the door of Hu Yan's room, sobbing, and dove into Ouyang's arms. Woo woo woo. Senior brother, I don't want to practice the piano anymore. My fingers hurt so much. Hu Tutu, nestled in Ouyang's embrace, raised her tiny hand for inspection, her face a picture of innocence and distress. Ouyang looked down at Hu Tutu's delicate hand, devoid of any swelling, and then noticed the glimmer of shrewdness in her eyes. Oh, is learning the piano exhausting? Ouyang feigned ignorance, asking with feigned concern. Hu Tutu nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at rice, and continued to weep theatrically. Senior brother, it's so tiring, and that old woman is exceedingly fierce. As Hu Tutu gazed up at Ouyang with anticipation, he rose, embodying a figure of grandeur in her eyes. However, Ouyang swiftly grasped the collar of Hu Tutu, lifting the little one effortlessly and dashing towards Hu Yun's room. Bursting into the room, he triumphantly held Hu Tutu aloft before Su Xiaoqi, proclaiming, Master Uncle, I have brought him back. Hu Tutu flailed his legs desperately, struggling to escape Ouyang's grasp, but his tiny limbs proved insufficient to break free, leaving him to hang his head in dismay as he gazed at Su Xiaoqi across the room. Before Su Xiaoqi stood an ancient zither, her expression devoid of emotion as she inquired, Who is that exceedingly fierce old woman? For women, age and appearance have always been taboo subjects, even for those who practice cultivation. Surely, someone as beautiful and gentle as Master Uncle cannot be her, right? Tutu. Ouyang grinned at Su Xiaoqi. Hu Tutu cast a fierce glare at Ouyang, his disdain for his senior brother palpable. Then, turning to Su Xiaoqi with a solicitous expression, he asserted, It cannot be Master Uncle. Master Uncle is very gentle and beautiful. I truly adore Master Uncle. This tactic of Hu Tutu's had always proven effective on the small mountain peak, but it fell flat before the equally feminine Su Xiaoqi. With one hand resting on the zither strings, Su Xiaoqi delicately curved her little finger, producing a resonant tone that instantly rendered Hu Tutu immobilized in Ouyang's grasp. Like a marionette, Hu Tutu slipped free from Ouyang's hold, stepping hesitantly towards the zither before Su Xiaoqi. His expression was one of profound reluctance. Yet his small hands still found their way to the strings. Rising, Su Xiaoqi addressed Hu Tutu sternly, Since you are unwilling to devote yourself to learning the zither, then let it become muscle memory. Practice for 8 hours. Ouyang, about to interject on Hu Tutu's behalf, hesitated. After all, 8 hours was indeed excessive for a child. However, upon receiving a fierce glare from Su Xiaoqi, he promptly fell silent. As Su Xiaoqi brushed past Ouyang, she conveyed telepathically with such exceptional talent. If she continues to be lazy, she will inevitably become a waste, pushed to the brink of destruction. Chapter 175. The discussion. Ouyang and Su Xiaoqi made their way to the courtyard, where Ouyang obsequiously poured a cup of tea for his esteemed master uncle. Su Xiaoqi instinctively lifted the cup, her brow furrowing as she remarked, "Is this not the superior enlightenment tea?" Feeling somewhat sheepish, Ouyang replied, "I finished the 2 pounds I borrowed from Wuxing Peak last time. I will borrow more when I have the chance." Su Xiaoqi shot him an exasperated glare. His shameless demeanor was strikingly reminiscent of Hu Yun in his youth. The thought of Hu Yun briefly dimmed her gaze. Ouyang set down the teapot and seated himself opposite Su Xiaoqi, bracing for her admonishment. If there was anyone in the entire Qingyan sect that Ouyang feared, it was undoubtedly the master of Yunu Peak, Su Xiaoqi. As for the sect leader was merely a tool for writing promissory notes in his eyes. This esteemed matron is not merely the mistress of our master, but rather the companion of that tool, a girlfriend, perhaps? Regarding the trivial matters of the previous generation, Ouyang is not exceptionally informed. However, this uncle before him possesses the audacity to strike the mouth of the sect leader, Dong Shuzi. The imprint of a shoe on Dong Shuzi's face was distinctly visible on the recording stone that this uncle is likely the most formidable presence within the entire Qingyan sect. Thus, Ouyang approaches the current situation with utmost caution. While he usually roams freely and recklessly within the Qingyan sect, facing only playful reprimands from Dong Shuzi, this uncle is genuinely formidable. When a formidable being in the tribulation stage becomes earnest, dealing with a mere fool like himself, who only knows how to explode in anger, is merely a matter of employing some tactics. Ouyang's life has revolved around a cycle of causing trouble, being reprimanded, and engaging in quarrels with Dong Shuzi, only to be mercilessly subdued by Su Xiaoqi, continuing the cycle without change, perhaps due to the frequent beatings in his youth, and the fact that women are often tough on the outside yet tender-hearted. After having dealt with Ouyang so many times, Su Xiaoqi has developed a certain closeness to him. He can even come and go freely in places like Yuna Peak, where male cultivators are prohibited, as if returning to his own home. Speaking of which, Su Linger has been offline for quite some time. He has been so busy that he nearly forgot about his ailing junior sister. He wonders how she has been faring with her flute playing. A hand suddenly landed on Ouyang's head. His eyes widened in astonishment after days of slapping others. How dare someone strike him? Yet, upon raising his head to see Su Xiaoqi, he let it droop again, feebly remarking, "Uncle, if you keep hitting people for no reason, you won't find a husband." Su Xiaoqi cast a disapproving glance at the slick-tongued Ouyang and retorted, "I just asked you a question. Why were you lost in thought? I asked you, where did this young girl, Hu Yun, come from?" Ouyang scratched his head, surprised that his uncle had not discerned that Hututu was a fox demon. However, he replied, "Uncle, you know my master. He has no other skills but to pick up disciples. Aren't we all just picked up by him? Picked up until he picked himself to death." Su Xiaoqi interjected unexpectedly. Once this statement was uttered, both Ouyang and Su Xiaoqi fell silent. Hu Yun was not only Ouyang's master but also Su Xiaoqi's senior brother. Hu Yun had risked his life for several disciples, and now his fate remains unknown. Suddenly mentioning Hu Yun left both of them feeling a bit uneasy. "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, come to Yinu Peak to find me. In Qingyan sect, I dare anyone to oppose," Su Xiaoqi calmly instructed. "Isn't this a beneficial ally?" Ouyang obediently nodded and then spoke. "These days, my little junior sister has been entirely relying on your support, uncle." It was Ouyang's early intention to have Hututu learn the piano under Su Xiaoqi's tutelage. But various matters had continuously delayed this plan. Su Xiaoqi possessed a musical aptitude of 10, while Hututu boasted a remarkable aptitude of 10 in all aspects related to music. One was a master in a singular discipline, while the other excelled in every facet connected to melody. The system had appraised Hututu as the future empress of the demon clan, underscoring the terrifying nature of her potential. Upon seeing Hututu for the first time, Su Xiaoqi discerned that the young girl's future accomplishments would undoubtedly be boundless. However, Hututu's inherently lazy disposition was quite concerning. Despite having reached the core formation stage, she lacked even the ability to fly using object manipulation. After arriving at the small peak, she effortlessly charmed everyone there with her adorable antics, effectively winning them over. Ouyang and his companions doted on Hututu, which only exacerbated her lethargy. Were it not for the recent urging from Tsanghu Huyan, it was likely that this young girl would have regressed to the foundation establishment stage. Hence, Ouyang specifically invited Su Xiaoqi to the small peak, seeking her stern guidance for Hututu. Upon hearing Ouyang's request, Su Xiaoqi nodded and replied, "Whenever I find myself with leisure, I shall return to the small peak to instruct her. It would be a shame to let such a promising talent go to waste." Just as Ouyang was about to express his gratitude, a paper crane suddenly fluttered before them, and the calm voice of Dong Zuzi resonated from it. "Master Su Xiaoqi of Yunu Peak, Master Ouyang of the small peak, come promptly to Qingyan Peak for a discussion." The tone was formal, devoid of the usual warmth, indicating that Dong Zizi was notifying them in his capacity as the sect leader of Qinyan sect. Ouyang cast a perplexed glance at Su Xiaoqi, who mirrored his confusion. Is the master unaware of the matter? Ouyang inquired. Su Xiaoqi furrowed her brow and shook her head, then gestured subtly. To Hu Tutu's delight, the guqin that had tormented her flew forth and hovered beside Su Xiaoqi. Let us see what this is about, Su Xiaoqi said with a frown. Ouyang, obediently preparing to climb onto the guqin, was promptly pulled by the ear by Su Xiaoqi. With a swift motion, she tore through the fabric of space and entered. Ouyang felt a dizzying whirl as he was brought by Su Xiaoqi to stand in the grand hall of Qinyan Peak. Today, the hall of Qinyan sect was unusually quiet, even somewhat eerie. At the head seat sat Dong Zizi, clad in resplendent robes, with a wooden table before him, flanked by 2 rows of over 10 peak masters, each sitting in their respective places with eyes closed in meditation. Su Xiaoqi released her grasp on Ouyang's ear and took her seat. Having substituted for her master at such peak meetings during his prolonged absences, she had not attended one since. Yet, the process remained etched in Ouyang's mind. Upon locating the seat that rightfully belonged to Hu Yun, Ouyang settled in, awaiting Dong Shuzi to commence with the customary introductory remarks. Just as Ouyang's posterior made contact with the mat, Dong Shuzi's calm voice resonated. The topic for today's discussion: the removal of the name of the small mountain peak. Chapter 176. The Situation Crash. A wooden table was hurled forth, not by Ouyang, but by Su Xiaoqi. With a frosty expression, Su Xiaoqi fixed her gaze upon Dong Shuzi, who occupied the main seat. She surveyed the assembly before addressing Dong Shuzi coldly. Whose idea was this? The unique pressure intrinsic to the tribulation stage emanated from Su Xiaoqi, reverberating throughout the grand hall. The expressions of the peak masters present grew increasingly strained. Aside from Dong Shuzi, only Su Xiaoqi possessed the cultivation of the tribulation stage. The other peak masters were all at the Mahayana stage or above, yet beneath the weight of a tribulation stage presence, they found themselves somewhat overwhelmed. Dong Shuzi maintained an impassive expression, his eyes slightly opening as he waved his hand, raising a Buddhist dust. The oppressive force that had rampaged through the hall vanished without a trace. Dong Shuzi regarded Su Xiaoqi with tranquility, stating, "The matters of the council pertain to the Qinyan sect and require collective deliberation, though only at the 3rd level of the tribulation stage." Su Xiaoqi remained resolute against Dong Shuzi, who was at the 9th level. With a cold smirk, she retorted, "No need for discussion, I oppose it." Which audacious fool agreed to this? Her voice echoed throughout the grand hall, clearly reaching the ears of every peak master. Su Xiaoqi's meaning was unmistakable. She opposed it vehemently, daring any audacious soul to agree, threatening to scatter their ashes on the spot. Dong Shuzi opened his eyes, with a profound rhythm of Tao flowing within, and admonished, "Is this a place for your reckless behavior? Sit down." His voice, imbued with the essence of Tao, surged towards Su Xiaoqi. In response, Su Xiaoqi's eyes similarly shimmered with the rhythm of Tao, and she retorted sharply, "Get lost. Do not attempt to command me." Their voices clashed violently within the hall, the competing rhythms of Tao unleashing a tempest that reverberated against the stone pillars, causing the drapes to flutter. However, it was evident that Dong Shuzi held the upper hand. As their Tao rhythms merely brushed against one another, Su Xiaoqi was forced to retreat 2 steps, collapsing onto the mat behind her. There existed a disparity even among those at the tribulation stage. The other peak masters, appearing indifferent, closed their eyes in meditation. Yet the sweat beading on their foreheads and their heavy exhalations betrayed their unease. Seated helplessly on the mat, Su Xiaoqi, indignant, attempted to rise, only to find herself firmly bound to the mat. Her expression morphed into one of disbelief as she gazed at Dong Shuzi in the main seat. How dare he wield the laws against her? Seated in the position of authority, Dong Shuzi appeared as a completely different individual. After pressing Su Xiaoqi onto the meditation cushion, his calm voice resonated once more. The master of the minor peak, Hu Yun, has vanished and now presents 2 options. The first is to abolish the title of the minor peak, merging its disciples into other peaks, such as the questioning sword peak. Upon hearing this first option, the master of the questioning sword peak, Chun Yongzi, paused momentarily, his expression unchanging. Chun Yongzi felt the weight of dozens of gazes upon him, gleeful, curious, mocking, and enraged. Yet, he refrained from speaking, choosing instead to meditate in silence. Dong Shuzi continued, "The second option is to appoint a new master for the peak, one worthy of the position. For instance, Chun Yongzi of the questioning sword peak could also assume the role of master of the minor peak." Suddenly, Chun Yongzi became the center of attention within the grand hall. Although he was beginning to perspire in his seat, he remained silent with his eyes closed. After finishing his statement, Dong Suzi cast a tranquil gaze towards Ouyang, inquiring, "Does the chief disciple of the minor peak, Ouyang, have any objections?" Since entering the hall, Ouyang had not spoken, but now he rose from the cushion. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have erupted in anger, yet today he exhibited an unusual calmness as he declared, "I have no objections. I defer entirely to the judgment of the sect leader. I have long admired the new restroom constructed at the questioning sword peak." At Ouyang's words, Su Xiaoqi was initially enraged, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Is this truly the disciple for whom Huyan risked his life to alter fate? Unable to protect his own peak, he was even willing to relinquish it to others? Ouyang's compliance was unexpected. Not only for Su Xiaoqi but also for Dong Suzi, who found himself momentarily stunned, staring at Ouyang. Very well, Dong Suzi managed to respond, albeit with a dry tone. However, the most astonished of all was Chun Yangzi, who had been sitting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing Ouyang's declaration, he immediately opened his eyes and stood up, exclaiming, "What absolute nonsense! I disagree. This is preposterous." He had anticipated merely sitting in silence and playing a part in the charade. If he continued this act, the peculiar beings from the minor peak would inevitably intrude upon his own territory. Could he endure the chaos that would ensue should these little miscreants invade his peak? The nature of genius is inherently unstable. While it can elevate a peak's status, it may just as easily jeopardize one's very life if not managed properly. Moreover, Ouyang's intentions were evidently dubious. He seemed to think that this meeting was Chun Yangzi's idea. Did he hear what was being said? Longing for the restroom? This rascal must be plotting to blow up the restroom at the questioning sword peak. Chun Yangzi felt that if he did not express his stance soon, the restroom at the questioning sword peak would be at risk, and worse, his own life could be in jeopardy. The elder members of other peaks, witnessing the unfolding drama, observed with amusement, cracking sunflower seeds from the wooden table before them. What a spectacle! What a performance! In the play Xianxia, two individuals have overturned the table, refusing to engage further, while one deviates from the expected script. It remains to be seen how the master will resolve this predicament. Dong Shuzi has already cursed Ouyang in his heart. Why had the lad never shown such disobedience before? In his scheme, he intended to create a situation to pressure the young man with a minor peak. Given Ouyang's temperament, a ruckus was anticipated, allowing Dong Shuzi to conveniently place the position of the peak master upon him. Who could have foreseen that Ouyang would not adhere to the expected course? With a forced chuckle, Dong Shuzi addressed the assembly. Since Brother Chunyang is unwilling, might there be other elder disciples willing to take up the post? Upon hearing this, the elders, who had previously been engrossed in their sunflower seeds, promptly closed their eyes, adopting a pose of deep contemplation. Come on, give me a break and take my cue. With no other option, Dong Shuzi could only communicate telepathically with Ouyang. At this moment, Ouyang smirked devilishly and declared to the crowd, "Since none of the esteemed elders are inclined to serve at my humble peak, I shall have no choice but to disband it and allocate its members to various other peaks." The audience was taken aback. Who among them would dare accept such a burden? Better a dead friend than a poor Taoist. One remarked, "I believe Brother Chunyang is fit for this great responsibility." Another elder chimed in, "Indeed, Brother Chunyang possesses formidable strength. We are all humbled in his presence. If he is unwilling, Qingyun Peak is also a commendable option. The Master's power is unparalleled. We can hardly aspire to match him." The cacophony of voices left Su Xiaoqi utterly bewildered as she struggled to comprehend the unfolding situation. Ouyang decided to drop the charade, spreading his hands in mock resignation. "I have a suggestion. If no one is willing, I can reluctantly act as the proxy peak master." As soon as Ouyang finished speaking, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. This was the optimal outcome everyone had initially envisaged. However, Ouyang prolonged the moment, once again heightening their anticipation. With a playful grin, he continued, "As your newly appointed proxy, there is no need for lavish gifts from my esteemed uncles and aunts. Let us consider the debts incurred by my humble peak to be null and void, shall we?" Chapter 177. Proxy Peak Master. Are there many outstanding debts from my humble peak? Indeed, there are numerous, with each mountain holding a thick stack of them, 80% of which were pinned by Huyun over the years, some even traceable to over a millennium ago, while the remaining 20% were written by Ouyang in recent years, though everyone understood that these debts were akin to mere blank paper. Huyun and Ouyang seemed to be cut from the same cloth. The two of them were adept at taking advantage of circumstances, a habit that the other peaks had grown accustomed to, knowing that in the end, it would be the master footing the bill. The situation below was indeed dire. However, there are indeed advantages. Huyun Dao, known as the Divine Nerve Child, possesses an extraordinary gift for divination, making his interpretations enigmatic and unfathomable. In times past, after Ouyang returned to the sect, he readily assisted other peaks in need without ever demanding compensation. Now, the group of small creatures on the minor peak is experiencing rapid growth. As long as they do not meet an untimely demise, they will undoubtedly become the backbone of the xianxia sect in the future. The promissory notes currently in circulation will serve as bonds and tokens of goodwill between them and these burgeoning entities. The esteemed peak masters and revered elders present, having achieved the great ascension stage and gained insight into their own paths, are all astute individuals. The art of fishing with long lines to catch big fish is, for them, a simple endeavor. Thus, these notes merely add a touch of flavor to their long journey. Although Ouyang is somewhat irritating, he possesses a surprising charm. Aside from his brainless inquiries about the Sword Peak, the other peak masters and elders regard Ouyang no differently than their own disciples. Moreover, the lad frequently presents exquisite alchemical concoctions and techniques as gifts, further endearing himself. Hence, when Ouyang proposed to nullify the debts between the minor peak and the other peaks, the gathered elders erupted in hearty laughter, readily acquiescing. The congratulatory remarks for Peak Master Ouyang echoed throughout the hall, to which Ouyang responded with a smile and a respectful gesture. Only Su Xiaoqi, who was pressed down on the mat by Dong Shuzi, realized the true nature of today's discussions. It was merely a setup orchestrated by her master to facilitate Ouyang's formal acceptance of the minor peak's leadership in front of the other peaks. While Ouyang was aware of this scheme, Su Xiaoqi remained blissfully ignorant, becoming the sole fool in the grand hall. Her face flushed with anger. Su Xiaoqi cast a furious glance around the hall, biting her silver teeth, her gaze finally locking onto the laughing Dong Shuzi. You dare to deceive me? Just wait. At that moment, Dong Shuzi, who was enjoying his laughter, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, scratching his head in confusion about what had gone amiss. The meeting concluded on a harmonious note, with Ouyang confirmed as the acting peak master, prompting the leaders from various peaks to depart. The grand hall was left with only Dong Shuzi, Ouyang, and Su Xiaoqi. Dong Shuzi looked at Ouyang, somewhat wistful, saying, If I possessed even half the cunning of your master, you would undoubtedly embrace this responsibility with eagerness today. Ouyang ignored Dong Shuzi, instead grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from his wooden table, munching away while observing Dong Shuzi, silently counting down in his mind. 3, 2. Just as the word 2 formed in his thoughts, before he could utter one, a beautifully embroidered shoe flew straight into Dong Shuzi's face. After Ouyang deftly recorded this moment with his miniature recording stone, he slowly rose to close the doors of the grand hall. At this moment, Dong Shuzi, having been toppled by a shoe sole, found himself pinned to the ground and struck by his senior apprentice, Su Xiaoqi. Junior sister, hear me out. Please don't hit my face. Dong Shuzi pleaded, covering his face. After venting her frustrations, Su Xiaoqi, with reddened eyes, seized Ouyang by the ear. Choking back tears as she scolded, It's been but a short time since our third brother encountered misfortune. One is his senior brother, the other his disciple. Do you not possess any compassion? Are you not sorrowful? Her words echoed throughout the grand hall, leaving Dong Shuzi, who shielded his eyes, and Ouyang, grimacing from the ear-tugging in silence. It was only when Su Xiaoqi removed her other shoe, preparing to strike the other side of Dong Shuzi's face, that he hurriedly exclaimed, Junior sister, you misunderstand. We are not merely untroubled, but rather, we rejoice. Su Xiaoqi's eyebrows shot up, her grip on Ouyang's ear instinctively tightening. Ouyang cried out in agony, Uncle, it hurts. Observing the plight of the tormented Ouyang, Dong Shuzi calmly explained, My junior brother has always prided himself on being a scholar, dedicating his life to this path. He has meticulously calculated countless times to arrive at this juncture. His choice signifies his resolve. He bears no regrets, even finds pleasure in it. So why should we feel sorrow on his behalf? Listening to Dong Shuzi's lament, Su Xiaoqi gradually loosened her grip on Ouyang's ear, allowing him to withdraw and rub the affected area. But this path demands his very life in exchange. Su Xiaoqi stubbornly countered, observing the tears still glimmering in her eyes. Dong Shuzi reflected on how well they had sheltered this junior sister of theirs. This was also the reason she had made no progress after boldly confronting the tribulation phase with such a disposition. With a sigh, he mused, To hear the Tao in the morning is to die in the evening. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaoqi's eyes reddened once more as she lowered her head, cursing. It's always the same. You are all mad. With that, she tore open a rift in space and turned to depart. Watching her retreating figure, Dong Shuzi, with a swollen face, let out a soft sigh, while Ouyang continued to rub his ear, grimacing. The two exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. Were they sorrowful? Indeed. Just how deeply? Only they understood within their hearts. Yet, despite their grief, Ouyang had already taken that step forward. Dwelling on sorrow was less fruitful than fully embracing the baton pass by Ouyang. Ouyang approached and inquired, "Old man, I shall take on the matter now. My little mountain peak is in dire need of revival. Grant me a substantial supply of top-tier spiritual stone essence to whet my appetite. Get lost. From this day forth, your paths shall be in your own hands. Do not squander the efforts of your master." Dong Shuzi retorted sharply. Ouyang tilted his head and looked at Dong Shuzi, asking, "Old man, if a great calamity were to occur in the future, what would it truly entail?" Dong Shuzi gazed at Ouyang with a perplexed expression and remarked, "Your question lacks substance. If I knew the answer, I would simply go and eliminate its source without hesitation. Why complicate matters?" Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's astonishment, Ouyang experienced a moment of clarity, reminiscent of the time when Changxing pondered whether he should eliminate Zuyuan to prevent a disaster. Yet, calamity does not dissipate due to any single alteration. Rather, it manifests in a different form. Since disaster is destined to arrive, regardless of changes, one can only strive to accumulate strength before its onset, ensuring that neither they nor their cherished possessions vanish amidst the turmoil. Ouyang felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavier, as his own vessel, with the involvement of his mentor, was undergoing an upgrade. He was uncertain what transformations the new system would bring, given the absurd flaws of his current one. However, he held no concerns for the individuals on the small peak. After all, his junior siblings were all formidable talents. Before the impending calamity, if they did not stand out, at the very least, they should be capable of self-preservation. With this thought, Ouyang sighed in relief, knowing that he need not excessively fret over his disciples. The only concern he bore was for himself. Nevertheless, he had now broken through to the foundation establishment stage, with his true energy having transformed into true essence. In truth, achieving this stage at his age among loose cultivators could be considered a remarkable feat of talent. Having reached the foundation establishment, it signified that he could now study advanced techniques, perhaps even grasp the essence of the Tao. Before leaving, Ouyang had gifted him an opportunity to observe the Tao, and the exhilarating sensation of that experience lingered in Ouyang's mind. If one observation could elevate him from chi refinement to foundation establishment, perhaps entering that state once more might lead him to the core formation stage by tomorrow. Suddenly, Ouyang's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he turned to Dong Shuzi, his hopeful gaze causing a chill to run down Dong Shuzi's spine. "What are you plotting?" Dong Shuzi inquired sternly, scrutinizing Ouyang. Ouyang chuckled and replied, "Old man, I have recently immersed myself in learning, gaining profound insights into the Tao. Would you kindly share some wisdom with me?" Immersed in learning? Gaining profound insights into the Tao? Such words from this youth seemed absurd. Dong Shuzi regarded Ouyang with skepticism. Yet, to his astonishment, Ouyang had indeed reached the foundation establishment stage. He had thought Ouyang might remain at the chi refinement stage for life, only to discover that he had surpassed expectations. Was this Ouyang's miraculous ability, capable of elevating such an extraordinary individual? Dong Shuzi's gaze bore into Ouyang, causing Ouyang to feel a prickling unease. Ouyang shuffled back slightly, forcing a smile as he spoke. "If the master is inconvenient today, I shan't disturb him. I shall take my leave." Just as Ouyang intended to turn and flee, he was seized by the arm by Dong Shuzi, whose urgent voice reached him from behind. "Why are you running? Let me have a look." Before Ouyang could respond, Dong Shuzi pressed him firmly onto the meditation cushion. Taking his seat opposite Ouyang, Dong Shuzi gazed intently at him. If Ouyang indeed liberated Ouyang from his physical constraints, allowing him to perceive the existence of the Tao, it was unfathomable to Dong Shuzi what Ouyang would ultimately become if he continued to grow in this manner. "Since you are willing to learn, I shall teach you in Ouyang's stead. Is that not the essence of imparting the Tao? You must come to listen every day henceforth." Dong Shuzi resolved within himself, speaking with unwavering conviction. Before Ouyang could utter a word, Dong Shuzi began to expound the profound sounds of the Tao. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. As Ouyang watched Dong Shuzi's lips move, his eyelids grew heavy once more, yet he endeavored to maintain his focus. Compared to his previous experience, he felt he could actually discern Dong Shuzi's voice. If only he could resist the urge to succumb to slumber, it would be a victory. However, before he could complete his thought, Ouyang tilted his head back and fell asleep, drool bubbling up with his breath. Dong Shuzi stared in disbelief as Ouyang slipped into slumber within a mere second, his mind filled with exasperation at this imbecile before him. Had he truly become so enraptured as to believe that Ouyang could learn? Just as he paused his lecture, intending to rise, he found himself lulled by Ouyang's rhythmic snoring, his eyelids growing progressively heavier. Cursed be it! As Dong Shuzi staggered, startled, and attempted to depart, his body weakened and his head drooped, leading him into a slumber of his own. Thus, The session on the Tao concluded amidst their alternating symphony of snores. Chapter 178. Is this Qingyun peak becoming peculiar? Promoted. From now on, I shall have the final say on this little mountain peak. As the acting peak master, Ouyang felt as if the winds of fortune were beneath his feet. He was imbued with a sense of triumph, his posture involuntarily straightening with pride. As he descended from Qingyun Peak, Ouyang suddenly recalled his predicament regarding how to return. Uncle Su had stormed off in a huff, leaving him stranded on Qingyun Peak. Arriving in haste, he had not even brought the handsome lad along. Was he to walk back? That was out of the question. Ouyang resolved to casually grab hold of some unfortunate soul capable of flying on a sword to escort him back to his small mountain peak. Given that Qingyun Peak was esteemed as the pinnacle of Qingyun sect, what kind of worthless individual could stand on this mountain without the ability to fly on a sword? As Ouyang strolled along the mountain path, he glanced around and immediately sensed that Qingyun Peak was somewhat different than usual. The disciples traversing the mountain path moved with urgency, their expressions marked by vigilance, as if a towering brute might leap from the shadows to strike them down. When the disciples of Qingyun Peak beheld Ouyang, they bowed deeply, remaining in that posture until he departed. Ouyang, bewildered, walked along the path, momentarily convinced he had ventured to the wrong mountain. His curiosity piqued when an unfamiliar disciple of Qingyun Peak stood before him, exuding an air of arrogance, regarding him with disdain. Had he forgotten the customs of Qingyun Peak? A mere foundation establishment disciple dared to forego the courtesy of greeting one of my status, a core formation expert? This audacious individual, with a haughty demeanor, looked down his nose at Ouyang, provoking a spark of irritation within him. After a brief pause, Ouyang seated himself upon a stone along the path, a smile dancing upon his lips as he inquired, "What is your name?" The once arrogant core formation disciple now knelt humbly before Ouyang, resembling a 200-pound monkey in his submissiveness. "I am xianxia, senior brother," he replied with due respect. Ouyang nodded, quickly forgetting the name, and cleared his throat, adopting a benevolent expression. "Speak plainly about the situation at Qingyun Peak, or I shall remove your head from your shoulders." Ouyang trembled, stammering. This is a rule established by Master Lingfeng upon his return from seclusion. When encountering a senior brother, one must bow. Qingyun Peak employs a system of elimination. The last-ranked disciple of the same realm will be expelled from the mountain, and the strongest will be chosen to re-enter. Lingfeng? Has that fellow become so ruthless? Ouyang felt a surge of surprise at Lingfeng's transformation. He discerned the underlying reasons for such a change. To present oneself so impeccably before me could only be the result of a genetic anomaly, or perhaps a deeper secret lay hidden, despite the concerns. The venerable Dongzuzi had assured him that Lingfeng posed no threat. This suggested that Lingfeng must be concealing something from both himself and Dongzuzi. Ouyang's mind flickered back to that fateful night when he confronted Lingfeng, recalling the latter's nearly flawless performance, perfect to the point of being devoid of flaws. Yet therein lay the greatest flaw of all. Individuals can indeed change due to immense suffering. Character shifts can occur in an instant. The gradual evolution of one's behavior requires time. The once balanced and harmonious Lingfeng had transformed into a tyrant, as if he had been possessed. This line of thought led Ouyang to recall Linfeng from his earthly days, bearing a striking resemblance to Ziyuan, with a similar attribute panel. Yet his name had morphed into a homophone akin to Lingfeng. Was it truly possible to achieve such a transformation merely through the severance of inner demons? The resulting manifestation of this heart demon bore an uncanny resemblance to his demonic disciple. How profound must the love for Ziyuan have been? This was indeed a perplexing revelation. Thus, Ouyang had every reason to surmise that old Ling was concealing significant matters from him. Yet what could he do? He had no justification to eliminate him, especially with Dong Shuzi backing him up. Consequently, Ouyang compelled Ling Feng to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. "Ling Feng, you are indeed haunted by your inner demon, are you not? He wreaks havoc in the mortal realm, and it falls upon you to eradicate him. This should pose no issue, correct? Under the oath of the heavenly Tao, failure to slay him would result in your demise, while doing so would eliminate a Having Ling Feng personally deal with what Ouyang deemed an unstable factor was the most prudent course of action he could conceive. Moreover, with the ever-watchful Chen Changsheng, the third disciple, by Ling Feng's side, any hint of anomaly would prompt his sixth junior brother to act swiftly and eliminate the other. As Ouyang pondered in silence, he suddenly awoke from his reverie, glancing at the obediently kneeling figure before him, and in astonishment, inquired, "What are you still doing kneeling here?" "Senior brother, you Haven Tea permitted me to leave," Ouyang replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. This brother, clad in azure, was remarkably adept at playing the fool. Just days prior, Having recently attained the foundation establishment stage, he had always been the one bowing to others, now keen to relish the sensation of receiving bows himself. However, he soon caught sight of Ouyang descending the mountain path, whose aura barely reached the foundation establishment stage and was even somewhat unstable. Xianxia instantly felt a surge of superiority. Yet, that sense of superiority was swiftly crushed under the overwhelming torrent of Ouyang's profound essence, rendering him utterly immobile beneath Ouyang's foot. Is he truly merely at foundation establishment? Xianxia thought, convinced that if he were an avatar of the esteemed Dong Shuzi, he would have believed it. The burgeoning sense of superiority was instantaneously transformed into humiliation, shame, and an inexplicable anticipation. As he knelt before the senior brother, he even realized that Ouyang had a rather pleasing way of hurling insults. Ouyang waved his hand, intending to dismiss him, when suddenly an idea struck him, and he pressed his hand upon Xianxia's shoulder. With a smiling demeanor, he inquired, "How is your swordsmanship, junior brother?" "Thank you for your concern, senior brother. Such basic techniques are manageable with just a bit of practice," Xianxia replied earnestly, gazing at Ouyang with anticipation. Could it be that senior brother wishes to join me in wielding my flying sword? Just as Xianxia was about to extend an invitation to Ouyang, two boisterous barks interrupted the moment. Two half-human-sized stone lions collided with Xianxia, eagerly barking joyfully at Ouyang. They jostled to be in front of him, displaying an exaggerated display of flattery. "Master, it's been a month since you last graced this place. Seizing the opportunity, I must perform splendidly." However, the presence of this oafish fellow beside them proved quite irksome, as even in the role of a sycophant, there was competition to contend with. The two stone lions vied over who would carry Ouyang down the mountain, making quite the spectacle along the path. The incessant barking of dogs and the sound of gravel scattering filled the air. Ouyang, with a furrowed brow, observed the two stone lions entangled in a playful dispute for affection. He raised his hand, channeling a modicum of true essence. A swift slap to each lion brought their frolicking to a delightful halt. At last, under the fervent insistence of the two stone lions, Ouyang settled upon the back of the smaller one, which in turn perched atop the larger lion. Amid the joyful barks, Ouyang was escorted down the mountain by the two stone lions, leaving behind a slightly envious junior brother Huang, who watched as Ouyang vanished along the path of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 179. The worrisome old father. Upon returning to the small mountain peak, Ouyang gave a gentle kick to one of the lions, prompting the two devoted creatures to wag their tails in lingering delight as they departed. Just as he reached the entrance of the small peak, a jarring sound of a zither pierced the tranquility of the courtyard. It resembled nails scraping against glass, evoking an uncomfortable sensation akin to a splinter lodged beneath one's fingernail, followed by the relief of kicking a wall. To Ouyang's astonishment, the music seemed imbued with a peculiar enchantment, slowly rendering his body rigid in response to its haunting strains. He felt the turmoil of true energy in his dantian, forming a protective barrier that shielded him from the essence embedded within the melody, leaving only the disconcerting sound. Furrowing his brow, Ouyang pushed the door open to find Su Xiaoqi standing in the courtyard, coldly observing Hu Tutu, who sat on a small stool, weeping as she played the zither. With her tear-streaked face, she sobbed and played simultaneously, occasionally pausing to wipe her nose. Upon noticing Ouyang's entrance, Hu Tutu's eyes brightened momentarily. But the memory of her last encounter with her detested senior brother, who had forced her to practice, dimmed her spirits once more. Clenching her small teeth, she gazed at the guqin with a profound sense of grievance. The agonizing sounds emanating from her delicate fingers were hardly pleasant. White Feiyu, who had previously perched in a tree, had vanished, while Chen Changsheng, clad in a purple robe, wore a frown as he observed Hu Tutu. He couldn't abandon his kitchen where chicken soup simmered, nor could he leave the two troublesome creatures in the courtyard. "Please spare us," cried the little rascal, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Despite having been chastised by Chen Changxing just the day before, the mischievous little rascal remained undeterred, determined to sneak into the kitchen at any moment amidst the discordant music. Only the dashing sausage dog and the elusive Tibetan fox lounged in the sun, exuding an air of indifference. The melodies produced by Hu Tutu, though originating from a mere core formation stage, posed no threat to Hu Yan, who was at the crossing tribulation stage. As for the dashing sausage dog, he felt no effect from the music, for he was not a true canine, merely a treasured artifact. Ouyang stood beside Chen Changxing, grinning as he addressed Hu Tutu. "Changxing, how goes the situation with Lingfeng?" Having wrapped up his current affairs, Ouyang found himself free to ponder the enigmatic elder brother of Qingyun Peak. To his surprise, Chen Changxing seemed to hold a rather favorable impression of this Lingfeng. Xianxia spoke. It appears that senior brother Ling harbors grand ambitions, though his approach tends to be rather aggressive. What kind of enticing promises had Ling Feng made to Xianxia in recent days that had compelled this typically cautious individual to offer such praise? Suddenly, Ouyang recalled Ling Feng's altered attribute panel, particularly that exclusive skill named Mirage. Could it be that Ling Feng was indeed wielding a script reminiscent of the great agricultural and industrial tales from his past life? Ouyang smirked. Patting Xianxia on the shoulder, do not be swayed by his fanciful words. Ambition cloaked in righteousness is the most fearsome of all. Xianxia nodded thoughtfully and asked, So, does the elder brother mean for me to catch him off guard? He then made a slicing gesture across his throat, prompting a playful flick from Ouyang. Ouyang rapped Xianxia's head lightly, admonishing, I want you to be more vigilant and not be taken in while aiding others. Why do you always think of uprooting the foundation? Rubbing his head, Xianxia smiled and replied, It seems the elder brother has always held a negative view of this Ling's senior brother. I am merely alleviating your concerns. Their elder brother had many admirable qualities. Yet he was too soft-hearted. If he sensed something amiss with Ling Feng, why not eliminate the threat directly, even if he were mistaken? A mere apology at the grave would suffice. Ouyang gazed at Xianxia, a wave of worry washing over him. It was better that he hadn't mentioned Ling Feng. Now, the very thought had led Xianxia to mentally sentence Ling Feng to death. He knew his disciple too well. It was likely that he was already devising a covert plan to dispose of Ling Feng. Ouyang shook his head. His disciple's stubbornness was excessive. Time and again, he failed to heed Ouyang's warnings, and it seemed he would only grasp the weight of his folly when it was too late. Life unfolds in such a manner. Often, one must endure countless experiences to comprehend certain truths. When elders share their wisdom with the younger generation, they are often met with derision and perceived as timid, only to leap headlong into pitfalls themselves, emerging weary yet transformed into the elders they once disregarded. People are inherently this way, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes. Ouyang regarded the obstinate Xianxia before him, smiling softly as if speaking to himself. Indeed, venturing forth can be beneficial. After all, I am the elder brother. Ouyang turned to observe Hututu, who was weeping uncontrollably yet still strumming the zither, and felt a familiar ache in his teeth. Despite the attributes panel indicating that Hututu has reached the pinnacle of musical talent, the melodies produced remain less than satisfactory. One cannot merely assert that the playing is subpar. It is, in fact, utterly dreadful. Were it not for the robustness of my own essence shield, I would have found myself sprawled on the floor alongside the little rascal, begging for mercy. At last, as Hututu's face displayed a sorrowful inability to weep, today's piano practice came to a close. Xianxia deftly extended his foot, tripping the charming yet mischievous dog attempting to sneak into the kitchen. With a casual lift of his foot, he sent the charming creature sprawling, the force of the impact coincidentally colliding with the little rascal peering curiously through the doorframe. The 2 pets were abruptly thrust together, sent tumbling away. We shall return. Exchanged glances of resolve between the charming dog and the little rascal. However, as a chicken but was carelessly tossed by Xianxia, the initially united front of the 2 pets crumbled, leading them into a fray. Meanwhile, Xianxia, carrying Hututu's favorite chicken soup, sought to console the diligent little sister who had been practicing tirelessly. He spared not a glance at the discord ignited by the chicken, but between the charming dog and the little rascal. A dog and a monkey were embroiled in a fierce skirmish over a chicken, but, while Hututu, the fox, merely shared a chicken with both. Such is the ruthless nature of this world. Fortunately, each time Hututu dined, he would generously share half with the 2 pets, who gazed at him with gratitude. Su Xiaoqi, her expression as stoic as ever, gathered her guqin and made her way outside. Ouyang promptly approached, rubbing his hands together as he accompanied his esteemed senior away. Voicing his concerns, Senior, is there an issue with my junior sister's talent? Su Xiaoqi tilted her head in mild confusion. What issue could there be with her talent? Ouyang hesitated, reluctant to articulate that his junior sister's playing was nonsensical and lethargic, hoping fervently that his senior would not react in frustration and cease her instruction. Sensing Ouyang's apprehension, Su Xiaoqi shook her head. I have not imparted any specific techniques to her. I merely allowed her to play freely. The mere act of her strumming causes her essence to resonate with the music, enabling her to perform simple object manipulation. This cannot be deemed a lack of talent. Rather, it suggests that the heavens are favoring her abundantly. Upon hearing Su Xiaoqi's words, Ouyang's expression transformed from one of concern to one of relief, realizing that it was not a deficiency in his junior sister's talent, but rather an excess of it. In that moment, Ouyang resembled a proud father, beaming with satisfaction at a daughter's commendation. Su Xiaoqi, observing Ouyang's delighted demeanor, tilted her head and remarked, You bear a striking resemblance to your master. He wears that same expression whenever he speaks of you. Upon mentioning Ouyang, Ouyang's expression momentarily changed, yet Su Xiaoqi continued. It seems you are deeply considerate of those around you, yet you appear to have neglected yourself. Ouyang chuckled, as if I were some paragon of selflessness. Su Xiaoqi gently inquired, young man, while you assist your junior disciples in seeking their paths, what about your own? Ouyang, with his hands behind his head, nonchalantly replied. In matters of cultivation, I am rather simple-minded. I do not impose expectations upon myself. What I can offer them now is all that I can do, and their future rests solely in their own hands. Observing the carefree Ouyang, Su Xiaoqi recalled her first encounter with him, where she discerned his unique aura, a natural charm, and a manner of interaction that was exceedingly pleasant, which endeared him to her. A cultivator who does not pursue their own path is akin to a more formidable mortal in the lengthy span of a cultivator's existence. Such strength is destined to be but a fleeting brilliance, merely a momentary marvel. Although Ouyang's actions may seem capricious, and he often makes small mistakes, he has never transgressed the sect's rules. Beneath his seemingly frivolous demeanor lies a profoundly mature mindset. Su Xiaoqi suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Ouyang. For despite his ability to effortlessly overpower formidable cultivators with his immense spiritual energy, he was perhaps the most unfulfilled individual. Is there something you wish to pursue? Su Xiaoqi asked, gazing at Ouyang with concern. Something I wish to do? Am I not already doing it? Ouyang responded, perplexed by his senior's peculiar gaze, which seemed to reflect a patronizing concern for someone mentally challenged. He sensed that his senior was overthinking and overly sentimental. He understood Su Xiaoqi's implication, her worry that he might struggle to find his own path in the future. However, such matters were beyond his control and depended on the nature of the second task that the system would reveal after its update. Having the seemingly useless system was indeed a misfortune. More than his own cultivation, what Ouyang cherished most was something else. The memories of his past life had faded significantly. Yet he recalled that he had once been merely an orphan residing in an orphanage. After a catastrophic fire consumed everything, he was left utterly alone. Now, having traversed into this new world, he had junior disciples and a small peak to call home. He wished only to safeguard this place and nurture his yet-to-mature juniors. Even if they were prodigies, before they could become great figures, they were still just children. As their elder brother, all he could do was shield them from life's tempests during this formative period. The sect and brotherhood, in essence, were akin to a family and kin. Draped in a blue robe, Ouyang cradled his head in his hands, gazing indifferently at the azure sky, which seemed to seep into his very soul. Su Xiaoqi, observing Ouyang before her, felt an intertwining of his presence with the image of Ouyang. In her state of tribulation, Su Xiaoqi stared blankly at Ouyang, and suddenly her eyes brimmed with tears, prompting her to turn her head away. When she looked back at Ouyang, he mimicked Ouyang's tone, earnestly admonishing her, Xiaoqi, you must not resort to violence so easily. It may hinder your prospects of marriage. A delicate hand seized Ouyang's ear with precision and force. Only when he cried out for mercy did Su Xiaoqi release her grip, snorting coldly as she declared, that girl possesses extraordinary talent. It's not merely in the realm of the qin. I witnessed her stirring melodies even with a simple rattle yesterday. This indicates that she can evoke resonance from any instrument capable of producing sound. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Ouyang scratched his head, cautiously responding. Does this mean that my little one is a genius? Of course. Su Xiaoqi shot him an exasperated glance, continuing, the path of musical resonance evolves from myriad sounds. Each individual may resonate with only one sound, yet she can harmonize with all of them. This signifies that this girl is destined for the path of musical resonance. The path of musical resonance, akin to the sword path, is singular in its essence, but branches into countless tributaries. A cultivator may devote their entire life to mastering but a single branch. Even the legendary sword immortal Li Taibai merely honed the Qinglian sword path to its zenith, which is but one branch of the sword path. Yet, there are always prodigies capable of resonating with numerous branches, embodying the innate brilliance of their birth. However, this also brings the burden of genius, the quest to discern which branch is most suited to oneself. As a cultivator in the tribulation period, Su Xiaoqi felt a twinge of envy towards Hu Tutu. Even she, who had entered the path through the qin, could only aspire to the myriad possibilities that the future held for Hu Tutu, who could weave together the essence of various instruments into a symphony. Regaining her composure, Su Xiaoqi earnestly addressed Ouyang. While innate talent is indeed paramount, effort and resources are equally indispensable. We may still be able to nurture her talent through hard work. But when it comes to resources, we remain powerless. What nonsense are you spouting, Master Uncle? Our Qingyun sect is one of the 9 great holy lands, overflowing with resources. Even if my small peak is somewhat impoverished, I could always borrow from the protective array of Qingyun Peak. Ouyang retorted nonchalantly. A sharp rap landed on Ouyang's head as Su Xiaoqi, vexed, reprimanded. The resources I speak of are unique and irreplaceable. Rubbing his head, Ouyang, feeling somewhat aggrieved, followed her lead, inquiring, then what exactly is this unique resource you mention? Su Xiaoqi replied, a novice requires a suitable instrument. And the finest instruments emanate from the Penglai Celestial Mountain. Given that Tutu can resonate with all instruments, the one she needs must be particularly special. A magical artifact capable of transforming into various instruments. This magical artifact likely requires the esteemed treasure of the Immortal Path from the Penglai Mountain, the Wanla Immortal Treasure. Ouyang tentatively inquired, shall I write to the sect leader, requesting to borrow their Immortal Path treasure? With a hint of amusement, Su Xiaoqi replied, do you truly believe that other sacred lands would acquiesce to your request for the Qingnan secret treasure? Would our esteemed sect leader agree? Ouyang found himself at a loss for words. Both Penglai Mountain and Qingyan sect are among the 9 great sacred lands. Even if he offered the Qingyan secret treasure in exchange, it was doubtful others would be willing to oblige. He contemplated his loyal dachshund. But exchanging it for a treasure seemed rather futile. After hearing Su Xiaoqi's words, Ouyang felt a headache coming on. Noticing Ouyang's troubled expression, Su Xiaoqi feigned. I do have some acquaintance with the master of Penglai Mountain, though it is but a nodding relationship. However, there is someone you could present. Ouyang's eyes brightened at her words, but a disconcerting thought surfaced. Looking at Su Xiaoqi, who wore a knowing smile, he awkwardly asked, may I inquire if this mountain master is male or female? Su Xiaoqi burst into laughter, her mirth causing Ouyang to feel dizzy. Wiping tears of laughter from her eyes, she exclaimed, you are quite astute. The mountain master is indeed a female cultivator, and she shares a profound bond with your master. Ouyang was instantly rendered speechless. To his astonishment, his master's wife was none other than the master of one of the 9 sacred lands. Now, he was to lead his master's illegitimate daughter to borrow a treasure from this unknown matriarch? The intricacies of this relationship felt utterly confounding. Initially, he believed he had the upper hand over the old man's daughter, Tutu, but now he found himself cleaning up the mess. This revelation left Ouyang feeling more nauseated than if he had consumed something foul. However, a solution sparked in his mind. He would escort Tutu to Penglai Mountain to seek the treasure. Upon meeting the mountain master, he would promptly introduce her, esteemed matriarch, my master is Ouyang. And this is your long-lost biological daughter, Tutu. Fear not, she is not a child born of another woman, but rather the daughter he had for you. Overwhelmed by his longing for you. What? Men cannot bear children? Perhaps this is a revelation for you. Allow me to demonstrate. He then planned to showcase his modest abilities in nurturing living beings. Surely, this would suffice to impress a formidable cultivator in the tribulation stage? Yet, he couldn't dismiss the notion that before he could finish his ingenious plan, his ashes would already be scattered. The old man had truly left him with a most formidable dilemma. Su Xiaoqi gazed at the troubled Ouyang before her and, suppressing a laugh, remarked, the Qingyun sect possesses a teleportation array that can directly reach the Penglai Immortal Mountain. Have the master brother write you a letter on behalf of the Qingyun sect to discuss the Tao at Penglai. How you proceed from there is entirely up to you. The manner of arrival is insignificant. What truly matters is how you conduct yourself. Ouyang, still frowning, responded, it's not how I go that matters, but what I do. With a light scoff, Su Xiaoqi retorted, with all your cunning, you can't even handle an old woman? Inwardly, Ouyang mused, isn't it you, the old woman, who yanks my ear whenever things don't go your way? However, he lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. After Su Xiaoqi departed, leaving a rift in space, Ouyang sighed. Women are truly troublesome. No sooner had he spoken than an embroidered shoe struck his forehead, leaving him with a defeated expression as he cradled his head. Su Xiaoqi's voice drifted back to him. Mind your words, you rascal, and stop fixating on others. Take a moment to contemplate your own path. Ouyang understood her meaning perfectly. She merely wished for him to discover his own Tao and not tread the same path as his father. As he pondered the possibility of facing a situation akin to Ouyang's, where he might have to sacrifice himself for his junior disciples, he wondered if he would make the same choices as his father. Pausing for a moment, he chuckled to himself. Who knows? What do you know? The sudden voice of Bai Feiyu from behind startled Ouyang. Turning around, he beheld Bai Feiyu, clad in white, with a sword at his waist and a book in hand, curiously examining him. Ouyang, somewhat irritated, replied, do you walk without making a sound? Bai Feiyu, bewildered, responded, I flew back on my sword. What sound could there be? Yet here you are, standing around enjoying the breeze. Ouyang observed his younger brother, the reincarnation of an ancient sword immortal, who had once vanquished celestial beings yet now seemed to lack presence. What use was the inheritance from Ouyezi within the immortal secret realm? As the second brother, he no longer had to worry. Now, atop the mountain, there was still Hututu, Xianxia, by Feiyu, the external figure Xiaofeng, and the mischievous Zhao Qian Sunday. His inability to grasp the essence of the Tao surely stemmed from his excessive concern for these unruly disciples. You've been wandering around. Have you had any new insights recently? Ouyang unexpectedly inquired about Bai Feiyu's recent cultivation. Taken aback by the question, Bai Feiyu stared at Ouyang in disbelief. It seemed this was the first time since he ascended the mountain that his senior brother had asked about his cultivation. Such an inquiry left Bai Feiyu astonished. What had prompted this unusual concern from Ouyang, who had never before shown interest in their practices? Bai Feiyu paused for a moment before speaking. When it comes to cultivation, there is actually no significant issue. I am merely feeling a bit perplexed lately. Perplexed? Ouyang's interest was piqued at Bai's words. What could possibly bewilder someone like Bai, who had reached the pinnacle of cultivation since ancient times? It was time to seek the wisdom of the life mentor, Master Ouyang, always ready to interpret the applause. After pondering for a moment, Bai Feiyu gazed at Ouyang with a bewildered expression and inquired, Senior brother, are we destined to only pursue immortality? A question mark slowly materialized above Ouyang's head. In a world dedicated to cultivation, could one truly delve into technological skills merely to boil water? Could it be that the ancient sword immortals had aspired to create mechas in this realm? Ouyang was startled by his own thoughts. Envisioning Bai Feiyu leading 2 squads of mecha warriors, piloting spaceships to battle cultivators, an image that struck him as peculiarly whimsical. Since his junior brother wished to study science instead of immortality, Ouyang felt compelled to lend his support. However, his own educational background was not particularly illustrious. During his school days, physics and chemistry were as incomprehensible to him as philosophical doctrines. Moreover, after nearly 2 decades in this world, he could hardly recite the multiplication table of 99. After careful consideration, Ouyang confidently proclaimed, the Pythagorean theorem shall suffice. Whenever the principles are unclear, we shall apply the theorem. The culmination of science is indeed the Pythagorean theorem. This time, Bai Feiyu was utterly bewildered. Observing Ouyang's self-assured demeanor, he realized that his senior brother had once again drifted into nonsensical ramblings. Bai Feiyu did not heed Ouyang's absurdities. Instead, he tightened his grip on the Bai's diary. In these recent days, Bai Feiyu had been contemplating several profound questions. Is the path of immortality truly the only avenue for cultivators? Is there truly no alternative method of cultivation distinct from that of immortals in this world? Or could he devise a means to counteract the immortals? All things are my sword. All things are my path. To what extent could this philosophy be realized? What was the purpose of the notes left to him by his inscrutable master? Bai Feiyu found himself grappling with these enigmatic queries. Initially, he had merely desired to cultivate steadily to a certain realm and observe the tides of fate. However, he sensed that he too bore the weight of some destiny. Just as Ouyang was about to enlighten Bai Feiyu with the multiplication table of 99, aiming to impress his pretentious junior brother with his vast knowledge, dark clouds suddenly gathered above the small mountain peak, and thunder rumbled ominously. Both were taken aback and swiftly made their way toward the summit. Someone was committing an act that defied the heavens atop the mountain. Chapter 182, The Return of Divine Punishment. The small mountain peak has almost become a stage for divine punishment. Is there something amiss with this punishment? Our unremarkable little mountain peak, a good child in the eyes of the heavens, is frequently struck. The nearby Jianfeng is so close. Will it not also be targeted? As Ouyang ran, he felt a sense of injustice, believing that fate was somewhat unfair. Bai Feiyu, riding his sword, wore a similarly grave expression. This divine punishment seemed to be far more formidable than the last one that befell Xiaofeng for inscribing the 5 divine beasts. Only Hututu, Xianxia, and the unconscious Lung Qingsong remained on the small mountain peak. It was evident that their third senior brother must have committed some extraordinary act once again. This enigmatic third brother, who seldom reveals his true self, what could he have possibly done to invoke such a powerful divine punishment? The protective array at the summit of the small mountain peak was instantly activated, with intricate golden patterns sprawling across the sky, while countless yellow talismans swirled around the peak like a tornado. As the formation engaged, Ouyang and Bai Feiyu found themselves outside its protective barrier, and they dared not disrupt the array, fearing it might interfere with Chen Changshan's response to the divine punishment. The tribulations of 3 thunders or 6 thunders are merely hurdles for cultivators seeking to ascend, established by the heavens as a barrier to draw closer to the Tao. Although these tribulations are termed punishments, passing through them bestows great benefits upon the cultivator. Divine punishment, however, is different. It is a retribution for actions that defy the natural order, devoid of any subsequent reward. In fact, it is exponentially more severe than the aforementioned tribulations. Thus, The emergence of divine punishment undoubtedly indicates that someone has committed an act capable of unsettling the very fabric of heaven and earth. Senior brother, shall we not shield our third brother from a portion of this divine punishment? Bai Feiyu suggested, gazing at the dark red thunderclouds coalescing in the sky with unease. Ouyang contemplated the impending calamity, pondering aloud, what could possibly provoke such a response from the heavens towards our third brother? Now is not the time for such discussions. Bai Feiyu interjected, let us first protect our third brother from the divine punishment, and then we may deliberate on this matter. With his hands clasped within his sleeves, Ouyang regarded the thunderclouds above with a calm demeanor, stating pensively, do you understand why our third brother's formation has kept us at bay? He does not wish for us to be aware of this incident. Bai Feiyu fell silent, realizing that, true to his third brother's character, it was unlikely he would make such a rudimentary mistake. His decision to exclude them from the mountain peak indicated that he desired no interference from either of them. Ouyang was acutely aware that their reincarnated third brother had always been quite obstinate, bordering on the obsessive. Perhaps, in the future, he had faced considerable tribulations, thus striving to rectify all that had transpired. Thus, this has shaped such a cunning disposition. This is neither a fault nor a virtue. An excessive fixation on altering the future may lead one to neglect the present. Being preoccupied with living in the future is, in essence, akin to being ensnared by the past. Both conditions can inundate one's current existence with uncontrollable variables. Ouyang sighed softly and remarked, life has become rather exhausting. Let him indulge his whims this once. Bai Feiyu stood slightly behind Ouyang, his right hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. Although uncertain of his senior brother's intentions, he would not remain passive in the face of life and death circumstances. He merely needed to observe his elder brother when the time came. It was certain that his elder brother would be the first to act. Despite the reprimands and occasional scuffles that ensued whenever they caused trouble, when danger to their lives arose, it was invariably this seemingly unreliable elder brother who stood guard in front of them. For the group, while not overly dependent on it, having such a brother was undoubtedly a source of comfort. Dark purple clouds loomed ominously, accompanied by a thunderous roar, swiftly draining the surrounding celestial energy. Devoid of this energy's support, the myriad golden formations above the small peak began to dim. Regardless of the array or talisman, the fundamental prerequisite for activation remained the presence of celestial energy. This level of divine retribution was significantly more formidable than the one encountered by Xiaofeng, even capable of preemptively depleting all celestial energy in the vicinity. As the formations, now stripped of celestial energy, gradually coalesced, from each golden array emerged a figure clad in a purple robe, xianxia, adorned in a uniform purple cloud robe, wearing a silver-white mask and wielding a 3-foot azure sword. His icy gaze fixated on the storm clouds above. A resounding thunder echoed across the small peak as another xianxia, unmasked, stepped out from within his chamber. This xianxia was his true self, and he lifted his gaze towards the impending lightning tribulation. Under the tumult of crackling electricity, a hint of disdain graced his extraordinarily handsome features. He then turned his attention to the courtyard, where Hututu had burrowed deep beneath the covers. Tightly wrapped in his small blanket, with several indifferent pets nestled beneath him, a dapper fox, a charming dachshund, a bluebird clutching feathers, and a monkey with a scruffy appearance. With a nervous expression, Hututu looked at xianxia, then opened his blanket, calling out, "Third senior brother, come quickly and hide under Tutu's blanket." Upon hearing Tutu's words, xianxia smiled, his strikingly beautiful face radiating an enchanting allure. He extended his hand, and an ancient, small copper bell materialized in his grasp. With a slight lift of his hand, the bell was released, transforming into a magnificent golden bell that enveloped Hututu in its protective embrace. Today, I, xianxia, shall act. If heaven and earth do not permit it, then let them bow their heads today. Within xianxia's icy gaze, countless blue bolts of lightning surged forth like a torrential waterfall, relentlessly crashing towards him. Instantly, the entire hillside was shrouded in a cacophony of thunder and lightning, resembling a veritable realm of azura. Ouyang clenched his hands tightly within his sleeves, his internal essence vibrating, ever ready for action. Bai Feiyu's eyes glimmered with a hint of profound principle, and his right hand, resting upon the hilt of his sword, had already grasped it firmly. Yet, like a cascading waterfall, the bolts of lightning were thwarted by numerous manifestations of xianxia, each one obliterated by the electric onslaught, only to be replaced by new forms of him. The divine punishment persisted for a full quarter of an hour, turning the nearby stones into molten magma. As if wary of something, the eye of heavenly punishment did not manifest this time, when the lightning subsided. A purple bolt twisted through space and charged directly towards xianxia's true form. With a cold smirk, xianxia allowed the purple lightning to pierce through his body. Before Ouyang and by Feiyu, he was shattered into fragments. In an instant, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. Only the hillside remained in a profound silence. Chapter 183. Xianxia's decision. The might of divine retribution leaves desolation in its wake. The entire hillside lay in ruins,
save for a small courtyard that remained intact atop the summit. Hutu, nestled beneath his blanket, witnessed his senior brother being reduced to ashes. Yet,
this little fellow felt no concern. He had grown accustomed to the frequent explosions of his master and senior brothers. Thus, Hutu not only refrained from worry, but also, tightly wrapped in his blanket, succumbed to sleepiness, letting out a tremendous yawn. As Ouyang and Bai Feiyu beheld the disintegration of Xianxia, the divine punishment faded, and they both exhaled in relief. That crimson-purple lightning was identical to the one that had once inscribed the 5 divine beasts upon Xiaofeng. It was the celestial purple lightning capable of erasing a person's existence from the annals of time. However, since Xianxia had been obliterated into fragments, it signified the conclusion of this divine retribution. The celestial order is impartial, even if one commits acts that incite the wrath of both gods and men. As long as one can endure divine punishment, it implies that the existence of such acts holds a justification. Even the celestial order cannot brazenly strike again. Was Xianxia's fragmentation of great importance? Not at all, for according to his character, even if his true form were indeed shattered, that true form would surely be a mere facade. The real Xianxia would never easily reveal his true self. Little did he anticipate that this time he could deceive even the divine punishment. Ouyang and Bai Feiyu entered the courtyard. Ouyang glanced around, taking in the sight of Hututu, who was soundly asleep, swaddled in blankets. However, Hututu's slumbering posture was rather ungraceful, sprawled across the ground, mouth agape, one arm cradling a fox and the other an appealing young man. With a stray tuft of hair resting on his chest, while a plump figure clung to his thigh, resembling a collection of trinkets, Ouyang couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. How could a girl be so unrefined and hope to find a suitor in the future? With an exasperated sweep of her gaze around the area, she remarked, "How much longer must we hide?" No sooner had Ouyang finished speaking than Xianxia, donned in a purple robe and apron, emerged, wiping his hands and greeting Ouyang with a hearty grin. "Senior brother, shall we have chicken for lunch today?" Indeed. This clever 6th brother had a trick up his sleeve. Xianxia's sudden appearance brought a wave of relief to both of them. Bai Feiyu leaped into the trees, capturing something elusive regarding Xianxia's puppet and the eye of heavenly punishment. The insight flickered briefly before eluding him, leaving him to meditate anew, reflecting on his earlier revelations. Ouyang approached Xianxia and playfully delivered 3 sharp raps on his head. Xianxia merely chuckled, busily wiping his hands on his apron to mask his anxiety. Observing Xianxia's incessant hand-wringing, Ouyang shook her head, casting an odd look at him as she queried, "Must you go to such lengths?" Gently lowering his apron, Xianxia replied, "This is the best method I could conceive. Senior brother, I." But Ouyang raised her hand to halt him, asserting, "Since this is a plan you have meticulously devised, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Proceed with confidence. After all, I am your senior brother." Cradling the slumbering Hututu, she made her way toward his room. Xianxia, with unwavering determination, watched Ouyang depart and quietly mused to himself, "Senior brother, I am well aware of your role. Yet I remain your junior disciple." What trials did Ling Feng and Xianxia encounter during their recent excursion that compelled the typically composed 3rd brother to undertake such audacious actions? While the reckless behavior of the little peak was commonplace, it felt particularly peculiar when it occurred within Xianxia himself. As the witching hour approached and all were fast asleep, Xianxia stealthily opened Ouyang's door and slipped inside. Gazing at Ouyang, who lay peacefully in slumber, he called softly, "Senior brother? Senior brother?" However, after 2 attempts, Ouyang remained deeply entrenched in sleep, unresponsive. Xianxia, with no other recourse, stepped closer and reached out toward Ouyang. Just as his hand hovered before her, Ouyang suddenly opened her eyes, her internal essence surging forth, and an invisible hand shot toward Xianxia with, "It is I, senior brother." Xianxia exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Ouyang swiftly retracted his true essence. Ever since his breakthrough into the Foundation establishment stage, he had distinctly sensed that his 6 senses had become considerably sharper. The transformation of vital energy into true essence allowed one to perceive the celestial energies of the universe more naturally, even enabling unconscious absorption of these energies to strengthen oneself. This was undoubtedly vital for cultivators, yet for Ouyang it bore little significance. In fact, the only utility it served was that he could awaken at the slightest disturbance, rendering him unable to indulge in slothful slumber. Ouyang cast a discontented glance at Xianxia and said irritably, "What brings you to my chamber in the dead of night?" Xianxia, equally perplexed, replied, "Senior brother, did you not tap 3 times on my head today, suggesting I come to find you at this ungodly hour?" Ouyang retorted, "I merely intended to strike you. Do you fancy yourself a monkey?" Just as the Monkey King once stealthily approached Patriarch Bodhi in the dead of night, perhaps the Patriarch, in his drowsiness, deemed the monkey's foolishness worthy of imparting the 72 transformations. Ouyang internally scoffed, but, now awakened, ever since their group had journeyed to the Sword Sect to secure the inheritance for the second disciple, Lung Qingsong, the third disciple had merely been a bystander, occasionally disappearing altogether. Ouyang was aware of Chun Chongqing's travels with Ling Feng, yet the specifics of their destination remained shrouded in ambiguity. It was evident to Ouyang that the reason for the sixth disciple's presence was linked to his mention of the soul-snatching Ling Feng upon returning from the mortal realm, which Chen Chongqing had evidently taken to heart. It was clear that Chen Chongqing and Ling Feng had ventured to the Tang Kingdom. Ouyang harbored no concerns regarding Chen Chongqing's personal safety, for his junior possessed an abundance of hidden strengths. However, he was troubled by Ling Feng's increasingly convoluted character and the significant changes he had undergone, indicating that something monumental must have transpired in his life. Ouyang feared that Ling Feng might exploit Chen Chongqing's stubbornness to ensnare him. Observing his ostensibly most supportive yet most worrisome junior, Ouyang sighed and resignedly remarked, "You wish to approach me only because you are uncertain about your current endeavors, am I correct?" Chen Chongqing nodded, recognizing that he could not divulge the details to his senior brother, yet he yearned for encouragement and solace. Ouyang chuckled, for despite being a reincarnated being, Chen Chongqing still exhibited the innocence of a child. He reached out to touzle Chen Chongqing's hair, saying, "Go forth and pursue your aspirations. Even if you encounter trials that leave you battered and bruised, the little mountain peak will always be your home." Chen Chongqing smiled sheepishly, his previously anxious heart now at ease. However, Ouyang's voice resounded once more, leaving Chen Chongqing somewhat perplexed. "However, I need you to promise me one thing. Do it now." Ouyang exclaimed, visibly agitated. "We have been away for several days, and our stockpile of manuscripts has long been exhausted. We are left with not a single chapter. Recently, we have been preoccupied with numerous matters, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain updates. I ask for your understanding. We have never resorted to shortcuts. Each chapter comprises over 2,000 words. Chapter 184, Ling Feng and Chen Chongqing upon returning from the Sword Sect. Ouyang and his companions discovered that Ling Feng and Chen Chongqing had already mounted their cranes and were soaring down the mountain towards the Tang Kingdom. During their flight over several days, Chen Chongqing found himself increasingly in tune with Ling Feng, who had vanquished his inner demons. Although Ling Feng's views were rather extreme, they undeniably resonated with Chen Chongqing. Matters of the world should be a shared endeavor among its people. Every cultivator ought to harbor a heart that seeks to support the crumbling edifice and turn the tide in desperate times. The way of heaven is impartial, and the great Tao is selfless. Cultivators must assume the world's burdens as their own. Such grandiloquent declarations flowed effortlessly from Ling Feng's lips, stirring a wave of passion within Chen Chongqing. Indeed, it felt right. There should be a grand figure at the forefront to ensure the stability of the realm. Chen Chongqing, with his modest heart, sought only to protect the individuals on his small mountain peak. Thus the more grand figures there were, the better. As Chen Chongqing contemplated this, he gazed at Ling Feng, who spoke with fervor, and grew increasingly appreciative. Such individuals ought to be thrust into the limelight, drawing the gaze of the masses, and subsequently becoming the focus of this world. Meanwhile, he could remain in the shadows, safeguarding what he cherished. Ling Feng continued to indoctrinate Chen Chongqing with his fervent rhetoric, growing somewhat parched in the process. What puzzled Ling Feng was that, despite the evident approval in Chen Chongqing's eyes, there was a lack of fervor to become his devoted follower. His intention was to win Chen Chongqing over as a disciple, yet Chen Chongqing appeared to simply acknowledge, "Indeed, you are correct. I have faith in you. Go forth and act." While Chen Chongqing's wariness had lessened, Ling Feng felt he had not acquired what he truly desired. It felt as if they were speaking different languages, leaving Ling Feng somewhat disheartened. The two continued their journey on their cranes towards the Tang Kingdom, and as they drew nearer, they could increasingly sense the oppressive atmosphere of impending conflict enveloping the skies above. From their elevated vantage point, they beheld a scene of chaos and turmoil, with smoke rising from the battlegrounds below. Is the mortal realm experiencing a dynastic change? Chen Chongqing furrowed his brow as he observed the strife-ridden cities beneath them. Ling Feng, however, replied nonchalantly, "The changes of dynasties in the mortal realm are of no concern to us cultivators. We merely need to locate the source of our inner demons. After all, for cultivators, it is preferable to avoid the mortal realm if possible." Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment and remarked, "If this conflict is indeed a manifestation of senior brother Ling's inner demons, then we are in grave trouble. Should it be the result of Ling Feng's turmoil, all the ensuing karma from this earthly realm shall be attributed to him, a burden of great weight for any. Such karma can obscure a cultivator's comprehension of the Tao, causing their cultivation to stagnate henceforth." Ling Feng, with a piercing gaze, observed the mortal realm before him and declared, "If this dynastic upheaval is instigated by my inner demons, then I shall not hesitate to eradicate this realm, even if it means slaughtering every last soul here. To vanquish that demon, Senior Brother Ling, please reconsider. Such methods are excessively detrimental to the heavens." Chen Changxing interjected, somewhat awkward, upon learning from Ouyang of the presence of a cultivator capable of seizing bodies in this mortal realm. Chen Changxing's initial reaction was also to annihilate the place to uncover that demonic cultivator. Now, hearing such words from Ling Feng, he found himself in the position of advising against it, which struck him as rather peculiar. Is it not the way of a true man to act without trepidation? Should this matter remain unresolved, the repercussions would be endless. Does junior brother Chen not understand this principle? Ling Feng queried in astonishment. Chen Changxing, taken aback by Ling Feng's question, struggled to articulate a response, eventually murmuring, "Senior brother, why don't we walk through this realm to investigate and uncover the truth of the situation?" Ling Feng nodded, and together they leaped from the flying crane, landing upon the earth. Upon arrival, they found themselves in a village ravaged by chaos, where armored soldiers were pillaging, burning, and slaughtering the inhabitants, wielding their blades against unarmed civilians. Just as Chen Changsheng prepared to intervene, Ling Feng's sword had already flown forth from its sheath. The 3-foot-long azure blade transformed into a streak of brilliance, darting with lightning speed to confront the malicious soldiers, weaving through their ranks, claiming a life with each leap. Though their cultivation levels were suppressed to the qi refining stage, Ling Feng's mastery of foundation establishment techniques was second nature to him, making the wielding of a sword at the qi refining stage entirely feasible. It is not uncommon for lower-tier cultivators to possess a smattering of higher-tier techniques. It is, in fact, rare for a qi refining cultivator to fail to comprehend even their own techniques. The flying sword danced among the crowd, radiating a celestial glow. As the soldiers turned but could not utter a sound, falling lifelessly beneath Ling Feng's blade, the villagers, who had closed their eyes in anticipation of death,
had no time to react as the soldiers who tormented them fell silently before their eyes. Amidst the raging inferno, only the stunned villagers remained,
along with the ethereal figures of Chen Changxing and Ling Feng. An immortal, an elder, witnessing Ling Feng's prowess, immediately knelt before the two. The saved villagers, filled with gratitude, knelt before Ling Feng and Chen Changxing. Ling Feng waved his hand, and the Qing Feng sword gracefully returned to its sheath. With a smile, he inquired, "Elder, what transpired here? Why did the soldiers so ruthlessly massacre the villagers?" The elder, trembling and bowing his head, began to speak. "Immortal, a month ago, the Tang Emperor passed away, and a woman, alongside the Imperial Guard, seized control of the royal city and even proclaimed herself empress. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the Tang Kingdom, with hundreds of city lords rising in rebellion against that empress in the royal city. Empress, it seems a visit to the royal city is in order," Chen Changxing contemplated, glancing at Ling Feng, who nodded in agreement. Without further hesitation, they confirmed the direction of the royal city and swiftly set off towards it. The elder, supported by others, was helped to his feet, and the surviving villagers, rallied by the elder, began their orderly march towards the Grand Rebellion in Maple Leaf City. As the villagers, in a state of panic yet orderly under the elder's calls, advanced towards Maple Leaf City, Chen Changxing's figure slowly emerged from the earth. Observing that the villagers exhibited no signs of abnormality, his figure quietly dissipated. Once the elder arrived, surrounded by the villagers at Maple Leaf City, he was received by the Xie family, the city's rulers. As he entered the Lord's mansion, the elder's stooped form began to straighten. Upon ascending the numerous steps of the Lord's great hall, the once-bent elder stood tall, emanating an imposing presence that commanded respect. The elder removed the human skin mask from his face, revealing Xie Xinji's refined yet striking countenance. Standing before the Lord's hall, Xie Xinji turned to gaze at the sun, descending the mountains, and suddenly laughed heartily, exclaiming, "How amusing! How amusing! By day a humble farmer, by night a sin." Chapter 185. Each has their own heart, Brother Ling. Are we truly going to storm the royal city and confront the empress directly? Chen Changxing asked, a hint of unease in his voice. Ling Feng, seated atop the yellow crane, looked at Chen Changxing with surprise, saying, "This is unlike you, Brother Chen. You were so decisive when you struck down the demon race. Why the hesitation now?" Chen Changxing, hearing Ling Feng's inquiry, began to question himself. for it was the first time someone had deemed him indecisive, casting a shadow of self-doubt upon him. Ling Feng gazed toward the royal city, his expression curious as he remarked, "As cultivators, we should act according to our true selves and face our hearts directly. Such timidity bears no benefit in pursuing our own paths." Xianxia nodded secretly, recognizing the wisdom of Ling Feng, the direct disciple of the sect leader. After overcoming the so-called heart demon, this senior brother embodied the ideal of a perfect mentor. Ling Feng paid no heed to Xianxia's contemplation, instead fixating silently on the direction of the imperial city. He had just collaborated with one named Xianxia to stage a grand performance, deftly steering all indications towards the imperial city. For within that city, he harbored a significant gift intended for the present Xianxia. It was uncertain whether it was the result of that fool's repeated soul possession, but Ling Feng's influence over Xianxia was almost negligible. The dominant thoughts were consistently those of the mundane man named Xianxia. How peculiar that a mere mortal could suppress the soul of a cultivator. Were it not for Ling Feng's prior usurpation of Ziyuan's body and the commandeering of Ziyuan's innate abilities, he might have been consumed by Xianxia upon attempting to seize his body. This fool, Ling Feng, had effortlessly allowed another to obliterate the body of the demonic scion Ziyuan he had just acquired, and then audaciously possessed a mortal, only to be restrained within that form. Though it carried the flavor of self-reproach, Ling Feng could not help but curse inwardly. Truly a waste. Indeed, this world is never short of prodigies. Even in this realm of mundanity, such astonishing talent exists. Although Xianxia held the reins, Ling Feng had already fused with him, as a member of the demonic race. Ling Feng and Xianxia had become one, rendering Xianxia a half-demon in essence. Even if Xianxia was reluctant, he was now irrevocably tethered to Ling Feng's ambitions. Upon receiving a telepathic message from Ling Feng, Xianxia pondered briefly before agreeing to the alliance. Together, they orchestrated a grand spectacle for Xianxia, culminating in Ling Feng presenting a gift to him. Even should their ruse be unveiled in the end, it would merely be attributed to the dark thoughts that had overtaken the body of the mortal named Xianxia, bearing no relation to Ling Feng himself. Suddenly, Ling Feng, perched atop a yellow crane, produced a wine flask and took a hearty swig before tossing it to Xianxia, erupting into laughter. As he heard Xianxia express his gratitude from behind, Ling Feng felt a surge of curiosity, pondering what choice his junior disciple would make upon receiving this grand gift. Meanwhile, in Maple Leaf City, Xianxia stood before a colossal map depicting the advancing routes of the rebel forces throughout the Tang Kingdom, lost in deep thought. What had begun as a mere spectacle of royal succession had transformed under the interference of cultivators. The spirit-gathering pills left by Ouyang had endowed Maple Leaf City with over 100 innate grandmasters, providing the means to topple the dynasty. And when the old emperor seized Xian'er's body to ascend as empress, Xianxia knew the moment for the Xie family had arrived. Although the old emperor left numerous contingencies to secure his position within the court, outside the imperial city, it was merely a woman seizing power. Thus, it provided the Xie family with an exquisite opportunity for rebellion, their rallying cry readily articulated: eliminate treachery, restore the royal family. Once this slogan was proclaimed, countless cities responded under the covert machinations of the Xie family, igniting the flames of war across the entire Tang nation. The world turned against the crown, with the focus solely on the insurgents. At the onset of the rebellion, Xianxia adeptly aligned with various factions to breach the imperial city. Although the ruler within was skilled in political maneuvering, he faltered in military strategy, leading the imperial guards to resemble a firefighting brigade, scrambling to quell the insurrections. A bucket riddled with holes, rather than seeking a replacement, merely attempts to seal the breaches, even if all the holes were blocked. It would still struggle to contain the water from leaking. Despite the imperial city's profound resources surpassing those of other cities, what could it achieve? A pack of ravenous wolves fixating on a solitary wolf would inevitably lead to the latter's gradual demise. Ultimately, victory would belong to the most patient wolf, donning the pelt of the fallen solitary creature, thus becoming the new lone wolf. Xianxia's strategy was to utilize the strength of other cities to deplete the imperial city's forces, a method that, while time-consuming, proved to be the most reliable. In the countless skirmishes of lesser intensity, casualties surged exponentially. Under such circumstances, the countless departed souls in their fervor became the very essence that Ling Feng craved. Sustained by this blood and spirit, Ling Feng continuously nourished his own soul, transforming it into pure mental power that reciprocated to both Ling Feng and Xianxia. This process empowered Xianxia, a mere mortal, whose soul burgeoned, even leading to a fundamental change in his constitution. Whereas ordinary mortals are devoid of such roots, Xianxia had transcended the realm of the mundane. Xianxia turned and seated himself upon a chair, his fingers incessantly rubbing the jade ring on his thumb. The suddenly intruding cultivator seemed rather foolish, blinded by power and hatred. Had it not been for his own righteous spirit and the emerging aura of imperial might, he might have been entirely overtaken by this cultivator. Even if that cultivator named Ling Feng were to ally with him, he still bore an air of superiority. Should the denizens of the mortal realm be treated by these cultivators as mere livestock, summoned and dismissed at will? A flicker of ferocity crossed Xianxia's usually proud visage, his elegant and handsome features now radiating with murderous intent. By what right does one's noble birth grant them the privilege to trample upon the lives of others? Xianxia would be the first to reject such a notion. As long as one can erode the power of the imperial city, successfully infiltrate its heart, and eliminate the usurped old emperor, one can soar high and free. As for the countless lives shattered and families torn apart by this endeavor, what does it matter? The triumph of a general is often built upon the graves of many. Every ascendant's success is underpinned by innumerable bones. Even if the scheme were to be exposed, all the misdeeds would be attributed to the essence of Lin Feng within me. What relation does it bear to me, xianxia? Standing atop the imperial city of the Tang Kingdom, Ling Feng and Xianxia gazed downward. The once majestic and dignified city now lay in utter disarray, resembling a pot of boiling chaos. The entire city was engulfed in panic, as though its walls had shrunk. Xianxia, with his keen perception, discerned the tumultuous aura of the emperor emanating from the very center of the imperial city, indicating the direction of the palace. Senior brother Ling. The aura of the emperor exerts a formidable suppression on his cultivators. If we proceed recklessly, we may encounter peril, Xianxia cautioned. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement, yet shook his head in dissent. It is not so troublesome. This city appears to be ensnared in a blood sacrifice formation, with the malevolent energy disrupting the emperor's aura. Although our cultivation has been suppressed, it should not pose a challenge for our retreat. Neither Ling Feng nor Xianxia regarded this realm of mortals with much concern, for to them, the earthly domain was merely a dwelling for commoners, offering no benefit to cultivators aside from the tempering of their resolve. Descending from the clouds, the two alighted directly upon the grand hall of the palace. At that moment, the palace was heavily fortified, and the sudden appearance of the two stirred considerable commotion within its confines. A throng of black-armored guards surged forth from all directions, and before the largest palace stood a young girl clad in a dragon robe. Beside her was the general commanding the imperial guards. An immortal? This girl in the dragon robe was none other than Xian'er, or rather, the old emperor himself. At this juncture, she wielded complete authority over the imperial city. Despite the bloodshed, with the support of her loyal canine general, the transition of power proceeded without incident. This foolish giant, whose mind was consumed by love, had been deftly maneuvered by the scheming old emperor. He would likely remain oblivious until his last breath, never realizing that the woman he adored so deeply housed the soul of an old man. Something is amiss. The aura surrounding this empress is peculiar. Xianxia, adept in the realm of spirit and soul, immediately sensed the strangeness enveloping the girl in the dragon robe. Although she was referred to as the empress, he could not discern the emperor's aura emanating from her. Within this girl resided two intertwined souls, forcibly separated, presenting an extraordinary anomaly. Such crude methods of soul possession could hardly be attributed to Zhu Yuan. Moreover, there existed a familiar power within her, reminiscent of sword intent. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the young girl clad in a dragon robe before him. In his heart, he had already come to a firm conclusion. The peculiar soul of this girl bore remnants of his second senior brother's sword intent. In chapter 186, the pure love war god of the Tang nation fell to the ground with a thud. Each swordsman's sword intent is unique, a manifestation of countless paths in the swordsmanship realm. Every swordsman in this world possesses a distinct sword intent of their own. Although Xianxia was not a swordsman, he was well acquainted with such elementary knowledge. The sword intent he sensed from the girl in the dragon robe was undeniably familiar to him. This lingering sword intent was none other than that of his second senior brother. This meant that his first and second senior brothers had encountered the girl before descending to the mortal realm. Junior brother Chen, have you also noticed that the girl in the dragon robe is somewhat unusual? Ling Feng interjected. Indeed, this girl's soul bears some issues, and it is infused with the sword intent of brother Ling. Xianxia mused thoughtfully, expressing his insights candidly, for what he could perceive was equally evident to Ling Feng, who had already reached the out-of-body stage. Ling Feng nodded, pretending to ponder, and remarked, could it be that Ouyang and Lang Qingsong discovered this girl's peculiar nature after arriving here and then intervened to rescue her? However, Xianxia shook his head and replied, that is unlikely. If our senior brothers truly intervened, they would not have merely stopped at this point. This state of her soul must be an extreme suffering for the girl. Amidst the encirclement of tens of thousands of Imperial guards, the two engaged in their conversation as if oblivious to the situation, while the guards stood on high alert, eyeing the two with trepidation. These guards were acutely aware that the two individuals who had seemingly descended from the heavens were no ordinary people. Even if they were not the celestial beings who had recently stirred up a storm in the Imperial city, they were at least two innate grandmasters. Only innate grandmasters possessed the means to hover briefly in the air. At this critical juncture for the Imperial city, the sudden appearance of two celestial beings undoubtedly set their nerves on edge. May I inquire as to who you two are? That you dare to intrude upon the Imperial city of the Tang nation? The general beside the girl declared loudly. This general was none other than the infatuated black-armored general. As he spoke, he discreetly positioned himself to shield the girl behind him. Increasingly enamored with her and determined not to allow her to suffer any further harm, Ling Feng glanced around, a cold smile playing on his lips, and turned to xianxia, asking, "Junior brother Chun, these mortals are exceedingly noisy. Shall I take action, or will you?" "Yet." xianxia shook his head and inquired of the girl in the dragon robe, "I wonder if you have encountered the two celestial beings who came here some time ago?" Upon hearing xianxia's words, the general's gaze sharpened immediately. He drew his longsword and bellowed at the two individuals, "Release the arrows." Thousands of archers, stationed at the periphery of the encirclement, swiftly drew their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows towards xianxia and Ling Feng. In an instant, the sky seemed to be shrouded by dark clouds as countless arrows rained down upon them. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed throughout the palace. xianxia and Ling Feng were soon engulfed by the deluge of arrows. Yet the general had no intention of halting. He continued to command with authority. 3 volleys, prepare. Fire. Thousands of archers executed a synchronized release of 3 arrows in seamless succession, showcasing their exceptional prowess, undoubtedly the elite of the army. The ground where xianxia and Ling Feng had stood was now entirely obscured by arrows, rendering their presence indistinguishable amidst the dark mass. The general then issued another directive: ignite the fire arrows. Thousands of archers withdrew arrows soaked in oil from their quivers, igniting them before drawing their bows. Awaiting the general's command. Fire. The piercing command, nearly hoarse from repetition, resounded throughout the palace as a multitude of fire arrows descended upon the location of xianxia and Ling Feng. The entire square was engulfed in flames. Raise shields. Draw blades. The general commanded methodically. The elite guards at the forefront raised their shields in unison and unsheathed their long swords. One must admit, despite the general's romantic inclinations, his military training was indeed exceptional. His commands elicited immediate compliance from the thousands of soldiers, with their movements almost perfectly synchronized. Such command over troops was a rarity in the Tang kingdom. When xianxia inquired about the two immortals who had appeared in the imperial city sometime, the general realized that the two before him were undoubtedly associated with them. They were at the very least not aligned with the tragically deceased national master, whose end had been horrifically gruesome, reduced to mere flesh and blood. Under such an onslaught, even immortals would struggle to survive, would they not? Just as the general prepared to issue another order to utterly obliterate these two unexpected immortals, he felt a flicker of luck, secretly praising his own swift actions. It was his rapid response that had rendered the two immortals unable to resist, plunging them directly into the inferno. The general was confident that even a congenital grandmaster could not withstand such an assault. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, a longsword suddenly appeared at his throat. Ling Feng, with a devilish grin, regarded the armored giant before him with disdain, sneering, "A mere mortal dares to attempt the assassination of a cultivator? How utterly laughable." The general, with a sword poised at his throat, did not initially concern himself with his own safety. Instead, he turned anxiously to gaze at his beloved behind. His eyes widened in fury as he observed xianxia gripping his beloved xianxia's chin, as if preparing to lean down and kiss her. Ignoring the sword at his neck, the general lunged toward xianxia. Yet, a powerful force lifted him off the ground, and he felt a sharp pain in his back. A bloodied sword had already stained his chest, while Ling Feng stood atop his back, raising the sword in his hand and plunging it mercilessly into him. Despite the sword piercing his chest, the general continued to advance toward xianxia, determined not to let his beloved be toyed with by an immortal. "I am grateful to the immortal for saving me from peril. As a token of my gratitude, I have compelled this young woman to act thus." A pitiful voice echoed in the general's ears. Xian'er, using her most familiar tone, accused him of seizing her to ascend the throne and thus manipulate the court. Indeed, the general thought to himself, only by uttering such words could Xian'er hope to escape the clutches of these two immortals. This villain not only commandeered my body, but has made me a puppet, employing exceedingly cruel methods. Were it not for the immortal, I fear I could not endure much longer. Xianxia's voice rang out again. A hint of relief flickered across the general's face. Yes, the more she slandered him, the greater her chances of survival. I have no means to repay you. If the immortal does not disdain me, I am willing to serve you faithfully for life, never to harbor any ulterior motives. The words that finally shattered the general's heart came from the voice he knew so well. In the final moments of his life, this lovesick fool finally heard the words that extinguished his heart, collapsing silently to the ground. The valiant general of the Great Tang fell without a name, dying like a dog. Chapter 187. The gift. Meanwhile, Xianxia, clad in a dragon robe, gazed pitifully at xianxia before her, resembling an abandoned puppy. Yet, within the depths of her mind, the old emperor and Xianxia's spirit reached an unprecedented accord. They must maintain the facade. The immortal before her, adorned in purple robes and a mask, lifted her chin, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating her very soul. With the old emperor guiding Xianxia's body, his profound cunning allowed him to devise a strategy in a brief span of time, performing a heart-wrenching act for xianxia. The masked xianxia remained silent, yet his eyes gleamed with a faint light as he regarded the panicked girl before him, devoid of any compassion, and whispered, "I never believe the words that escape a person's lips. I shall seek the truth for myself." Lifting the girl's chin, xianxia unhesitatingly unleashed his soul-searching technique. Originally, this forbidden technique was nearly used on my junior sister, but it was ultimately halted by a handsome pet spirit hidden on a small peak during the tribulation phase, resulting in me receiving a slap from my senior brother. However, employing it on the young girl before me carried no psychological burden. In fact, xianxia even felt a certain thrill in uncovering the truth with his own hands. Ever since departing the small peak with Ling Feng, xianxia felt as though he had shed the shackles that bound him, allowing the cunning personality that had once struggled in the apocalyptic realm to resurface. Am I afraid of causality? I have the audacity to slay even the future demon emperor. Why should I fear this minor consequence? Xianxia utilized the soul search technique twice on the girl before him, for within her body resided two souls. As he released her chin, the girl's eyes had taken on a somewhat vacant expression. This was the after effect of the soul search. It could resolve itself in a moment or two, or perhaps linger indefinitely. Upon learning everything, xianxia felt a wave of nausea as he retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe his hands. As if merely touching the girl repulsed him, he had fully grasped the entire sequence of events and understood why this body housed two souls. One was the childhood sweetheart of his second senior brother, and the other was his second senior brother's own grandfather. Yet, it was astonishing to discover that his second senior brother had deliberately separated the two souls, punishing both his grandfather and his childhood sweetheart within the same body. The events that unfolded when two souls shared a single body left xianxia feeling nauseated. A person should not, must not. Oh, how infuriating. Yet, I must admit, my perception of Lung Qingsong has shifted. The typically cold second senior brother has a rather twisted sense of playfulness. Xianxia wiped his hands and turned his gaze toward the grand hall behind the girl, where an unexpected object lay. Discarding the handkerchief, he rushed toward the palace, having already discerned the location of that object following the soul search. In his haste, he even neglected to bid farewell to Ling Feng behind him. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, treading over the corpse of the general, leisurely cleaned the blood from his sword, casting a meaningful glance at xianxia as he dashed toward the palace. He was well aware of what lay within. The method by which the old emperor seized control was one he had imparted, and he too had made some subtle modifications. All of this was orchestrated to present xianxia with a sincere gift today. Would you appreciate this gift, junior brother Qin? Ling Feng couldn't help but stifle a maniacal laugh in his heart, eagerly anticipating xianxia's reaction upon unveiling the gift and the decision he would ultimately make. Ling Feng, unhurried, sheathed his sword and strolled toward the palace at a leisurely pace. As Ling Feng stepped into the palace, he beheld the once magnificent dragon throne, a symbol of imperial authority, now overturned and lying askew. While xianxia stood there, motionless, Ling Feng sauntered over, positioning himself beside xianxia, casting his gaze toward the spot where the throne had rested. To his astonishment, a box had appeared in its place, containing a collection of writhing pieces of flesh. Ling Feng recognized the grotesque remnants as the body of Zhu Yuan, reduced to a pulpy mass by Ouyang, and he was certain that xianxia understood this as well. The swiftness with which xianxia had sought to eliminate Zhu Yuan upon first sight spoke of a profound enmity, one that could only arise from deep-seated hatred. Moreover, xianxia must possess a unique ability to identify Zhu Yuan as a member of the demon race with whom he shared a bitter vendetta. A flicker of amusement crossed Ling Feng's face as he regarded the writhing mass, reflecting on the pitiable state of his fellow disciple, the once proud scion of the demon race. Now reduced to mere flesh. Ling Feng feigned surprise as he approached Chen Changxing, his tone uncertain. "Chinshidi, could it be that?" Chen Changxing did not respond immediately. He lingered in thought before finally replying, "Indeed, it is the body of that demon." He understood that the vitality of demons was not typically so resilient, yet if it were Zhu Yuan, everything fell into place. The future demon emperor, who would unleash a torrent of bloodshed upon the cultivation world, possessed an unexpected tenacity for life. Ling Feng observed as Chen Changxing unsheathed his sword, its blade igniting with a cerulean flame. With an emotionless demeanor, he declared, "It is my moment of weakness that has led to this grave error. Let me reduce him to ashes." With that, Ling Feng raised his sword, ready to incinerate the grotesque remnants before him. However, a hand grasped his wrist, and Chen Changxing spoke softly, "Ling Xixiao, although your compassion has contributed to our current predicament, I still wish to obliterate this myself." Ling Feng, sword in hand, urged, "Chen Shidi, my soul fire can turn this flesh to ash. Do not risk repeating the same mistake." Chen Changxing forced a smile and nodded, "Fear not. Though I am but at the nascent soul stage, I am well versed in the path of the soul." Though he smiled, his tone left no room for negotiation. Reluctantly, Ling Feng sheathed his sword and reiterated, "Very well, I trust you, Chen Shidi, but ensure that no remnants remain." Chen Changxing responded with a subdued affirmation. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the box of writhing flesh vanished from their sight. Ling Feng and Chen Changxing departed the imperial city, paying no heed to whether the young girl had suffered harm from the soul-searching technique. Ling Feng gazed at the silhouette of Chen Changxing, suddenly reminded of Ouyang. A flicker of anticipation danced in his eyes, and a mischievous smile graced his lips as he pondered, "Ouyang, if your junior disciple were to succumb to the path of darkness, would you have the heart to slay him yourself? Or perhaps, while you strike him down, I shall come to his rescue?" Chapter 188. Chen Changxing's daring gamble. Chen Changxing's heart was in turmoil. The puppet beside him bore an expression devoid of any change. Yet the true self, confined within the secret chamber of the small peak, was in disarray. Is this what my elder brother meant by the inevitability of fate? Clad in a robe of deep purple, Chen Changxing sat in the dim chamber, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, a clear indication of the fierce internal struggle waging within him. He had once believed that by vanquishing Ziyuan, he could alter the course of destiny. Yet, not only did he fail to effect change, but he also rendered the future even more uncontrollable. Truly, he was the fated child destined to incite calamity. Possessing a vitality so resilient that even in a state of dismemberment, he could persist in a semblance of life. Confident in his ability to eliminate Ziyuan, he now found himself haunted by the specter of Ling Feng's inner demons and the remnants of flesh before him, both of which suggested that Ziyuan was akin to a centipede, dead yet unyielding. In a past life, he and his elder brother had witnessed their master perish before their eyes, only to see his brother ultimately fall to Ziyuan during their quest for vengeance. In the aftermath of a cataclysmic end, Chen Changxing had wandered aimlessly for decades, a mere shell of his former self. By a stroke of fortune, he attained unparalleled opportunities, becoming a formidable being capable of transcending tribulations. However, when confronted by Ziyuan, now a being of demonic and celestial essence, he could not even endure a single encounter, swiftly meeting his demise at Ziyuan's hands. In this new life, he yearned to rewrite all tragedies, to alter the narrative of his past. He was willing to expose his own strength, defying his elder brother's wishes, an internal conflict that formed the crux of Chen Changxing's resolve, impervious to mere words that sought to sway his heart. Yet, the situation had grown increasingly complex, and he found himself uncertain of his adversary's whereabouts. The once steadfast resolve began to waver, and doubts crept into Chen Changxing's mind. Could it be that even with his rebirth, he could not change the fate that awaited him? Clenching his fists tightly, a tumult of indignation and fury surged within him, compelling him to seek an outlet for his pent-up emotions. Was there truly no recourse? No means to avert the impending tragedy? Suddenly, a stirring in Chen Changxing's sleeve caught his attention. With a swift motion, he raised a hand, and a wooden box, half his height, materialized before him. It was the very box he had personally stowed away, filled with fragments of Ziyuan, earlier concealed within his sleeve by his puppet in Tang Country. Chen Changxing had inscribed miniature teleportation arrays within all his puppet sleeves, facilitating the exchange of items between them. This tactic was one of his hidden cards, a technique he aptly named the art of the universe within the sleeve. Apart from the inability to conceal living beings, the puppets are intricately linked through their sleeves. As the wooden box was placed before Chen Changxing, he gazed at the writhing mass of flesh, his heart a tumult of chaos. In his past life, He had led the demonic legions to slaughter the Qingyun sect, inciting a cataclysm that reverberated through the heavens, ultimately becoming the unparalleled demon sovereign, Ziyuan. Yet now, all that remained was a pile of fragmented flesh before him. Strangely, this very heap instilled a sense of dread within xianxia, prompting memories of a conversation he once had with Ouyang. Senior brother, if, and I mean if, killing Ziyuan could halt the cataclysm, would it not be worth considering? He had asked. Ouyang had pondered briefly before responding, you misunderstand. The death of one person will not alter the course of events. Even if Ziyuan is slain, another will rise, and then a third. The emergence of calamity is not a matter of chance, but of inevitability. The heart demon, Lingfeng, who bore a striking resemblance to Ziyuan, validated Ouyang's words, confirming that such calamities were destined to occur, no matter his efforts. Xianxia realized he could not avert the impending disaster. Faced with this overwhelming reality, an acute sense of impotence washed over him. He understood that the future was a tragedy he could not change. This feeling of despair rendered him as if all vitality had been drained from his being. In the dim chamber, the only sound was the flickering of the candle, accompanied by the distressed thoughts of the youth. The boy's shadow stretched long and skewed against the wall, mocking his ignorance and helplessness. Suddenly, a little rascal, having wreaked havoc outside all day, scurried in from an unknown place, darting to Xianxia and settling onto his crossed legs, yawning widely as it prepared to sleep. Frustrated, Xianxia reached out to stroke the little creature's fur. As he watched the rascal drift into slumber, an audacious notion ignited in his mind like a flash of lightning. What if I could become Ziyuan? Could I fundamentally alter the unfolding future? This wild and daring thought clung to Xianxia like a lingering nightmare, evoking both fear and excitement within him. If I cannot prevent the calamity, then let me be the harbinger of it. If my master could separate a portion of his three-headed, six-armed primordial infant to grant life to the rascal, then surely I could do the same. All it would take is to fashion a body of Ziyuan from the remnants before me and redivide the peculiar primordial infant within myself, allowing me to rise in Ziyuan's stead. In this world, while I may not claim the title of the foremost expert on souls, I would surely rank among the top 5. This conviction filled the future Xianxia, on the verge of transcending to the tribulation phase, with immense confidence. I possess the most formidable trump card in my grasp. If I cannot eliminate Ziyuan, then I shall become Ziyuan. If I am destined to be the future Ziyuan, even if it means transforming into a ruthless fiend, as long as I meticulously arrange my contingency plans when confronted by my elder brother, I may ultimately perish at his hands. The mere thought of death instinctively instills a sense of dread within Xianxia. It is not death itself that terrifies him, but rather the haunting fear that, should he truly become Ziyuan, it might be his own hands that sever Ouyang's head. The image of Ziyuan holding Ouyang's severed head, akin to a nightmarish vision, has been indelibly etched in his mind. Contemplating this, Xianxia was filled with unease, the hair on his back standing on end. Yet, after a fleeting moment, he conceived a solution. As long as he prepared sufficiently within his own soul, he could ensure that such a fate would not befall him. In the concealed chamber, Xianxia gazed at the morsels within the wooden box before him. Having mentally rehearsed countless scenarios, he ultimately could not resist reaching for the box. Once this plan is set into motion, there would be no turning back, and he would risk becoming a common enemy of the world. Perhaps even the greatest peril across the 3 realms. Above the small peak, a sudden flash of lightning and rumble of thunder heralded a torrential downpour, seemingly signaling that this was to be Xianxia's most audacious gamble. Chapter 189, Lingfeng and the boy junior brother Chen. I must continue to track the whereabouts of the heart demon. You have seemed unsettled these past few days. Is it due to the harsh repression of cultivation in the mortal realm that you find yourself somewhat unaccustomed? Lingfeng, perched upon a yellow crane and leisurely sipping wine, inquired with concern, casting a glance at Xianxia, who sat upon another crane. Xianxia, seemingly oblivious to Lingfeng's words, only raised his head stiffly when called again, offering a forced smile as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Ling. I seem to be a bit fatigued lately. After all, the mortal realm is not particularly hospitable for cultivators like us. Perhaps you should return first?" Lingfeng pondered for a moment before responding. "A mere disembodied soul is something I still feel confident I can handle." Xianxia reflected briefly and nodded, saying, "If that is the case, I shall return to Qingyun sect to report this matter to the sect master. I wish you great success, Brother Ling." This journey to the mortal realm was initiated by Lingfeng's invitation to Xianxia, who appeared to be intent on drawing him closer. Throughout their journey, aside from imparting some beguiling philosophies, Lingfeng had not done anything to arouse Xianxia's suspicions. If there were any cause for concern, it was perhaps Xianxia's use of soul-searching forbidden techniques, which was even more audacious than Lingfeng's actions. At present, Xianxia's thoughts were entirely consumed by the newly acquired flesh of Zhu Yuan. Ouyang's strikes had been brutally merciless, leaving the entire body in a state of utter ruin. Irreparable and fragmented. In recent days, Xianxia found himself utterly perplexed by his inability to assist his ancestor, as well as grappling with the intricate method of severing one's own nascent soul, a technique his master, Ouyang, had mastered. With 99% of his mental focus devoted to these two matters, it was no wonder that he appeared somewhat restless. Ling Feng, with a smile, clasped his hands and remarked, "I am already immensely grateful that you, junior brother Chen, have accompanied me thus far. Upon our return to Qingyan sect, let us indulge in a hearty drink together." Xianxia responded with a smile and promptly redirected his yellow crane, hastily soaring towards the direction of Qingyan sect. Ling Feng continued to raise his wine jug to his lips, yet suddenly his expression faltered, a cold smirk forming within his heart. Xianxia was indeed meticulous, having arranged a hidden surveillance to keep an eye on him. Pretending to be oblivious to the traps laid by Xianxia, Ling Feng flew straight ahead. After an indeterminate period of flight, a small city emerged below. This city was diminutive. It could not even compare to the imperial capital, and even Maple Leaf City dwarfed it by 100-fold. The low walls appeared so trivial that one could easily leap over them. Rather than a city, it resembled a modest town. Ling Feng leaped down from the yellow crane, landing in an inconspicuous spot, and made his way directly into the town. This small city appeared somewhat shabby, with the streets bustling with impoverished individuals clad in tattered garments, yet their faces radiated with sincere smiles. In stark contrast to the chaos outside, this place seemed like a hidden paradise. Clad in resplendent robes, Ling Feng naturally attracted considerable attention. The ethereal aura of a cultivator, combined with Ling Feng's handsome visage, made him resemble a proud crane strutting among a flock of chickens as he walked along the main road. Unfazed by the gazes of those around him, he continued on his path. Within Qingyan sect, he was already under suspicion from nearly everyone. Yet he remained unrestrained in his actions. Not to mention, among mere mortals, Ling Feng regarded them as one would ants. Would one take any interest in the ants at their doorstep? Suddenly, a small hand tugged at the corner of Ling Feng's robe, prompting him to halt and turn. A dirty little boy stood there, nervously gazing at him, clutching a bamboo basket containing several earthly herbs. "Young master, I have some fine xianxia. Would you care for some?" The boy stammered, his eyes fixed on the elegantly dressed nobleman before him. Yet, the strong desire to sell his herbs instilled a surge of courage, compelling him to approach Ling Feng. Ling Feng glanced at the boy, and a faint smile unexpectedly graced his previously impassive face. He reached out and playfully pinched the boy's grimy cheek, asking, "How much for them?" "Only 2 in each," the boy answered shyly. Ling Feng then retrieved a golden bean from his sleeve, a mere product of his alchemical prowess. Ling Feng grasped the filthy little hand and placed the golden bean within it, gently saying, "This golden bean will purchase you half a month's worth of herbs. I possess a small courtyard in the city where I can receive deliveries daily. Would that be agreeable?" The little boy looked up at Ling Feng, excitement illuminating his face, as if he had encountered a benefactor. The noble-looking gentleman before him not only refrained from shooing him away but also displayed such generosity. The boy nodded vigorously and replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall." Taking the boy's hand, Ling Feng strode into the city. Passers-by observed in astonishment as the seemingly well-bred young master favored the little boy, stirring within them a sense of intrigue. However, when Ling Feng cast a dispassionate glance over them, akin to a gaze reserved for the deceased, those who had been momentarily tempted halted in their tracks. Thus, Ling Feng led the boy deeper into the city, eventually pausing before the grandest residence. The boy gazed nervously at the building. Although modest in size, his experiences in the city had taught him its significance. "My lord, this is the city lord's residence. And the large dog there can bite quite painfully," he exclaimed, tugging at Ling Feng's sleeve. His concern was less for his own safety and more for the noble who might be intimidated by the fierce creature. Ling Feng, upon hearing the boy's words, shook his head slightly and smiled. "Is that so? From this moment forth, no dog shall be kept here, for this shall be my abode." The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the gentleman before him had ties to the city lord. Such a figure, whom he had seldom encountered, was rumored to wield the power to take lives at will. A flicker of hesitation crossed the boy's mind regarding whether to accept this arrangement. Yet he was determined to sell the herbs he had painstakingly gathered. This transaction could alleviate some burdens from his mother. Remembering her, he nodded at Ling Feng, saying, "Since you reside here, I shall deliver the herbs to you every afternoon." Ling Feng released the boy's hand, nodded with a smile, and casually approached the grand red door, pushing it open and stepping inside as if entering his own home. At the moment the door closed behind him, the boy felt as though awakening from a dream. Glancing down at the golden bean clutched tightly in his hand, With renewed determination, he sprinted toward the western part of the city. Chapter 190. Ling Feng's scheme. The following afternoon, the little boy arrived at the city lord's residence as promised, nervously rapping on the grand door. Ling Feng opened it, smiling as he beckoned the boy inside. "Come in." The boy, anxious yet hopeful, followed Ling Feng into the city lord's abode, clutching his small basket tightly. Before the young boy lay a meticulously crafted courtyard, a sight he had never encountered before, complete with a pond, a garden, a stone pavilion, and the gentle sound of flowing water. What struck the boy as peculiar was the vastness of the yard, devoid of any other presence save for the gentleman before him. Ling Feng sat upon a stone bench in the courtyard, with a wooden lunchbox resting on the stone table beside him. The boy, feeling somewhat bashful, placed the bamboo basket he held before Ling Feng and, with a nervous voice, said, "Sir, I ventured out early this morning to gather herbs, but I could only find one. Rest assured, I shall return to the mountains shortly." Ling Feng smiled and nodded, gesturing toward the lunchbox on the table as he said, "Take this home. It contains the medicinal soup your mother needs." The boy, astonished by the sight of the lunchbox, soon realized that this gentleman must have inquired about him the previous day. Gazing at the box, the boy bit his lip, pondering deeply before suddenly kneeling on the ground and exclaiming, "Sir, if you can save my mother, I, sure too, will devote my life to serving you as my master." To be in the company of such a kind-hearted gentleman, even if it meant a lifetime of servitude, would at least spare him the worry of food and drink. However, Ling Feng shook his head and replied, "We are not fated to be connected. I am merely staying here for a couple of days. Your mother is not gravely ill. This soup will restore her health." Upon hearing Ling Feng's refusal, disappointment washed over the boy's face,
confirming his belief that he lacked the fortune to serve such a noble gentleman. Yet, if what the gentleman said were true,
that the soup could indeed save his mother's life, then he was equally a benefactor to the boy. Bowing deeply, the boy solemnly declared, "Sir, from this day forth, you are sure to's great benefactor. Whatever you command, I shall not hesitate." Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed by the boy's fervent words, and instead said with a hint of significance, "Quickly take it to save your mother." The boy nodded vigorously, seized the lunchbox, and dashed away like the wind. Ling Feng let out a hearty laugh, soared into the air, and mounted the long-awaited Huanghe, flying off into the distance. As Ling Feng departed, a commotion erupted in the parlor of the city lord's residence, where dozens of unconscious individuals began to awaken. That day, the entire lord's manor was thrown into disarray, only to soon fall silent again. For, although they were unaware of the events that had transpired, the city lord found himself in possession of a small chest of gold ingots. Meanwhile, the young boy returned home, administering the medicinal soup to his ailing mother while recounting the kindness of the gentleman he had met. His mother simply smiled at her son, to their astonishment. Once the soup was fully consumed, the woman's ailment, deemed an incurable disease by the local physician, was miraculously cured. The woman, with a voice tinged with tears, embraced her son, repeatedly expressing her gratitude for the divine intervention. In stark contrast, the little boy remained unusually silent, his once clear eyes now veiled with a misty haze. As night descended, the woman, having just recovered from a severe illness, succumbed to a deep slumber. The boy, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and sat up. A cold and arrogant glint flickered in his gaze as he regarded his hands, murmuring softly, "A life for a life. It seems fair enough." The following day unfolded like any other, with the boy venturing into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs, then heading to the city to sell them. However, he no longer visited the lord's mansion. The herbs he collected were commonplace, and despite a full day of effort, none found a buyer. The leaves in his basket had begun to wilt. It was only when he spotted a beggar that he approached, placing his basket on the ground and sitting beside the destitute man, idly observing the passers-by. Suddenly, he spoke. "At last, we meet. How shall I address you? Lin Feng? Zhu Yuan? Or perhaps xianxia?" The filthy beggar opened his weary eyes and replied, "Does a name truly matter? I am merely here to fulfill the deity's summons." The boy produced a golden bean, placing it on the ground before standing up, declaring, "My abilities are rare. Even I can only utilize them thrice. Now that we have met, you should feel reassured. I am off to the kingdom of 10,000 beasts. Just prepare yourself." "Do you truly believe that the two of us can slay a cultivator at the fusion stage?" The beggar could not help but inquire. The boy laughed. Yet there was no trace of the innocence typical for one of his age. With a voice that had yet to break, sharp and piercing, he retorted, "If we cannot even defeat a mere fusion stage serpent demon, what are we even scheming for?" The beggar closed his eyes, lapsing into silence, his expression betraying a hint of anguish. Beneath the soaring yellow crane, Ling Feng surveyed the city of Maple Leaf from above, his gaze cold and vigilant, taking in the well-guarded and orderly stronghold below. The aura of the newly emerged emperor had begun to envelop the city. Within the Tang Kingdom, only the imperial city and the present Maple Leaf City bore this imperial energy. Should xianxia seek him, he would undoubtedly find him. Thus, concealment was futile. It was better to orchestrate a grand scheme. Suddenly, Ling Feng vanished from atop the yellow crane, reappearing within the study of the city lord's mansion. Xianxia, xianxia's father, sat at his desk, meticulously drafting documents, seemingly oblivious to Ling Feng's arrival. Ling Feng drew forth his sword, regarding Xianxia with a mixture of astonishment and disdain, realizing that xianxia had gone to such lengths as to use his own father as a shield. With an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, Ling Feng inquired, "How do you intend to meet your demise?" At that moment, Xianxia paused, his quill hovering above the paper, and upon recognizing Ling Feng, a smile broke across his face as he said, "You have indeed found me." Ling Feng, without uttering a word, leaped forward and pierced Xianxia's body with his sword. As Xianxia lingered on the brink of death, he seemed to perceive the shadow of xianxia within Ling Feng. A flicker of regret welled up in Xianxia's heart as he silently thought, "Xinji, father can only aid you this far." Suddenly, a glimmer of golden light erupted from Xianxia's lifeless body, attempting to escape into the outside world. As a practitioner in the out-of-body stage, Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, and the ethereal figure seated upon his spiritual platform raised a hand, directing an invisible force that struck the golden light. The light emitted a wretched cry before being instantly reduced to ashes. Xianxiang vanished completely from this realm, and Ling Feng deemed his preliminary plans accomplished. Ling Feng erupted into hearty laughter and turned to disappear from the chamber. Upon his return to the yellow crane, he joyously sipped from the wine jug, leisurely declaring, "Junior brother Chen, are you still watching?" Far away in the hidden chamber atop the small peak, xianxia was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head with a wry smile. Suddenly, the yellow crane that Ling Feng sat upon opened its mouth, releasing a beam of purple light, and xianxia abruptly materialized before Ling Feng, cupping his hands and saying, "Congratulations, senior brother Ling, on vanquishing your inner demons. From henceforth, your heart shall remain untainted." Ling Feng laughed heartily, tears of mirth streaming down his face, and with a serious expression, he regarded xianxia and said, "Junior brother Chen, do you believe it? In truth, we are kindred spirits." Chapter 191. Have you used the illusion of mirror flowers and water moon? Ling Feng gazed at xianxia with increasing admiration. The ruthlessness of his soul-searching, his meticulous approach to tasks, and his overarching strategic vision, coupled with the instant decision he made upon witnessing the corpse of Zhu Yuan, were all qualities that resonated with Ling Feng. Thus, xianxia was indeed a person akin to himself, evoking a sense of mutual appreciation in Ling Feng. Since reclaiming his body, Ling Feng had looked down upon everyone with a superior gaze, yet he found himself compelled to treat xianxia with utmost caution, even going so far as to devise elaborate plans. Yet it was worth it. Ling Feng believed that one day, xianxia would stand by his side, becoming his most reliable ally. Ling Feng's eyes burned with increasing fervor, which only heightened xianxia's sense of danger. Every action Ling Feng undertook aligned perfectly with xianxia's thoughts, yet this very alignment intensified xianxia's trepidation. How could there possibly be two individuals whose thoughts were so harmoniously attuned? Unless he were targeting xianxia and deliberately catering to his inclinations. With a serene expression, xianxia calmly replied, "Senior brother Ling and I are both disciples of Qinyan sect. How could we not be kindred spirits?" In response to xianxia's wariness, Ling Feng merely shook his head before swiftly changing the subject, saying, "Junior brother, are you aware that once disciples of Qinyan sect reach the out-of-body stage, they must descend the mountain to undergo trials and seek their own path?" Xianxia nodded, recognizing this as an unspoken rule of Qinyan sect and indeed of all major sections. Once cultivators reach the out-of-body stage, they can condense their divine souls above their 3-inch spiritual platforms. The divine soul differs from the ordinary souls of beings. It is a manifestation of the cultivator's foundational path intertwined with their essence. A cultivator who has manifested their divine soul can truly perceive the existence of the so-called Tao. However, understanding one's own Tao cannot be achieved through solitary cultivation alone. It requires continuous trials and an immersive experience of the world to discern the true nature of one's Tao. Even within the sect, where supreme scriptures and venerable elders abound, these can only serve as guides. Ultimately, the realization of one's Tao hinges upon personal effort. The adage knowledge acquired from books is ultimately superficial. True understanding must be embodied resonates not only with scholars, but equally with cultivators. Thus, this principle applies universally. transcending the 9 sacred lands to encompass all sections. Once a being reaches the out-of-body stage, they can no longer be regarded as an ordinary entity. At this juncture, they may be considered true practitioners. Prior to this breakthrough, the stages of chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul merely represent the manipulation of the celestial energies. It is only after transcending into the out-of-body phase that a being truly possesses the capacity to grasp the essence of the Tao. Naturally, there are prodigies who can comprehend the Tao even at the nascent soul stage. However, even they must verify the correctness of their Tao upon entering the out-of-body stage. If one insists that the likes of Lung Qingsong, who can achieve the essence of the spirit division stage at the nascent soul level, or by Feiyu, who can wield techniques akin to the integration stage while still in nascent soul, are merely exceptional cases, then such assertions are devoid of merit. These individuals transcend ordinary comprehension. Among the peaks, each individual possesses at least a glimmer of understanding of their own Tao. The only one who has yet to discover their path, apart from Ouyang, is xianxia. Despite having been a revered great cultivator in his past life, xianxia is keenly aware of the superficiality of his previous attainment at the tribulation stage. He understands that the Tao of his former existence does not belong to him. In his current incarnation, he exudes an astonishing presence, demonstrating mastery over techniques, formations, and puppetry that far exceed those of cultivators at his level. Although his past achievements were indeed substantial, they remain but a shadow of true transcendence. His vision and methods concerning techniques, formations, and artifact crafting are far beyond what his current realm, or indeed this era, could fathom. Yet, the question of where his true Tao lies continues to perplex xianxia. Since his rebirth, he has not engaged in cultivation yet has managed to manifest his divine soul, an unprecedented phenomenon. The ability to manifest such a soul indicates that his foundational path has indeed fused with his essence. So, where does his Tao truly reside? xianxia finds himself in a state of bewilderment, a confusion that dissipates in an instant. Protecting all that you hold dear is your own path, regardless of how you achieve it or the sacrifices required. xianxia's brief moment of confusion and subsequent determination did not escape Ling Feng's keen observation. This only heightened Ling Feng's satisfaction. One who resolutely adheres to their own path will go to great lengths to uphold it. As xianxia gazed at Ling Feng, he perceived the latter as a competent senior brother throughout their journey. Yet, an instinctive sense of unease lingered within him, as if Ling Feng were always considering his interests while simultaneously calculating his moves. Ling Feng, undeterred by xianxia's wariness, took a sip of wine and remarked, "Junior brother Chun, I have a premonition that one day we shall become very close brothers." xianxia glanced at Ling Feng in surprise, then felt a wave of distaste. Ling Feng's taste was truly appalling. He raised his hand and said oddly, "That won't be necessary, senior brother. Please wait a moment. My senior brother has something to attend to." Upon hearing xianxia mention Ouyang, Ling Feng regarded the meticulous senior brother from the small peak with equal respect. Ling Feng summoned the yellow crane to descend before xianxia and asked, "Does junior brother Ouyang have any instructions?" After a moment's hesitation, xianxia nodded and rummaged through his sleeve to retrieve a communication stone, placing it to his ear. "Hello?" Ouyang's voice resonated. xianxia respectfully replied, "Senior brother. I am beside senior brother Ling Feng." "Oh, is he flamboyant or not?" Ouyang inquired. Observing Ling Feng's curious expression, xianxia hesitated before responding vaguely, "He's all right, I suppose." "Does he carry a sword?" Ouyang abruptly shifted the topic. Despite his confusion, xianxia affirmed that he did. "Go, give him a sword to remember," Ouyang exclaimed, his tone scolding. "Isn't that a bit excessive, senior brother?" xianxia glanced at Ling Feng and whispered, "What is wrong with that? Go give him a sword." Ouyang insisted relentlessly. After a moment's hesitation regarding his senior brother's orders, xianxia turned, drew his sword, and lunged at Ling Feng. Clang! The sharp sound of metal meeting metal rang out as xianxia's sword clashed with Ling Feng's, the latter's face reflecting disbelief. "My apologies, senior brotherling," xianxia uttered. In that instant, Ling Feng seized the opportunity to leap back, hovering in midair. With an impassive expression, Ling Feng regarded xianxia and stated, "I wonder what junior brother Ouyang intends." Unable to respond, xianxia raised the communication stone to his ear and asked, "Senior brother, should I continue?" His senior brother seemed quite irate. Had it not been for the impossibility of accommodating living beings within his sleeve, Ouyang would have been ready to crawl out himself. When the elder brother instructed him to draw his sword against Ling Feng, the cursed paper figure appeared in xianxia's hand in the secret chamber on the distant small peak. xianxia was poised to eliminate Ling Feng on behalf of his elder brother. However, a voice emerged from the communication stone. "Give him the communication stone." Confounded, xianxia handed the stone to Ling Feng. Equally bewildered, Ling Feng accepted it, wondering what this brotherhood was up to. As xianxia inexplicably offered him a sword and then the communication stone, Ling Feng placed the stone to his ear, and Ouyang's voice came through. Serious and commanding. When did you develop the illusion that I was unaware of your use of the mirror flower, water moon technique? Chapter 192. No one is a fool with the communication stone in hand. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with insight, and he replied softly, Ouyang, I do not comprehend your meaning. If you do not understand, do not inquire. Keep your distance from my junior brother. Should there be another occurrence, I shall not be polite. Ouyang retorted sharply before abruptly disconnecting the call. Far away on the small peak, Ouyang glanced towards the direction of Qingyan Peak and murmured to himself, Old fellow. I have let him off once. Ling Feng then lowered the communication stone, turning his gaze towards xianxia with a look of perplexity. He could not fathom why Ouyang had instructed xianxia to act in such a manner. Xianxia, in turn, regarded Ling Feng with curiosity, pondering why his elder brother insisted that he present Ling Feng with a sword. Was it because he suspected that the reason for attracting the Thunder Calamity was his companionship with Ling Feng in Tang Country? Indeed. Xianxia felt as though he was being led by Ling Feng, yet all of Ling Feng's actions appeared entirely normal. In the Imperial Palace, it was Ling Feng who sought to destroy the remnants of the ancestral flesh, only to be thwarted by Xianxia himself. In Maple Leaf City, Ling Feng decisively severed the soul of a heart demon with ruthless precision, leaving no chance for escape. This, too, Xianxia had witnessed. What Xianxia held most confidently was his talent in the realm of souls, even if Ling Feng was a practitioner of the out-of-body stage. He could not conceal his intentions from Xianxia's keen perception. Their descent from the mountain had been remarkably smooth, the only unfavorable aspect being the grand gamble he was about to undertake. The elder brother must have perceived his decision as Ling Feng leading him astray. Yet, even without Ling Feng's deliberate influence, would he truly have made a different choice when confronted with the remnants of the ancestral flesh? In a moment of introspection, Xianxia concluded that he would indeed arrive at the same decision. He might even go so far as to erase the imperial city from existence to conceal the matter. To dispose of the causality of the mortal realm at will? I, Xianxia, dare to slay even the destined villains of the future. Why should I fear these intangible threads of causality? Upon reflecting on this, Xianxia felt a sense of guilt, realizing that he had inadvertently placed the blame on Ling Feng. With a tinge of remorse, he addressed Ling Feng, saying, Brother Ling, it seems that the senior brother may harbor some misunderstandings towards you. I wish to extend my apologies on his behalf. Ling Feng gently shook his head and replied, the root of this situation lies with the heart demon I vanquished. Ultimately, it is my fault. There is no need for you to take it to heart, Brother Chen. Xianxia nodded, pleased to hear those words. He believed that as long as a fool stood at the forefront to bear the brunt, everything would be just fine. In Xianxia's eyes, Ling Feng had become the perfect scapegoat. Henceforth, any misstep could simply be attributed to this unfortunate soul, easing his own explanations to the senior brother. Ling Feng observed the nonchalant Xianxia and silently scoffed. Despite his remarkable talent, he was still merely a 16 or 17-year-old youth who would inevitably pay the price for his arrogance in the future. The two exchanged formal farewells, akin to two cunning foxes feigning camaraderie while plotting their own agendas. In the secret chamber atop the small peak, Xianxia gazed at the altar, where a figurine representing Ling Feng stood alongside another figure. With a cold smirk, he murmured, Brother Ling, can you withstand the cost of your scheming against me? Perched atop the yellow crane, Ling Feng sipped his wine leisurely and remarked, Brother Chen, can you bear this gift? Having already transcended to the out-of-body stage, Ling Feng had a legitimate reason to sever ties with the Qingyan sect. He had no desire to encounter Ouyang, for in Ling Feng's mind, Ouyang exuded an unsettling peculiarity. To call forth Lin Feng's name with such ease, coupled with an astonishing reservoir of true energy, and the relentless grip of a cunning mind that seized upon the slightest vulnerability, made Ling Feng feel as though Ouyang were an entity not of this world. Mirror flowers. Water moon? Ling Feng pondered the term Ouyang had mentioned through the communication stone. He could not deny that this phrase resonated well with the innate abilities he had brought with him. Mirror flowers, water moon. Huh, what a splendid name. Ling Feng laughed heartily, only for his expression to swiftly turn icy. He had never revealed this ability before Ouyang. How then could Ouyang be aware of his innate powers? Did this mean Ouyang could discern all his information? Yet, why had he not perceived the distinction between Lin Feng and Ling Feng? Could it be that during that time, when he was but a remnant soul hidden within the ring, Ouyang had failed to account for his existence? This would imply that Ouyang's celestial divination had not reached an extraordinary level. Only upon truly seeing him could Ouyang decipher his information. And even after seizing his own body, Ouyang remained oblivious to his anomalies. I fear it is precisely because this world harbors two versions of myself. This is my destiny. Ling Feng savagely gulped down a generous draught of wine, his mind racing with contemplation. Yet this youth shall undoubtedly become a future calamity, until I have achieved absolute growth. It is prudent to avoid any further encounters with him. Truly, he is a nuisance. Before I ascend to that supreme existence, I must devise my plans with utmost caution. Ling Feng gripped the wine gourd tightly, his gaze fixed upon the sun in the sky. Having languished in that sunless abyss for countless years, I have long since lost my sanity. Yet after moments of madness, I regained my reason, then succumbed to madness once more, only to restore my sanity again. Through this cyclical torment, I have been left with nothing but the extremes of reason or the depths of insanity. One must embrace madness to achieve transcendence. I am destined to become the singular, exalted being. Ling Feng rose to his feet, releasing a long howl, as his true essence surged forth, instantly obliterating the yellow crane beneath him. Yet Ling Feng remained suspended in the air, gazing intently towards the north. There lies the realm of the myriad demons, home to a devouring serpent, which holds the key to unsealing the demon clan's prison. This revelation stemmed from Ling Feng's comprehension of the Azure Cloud's secret treasure, a perilous secret that the demon clan's saint son, Zhu Yuan, risked his life to infiltrate the Azure Cloud sect to uncover. Ling Feng regarded his hands with a tinge of pity, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he mused. My poor junior brother perished without unveiling the seal. As a senior, how could I allow him to die with unfulfilled desires? Eternal life, why not allow you to be my ancestral junior brother? Unravel the demon clan seal. Plunge the world into chaos, and incite a cataclysm. This is what Ling Feng yearned for most. The more souls that perish, the stronger I shall become. What could be more direct in terms of mortality than igniting a grand war? The demon clan, the human clan, the beast clan, ultimately, they shall all become my sustenance. Ha! Let loose my wild abandon. Ling Feng laughed heartily, standing aloft, his resplendent robe billowing like a frenzied deity. In the blink of an eye, Ling Feng vanished from his position, leaving no trace behind. When I ascend to the exalted throne upon a mountain of countless corpses, all the methods I have employed shall be immortalized in the songs of future generations. Chapter 193. System upgrade complete. Ouyang, deep in slumber within his chamber, was abruptly awakened. His recent sleep had been of poor quality, but today a persistent chime echoed in his mind, repeating incessantly, "The system upgrade has been completed. Please check promptly. The system upgrade has been completed. Please check promptly. Damn it, the upgrade is complete. Little rascal, check it out. The system has been upgraded?" Was that frantic voice just now my master? Ouyang sat up, momentarily dazed, before becoming fully alert and eagerly activating the system. A golden panel materialized before him, filled with dense text that caused a slight ache in his head. The host has completed the initial system task. Rewards are now being issued. Reward 1. The host receives an augmentation of 1 billion true energy points, converted into true essence. Reward 2. The host unlocks the exclusive skill of universal equality. Please check your rewards. Proceed to the next phase of system tasks, which can be selected at your discretion. Task 1. Seek out 100 chosen ones once more. Task progress, 0-100. Task 2. Collaborate with the causative chosen ones to eliminate 5 formidable villains. Task progress, 1-5. I choose this one. Please make your selection. Ouyang pondered over the attribute panel before him, realizing that his master had indeed influenced the system. He then opened his own attribute panel. Name, Ouyang, Transmigrator. Fledgling, Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Stage, Level 1 Root Bone, 1 Charm, 5 Luck, 0 Special Qualities, True Essence Value, 100, 000, 000 Exclusive Skill, Universal Equality Evaluation. Currently, you can lower your opponent's realm to match your own level and defeat them using your extensive experience in lower realms. Has my luck turned to 0 upon reaching the Foundation Establishment Stage? Why has my charm diminished slightly? Does breaking through to Foundation Establishment affect my appearance? Ouyang wondered. Reflecting on the unchanged root bone, steadfast at 1. Gazing at his exclusive skill, universal equality, Ouyang felt a profound confusion. The name echoed his master's teachings, suggesting a balance of power. You may be strong, but in the next moment, I shall match your strength. You may be weak, yet in the next moment, we shall peck at each other like novice chickens. Was this skill a gift from his master? The thought warmed Ouyang's heart. However, he was at a loss on how to activate this newfound skill. The system had not provided him with a manual when bestowing the ability. Must he shout the name of the skill? A spark of inspiration struck him, and he shouted, "Universal Equality." Yet, nothing transpired, leaving him looking rather foolish. Dejected, Ouyang reclined back onto his bed, staring vacantly at the attribute panel. As for the sensation of breaking through from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, Ouyang expressed that it was devoid of any significant feeling, even evoking a chuckle. Aside from heightened sensory perception and a sharp decline in sleep quality, it proved to be utterly inconsequential. The art of magic is easily forgotten, and teachings often lead to slumber. The vast reservoir of 1 billion true energy units has been reduced to merely 100 million true essence units. Are you truly attempting to perform arithmetic here? It appears that this merely compresses the billion true energy units into 100 million true essence units. Even if this system has undergone an upgrade, it remains miserly, failing to grant itself any advanced spiritual arts. Ouyang suddenly recalled the small target he had expended when he enlightened his miniature world, compounded by the true energy units he had consumed over the years. In truth, this system upgrade could be viewed as a significant financial loss, as it allotted him over 100 million true energy units merely to meet the foundational threshold. Reflecting on this, Ouyang felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have invested more initially, seeking out 7 or 8 small worlds to enlighten, then he would have had 8 or 9 formidable beings at his disposal. If the system then replenished him with 10 billion true energy units, it would have been akin to acquiring several extraordinary beings without cost. After a moment of lamentation, Ouyang shifted his gaze from his personal panel to the second task issued by the system. The key to his breakthrough into the Golden Core stage likely lay within this second task. Despite being presented with 2 options, the first seemed excessively daunting. After years of effort, he had only managed to locate 5, the last of which was forcibly generated through a causal relationship with his master. To seek out 100 chosen ones? That would take an eternity. It was evident that the system was not genuinely allowing him to select the first task. It merely presented the illusion of choice. Ouyang's attention returned to task 2. Collaborate with the Child of Destiny, who creates causality to eliminate 5 unparalleled villains. The progress of this task stood at 15. So, the ancestor Yuan that Xianxia had slain could already be counted as 1. He merely needed to vanquish 4 more villains to complete the task. This second task appeared to be the most straightforward to accomplish. Furthermore, it seemed his master was subtly guiding him toward this option. Thus, it was a seemingly selective task, yet it operated as a rigid rule. 5 unparalleled villains. How on earth was he to find them? Xianxia, the reincarnated one, would surely possess knowledge of them. Perhaps by engaging him in conversation, he could glean sufficient information. For the initial task, he could use Zhao Qiansun as a placeholder. If this time he fell short, he could once again rely on Zhao Qiansun. Zhao Qiansun, who had already distanced himself from the myriad demons, suddenly sneezed, a shiver coursing through him inexplicably. After calculating with his fingers, he realized nothing noteworthy had transpired. With a sigh of relief, he resumed his journey, as the task entrusted to him by his elder remained unfulfilled. Now was not the time for delays. Seated upon his bed, Ouyang did not hesitate and directly chose the second option. His gaze then fell upon the parentheses next to his name. Chick? Choose it, choose it. Whose legitimate system would utter such words? It appears that the influence of one's master runs profoundly deep within this system. It may even subtly assist in making choices. The phrase left by Hu Yun, observe the symbols in the quadrant, still stirs a tremor of excitement in Ouyang to this day. Astonishingly, this master of his, a traveler like himself, could foresee Ouyang's own identity as a fellow traveler and bequeathed him a vision of the Tao before his demise. One cannot help but admire the wisdom of this venerable master. The words, "You cannot perceive the existence of the Tao because of me," suddenly resurfaced in Ouyang's mind. Is it truly unacceptable for a second traveler to exist in this world? Why would his master leave such a statement? Ouyang found himself in a quandary. Yet, this individual hailed as the most resplendent prodigy of this era certainly did not bring disgrace to the travelers. With the commencement of the system's second task, it heralded that Ouyang had taken up the baton from his master, poised to inscribe his own legend. Chapter 194. I am the foundation establishing prodigy. At last, I have established my foundation. Upon receiving the system's acknowledgement, Ouyang finally confirmed that he had indeed succeeded in his foundation establishment. The exhilarating sensation of years of diligent study culminating in instant success filled him with immense satisfaction. Normally one to enjoy a restful sleep, Ouyang found himself elated, staying up an extra half hour. The following day, he awoke early, unable to contain his eagerness, and swiftly dressed before heading to the courtyard. He retrieved the eagerly anticipated tome, 5 Elements Techniques, from Introduction to Mastery, now adorned with a new cover. From this moment forth, he would strive diligently to become a proficient practitioner of the arts. Under the morning dew, Ouyang perused the book for 3 minutes, then closed it. Feeling somewhat aimless as he wandered to the kitchen to see what was for breakfast. Learning? What a farce, he mused. It's just the same as before, read and forget. Hadn't he struggled to break through to foundation establishment only to find himself in this predicament? Was his breakthrough in vain? Xianxia, circling the stove, observed Ouyang's unusual early rising with curiosity, for his senior brother typically wouldn't awaken until the sun was high in the sky. Is something troubling you, senior brother? Xianxia inquired with genuine concern. Ouyang, pulling a meat bun from the steamer, munched thoughtfully while expressing his frustration. Xianxia, what is the difference between foundation establishment and qi training? Upon hearing Ouyang's question, Xianxia immediately grasped that his senior brother was facing difficulties in his practice. However, he found it challenging to respond. It was not that the question was overly complex, rather, it was exceedingly simple. For any cultivator with innate talent, transitioning from qi training to foundation establishment was virtually a foregone conclusion. Qi training involves the initial absorption of the world's vital energy, transforming it into one's own true energy. The foundation of cultivation occurs when the amount of true qi within a practitioner's dantian reaches a certain threshold, leading to its transformation from a gaseous state to a liquid form, thereby solidifying into true essence. The distinction between true essence and true qi lies solely in the higher quality of the former, which enables cultivators to perform more demanding techniques utilizing true qi. The difference between qi refining and foundation establishment is minimal, as true qi and true essence are essentially the same in nature. However, this situation does not quite apply to my senior brother. Setting aside the extraordinary attribute of his true qi that can enlighten all things, the sheer abundance of his true qi is rather abnormal. Xianxia even suspects that with such an immense quantity of true qi, his senior brother may never be able to convert it into true essence throughout his life. This implies that his senior brother may face insurmountable obstacles in achieving breakthroughs, and consequently, his lifespan would remain akin to that of an ordinary person. Xianxia harbors no concerns about this. When his senior brother's lifespan draws to a close, he can simply borrow life from other beings. Borrowing life can be considered a form of demonic cultivation, yet in his previous life amidst the apocalypse, the distinctions between demonic and Taoist cultivation have become blurred. Therefore, Xianxia felt no psychological burden when employing demonic techniques. When the time comes for Ouyang's life to wane, he would not hesitate to capture beings for life borrowing, and even if it required sacrificing thousands of cultivators, his resolve would not falter. Although that would entail the lives of over 10,000 cultivators, it would grant his senior brother an additional decade of life. Xianxia pondered before speaking. Senior brother, your talent is truly exceptional, a rarity indeed. One might say you possess an immortal's demeanor. You have only recently embarked on foundation establishment and have yet to grasp its profound mysteries. Ouyang cast a sideways glance at Xianxia, who was fervently extolling his virtues. Did he think he was foolish? What mysteries could foundation establishment possibly hold? It merely involves the liquefaction of true qi into true essence. What profundity could there be? Suddenly, Ouyang recalled that the most renowned hallmark of the foundation establishment period is sword flight. If he could truly soar on a sword, he would no longer need to ride a dog wildly through the skies. The ability to fly on a sword is a dream cherished by every youth who has ever delved into tales of immortal heroes. With this thought illuminating his mind, Ouyang's eyes sparkled as he grabbed 2 more buns from the steamer and dashed outside with enthusiasm. In the small courtyard, Bai Feiyu stood with his hands clasped behind him, facing east. In the dawn light, he absorbed the fleeting strands of purple energy from the interplay of day and night for his cultivation. This is the primary reason Bai Feiyu can wield the laws even in the nascent soul stage. While others absorb ordinary heavenly essence, he draws upon the ephemeral purple energy. However, this purple energy only manifests during the transition between day and night, and it is not something one encounters every day. Every day, Bai Feiyu diligently perched upon a tree, facing the east, absorbing a strand of the celestial purple energy from the universe. This dedication elucidates the reason Bai Feiyu languished in the foundation building stage for 5 long years. Upon concluding his daily practice and drawing the celestial energy into his being, he opened his eyes to find Ouyang leaning against the tree trunk, gazing at him intently. Are you particularly idle today, senior brother? Bai Feiyu inquired, a hint of confusion evident in his voice. Ouyang chuckled softly, handing a bun to Bai Feiyu. Receiving the offering, Bai Feiyu took a bite, awaiting whatever whimsical notion his esteemed senior might express next. Little Bai, you are aware that I recently ascended to the foundational level, correct? Ouyang began, observing Bai Feiyu savoring the bun he had provided. Congratulations, senior brother, on achieving foundation establishment. The path to immortality now beckons. Bai Feiyu replied with a distinct lack of sincerity. Noticing Ouyang's waning enthusiasm, he candidly asked, Little Bai. Do you possess any straightforward sword control techniques that you might impart to me? Sword control techniques? But don't you have a dog? Bai Feiyu replied, perplexed. If it weren't for my inability to wield sword control, would I ever resort to flying on a dog? Ouyang silently berated himself. Though he maintained a smile as he continued, I am no longer the same as before. Hence, I seek profound methods to refine myself and turn to you for guidance. Understanding his senior brother's limited grasp of the arts, Bai Feiyu refrained from revealing the truth and instead contemplated seriously. The fundamental sword control technique is merely a method of object manipulation, which you likely do not require. The more advanced techniques are akin to secrets, necessitating continuous practice, making them somewhat unsuitable for you. It was a well-known fact among the small mountain that Ouyang struggled with the arts. In light of Ouyang's disappointed expression, Bai Feiyu gently smiled and said, I have a technique called swordcom. Should you wish to learn it? Swordcom? Such an impressive name. Ouyang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Bai Feiyu replied softly, this method requires only 2 words, emphasizing the true essence of energy, allowing you to wield the sword as effortlessly as an arm. With that, Bai Feiyu focused intently, raised his hand, and commanded, sword come. His sword flew forth from its sheath at his waist, moving swiftly through the air under his mental command. In Ouyang's eager gaze, he raised his hand to the sky and shouted, sword come. Suddenly, a handsome figure, poised to slip into the kitchen, felt his body stiffen and, in a state of bewilderment, soared into Ouyang's grasp. Ouyang, equally perplexed, stared at the bewildered dog in his hands, while Bai Feiyu laughed heartily from his perch in the tree. Chapter 195, Journey to Penglai Immortal Mountain. What did you say? You wish to go to Penglai Immortal Mountain? Dong Shuzi asked incredulously, staring at the indifferent Ouyang before him. Ouyang gazed at the astonished Dong Shuzi and nodded, saying, recently, I have had some insights. After calculating, I believe I must visit the Penglai Immortal Mountain to engage in discourse. I need you to compose a letter of invitation for me. After several days of experimentation, it seemed that his foundation had not been established. It would be better to accomplish the trip to Penglai first. Dong Shuzi stared at Ouyang with suspicion. Words like insights, calculating, and discourse coming from the mouth of this rebellious disciple were indeed surprising. Sensing the mockery in Dong Shuzi's gaze, Ouyang slammed the table, his face reddening as he exclaimed, what are you looking at? I am now a genius in the foundational stage. Who do you look down upon? Dong Shuzi withdrew his doubtful gaze, picked up a pen, and hesitantly inquired, are you certain you want to go to Penglai Immortal Mountain? Ouyang replied, somewhat impatiently, how long have I lived? And you're asking if I'm hard of hearing. It's the Penglai Immortal Mountain. Now hurry. After confirming several times, Dong Shuzi finally wrote the letter of invitation and handed it to Ouyang, saying, although I cannot fathom what you intend to do, remember that Penglai Immortal Mountain is one of the 9 sacred lands. You'd best be polite while you're there. Ouyang took the letter, ensured its accuracy, and while tucking it into his sleeve, remarked, you doubt my ability to handle matters. Besides, I'm not inexperienced. I just visited the sword sect. And it's all the same. Say my foot. You even mentioned the sword sect? Taya is nearly stripped of everything because of your blunders. And you dare to say that? I'm worried precisely because you're going. Dong Shuzi retorted with exasperation. However, upon contemplating Ouyang's journey to Penglai, Dong Shuzi's expression grew peculiar, even revealing a hint of anticipation. Ouyang boldly rose, casually clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell to Dong Shuzi, and prepared to embark on his journey to Penglai with Hutu Tuesday. Watching Ouyang depart, Dong Shuzi muttered in bewilderment. Is this child's trip to Penglai at the behest of my junior sister? Su Xiaoqi appeared before Dong Shuzi and nodded, saying, that little girl possesses astonishing talent. Even I lack the confidence to teach her well. That old woman is truly the most suitable master for her. Dong Shuzi cast a surprised glance at Su Xiaoqi. His junior sister was typically competitive, yet here she was, acknowledging another's superiority. Could that little fox truly be so gifted? How fortunate was Hu Yun in finding a disciple? As he pondered this, Dong Shuzi began to feel anticipation. The last time he offered his legacy to Ouyang was to find a child capable of truly embracing it. He never expected that Ouyang would indeed discover such a child, making Dong Shuzi curious about just how exceptional this child could be. Would they be as graceful and upright as he was, exuding the aura of an immortal? Dong Shuzi uncertainly inquired. Has my junior sister informed that little rascal that male cultivators are prohibited from visiting Penglai Immortal Mountain? Upon hearing Dong Shuzi's words, Su Xiaoqi smiled and replied, does it truly matter whether I disclose it or not? Did he not just mention how troublesome women can be? Dong Shuzi involuntarily shuddered. His junior sister had indeed played a trick on that lad. When had that young man offended her? It was evident that one should never provoke a woman. for one might not even realize how one meets their demise. Dong Shuzi swallowed hard and chuckled awkwardly. Junior sister, your discernment in rewarding and punishing is truly admirable. By the way, I have recently experienced some insights into my Tao and need to enter seclusion. Please take care of Qingyun's sect in my absence. I shall take my leave now. With that, Dong Shuzi vanished before Su Xiaoqi, evading confrontation gracefully. Su Xiaoqi cast a cold smile at the spot where Dong Shuzi had stood. How disrespectful the young, and how ungracious the old. The Qingyun sect ought to impose stricter discipline. Upon returning to the small peak, Ouyang inquired of Bai Feiyu and Chen Changxing regarding their willingness to join the upcoming expedition. However, both Bai Feiyu and Chen Changxing displayed a clear lack of enthusiasm for the journey. Chen Changxing's research was progressing slowly, hindered by the heavy-handedness of his senior brother, resulting in shattered pieces that were difficult to reassemble. He needed to reconstruct a complete body of the ancestral source from the remnants left by his predecessor. This endeavor was exceedingly cumbersome, even for Chen Changxing, and any distraction during the expedition would undoubtedly impede his progress. Meanwhile, Bai Feiyu had been frowning for days, sensing that he was on the brink of grasping something significant, only for it to fleetingly vanish from his mind. He felt an urgent need to enter seclusion and clarify the path he intended to pursue in the future. Neither wished to embark on the journey, after all. Their younger brother remained unconscious, leaving only himself and the burden of Tutu. Ouyang expressed his dissatisfaction. This pertains to Tutu's future cultivation. Dear brothers, cannot you show a bit more concern? Chen Changxing and Bai Feiyu exchanged glances, both recognizing the other's indifference. Regardless of how Tutu's cultivation progressed, with the four of them present, the world would not be turned upside down by her whims. Even Tutu herself seemed unconcerned. As long as she was not under the watchful eye of that old woman while practicing her music, she was indifferent to any destination. Moreover, with her beloved senior brother accompanying her, she viewed it merely as a delightful outing. Yet, mindful of Ouyang's authority, Chen Changxing contemplated for a moment and pointed at the little fellow currently giving a massage to the handsome lad. Since this concerns our junior sister's cultivation, let us bring the little rascal along. Bai Feiyu similarly reflected and pointed at his own Qingyu. If third senior brother suggests so, then my Qingyu shall accompany us as well. Tutu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands. Wonderful. Tutu wants to bring the handsome boy along. Ouyang's face darkened as he lamented, I am not here to play the role of an animal caretaker, but to seize the treasures of the celestial realm at Penglai. With a dog, a bird, a monkey, and a fox in tow, others might mistake my little mountain peak for a circus. However, observing that the two individuals indeed had their own matters to attend to, Ouyang did not press further. As a genius cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, his own volume, Comprehensive Introduction to the Five Elements Techniques, had already advanced to Elementary Guide to the Five Elements Techniques. The world is vast, and there are countless opportunities to explore. With a surge of confidence, Ouyang secured the handsome creature to his waist, took hold of Tutu, and made his way toward the protective mountain array. Despite the desperate pleas of the disciples guarding the array, even threatening to take drastic measures, Ouyang casually extracted a few premium spirit stones and proceeded to transport himself and Tutu to Polite Mountain. As a flash of golden light enveloped them, the two vanished within the protective array. Chapter 196. Arrival at Penglai Mountain. Ouyang felt an overwhelming dizziness wash over him, akin to being thrown into a spinning washing machine. Nausea surging to his head. As they regained their footing, both Ouyang and Tutu collapsed to the ground. Big brother, Tutu feels like throwing up, Tutu exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in distress. Ugh. Ouyang attempted to console Tutu, only to succumb to nausea himself. As he retched, he regretted his impulsive decision to extract a piece of premium spirit stone essence at the very moment of teleportation. After all, such treasures were scarce, and previously, he could only observe the coveted essence from the periphery of the protective array, enviously striking at lesser spirit stones with a pickaxe. To prevent him from plundering the core premium spirit stone essence of the formation, Dong Shuzi had specifically set up the array to keep him at bay. After finally seizing an opportunity, Ouyang had not anticipated the significant backlash from his actions. Once he expelled the remnants of his breakfast, he felt somewhat better and turned over to rest, only to find himself surrounded by a multitude of onlookers. Hundreds of young women clad in flowing sleeves and elegant skirts gazed at him with a mixture of curiosity and admiration. Each girl possessed a unique beauty. Some resembled budding flowers, others blossomed like radiant roses, some were charmingly delicate, while others exuded an innate allure. The air was fragrant, almost sweet, as if filled with the essence of blossoms. Each girl was a vision of loveliness, a breathtaking beauty capable of captivating nations. Ouyang was momentarily dazzled, feasting his eyes upon such splendor. Look, Just look at the prestige of these 9 sacred places. My own dilapidated sect is unbearable to remain in for even a day. In my humble abode, the only company comprises brutish fellows or mindless sword cultivators, with the remainder being reclusive dullards. How could we possibly compare to this place? Ouyang suddenly felt that the Qingyan sect, one of the 9 great sacred lands, appeared rather insignificant. Believing himself to be quite handsome, he rose to his feet. Selectively forgetting the embarrassing incident of having vomited breakfast before this group of young ladies. Flashing a brilliant smile that showcased his 8 pristine teeth, he declared, "I am the chief disciple of the small peak of Qingyan sect, acting peak master, and I have come today to pay a visit to the Penglai Immortal Mountain." "Ah, a man. What should we do? He has seen me. I feel so unclean." "Sisters, quickly close your eyes. There is something dirty. Hurry, summon the Mountain Lord." As soon as the words left her lips, the hundreds of onlooking girls finally reacted, plunging into a state of chaos, the scene transforming into utter pandemonium. Is this a script from a daughter nation? Having ascended the mountain and cultivated for many years without encountering a man, it was no wonder that my master, that old rascal, could charm his way through with the crude lines he crafted himself. Am I not invincible in this place? Ouyang wore a knowing expression, exuding an air of calmness. Hututu, hiding behind Ouyang, looked bewilderedly at the frenzied girls, her small hand tightly clutching the hem of Ouyang's garment. Although Tutu did not comprehend the source of the women's panic, she was acutely aware that her senior brother belonged to her. The innate vigilance of women instilled in Hututu a sense of urgency regarding the girls before her. Ouyang cleared his throat, feeling it necessary to enlighten these naive girls about the brilliance of being a man. With that thought in mind, a mischievous smile graced his lips as he bellowed, "Wait a moment. You all are my wings." His words pressed an imaginary pause button, and the frantic girls fell silent in an instant. Yet, the very next moment, the atmosphere grew even more chaotic, with some girls bursting into tears. "How disgusting. So cheesy. I can hear something filthy," they lamented. "Ah, so he is the invincible lecher." Ouyang stood rooted to the spot, bewildered. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. Wasn't Ti Huyun, with his self-proclaimed cheesy lines, supposed to charm women effortlessly? Why were these sheltered girls reacting so negatively to his so-called romantic expressions? Clearly, something had gone awry. Suddenly, Ouyang recalled that Huyun, like him, was also a transmigrant. Curse it. Huyun, you old rascal, you have set me up. Ouyang realized, since Huyun was also a traveler, he must surely be aware of these cheesy lines. Damn it, it was clearly a trap laid for me, leading to the spread of my own rumor. No wonder these young ladies reacted to my cheesy lines as if I were some horrid lecher. I have lived 18 years, and I have yet to experience my first kiss. Ouyang was consumed by rage, cursing under his breath. Had it not been for Huyun's demise, he would have surely taken matters into his own hands with this old scoundrel. Silence. A melodious sound from a pipa echoed, enveloping everyone in its tranquil embrace. This enchanting melody possessed an extraordinary charm, soothing the minds of all who heard it. The young women present calmed down, turning to bow respectfully towards the grand hall in the east, collectively proclaiming, "We welcome the Mountain Master." In the hall stood a woman clad in a traditional dress, her face partially veiled, cradling a pipa. Though her visage remained concealed, she exuded an unparalleled grace as a female cultivator. Ouyang squinted, and the attributes of the cultivator materialized before him. Name, Muyungu, Mountain Master of Penglai Immortal Mountain, cultivation level, 8th stage of Tribulation Transcendence Root Bone, 9 charm, 10 luck, 9 musical talent, 10 exclusive skill, dream weaving evaluation, pay attention. You rascal. In that moment, Ouyang comprehended that this eminent cultivator was none other than the Mountain Master of Penglai Immortal Mountain, the beloved of his master, and his own long-lost masteress wife. He bowed slightly to Muyungu and greeted her, "Greetings, Mountain Master. I am Ouyang, the chief disciple of Huyun, the master of the small peak. I have come today to pay my respects to the Penglai Immortal Mountain." After all, she was family, with a few sweet words. Perhaps he could effortlessly borrow the town's treasured artifact from Penglai Immortal Mountain. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise crossed Mu Yunji's eyes. She gracefully approached Ouyang, pipa in hand, and inquired, "You are Huyun's disciple?" Her voice was as melodious as a lark heralding spring, instantly revealing her amiable disposition. Feeling reassured, Ouyang responded, "Indeed. I am the most cherished disciple of my master." Muyunga nodded, glanced around at the startled female disciples, and calmly remarked, "What are you all panicking about? Since he is a man, bring him forth and castrate him." Chapter 197, Sisters of Penglai Immortal Mountain. Ouyang's expression transformed into one of bewilderment, questioning the clarity of his hearing. However, as Mu Yunji's words resonated, the once united front of young women, who had eyed him with hostility, clenched their teeth. drawing forth their instruments to form a barrier around Ouyang and Tuesday. Suddenly, dozens of muscular women, akin to formidable matriarchs, descended from the heavens, landing heavily before Ouyang. With a unified shout, these heavily made-up women swung their fists, creating a gust of wind that forced Ouyang to squint against the onslaught. Each one was a cultivator at the Yuaning stage or above. It was remarkable how these powerful women could rival the brawny brothers on the execution peak. Truly, it was a wonder from where Penglai Immortal Mountain had summoned such formidable forces. Dozens of elderly women, their faces adorned with garish makeup, present a grotesque sight. Yet what is even more terrifying is the gaze they cast upon themselves, as if they were contemplating their own consumption. Has the mountain lord made a grave error? Ouyang, my master. Ouyang cast a glance at the myriad of women, each distinct yet all unsettlingly provoking his nausea, and promptly called out to Ouyang. With a sardonic laugh, Ouyang replied, "Disciples of Ouyang, are they? Then let half of them be castrated. By the heavens. Half is not enough, better to be entirely so." Ouyang, drawing forth his weapon from his waist, indignantly exclaimed, "As one of the 9 sacred lands. Is the rule of Penglai Mountain not excessively tyrannical? Why establish such discriminatory regulations against us male cultivators? Where is the fairness in that?" Observing Ouyang's righteous indignation, Ouyang sneered, "Penglai Mountain has historically barred male cultivators. Since Ouyang's departure, any who dare enter must face castration. Damn it. Has that old scoundrel taken everything and left? Has he truly set me up? Even Master Su failed to inform me of the complexities here. Arriving unprepared feels like walking into a den of tigers." In his current predicament, Ouyang yearned to drag Ouyang from the recesses of his mind and deliver a thorough beating. Alarmed, his mind raced as he saw the muscular women preparing to pounce. While Ouyang stood ready to intervene. "This treacherous group intends to castrate me today, even if he could withstand the fervent onslaught of the women." A powerful adversary with unpredictable abilities loomed nearby. It was quite possible that today would end in utter disaster. In the face of such despair, the brain often operates at an accelerated pace. A plan formed in Ouyang's mind. He raised one hand clutching his weapon, while the other wiped his face, tears streaming down as he choked out to Ouyang, "You wretched woman, how could you possess such a venomous heart? My master, before his demise, was ever devoted to you. He has now transcended this mortal coil, and we have come specifically to mourn him, yet you seek to annihilate his disciple." His voice echoed like the lament of a cuckoo, eyes reddened and tears flowing as if struck by an immense sorrow, evoking grief in all who beheld him. Each person present was moved by the profound bond between Ouyang and his master, Ouyang. Grasping Ouyang's sleeve, Tutu looked dazedly at him. "What? My father has died? Where on earth did San get those chilies? My eyes are nearly burning." As Ouyang wept in outrage, he cursed the chilies he had hidden in his sleeve. A woman's heart is tender, and the more ruthless she appears, the softer she is within. If he could portray sufficient pathos, surely he could sway the resolute Ouyang. Yet, Ouyang regarded Ouyang with disdain, declaring, "Ouyang has died? Are you resorting to this ruse again? You two, master and disciple, bear an uncanny resemblance. Has that old fellow employed this tactic as well?" Ouyang marveled at his master's audacity, yet remained as composed as a seasoned veteran. After all, from the perspective of the beings in this world, Ouyang was indeed deceased. "My master is truly gone. No words can change that." Ouyang, with the poise of a seasoned actor, staggered back 2 steps, clutching his chest and biting his tongue with resolve, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He shakily raised the invitation in his hand and proclaimed, "This is a personal missive from my master, Dong Shuzi, the head of Qinyan's sect. Should you doubt its authenticity, you may verify it with the sect. My master has passed away not long ago." Ouyang observed Ouyang's pitiful demeanor, her skepticism beginning to waver. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. "Daddy! Daddy! Senior brother! I want to find Daddy!" Upon hearing Tutu's anguished wails, Ouyang felt a surge of confidence. His little junior sister indeed possessed keen insight and was cleverly playing along with his performance. Tutu tugged at Ouyang's clothing, her voice rising in desperation. She was unaware of Ouyang's whereabouts, yet Ouyang's compelling portrayal truly frightened her. Under the weight of Ouyang's convincing act, Tutu momentarily believed that Ouyang had indeed departed this world, leading her to weep uncontrollably. The sorrowful cries of the girl and the furious shouts of the youth echoed before a gathering of female cultivators, imbuing the scene with genuine emotion. Even Ouyang, in her tribulation stage, showed signs of wavering, raising her hand to restrain the eager matrons. The hundreds of girls behind her gazed sympathetically at the young boy and girl before them, some of the more fragile-hearted even shedding tears. "The advantage lies with me. My realistic performance and Tutu's heartfelt display had thoroughly captivated this group of women intent on elevating themselves to 9,000 years of age. Just as Ouyang reveled in his cleverness, a delicate, alabaster hand seized his wrist. A woman, her hair as white as snow and veiled, suddenly appeared before him. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Ouyang, yet compared to the latter's extraordinary beauty, this woman appeared more akin to a fragile vase, exuding an ephemeral beauty that seemed ready to shatter at any moment. Ouyang's gaze met the woman's information. Name, Ouyang, Vice Master of Penglai Mountain, Cultivation, 4th Stage of Tribulation Root Bone, 9 Charisma, 10 Luck, 9 Musical Aptitude, 10 Exclusive Skill, Dream Weaving Evaluation. You better pay attention. Kid, mind your own business. Ouyang cursed inwardly. Yet, as he observed the woman before him, curiosity stirred within him, despite their striking similarities in appearance, attributes, exclusive skills, and talents, their auras were strikingly dissimilar. Could it be that the Master and Vice Master of Penglai Mountain were, in fact, twin sisters? Why does that old fellow have such good fortune? Ouyang couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for his merciless master, who seemed to monopolize all the good fortune. The delicate and seemingly fragile Ouyang grasped Ouyang's wrist with her jade-like hand, her watery eyes fixed on him as she urgently whispered, "Is it true that Ouyang is dead?" Chapter 198. I excel at dealing with women. Ouyang observed the young woman before him, a powerful cultivator in the tribulation stage. Yet she exuded an air of innocence akin to that of a sheltered girl, evoking a sense of tenderness that made one wish to cherish her. She resembled an exquisite but fragile glass vase, beautiful yet too delicate to handle carelessly. Her appearance instantly stirred a flurry of commotion among the surrounding crowd. Why has the Mountain Lord of Yuhai appeared? Quickly, activate the protective array. We must not let the air taint the Mountain Lord's body. Oh no. The Mountain Lord has grasped the hand of that lecher. Prepare the 1,000-year stalactite for the Mountain Lord's cleansing. A sonic blade sliced through the air, aiming directly at Ouyang's arm. Ouyang had made her move, disregarding her dignity as a senior cultivator to confront a junior. Yet, Ouyang, now a foundation-stage cultivator, effortlessly broke free from Ouyang's grasp, taking a slight step back to evade the incoming sonic blade. He cast a glance at Ouyang, a flicker of discontent in his eyes, before turning to the young girl, puzzled as to why her appearance had incited such chaos on the Penglai Immortal Mountain, prompting even the Mountain Lord to take action. The elderly women, who had initially intended to pounce on Ouyang, swiftly positioned themselves before Ouyang, extending their hands to form a protective barrier of true essence around her. The remaining elders hurried to gather the finest materials for her cleansing ritual, as if the mere presence of the girl could soil the essence of heaven and earth. In an instant, Ouyang appeared beside Ouyang, her phoenix-like eyes blazing with anger as she confronted her. "Yuhai, who permitted you to come out?" Ouyang, instinctively fearful, replied, "Sister, I merely heard news of Ouyang and wanted to see. This boy carries his aura." She pointed with her delicate finger at Ouyang, her innocence shining through. Wholly uncharacteristic of a powerful cultivator in the tribulation stage. Ouyang waved at Ouyang with a smile, cheerfully greeting her with a simple, "Hi." Ouyang shot a fierce glare at Ouyang before pressing Ouyang's hand down and insisting, "Come with me." "No." Ouyang bit her lip, stubbornly holding her ground against her sister's command. "Is that man's news more important than your life?" Ouyang gazed incredulously at her defiant sister. "I just want to know if Ouyang is truly dead." Ouyang stubbornly gazed at Ouyang, yearning for a response. Yet, Ouyang remained silent, merely observing the two sisters before him. Meanwhile, Ouyang bit her silver teeth, her grip on Ouyang's wrist tightening slightly. Her younger sister had scarcely opposed her since birth, save for matters concerning that man. All blame rested on that wretched Ouyang. With a strained voice, Ouyang uttered a single word before forcefully pulling Ouyang's wrist, vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Ouyang, with hands clasped within his sleeves, contemplatively surveyed the chaotic throng before him, his expression gradually becoming serene. With his meticulous mind, Ouyang swiftly discerned the intricate web of events. It was likely that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by his master, a plot that had begun to unfold the moment Hututu ascended the mountain. The aim was likely entwined with the sudden appearance of Ouyang. "You truly excel at presenting me with challenges, old man. Are you making me repay your romantic debts?" Ouyang sighed inwardly. Given that Ouyang had orchestrated events to this point, it was evident that this was not merely about finding a suitable instrument for Hututu, nor was it about Ouyang repaying a trivial debt of gratitude. There undoubtedly lay a deeper significance behind Ouyang's actions, and Ouyang could ascertain that Ouyang's intention for him to arrive at Penglai Mountain was intricately linked to that vase-like Ouyang. Hututu was still sobbing softly, tugging at the hem of Ouyang's garment, her eyes sparkling with concern. "Senior brother, is father truly dead? I am heartbroken. Why do the senior brothers on the Little Peak seem unaffected these days? Only now do I grasp that father is past." Ouyang looked down at Hututu, whose tear-streaked face resembled a comical mess. He composed his expression, gently wiping her tears, and soothingly replied, "Senior brother was merely deceiving those foolish individuals. How could our master possibly be dead? He is so formidable. Tutu, being as clever as you are, must have understood my intention, which is why you were so cooperative just now, correct?" Upon hearing his words, a radiant smile returned to Hututu's face, recalling her earlier sorrow. She shot a glare at her senior brother and muttered under her breath, "Humph. Tutu certainly knew that. Senior brother is the worst. I dislike him the most." Children are indeed easily appeased, blissfully free of burdens. Ouyang rose to his feet, gradually lifting the handsome figure in his hand, his inner essence beginning to stir. He surveyed the surroundings, wary of the female cultivators around him, who were guarding this unparalleled seducer. If the entirety of Penglai Mountain comprised so few individuals, and with no formidable cultivators aside from the two mountain masters, today would surely culminate in chaos. A tremendous surge of true essence erupted from Ouyang's body, manifesting as a golden essence that unfolded into a radiant golden veil. This immense curtain formed a spherical barrier, enveloping the entire plaza. Within this luminescent sphere, the female cultivators were struck with horror, sensing their own realms rapidly regressing. Whether in the golden core or nascent soul stage, they found themselves swiftly descending towards the foundation establishment stage. However, the young girls who had just entered the sect and had limited cultivation experience were enlightened, realizing that their realms were steadily ascending from chi refinement towards foundation establishment. Exclusive skill, equality of all beings. This ability lowers opponents to the same realm as oneself, utilizing one's extensive experience to overcome them. This notion had come to Ouyang when he witnessed the old matrons capable of riding horses on their shoulders, employing their true essence barrier. He had now realized that he, too, in the foundation establishment stage, could achieve such a feat in his past. When he wielded mere true chi, he could only form an ethereal hand, yet now, true essence could materialize nearly tangible constructs by sheer happenstance. Ouyang unlocked the method to utilize his newly acquired exclusive skill, equality of all beings. This involved delineating a domain with his vast true essence, establishing the area of influence for his unique ability. It resembled the realms or magnetic fields described in novels from his previous life. Observing the bewildered female cultivators across from him, Ouyang gracefully waved his hand and calmly proclaimed, "I am Ouyang, the acting peak master of the Qingyun sect's small mountain peak, here to appreciate the wondrous techniques of Penglai Fairy Mountain. I humbly seek your guidance." Since the opposing party had no intention of engaging in cordial dialogue from the outset, Ouyang had no inclination to indulge these women, fond of clamoring about wanting to castrate him. I, Ouyang, excel in dealing with women. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Even the most obtuse among them recognized that this peculiar transformation was undoubtedly the handiwork of the legendary seducer before them. Indeed, he was a lecherous scoundrel, wielding such bizarre abilities while parading around with an odd dog. In an instant, dozens of burly old matrons erupted into action, their already formidable muscles becoming even more robust. Had they not been clad in specially designed garments, their attire would surely have torn apart. If these numerous old onions were to burst their clothes, ordinary cultivators might not withstand the mental assault stemming from such a striking visual impact. However, these were merely the habitual tactics of the junior brothers from them, proving ineffective against Ouyang. With a flourish, Ouyang brandished his peculiar companion, elegantly executing a gesture reminiscent of a swordsman. Yet, the sight of his companion's tongue lolling out did somewhat mar the aesthetic. A multitude of venerable matriarchs exchanged solemn glances, their expressions betraying an unsettling gravity. Despite being at least at the nascent soul stage, they found themselves inexplicably suppressed to the foundation establishment stage. The youth before them, seemingly of the foundation establishment stage, exuded an air of mystery. Behind them, hundreds of female cultivators retrieved their instruments and began to play. Flutes, xiaos, gyukins, gushings, and pipa harmonized to produce a series of ancient and elegant melodies. Waves of subtle sound enveloped the venerable matriarchs, igniting colorful luminescence around them. Under the pulsating radiance, the auras of the matriarchs grew increasingly formidable. Once diminished to the first level of foundation establishment, they now stabilized at the 5th level, their eyes veiled in crimson, while vibrant lights danced about them, signifying the augmentation from the melodies behind them. Oh, music possesses the ability to enhance combat prowess? This truly complements the brother Xiao, who is fond of toting around speakers. Ouyang, holding a dog, gazed at the venerable matriarchs before him with keen interest. For Ouyang, should he manage to reduce them to his level, whether they were at the initial or peak stages of foundation establishment, The distinction between one or several hundred held no significance. His disdain was not solely directed at the matriarchs before him. He considered even the hundreds of maidens behind them as inconsequential. Once the matriarchs were sufficiently empowered, they charged at Ouyang with furious roars. It appeared that these venerable women possessed formidable physical prowess, their bodies reaching terrifying levels of strength without employing any true essence, leaving afterimages in their wake. They leapt into the air, encircling Ouyang and Hututu like an impenetrable net. Ouyang cast a concerned glance at Hututu and reassured, Tutu, stay here and close your eyes. Hututu obediently shut her eyes, completely trusting her elder brother. Ouyang brandished the dog in his hand, grinning maliciously. I, Ouyang, excel at dealing with women. A rabid dog to the first, a second to meet my forebears. Today, you shall all perish. The fierce dog barked wildly as it lunged at the adversaries. The raw clash of true essence and physical might exuded a primal beauty. Especially as Ouyang charged into the throng of matriarchs, embodying a war god, with his fierce dog in tow, he unleashed devastation upon them. Many matriarchs found themselves unable to approach, flung back by the overwhelming true essence, while those unfortunate enough to close and were viciously torn apart by Ouyang's ferocious dog. Within the 5-kilometer radius encircled by the shimmering barrier, Ouyang seemed a divine warrior. Too indifferent to employ the advanced techniques reserved for those of the foundation establishment stage that he had only recently acquired. The true essence surged behind Ouyang, and with intent to shape it, his true energy transformed into numerous tendrils, which ensnared, struck, and bound, eliciting cries of distress from the young maidens atop the mountain. A sinister chuckle escaped Ouyang as he beheld the pitiful state of the girls, flailing in chaos. Although he refrained from inflicting mortal harm, he deemed it necessary for this group to comprehend his formidable prowess. Suddenly, Mu Yungu reappeared, materializing before Ouyang and delivering a swift strike aimed at his face. The fierce wind from the blow tousled Ouyang's hair, charging directly toward him, yet in the next instant, his hand was captured entirely within the jaws of a striking dog. As the opponent showed no mercy, Ouyang reciprocated without hesitation, unleashing a whip-like kick towards Mu Yungu. Caught by surprise, Mu Yungu realized with fury that his hand was ensnared and could not be extracted from the peculiar dog's mouth. In an instant, Ouyang's kick aimed toward his waist. The formidable cultivator, undeterred, emitted a cold snort, his voice coalescing into an invisible barrier that thwarted Ouyang's attack. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Yungu forcefully dislodged the dog's mouth, creating distance between them, while a pipa materialized in his hands, fingers deftly gripping its strings. The resonating sound waves disrupted the illusions surrounding Ouyang, rendering his exclusive skill. All beings are equal, ineffective. Truly, as a transcendent cultivator, Mu Yungu swiftly discerned the vulnerability of Ouyang's unique ability. Propping himself against the dog, Ouyang surveyed Mu Yungu, who stood resolutely, flanked by the bewildered maidens and elderly matriarchs. Mu Yungu, with sharply raised brows, coldly addressed Ouyang. Huyun has indeed trained a worthy disciple. The dog-wielding war god lives up to his reputation. Ouyang's expression darkened, and he wearily replied, Mountain Master, could we perhaps refrain from mentioning that title? Mu Yungu retorted, the ancient customs of Penglai Immortal Mountain cannot be shattered due to your whims. Ouyang, with a dismissive scoff, responded, my old man's presence is inconsequential, as is his absence. You witnessed it yourself. I am unscathed. His motive for causing a ruckus in Penglai was to demonstrate his capabilities to Mu Yungu. For bearing the foundation-level cultivation, one would certainly doubt his abilities. Is there something you can accomplish that Huyun could not? Mu Yungu suddenly inquired without preamble. Ouyang shrugged in response. I am uncertain. However, my old man's actions surely bear a significant purpose. At this moment, Mu Yungu truly regarded the youth before him, pondering how a lad of merely 17 or 18 could possess such a keen and discerning mind, capable of unraveling his probing intentions. When Dong Shuzi informed him in advance, he found it hard to believe that a mere lad of 17 or 18 could accomplish anything significant. Yet now, Mu Yungu harbored a flicker of anticipation towards Ouyang. Perhaps this peculiar youth could indeed resolve the predicaments surrounding Penglai Immortal Mountain. Chapter 200, Chapter 201, The Treasure of the Immortal Path. As Mu Yungu traversed the mountain paths with Ouyang and Hututu, he boasted about the wonders of Penglai Immortal Mountain to the two. Our Penglai Immortal Mountain, nestled in the East China Sea, is surrounded by the ocean on all sides, safeguarded by the innate sea formation, and exists as a world unto itself. Ancient spiritual herbs abound, nourished by 5 spiritual veins that provide abundant spiritual energy. It stands apart from the mundane world, a veritable paradise for cultivators, from which most female cultivators originate. Even the lowliest of creatures proclaim the worth of their offspring when it comes to their sect. Even the most esteemed cultivators inevitably indulge in some degree of boastfulness. Ouyang rolled his eyes at this bureaucratic banter. Recognizing that every member of the Qinyan sect could recite such praises, with even the newly initiated Hututu capable of articulating them with ease. Considering this, Ouyang, unwilling to be outdone, turned to Hututu and urged, Tutu, enlighten this esteemed senior about our Qinyan sect. Hututu, being called upon, pondered momentarily before smirking and declaring, I observe that the 9 sacred lands merely serve as a xianxia, while only our humble peak reigns supreme among them all. Ouyang stared at Hututu with a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Who taught you such words? With an air of nonchalance, Hututu replied. This was modeled after the words and deeds of several senior brothers, as reinterpreted by junior brother Xiao. Fortuitously, Xiao Feng departed early. Had he lingered longer on the humble peak, he might have learned nothing but the art of pretentiousness from a few unruly disciples. Ouyang could not help but feel a sense of relief regarding the future emperor of humanity. Ouyang, observing Hututu, brightened and approached her, inquiring, is this young girl also a disciple of Hu Yun? Before Hututu could correct Mu Yunji's misconception, Ouyang swiftly covered her mouth. Hee. My little junior sister is indeed the goddaughter recognized by our esteemed master. Ouyang chuckled awkwardly, addressing Mu Yungu. Goddaughter? Whose offspring is that of a vixen? Mu Yungu straightened, her gaze sharpening, her previously appreciative demeanor turning as cold as ice. She was all too familiar with Hu Yun's temperament. The speed at which a woman's expression can shift is akin to the rapidity with which one might flip through domestic videos from a previous life. Ouyang chuckled softly, tacitly acquiescing. Meanwhile, Hututu, held aloft by Ouyang, was nearly petrified with fear. Could this older woman truly discern that her mother was a fox? Oh dear. Hututu felt her identity might be exposed. Is he truly gone? Mu Yungu suddenly inquired, her voice tinged with nostalgia and uncertainty. Huh. A woman with a hard exterior but a soft heart. Ouyang silently derided her. Yet, mindful of Hututu's presence, he carefully responded, our master possesses unfathomable skills, surely. Esteemed senior, you are aware of this? Mu Yungu furrowed his brows as he cast a glance at Ouyang, sensing an unsettling undertone in the young man's words. Yet, observing Ouyang's earnest demeanor, he suppressed his inexplicable irritation and remarked, no matter how ingenious his methods may be, hasn't he failed to address the issues plaguing my Pinglai Immortal Mountain? Here I am, after all. Speaking of which, Uncle Master, my elder has gone to great lengths to send me here to resolve your dilemmas. What exactly is the matter? Ouyang, unreserved, inquired directly. However, Mu Yungu refrained from answering Ouyang and instead questioned, since you are unaware of the problems you are meant to resolve, what brings you here this time? Those who have reached the tribulation stage are often wily foxes, adept at extracting information from others before revealing their own intentions. Ouyang laid his cards on the table, stating, as you can see, my junior sister is a prodigious talent, unparalleled in her mastery of music. Such an extraordinary genius must not be overlooked. Which is why we have come to seek a particular item from Pinglai Immortal Mountain to aid in her cultivation. Hututu, listening to her senior brother's praise, initially felt a pang of self-doubt as she glanced at him, but soon puffed out her chest, brimming with pride as she looked at Mu Yungu. Her senior brother had declared her a little genius, and although she was uncertain about the basis of this claim, she embraced her status wholeheartedly. If Hututu were to reveal her true form now, her foxtail would surely be soaring high. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yungu spoke. Are you seeking to borrow the town's treasure of Pinglai Immortal Mountain? Ouyang was taken aback. How had Mu Yungu discerned his intentions? After all, it was a family heirloom, and he had yet to devise an eloquent approach for such a request. The exquisite artifact hanging at his waist could certainly be considered a treasure, and Ouyang had even contemplated shamelessly offering a trade involving his dog. Yet, Mu Yungu readily replied, no problem. As long as you can assist Pinglai Immortal Mountain in resolving this issue, I shall lend you the town's treasure. His agreement was immediate, without a hint of hesitation. This, in turn, made Ouyang more solemn. What predicament could Pinglai Immortal Mountain be facing that warranted such willingness to part with their treasure? When circumstances appear unusual, there is often something amiss. This issue must be quite serious. Ouyang's expression shifted as he remarked, since the mountain master is so generous, why not share the nature of the problem that troubles you? However, Mu Yungu did not respond but instead said, if you wish to borrow the town's treasure, come with me to see it. There's no need to trouble yourself. Mountain master, please, do tell us what the issue is. Ouyang urged, increasingly anxious as Mu Yungu continued to evade the subject. Without granting them the opportunity to retort, Mu Yungu raised a hand, and a white cloud materialized beneath him. In an instant, a fluffy cloud lifted both Mu Yungu and Ouyang into the air. Three individuals meandered through the ethereal landscape of Panlai Mountain. Ouyang maintained a serene demeanor, while Ouyang, who had come to borrow something, grew increasingly agitated. What is this cryptic puzzle about? What is the matter at hand? Has this old man truly presented me with such a formidable conundrum? Along the journey, the breathtaking scenery unfolded before them, adorned with exotic flowers and rare creatures. Towering mountains shrouded in mist, cascading waterfalls, and profound pools characterized the enchanting vista, which, compared to the splendor of xianxia, possessed a tender beauty. Indeed, Panlai Mountain, one of the 9 sacred sites, was a sight to behold. Yet Ouyang found himself disinclined to appreciate it, his mind racing with thoughts of the troubling mystery that plagued the mountain. Surely, it could not be that the female cultivators here were collectively barren? Why must I subject myself to such undeserved rewards? He mused, recalling the formidable elderly matriarchs that sent chills down his spine. My pure and pristine body must not be sullied. Ouyang led the two towards a vibrant sea of flowers, where a myriad of blossoms carpeted the ground, their rich fragrance filling the air, fresh yet not cloyingly sweet. Amidst this floral expanse stood a solitary, majestic conical peak. Ouyang gestured toward the mountain, proclaiming, "There lies the treasure of our Panlai Mountain, the guardian of the celestial path." As Ouyang gazed upon the peak, an odd expression crept across his face, for the mountain, too, was adorned with vibrant blooms, seamlessly merging with the floral sea below. Although undeniably splendid, the shape of the peak grew increasingly familiar to Ouyang, as if he had encountered it before. Swallowing hard, he hesitantly inquired, "Master Uncle, is our treasure perhaps utilized during funerary rites?"